Lin Chen felt that he could still be saved. More precisely, after working overtime for 36 consecutive hours, his heart had very unceremoniously gone on strike. The last thing he saw was the flickering monitor at his workstation still showing the client's 18th round of revision comments. Enlarge the logo while making it a bit smaller. What the hell? Those were his last words in the mortal world. Then he knew nothing more. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Chen found himself lying in a stretch of desolate wilderness. Above him was a violet sky he had never seen before, with 3 moons hanging in the heavens. In the distance, an entire mountain floated in midair, a waterfall cascading down from it, the water turning to mist before reaching the ground. The air was filled with an indescribably sweet fragrance. With every breath, his pores seemed to open wide, and the back pain and stiff neck accumulated from overtime work vanished in an instant. Lin Chen sat up and looked down at his hands. Fair-skinned, slender, with well-defined knuckles. These were not the gnarled hands of someone who had typed for 10 years. He was no longer wearing the plaid shirt he hadn't changed in 3 days of overtime, but a moon-white robe, its fabric smooth as water with unknown patterns embroidered on the cuffs that faintly glowed. Transmigrated. Lin Chen wasn't all that surprised. As a former internet wage slave, he had read at least 800 web novels. Transmigration was more common in web fiction than using the bathroom. He only cared about one question now. Could he just lie flat? In his past life, he had worked himself to death. In this life, he refused to work no matter what. No matter what kind of cultivation world this was, he was going to find a place to bask in the sun and sleep all day. Nobody could change that. However, things did not go as he wished. Ding! A crisp notification sound exploded in his mind, and then a translucent blue light panel appeared out of nowhere before his eyes. Congratulations, host binding successful. The Universe Overlord system has been activated. Host's current realm peak of Immortal Emperor stage. Ranking in the universe world first. Friendly reminder, you are already invincible. Please begin your performance. Lin Chen stared at the screen for 3 whole seconds, and said flatly, can I go back? No. Then can I unbind it? No. Then I. Host once bound, this system is never returnable. We do not support 7-day no reason returns, nor negative reviews, nor complaints. The final interpretation right belongs to this system. You are now the strongest in the universe world. Please complete the tasks as soon as possible, and do not waste this system's electricity. A system using electricity? It's a metaphor. A metaphor. Are you some kind of argumentative imp reborn? Lin Chen. The cultivation realm levels of the universe world: Chi, refining foundation, establishment, golden court, nascent soul, spirit, severing void, refinement, body, integration, Mahayana, tribulation, transcendence, earth, immortal, sky, immortal, golden, immortal, Tai, golden, immortal, Deluo, golden, immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor, immortal, venerable, immortal emperor. This system had a worse temper than he did. Alright, Lin Chen stood up from the ground and brushed non-existent dust off his robe. You just said a task? What task? The text on the screen refreshed. Main quest released: establish a sect. Task description: host must establish a sect of your own within 30 days and recruit at least 1 disciple. Rewards: sect construction, card 1, divine skill, bundle 1, a random character summon, card 1. Failure penalty: permanently become a eunuch. Lin Chen looked down at his own crotch, then up at the light screen. Say that again, you piece of shit. Become permanently a eunuch. Do you need this system to break those words down for you? Permanent ly become a eunuch. I heard you. Lin Chen took a deep breath. The good temper forged by his former life's clients worked its magic in that moment. He told himself to calm down, that it wasn't worth getting angry with the system. I won't do it, he said, sitting down on the ground in the manner of a dead pig that doesn't fear scalding water. Go ahead and make me a eunuch if you can. Host, are you serious? Serious. I don't plan to marry anyway. Eunuch it is. The light screen was silent for 3 seconds. Then a deafening burst of music exploded directly inside Lin Chen's mind. The vast horizon is my love. Under the lush green mountains, flowers are blooming. Lin Chen jumped up completely. Fuck. Turn it off. Turn it off. The music got even louder. What rhythm is the most swaying? What singing voice is the most joyful? I agree. I'll do the task. I'll build the sect. Turn it off. Turn it off now. The music stopped abruptly. Lin Chen crouched on the ground, hands over his ears, wearing a look of surviving a disaster. In his past life, what he hated most were public square dance anthems, and the system poked precisely at that weak spot. If you had cooperated earlier, that would have been better. This system always persuades through virtue and dislikes violence. You call that persuading through virtue? Of course. This system's virtue is the virtue of a scoundrel. Lin Chen decided to stop reasoning with the system. Reasoning with a shameless system was as pointless as discussing logic with his former client. A pure waste of saliva. Build a sect, right? Where do I build it? The host may freely choose the location. This system suggests choosing a forbidden zone. Few people, abundant resources, suitable for early development. Forbidden zone. A place where 9 out of 10 normal people die. To you, it's like your own backyard. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided it was fine. He was invincible now, so forbidden or not, it didn't matter. The main thing was that it was quiet and no one would bother his sleep. Route to the forbidden zone has been plotted. Estimated flight time: half an incense stick. I can't fly. You are now an immortal emperor. You can traverse galaxies with a single thought, and you tell me you can't fly. I can't. Just try it. It's very simple. Just think about where you want to go. Lin Chen closed his eyes and thought, I want to go to the forbidden zone. The next second the ground beneath his feet disappeared. Lin Chen opened his eyes and found himself standing above a sea of clouds. Beneath his feet stretched continuous mountain ranges. Mist wreathed the peaks, and occasionally enormous birds swept across the clouds, their wingspans 100 zhang wide. In the distance a mountain peak hung completely inverted in the sky, its summit pointing down, and its base pointing up with palaces built upon it. The whole scene looked as if a celestial realm had been cut out of a painting and pasted into reality. Quite nice to look at, Lin Chen nodded. Host, you can move now, just like walking. Lin Chen tried taking a step forward and instantly appeared 100 li away. He tried running a few more steps, mountains and rivers receding rapidly beneath his feet, spanning tens of thousands of li in an instant. Damn, this is way faster than the subway. Can you stop using such rustic metaphors? You are the sovereign, the ceiling of the universe world. Can you show some dignity? Shut up. All right. Lin Chen took about half a minute to find the forbidden zone, not thanks to the system's navigation, but because the place was simply too easy to recognize. Throughout the universe world, spiritual energy flowed everywhere, but that region alone seemed to be covered by something with spiritual energy so dense it nearly solidified, yet outsiders couldn't absorb even a trace of it. When he landed, he happened to step directly onto the back of a huge black tiger. The tiger had been basking in the sun. Startled by the step, it instinctively wanted to roar in warning. But when it raised its head and felt the aura emanating from Lin Chen, the whole tiger froze, even its tail stiffening straight. It was a pressure the tiger had never felt in 800 years of life, like an ant facing a towering mountain, not even qualified to look up. The black tiger silently lay back down, buried its head in its paws, and even wagged its tail ingratiatingly. Good. Lin Chen patted the tiger's head and jumped off its back. The black tiger bolted as if pardoned, darting far away in an instant without looking back. As it ran, it let out howls, probably telling all the beasts in this forbidden zone that an unprovocable being had arrived. Run fast. For the next half hour, Lin Chen witnessed what it meant to be in complete chaos. Every step he took caused all the beasts within 10 li to relocate en masse. Those in the sky flew further, those on the ground dove deeper, and those in the water sank straight to the bottom. A few timid little beasts even played dead on the spot, belly up with tongues lolling to the side, they're acting atrocious. Host, could you restrain your aura? If you walk around like this, all the beasts in the forbidden zone will run away. What will your future disciples use for training? You do have a point. Lin Chen tried to suppress his oppressive aura. The beasts stopped fleeing, but they still kept a safe distance, watching him warily. Alright, this is the place. Lin Chen chose a mountain valley. Mountains on 3 sides, water on one side, with an open piece of flat ground in the middle, perfect for building a sect. The system was also very satisfied with the location. A line of text popped up on the screen. Use sect construction card. Go ahead. Sect construction card in use. Host, please retreat 30 zhang. Lin Chen stepped back a few paces. Then he saw the most absurd scene he had witnessed in his entire life. The ground began to shake and beams of light burst out from beneath the earth, as if countless invisible hands were weaving something underground. First came the foundation. Whole slabs of green jade grew out of the soil, fitting together seamlessly, their surfaces polished enough to reflect images. Then came the pillars. Spiritual wood appeared from who knows where, glowing faint gold, each thick as an armful, flying to the corresponding positions and snapping into place with a click. Then came the main structure of the palace. Glazed tiles flew out of the void one by one, precisely landing on the roof, their colors shifting from light gold to deep purple. When the sunlight hit them, the entire hall seemed wrapped in a dreamlike halo. On the upturned eave sat unknown divine beast statues, their eyes made of living rubies that turned to look at Lin Chen as if confirming their master's identity. After the main hall was completed, side halls, pavilions, alchemy rooms, artifact chambers, scripture pavilions, martial training grounds. One building after another rose from the ground, each in a different style, some ancient and heavy, some light and graceful, yet they all fit together surprisingly harmoniously. The entire complex was arranged in elegant order throughout the valley, blending seamlessly with the surrounding landscape, as if it had always been there. The last thing to fall into place was the mountain gate. 2 towering white jade pillars rose from the ground, and above them hung a massive plaque, empty, waiting for its master to inscribe a name. On both sides of the mountain gate stood a pair of stone beasts, neither lion nor tiger, their eyes half open and half closed, radiating a lazy kind of majesty. Basic sect construction complete. Please name the sect. Lin Chen thought about it. His former company was called Shengting Technology, which he definitely couldn't use. His common online handle had been Lying Flat Youth, which also didn't quite fit. Let's call it Qingshu Sect. After all, that's what they always call it in web novels. Nice sounding and convenient. Qingshu Sect, naming successful. Sect construction card, additional features: mountain protecting, grand formation, activated automatically, spirit veins, implanted underground, spiritual energy density will gradually increase to 100 times the outside world. Sect Building Overview Main Hall Qingshu Hall, Side Halls 12, Scripture Pavilion 3 floors, Alchemy Room, full set of Immortal Grade Cauldrons, Artifact Chamber, full set of Immortal Grade Refining Platforms, Martial Training Ground, Built-in Gravity Formation, Spirit Herb Garden, 3 mu, Spirit Beast Garden, 5 mu, Back Mountain undeveloped. Detected that the host has not yet recruited a disciple. Please complete the task as soon as possible. I know. Lin Chen walked through the mountain gate, crossed the front square, and headed up the steps toward the main hall. Along the way, he could see spirit springs flowing between rockeries. Spirit cranes formed from chi pacing by the water, occasionally lowering their heads to peck at the surface. On both sides of the path stood unknown spiritual trees, their canopies hung with strings of fruit, like little lanterns glowing warm yellow. He entered the main hall and plopped down on the wide chair at the top. The chair was carved from a single piece of spiritual jade, cool in summer and warm in winter, and even came with a built-in massage function. Several streams of spiritual energy slowly surged across the backrest, pressing exactly on the acupoints of his lower back. Comfortable, Lin Chen sank deeper into the chair. This is what I call living. Host chairs are for sitting, not lying down. Is there a difference? You are an immortal emperor. Can you show some immortal emperor dignity? Can't immortal emperors lie down? The system was silent for 2 seconds. You can. You are invincible, so whatever you say goes. Lin Chen closed his eyes with satisfaction, preparing to take a nap. This transmigration had worn him out, flying, building houses, and so on. He was exhausted. But the system clearly had no intention of letting him rest. Ding! A side quest has been issued. Lin Chen opened one eye. Quest name: taking a disciple. Quest description: target is located 30,000 li southwest of the Forbidden Zone's outer edge. Target information: Su Qingshu, 5 years old, chaotic sword body, not yet awakened, both parents dead, has not eaten for 3 days, life-threatening. Quest requirement: take her as your disciple. Rewards: chaotic sword, scripture 1, 9 tribulation, sword 1 e constitution, awakening pill 1 e character summon card 1. Failure penalty: no internet for 1 year. You're a system. How can you control whether I go online? This system provides the immortal network covering the entire universe world. You can browse news of the 6 realms, follow novels, and watch live streams. The novel the host was chasing in your previous life. This system has the complete version. Lin Chen sat up straight. Which one? A record of a mortal's journey to immortality, complete and uncut. You're ruthless. Lin Chen rose from the chair and cracked his neck. 300 li. To him it was just a thought away. But he couldn't help asking, a 5-year-old little girl, and you want me to take her as my apprentice? I can't even support myself, and now I have to raise a child. Host, you are invincible now. How hard can it be to raise a child? In my previous life, I couldn't even keep a cactus alive. That was the cactus's problem, not yours. Lin Chen somehow found the system's argument plausible. With a thought, he vanished from the main hall. The next second, he was standing 30,000 li away. This place was a wasteland. Withered yellow grass stretched to the horizon. A few crooked trees stood in isolation, their bark nearly half chewed away. In the distance stood a dilapidated little temple, half its roof collapsed, the mud walls peeling badly, revealing blackened bricks inside. Lin Chen walked over and pushed open the rickety temple door. The temple was dark inside, with only a beam of light falling through a hole in the roof. The light landed on a small figure curled up in the corner. It was a child so thin, she barely looked human. Hair plastered messily across her face, she wore a burlap garment with countless patches, sleeves so long they covered her fingers, clearly not her own clothes. She hugged her knees and curled into a ball, as if that could make her feel warmer. Hearing the door creak, she stirred. Then she looked up. Lin Chen saw a tiny, dirty face. So thin that her cheekbones jutted out, lips cracked, eye sockets sunken from dehydration. But her eyes were surprisingly bright, like 2 stars buried in dust. She looked at Lin Chen, opened her mouth, and made a hoarse, barely audible sound. Help me. After saying those 2 words, her gaze began to blur, and her body tilted to the side. Lin Chen dashed over in 3 steps, and scooped her up. The little girl was shockingly light, almost weightless in his arms, as if a gust of wind could carry her away. Host, her vital signs are fading. Please, I know. Shut up. Lin Chen pressed one hand against the little girl's back and carefully channeled spiritual power into her. He didn't dare use too much, afraid her fragile meridians couldn't bear it. The spiritual energy flowed into her like a warm spring, nourishing her parched internal organs. The little girl's breathing gradually steadied, and her knitted brow relaxed. Unconsciously, she pressed her face against Lin Chen's chest, as if she had finally found a safe place. Lin Chen looked down at the little creature in his arms, a strange feeling rising in his heart. In his previous life, he had struggled alone in a big city, renting a cramped 10-square-meter partitioned room squeezed from both ends by clients and bosses every day, without even the energy to keep a cat. Now he held a living little life in his arms, as light as a feather, yet it stirred in him a sense of responsibility he had never felt before. Host, you are not strong enough, the system said softly. Please, shut up, don't ruin the mood. All right. Lin Chen held the little girl and stood up, turning toward the direction of the sect. Before leaving, he glanced down at the ruined temple. The statue inside had long since collapsed, broken into pieces, so ruined that one couldn't even tell which deity it had been. A 5-year-old child orphaned wandering in this world-devouring cultivation realm finally, hiding in a small temple whose deity had fallen begging help from a god who didn't exist. And then she waited for a transmigrated slave to arrive. You got lucky, Lin Chen said to the sleeping girl in his arms. Your master may not know much, but your master is invincible. The little girl couldn't hear him, of course, but her hand had somehow grasped the front of Lin Chen's robe, holding on tight. Host, that line of yours was pretty cool. If only you'd left out the part about not knowing much. Say one more word, and I'll mute you. You can't. The volume control belongs to this system. Then I'll play your damn music back to you. Host, you win. As Lin Chen carried Su Qingxue through the mountain gate of Qingshu, sect the stone beasts on both sides opened their eyes at the same time. The two stone beasts watched their sect master carry a dirty little girl inside, then quietly closed their eyes again, pretending they had seen nothing. Qingshu sect's first disciple, the chaotic sword body, Su Qingxue, 5 years old, currently unconscious, was being carried into the sect in a princess, held by her invincible master. And what was running through her invincible master's mind at that moment was, does the system mall sell milk powder? Yes. This system's mall has a mother and baby section from milk powder to diapers, guaranteed quality, at least immortal grade. Need this system to recommend one for you. You win. Lin Chen carried little Qingxue up the steps to the main hall. Above his head the 3 moons cast clear light, and the entire Qingshu sect was bathed in silver-white radiance. The spirit spring babbled, the immortal cranes called softly, and the fruits on the spiritual trees emitted warm yellow light, like countless little lanterns. Su Qingxue woke up, and the first thing she saw was an unfamiliar ceiling. Strictly speaking, it could not even be called a ceiling. Above her head was a caisson ceiling carved from spirit jade. Layer upon layer of auspicious cloud patterns spread outward from the center, each cloud edge traced with thin pale gold lines that faintly glowed. At the very center floated a night pearl the size of a fist. Its light was soft like filtered moonlight, and its warmth radiated comfortably over her body. She lay on an enormous bed. Saying it was enormous was no exaggeration. This bed was larger than any house she had ever lived in. The bed frame was carved from a single block of spirit wood. Strange runes were engraved at the headboard, and every few breaths a faint cyan light circulated across them. Each time it passed, her body felt a little lighter, a little more comfortable, as if something were slowly drawing away her fatigue and pain. The quilt covering her was as light as cloud, yet impossibly warm. The fabric was smooth, so she couldn't help rubbing her cheek against it. Then her stomach growled. It was very loud. In the quiet room, that stomach growl was like thunder. Su Qingxue's face flushed crimson. Instinctively she shrank back into the blanket, leaving only her eyes exposed. Only then did she notice that a person was sitting in the chair by the bed. The person was sprawled in the chair in a very inelegant posture, legs propped up on the edge of the bed, head tilted to one side, dozing off. Moonlight streamed through the window, falling across his face. His features were not stunningly handsome, but they were pleasant to look at, the kind that became more agreeable the longer you looked. He wore a moon-white robe, its fabric similar to her quilt, the kind that obviously cost a fortune. But his robe was crumpled with several creases, and his collar was crooked. There was nothing immortal about him. Gururu. Su Qingxue's stomach growled again. The person in the chair stirred, opening one eye then the other. He yawned, stretched, and his joints cracked in a series of pops. Awake! Lin Chen pulled his legs off the edge of the bed and sat up straight. He looked at the little girl in the blanket who had only her eyes visible. He remembered how she had cried help in the broken temple before, and an indescribable feeling rose in his heart. In his past life, when he returned to his rented room after overtime at midnight, he often felt hungry to the point of dizziness. But that kind of hunger was different from this little girl's hunger. You must be hungry. Wait. Lin Chen stood up to go out, but after 2 steps, he turned back, pointing at Su Qingxue. Don't run around. If you fall off the bed and get hurt, I won't take care of you. Su Qingxue nodded obediently. After Lin Chen left the room, she slowly crawled out from the blanket and sat on the bed looking around. The room was enormous, larger than any place she had ever seen. In the corner stood a wardrobe, its door panels carved with images of birds and beasts. There was a writing desk by the window with brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Several brushes hung on a brush rack, their handles shimmering with a faint spiritual light. Beyond the window, she could see distant cloud-wreathed peaks. Several entire mountains hung upside down in midair, waterfalls pouring from them into a sea of clouds where they vanished. She didn't know where this was nor who that person was. But she remembered that when she was about to die, it was that person who pushed open the temple door and lifted her up. His hands had been very warm, much warmer than the ragged clothes she had wrapped herself in at the broken temple. Thinking of this, Su Qingxue's eyes stung. She blinked hard, forcing the tears back. She mustn't cry. Crying would annoy people. That was the first lesson she had taught herself after her parents were gone. Lin Chen walked out of the room, stood in the corridor, and took a deep breath. System. I'm here, host. What's the matter in the middle of the night? Open that maternity section you mentioned last time. A light screen suddenly popped out, and the interface made Lin Chen feel like he had opened some e-commerce app. The category navigation was clear: milk, powder, baby food, toiletries, children's clothing, educational toys, enlightenment books. Each category had colorful promotional tags hanging on it. The maternity section has been opened. All products in this system mall are at least Immortal grade quality guaranteed, and if fake, 10 times compensation. You can also enjoy a 20% discount for new users and free shipping for orders over 1,000 spirit stones. Free shipping my ass, I'm in a cultivation world, what does shipping even mean? It's a metaphor, just to help the host understand. Anyway, what do you want to buy? Milk powder. The interface on the light screen jumped automatically and images of rows of milk powder cans popped up. Lin Chen glanced at them casually and was nearly blinded by the labels flashing on the screen. 9 Heavens Mystic Phoenix Colostrum Powder, made from the first milk of the 9 Heavens Mystic Phoenix, enriched with 49 spiritual herbs suitable for 0 to 3-year-old children. It can cleanse the meridians and marrow, laying a supreme Tao foundation. Price 800 spirit stones per can. 5-colored divine bull nourishing milk. Refined from the milk of a 5-colored divine bull, with extract of Tao enlightenment, tea leaves suitable for 3 to 6-year-old children. Long-term consumption can open spiritual wisdom and enhance comprehension. Price 1200 spirit stones per can. Kylan Auspicious Beast Bone Strengthening Powder, made from Kylan milk and dragon bone essence, suitable for 6 to 10-year-old children, strengthening muscles and bones. Price 1500 spirit stones per can. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. He had been to supermarkets in his previous life, but he had never seen such absurd products. Milk from the 9 Heavens Mystic Phoenix. Does that phoenix agree? Milk from a 5-colored divine bull. Can that thing even be milked? System, tell me honestly, where did all this stuff come from? This system has its own supply chain, legal source, complete procedures. Host, please feel free to buy. Do you really think I believe that? Believing it or not is your business, selling is my business. Do you want to buy or not? If not, I'll close it. There are other customers waiting in line behind you. You're a system bound to me, where do you get other customers? Mood setting okay. Lin Chen decided not to dwell on this. Arguing with this system was harder than getting a client to revert to the first version. He looked at the prices of the milk powder, then at the account balance displayed on the system interface. Spirit Stone 0. I have no money. Host, you are the sect master of Qingyun's sect. There are 3 immortal spiritual veins buried under the entire sect. And you tell me you have no money. Spiritual veins can't be spent directly as money. Yes, they can. The spirit stones produced by the spiritual veins will be automatically stored in the sect warehouse, and the host can withdraw them at any time. Current warehouse balance 86400 spirit stones. Shall I exchange them for you? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask. Lin Chen took a deep breath and told himself to stay calm. That little girl with the chaos sword body, she's 5 now. Which one should I buy? Based on the target Su Qingshue's constitution and age, I recommend the 5-colored divine bull nourishing milk mixed with Tao enlightenment spirit spring water. Long-term use will accelerate the awakening of the chaos sword body and improve sword comprehension. Do you want to place the order? Yes. Order placed. 5-colored divine bull nourishing milk x 10 cans, Tao enlightenment spirit spring water x 10 barrels, matching bottle x1, total 1600 spirit stones. Already deducted from the sect warehouse. Wait, how much did you charge for a bottle? Immortal grade thermostatic bottle with 36 formations built and can automatically adjust temperature, drop proof and leak proof, permanent use. Original price 300 spirit stones, package price 2400. Any problem? 2400 for a feeding bottle. You might as well rob me. Robbery doesn't make money this fast. Lin Chen fell silent. He realized that when it came to arguing, he couldn't beat this damn system. The items arrived very quickly. Lin Chen felt his storage ring grow slightly warm. With a thought, 10 cans of milk powder printed with the 5-colored divine bull pattern appeared on the ground in front of him, along with 10 sealed barrels of spirit spring water and a crystal clear feeding bottle. Sure enough, the feeding bottle was covered with dense formation patterns. As soon as his hand touched it, a temperature display floated up. When he returned to the room, carrying a can of milk powder and a barrel of water, Su Qingxue was still sitting on the bed in the same posture, her eyes fixed on the door. Seeing him come in, the little girl's eyes clearly brightened. Hungry, right? Wait, I'll make you some milk. Lin Chen put the milk can on the table and opened the package. The moment the can was opened, a rich, milky fragrance mixed with some indescribable freshness spread out, filling the entire room with the scent. Su Qingshue's nose twitched, and her stomach growled again. Embarrassed, she covered her stomach and her face turned red again. Lin Chen pretended not to hear. Following the system's recommended ratio, he scooped several spoons of milk powder into the feeding bottle, poured in spirit spring water, capped it, and shook it. The formations on the feeding bottle activated automatically. The liquid inside instantly became warm, emitting a soft glow. He handed the bottle to Su Qingxue. The little girl took it with both hands, carefully brought the nipple to her lips, and took a sip. Then her eyes suddenly widened. The moment that sip slid into her throat, she felt a warm force spread from her stomach to her limbs, warm and comfortable, like soaking in a hot spring in the middle of winter. Her stomach, which had been burning with hunger after 3 days without food, no longer ached. Instead, there was a comforting sense of being filled. That force flowed slowly along her meridians. Though she didn't know what meridians were, she could feel her body gradually coming back to life. Su Qingxue began to drink in big gulps, her cheeks puffing out like a hamster. Slow down, no one's fighting you for it. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair and watched her. The little girl's table manners were honestly not good to look at. Milk stains on the corners of her mouth, completely unaware of it, focused, as if she had never drunk anything so delicious in her life. In fact, she really had never drunk anything like it in her life. What's your name? Lin Chen asked, knowing the answer. The little girl paused her drinking and looked up at him. There was still a ring of white milk stain around her mouth and her eyes were sparkling. Su Qingxue. Her voice was still a little hoarse, but much better than before. How old are you? She held up 5 fingers, thought for a moment, counted them again on her fingers, and confirmed 5. Lin Chen didn't ask anymore. The room fell quiet, leaving only the faint sound of liquid swishing in the bottle. Moonlight shone through the window, falling on the floor like a thin layer of frost. Then you'll be my apprentice from now on, Lin Chen said in a casual tone, as if talking about the weather. This is Qingyun's sect. I am its sect master, Lin Chen. Su Qingxue looked up, and the light in her eyes became even brighter. She didn't speak, but nodded vigorously. She nodded so hard that she almost spilled the bottle and hastily steadied it with both hands. Lin Chen looked at her and couldn't help laughing. All right, finish drinking and go to sleep early. Su Qingxue nodded again, then lowered her head to continue drinking. As she drank, her shoulders began to tremble slightly. Lin Chen saw it, but said nothing. He turned to look at the moon outside the window, pretending that the 3 moons had something worth studying. After a while, Su Qingxue finished her milk. She carefully placed the empty bottle on the bedside table, then curled back under the blanket. This time she didn't bury her face. Instead, she lay on her side looking at Lin Chen. Master, she called softly. Her voice was so small, as if testing. Lin Chen turned his head and hummed in response. Master, she called again, a little louder. Master, master. The third time her voice carried a hint of tears. I heard you don't have to keep calling. Su Qingxue buried half her face in the blanket, leaving only eyes curved like crescent moons. Lin Chen stood up, took the empty bottle away, and dimmed the night pearl in the room. At the door, he turned back and looked at the small lump on the bed. Good night, he said, and went out, not waiting for a reply. The moment the door closed, he heard a muffled, good night, master, from inside the blanket. Lin Chen stood in the corridor, staring blankly at the moon. Host, I've detected that your heart rate is again showing unusual fluctuations. Would you like me to play a soothing song? If you dare play most splendid folk style, I'll format you right now. This system cannot be formatted, but thank you for the information. This system has noted it. Why are you remembering that? In case one day you want to format this system can play music in advance. Lin Chen decided to go back to his room and sleep. His quarters were next door to Su Qingxue's, also automatically configured by the system. The room was twice as large as Su Qingxue's, the bed wider and bigger, so soft that he almost moaned as he sank into it. But he couldn't sleep. Not because the bed was uncomfortable, but because one thought kept spinning in his mind. Lin Chen, former internet slave, a man who couldn't even keep a cactus alive, now had to raise a 5-year-old girl. And this little girl had the Chaos Sword body and was supposed to cultivate and become an immortal in the future. System. Here. How much is that complete guide to childcare? Cultivation Edition Childcare Encyclopedia 0 to 18 complete, original price, 500 spirit stones. Tonight's limited time special price is only $39.99. Including feeding guide, enlightenment, education, personality development, physical training, spiritual energy guidance, constitution, awakening, 18 chapters, plus bonus, child psychology cultivation edition, and 100 parent-child interaction tips. Buy. Includes feeding guide, enlightenment, education, personality cultivation, physical training, spiritual energy guidance, constitution, awakening, and 18 major chapters. Bonus, child psychology cultivation edition, and 100 parent-child interaction moves. Buy. Order placed. 3999 spirit stones deducted from the sect warehouse. Lin Chen's storage ring warmed slightly, and a book thicker than a brick appeared in his hand. The words on the cover glittered in gold. Childcare Encyclopedia Cultivation Edition. Below them was a line of small text, raising a successor for the immortal world from scratch. He turned to the table of contents and saw that the first chapter was titled 3 Key Points to Make Your Child Feel Safe, and the third chapter was The First Time Calling Master, Formal Establishment of the Master-Apprentice Relationship. Lin Chen closed the book and stared at the cover for 3 seconds. System. In my past life, I worked overtime until I died. Now I've transmigrated, and I still have to study. Learning has no end. Host. Can I get a refund? Virtual goods once sold cannot be returned. Lin Chen threw the book aside, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. 3 seconds later, he opened his eyes again, picked the book back up, and opened it to the first chapter. Meanwhile, the night in the Forbidden Zone was not calm. Nine-Tailed Spirit Fox by Qian crouched on an ancient tree 300 zhong from the Qingyun sect's mountain gate, her 9 tails puffed into 9 fluffy balls. She was one of the beast leaders on the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone, with 800 years of cultivation, only 1 step away from taking human form. Usually she ran roughshod over this area. Even the 1,000-year-old purple electric thunder eagle had to be respectful when seeing her. But today was different. Today she had personally seen that person fall from the sky, step on the black tiger, and the black tiger didn't even dare to fart and ran away. Then that person walked around, and all the beasts within 10 li moved away. Then with a wave of that person's hand, a cluster of palaces grew out of the ground. Bai Qianqian had lived for 800 years and thought she had seen a good deal of the world. She had broken into ancient ruins in the Forbidden Zone and had seen the old monsters in the depths from afar. But the method of growing palaces directly from the ground, she had never even heard of it. That wasn't magic. That was creation. Creation, not alteration. In the entire universe, beings capable of such feats could be counted on less than one hand. And those beings were all old monsters who had lived for untold tens of thousands of years, hidden in the deepest parts of the 6 realms, rarely appearing. Now such a being had come to the Forbidden Zone and made a home right next to her territory. Bai Qianqian felt that her 800 years of cultivation were probably at an end. Just as she was hesitating whether to move away overnight, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. The fox in the tree. Bai Qianqian's first stood on, and her 9 tails stiff as sticks. Tomorrow morning, bring a gentle beast. It should know how to play with children, not be too big, and not scare my apprentice. This is the rent for you living in the Forbidden Zone. From now on, pay it once a month. Good night. The voice disappeared. Bai Qianqian froze on the tree, maintaining her bristling posture for a full quarter hour without moving. The moon moved out from behind the clouds, shining on her. Her pupils reflected the lights of Qingyun's sect in the distance, warm and peaceful. But to her they were colder than the 10,000-year profound ice in the depths of the Forbidden Zone. In the end, she slowly and gently nodded, facing the direction of the palace. The next morning, Lin Chen was woken up by the system's notification sound. Ding! A new day has begun, host. Today's task reminder: within 3 days, disciple Su Qingxue must complete a basic physical examination to confirm the awakening progress of the Chaos Sword body. Today's special: buy Sword Enlightenment for children and get Disciple Rules Cultivation Revised Edition, free, limited to 1 shirtchen. Friendly reminder: your apprentice is already awake and staring blankly at the bed, suggesting the host get up and feed her. Lin Chen covered his head with the blanket. Host, if you don't get up, this system will play music. You wouldn't dare. What kind of rhythm is so brightest? Lin Chen sat up in one motion, eyes still bloodshot, and gritted his teeth. You just wait. Okay, the system is waiting. But host, can you go check on your apprentice first? She has been staring at the door for a whole incense stick's time. She is probably waiting for you. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. He rubbed his face, got up, dressed, and walked out the door. The moment he pushed open Su Qingxue's door, he saw that the little girl was indeed awake, sitting upright on the bed, staring at the door without blinking. The moment she saw him come in, a smile bloomed on her thin little face. Good morning, master. Lin Chen stood at the door, and the first ray of morning light fell between him and the 5-year-old girl. Morning, he said. And in his heart he silently added, system, you win. Su Qingxue sat on the bed, her tiny hands folded neatly atop her knees, her back straight as a drawn bowstring. She had been awake for quite some time. The first thing she did upon waking was to verify that she still lay in that enormous bed. She did. Then she pinched the back of her hand. It hurt. It was no dream. It was real. The one who had carried her out of the ruined temple yesterday, no, her master now, was real. This preposterously vast palace was real. The milk that had tasted so wonderful she nearly swallowed her own tongue was real as well. She had been staring at the door for a long, long while. How long exactly she could not say. She did not understand the turning of the hours. She only knew that the sky beyond the window had shifted from deep sapphire to pale gold. The sun had climbed over the mountain's spine, and light poured through the window, sketching a bright, clean rectangle upon the floor. She dared not get out of bed. Not because she couldn't, but because she dared not. When she had lived at her uncle's house, her aunt once told her those who eat at another's table must know their place. Do not wander. Do not fidget. Do not touch what is not yours, or you will be cast out. Later, even her uncle's family no longer wanted her, so she moved into the ruined temple. The temple had no bed, no blanket, no door. She could leave whenever she pleased, but that was not called simply going. That was called leaving for good. Now there was a bed again, a blanket, a door, and so she dared not move. She was terrified that if she moved, these things would vanish. The door opened. Su Qingxue's eyes lit up at once. Lin Chen stood at the threshold, hair, still tousled, robe collar unkempt, radiating the indolent air of someone who had just been dug out from his quilts. He leaned against the doorframe, yawned, then looked at the small girl sitting upright and proper on the bed. Awake. Why didn't you call for me? Su Qingxue parted her lips at a loss for an answer. She wanted to say, I didn't dare, yet she feared that such a reply would make her master think she was feigning pitifulness. She wanted to say, I just woke up, but her stomach chose that inopportune moment to betray her with a low growl, shredding the lie to pieces. Lin Chen laughed at her flustered expression. It was not a mocking laugh. It was the sort of laughter one lets out upon encountering something amusing. Enough. Get up. I'll take you to eat. Su Qingxue slid down from the bed. Her bare feet met the floor. It was warm. She did not know what material it was paved with. Treading on it barefoot was like stepping on sun-warmed flagstones. The gentle heat rose through her soles, so agreeable that her toes curled. She followed Lin Chen out of the chamber along a long corridor flanked by carved balustrades. The panels were etched with patterns she did not understand. Some were birds, some beasts, and some she could not identify in the least. Beyond the railing spread a vast courtyard complete with artificial rockeries and a pond. Red and gold fish swam within the water. Now and again one would leap above the surface, its tail flicking a trail of sparkling droplets that glittered in the sun. Su Qingxue was so captivated that her steps slowed. After a few paces, Lin Chen realized that the little tail behind him had stopped following. He turned to see the girl clutching the railing on her tiptoes, craning toward the pond, poised to topple right over. "If you want to see, come closer." Startled like a child caught red-handed, Su Qingxue snatched her hands back, scurried to his side, and hung her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Lin Chen said nothing. He turned and resumed his walk, though this time at a considerably slower pace. The dining hall of the Qingxu sect stood to the east of the main hall, an independent two-story structure. The ground floor was a great hall furnished with a dozen or more tables where ordinary disciples took their meals. The second floor was reserved for private rooms used exclusively by the sect master and the elders. But the sect currently boasted a population of exactly 2, leaving the entire dining hall deserted, so silent that one could hear the immortal cranes pacing about outside. When Lin Chen stepped into the kitchen, Su Qingxue hesitated at the doorway and did not follow. "Come in. Is it all right? You are the senior disciple of the Qingxu sect. You may go anywhere in the sect, except my room." Su Qingxue's eyes shimmered. Then with great care she stepped over the threshold, as if crossing some invisible boundary. The kitchen was enormous, larger than any room Su Qingxue had ever laid eyes on. The stoves were constructed from a lustrous black stone, their surfaces as smooth as mirrors reflecting the faint outlines of those who stood before them. Ranks of unrecognizable culinary implements hung from the walls. Some glowed faintly, some trembled imperceptibly, and some still released wisps of steam as though they had been used only moments ago. And yet the kitchen held not a single person. Lin Chen took his stance before the stove, hands on his hips, his countenance as grave as if he were marching off to war. He was conducting a divine sense conversation with the system. "System, come out. Right here, host. What business do you have at such an early hour? Breakfast? What breakfast? You told me to raise a 5-year-old child. She can't subsist on milk powder every day, can she? That is milk, not food. A child of 5 needs proper meals." The host is absolutely correct. This system's mall has just updated its mother and infant section, adding a new toddler supplementary food zone, which includes... Wait, let me ask you something first. Please speak, host. I accepted a disciple yesterday. Where is my quest reward? The system fell silent. That silence was not the silence of a lagging network. It was the silence of a person caught in the very act with no room left to wriggle. Lin Chen was intimately familiar with that silence. In his past life, whenever he pressed his clients for final payment, and they ignored his WeChat messages and refused his calls, the feeling was exactly the same. Don't play dead. This system is currently searching. Please hold on. Searching for what? Shouldn't the reward be distributed automatically once the quest is complete? This system is processing the paperwork. What paperwork? Internal approval procedures. What internal approval does a system need? Approving your own damn self. Host, this system also has rules and regulations. The release of a quest reward requires review by the system's core module to confirm that the quest was completed without error before it can be issued. This process typically takes 3 to 5 working days. Translate for me, what exactly is 3 to 5 working days? It means 3 to 5 days. Then why didn't you mention it when you issued the quest yesterday? Forgot. This system has been overwhelmed with affairs. The occasional lapse is only natural. What affairs? All you ever do day and night is snipe at me and play me songs. Do you have anything else at all? This system also has to manage mall inventory, refresh product listings, maintain the quest system, monitor the host's vital signs, and record the host's heart rate fluctuations. Why are you monitoring my heart rate? It is a complimentary service. The host need not worry. Lin Chen took a long, deep breath. Whenever he talked to this damnable system, every time he thought it had reached the limit of absurdity, the system somehow managed to shatter his expectations anew. "I want my reward right now. Follow the process. Process my ass. Yesterday when you sold me milk powder, you deducted the payment faster than anything, arriving in 1 second flat. So why does giving out a reward require a process? That was an expense. This is income. They are fundamentally different. Different how? Expenses are approved by this system itself. Income must pass through the core module. This is a matter of system architecture design. Host, if you do not understand technology, please refrain from talking nonsense." Lin Chen could feel his blood pressure climbing at a clearly visible rate. "Fine. Then I'll ask you this. When will that core module of yours finish its approval? Soon. How soon is soon? At the shortest, an hour. At the longest, 3 to 5 days. Give me an exact time." The exact time depends upon the processing speed of the core module, and the processing speed of the core module in turn depends upon what? It depends upon this system's mood. Lin Chen was silent for a full 5 breaths. "Say that again." Host, the system was only joking. In actuality, the core module is in a dormant state and requires this system to wake it manually. Waking it takes time. Wake it now. Waking. How is it going? Wake failed. The core module is unresponsive. It is recommended that the host attempt again later. Lin Chen closed his eyes, braced his hands on the stove, and took 3 deliberate deep breaths. He told himself, be calm. You are a mature adult. You were tormented by clients for 10 years in your past life. There is no situation you have not witnessed. A mere system that withholds rewards is not worth your anger. I don't care when your core module wakes up. Right now? This instant. Immediately. Hand over the reward. Host this system really. One more word of nonsense, and I will use my sovereign realm cultivation to rip this entire system out of my divine sense by the roots. I don't know whether I'll succeed, but I can try. 100 times a day. 36,500 times a year. I have all the time in the world. Weigh that carefully. Silence. A long silence. Then, ding, quest accepting a disciple completed. Quest rewards being distributed. Reward 1 Chaos Sword Art 1 E delivered to the storage ring. Reward 2 9 Tribulations Sword 1 E delivered to the storage ring. Reward 3 Physique Awakening Pill 1 E delivered to the storage ring. Reward 4 Character Summoning Card 1 E delivered to the storage ring. Reward distribution complete. May the host enjoy a pleasant life. Lin Chen opened his eyes, the corners of his lips curling faintly upward. See, isn't it fine now? Host the words you used to threaten this system just now. This system has committed them to memory. Remember them then. Next time you dare withhold my reward, I truly will try. Host, you are quite ruthless. In high spirits, Lin Chen opened his storage ring and inventoried the freshly arrived rewards. The Chaos Sword Art was a palm-sized jade slip. Held in the hand, one could sense a supremely sharp power churning within. The 9 Tribulations sword lay sealed within a sword casket, its exterior engraved with 9 seals, each one corresponding to a tribulation. The Physique Awakening Pill was contained in a small white jade vial. When the barest crack was opened, the fragrance of the medicine spilled forth. The mere scent of it made every meridian in the body throb faintly. As for the character summoning card, Lin Chen tucked it away for the moment, intending to deal with it after the meal. Having carefully stowed the jade slip, the sword casket, and the pill vial, he turned his attention back to the stove. The stove stood stark empty. Lin Chen was silent for 3 full seconds. System, where is the food? Host, this system does not provide catering services. Then why were you so eager when you sold me milk powder yesterday? That was the mall, this is the dining hall. 2 entirely different matters. Who is in charge of the dining hall? The dining hall must be furnished with a chef by the host's own efforts. This system's mall offers character summoning cards for sale. The host may purchase one and summon a chef. How much? Basic chef summoning card, 10,000 spirit stones. Advanced chef summoning card, 30,000 spirit stones. Divine chef summoning card, 100,000 spirit stones. Why don't you just rob people? Robbery is nowhere near as lucrative. Lin Chen felt that this line sounded remarkably familiar. He glanced at Su Qingxue, who waited obediently by the doorway, then at the thoroughly empty stove, then at the sky-high summoning card prices in the system mall. Finally, his gaze came to rest on the pots and pans hanging along the kitchen wall. Fine. I'll cook myself. Host, do you know how to cook? No, but I can learn. In your past life, you could even manage to burn instant noodles. That was the noodles' fault, not mine. That line too sounds familiar. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves, took down the most ordinary-looking pot from the wall, and set it upon the stove. The stove required no lit fire. A formation was inscribed beneath it, and one needed only press a hand against it to adjust the heat. He studied it for a moment, dialed the heat to medium, and then opened the system mall. This time he played it smart. Instead of buying a chef summoning card, he searched directly for ingredients. The ingredients section of the mall was even larger than the mother and infant section. Spirit vegetables, spirit fruits, spirit grains, spirit beast meat, spirit fowl, eggs, aquatic products of spirit springs. The categories were so numerous, they left him dizzy. Every item bore its grade and price. Even the cheapest bundle of spirit vegetables cost 50 spirit stones. System, why are these things so expensive? Everything here is at minimum immortal grade. The spiritual energy density of their growing environments is no less than 100 times that of the outside world, untainted and pollution-free. Certain varieties are even cared for personally by demon beasts. Quality guaranteed. If a single item proves counterfeit, we compensate tenfold. Now I finally understand why you kept urging me to accept a disciple. Why? Because you're just a goddamn product peddler. The host flatters me. I wasn't flattering you. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen placed an order: a bag of spirit rice, a bundle of spirit vegetables, several spirit fowl eggs, and a slab of spirit beast meat. The total came to 800 spirit stones. Watching his account balance shrink by another significant chunk, his heart bled. The spirit rice was verdant jade spirit rice. The grains were plump and full, each one glowing with a faint green luster like tiny pieces of jade. The spirit vegetable was called emerald green leaf. Its leaves were thick and fleshy, and a pinch released a trickle of clear sweet juice. The spirit bird eggs were laid by 5 colored pheasants, their shells marked with 5 bands of color and still warm to the touch. The spirit beast meat was 5-layer spirit pork with interleaved fat and lean in a pattern as beautiful as marble. Lin Chen arranged the ingredients on the stove, then fished out the child-rearing compendium cultivation edition from his storage ring. He remembered seeing a chapter about recipes when he had skimmed the table of contents yesterday. Sure enough, Chapter 10 was a dietary guide to nutrition for young children, which detailed what children of different ages and body constitutions should eat, how to combine the ingredients, and how to cook them. The appendix also included dozens of recipes from the simplest spirit rice porridge to complex medicinal dishes, with every step written clearly. Lin Chen flipped to the page for basic spirit rice porridge. 3 liang of spirit rice, an appropriate amount of spirit spring water, simmer slowly over gentle heat for half a shurchen. During the process, stir with spiritual energy so that the spiritual energy within the rice is released evenly. Suitable for children over 5, easy to digest, mild and nourishing. You're the one. He poured 3 liang of spirit rice into a bowl and rinsed it twice with spirit spring water. The spirit rice gave off a faint glow in the water, dyeing the whole bowl pale green. Then he poured the rice into a pot, added 5 times as much water, covered it, and pressed his hand against the formation to adjust the heat. The porridge needed half a shurchen, that is 1 hour. For that entire hour, Su Qingxue stood at the kitchen doorway, watching him without blinking. Every so often, Lin Chen stirred the porridge once with spiritual energy. The energy extended from his fingertip like an invisible hand, moving slowly through the pot. Under the combined force of heat and spiritual energy, the spirit rice gradually dissolved. The grains turned translucent, the porridge became pale green, and small bubbles gurgled across its surface. A rich aroma of rice drifted through the gaps in the lid, mingled with the clear, sweet scent unique to spirit spring water, until the whole kitchen smelled of it. Su Qingxue's nose kept twitching like a kitten, catching the scent of fish. But she remained standing in the doorway and did not come in. "Come in," Lin Chen said without turning his head. "Aren't you tired standing at the door?" Su Qingxue hesitated a moment, then finally stepped into the kitchen. She walked over to Lin Chen and stood on tiptoe to see what was in the pot, but the stove was too tall. She could only reach its edge. Lin Chen looked down at her, then casually pulled a wooden block over and lifted her onto it. The block was just high enough for her to see into the pot. After stepping onto the block, the first thing Su Qingxue saw was the pale green porridge tumbling in the pot. Her eyes went wide. "Pretty," she said. "It's not cooked yet. It'll look even better once it's cooked. Can I eat it?" "Of course you can. You can eat it every day from now on." Su Qingxue said nothing. She just stared at the porridge in the pot, both hands clutching her clothes so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Lin Chen did not notice that detail. He was busy following the recipe, sprinkling chopped emerald green leaf into the porridge. The moment the greens touched the hot porridge, they turned a deeper emerald, weaving with the pale green broth like a tiny painting. Then he cracked 2 5-colored pheasant eggs into it, and quickly stirred them apart with spiritual energy. The egg liquid scattered through the porridge into wisps of golden egg flour, mixed with the emerald leaves and pale green rice in colors almost too beautiful to believe. Finally, he added a pinch of salt. The spirit rice porridge was done. Lin Chen found 2 bowls and filled them to the brim. One he pushed in front of Su Qingxue, the other he kept for himself. "Eat up. Careful, it's hot." Su Qingxue looked at the bowl of porridge before her without moving. The porridge was served in a white porcelain bowl, pale green broth, emerald leaves, golden egg flowers. Steam curled upward, carrying an aroma that could melt even a soul. A ring of fine patterns was carved around the rim of the white porcelain bowl, and a lotus design at the bottom was faintly visible through the translucent porridge. She stared at the bowl for a very long time, so long that Lin Chen thought she didn't like it. Then he saw the little girl's shoulders begin to tremble. A teardrop fell into the porridge. Then a second, then a third. Su Qingxue was crying. It was not loud wailing, but the kind of crying where she struggled desperately to hold it in and could not. Her lips were pressed tightly together as big teardrops kept falling, all landing in the bowl before her. She wiped her eyes hard with her sleeve, but the more she wiped, the more tears came, and soon a large patch of the sleeve was soaked. Lin Chen set down his chopsticks. He said nothing. He didn't ask what's wrong. He didn't say don't cry. He did nothing superfluous. He only moved his stool closer to Su Qingxue, reached out one hand, and gently placed it on the little girl's head. That hand was large enough to cover the top of her head completely. His palm was warm. Warmer than the ground she had walked on, warmer than the milk she had drunk, warmer than the porridge in front of her. At last, Su Qingxue's sobs burst out from her throat. It wasn't a wail, but a choking sob that had been suppressed for a long, long time, and could no longer be held back. She cried so hard that her whole body trembled. Both hands clutched her clothes desperately as tears pattered into the bowl, striking the pale green surface and raising tiny ripples. Lin Chen kept his hand on her head and did not take it away. A system prompt chimed in his divine sense. "Host, I have detected intense emotional fluctuations from the disciple Su Qingxue. According to Chapter 3, Section 2 of the Child Rearing Compendium, after a child gains a sense of security, emotional release is a normal reaction indicating that the child has begun to develop initial trust in her caregiver. It is recommended that the caregiver remain patient, neither interrupt nor scold, and provide ample physical contact and time." This time the system was not joking. Lin Chen did not snap back either. He simply sat there quietly, his hand resting on the little girl's head, waiting for her to cry out all the tears she had stored up for who knows how long. After a long while, Su Qingshue's crying gradually quieted. She sniffled, wiped her face haphazardly with her sleeve, and looked up at Lin Chen. Her eyes were red, her nose was red, and her face was dirty with tear tracks and dust rubbed off from her sleeve. But she smiled. Master, the porridge. The porridge has gone cold. Her voice still carried a teary tone, but she was already trying hard to speak normally. Lin Chen looked down at the bowl. It had indeed gone cold, and no steam was rising anymore. He moved his hand from her head, picked up the porridge that had been soaked with tears, poured out a little from the top, scooped in a fresh spoonful of hot porridge, and stirred it with spiritual energy. If it's cold, swap it for hot. Simple as that. He set the bowl back in front of Su Qingxue. Eat now. Don't cry this time, or it'll get cold and have to be changed again. Su Qingxue nodded hard. She picked up the spoon, scooped up some porridge, blew on it, and put it in her mouth. Then her eyes lit up again. That was the second time today Lin Chen had seen her eyes light up. The first was when he opened the door that morning, the second was now. Delicious. If it's delicious, eat more. Su Qingxue began to eat the porridge in big mouthfuls, cheeks puffed out like a hamster. Exactly the same as when she had drunk milk yesterday. As she ate, she suddenly stopped and looked up at Lin Chen. Master, why aren't you eating? Am I not eating? Your bowl. It hasn't been touched. Lin Chen looked down at the bowl in front of him. It was true. He hadn't taken a single bite. He had been too busy watching the little girl cry. He picked up his bowl, scooped up a spoonful, and put it into his mouth. Then he froze. It wasn't a matter of it being good. It was that it was too good. The porridge made from spirit rice carried a clear sweetness he had never tasted in his previous life. It wasn't the sweetness of sugar, but the crisp, clean sweetness inherent in the plants themselves, as if the purest mountain spring water had been condensed into every grain of rice. The emerald green leaf was crisp, tender, and fresh. Each bite carried a slight crunch, and the juice burst in the mouth, filling it with the taste of spring. The egg flour was silky and tender, melting on the tongue with a faint savory fragrance. The three flavors came together, simple yet impossible to stop eating. Not bad, Lin Chen said without changing his expression. First time making it, but good enough. The system sneered in his divine sense. Host, I have detected that your taste nerves are unusually active. Based on my judgment, you think it's very delicious. Shut up. Very well. Breakfast took a little less than half a shurchen. Su Qingxue ate 2 bowls and scraped the bottom of the bowl clean. Lin Chen ate 3 bowls and was already thinking about what to make for lunch. After the meal, he tossed the bowls and chopsticks into the basin. A formation carved beneath it would wash them automatically, so he didn't have to lift a finger. Come on, I'll show you around. Su Qingxue jumped down from the wooden block, naturally reached out, and grabbed Lin Chen's clothes. Lin Chen looked down at the small hand clutching his clothes, said nothing, and walked outside. The feeling of his clothes being tugged at was a little strange, but he didn't dislike it. When they walked out of the dining hall, the sunlight was perfect. Distant peaks appeared and vanished among clouds and mist, while in the nearby pond the red and gold fish jumped out of the water again. Su Qingxue held on to Lin Chen's clothes, taking 1 step and looking 3 times, her eyes always taking in everything around her. Master, what is that? That flying one is an immortal crane. What about the one swimming in the water? A 5-colored spirit carp. What about that round one lying on the rockery and sunbathing? Lin Chen followed the direction of her finger. On top of the rockery lay a plump, white creature, fluffy as a tuft of cotton candy spread out to dry in the sun. It had its eyes closed, limbs stretched out, belly turned skyward, basking blissfully. What is that thing? System notice that is one of the demon beast leaders on the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone, the 9-tailed spirit fox by Qian. Yesterday the host told her to bring a gentle spirit beast this morning to keep the disciple company. She came personally and has been waiting on the rockery for half a shurchen. Lin Chen remembered. Last night, he had indeed sent a voice transmission to a fox in a tree. As if sensing his gaze by Qian shot up from the rockery, 9 tails fanning out behind her. The whole person, no the whole fox, jumped down with lightning speed and crouched respectfully 3 paces in front of Lin Chen. Her 9 tails were arranged neatly behind her, not a single one out of order. My lord, I have come. Her voice was a clear, crisp female voice carrying a faint trace of nervousness. Su Qingxue poked half her head out from behind Lin Chen and looked curiously at the white fox before her. She had never seen such a beautiful fox. Its fur was white as snow, its eyes were golden, and its 9 tails swayed softly behind it like 9 fluffy clouds. Master, she can talk. She's a fox spirit. My lord, I am a 9-tailed spirit fox, not a fox spirit. Bai Qian protested in a low voice. What's the difference? Fox spirit is an insult. Oh, then you are a 9-tailed spirit fox spirit. Bai Qian opened her mouth, then decided to keep it shut. Lin Chen looked down at Su Qingxue, then at Bai Qian. You from now on are responsible for playing with her. Yes, my lord. Don't let her get hurt. Don't take her to dangerous places. Don't teach her strange things. Yes. Her name is Su Qingxue. What's yours? Bai Qian. Fine. Qian, first day on the job, no salary. Meals included. Bai Qian's ears twitched. Meals included. In 800 years of cultivation, she had always eaten wild fruit from the Forbidden Zone and the occasional spirit beast she caught. Underneath Qingshu sect were buried 3 immortal spirit veins. The food here. Thank you, my lord. All 9 tails wagged at once. Watching those 9 tails swaying, Su Qingxue could no longer resist and stepped out from behind Lin Chen. She walked cautiously up to Bai Qianqian, crouched down, reached out one finger, and gently touched the tip of one of her tails. The tail was fluffy and warm, softer than quilt fabric. The tip of Bai Qianqian's tail twitched, but she did not pull it away. Su Qingxue looked up at Lin Chen, her eyes brimming with delight. Master, it's soft. Lin Chen leaned against the railing, watching a little fox and a little girl in the sunlight, and the corner of his mouth lifted without his realizing it. The system let out a ding in his divine sense. Host, I have detected that your heart rate is once again. If you dare finish that sentence, I'll mute you. You can't. Then I'll threaten you one more time. You win. Today's system broadcast ends here. After breakfast, Lin Chen decided it was time to attend to some proper business. By proper business, he meant formally handing over to Su Qingxue the rewards that the system had withheld yesterday. Know that it had delayed in dispensing. After all those things had been prepared for her from the very start, Lin Chen led Su Qingxue and Bai Qianqian back to the main hall. He asked Bai Qianqian to wait in the courtyard outside and took the little girl by the hand into the hall. The main hall was vast, its dome towering high enough to contain several stories. 12 jade pillars carved with coiling dragons lined both sides, each one as thick as a full embrace. Sunlight poured through the stained glass windows of the dome, cut into rainbow beams that scattered across the green jade floor like a cascade of shattered rainbows. Su Qingxue tilted her head back to look at the light, her mouth slightly open, rooted to the spot. Lin Chen didn't urge her. He sat down in the sect master's seat at the center, and from his storage ring began laying out the 4 items that had arrived the previous day one by one. The first was a palm-sized jade slip. Milky white throughout, its surface shimmered with faint golden patterns that surfaced and vanished like half-seen veins. Held in the hand, it gave off a crisp, cutting coolness, as if countless invisible needles were softly pricking the palm. The second was a sword case. About 3 chi long, its material indistinguishable as wood or jade, its surface engraved with 9 seals, each bearing a different design. The first was a lightning pattern, the second a flame pattern. The ones behind lay hidden beneath the glow of the first 2, impossible to discern. The case radiated a dense, oppressive aura like a savage beast chained and straining, threatening to tear free at any moment. The third was a small white jade bottle. When the lid was lifted, the fragrance of medicine rushed out. This was no bitter scent of common herbs. It was a cold, clear perfume like the first wind sweeping through a pine forest under heavy snowfall. The instant Su Qingxue caught that scent, something stirred inside her. She could not have put the feeling into words. It was as if a sleeping string had been plucked, lightly letting out a single hum, then falling mute once more. The fourth was a palm-sized card. It was neither metal nor jade, its surface flowing with a nebulous sheen. On the front was carved the character summon. The back was etched with a map of constellations. This was the character summoning card. Lin Chen set the first 3 items on the low table before him, then beckoned to Su Qingxue, who was still standing motionless in the pillar of light. Come here. Su Qingxue trotted up and stopped by his feet. She came up only to Lin Chen's knee, and to look at him, she had to crane her head far back, a rather difficult angle. Lin Chen simply picked her up and set her down on the seat beside him. The sect master's chair was enormous. 3 grown adults could have occupied it with room to spare, and the 5-year-old sank into it like a baby rabbit dropped into a giant sofa. These are all for you. Su Qingxue looked at the glittering things on the table, then at Lin Chen, her eyes full of puzzlement. For me. You're my disciple. If not for you, then who? But Su Qingxue lowered her head, twisting her hands together. I don't have any money. Lin Chen nearly choked on her words. A 5-year-old child faced with a collection of immortal treasures had not reacted with amazing or I want it. Her first thought was, I don't have any money. That said everything about her 5 years of life. Having no money had been carved into her bones. Carved deeper than anything else. Lin Chen was quiet for 2 breaths, then reached out and patted her head. No money needed. What the master gives you requires nothing in return. Su Qingxue raised her head, the light in her eyes flickering like she was afraid to believe it. Really? But there's one condition. Su Qingxue grew tense, at once her small back straightening like a rod. The condition is, Lin Chen drew his words out deliberately, you must cultivate well and one day make something of this sort. Otherwise your master will lose face. This was not a condition. It was a hope. Su Qingxue understood. Her eyes grew red again, but this time she held the tears back with all her strength. She simply nodded so hard that her whole body swayed with the motion. Let's look at this first. Lin Chen picked up the jade slip and placed it in Su Qingxue's little hand. The slip was a bit larger than her palm, so she needed both hands to hold it. Press it to your forehead. Su Qingxue obediently pressed the jade slip against her brow. The moment it made contact with her skin, a soft golden light flowed out from the slip's surface, like melted moonlight seeping into her forehead. Su Qingxue's eyes flew wide open. Countless golden characters were reflected in her pupils, racing past her vision in an endless stream. A river of writing pouring down from above and flooding into her sea of consciousness. The whole process lasted about 10 breaths. After those 10 breaths, the light on the jade slip had vanished, leaving behind a plain white jade tablet with a single fine crack running through it. The chaos sword art had been inherited. Su Qingxue sat still, her gaze unfocused, the natural result of an immense influx of information flooding her sea of consciousness. Her mind was busy absorbing the contents of the sword art. She was still far from comprehending the deep truths of the sword path, but the art had already been inscribed into her sea of consciousness. As she cultivated, it would unlock bit by bit, and she would grasp it bit by bit. Lin Chen didn't disturb her. He brought the sword case onto his knees and began to study its mechanism. The system popped up in his divine sense. Host, the 9 tribulations sword case can only be opened with the aura of the chaos sword physique. You do not possess the chaos sword physique, so you cannot open it. Why didn't you say so earlier? You never asked. Besides, these are rewards for your disciple. What reason could you have to open them? Can I at least check the quality? Rewards produced by this system are guaranteed. If a fake is found, we pay 10 times the price. However, if host wishes to test the sword on behalf of your disciple, there is a way. What way? Just press Su Qingxue's hand onto the sword case. Lin Chen glanced at Su Qingxue, still lost in her daze, lifted her little hand and gently pressed it to the surface of the case. The first seal on the case, the lightning pattern seal, flared bright the instant the girl's palm touched its surface. It was not a blinding glare, but a deep, dark gold like lightning gathering in the depths of a thundercloud. The lines of the seal lit one after another, spreading from the center to the edges until the entire lightning pattern came alive, slowly revolving across the face of the case. Then the sword case opened by itself. It did not open like a lid being lifted. Instead, the entire case split down the middle, dissolving into 9 streams of light in different colors that unfurled in the air, like 9 dragons caged too long, at last set free. The 9 streams of light circled Su Qingxue once, as if examining her, confirming her identity. Then with a flicker they withdrew, all diving back into the depths of the case. A sword rose from the case. The blade was 3 chi 2 cun long, pitch black from end to end, black as though the night sky itself had been compressed into the shape of a blade. The blade reflected no light at all. Instead, it seemed to swallow the light around it. Set into the crossguard was a dark purple bead, and within it veins of lightning drifted in slow, sinuous motion. The sword hung in midair, emitting a low, deep hum. The sound was soft, yet it pressed against the chest like a weight. The 9 tribulation sword. First tribulation form, lightning tribulation. Only now did Su Qingxue snap out of the daze induced by the sword art inheritance. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a long black sword floating in front of her, fine purple arcs dancing along its blade with soft crackling sounds. She was not afraid. Far from it. She reached out her hand. A 5-year-old girl, her hand shorter than the sword's own hilt, grasped it without the slightest hesitation. The hilt of the 9 tribulations sword trembled once in her palm, then fell still. The arcs along the blade faded, and the black sword grew docile like a fierce beast that had acknowledged its master and sheathed its fangs. Then something even stranger happened. The 9 tribulations sword shifted into a streak of black light that flowed up Su Qingxue's arm, condensing on her forearm, shrinking, settling until it became a tattoo. The tattoo was only the size of a fingernail, the shape of a tiny sword, its blade wrapped in 9 fine threads of different colors. Without a closer look, it could have passed for a little pattern a child had drawn on her arm with ink. Master it. It got onto my skin. Su Qingxue rolled up her sleeve, revealing the sword mark on her forearm, her eyes round as saucers. System notification: the 9 tribulations sword has been bound to disciple Su Qingxue. Binding method: sword mark, binding summoned by thought. When the disciple's intention stirs, the 9 tribulations sword can transform from its sword mark state into its physical form. In the sword mark state, the 9 tribulations sword will continuously nourish the disciple's sword bones, accelerating the awakening of the chaos sword physique. Lin Chen explained this principle to Su Qingxue in plain, everyday language. The little girl understood. She closed her eyes, furrowed her little brow, and thought hard. A faint gleam lit the sword mark on her arm, and the black blade emerged from the pattern, condensing once more into a sword in her hand. The entire process took less than a breath. She thought again, and the 9 tribulations sword shrank back into a tattoo. One more thought. Out it came. One more thought. Back it went. Out. Back. Out. Back. Su Qingxue was having the time of her life, the sword mark on her forearm flashing on and off like a faulty neon light. All right, enough. The sword's going to start crying. Lin Chen pressed her little hand still. Su Qingxue finally stopped, but a grin she couldn't suppress lingered at the corners of her mouth. She looked down at the tiny sword mark on her forearm and stroked it with her other hand, feather-light, as if afraid it might break. Next is this one. Lin Chen picked up the white jade vial and poured a single pill into his hand. The Constitution Awakening pill was the size of a soybean, lustrous white, encircled by 3 golden veins. The instant the pill left the vial, medicinal fragrance saturated the entire main hall. It was a cold, clear scent. One breath of it was like a mouthful of ice spring water in the height of summer, a chill that ran from the throat to the chest. In the courtyard, Bai Qianqian caught the scent, and all 9 of her tails shot upright at once. She was a demon beast, and her senses for treasures of heaven and earth were far sharper than any human's. The power contained in that scent made her scalp tingle, not because of quantity, but because of absolute, overwhelming quality. She had cultivated for 800 years, and had seen countless spirit pills and immortal medicines. A pill of this rank she had never even heard of. What constitution did that 5-year-old girl actually possess? Bai Qianqian drew all 9 tails in front of her, and licked them one by one, forcing herself to calm down. Inside the hall, Lin Chen placed the pill in Su Qingshua's palm. Swallow it. Su Qingxua looked at the pill in her hand. So beautiful it seemed almost ashamed to consume it. Then looked at Lin Chen, and without any hesitation tossed it into her mouth. Gulp. Down it went. She hadn't even drunk water. The moment the pill settled in her stomach, something burst open inside Su Qingshua's body. Not a painful explosion, but the sensation of something that had slumbered for far too long finally awake, stretching wide. Her bones turned hot. Not scorching, but the kind of blissful warmth that comes from sinking into a hot spring in deep winter, where heat seeps from the skin into the very marrow of the bones. She heard ringing sounds from inside her body, like someone plucking a zither within her, each note answering the vibration of a joint somewhere in her skeleton. A wisp of white vapor rose from the crown of her head. Then a second, a third. The vapor met above her, and slowly condensed into a shadowy sword form. That sword shadow was barely a chi long, its outline indistinct, but the sharpness emanating from it made Bai Qianqian's first stand on in once more in the courtyard. The shadow hovered for around 10 breaths, then descended, gently sinking from the top of Su Qingshua's head back into her body. The chaos sword physique, initial awakening. Su Qingxua opened her eyes. Deep within her pupils now resided a faint, extremely faint sword shadow, invisible to anyone who didn't look closely. Master, I'm sleepy. If you're sleepy, sleep. After an awakening, the body needs rest. The words had no sooner left Lin Chen's mouth than Su Qingxua toppled over on the spacious sect master's seat, her breathing turning slow and even. She was asleep. Lin Chen carried her back to her own room and tucked her in. The little girl slept deeply, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Who could say what sweet dream she was lost in? Her right hand lay draped over the blanket, and the sword mark on her forearm caught the sunlight slanting through the window. Lin Chen lingered at the bedside for a while, and only once he was certain she was sleeping peacefully did he slip quietly out of the room. After closing the door, he leaned against a pillar in the corridor and took the last item out of his storage ring. The character summoning card. System: how do I use this? Very simple. Channel spiritual energy into it, then toss it out. Toss it. Yes. Just like throwing a paper airplane. Lin Chen, half in doubt, infused spiritual energy into the card. The star map on its surface lit up. The stars began to spin faster and faster until they merged into a single halo of light. Following the system's instructions, he tossed the card into the courtyard. It arced through the air, halted at its highest point, and then burst apart. There was no sound, only light. Countless luminous specks erupted from the card, as if an entire galaxy had been compressed into the tiny card and was now set free. The light gathered in midair, swirling and condensing into a human form, shifting from blurry to distinct, from translucent to solid. The entire process lasted about 5 breaths. After 5 breaths, a man stood in the courtyard. He appeared around 30 years old, tall and lean, clad in a faded gray cloth robe. His sleeves were rolled up to the forearms, revealing sharply defined muscle. His face was gaunt with high cheekbones and slightly sunken eyes, his nose sharp, as if carved by a blade. What drew the eye most was the sword strapped to his back, its scabbard made of old wood covered in dents and scratches, and the cloth grip worn thin with frayed edges. He stood there like an old sword casually propped against a wall, unassuming yet sharp. He opened his eyes, let his gaze sweep across the courtyard past Bai Qianqian, and finally settle on Lin Chen. His eyes were faint like winter lake water, carrying a sense of detachment toward everything they beheld. His cultivation base spread openly without the slightest concealment. The late stage of Immortal Venerate realm, merely one major realm below Lin Chen. In the entire grand universe world, such a cultivation level was a presence that could be counted on one hand. Yi Guhong, he announced, his name, his tone as indifferent as if commenting on the weather. Sword cultivator, are you the sect master? Lin Chen. Yi Guhong nodded, then walked over to a set of stone steps and sat down, laying the old sword across his knees. He closed his eyes and began to rest. No pleasantries. No vows of loyalty. No empty courtesies like, thank you for summoning me, sect master. Lin Chen glanced at him, then at the summoning card description on the system interface. Summon characters are absolutely loyal to the host and will never betray. System, are you sure he's loyal to me? Certain. Then why is he acting like this? Loyalty is loyalty. Personality is personality. Yi Guhong's character setting is sword fanatic. He treats everyone this way, not just the host. He has little interest in anything that isn't a sword. But rest assured, host, he will do whatever you ask of him. He just won't cheer for you. So your summons come with preset personalities. Of course, this system's products are always top-notch. Every character has a complete background story and personality profile. Yi Guhong, born in the North Wasteland sword burial ground of the Grand Universe world. Began learning the sword at 7, reached spirit transformation at 17, immortal lord at 100, and attained immortal venerate at 300. The sword on his back is called Buming, the Silent One. It has been with him for 300 years and has never been drawn. Never drawn. Correct. According to his background record, he cultivates the path of the sheathed sword. The longer the sword stays hidden in its sheath, the greater its power when drawn. After 300 years without being drawn once it comes out. Let this system calculate. It could level half of this forbidden zone. Lin Chen looked at the gray-robed man meditating in the courtyard and suddenly felt that this summoning card had been worth it. His attitude might be cold, but his abilities were genuine. Qianqian, Lin Chen called out to Bai Qianqian, who was crouching in a corner, licking her tail. Yes, master. Take Elder Yi to the sword pavilion and let him pick his own residence. Bai Qianqian cautiously approached, Yi Guhong, her 9 tails drawn tightly together, careful not to touch him. Yi Guhong opened his eyes, glanced at her, then stood up, slung the old sword back onto his shoulder, and followed her in silence. The entire walk was wordless. Bai Qianqian led the way, feeling a faint gaze on her back. Not cold, but utterly devoid of warmth. In her 800 years of cultivation, this was the first time she had guided someone, while feeling as though she were walking on the edge of a blade. Lin Chen watched them disappear into the distance, then turned and headed for the dining hall. Not because he was hungry, but because he craved good food. According to the rules of this world, cultivators above the Golden Core realm no longer needed to eat. Spiritual energy naturally transformed into the energy the body required. Eating was purely a matter of habit and appetite. Lin Chen was at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. In theory, he would not starve even if he went 10,000 years without food. But in his previous life, he was human. A man who ate 3 meals a day without fail and occasionally added a midnight snack. Asking him to suddenly stop eating, he couldn't do it. Not physically but mentally. When Lin Chen arrived at the kitchen of the dining hall, he stood before the stove and was about to roll up his sleeves when he noticed something new beside the cooking station. It was a pale cyan jade slab floating in midair about 3 feet square, its surface covered with fine patterns that drifted slowly. In the center of the jade slab were carved 4 characters. Spiritual recipe. System. What is this? It's the dining hall's automatic spiritual food generator. The host only needs to select a dish on the spiritual recipe, and it will automatically draw ingredients from the sect storeroom and produce the corresponding food. It supports custom recipes, fine-tuned flavors, and scheduled cooking. This device sells for 100,000 spirit stones in the system mall, but you got it free as a bonus from the sect construction card. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You never asked. Besides, weren't you quite happy cooking that bowl of spiritual rice porridge yourself? Lin Chen thought about it. Indeed, he had enjoyed it. Especially seeing Su Qingxue gobbling up the porridge with the expression of a little hamster. That feeling had been more satisfying than any Michelin-starred meal in his previous life. Still, since there was a spiritual device that could cook automatically, he was happy to save himself the trouble. Lin Chen browsed through the spiritual recipe. There were many dishes divided into several major categories: staples, entrees, soups, desserts, and medicinal meals. Each dish was annotated with recommended pairings and suitable eaters. He tapped the label marked, suitable for young children, and a row of gentle, nourishing dishes appeared. He picked a few that looked good and added them to the lunch menu, then ordered some dishes he had loved in his previous life: braised pork belly, sweet and sour ribs, and garlic stir-fried greens. The spiritual recipe displayed that these dishes were categorized under exotic flavors and would require extra spirit stones to simulate special seasonings. How much? For exotic flavored dishes, an additional fee of 10 spirit stones per dish is charged for ingredient simulation. Deducted. Order placed. The spiritual food generator will begin cooking automatically at noon. Lin Chen exited the kitchen and casually sat down at a table in the main hall of the dining hall. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling across the tabletop, warm and pleasant. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, intending to take a short nap. The system let out a soft ping in his spiritual sense. Host, I'd like to remind you of something. Speak. The disciples' basic supplies have not yet been equipped. According to Chapter 4 of the Complete Guide to Child Rearing, essential daily items for a 5-year-old include, but are not limited to, clothing, at least 3 sets for rotation, a spatial ring for carrying personal belongings, basic reading materials for literacy and general knowledge, and personal hygiene supplies. Lin Chen opened his eyes. You manage even this. This system is a comprehensive child rearing assistance system. The maternal and infant section has been updated with a children's supplies category. The host may make purchases at any time. I think you just want me to spend money. The host sees clearly. This system's spirit stones cannot be withdrawn, or whether you spend them or not has no effect on me whatsoever. This system's concern is purely for the healthy growth of the disciple, Su Qingxue. Guess if I believe that. This system does not care whether the host believes, only whether the host buys. Muttering curses, Lin Chen opened the system mall. The children's clothing section was far richer than he had expected. It wasn't a few small garments thrown together, but a well-organized, diverse selection with clearly marked grades. Training clothes for daily wear, sleepwear for the night, formal robes for outings, and a little waterproof cloak for rainy days. Every item was labeled, woven from immortal grade spirit silkworm, thread warm in winter, and cool in summer. Self-cleaning automatically adjusts size to the wearer's body. The clothes can adjust their size automatically. Of course, Immortal Grade Spirit Silk has memory properties and will automatically adapt to the wearer's figure. One set can last from age 5 to 15. How much per set? Basic style, 800 spirit stones. Formal style, 1500. Ceremonial style, 3000. Why don't you just go rob? Robbery isn't as fast as this. Host, we've already exchanged this line 3 times. Could you come up with a new one? Grinding his teeth, Lin Chen placed an order for 3 sets of basic training clothes, 2 sets of sleepwear, 1 formal robe, and a small waterproof cloak. He also bought a child-sized spatial ring, a silver-white band with an internal space about the size of a room, its surface engraved with a simple protective formation. What about literacy books? The Enlightenment reading section. This system recommends General Knowledge of the 6 Realms Phonetic Edition for young children, covering basic knowledge of the 6 realms, common spirit herb identification, and foundational cultivation knowledge, fully annotated with phonetics and illustrated in color. Price 200 spirit stones. Buy it. Order placed. All items have been delivered to the host's storage ring. Lin Chen took the items out of his storage ring and laid them on the table one by one. The little clothes were neatly folded, the fabric smooth to the touch, even more comfortable than any cotton or silk he had known in his previous life. He picked up the spatial ring and examined it. The band was small. An adult could only fit it on the little finger, but it should be just right for a 5-year-old to wear on the index finger. He put everything back into his storage ring, planning to give them to Su Qingxue after she woke up. Just as he finished putting things away, the spiritual food generator let out a gentle chime. It was noon. From the kitchen came soft sounds. Not the noise of human cooking, but the hum of formations operating, the faint whoosh of ingredients teleporting from the storeroom, the clatter of a spatula stirring automatically. The whole process went on for about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, and then an aromatic scent drifted out of the kitchen. Lin Chen's nose twitched. Braised pork belly, sweet and sour ribs, garlic greens. These were flavors he had eaten for 30 years in his previous life, and now, after transmigrating into a cultivation world, he could smell them again. When he walked into the kitchen, several plates were already lined up on the conveyor platform beside the spiritual food generator. Each dish was steaming bright in color, exactly as he remembered from his past life. The braised pork belly glistened with rich sauce, translucent fat, tender and savory lean meat. The sweet and sour ribs were coated in a glossy glaze and sprinkled with white sesame. The garlic greens were vividly green and fragrant with garlic. Lin Chen picked up a piece of braised pork belly and put it into his mouth. The fat melted on his tongue, the skin was springy, and the lean meat was neither dry nor greasy. The balance of salty and sweet in the sauce was perfect, with a faint hint of star anise. He closed his eyes and chewed 3 times. Then he opened them. System. Here. This meal is worth it. This system said so. Everything this system produces is top-notch. Lin Chen brought the dishes to a table in the main hall, then went to check on Su Qingxue. The little girl was still sleeping. Awakening her constitution had consumed much of her energy, as she would likely sleep for a while longer. He didn't wake her. He left the child's meal prepared for her in the warming compartment of the spiritual food generator and wrote a note that he stuck to a pillar in the dining hall. A drawn arrow pointing to the kitchen, plus a simple figure of a small person eating. Su Qingxue couldn't read, but she could understand a picture. He sat back down at the table facing a spread of flavors from his previous life, picked up his chopsticks, and officially began the meal. Halfway through his meal, a figure appeared at the entrance of the dining hall. Yi Guhong. The gray-robed sword cultivator stood at the doorway, his nostrils twitching slightly. His gaze rested on the plate of braised pork belly for 2 breaths, then he looked away as if nothing had happened. Elder Yi eaten yet? Lin Chen called out, his mouth full of ribs, his words muffled. I have no need to eat. Not needing to and not wanting to are 2 different things. Sit down, try some. Yi Guhong was silent for a breath, then walked over and sat down across from Lin Chen. Lin Chen filled a bowl of rice for him and pushed the braised pork belly in his direction. Yi Guhong stared at the glossy red meat, his brow furrowing slightly, probably judging whether this thing was edible. Then he picked up his chopsticks and took a piece. He chewed, then chewed again. His expression did not change, but his chopsticks reached for the braised pork belly just a little faster than before. Lin Chen pretended not to notice and focused on his own meal. 2 sovereign realm cultivators sat in the dining hall of Qingshu's sect, silently competing over a plate of braised pork belly. The sunlight outside the window was just right. From afar came the soft sound of Su Qingxue turning over in her sleep, and by Qianqian's gentle yawn on the rockery. When Su Qingxue woke up, the sun was already leaning toward the west. She opened her eyes and stared blankly at the glowing caisson ceiling above her for a long while. The auspicious cloud patterns took on a faint amber hue in the afternoon light, softer than the gold she had seen in the morning. The night pearl at the center did not glow in daylight, just a fist-sized lustrous white orb floating there, with subtle spiritual energy rippling across its surface. She stretched. A faint series of pops crackled from her joints, as if every bone in her body was celebrating something. Su Qingxue was startled and immediately stopped, carefully sensing her body. There was no pain, only a pleasant comfort. That comfort was not the kind that came from sleeping enough. It was an airy lightness seeping out from the very seams of her bones, as if something inside her had been opened up and the places that used to feel cramped now felt spacious. She remembered the elixir her master had fed her. She also remembered the small sword pattern that had appeared on her arm. Su Qingxue rolled up her left sleeve. The thumbnail-sized black sword mark on her forearm was still there. She touched it lightly with her right index finger. The sword mark was faintly warm like a small stone warmed by the sun. She tried to think it, just as her master had taught, and the sword mark glowed with a dark light. The 9 Calamity sword extended out from the pattern and condensed into solid form in her hand. The blade was pitch black, the guard dark purple, and tiny arcs of violet lightning danced along the edge. Su Qingxue gripped the hilt with both hands and lifted the sword before her eyes to inspect it closely. The sword was very heavy, only with both hands could she hold it steady. Reflected in the blade was her face. Thin and gaunt eyes, too large, chin too sharp, the face of a child who had never known a full meal. She withdrew the sword, summoned it again, withdrew it again, and summoned it once more. After repeating this 5 or 6 times, she stopped because her arms were getting sore. Summoning the 9 Calamity sword consumed spiritual energy, and the tiny reserve within her, a mere wisp left over from the elixir when her constitution awakened, could not withstand such repeated use. Su Qingxue slid off the bed, her bare feet landing on the warm floor, and walked to the window to look outside. The window faced the courtyard. In the courtyard stood a rockery and a pond where red and golden fish swam. A white fox lay sprawled atop the rockery, 9 tails spread out around it like 9 fluffy clouds. The fox was basking in the sun, eyes narrowed into slits with an occasional twitch at the tips of its tails. It was the fox sister from earlier in the day. Su Qingxue remembered her name, Bai Qianqian. She also remembered that her master had told Bai Qianqian to play with her. She stood watching by the window for a while, then turned and walked to the door, pushing it open. The corridor was quiet. The afternoon sunlight cast the railing's shadows in neat sections across the floor. She stepped over those shadows as she walked, their edges brushing against her bare feet, cool to the touch. As she neared the main hall, a scent reached her. It was not the clean, sweet aroma of spirit rice porridge, but something richer, thicker, a fragrance that made her stomach growl. It was a little sweet, a little salty, with an aroma she could not describe, the kind of toasted fragrance that could only come from something fried in oil. Su Qingxue's steps unconsciously turned toward the dining hall. When she entered the hall, she saw 2 people. Her master sat at a table, a bowl in his hand, eating. Sitting across from him was the sword-carrying uncle from earlier, also eating. Between them were several plates filled with beautifully colored dishes, glossy red cubes of meat ribs coated in sauce, and vibrant green vegetables. Su Qingxue's stomach grumbled loudly. The dining hall was quiet, making the gurgle especially clear. Lin Chen turned his head, a grain of rice still clinging to the corner of his mouth. Yi Guhong also raised his eyelids a fraction, then lowered them again, and continued picking up food with his chopsticks. Awake! Lin Chen swallowed the rice in his mouth and beckoned to her. Come here. Su Qingxue walked over and sat on the stool beside him. The stool was too tall for her. Once seated, her feet dangled in the air, swinging without reaching the ground. Hungry? Wait here, master will get you some food. Lin Chen rose and went to the kitchen, returning with a tray. On it stood a bowl of porridge, a plate of cut spirit fruits, and a small bowl of steamed egg custard. The porridge was spirit rice porridge, same as this morning. Pale green with tender emerald vegetable leaves and golden egg ribbons floating in it. The spirit fruits were cut into little rabbit shapes with the peel still connecting the ears, looking almost too cute to eat. The steamed egg custard was smooth as a mirror, dotted with a few drops of sauce, made from spiritual beast meat, its savory aroma filling the air. He set the tray in front of Su Qingxue. Eat. I saved it especially for you. Su Qingxue picked up a spoon and first scooped up a mouthful of the egg custard. The custard was so tender it barely needed chewing, it melted the moment her tongue pressed against it. The savory richness of the spirit beast meat sauce blended with the egg's own gentle sweetness, slipping down her throat and warming her stomach. She then picked up a rabbit-shaped piece of spirit fruit. It was crisp. It gave a crunch as she bit into it, and the sweet and sour juice burst in her mouth, making her narrow her eyes in delight. Lin Chen watched her eat, while continuing to eat his own meal. Yi Guhong had already finished. He laid his chopsticks neatly across his bowl, then closed his eyes, and began to meditate just as he had in the courtyard. His bowl had been cleaned thoroughly, not a single grain of rice left. The plate of braised pork was empty too. Lin Chen looked at the empty plate, then at Yi Guhong. Yi Guhong didn't even lift his eyelids. Elder Yi, how was it? Passable. Does passable mean pretty good, or just SOSO? Passable is passable. Lin Chen nodded and didn't press further. He poked the system with his divine sense. System, does he actually think it's good, or not? Based on this system's monitoring, Yi Guhong's chewing frequency increased by 23 during the meal, and the interval between reaching his chopsticks shortened by 31. Overall assessment, he thinks it's delicious, but he will never say so. His personality really isn't cute at all. All sword maniacs are like this. According to his character settings, he has praised no more than 5 things in his lifetime, 4 of which were swords. What's the last one? His master's sword. Who is his master? the previous sword master of the Northern Wasteland Sword Tomb, who passed into Nirvana 3,000 years ago. Yi Guhong is his sole successor. If the host is interested, this system can retrieve Yi Guhong's complete background story, approximately 120,000 characters. Some other day, Lin Chen withdrew his divine sense and noticed Su Qingxue had already finished her porridge and was licking the spoon. She licked it spotless, shiny enough to reflect light, then carefully placed it back on the tray. Are you full, eh? Su Qingxue touched her belly, seriously assessing the feeling, then nodded. I'm full. Her stomach had indeed puffed out a little. A 5-year-old child couldn't eat much. A bowl of porridge, a dish of egg custard, and a few pieces of fruit were about enough. But for her it was the fullest meal she had ever had in her memory. Not the kind of fullness that merely staved off hunger while still feeling empty, but the kind where her stomach was truly filled with food, and her whole body felt warm and content. If you're full, come with master. There's something for you. Lin Chen stood and headed out. Su Qingxue slid down from the stool and followed behind him. As she passed Yi Guhong, she stole a glance at him. The gray-robed swordsman still sat with his eyes closed like a statue, but the corner of his mouth seemed to twitch. Su Qingxue wasn't sure if she had imagined it. Lin Chen led her back to her own room, had her sit on the bed, and then began taking out the things he had bought that morning from his storage ring one by one. First, 3 sets of training robes. Little moon-white robes similar in style to the one Lin Chen wore, but several sizes smaller. The collars and cuffs were embroidered with pale silver cloud patterns, and the fabric was of moderate thickness, smooth and cool to the touch. Then came 2 sets of sleepwear. One was light green, the other lotus pink. The material was softer and thinner than the training robes, like a layer of condensed mist. Next was a formal little robe. Silver white fabric embroidered with golden thread depicting auspicious clouds, and cranes, its collar trimmed with a band of fine spirit pearls that glimmered in the light. This one was for formal occasions. Last came a small cloak, emerald green with 2 little fox ears sewn onto the hood. The cloak's lining was inscribed with a water-repelling formation. On rainy days, raindrops would slide right off its surface, leaving even the brim of the hood dry. Su Qingxue stared at the growing pile of clothes on the bed, her eyes round as saucers. She reached out her hand, pulled it back, reached out again, and when her fingertips touched the cuff of the moon-white little robe, she jerked away, as if burned. Are these all for me? If not for you, then who? You're the only disciple in all of Qingshu sect. But Su Qingshue's but trailed off into silence. She wanted to say, but I don't have any money. Yet her master had already told her that morning that it cost nothing. She wanted to say, but I haven't done anything, only she truly had. She had swallowed that elixir and awakened her constitution, even if she herself had no idea what that meant. Her mouth hung open, but for a long moment no words came out. Lin Chen didn't let her keep agonizing. He picked up the moon-white training robe and held it against her to measure. The size was perfect. The system mall's auto-fit function was indeed reliable. Try it on. Su Qingxue took the robe, hugged it to her chest, and stood still. What's wrong? I have to change here. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then turned around to face the wall. All right, go ahead and change. Behind him came the rustle of fabric. After a long while, Su Qingshue's voice rose small and a little shy. Master, I'm ready. Lin Chen turned around. The moon-white little robe fit her perfectly, neither too big nor too small. The silver pattern at the collar glinted faintly below her neck, lending a bit of vitality to her thin little face. The sleeves reached her wrists, neither too long nor too short. The hem of the robe fell to her calves, revealing a sliver of white trouser leg and 2 bare feet. Turn around and let me see. Su Qingxue obediently spun around once. As she spun, the hem lifted slightly like a small moon-white wave. Does it fit, eh? Su Qingxue looked down at her sleeves, then raised her arms and seriously took in the feeling. It fits. Good. Wear this from now on. If it gets dirty, don't worry. The fabric cleans itself. It cleans itself. It's woven from spirit silk, so it doesn't attract dust. Su Qingxue looked down at the clothes on her body, and the light in her eyes was so bright it seemed as if someone had lit a lamp inside her pupils. Lin Chen then put the sleepwear formal robe and little cloak into her wardrobe. When the cabinet door opened, Su Qingxue saw it was empty except for these neatly folded new clothes. The wardrobe was large, and the few clothes inside made it look a little desolate. But Su Qingxue didn't feel desolation. She had clothes now. She had her own clothes. Not hand-me-downs from her cousin at her uncle's house, not cast-offs found discarded in a ruined temple. These were bought specially for her, clothes that belonged to her alone. The fabric would clean itself, and the size would grow with her from 5 to 15, it would never become too small. Su Qingxue reached out and touched the clothes. In the wardrobe, the fox-eared hood of the little cloak seemed to curl up at the corners. And this? Lin Chen placed the silver-white spatial ring in her palm. The ring was very small, an adult could only fit it on the tip of a little finger, but in a 5-year-old's palm it just filled her whole hand. The band was engraved with patterns she couldn't understand, shimmering with a faint silver glow in the light. This is a spatial ring. Inside is a space as large as a room, where you can keep your things. Su Qingxue held the ring up to her eyes, and looked at the sky outside the window through the band. How do I use it? Wear it on your finger, then just think about putting things in or taking them out. Try it. Lin Chen slipped the ring onto her right index finger. The ring band automatically adjusted its inner diameter to fit her finger perfectly, neither too tight nor too loose. Su Qingxue looked at the ring on her finger, then at the remaining set of training clothes on the bed. Lin Chen had bought several sets. She was wearing one, and two more were folded on the bed. She reached out and touched one of the sets, closed her eyes, and thought very hard for a moment. That set of training clothes vanished from the bed. Su Qingxue opened her eyes, found the clothes gone, and were startled. Then she thought again, and the clothes reappeared on the bed. She tried 3 times in a row. Put it in, took it out, put it in, took it out. With each success, her eyes brightened a little more. By the end, she was smiling so broadly that the gaps left by 2 missing baby teeth showed. Master. It went in. It came out again. Enough, stop playing. The ring is going to cry. Only then did Su Qingxue stop. She raised her right hand to her eyes and examined the ring over and over, turning it this way and that. The silver-white ring looked a little large on her thin finger, but because of the self-adjusting formation, it clung firmly to her skin and wouldn't slip off. She put all her new clothes into the ring. 3 sets of training clothes, 2 sets of sleepwear, a formal robe, and the little cloak, all folded and put inside. Living creatures can't be placed in a spatial ring, but there was more than enough room for clothes. After putting them away, she clapped her hands with satisfaction. What else? And this? Lin Chen pulled a book out from his storage ring. 6 Realms General Knowledge Phonetic Edition for young children. The book's cover was made from a kind of soft spirit beast hide with the corners ground into rounded arcs so it wouldn't scratch a child's hand. The characters on the cover were gilded, and below them were 6 little figures in different colors representing the 6 realms: a yellow figure for the human realm, a green figure for the demon realm, a red figure for the devil realm, a black figure for the nether realm, a white figure for the immortal realm, and a golden figure for the divine realm. Su Qingxue took the book and opened to the first page. She couldn't read, but she saw pictures. The first page showed a large sphere divided into 6 sections, each painted a different color. Outside the sphere were drawn many stars and 3 moons. Below the picture were a few lines of characters she couldn't understand, with a small mark above every character. Probably the phonetic notation her master had mentioned. This book teaches you to read and to understand this world. From now on, master will teach you 10 characters every morning. Once you've learned them, you can read the book yourself. 10 characters. Not more, not less. 10 every day. More than that, you wouldn't remember them. Fewer than that, progress would be too slow. Su Qingxue hugged the book to her chest and nodded hard. She didn't know how many 10 characters was, or how long it would take to learn all the characters. But master had said 10 a day, so she would learn 10 a day. Lin Chen watched the little girl hugging the book with an earnest expression and suddenly remembered something. System, does that parenting compendium have a chapter on teaching character recognition? Yes. Chapter 7, Early Childhood Enlightenment Education, includes methods for teaching character recognition, cultivating concentration, training memory, and other content. It is recommended that the host adopt the picture-text combination method and the game-based teaching method to integrate character learning into daily life and avoid boredom. How exactly should it be done? For example, if the character taught today is mountain, take her to the back mountain, point at the mountain, and tell her how it is pronounced. If the character is water, take her to the edge of the pond. If the character is sword, have her summon the 9 calamities sword, and tell her that this is the thing the character corresponds to. 5-year-olds think mainly in images. Abstract symbols must correspond to concrete objects in order to form effective memories. You do know quite a lot. This system is an all-round parenting assistance system, and it did not earn its reputation for nothing. Then what about the rewards you withheld before? That was the core module's problem. It has nothing to do with this system's parenting functions. Host, please don't confuse the two. Either way, it's all you. Host, could you please not dredge up old grudges every time? No. The system fell silent. Lin Chen withdrew his spiritual sense with satisfaction. Su Qingxue had already turned to the 3rd page of the book and was completely absorbed in a picture of various spirit medicines. Her little finger pointed at one spirit herb in the picture, then at another, muttering to herself, even though she couldn't recognize a single character. Lin Chen let her flip through it on her own and got up, leaving the room. In the courtyard, Bai Qianxian was still sunbathing on the rockery. This time her 9 tails were not spread out, but lay neatly at her sides like 9 white silk ribbons arranged in a row. When she saw Lin Chen come out, her ears twitched, but her body didn't move. She was too comfortably warm in the sun to want to move. At some unknown point, Yi Guhong had also come out of the dining hall, sitting on a stone bench by the pond with the old sword resting across his knees. His eyes were half closed, his breathing long and steady, as if he were asleep or cultivating in some special manner. Lin Chen walked over to the pond and sat down on another stone bench. Elder Yi, I have something to ask you. Yi Guhong opened his eyes and let his calm gaze rest on him. Sect Master, please speak. That concealed sword Dao of yours, it hasn't been drawn in 300 years. If it were drawn now, how powerful would it be? Yi Guhong was silent for one breath. He wasn't hesitating over whether to answer. He was calculating. After a moment, he gave a very precise answer. A frontal sword strike can slay any cultivator at the late stage Immortal Venerable realm or below. The side shockwave alone can shave off half a mountain. After the sword is drawn, the sword intent will keep leaking outward for about 10 breaths. Within those 10 breaths, everything within a radius of 100 li will be shredded by sword chi. That's why I normally don't draw it. He said these words very calmly, as if describing the weather. Then how do you usually fight enemies? Yi Guhong looked down at the old sword on his knees. Use it together with the sheath. Together with the sheath. Yi Guhong lightly tapped the sword sheath with his finger. Smash. Lin Chen pictured the scene: a gray-robed sword cultivator carrying a 300-year-old sword, using the sheath to beat opponents until their teeth scattered across the ground. The image was oddly satisfying. What's your sword's name? Bumming. The bumming from a bird does not cry, but once it cries it startles everyone. Yi Guhong glanced at Lin Chen. There was a little something extra in that glance. Not enthusiasm, but a trace more warmth than the earlier indifference. Probably because the sect master had understood his sword's name. A fine name. Yi Guhong did not reply and closed his eyes again. Lin Chen also said nothing more. He leaned back against the stone bench and watched the red and gold fish swimming back and forth in the pond. The sunlight made the water glisten with ripples. The patches of light fell across his robe, swaying back and forth, making one drowsy just to watch. He nudged the system with his spiritual sense. System, how much of Qingshue's chaos sword body has awakened? At present the awakening is about 3%. The physique awakening pill's effect is initial awakening. It opens the seal of the physique. After that, the awakening level must be gradually raised through cultivation and combat. A fully awakened chaos sword body can wield chaos sword chi, break all techniques with a single strike, and be invincible within the same realm. What realm is she at now? Chi refining first level. When the pill awakened her physique, it incidentally opened her dantian and condensed her first wisp of spiritual power. Strictly speaking, she only officially stepped onto the path of cultivation today. The previous 5 years were merely the chaos sword body, while dormant, passively absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to sustain her life, without forming a systematic cycle of spiritual power. At 5 years old, is chi refining first level considered fast? Among the prodigies of the 6 realms, she's slightly above average. But with the enhancement of the chaos sword body, along with the chaos sword art and the 9 calamities sword, her actual combat strength far exceeds that of the same realm. Once she reaches foundation establishment, the advantages of the chaos sword body will begin to show. After the Golden Core realm, no one of the same realm will be her match. Lin Chen nodded, silently calculating Su Qingshue's cultivation plan for the days ahead. Character recognition, basic cultivation methods, introductory sword, arts, physical training, spiritual power application. There was much to teach, but she was only 5, no need to rush. Take it slowly. By the way, system, when is that random quest of yours going to be issued? Random quests are automatically triggered by the core module based on the host's actual situation. This system cannot interfere. The trigger conditions are unknown, the trigger time is unknown, and the trigger content is unknown. This system doesn't fully understand the core module's logic either. You don't even understand yourself. This system and the core module are 2 different subsystems. This system handles interaction and the shop. The core module handles quests and rewards. Each has its own duties, and they do not interfere with each other. Then what does that make you? Customer service. Host, you are insulting this system. Can customer service play the Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind for you? You win. Lin Chen opened his eyes and found the sun had sunk another notch toward the west. The shadows in the courtyard had stretched even longer. Bai Qianqian on the rockery rolled over belly up and propped her 9 tails into a canopy to shade herself from the sun. Su Qingxue had come out of the room at some unknown moment and was crouching by the pond watching the fish. She wore that moon-white little robe, and the silver-white ring on her right index finger glinted faintly in the sunlight. Her sleeves were rolled up to her elbows, revealing the small black sword mark on her arm. Bai Qianqian was crouching beside her. Bai Qianqian had come down from the rockery at some unknown moment and was lying next to Su Qingxue, her 9 tails spread out, enclosing the 2 of them in a fluffy circle. Su Qingshue's arm was draped over Bai Qianqian's back, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the fur there. Bai Qianqian squinted from the tugging, but she didn't move away. Sister Qianqian, why does that red fish keep swimming in circles? It's probably looking for something to eat. Can I feed it? You can, but don't feed it too much. 5-colored spirit koi don't know when they're full. They'll eat whatever is fed to them and eat themselves to death. Su Qingxue took a leftover spirit fruit from noon out of her spatial ring. She had secretly put it in there at some unknown moment, broke off a small piece, and tossed it into the pond. The red fish darted over with a whoosh, swallowed it in one bite, then began swimming in circles around her, splashing water everywhere with its tail. Su Qingxue giggled. Her laughter was crisp like little bells swaying in the wind. The sound echoed through the afternoon courtyard, bouncing off the rockery and the water's surface into layer upon layer of echoes. Lin Chen watched this scene by the pond and said nothing. Yi Guhong also opened his eyes. He looked at the little girl crouching by the pond, feeding the fish, his gaze lingering on the sword mark on her arm for a moment. Then he closed his eyes again, and the corner of his mouth seemed to move slightly. On the third day since Su Qingxue came to Qingshu sect, her cultivation life officially began. More precisely, it began with learning to read. In the early morning before the sun had fully climbed out from behind the mountains, Qingshu sect was shrouded in a thin layer of mist. Pale white vapor drifted above the spirit spring. A spirit crane stood on one leg by the water, its head tucked beneath its wings, still not awake. The whole sect was quiet, with only the faint clatter of pots and bowls coming from the direction of the dining hall. The spirit food generator was automatically preparing breakfast. Lin Chen stood outside Su Qingshue's room, hesitated, then knocked. "Qingxue, time to get up." From inside came a rustling sound, followed by the patter of bare feet on the floor. The door opened a crack, revealing a small face that had not yet fully woken up. Su Qingshue's hair was a bird's nest, with stray strands sticking up from her crown, as if licked by some demonic beast. On her left cheek was a red crease from the pillow, and her eyes were half open, half closed. Clearly in a state of awake, but not fully awake. She wore a pale blue sleeping robe, its collar pulled askew, exposing one small shoulder. The silver-white spatial ring on her right index finger caught the morning light. She had not taken it off, even while sleeping. "Master. Good morning." Her voice was muffled as if stuffed with cotton. "Morning. Go wash up, then eat. After breakfast we'll start learning characters today." Su Qingxue stopped rubbing her eyes. "Learning characters? As agreed yesterday, 10 characters a day." Su Qingshue's eyes snapped open. It was not from fright, but from an indescribable anticipation. She opened the door all the way and ran barefoot toward the washroom. After 2 steps she turned around and looked up to ask, "Master, where's the washroom?" Lin Chen pointed to the end of the corridor. The girl pattered off, the hem of her sleeping robe fluttering behind her. Lin Chen leaned against the doorframe to wait, casually poking the system in his divine sense. "System, which 10 characters are we teaching today?" It is recommended to start with the basic vocabulary on the first page of the compendium of the 6 realms. Mountain, water, sky, earth, person, sword, chi, spirit, Tao, method. These 10 characters cover the foundational concepts of cultivation, and with illustrations and text they suit a child with zero foundation. You even have teaching plans. This is a comprehensive parenting assistance system. Last night while the host was asleep, this system had already planned the next 3 months of character learning schedule for the host. 10 characters a day, 903 months, just enough to cover all the phonetically annotated vocabulary in the compendium of the 6 realms. You're pretty dedicated. The host flatters me. However, this system must remind the host that teaching a 5-year-old to read cannot rely on rote memorization, it needs physical objects and games. There is a children's character learning teaching kit in this system shop, including a reusable spirit ink slate, interactive character cards, and 3-dimensional character puzzles. How much? The full set is only 2,000 spirit stones. No. Host, to do a good job, one must first. I'll figure it out myself. I've been to school after all. Teaching a kid to recognize characters. Do I really need a teacher for that? In your past life, the host was a programmer, not a preschool teacher. Even programmers went to elementary school. The system fell silent. Lin Chen withdrew his divine sense, satisfied. Su Qingxue came back after washing up. The red mark on her face had faded a little, and she had pressed her hair down with water as best she could, though a few stubborn strands still stuck up. She had changed out of her sleeping robe and into the moon-white training robe from yesterday. The self-cleaning formation on the clothing had already removed all the dust and fruit stains she had gotten on it yesterday, and the silver patterns at the cuffs glimmered faintly in the morning light. "Come on, let's eat first." Breakfast was again spirit rice porridge with steamed egg custard plus a plate of sliced spirit fruits. The spirit food generator's children's meal mode had been automatically configured by the system based on Su Qingshue's constitution and age. Every meal's nutritional ratios and spiritual energy content were precisely calculated, ensuring that she would neither be too weak to absorb tonics nor suffer from malnutrition. Su Qingsue ate with great seriousness. She no longer cried now, but every meal she still habitually scraped her bowl clean, not leaving a single grain of rice. This habit had probably been formed a long time ago, and would not change anytime soon. Lin Chen did not ask her to change it. After the meal, Lin Chen brought Su Qingsue to the scripture pavilion of Qingshu sect. The scripture pavilion was a 3-story structure built in the bamboo grove behind the main hall. Its frame was made of a dark spirit wood that gave off a faint woody scent. Every floor had upturned eaves and soaring corners with copper bells hanging beneath the eaves that rang crisply when the wind blew. The pavilion's windows were set high so sunlight slanted in from above, casting shafts of light between the bookshelves. In those shafts fine dust drifted slowly. Most of the bookshelves on the first floor were empty. The sect construction card had provided the scripture pavilion, but its collection had to be filled by Lin Chen himself. For now there were only a few dozen volumes. Foundational texts gifted by the system as a beginner's guide, covering cultivation basics, an overview of the 6 realms, fundamental techniques and things of that sort. But it was enough. Lin Chen pulled the compendium of the 6 realms children's phonetic edition from the shelf and sat down beside the low table in the center of the first floor. The low table was exactly the right height for Su Qingsue. When she sat up straight, the tabletop came up to her chest. Lin Chen sat across from her and opened the book to the first page. Today we'll learn 10 characters: mountain, water, sky, earth, person, sword, chi, spirit, Tao method. Su Qingxue looked down at the symbols on the page that she did not recognize, her small hands resting on her knees, sitting perfectly upright. The first character is mountain. Lin Chen turned the book around so she could see it. On the page was a painting of a blue-green mountain peak. Beneath the peak was written a large character, mountain, and in the upper right corner was a small triangular symbol, the phonetic notation. This character is pronounced Shan, mountain. It means those big tall rocks covered with trees outside our sect. Su Qingxue looked at the picture in the book, then raised her head and looked out the window. The scripture pavilion's window faced the undulating mountain range of the Forbidden Zone. The blue-green peaks, half hidden in the morning mist, looked almost exactly like the illustration. Shan, she repeated after him. Right? Try writing it on the table with your finger. Su Qingxue extended the index finger of her right hand and traced it on the tabletop. A vertical stroke, a vertical fold stroke, then another vertical. She wrote very slowly, every stroke done with careful attention. When she finished, she looked up at Lin Chen, seeking confirmation in her eyes. Lin Chen looked down at the non-existent stroke marks on the table and nodded. Well written. Next is water. Next to the character for water, on the page was a drawing of a flowing stream. Lin Chen pointed at the spirit spring outside the window, made Su Qingxue look at the flowing surface of the water, and told her that this character corresponded to that thing. Su Qingxue repeated the sound, then traced it once more on the table. Next came sky. Lin Chen pointed at the ceiling above, then thought better of it. He simply picked her up, carried her to the window, pushed it open, and pointed at the violet sky and drifting white clouds outside. This is the sky. Su Qingxue tilted her head and stared for a long while, then lowered her head and traced the character for sky on the windowsill with her finger. 2 horizontal strokes, 1 left falling stroke, 1 right falling stroke. The diagonal strokes were crooked, but the stroke order was correct. Earth. Lin Chen had her step on the green jade floor beneath her feet. Person. Lin Chen pointed at her, then at himself. Sword. Lin Chen asked her to summon the 9 tribulations sword. The sword mark on Su Qingxue's arm lit up, and the black long sword appeared in her hand. She gripped the hilt with both hands, looked at the character for sword in the book, then at the sword in her own hand, and suddenly smiled. She had probably understood why the character looked the way it did, the left side like a hilt, the right side like a blade. There was no concrete thing that could be pointed to for this character. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then had Su Qingxue close her eyes and sensed the thin thread of spiritual energy inside her dantian. Can you feel it? That warm thing in your belly. The way it flows is called qi. Su Qingxue closed her eyes, her small brows knitted tightly, and concentrated seriously for a long while. I can feel it. Like a tiny worm crawling. Right, that's it. The name of that thing written as a character is this, qi. Spirit. Lin Chen pointed at the illustration in the book, a mass of glowing mist. Then he extended his index finger, condensed a wisp of pale gold spiritual energy at his fingertip, and waved it in front of Su Qingxue. This light is spirit. Su Qingxue reached out and touched the glow. It scattered at her fingertip into tiny motes of light. Her eyes shone, and she chased the motes through the air, grabbing at them with her fingers. Tao and method were the hardest to teach. These 2 characters had no concrete image, they were abstract concepts. Lin Chen thought for a long time, and finally used the explanation the system had quietly slipped into his divine sense. The Tao is the road you are meant to walk. Not a road you walk with your feet, but a road you walk with your entire life. Your sword Tao is the road you must walk to the end with your sword. Su Qingxue tilted her head, clearly not fully understanding. But she remembered the character's pronunciation and how to write it. As for its meaning, she would understand gradually later. The method is how you walk that road. The characters you are learning now, the swordsmanship you will learn in the future, and the daily meditation and cultivation, all of these are method. Su Qingxue nodded and wrote each of these 2 characters 3 times on the table. With the 10 characters taught, the sun had climbed higher. Sunlight streamed in through the high window, fell across the low table, and made the pages glow. Fine beads of sweat appeared on the tip of Su Qingxue's nose. Learning characters was far more tiring for her than running and jumping, because it required using her brain. Lin Chen closed the compendium of the 6 realms. Alright, today's 10 characters are done. This afternoon write each one 10 more times by yourself. Tonight I'll test you. 1 wrong character costs 1 piece of spirit fruit, 2 wrong costs 2. Su Qingxue's expression changed slightly. She immediately lowered her head and traced the 10 characters on the table again with her finger, muttering to herself, linking each character's pronunciation to the thing it stood for. Mountain, the big rocks outside. Water, the thing flowing in the pond. Sky, the blue thing overhead. Earth, what is under my feet. Person, me. Sword, my little black. Qi, the little worm in my belly. Spirit, the light on master's hand. Tao, the road to walk. Method, the way to walk it. After her summary, she looked up at Lin Chen with a trace of pride in her eyes. Lin Chen patted her on the head. Not bad. Go play outside. Su Qingxue cheered, jumped up from beside the low table, and ran out of the scripture pavilion. Her footfalls pattered away, followed by a cheerful shout from the courtyard. Sister Qianqian. I learned 10 characters today. Bai Qianqian's voice drifted over from afar, lazy with drowsiness. 10. Amazing. Lin Chen sat in the scripture pavilion, listening to the sounds outside, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then the system's voice rang out in his divine sense. Host, a random quest has been triggered. Lin Chen perked up. Quest name: Establishing Prestige in the Forbidden Zone. Quest description: a group of rogue cultivators is approaching Qingshu sect from the outer edges of the Forbidden Zone, 7 in total, led by a cultivator at the late Golden Core stage. Their aim is to investigate the source of the recent anomalies in the Forbidden Zone, suspecting that a great treasure is about to appear. They are expected to arrive at the sect's mountain gate within the time it takes 1 incense stick to burn. Quest requirement: repel or kill the intruders. No restrictions on method. Quest reward: random character summon card, X1. Failure penalty: this system will play the Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind on a loop all night while the host sleeps. You son of a... Friendly reminder: the rogue cultivators are already 3 li away. Host, please act as soon as possible. Lin Chen rose from the low table and walked out of the scripture pavilion. His expression was perfectly calm, revealing neither anger nor joy. But the conversation in his divine sense was an entirely different story. System, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Host, what makes you say that? Yesterday I asked you when a random quest would trigger, and you said you didn't know. Today, right after I finish teaching my disciple characters, a quest shows up? Are you deliberately trying to spoil my good mood? The triggering of random quests is controlled by the core module and has nothing to do with me. I am only responsible for notification. Guess whether I believe you. I don't care whether the host believes me. But if the host doesn't act soon, those rogue cultivators will be stepping onto the stairs before the mountain gate. Yi Guhong is in closed-door cultivation in the sword pavilion. Bai Qianqian is with Su Qingxue, and the only one in the whole sect capable of fighting is the host. I alone am the most formidable fighter in the entire Huanyu Grand World. Then please go set an example. When Lin Chen walked out of the mountain gate, he indeed saw 7 people. There were 7 rogue cultivators in mismatched clothing. Some rode flying swords, some stood on flying artifacts, and one simply stepped on an enormous leaf. The leader was a middle-aged man with a late Golden Core cultivation base and a wispy goatee. In his eyes gleamed a look Lin Chen knew all too well, the particular greed of someone hoping for easy pickings. In his past life, he had seen that look countless times in internet companies, when product managers stole credit, when clients added requirements without paying, when bosses painted rosy pictures. It was always the same look. What can I do for you all? Lin Chen leaned against the white jade gate pillar, his tone languid like a cat disturbed from its afternoon nap. The goateed rogue cultivator sized him up. Lin Chen had suppressed his aura completely, so in their eyes, he was simply a mortal without cultivation. The moon-white robe did look valuable, but in the cultivation world, mortals with money were common enough to be unremarkable. Fellow Taoist, when was this sect established? We have never seen it before. The goateed man's tone was still courteous, but his eyes were already peering into the mountain gate. Just built. Something. Just built. The goateed man exchanged glances with the several people behind him, and the greed in his eyes deepened. A sect suddenly appearing in the Forbidden Zone. Surely there must be some opportunity here. Could you introduce us to your sect master? I am the sect master. The goateed man froze for a moment, then gave Lin Chen a careful once-over. After confirming that there was indeed no spiritual energy fluctuation on Lin Chen, the goateed man's smile became far less courteous. You must be joking, fellow Taoist. How could a mortal establish a sect in the Forbidden Zone? Surely your sect master is someone else. We merely came to pay our respects and make a friend. The Forbidden Zone is beset with peril from every side. One more friend, one more road. He spoke as he stepped forward, and the 6 rogue cultivators behind him moved with him. Their footsteps seemed casual, but an encirclement was already taking shape. Lin Chen watched them and suddenly smiled. It was not a courteous smile, but the kind that said, "You're finished." System, what level is late Golden Core in the Huanyu Great World? Ants. What about the 6 behind him? Ants of ants. What about me? Host, this question has left this system at a loss for how to answer. You are at the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm, the ceiling of the Huanyu Great World. You fighting them is equivalent to stepping on a nest of ants. No, it's easier than stepping on ants. To step on ants, you would still have to bend down. For you, a single thought is enough. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? You never asked. Besides watching you trade idle words with them, this system thought you wanted to play for a bit. Lin Chen withdrew his divine sense and looked at the goateed man who had already reached the steps of the mountain gate. I'll give you 3 breaths. Turn around, leave, and pretend you never came. Anyone still within my sight after 3 breaths will never need to leave again. The goateed man stopped, looked back at his companions, and then burst into loud laughter. The 6 behind him joined in the laughter, their voices echoing in front of the mountain gate. A mortal threatening 7 cultivators. Interesting. Truly interesting. 1. The goateed man was still laughing. 2. The goateed man stopped laughing because he noticed that Lin Chen's gaze had changed. That languid air was gone, replaced by a calm so deep it had no bottom. It was not the oppressive pressure of a strong cultivator, but something far more unsettling, like the eerily silent calm before a storm. 3. Lin Chen raised a 3rd finger. The goateed man's expression changed completely at last. Not because Lin Chen had done anything, but because Lin Chen had done nothing at all. A mortal facing 7 cultivators would either be afraid or putting on a bluff. But Lin Chen was neither afraid nor bluffing. His expression was like waiting at a traffic light, bored yet utterly certain. The goateed man turned and fled. The flying sword beneath his feet had just begun to glow when before his body could rise into the air, he found his vision spinning. Heaven and earth exchanged positions. He saw his own back. It was a very strange angle. He had never seen his body from this angle before. The body in the gray Taoist robe was toppling over, nothing above the neck, blood surging from the severed gash, a searing scarlet in the sunlight. Then his consciousness snapped off. The goateed man's head tumbled onto the steps before the mountain gate, eyes still open, his expression frozen in the last moment's horror. He died without ever seeing Lin Chen strike. In truth, Lin Chen had not struck at all. He had merely moved a thought. An existence at the peak of the immortal emperor realm could cross the river of stars in a single thought, move mountains, and fill seas in a single thought, and in a single thought, sever 7 heads. The 6 rogue cultivators behind the goateed man did not even have time to react before 6 heads left their necks simultaneously. 7 headless corpses collapsed at the same moment, slamming into the bluestone ground before the mountain gate with dull thuds. Blood poured from the severed openings and spread across the ground, staining the edges of the white jade steps red. The 7 flying swords, now bereft of their master's spiritual energy, clattered to the ground. One of them rolled to Lin Chen's feet. Lin Chen glanced down at the sword by his feet and nudged it aside with his toe. The sword struck the gate pillar with a crisp ring. Then he turned and walked back inside the mountain gate. From start to finish, his heartbeat had not quickened by a single beat. Inside the mountain gate, Su Qingxue and Bai Qianqian were crouching by the pond. The little girl held a handful of spiritual fruit shards in her hand, feeding the fish. Her sleeves were rolled to her elbows, and the black sword markings on her arm caught the faint glint of sunlight. Bai Qianqian lay beside her, 9 tails forming a ring that enclosed the 2 of them. She did not hear any of the commotion outside the mountain gate. It was not because of the distance. Lin Chen had placed a soundproof barrier outside the mountain gate. He did not want a 5-year-old child to see those things. Sister Qianqian, why doesn't that golden fish eat what I feed it? Maybe it isn't hungry. Can fish not be hungry? They can. Fish get full too. Lin Chen walked past behind them without slowing his stride. Bai Qianqian's ears twitched. She caught the scent of blood. It was faint, suppressed by Lin Chen's spiritual power, but she had cultivated for 800 years, and her sense of smell was far sharper than any human's. She lifted her head, her golden pupils fixed on Lin Chen's retreating figure, then silently lowered it, drew Su Qingxue closer to her side, and tightened her tails. Su Qingxue, completely unaware, kept tossing pieces of spirit fruit into the pond. Lin Chen walked into the dining hall and ordered a few dishes from the spirit food menu. The spirit food generator began to run, and the clatter of pots and bowls came from the kitchen. He sat down in the main hall and waited for his meal. The system dinged in his divine sense. Task: establishing authority in the forbidden zone completed. Task rewards being distributed. Random character summoning card X1 issued to storage ring. Host, that move of yours was truly swift. This system didn't even have time to react. 7 golden core cultivators. You make an immortal emperor like me kill them. Do you find that glorious? Even a lion attacking a rabbit uses all its strength. Did I use any? No. You just moved a thought. Then that settles it. Next time, can these tasks be a little more challenging? Host, you are already the ceiling of the Huanyu great world. Anything that can pose a challenge to you does not exist in this world. Lin Chen was silent for one breath. Then why do you still make me do tasks? For the sake of the sect's development. You are the ceiling, but your disciple is not. You can't shield her forever after all. She has to grow on her own. Today you dealt with 7 rogue cultivators, but even more will come in the future. When Qingxue grows up, these will be her opponents. Lin Chen had to admit that this damned system had a point. He took the newly obtained character summoning card from his storage ring and flipped it over between his fingertips. A hazy light flowed across the face of the card. The character summon on the front and the star chart on the back were noticeably brighter than on the previous card. Probably because this was a random character summoning card. Random meant uncertainty. The realm was random, the identity was random, the personality was random. System: what is the difference between a random summoning card and the summoning card rewarded for taking on a disciple? The summoning card rewarded for taking on a disciple is a targeted summon with a cultivation realm fixed at exactly 1 realm below the host. That is late, immortal, venerable. The realm on a random summoning card is truly random and may fluctuate between immortal lord and sovereign. If your luck is good, you can roll the sovereign realm. If it's bad, you might only get immortal lord. What realm level is immortal lord? 15th. The immortal emperor is the 18th. They are 3 major realms apart. That big a gap. That's why it's called random. Host: drawing cards involves risk. Summoning requires caution. Lin Chen spun the card around between his fingers. Should I draw it now or keep it? This system suggests you draw it now. According to probability theory, luck is usually better in the morning than in the afternoon. A system, and you believe in probability theory. This system doesn't. But you need a little psychological comfort, don't you? Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to trade barbs with it. He poured spiritual power into the card and casually tossed it into the courtyard. The card drew an arc through the air, stopped at its highest point, and burst into countless points of light. The points of light gathered, whirled, and condensed into a human silhouette, going from blurry to clear. The radiance this time was even more brilliant than the last. When the light dispersed, a man stood in the courtyard. He looked younger than Yi Guhong, around 25 or 26 years old. He was tall with very broad shoulders, standing there like a wall. His features were sharply defined with high brow bones, a square jaw, and healthy bronze skin. He wore a dark red war robe, its lower hem ragged, as if it had been torn by something sharp. In his right hand he carried a long saber, its blade broad and thick, with 3 iron rings on the back, each the size of a fist. The blade was covered with scars of combat, yet there was not a single nick along its edge. But the most striking thing was his eyes. They were amber, and deep in the pupils it seemed a dark red flame was burning. When he looked at Lin Chen, that flame flickered. Then the corners of his mouth split wide, revealing a smile that could truly be called brilliant. Xing Feng, War God, you're the sect master. His voice was as sonorous as a tolling bell, making the dining hall windows hum. His cultivation aura unfurled without the slightest concealment. Late, immortal, venerable stage. Lin Chen was taken aback. System, didn't you say the random summoning card had a random realm? It is random. Then why is it late, immortal, venerable again? Host, you were lucky today and rolled the highest tier. Is there a problem? No problem. But what? Are you lying to me again? This card isn't actually random at all. You deliberately set it to immortal, venerable for me. Host, this system swears to heaven this card's realm really is random. The core module's random algorithm is beyond this system's interference. You rolling late, immortal, venerable is purely good luck. Last time you docked my reward you also said it was a core module problem. That's a different matter. Either way it's still you. Host, if you carry on like this system won't chat with you anymore. Fine by me. I'd enjoy some peace. Xing Feng knew nothing of the conversation between Lin Chen and the system. He strode into the dining hall, leaned his long saber against the table, and plopped down across from Lin Chen. The stool let out a strained creak under him. Sect master, is there any food? I'm hungry. His voice was still loud enough to make one's ears ring. Lin Chen looked at him, then at the direction of the dining hall kitchen. An immortal venerable like you. Why are you hungry? Fighting made me hungry. Before I was summoned, I was fighting a void beast in the void realm. We fought for 7 days and 7 nights. I just chopped it dead, and before I could get a hot bite to eat, I was dragged here. Xing Feng patted his stomach, his expression far too earnest to be joking. Sect master, is there meat? The spirit food generator conveniently chimed. The dishes Lin Chen had ordered were ready. Braised pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, garlic greens, and a whole basin of spirit rice. Xing Feng's eyes lit up. For the time it took an incense stick to burn, Lin Chen witnessed firsthand how a late immortal venerable war god ate. He lifted the plate of braised pork and scraped it into his bowl. He chewed up and swallowed the sweet and sour spare rib bones. As for the garlic greens, he used even the sauce pooled at the bottom of the plate to mix into his rice. The basin of spirit rice vanished at a visible speed, yet Xing Feng's bowl was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Halfway through the meal, Yi Guhong appeared at the entrance of the dining hall, without anyone noticing when. The gray-robed swordsman leaned against the doorframe holding that old sword of his, watching Xing Feng's devastating table manners with a slight frown. Xing Feng raised his head, his mouth gleaming with grease, and shot him a glance. Yo, swordsman. What realm? Yi Guhong ignored him. I'm talking to you. Xing Feng put down his bowl and wiped his mouth. I'm also late, immortal venerable. How about we have a fight? Yi Guhong finally spoke. No. Why, oi? You're too loud. Xing Feng was stunned for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. The laughter made the dining hall windows buzz again. Interesting. This place is interesting. Sect master, what's this brother called? Yi Guhong, elder of the Sword Pavilion. Sword Pavilion. Great. Then where do I stay? Is there a war hall? Lin Chen poked the system with his divine sense. Does the sect have a war hall? Yes. The sect construction card includes the war hall building located on the east side of the martial training ground. It's been empty, just waiting for a hall master. Fine. Lin Chen said to Xing Feng. You'll be the war hall master. The quarters are on the east side of the training ground. Pick your own. Xing Feng slapped the table and rose, making the bowls and chopsticks jump. Good. Sect master, you're straightforward. Then I won't stand on ceremony. He grabbed his long saber and strode out of the dining hall. When he reached the door, he looked back at Yi Guhong and flashed a grin. Hey, Sword Pavilion. Let's spar another day. No sparring. Come on, spar. No. Xing Feng roared with laughter again. The laughter echoed through the courtyards of Qingshu's sect, startling the 5-colored spirit carps in the pond until they all sank to the bottom. On Xing Feng's 3rd day here, a piece of the Qingshu sect's roof was ripped off. It wasn't a metaphor. A real piece had been ripped off. War Hall Master Xing Feng and Yi Guhong, the elder of the Jianghe, were sparring on the back mountain. To be precise, Xing Feng was unilaterally chasing Yi Guhong for a spar. Yi Guhong was unilaterally refusing. Xing Feng unilaterally struck first, and Yi Guhong unilaterally smashed him into the mountainside with a sheathed sword. When Xing Feng climbed out of the mountain, he laughed even louder than before. That felt great. Again, Yi Guhong glanced at him, turned, and left. Xing Feng slung his great saber over his shoulder and chased after him, shouting all the way, "Come on, again. Just one strike. I don't care if you keep it sheathed." Yi Guhong's steps grew faster and faster. In the end, he used his movement art directly, turning into a gray afterimage as he vanished in the direction of the Jiang'a. Xing Feng stood in the rubble of the back mountain and scratched his head. He's fast. He dusted himself off, hoisted the great saber onto his shoulder, and headed back, humming a tune he had picked up from who knows where. Passing the dining hall, he caught the smell of braised pork belly, and his feet unconsciously carried him inside. Lin Chen was sitting in the main hall eating lunch. Today's dish was a new creation from the spirit food generator, Kung Pao chicken. Diced spirit fowl meat stir-fried with spirit nut kernels and spirit vegetables until glossy and fragrant. Lin Chen ate very slowly, chewing each bite several times. Not because it was bad, but because he wanted the flavor to linger in his mouth a little longer. Xing Feng sat down across from him, leaned his great saber against the table, and helped himself to a bowl of rice. "Sect master, that man surnamed Yi is too dull. I've been asking him to spar for 3 days now, and he only made a move once. Today. And he hit me with the scabbard. He cultivates the way of the hidden sword. His sword never leaves its sheath. I know, but it's just sparring. Stop when you've made your point. What's the harm in drawing it? He hasn't drawn it in 300 years. Xing Feng's chopsticks paused mid-motion. 300 years. Then how fierce would his sword be if he drew it now? According to him, a single frontal strike can slay any cultivator below the late Dominator realm, and the side shockwave can level half a forbidden zone. Xing Feng was silent for 3 breaths. Then he swallowed the meat in his mouth, picked up his bowl, and kept shoveling rice. Then I'd better not spar with him after all. If he loses control and cuts me down, who do I complain to? Lin Chen chuckled. The system surfaced in his divine sense. Host, I need to remind you of one thing. Speak. Disciple Su Qingshue's chaos sword body awakening progress has been stalled for 3 days. The awakening is still at 3% with no increase at all. She's only 5. Isn't 3 days of stalling normal? For an ordinary physique, it's normal. But the chaos sword body is a top-tier divine physique. During the awakening period, it should keep growing. Stalling means it lacks external stimulation. What kind of external stimulation? Combat. Or at least sword cultivation. The chaos sword body is essentially a battle physique. It needs wielding the sword and facing opponents to be activated. Just reading characters and feeding fish won't make a sword body grow on its own. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks. You want my 5-year-old disciple to fight. Not fighting, sword cultivation. 5 is old enough to begin basic sword practice. The chaos sword scripture has already been passed down into her sea of consciousness. What she needs now is to move those things from her sea of consciousness into her body. Lin Chen thought it over and felt the system had a point. That afternoon, Lin Chen summoned Su Qingxue to the training ground. The training ground lay on the western side of the sect. It was a vast bluestone platform, its surface carved with reinforcement formations and surrounded by 12 spirit pattern pillars. Once activated, the formation would gradually increase the gravity inside the field up to 100 times the outside level. Right now, though, the formation was off and the bluestone ground held only the afternoon sunlight and the occasional mountain breeze. Su Qingxue wore her moon-white training robes, and the silver-white ring on her right index finger glinted faintly. Her hair had been tied into a small ponytail today. Bai Qianqian had done it for her. Her technique was not very steady, so the ponytail tilted to the left, and a few loose strands had slipped out of the hair, ties sticking up beside her ear. She stood in the center of the training ground looking up at Lin Chen, wondering why her master had brought her here. Qingxue, starting today you learn the sword. Su Qingshue's eyes lit up. The sword mark on her right forearm grew faintly warm, as if the 9 tribulations sword had heard the word sword and could not wait to come out. Summon the sword. Su Qingshuo closed her eyes and gave a very serious think. A dim light flashed along the sword mark on her arm, and the 9 tribulations sword extended out of the mark, condensing into form in her hand. She gripped the hilt with both hands, the tip resting against the ground. The sword was taller than she was. Stood upright, it reached the tip of her nose. The chaos sword scripture is in your head, right? Su Qingshuo nodded. Can you understand it? She shook her head. Not even a little. She thought for a moment, then held out one small finger and indicated a very small distance. A little. Just a little. There are lots of little figures inside moving. How do the little figures move? Su Qingshuo tilted her head, thought back, then raised the 9 tribulations sword with both hands and clumsily thrust it forward. The tip wobbled in the air and nearly pulled her over. Like this. Lin Chen watched her crooked, unsteady thrust and suddenly remembered what the system had said earlier. 5-year-old children think mainly in images. She couldn't understand the words of the sword scripture, but she could understand those moving little figures in her sea of consciousness. They were the sword intent projections within the chaos sword scripture's inheritance, the most direct form of sword instruction. Then learn by following those little figures. Move however they move. Su Qingshuo nodded and closed her eyes. Her small brow furrowed, her eyelashes quivered, and she was clearly watching something intently in her sea of consciousness. After about 10 breaths, she opened her eyes, raised the 9 tribulations sword with both hands, and thrust forward. It was different from the crooked thrust just now. This thrust was steady. The tip no longer wavered, and the entire path from starting the move to completing it was clean and sharp, like a drop of water slipping off a leaf's tip. It lacked power and speed, but the form was correct. Lin Chen's eyebrows lifted slightly. After making that thrust, Su Qingxue herself was a little dazed. She looked down at the sword in her hands, then up at Lin Chen. Master it. It moved by itself. It didn't move by itself. You moved by following the little figure in your sea of consciousness. However that little figure thrust, your body followed. This is called sword intent inheritance. Your mind doesn't know it, but your body does. Su Qingxue did not fully understand, but she remembered the method of following the little figure. She closed her eyes again. This time it took longer, about 20 breaths. Her eyelids kept twitching and expressions shifted across her small face. Now frowning, now relaxing, now the corners of her mouth lifting, as if she had seen something delightful in her sea of consciousness. Then she moved. Not a thrust, a slash. The 9 tribulations sword slashed diagonally from lower right to upper left, its edge drawing a black arc in the air. The end of the arc stopped above her left shoulder. The blade trembled faintly, letting out an extremely soft hum. That was sword intent. Not sword chi driven by spiritual power, but pure sword intent. The meaning inherent in the sword move itself. A 5-year-old child at the first level of chi refining had actually produced a thread of sword intent. The second time, she followed a sword intent projection and moved the sword. It was only a thread, thin as silk, weak as a candle flame. But it truly existed. At the edge of the training ground, Yi Guhong, who had appeared at some unknown point, leaned against a spirit pattern pillar holding that old sword, staring at Su Qingxue without blinking. His gaze changed. It was no longer the indifferent detachment that cared about nothing, but a seriousness stirred by something. He watched for a long while, then straightened from the pillar, took 2 steps, stopped, and continued watching. Su Qingxue was completely unaware. She closed her eyes again and began following the little figure in her sea of consciousness to learn a third move. This time it was an upward sweep. The blade lifted from low to high as if to flick something away. Her movements were still immature, her strength still lacking, but the form of the sword move remained precise. In her hand, the 9 tribulations sword was no longer a mere heavy iron weapon. It was like an arm reaching outward. Yi Guhong finally spoke. Sect Master, how long has she been learning? She touched a sword for the first time today. Yi Guhong was silent for 3 breaths. First time touching a sword, and she brought out sword intent in 3 moves. What grade is her sword body? Chaos sword body. Yi Guhong's gaze shifted again. He watched the little girl in the field. Her ponytail tilted to one side, both hands lifting a sword taller than she was, her face utterly serious as she followed the little figure in her sea of consciousness. And he was silent for a long time. Then he said something that to Lin Chen's ears was the equivalent of mind-blowing. I'll teach her. Lin Chen turned his head to look at him. Yi Guhong's expression still carried that air of not caring about anything, but the light in his eyes was different. Lin Chen had seen that light before. In his previous life, the senior architect at his company, who had spent 20 years writing code, had that same light in his eyes when he saw an extraordinarily gifted intern. Are you sure? Didn't you used to not care about anything? That was before. Yi Guhong walked into the training ground and crouched down in front of Su Qingxue. He was so much taller than Su Qingxue that when he crouched, his eyes were exactly level with hers. What's your name? Su Qingxue. My name is Yi Guhong. From now on I'll teach you swordsmanship. Su Qingxue looked at Yi Guhong, then at Lin Chen by the edge of the field. Lin Chen nodded. Greetings, Elder Yi, Su Qingxue said obediently. Yi Guhong nodded, then extended one finger and gently pressed it against the wrist of Su Qingxue's sword-holding hand. Do those 3 moves again. Slower. Su Qingxue did as she was told, repeating the thrust, the slash, and the upward sweep. Yi Guhong's finger stayed against her wrist the entire time, feeling how her muscles exerted force and how spiritual power flowed as she moved the sword. When the 3 moves were finished, Yi Guhong withdrew his finger and stood up. Her body is too weak. The sword forms are correct, but her strength can't keep up. She needs body tempering. Lin Chen said from behind him, she's only 5. 5 is exactly right. Any older, her bones and tendons will have set, and it will be harder to build a foundation. Yi Guhong said this in a flat tone, but Lin Chen noticed the hand he held behind his back. His thumb kept rubbing the side of his index finger. That was his habit when he was thinking. This sword fanatic who had not smiled in 300 years was earnestly working out some cultivation plan for a little girl. System, is Yi Guhong reliable? Based on his character profile, Yi Guhong began learning the sword at 7, entered the spirit transformation realm, at 17 reached the Immortal Lord realm at 100, and attained the Tao as an Immortal Venerable at 300. He has taught only one disciple, his master. The Venerable's granddaughter, who later became the 3rd-generation sword master of the Beihuang sword tomb at the mid-stage of the Dominator realm. Teaching ability rating S rank. He even has a teaching rating. Everyone this system summons has a complete ability evaluation. Yi Guhong, sword Tao S rank, combat S rank, teaching S rank, social F rank. Social F rank. the lowest tier. He truly has no interest in anything other than the sword. Lin Chen watched Yi Guhong, who had already begun teaching Su Qingxue the basic stance in the training ground, and suddenly felt that this sword-obsessed fanatic with F-rank social skills was perhaps more suited than anyone to be Su Qingxue's sword arts teacher. Because his devotion to the sword was so pure that it bordered on obsession. And it was precisely this purity that was most essential when taking the first steps into the way of the sword. In the evening, Lin Chen went to the dining hall's kitchen. Not because he was hungry, but because the system was chattering in his divine sense again. Host, a random quest has been triggered. Again. Quest name Pil Dao Heritage. Quest description: 800 li to the southwest of the Forbidden Zone lies an ancient Pil Dao secret realm on the verge of collapse. Sealed within the secret realm is the complete heritage of an ancient Pil Dao Grandmaster, including his cultivation method Pil formulas and personal alchemy cauldron. The realm's restrictions are on the verge of failing, and when they do, the heritage will disperse on its own. It is recommended that the host proceed to claim it. Quest requirement: enter the secret realm and obtain the Pil Dao heritage. Quest reward: designated character summon card, X1 Pil Dao. Failure penalty: none. This quest is optional. The host may decide whether to undertake it. Why is there no failure penalty this time? Optional quests carry no penalty, but this system advises the host to undertake it. Qingxu sect currently lacks talents in the Pil Dao, and the disciple's cultivation requires the support of Pils. Su Qingxue's chaos sword physique requires Pil assistance to awaken. Relying on natural awakening would take at least 3 years. Why didn't you say so earlier? Would you have listened if I had? No. Then there we have it. Lin Chen walked out of the dining hall and took in the sky. The sun had already sunk behind the western mountains. The sky shifted from purple to deep blue, and 3 moons had just begun to rise, their light still faint. Su Qingxue had already returned to her room. On her first day of sword practice, she was utterly worn out. At dinner, her chopsticks had trembled too much to hold, and by Qianqian had to feed her spoonful by spoonful. She went to sleep right after eating, without even doing her daily assignment of writing characters 10 times. Lin Chen did not call her. A 5-year-old child who could endure through the first day of sword practice and complete all 3 stances was already quite impressive. With a single thought, he vanished from the dining hall's entrance. 800 li. To a cultivator who could cross galaxies with a thought, it did not even take a single breath. The ancient Pil Dao secret realm was hidden deep within the belly of a desolate mountain. When Lin Chen arrived, the secret realm's entrance was already on the verge of collapse. The pair of bronze doors was covered in cracks, and a dark red light seeped through the gaps, as if something within was burning. 4 ancient characters were carved atop the lintel: the Pil fire shall never die. He pushed open the doors and stepped inside. The interior of the secret realm was far larger than it appeared from outside, an enormous circular stone chamber. At the chamber's center stood a 3-zhang tall Pil cauldron. Its body was dark gold, its surface densely inscribed with countless runes. Faint flames still burned beneath the cauldron. The fire was pale cyan, carrying no warmth at all, though instead it emanated a cold and desolate aura. Beside the cauldron sat a skeleton in a meditative pose. The skeleton wore a faded alchemist's robe. Its right hand clutched a jade slip, while its left palm faced upward, holding a dark red pill. 3 golden patterns rippled across the pill's surface. After untold tens of thousands of years, its medicinal potency had still not fully dissipated. Lin Chen walked over and retrieved the jade slip from the skeleton's hand. The instant the jade slip touched his palm, a torrent of information surged into his divine sense. The complete content of the Pil Dao heritage. Cultivation methods, Pil formulas, alchemical insights, spiritual herb identification. The volume of information was enough to send an ordinary cultivator's sea of consciousness into turmoil. But Lin Chen stood at the pinnacle of the Dominator realm. To him, this amount of information was no more significant than reading a single bullet comment. He stored the jade slip in his storage ring, then turned his gaze back to the dark red pill. System: what is this pill? A 9-cycle soul-returning pill, Saint grade. It can revive the dead and regrow flesh from bare bones. So long as a wisp of the soul remains, it can bring the person back. This pill has been stored for at least 50,000 years. Although it has lost roughly 30% of its potency, it is still a peerless treasure. 50,000 years. Yes, this Pil Dao Grandmaster fell around 50,000 years ago. Before his lifespan was exhausted, he sealed his entire heritage within this secret realm, awaiting a worthy inheritor. Lin Chen gazed at the skeleton, silent for the span of a breath, then bowed deeply. It was not a disciple's bow to a master, but a gesture of reverence for an elder who had passed down the culmination of a lifetime's work. After the bow, he collected the 9-cycle soul-returning pill as well. Then he turned and made for the exit. When he reached the door, he halted. In the corner of the stone chamber, something stirred. Lin Chen turned his head and saw a bird. More precisely, a bird covered in charred black feathers, most of which were gone, looking as though it could expire at any moment. It was curled up in the corner, not much larger than a pigeon. Its feathers had once been red, but they were scorched black and curled, exposing raw pink flesh beneath. Its left eye was closed, its right eye half open. The pupil was dark gold, fixed unblinkingly on Lin Chen. That look was not a look a bird ought to have. Far too intelligent. System alert, an anomalous life form has been detected. This life form is. The system's transmission suddenly jammed. Data anomaly. Recalibrating. Data anomaly. Third detection attempt. Confirmed. This life form is the vessel of the Pill Dao Grandmaster's remnant soul. 50,000 years ago, before his fall, the Pill Dao Grandmaster implanted a wisp of remnant soul into this young fire phoenix so that it might await the arrival of his inheritor. The fire phoenix is long-lived. 50,000 years is equivalent to a human's prime. Remnant soul. Yes. To be precise, it is a fragment of the Pill Dao Grandmaster's consciousness. It retains part of the Grandmaster's memories and all of his Pill Dao knowledge, but it has lost its sense of self. It is now simply a bird with its mind stuffed full of Pill Dao knowledge. Lin Chen crouched down and looked into the eyes of the charred fire phoenix. The fire phoenix fixed its right eye on him for a long moment, then opened its beak and let out a hoarse cry. The sound was like a rusty iron door being forced open, so grating it raised goosebumps. But after the cry, it struggled to its feet, hobbled over to Lin Chen's boots, and pressed its head against his shoe. It stopped moving. System alert: the fire phoenix has developed a dependence on the host. It sensed the aura of the heritage jade slip upon the host, and has identified the host as its inheritor. So it wants to come with me, eh? Yes. Lin Chen looked down at the bald charred bird at his feet. After a moment's thought, he bent over, scooped it up, and tucked it into the hood of his robe. The fire phoenix wriggled in the hood, found a comfortable spot, tucked its head into what little remained of its feathers, and closed its eyes. System: can this bird refine pills? Theoretically, yes. It carries the remnant soul fragment of the Pill Dao Grandmaster, which preserves complete Pill Dao knowledge and part of the instinct for pill refining. However, its body is that of a fire phoenix, and its spiritual power differs from human spiritual power. It will need time to adapt and train. Then it can. Lin Chen walked out of the secret realm. Behind him, the Pill Dao secret realm that had stood for 50,000 years let out one final low moan. The cracks across the bronze doors finally spread through the entire frame, and then the whole thing collapsed with a thunderous roar. Rubble sealed the entrance, burying the Pill Dao Grandmaster's skeleton and the dark gold cauldron forever within the mountain's depths. With the heritage claimed, the secret realm no longer had a reason to exist. Lin Chen returned to Qingshu's sect with the fire phoenix in his hood. As he landed, he ran right into Xingfeng, emerging from the war hall. Xingfeng was bare-chested, heat radiating from his body, clearly just finished with his blade practice. When Xingfeng saw Lin Chen, he started to greet him, but his gaze landed on the charred black mass inside Lin Chen's hood. Sect Master, what's that? A bird. What bird? A bird that refines pills. Xingfeng leaned in for a closer look. From his angle, the fire phoenix was nothing more than a singed featherless chicken. This thing refines pills. The fire phoenix suddenly opened its eyes, its dark gold pupils fixed on Xingfeng, and let out a hoarse cry. The sound was still as grating as a rusty iron door, but this time the cry carried the faintest trace of pressure. The pressure of a fire phoenix. Though it was bald and charred and half dead, it was still a fire phoenix after all. The Phoenix clan was born with a bloodline that subjugated all beasts. Xingfeng took a step back. Not from fear, but instinct. Just as a person's hand recoils from a flame, his body instinctively shrank from the phoenix's aura. Fine, I believe you. Xingfeng scratched his head. But Sect Master, the thing's in bad shape. It needs some nursing, doesn't it? Lin Chen scooped the fire phoenix out of his hood and held it in his palm. It was frighteningly light. Skin stretched over bone with scarcely any flesh to be felt. Its charred feathers fell off at the lightest touch, exposing burned skin beneath. Its breathing was so shallow that the rise and fall of its chest was barely perceptible. But it was alive. Lin Chen brought it back to his own room, found a basket lined with a soft cushion, and placed it inside. Then he bought a bottle of Spirit Beast Healing Solution from the system shop, and using a cotton swab carefully applied it to the bird's bare skin. Throughout the entire process, the fire phoenix kept its right eye open, watching him quietly. His face was reflected in its dark gold pupils, its thoughts inscrutable. After applying the medicine, Lin Chen set the basket in the moonlight by the window. The light of the 3 moons fell onto the fire phoenix's charred feathers, veiling it in a thin silver sheen. Recover well. Once you're better, you'll refine pills for me. The fire phoenix let out a low, soft cry. This time its voice was much quieter, as if afraid of waking someone. Early the next morning, Lin Chen was roused by the system's notification chime. Ding. Quest, Pill Dao Heritage, has been completed. Quest rewards are being issued. Designated character summon card Pill Dao X1 has been delivered to the storage ring. Congratulations, host. However, this system must remind you that the bird in your hood stole and ate 3 spiritual herb seeds from your storage ring last night. Lin Chen sat bolt upright and looked toward the basket by the window. The fire phoenix lay on the cushion, its belly slightly rounded. A broken shell fragment of a spiritual herb seed still clung to the corner of its beak, its right eye closed, pretending to be asleep. But its pretense of sleep was clearly nowhere near as convincing as a spirit beast feigning death. Lin Chen stared at it for 3 breaths. System, how much do those spiritual herb seeds cost? 3 seeds add up to 600 spirit stones. Deduct it from its future wages. It has no wages. Then it can work off the debt by refining pills. The Fire Phoenix is right. I quietly cracked open a slit, stole a glance at Lin Chen, then swiftly shut again. The Fire Phoenix lay in the basket for 3 days. During those 3 days it devoured 7 spiritual herb seeds from Lin Chen's storage ring, 3 slices of dried spirit fruit, and half a portion of braised pork that Xing Feng had secretly slipped to it. When it secretly ate the spiritual herb seeds, it would pretend to be asleep, and once discovered it would tuck its head under its wing. Though the feathers on that wing had nearly all fallen out, so hiding did little good. The braised pork incident was even more absurd. It was a bird after all, yet it somehow swallowed the entire piece of meat, larger than its own head, in one gulp. Its neck bulged into a shocking sphere, and took a long while to gradually subside. But it was indeed recovering. On the first day, the charred black feathers covering its body dropped away, revealing fresh pink skin beneath. On the second day, a layer of fine down sprouted from the new skin, colored in the faintest gold red, as if someone had ground the setting sun to dust and scattered it over the bird. On the third day, the down grew longer and denser, and the faint shape of true feathers began to emerge. By the morning of the 4th day, when Lin Chen woke, he found the Fire Phoenix perched on the windowsill, tilting its head to preen its newly grown feathers with its beak. Morning light fell across it, and its new plumage displayed a flowing gold red, not the blinding red of flame, but the gentle vermilion gold of sunset reflected on water. Every feather edge was rimmed with a faint halo. It turned to look at Lin Chen. The morning light outside the window mirrored in its dark gold pupils, then opened its beak and let out a cry. The voice was still hoarse, but no longer the skin-crawling harshness of a rusted iron door. It was like the first note of an old record, carrying a slightly worn texture, yet beneath it one could faintly discern a clear, bright tone. Recovering quite quickly, Lin Chen sat up from the bed, casually took a spirit fruit from his storage ring, and tossed it over. The Fire Phoenix's neck shot out and retracted like lightning, and the spirit fruit vanished. Its throat pulsed once, then it went back to preening its feathers with an air of utter nonchalance, as if nothing had happened. Put that spirit fruit on my tab. You now owe me 900 spirit stones. The Fire Phoenix's preening paused for a heartbeat. Its dark gold pupils slanted toward Lin Chen, and then with the composed air of "I have no idea what you're talking about," it turned its head toward the window. The system surfaced in Lin Chen's spiritual sense. Host, the Fire Phoenix's recovery is faster than expected. At the current pace, its feathers will be fully restored in about 7 days, at which point we can begin alchemy training. What realm is it in now? The Fire Phoenix clan are born spiritual beasts. A mature Fire Phoenix's power is roughly equivalent to the human race's Immortal Lord realm. However, this Fire Phoenix carries the remnant soul fragments of an alchemy grandmaster within it, so its alchemy ability is not entirely tied to its cultivation realm. Put simply, it is useless at fighting, but when it comes to alchemy it may be extremely capable. How useless at fighting? Its combat power is roughly equivalent to an early golden core cultivator. The Fire Phoenix's pressure can suppress demon beasts, but its effect on human cultivators is limited. If it ever encountered real combat, its only advantage would be flying fast. So it's a fragile glass cannon that can only refine pills. An incisive summary, host. Lin Chen rose from bed, washed up briefly, and pushed open the door. In the early morning, the Qingshu sect was shrouded in thin mist. The distant peaks showed only their blue-black summits like islands floating atop a sea of clouds. Pale white vapors drifted over the surface of the spirit spring. A celestial crane stood by the water, bending its long neck into an elegant curve as it used its beak to tidy the feathers on its chest. From the direction of the training ground came the faint sound of shouts. Xing Feng was doing his morning practice, his voice audible across half the sect. Lin Chen first went to the dining hall to take a look. The spirit food generator was already automatically preparing breakfast. From the kitchen came the soft clatter of pots and bowls, and the bubbling sound of spirit rice porridge. He ordered a serving of soup dumplings with soy milk from the exotic flavored menu with an extra 10 spirit stones for ingredient simulation, then carried the tray to his seat in the main hall. As he was eating his third dumpling, the light at the entrance dimmed for a moment. Yi Guhong walked in. The gray-robed swordsman still wore that expression of utter indifference, his old sword slung across his back, his steps so light they were almost silent. He sat down across from Lin Chen, saying nothing and showing no intention of getting food from the kitchen. He merely sat there as if waiting for something. Lin Chen swallowed the dumpling in his mouth. Something on your mind? Su Qingshue's sword art's progress. What about it? Too fast. Lin Chen set down his chopsticks. When Yi Guhong said too fast, his brow was slightly furrowed. That expression on his eternally indifferent face was like a stone statue suddenly moving its eyebrows. One could not help but take it seriously. Isn't fast a good thing? It depends. She finished all the sword moves in the introductory chapter of the Chaos Sword Art in 3 days. A normal cultivator would need 3 months. Yi Guhong spoke a little faster than usual, as if stating a fact that puzzled him. Her body has memorized the forms of every sword move, but her tendons, bones, and spiritual power cannot keep up. It is like a child who has memorized an entire fist manual, yet whose arms lack the strength to throw even a single punch. What will the consequences be? If it is not controlled, she will unconsciously use sword intent to compensate for strength. Sword intent is a good thing, but given her current physical constitution, overusing it will damage her meridians. At best, her cultivation progress will stall, or at worst her sword body will backlash against her. Lin Chen was silent for a breath. How do we solve it? Body tempering. When Yi Guhong said those two words, his tone was that of someone stating an unavoidable fact. I have said it before, she needs body tempering. But the amount required now is much greater than previously estimated. Her sword moves are advancing too quickly. Body tempering must keep pace, or the imbalance will only become more severe. What is the specific plan? For hours of basic sword practice each day, controlling sword intent output and wielding the sword with purely physical strength. Combined with medicinal baths to temper the body, letting the medicinal power penetrate the tendons and bones to accelerate the enhancement of physical strength. I have the formula for the bath, but I need an alchemist to cooperate. The body tempering formulas of the Beihuang Sword Tomb have extremely strict requirements for processing medicinal materials. Ordinary alchemists cannot handle it. When Lin Chen heard the word alchemist, the system, in his spiritual sense, let out a chime. Host, the formula Yi Guhong mentioned should be manageable for the Fire Phoenix. The remnant soul fragments of the alchemy grandmaster contain knowledge of medicinal material processing. Handling medicinal bath ingredients is a basic operation. It does not require complete alchemy ability. Lin Chen replied in his spiritual sense, are you sure? 70% sure. The remaining 30% depends on how much of the grandmaster's instinct the Fire Phoenix still retains. However, host can let it try. If it fails, there is no real loss. The sect treasury can afford the medicinal materials. Since when did you become so generous? This system has always been generous. Yesterday, when host bought the Spirit Beast healing liquid, this system even gave a 10% discount. That's because you raised the price and then discounted it. Host, such trade secrets must not be casually disclosed. Lin Chen pulled his attention back from his spiritual sense. Leave the alchemist matter to me. Write out the medicinal bath formula for me. Yi Guhong nodded, took a neatly folded piece of paper from inside his robe, and placed it on the table. The paper was made from spirit bamboo fiber, thin yet tough. The handwriting on it was lean, hard, and austerely sharp. Every stroke looked as if it had been cut by a sword edge. He had clearly prepared it long ago, and was simply waiting for Lin Chen to ask. Lin Chen picked up the formula and scanned it. There were 17 medicinal ingredients listed, each with its grade, age, and processing requirements marked after it. The lowest was a 4th grade spirit herb. The highest was 7th grade dragon blood vine, which required removing the toxicity while preserving its essence with the fire control deviation not exceeding 3 breaths. That's no small demand. The body tempering formula of the Beihuang Sword Tomb has been passed down for 7,000 years. All right, I'll have it prepared within 3 days. Yi Guhong gave a slight nod and rose to leave. When he reached the door, he paused and turned his head to say, her talent in the sword way is the highest I have ever seen, bar none. Then he left. Lin Chen sat at the table watching Yi Guhong's silhouette vanish into the morning mist and stuffed the last dumpling into his mouth. A sword fanatic who had not praised anyone in 300 years had now praised the same person twice in a row. The first time was when he first watched Su Qingxue practice swordsmanship and said, I will teach her. This time it was even more direct. Highest talent bar none. The system let out a ding in his spiritual sense. Host, this system detects a slight rise in your heart rate. This is the emotion of pride. Would host like this system to play a celebratory tune? No. Very well. However, host, what Yi Guhong said is indeed true. The Chaos Sword body has appeared only 3 times in the known history of the Huanyu Great World. Su Qingxue is the 4th. Of the previous 3 possessors, one became the Sword Dao Sovereign of the God Realm, one founded a sword cultivator, Holy Land spanning 6 realms, and one single-handedly slew the Sovereign of the Demon Realm. The upper limit of the Chaos Sword body is far higher than host imagines. Higher than the Sovereign Immortal Emperor. Once the Chaos Sword body fully awakens, it is invincible at the same realm. If she can attain the Tao of Immortal Emperor, she will become the strongest in the Immortal Emperor realm. Of course, attaining that Tao is itself a 1 in 100 million chance. It is still too early to talk about it now. Let her first lay a solid foundation. Lin Chen put the formula into his storage ring, stood up, and returned to his room. The Fire Phoenix was still perched on the windowsill, using its beak to straighten a crooked feather on its chest. It now had an almost obsessive care for its feathers. Any feather at the wrong angle had to be rearranged. Hearing the sound of Lin Chen entering, it raised its head and looked over with its dark gold pupils. Lin Chen spread the formula out in front of it. Can you handle it? The Fire Phoenix lowered its head to study the words on the paper. Its pupils contracted slightly, and the dark gold light deepened. That was not the gaze of a bird looking at something. It was reading. It truly recognized these characters. After about 10 breaths, it raised its head and let out a short, sharp cry. Lin Chen could not understand it. The system translated automatically. It means yes, but it needs a helper. Removing the toxicity from the dragon blood vine requires 2 people working together, one controlling the fire, one removing the poison. It currently has only wings, not hands. A helper. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then took out the unused designated character summoning card from his storage ring, the alchemy track 1. The card shimmered with hazy radiance in the morning light. He infused it with spiritual power and tossed it into the courtyard. Points of light burst outward, converged, and coalesced into a human shape. This time the glow was unlike the previous two. It was not Yi Guhong's cold gray-white, nor Xing Feng's scorching dark red, but a soft, moist cyan, like the light that fills a bamboo grove after spring rain. When the points of light faded, a person stood in the courtyard. A woman. She appeared to be around 30 not tall, dressed in a plain cyan robe. On the cuffs, fine patterns of medicinal herbs were embroidered with thread of the same color. Her features were gentle and unremarkable, and between her brows lay an indescribable tranquility. Not the forbidding chill of Yi Guhong, but the calm, steadfast mildness of someone who had spent years in the company of medicinal herbs. Her hair was simply gathered at the nape of her neck with a wooden hairpin, and a few loose strands hung beside her ears, swaying slightly in the morning breeze. In her right hand, she carried a small copper medicine furnace only the size of a fist, its surface mottled with uneven brownish red from smoke, clearly used for many years. On the web between her left thumb and forefinger was a patch of callus worn there by years of gripping a pestle to grind medicinal materials. Her cultivation realm unfolded. The peak of the Immortal Lord realm, the 15th realm, still 2 major realms away from the Immortal Emperor, lower than Yi Guhong and Xing Feng. But Lin Chen noticed that when she looked at him, there was neither reverence nor tension in her eyes. Only a professional appraising gaze, as if. It was the way a physician examines a patient, reading his complexion, his breathing, his bearing. Qing Dai, alchemist. Her voice was likewise calm and plain, carrying no surplus emotion. After saying those 4 words, she shifted her gaze away from Lin Chen and began to survey the courtyard. When she caught sight of the spiritual spring by the pond, her eyes lit up. When she saw the wild spirit herbs growing in the cracks of the rockery, her eyes lit up again. When she saw the fire phoenix crouched on the windowsill, her gaze came to a complete stop. Then she walked straight past Lin Chen, went up to the windowsill, crouched down, and looked the fire phoenix in the eye. The fire phoenix looked back at her. The woman and the bird stared at each other for 5 full breaths. Then Qing Dai stretched out her hand and gently touched with her index finger the feather on the fire phoenix's chest that it had spent forever preening. The fire phoenix did not dodge. Phoenix fire, the remnant soul of an alchemy grandmaster. Qing Dai's voice for the first time carried an obvious ripple of emotion, not surprise but certainty. Sect master, this bird is under my charge. Do you recognize it? No, but I can tell. Qing Dai removed her finger from the fire phoenix's feathers. A trace of extremely faint gold-red light lingered at her fingertip. The phoenix fire aura the bird naturally emitted. Phoenix fire is one of the supreme flames for alchemy. Though this fire phoenix is not much in battle within its body, the origin of phoenix fire still remains. With the remnant soul of an alchemy grandmaster added on, it was born into this world precisely for pill refining. Where did the sect master find it? An ancient secret realm. It came along by itself. Qing Dai nodded and asked no more. She shifted the copper medicine furnace from her right hand to her left, then said something to Lin Chen that made the system laugh out loud in his divine sense. Sect master, where is the pill refining room? I'm starting work. No small talk at all. No, please take care of me. No, thank you for summoning me. Even her self-introduction had been only 4 characters long. After seeing the fire phoenix, her attention had been entirely devoted to that phoenix, which had once lost all its feathers. Lin Chen poked the system in his divine sense. What is her personality rating? Qing Dai alchemy S rank, herb identification S rank, alchemy instruction S rank, patience SS rank, social D rank. Personality traits: very limited interest in things other than pills and medicinal herbs. Her interest in the fire phoenix is far greater than her interest in the host. Loyalty poses no issue, but the host should not expect her to be as warm as Xing Feng. D rank social is a bit higher than Yi Guhong's F rank. 2 ranks higher. F is the lowest and D is 3rd from the bottom. At the very least, when it comes to discussing alchemy, she'll say more than Yi Guhong. Alright then. Lin Chen led Qing Dai to the pill room. The pill room stood on the eastern side of the sect, a standalone 2-story stone building. The walls were made of heat-resistant fire-patterned stone, and the floor was engraved with a flame-gathering formation. The first floor was where herbs were processed and finished products stored. The second floor was the actual pill refining chamber, with an immortal-grade pill furnace at its center, a bonus from the sect construction card. The furnace's body was deep green, its surface etched with 36 pill patterns, and its quality was more than a full grade above the copper furnace in Qing Dai's hand. Qing Dai walked around the first floor, inspecting the herb shells, the work counter, and the grinding implements. Then she crouched down at the center of the flame-gathering formation and pressed her palm against the ground, feeling the flow of spiritual energy within the formation. The formation is fine. The furnace is usable. The herb shells are empty. She stood up and dusted off her hands. Sect master, I need to purchase a batch of basic herbs. I'll put together the list for you tonight. Fine. Qing Dai gave a nod, walked to the window, and pushed it open. At some point the fire phoenix had followed her, and it was now crouched on a tree branch outside the pill room. Qing Dai reached out a hand to it. The fire phoenix hesitated a moment, then flapped its wings and alighted on her arm. Your phoenix fire, let me borrow it. The fire phoenix cocked its head and looked at her, then opened its beak and spat out an extremely thin wisp of gold-red flame. The flame was only as thick as a little finger, yet its temperature was astonishing. The air was scorched into visible ripples. Qing Dai's copper medicine furnace flew up by itself into her palm. Its lid flipped open and that thread of phoenix fire fell right into the chamber, where it burned quietly. The brownish-red surface of the copper furnace deepened in the firelight like old lacquer from years past awakened once more. Qing Dai watched the knot of gold-red flame inside the furnace, and the very corner of her mouth curved into the barest faintest arc. That was the first smile-like expression she had shown since Lin Chen met her. In the afternoon, Lin Chen brought Su Qingxue to the pill room. The girl had just finished sword practice with Yi Guhong that morning. Her hair was wet with sweat and clinging to her forehead, and a dark patch of sweat had soaked through the back of her moon-white training robe. A water blister had formed in the webbing between her right thumb and index finger, from swinging a sword with raw physical strength. Yi Guhong did what he said he would. In the 2 hours they had today, he made her swing the 12 basic sword moves a full 100 times with pure strength, forbidding her from using even a sliver of sword intent. Su Qingxue was so tired that her hands shook, but her eyes were still bright. Master, what are we here for? A bath. A bath. Lin Chen pointed toward the backyard of the pill room. A new stone pool had appeared there, carved from a single piece of green jade, its surface inscribed with heat-preserving formation patterns. The pool was already full of hot water. Through the veil of steam, the sediment of a dozen or so medicinal herbs could be seen at the bottom. The water was deep brown, and a thin layer of medicinal oil floated on its surface, catching the sunlight and refracting amber light. This was the result of a morning's work by Qing Dai and the Fire Phoenix. The first pool of body-tempering, medicinal liquid. Su Qingxue took off her outer robe, and in her tight-fitting top and shorts gingerly stepped into the pool. The water came exactly up to her chest at just above body temperature. The moment she sank and she squinted in bliss. Then the medicinal strength began to seep in. First was the itch. It began at the soles of her feet and worked its way upward through her calves, knees, and thighs like countless tiny feathers brushing lightly through the cracks between her bones. Su Qingxue couldn't help wiggling her toes, sending ripples across the water. Next came the numbness. When the itch peaked, it turned into numbness. Her entire body seemed to be soaking in warm water and floating on clouds at once. The sense of her limbs blurred, leaving only waves of soreness and tingling from deep within her bones. Finally came the heat. Not the heat of the water, but a heat that pushed outward from inside her bones. It was as if something had kindled a tiny flame in her marrow, warm without being scalding, baking every inch of muscle and bone from the inside out. The steam flushed Su Qingxue's cheeks rosy red, and fresh beads of sweat trickled out across her forehead. Yet her expression was not one of discomfort, but of a kind of wordless release, like something tightly wound inside her body was gradually, little by little, coming undone. Qing Dai crouched at the edge of the pool, one hand resting on Su Qingxue's wrist, a faint cyan light at her fingertips, monitoring how the medicinal energy was moving inside her body. The Fire Phoenix crouched on her shoulder, its dark gold pupils fixed on the water's surface. Occasionally, it would dip its head and peck at the loose strands of hair hanging by Qing Dai's ear. The absorption of the medicinal energy is normal. Qing Dai's voice was unhurried. The foundation of her bones and tendons is better than I expected. The chaos sword physique doesn't show its hand before awakening, but the root of her constitution is still far superior to an ordinary person's. An ordinary person would need to soak 3 times to absorb a whole pool of this medicinal strength. She needed only 1. Are there side effects? She'll be hungry. The instant Qing Dai finished speaking, Su Qingxue's stomach growled loudly. In the quiet backyard of the pill room, that stomach rumble sounded just like a little drum being struck. Su Qingxue's face grew even redder, not from the steam, but from embarrassment. She shrank down into the water until only half her face was visible, her eyes blinking above the surface. The corner of Qing Dai's mouth twitched upward again. She took out a brown pill from her sleeve and passed it to Su Qingxue. Not to eat. Just hold it in your mouth. It's to replenish your strength. Su Qingxue took it and held it in her mouth. The moment the pill dissolved, a warm current spread from her mouth to every limb and bone, washing away most of the bone-deep weariness from moments ago. Holding the pill in her mouth, she leaned against the pool wall, and her eyelids began to droop. Qing Dai did not wake her. She lifted Su Qingxue's arm, which was resting at the pool's edge, and examined it. Under the effect of the medicinal strength, the broken blister at the webbing between thumb and index finger had already begun to scab over. The body tempering results are good. Qing Dai gently placed Su Qingxue's arm back, then turned to Lin Chen. At this rate, together with Elder Ye's sword training, her physical strength can rise to the level of foundation establishment within a month. By then, the imbalance between her sword intent and her body can be initially resolved. A month. At least a month. That's a conservative estimate. If the Fire Phoenix's Phoenix Fire can further purify the medicinal energy, the time can be shortened to 20 days. Qing Dai paused and glanced at the Fire Phoenix on her shoulder. But it's still too weak now. The purity of its phoenix fire isn't enough. Once its feathers fully grow back, the quality of its flame should rise another tier. The fire phoenix let out a hoarse cry as if to say, got it. In the evening, the medicinal bath ended. When Lin Chen fished Su Qingxue out of the pool, she was utterly limp, like a noodle boiled soft. Her eyelids were too heavy to open. She mumbled a vague master, then tilted her head against Lin Chen's shoulder and fell fast asleep. Lin Chen carried her back to her room, laid her on the bed, and covered her with the quilt. The girl rolled over and wrapped the blanket into a cocoon with nothing but a tiny tuft of hair showing. The black sword pattern on her right forearm flickered faintly in the dim light, brightening and dimming in step with her even breathing. Lin Chen stood by the bed for a long moment, then tiptoed out of the room. In the hallway, the system dinged in his divine sense. Host, a random quest has been triggered. Again, I've triggered 3 quests in one day. This time is different. It's a branch of the main quest. Quest name: the sect's name begins to shine. Quest description: the existence of the Forbidden Zone sect has already begun to spread throughout the surrounding regions. The host must complete at least one action within 10 days that publicly demonstrates the sect's strength to outsiders. There is no restriction on the form. Quest requirement: have at least 3 outside cultivators witness Qingxue sect's power with their own eyes, and let them leave alive. Quest rewards: mountain protecting grand formation upgrade 1, a random cultivation art gift pack 1. Failure penalty: this system will play the most dazzling ethnic style on a loop in every public space in the sect for an entire full month, including the dining hall, the training grounds, the scripture pavilion, and the disciples' rooms. You wouldn't dare. Host, you know full well that this system would dare. 10 days. The countdown begins now. Lin Chen stood in the hallway watching the twilight settle over the courtyard. The waters of the spiritual spring reflected the light of 3 moons. On the rockery by Chanxian turned over, her 9 tails splayed wide like a fan. The aroma of dinner drifted from the direction of the dining hall. Xing Feng was probably ordering braised pork again. 10 days. Show strength. Let 3 people leave alive. System, you're forcing me into entrapment. This system does not understand what the host is saying. You understand perfectly well. This system does not understand. Lin Chen ignored it and turned to walk toward the dining hall. Passing the pill room, he saw the light still burning in the window. Xing Dai had not gone to rest. She sat at the workbench sorting herbs by lamplight. The fire phoenix crouched on the rack beside her, occasionally spitting out a thin wisp of gold-red flame to help roast the herbs that needed moisture drawn out. Woman and bird both utterly quiet. Xing Dai's lips moved faintly, as if she were speaking to the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix answered from time to time with a short, sharp cry. Between them lay an understanding that needed no words, the kind that can exist only between 2 beings who genuinely love the same thing. Lin Chen did not disturb them. He kept walking without breaking stride toward the dining hall. The scent of braised pork grew stronger with every step. Xing Feng felt as if he had just heard the funniest joke under heaven. Sect master, you want me to go and rob people? It's not robbery. It's a display of strength. There are many ways to display strength. Why does it have to be robbery? Because it's quick. Lin Chen sat at a table in the dining hall, a plate of freshly fried gobera in front of him, a new item on the exotic flavors menu. Slices of spirit beast tenderloin had been coated in spirit potato starch and fried until golden and crisp, then drizzled with a sweet and sour sauce. It was still hissing and steaming when it arrived. He picked up a slice, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed with a crisp crunch, looking utterly self-satisfied. Xing Feng sat across from him, his great blade leaning against the table, arms crossed. The expression on his face oscillated between "Sect Master, are you serious?" and "Sect Master, have you lost your mind? I won't do it. I am the esteemed Hall Master of the War Hall, a war god at the late stage Immortal Emperor realm. Go play Mountain Bandit. If word of this gets out, how am I supposed to hold my head up in the 6 realms? Nobody said anything about being a bandit. Have you heard of fishing-style law enforcement? What fishing? Lin Chen swallowed the gobera in his mouth, picked up the spirit spring water, and rinsed his mouth. That cursed system gave me a mission. Within 10 days, at least 3 outside cultivators have to witness the strength of the Qingxue sect with their own eyes, and they have to leave alive to spread its fame. Do you think that can be done through normal means? Xing Feng thought for a moment. No. Our sect is situated in the Forbidden Zone. No normal person would ever come here. So we need abnormal means. You take a trip out there, and when you come across suitable cultivators, show them your cultivation realm, and lure them back toward the sect. Just bring them to the mountain gate. I'll handle the rest. Then how is that different from robbery? It's very different. Robbery means you want their things. Fishing means you make them want to take yours. Xing Feng's brows twisted into a knot. He was a first-rate hand at fighting, but when it came to this kind of roundabout scheming, his mind turned far slower than his blade. Why would they want to rob me? Because you look like a fat sheep. Where do I look like a fat sheep? Lin Chen gave him a look from head to toe. Xing Feng hadn't put on his battle robe today. Shirtless under a short hemp jacket he had dug up from God's New, where he revealed 2 bronze-colored arms covered with old scars. The great blade rested on his shoulder, the 3 iron rings along the spine jangling with every move he made. His hair was tied back casually with a strand of straw rope, and on his face, he still bore the bruise Yi Guhong had left with his sword scabbard during practice yesterday. You really don't look like a fat sheep, Lin Chen conceded. You look like a bandit. Well, there you go. Who in their right mind would try to rob someone like me? So you need to look more like a fat sheep. Lin Chen fished something out of his storage ring and placed it on the table. It was a raw spirit jade stone the size of a fist, luminous white all over. Inside it, a faint golden light drifted slowly like a tiny pool of liquid sunlight sealed within the stone. This was a decorative item from the system mall priced at 500 spirit stones. Its function was described as when placed in a room it increases the concentration of spiritual energy by 0.3%. Lin Chen had bought it for no other reason than being bored while browsing the mall in the dead of night and misclicking. Hang it at your waist. Let it show when you walk. Xing Feng picked up the raw spirit jade and weighed it in his hand. Is this thing worth money? For cultivators below the golden core stage, it's enough to support their cultivation for 10 years. All right. Xing Feng hung the raw spirit jade on his belt and got up to leave. Wait, Lin Chen called out. What is it now? Change out of that shabby jacket. Wear this. Lin Chen pulled another robe from his storage ring. It was moonlight white, made from the same fabric as the training robe the system had given Su Qingxue, but cut to an adult man's size. Pale gold cloud patterns were embroidered at the collar and cuffs, and around the waist hung a belt woven from spirit silkworm silk with an exquisite spirit jade pendant dangling from it. The entire robe exuded an air of quiet, unmistakable wealth. This robe, Xing Feng held it up and examined it. Wearing it makes me look like a white peacock. That's exactly the point. If you wear that shabby jacket, people think you're a robber. If you wear this, they think you're a man delivering money. Xing Feng changed into the robe with a stream of grumbling. The moonlight white spirit silkworm robe produced a very peculiar effect on him. His build was too massive, shoulders broad, back thick, so the robe was stretched taut across his shoulders while the cuffs stopped halfway up his forearms, exposing a slice of bronze wrist. The spirit jade pendant at his waist swung to and fro, forming a sharp contrast with the battered great blade on his back. The overall effect was that of a nouveau riche dressed in borrowed clothes, but plainly unaccustomed to them, hung all over with expensive trinkets, and looking very easy to rob. Perfect, Lin Chen said. Xing Feng studied his reflection in the dining hall window, then fell silent for 3 breaths. Sect Master, I'll remember today. Go. Remember, don't kill anyone. You can break them, but they have to be able to walk and talk. I need them to leave alive to spread the word for me. Xing Feng shouldered his great blade and left. When his figure disappeared into the morning mist, the system emerged in Lin Chen's divine sense. Host, where did you learn this idea? I learned it from the client. In my past life, our company's salespeople deliberately dressed with expensive but tacky combinations when meeting clients, making the clients think they were easy marks. It was only after the contract was signed that they realized they were the ones who had been ripped off. The wisdom of human beings truly knows no bounds. Aren't you a human? This system is an existence beyond human cognition. Then when you were playing the most dazzling ethnic style, why didn't you consider that you were beyond human cognition? That is art. Art has no boundaries. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to continue the topic with him. He finished off the remaining gobura and added an order of pickled cabbage stewed with vermicelli. The Northeastern cuisine series had become his new favorite. The exotic flavors menu that the spirit food generator had updated recently was growing ever more absurd. The day before yesterday, it even had river snail rice noodles, and he hadn't dared to order them. Halfway through the meal, Qingdai came out from the back kitchen. She carried a tray, and on the tray were a dozen small porcelain bottles, each with a red stopper. She set the tray on Lin Chen's table, sat down across from him, and used his chopsticks to steal a slice of gobera from his plate. This is the medicinal bath essence I prepared for Su Qingxue. Qingdai chewed the gobera, her brow furrowing slightly. Too sweet. Use less sugar next time. Tell that to the spirit food generator. I did. It wouldn't listen. It's a spirit artifact. It doesn't have ears. That's why I'm telling you. You're the sect master. Lin Chen picked up a small porcelain bottle, pulled out the stopper, and sniffed it. The medicinal fragrance was rich but not sharp, with a faint sweetness, similar to what he had smelled when Su Qingxue bathed last time, but notably stronger in concentration. How is it used? Add 1 bottle to each medicinal bath. I raised the dosage of dragon blood vine by 30%, and after the phoenix fire was purified, the medicinal power became even more potent. Su Qingxue's tendons and bones absorb it even better than I expected, so I can increase the amount a little. Will anything go wrong? I am an alchemist. Qingdai's tone was flat, but her eyes held an unshakable certainty. Medicinal baths are my domain. Lin Chen replaced the stopper and put the dozen or so small bottles into his storage ring. What about the fire phoenix? It's asleep in the alchemy room. It helped me purify 30 doses of medicinal herbs today, and it was exhausted. Qingdai's voice softened slightly when she mentioned the fire phoenix. Only slightly. It's getting stronger every day now. Ever since its feathers fully grew, and the purity of its phoenix fire has been improving daily. After a little longer, it should be able to begin true pill alchemy. What pills can it refine? Start with the most basic spirit restoration pill. Though the fire phoenix's flame is high grade, its control still needs training. In alchemy, fiercer fire isn't better, steadier fire is. Its flame is fierce enough now, but steady is still far off. Qingdai ate the last slice of Gobera rose and returned to the alchemy room. At the doorway she paused, then turned her head slightly. By the way, that 9-tailed spirit fox of yours stole and ate 3 spirit herbs I had laid out to dry in the courtyard yesterday. They weren't anything precious, but if it steals again, I'll smear bittering agent on the herbs. Then she left. Lin Chen glanced out the window at Bai Qianqian, who was basking on the rockery outside. The 9-tailed spirit fox's ears twitched, clearly having heard Qingdai's words. She burrowed her head into her tail and pretended not to exist. Xing Feng came back in the evening. When he returned, a string of people followed behind him. To be exact, 5. All 5 wore the plain clothes of rogue cultivators, their cultivation levels ranging from early golden core to mid-nascent soul. The one in front was a middle-aged man at mid-nascent soul with a shrewd face and eyes that, though small, darted about ceaselessly. One glance was enough to tell he was an old hand who had spent years scrambling along the bottom of the cultivation world. Behind him came 2 early nascent soul cultivators, one late golden core cultivator, and a young girl at early golden core who looked no more than 16 or 17. She lingered at the very back, her eyes filled with unmistakable reluctance. Xing Feng led the way. His moonlight white robe now had several gaps in it. Not cut by a sword, but ripped by branches. He hadn't taken the main road when he entered the forbidden zone. He had cut straight through the forest, and the brambles had torn quite a few holes in the robe. The raw spirit jade at his waist, however, was perfectly intact, swinging at his belt and giving off an alluring glow. Sect Master, the people are here. Xing Feng planted his great blade on the ground with a heavy thud. The 5 rogue cultivators reacted differently when they saw Lin Chen. The middle-aged man at the lead immediately wreathed his face in smiles and cupped his hands. So you are the sect master. I am Sun Dishing. Passing by this esteemed place, I happened upon this brother Xing and heard that your honored sect is recruiting the worthy, so I have come to call. The words were graceful, but his eyes were darting everywhere. From the white jade pillars of the mountain gate to the glazed tiles of the main hall, from the 5-colored spirit koi swimming in the spirit spring to the 9-tailed spirit fox sunning on the rockery, his gaze was like an abacus clicking away as it appraised the value of everything. Lin Chen was all too familiar with that look. In his past life, when his company was in acquisition talks, the appraisers sent by the other side wore exactly that look, saying nothing yet recording everything. The other 2 early nascent soul rogue cultivators were one stout and one lean. The stout one had a face full of slabs of flesh and stared greedily at the plaque above the mountain gate, likely estimating how much that spirit jade plaque was worth. The lean one was expressionless, but his fingers kept stroking the storage pouch at his waist, as if weighing some scheme. The late golden core cultivator was a young man whose eyes flitted about, occasionally glancing at Sun Dishing, clearly following his lead. The early golden core girl at the very back had kept her head lowered since entering the mountain gate, her fingers twisting at the hem of her clothes. Her whole presence radiated the sentiment, I don't want to be here, but I have no choice. Recruiting the worthy. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair. He had asked for the sect master's seat to be moved to the plaza inside the mountain gate, specifically to watch this play unfold. I wasn't aware my sect was recruiting anyone. Sun Dishing's smile froze for an instant. But he was an old hand, and his reaction was quick. Brother Xing said your honored sect was recently founded and is in need of able hands. Though our cultivation is modest, we can still run errands and do odd jobs as outer disciples. Establishing a sect within the Forbidden Zone must require quite a lot of manpower. No. His words were cunning. On the surface, he was offering to join. In reality, he was probing, trying to gauge the sect's true scale. If Lin Chen readily agreed, it would mean the sect was genuinely short-handed and short on strength. If Lin Chen refused, he could also glean something from the manner of refusal. Lin Chen did not take the bait. He stared at Sun Dishing with eyes as placid as still water. Xing Feng, did you tell them what realm you are in? Xing Feng scratched his head. No, they didn't ask. Then did you demonstrate it? I did. I chopped down a tree. What tree? That 800-year-old ironwood tree at the edge of the Forbidden Zone. With a single slash. Sun Dishing's face changed. He knew that ironwood tree outside the Forbidden Zone. It had lived for 800 years, its trunk harder than refined iron. A golden core cultivator striking with full force could only leave a faint white mark. Xing Feng had chopped it down with one slash, which meant his strength was at least above the spirit transformation stage. And he had been scheming all the way here about how to rob this fat sheep of his spirit jade. Lin Chen stood up and walked down the steps. His pace was neither fast nor slow, and each step was as casual as if he were strolling after a meal. But as he drew closer, step by step, Sun Dishing felt something pressing down on his chest. It was not the pressure of spiritual power. Lin Chen was still holding back all of his aura, but a far more primal oppression, like the instinctive fear of prey locked in a hunter's gaze. Sun Dishing's knees began to give way. He didn't know why he was afraid. The man before him had no spiritual energy fluctuation whatsoever. He looked like an ordinary mortal. But his body was sounding the alarm, every cell screaming at him to run. He could not run. He was not frozen by a spell. His legs simply refused to obey. Lin Chen walked up to him, reached out, and removed the storage pouch from his waist. Sun Dishing watched helplessly, not daring to move. Lin Chen opened the pouch and glanced inside. Several thousand spirit stones, a few bottles of low-grade pills, 2 broken magic tools, and a dog-eared basic cultivation manual. The standard belongings of a rogue cultivator, poor enough to clink. He handed the pouch back to Sun Dishing. Too poor. Robbing you is no fun. Sun Dishing took the pouch as if his bones had been drained, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lin Chen walked past him and looked at the 2 rogue cultivators at the early nascent soul stage. The fat one had already knelt. No one knew when, probably when the story of Xing Feng splitting the tree ended. The skinny one was still standing, but his face was as white as paper and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. The young man at the late golden core stage shrank behind them, wishing he could squeeze himself into the cracks between the floor tiles. Only the little girl at the early golden core stage had raised her head at some point and was secretly watching Lin Chen. There was no fear in her eyes, only something hard to explain, as if she were looking at an answer. Lin Chen swept his gaze across them, then turned and walked back to the sect master's seat. The 5 of you are in luck. The 5 all held their breath at once. I need someone to spread the word about what happened today. That's why you get to leave alive. Sun Dishing's head snapped up, his eyes flooding with the wild joy of surviving a disaster. But those 2 words yanked the 5 hearts upward again. You didn't come here for free. The gate of Qingshu's sect is not a place you can enter and leave as you please. Since you broke into our mountain gate, you must leave something behind. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then held up one finger. 10,000 spirit stones per person. Sun Dishing's face went white. Sect master, we don't have that much. Then 5,000 each. Write an IOU for the rest. An IOU. A spirit contract IOU. Pay it off within 3 years. Interest is calculated monthly at 5% per month. The system burst out inside Lin Chen's spiritual sense. System host, are you running a usurious loan? Shut up. I'm displaying strength. What does that have to do with displaying strength? If a sect dares to lend it usury, what does that show? It shows it is not afraid of not getting the money back. And what does not being afraid mean? It means crushing superiority in strength. System host, were you truly a programmer in your past life? Can't a programmer understand finance? Sun Dishing signed the spirit contract with trembling hands. The other 4 signed after him. When the girl signed, her fingers trembled, not from fear, but from heartache. 5,000 spirit stones was probably an astronomical sum for her. After they signed, Lin Chen waved his hand. Get lost. The 5, as if granted amnesty, scrambled and crawled toward the mountain gate. As they reached it, Lin Chen's voice drifted over from behind. Oh, and be sure to tell others what happened today. Tell it well, and your interest will be halved. Tell it well, and bring people along, and I'll waive 3 months of interest. Sun Dishing stumbled, almost tripping over the threshold. The 5 disappeared into the twilight outside the mountain gate. Xing Feng, carrying his great saber on his shoulder, walked over to Lin Chen, watched the 5 fleeing figures, and clicked his tongue. Sect master, you're even more ruthless than I am. This isn't ruthlessness, it's business thinking. What thinking? Monetizing traffic. Xing Feng looked utterly confused. The system sighed within Lin Chen's spiritual sense. System host, please don't corrupt Xing Feng. As the master of the war hall, he doesn't need to understand monetizing traffic. What does he need to understand then? He just needs to know how to fight. He's good enough at fighting. True. That evening the system sent a mission completion notice. Mission: the sect's fame begins to show has been completed. System mission evaluation S rank. The host completed it in a way that exceeded this system's expectations. Not only did you let 3 or more outside cultivators witness the sect's power, you also made them owe debts. This system has never heard of such an operation. You've seen too little. Perhaps. Mission rewards are being distributed. Mountain Protection Array Upgrade 1, Random Technique Gift Pack 1, delivered to the storage ring. Mountain Protection Array Upgrade details: the original formation has been upgraded to the All Heavens Starry Mountain Protecting Grand Formation. Its coverage has expanded to 50 li around the sect, and it now has 3 functions: active recognition, automatic defense, and confusing and trapping enemies. For specific usage, the host is advised to explore on his own. Random Technique Gift Pack details: upon opening, it will randomly grant 3 techniques, none below heaven grade. Open it now. Open. Opening. Technique obtained: upper heaven grade 9 revolutions body refining art, suited to body refining cultivators. Technique obtained lower saint grade complete exposition of the 5 elements escape arts, suited to all element cultivators. Technique obtained middle divine grade void step movement type. At great mastery, one can tread the air and teleport short distances. Not a bad random draw. Gift packs from this system carry a quality guarantee. But host, who do you plan to give these 3 techniques to? Lin Chen thought. 9 revolutions body refining art, Su Qingxue. It fits perfectly with Yi Guhong's body refining plan. Complete exposition of the 5 elements escape arts, a public sect technique. Put it in the scripture pavilion where anyone can learn it. Void step, keep it for himself. It wasn't a must for the sovereign realm, but short distance teleportation was convenient for moving about the sect, saving him the trouble of taking steps to the dining hall every time. After distributing the techniques, he was about to go back to his room to sleep when the system chimed again. System host, let me remind you of one thing. Go on. It's about your disciple Su Qingxue's literacy progress. She has mastered 90 basic characters so far, and she's still 810 characters short of being able to read the entire general knowledge of the 6 realms with phonetic notation. At 10 characters per day, it would take 81 days. Are you sure you don't want to speed it up? How do I speed it up? This system shop has a swift literacy pill. After taking it, one can master the forms, sounds, and meanings of 1,000 common characters in 6 hours. The side effect is brief dizziness lasting about 1 jaw sticks burn. Price, 3,000 spirit stones. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Also, this pill needs to be used together with a literacy textbook, and the host hasn't even bought the textbook yet. Buy it now. Order placed. Swift Literacy Pill 1 All Companion Workbook for General Knowledge of the 6 Realms 1. Total 3200 spirit stones. Delivered to the host's storage ring. Lin Chen took the pill and the workbook out of his storage ring and went to Su Qingshue's room. The little girl was still awake. She was sitting on the bed with general knowledge of the 6 realms spread across her knees, right index finger pointing at each character as she read them one by one. When she came to a character she didn't know, she would stop, knit her little brows, and think for a while, and if it still didn't come to her, she would skip it. Bai Qianqian was crouching by the bed. The 9-tailed spirit fox lay on the floor, her tail spread into a semicircle, enclosing Su Qingxue inside. Her ears were pricked up, twitching occasionally when Su Qingxue read a character right, and staying still when she read one wrong. Qingxue. Su Qingxue looked up. Master. She closed the book, jumped off the bed, and ran barefoot to Lin Chen. Bai Qianqian also stood up, swished her 9 tails behind her, and tactfully withdrew out the door. Lin Chen placed the swift literacy pill in Su Qingshue's palm. Eat this. Su Qingxue looked at the pale blue pill in her palm, then, without a moment's hesitation, tossed it into her mouth and swallowed. The instant the pill entered her stomach, her eyes flew wide open. Countless characters flashed through the depths of her pupils. Not the sword intent projections of the chaos sword art, but real solid characters. The form, sound, and meaning of every character seemed to be neatly arranged into her spiritual sea by an invisible hand, sorted by category and laid out in perfect order. The whole process lasted about an hour. Afterwards, Su Qingxue blinked and looked down at the general knowledge of the 6 realms in her hands. She turned to the first page. Mountain, water, sky, earth, man, sword, chi, spirit, Tao, dharma. She finished reading it. She turned to the second page. Sun, moon, star, celestial body, wind, cloud, thunder, lightning, rain, snow. She finished again. Then she kept turning pages and reading on. From the first page to the 20th, and from the 20th to the 50th. Some characters she read haltingly and had to pause to think, but most she could read smoothly. Occasionally, when a character simply wouldn't come to mind, she would knit her little brows and stare at it for a few breaths, and then its pronunciation and meaning would automatically rise from her spiritual sea. Lin Chen leaned against her bed, watching her read page after page. The girl's voice was crisp and clear. When she met an unfamiliar character, she would bite her lip. When she got it right, the corner of her mouth would lift without her realizing it. When she reached page 90, Su Qingshue's head swayed. The side effect of the pill had arrived. Master, I feel dizzy. That's normal. Lie down and sleep, and you'll be fine. Su Qingshuo lay down obediently and pulled the blanket up to her chin. Her eyes were still open, fixed on the ornamental ceiling. She was still reciting, no longer the characters from the book, but the ones emerging in her spiritual sea. One after another, like a little train that couldn't stop. Jian Dao Hun Dun Qing Su Zong. Her voice grew softer and softer. When she reached the 3 characters, Su Qingxue, she fell asleep. Lin Chen sat by the bed listening to the girl's even breathing and pulled the blanket up to cover her exposed shoulder. Moonlight streamed in through the window, falling on her forearm. The black sword mark gave a faint gleam in the moonlight, brightening and dimming in sync with her breathing. The system gave a soft ding in his spiritual sense. Host, HM, thinking it over, this system finds today's usury stunt rather brilliant. You only realize that now. This system has a rather long reflex arc. Where does a system get a reflex arc? A metaphor. It's a metaphor. Host, can you not argue with me every single time? Lin Chen chuckled and walked out of the room. In the courtyard, 3 moons hung in the sky. The surface of the spirit spring mirrored the moonlight. On the rockery, Bai Qianqian had settled back down, her 9 tails wrapped around her into a white ball of fluff. The windows of the alchemy room were still lit. Qing Dai and Hofeng were still at work. From the training ground came the sound of Xing Feng swinging his saber whoosh after whoosh. On the rooftop of the sword pavilion, Yi Guhong sat cross-legged, an old sword across his knees, facing the moonlight, without moving. The night at Qingshu sect was quiet, and yet not quiet. Lin Chen stood in the corridor looking at all of it. Then he turned and walked toward the dining hall. It was time for a midnight snack. The side effects of the instant literacy pill lasted a bit longer than the system had claimed. When Su Qingshuo woke up the next morning, her dizziness had subsided, but now she involuntarily dissected everything she saw into strokes and characters in her mind. When she looked at the window, the characters for window, door, wood, and lattice popped into her head. When she saw Bai Qianqian, the characters for white, fox, 9, and tail surfaced unbidden. When she saw Lin Chen walking and carrying breakfast, the characters for master carrying rice came and now leaped into her mind. She inadvertently spoke the last phrase aloud. Master brought rice. Lin Chen set the tray on the bedside table and reached out to feel her forehead. Her temperature was normal, her spiritual energy flowed normally, and her pupil response was normal. The only issue was that characters kept spilling from her mouth like a tiny speaker with a broken switch. Still dizzy. Not anymore. But my head keeps forming characters. What characters? The robes of Master have moon, white, cloud, and pattern. Sister Qianqian's tail has fluffy soft. Outside the window there are mountain mist, immortal, and crane. Lin Chen turned to look out the window. Indeed, there were mountains mist and an immortal crane. The little girl wasn't talking nonsense, she was simply describing the world in a brand new way. The system surfaced in Lin Chen's divine sense. Host, this is the normal follow-up reaction to the instant literacy pill. It takes about a day for the medicinal power to fully merge into the sea of consciousness. During this day, disciple Su Qingshua's cognitive mode will temporarily switch to text first. When she sees anything, she will first recognize its corresponding written symbols, then the visual image. This is beneficial for deepening her memory of characters. You didn't mention this before. This system did say brief dizziness, it did not say there would be no additional effects. Brief dizziness is the primary side effect, text-first cognition is the secondary side effect. Secondary side effects are generally not listed in the product description, standard industry practice. Since when does a system follow industry practice? This system also adheres to business norms. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to argue further. He brought the spirit rice porridge and steamed egg custard on the tray to Su Qingxue, then pressed the chopsticks into her hand. The little girl took them, looked down, and two characters tumbled from her lips. Chop. Sticks. Then she began to eat. One mouthful of porridge, spirit, rice, porridge. One mouthful of egg custard, steamed. Egg, custard. Delicious. A sip of water, spirit, spring, water, sweet. Lin Chen sat beside her watching, and suddenly felt this side effect wasn't so hard to accept after all. At the very least, he knew she had truly mastered those characters. Not memorized one by one, but genuinely engraved into her sea of consciousness, becoming part of how she perceived the world. After finishing her meal, Su Qingxue slid off the bed and went to the washroom to clean up. Lin Chen heard her muttering to herself in front of the mirror. Face, eyes, nose, mouth, ears, teeth. There's vegetable on my tooth. Lin Chen let out a chuckle. When Su Qingxue emerged from the washroom, Lin Chen took out the 9 Revolutions body refining art from his storage ring. The manual's cover was made of dark brown spirit beast leather embossed, with 5 archaic characters, in a concave carving style, their strokes vigorous and biting deep into the hide. When Su Qingxue received the manual, her fingers traced the grooves on the cover, and a few more characters tumbled out. 9. Revolutions. Body. Refining. Art. That's right. This is your new cultivation art. You'll train it alongside Elder Ye's swordsmanship and Elder Qingdai's medicinal baths. Su Qingxue opened the first page and began reading seriously. By now she could already understand most written characters. Although the text of a cultivation manual was far more difficult than the compendium of the 6 realms, and many terms eluded her, she could pronounce every character and recite entire sentences aloud. As for the meaning, that was something to comprehend gradually in the future. Lin Chen let her read on her own and left the room. In the courtyard, Xing Feng was squatting by the pond brushing his teeth. Yes, brushing his teeth. The hall master of the war hall, a war god of the late Dominator realm, wore a faded linen short jacket. Barefoot, he squatted by the pond, holding in his right hand a large saber. Not his own battered long blade, but a much smaller short knife. The iron ring on its spine had been removed, and white foam clung to its edge. Using the tip of the knife, he scooped out a bit of teeth cleaning paste, prepared by Qing Dai from a small porcelain jar, smeared it into his mouth, then scrubbed back and forth with his finger until his mouth was full of white froth. Seeing Lin Chen emerge, Xing Feng greeted him indistinctly. Sect Master Morning. You brush your teeth with a knife. Habit. A blade must be sharpened or it dulls. A teeth must be scrubbed or they yellow. Those are 2 different things. Close enough. Xing Feng took a mouthful of spirit spring water, swished it around, and spat it onto the grass beyond the pond. The multicolored spirit carp in the pond collectively rolled their eyes. If fish could roll their eyes. Any plans today? Xing Feng wiped the blade against his pant leg and tucked it back at his waist. No. Do whatever you need to do. Then I'll go cut trees in the back mountain. After splitting that ironwood tree yesterday, I got the feel for it. Today I want to try another one. What did the trees in the back mountain ever do to you? Nothing. They just happened to be there. Xing Feng hoisted his great saber and left. Lin Chen watched his retreating figure, then remembered something. System, after Xing Feng split that ironwood tree, where did the trunk go? It's still where it fell, on the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone. Why does the host ask? Is the ironwood trunk worth anything? Ironwood is a 4th-grade spirit tree. An 800-year-old trunk is worth roughly 10 to 12,000 spirit stones on the market. It's mainly used for wood-type magic tools and construction materials. Tell him not to throw it away. Have him carry it back after splitting it. Host, can't you use that business sense for something proper? This is proper. Sect construction costs money, doesn't it? The system paused for a breath. This system has sent the notice to Xing Feng through the mission system. He says he acknowledges it, but he asks if the sect master can give him a cut. How much? 20%. 10%. He says deal. After Su Qingxue finished her sword training with Yi Guhong in the morning, she looked as if she had been pulled straight out of water. Today Yi Guhong had increased her workload. Not the amount of sword forms, but the amount of body tempering. Under the training ground's gravity formation, she had to swing her sword 100 times using purely physical strength. The gravity formation was only set to its lowest level 2 times gravity. But for a 5-year-old child, 2 times gravity was like swinging a sword while carrying another copy of herself on her back. Su Qingxue's moon-white training robes were soaked through with sweat clinging to her back and outlining the shape of her small shoulder blades. Several strands of hair had escaped her ponytail and stuck wetly to her forehead and neck. The scab on the tiger's mouth of her right hand had split open again, seeping a faint trace of blood that mixed with sweat and dripped onto the bluestone floor. But she finished all 100 swings. By the final swing her arms could barely lift themselves. The tip of the 9 Calamities' sword dragged a shallow line across the ground. Yi Guhong stood by the side throughout, never helping her, never reducing the count. Only when the final repetition ended did he place a bottle of healing balm that Qing Dai had prepared on the steps of the training ground. Medicine bath this afternoon. Continue tomorrow. Then he left. Su Qingxue returned the 9 Calamities' sword into her sword mark and bent down to pick up the balm from the steps. The motion pulled at the muscles in her shoulder. She let out a hiss, her small face crumpling into a grimace. Then she caught sight of Lin Chen standing at the edge of the training ground. Master. She trotted over, sweat still beading on her face, but her eyes were bright. I swung it 100 times today. Under 2 times gravity. Elder Yi said I lasted longer than yesterday. I saw it. Lin Chen crouched down and took her right hand to examine it. The blood at the tiger's mouth had already stopped, but the wound was red and swollen around the edges. It looked painful. He opened the lid of the balm, dipped a finger in, and gently applied it to the wound. The balm was pale green with the cool, refreshing scent of mint. The moment it touched her skin, Su Qingxue's brow relaxed a little. Does it hurt? Just a little. How much is a little? Su Qingxue extended her pinky and pressed her thumb against its tip, measuring an extremely tiny distance. Just this much. Lin Chen let her hand go and stood up. Go back and change your clothes, then head to the alchemy room. Elder Qing Dai has prepared a new medicinal bath for you. Okay. Su Qingxue ran a few steps toward her room, then turned back and looked up at him. Master, can I bring the 9 Revolutions body refining art into the bath? I want to read it while I soak. The book will get wet. I'll wrap it in a waterproof formation. Since when do you know a waterproof formation? Elder Yi taught me. He said a sword cultivator must protect their sword manual. Waterproofing and moisture-proofing are lesson 1. Lin Chen paused for a breath. Yi Guhong, a sword maniac with an F rank in social skills, taught his 5-year-old disciple a waterproofing spell as her first lesson instead of a sword move. That man's brain truly didn't work like a normal person's. Fine. Don't soak too long. If the book gets ruined, don't blame me. Su Qingxue nodded vigorously and ran back to her room. Behind the alchemy room, Qing Dai poured the day's batch of medicinal bath essence into the green jade pool. The water instantly deepened to a dark brown with an amber layer of medicinal oil floating on the surface. Fire Phoenix perched on a rack beside the pool and breathed a wisp of golden-red phoenix fire toward the water. The instant the flame touched the liquid, the entire bath flashed bright, as if something within had been awakened. The fragrance of herbs surged suddenly. Not a cloying thickness, but a crisp, clean scent, like a pine forest after rain. When Su Qingxue sank into the pool, she was indeed holding the 9 Revolutions body refining art in her hands. The book was wrapped in a thin membrane of spiritual energy, the waterproofing technique Yi Guhong had taught her. Though her technique was still clumsy and the spiritual energy unevenly distributed, thick in some places and thin in others, it was indeed waterproof. She propped the book against the edge of the pool, flipped to the first page, and read while soaking. When the medicinal power seeped into her bones and muscles, her body would tremble slightly involuntarily, but she bit her lower lip and kept her eyes fixed on the page. Qing Dai crouched by the pool, one hand on Su Qingxue's wrist to monitor the medicinal energy, the other flipping through an illustrated compendium of herbs. Fire Phoenix flew from the rack onto Qing Dai's shoulder, craning its neck to look at the book in Su Qingxue's hands. The dark golden pupils reflected the characters on the page. After a moment, Fire Phoenix suddenly let out a short, sharp cry. Qing Dai looked up at it. You say you can read it? The Fire Phoenix let out another cry. Are you saying you want to learn too? The Fire Phoenix nodded, a gesture it had practiced for a long time, and now it no longer looked like a bird doing it, but like a little person. Qing Dai thought for a moment, took a thin booklet out of her storage pouch, and placed it in front of the Fire Phoenix. The cover of the booklet read Introduction to the Tao of Alchemy, starting with herb recognition. It was handwritten by her in neat and orderly characters with simple sketches of herbs beside the text. The Fire Phoenix lowered its head to look at the booklet and used its beak to flip open the first page. It read with great seriousness. Its dark golden pupils moved from left to right, sweeping across the lines one by one. Whenever it came to a page with an illustration, it would stop, tilt its head, stare at it for a while, then give a short chirp meaning understood before flipping to the next page. A bird was reading an alchemy textbook. A bird that just a few days ago had been bald, scorched black, and had stolen spirit medicine seeds while pretending to sleep, was now flipping through Introduction to the Tao of Alchemy page by page, and claiming it understood. Qingdai's expression showed not the slightest surprise. She simply pushed the booklet closer to the fire phoenix so that it could read more easily. Lin Chen stood at the door of the alchemy room watching. The system let out a soft ding in his spiritual sense. Host, the fire phoenix's learning ability has exceeded this system's expectations. The remnant soul shards of an alchemy grandmaster preserved not only alchemy knowledge, but also the instinct to learn. It is actively absorbing Qingdai's teaching content, connecting the fragmented knowledge in its remnant soul with the system's alchemy theory. To put it in terms the host can understand, it is teaching itself. Can it actually learn? The probability is very high. Qingdai's teaching rating is S rank, and the fire phoenix's alchemy talent is at the grandmaster level. An S rank teacher instructing a grandmaster level student. The results will not be bad, so it really can refine pills. Once it finishes that introductory manual, it should be able to attempt the simplest spirit recovery pill. However, host, this system must remind you that the success rate for one's first pill refinement is usually not high. No matter how great the talent, there is always a gap between practice and theory. Will the furnace explode? Most likely. Lin Chen glanced at the little phoenix, earnestly flipping through the book, and decided to stand a little farther away when the time came. By evening, the fire phoenix closed the last page of Introduction to the Tao of Alchemy. It pushed the booklet to Qingdai's hand with its beak and let out a long cry. This time its cry was no longer a rusty iron door. It was clear and prolonged, carrying the unique, penetrating power of the phoenix race echoing through the courtyard behind the alchemy room. The cry carried a hint of eager impatience. Qingdai put down the herbal compendium in her hand and looked at the fire phoenix. Want to try? The fire phoenix nodded. The spirit recovery pill. The fire phoenix nodded again. Qingdai stood up, walked to the second floor of the alchemy room, and led the fire phoenix to the pill furnace. The immortal grade pill furnace slowly revolved at the eye of the flame gathering array, and the 36 alchemy patterns on its body glowed faintly in the dim room. Qingdai took 3 ingredients from the herb rack: spirit recovery herb, qi gathering flower, and condensed dew fruit. They were all the most basic first-grade spirit medicines, simple to process, mild in nature, and unlikely to make much noise even if they exploded. She placed the 3 ingredients in front of the fire phoenix. Do you remember the order? The fire phoenix looked down at them, then pointed with its beak first at the condensed dew fruit, then at the spirit recovery herb, and finally at the qi gathering flower. Correct. The condensed dew fruit goes in first to melt into liquid. The spirit recovery herb goes in second to fuse. The qi gathering flower goes in last to finish. Now the heat. The fire phoenix opened its mouth and breathed out an extremely thin wisp of golden red flame. The flame was about the same thickness as when it had demonstrated before, but its color was deeper. No longer golden red, but nearly crimson gold. And its temperature was also noticeably higher. It guided the flame around the furnace's fire inlet, now stronger, now softer, mimicking the heat required at different stages. Qingdai watched for a while, then nodded. Good. Begin. The fire phoenix flew to the rack directly in front of the furnace's fire inlet, took a deep breath, its chest swelling and then falling, and opened its mouth to release the first true flame of pill refining. The golden red flame shot precisely into the fire inlet, spread along the inner walls of the furnace, and heated the entire chamber evenly. The fire phoenix's dark golden pupils were fixed on the alchemy patterns on the furnace. Those patterns changed color with the temperature inside. Dull red when too cold, bright white when too hot, and crimson gold when just right. Preheating complete. The fire phoenix picked up the condensed dew fruit with its beak and dropped it into the furnace. The instant the fruit entered the fire phoenix, increased the flame. Under the intense heat, the condensed dew fruit quickly melted into a mass of pale green liquid. It hovered in the center of the furnace chamber, its surface covered with fine, dense bubbles. The fire phoenix's pupils narrowed slightly, and the flame's force changed along with it. No longer a fierce roaring blaze, but dozens of delicate tongues of fire gently licking the liquid from different angles. Qingdai stood to the side, arms crossed, watching without a word. Under the flames, licking impurities in the liquid gradually precipitated out, turning into faint smoke that drifted out through the furnace's exhaust vents. The liquid's color gradually changed from pale green to translucent emerald, and its volume shrank by about 30%. Purification complete. The fire phoenix picked up the second ingredient, the spirit recovery herb, and cast it into the furnace. The moment the spirit recovery herb touched the emerald liquid, the entire furnace chamber lit up. The two medicinal properties began to merge, and the liquid's surface churned violently, like boiling water. The fire phoenix's flame abruptly tightened, transforming from dozens of slim flames into a thin film of fire that wrapped evenly around the entire mass of liquid, maintaining a constant temperature to keep the fusion stable. This step required patience. The fire phoenix's unblinking pupils stayed fixed on the furnace, and the temperature of the fire film did not waver. Its chest rose and fell rapidly. Controlling the flame consumed far more stamina than it had imagined. After about the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, the liquid gradually settled. Fusion complete. Last was the chi-gathering flower. The fire phoenix picked up the chi-gathering flower, but did not throw it directly into the furnace. Instead, it first used a small cluster of flame outside the furnace to dry the flower until the petals became thin, brittle, and translucent. Only then did it carefully feed it into the furnace chamber. The instant the chi-gathering flower touched the liquid, the whole mass abruptly contracted. Then it began to spin, not driven by the fire phoenix, but a rotation initiated by the medicinal power itself. As it spun, the liquid gradually coalesced, turning from an irregular ball of liquid into a smooth, rounded sphere. Faint patterns appeared on its surface, a sign that the pill was beginning to take form. The spinning sphere was reflected in the fire phoenix's pupils as the power of the flames slowly ebbed. From high fire to medium fire, from medium fire to low fire, from low fire to gentle fire, and from gentle fire to residual warmth. In the lingering warmth, the sphere slowly solidified, and the patterns on its surface became increasingly distinct. When it fully solidified, the pill would let out a soft ding and automatically pop out through the exhaust vent. The fire phoenix withdrew its flame. It had succeeded. The furnace gave a crisp ding. Then, the furnace lid flew off. Not popped open, it flew off. The entire second floor of the alchemy room was swallowed by a blinding white light. A muffled explosion boomed from inside the furnace, followed by a shockwave that blasted outward in all directions, centered on the furnace. The fire phoenix was thrown back by the blast, tumbled through the air, 3 times hit the wall, and slid down it. Its newly grown golden red feathers burst open like a dandelion. At the instant of the explosion, Qingdai raised her hand and formed a spiritual energy barrier blocking most of the impact. But her hair was still blown loose by the shockwave. The wooden hairpin flew off to who knew where, leaving her dark hair cascading down. After the smoke and dust cleared, the furnace stood safely in place. The material of an immortal-grade furnace could withstand an explosion of that degree. But from inside the furnace came a burnt, scorched smell. The furnace lid landed in front of the fire phoenix with a charred black mass stuck to it. That mass had probably once been a pill, but now it looked more like a roasted spirit potato that had been burned beyond recognition. Its surface was pitted and uneven, black smoke curling from it, and it gave off a smell impossible to describe. 3 parts scorched bitter, 3 parts sour, and astringent, 3 parts an indescribable oddness, and 1 part of the clear fragrance that a spirit recovery pill should have had. The fire phoenix climbed to its feet, shook its head, and scattered the dust from its feathers. It stared down at the blackened thing in front of it, and fell silent for a long time. Then it let out a low cry. The sound was unmistakably dejected. Qingdai gathered her loose hair behind her head, walked over, and crouched in front of the fire phoenix. She did not say it's okay, nor did she say everyone fails the first time. She simply picked up the blackened pill residue, brought it to her nose, and smelled it, then broke off a small piece, and carefully examined the cross-section. The purification of the condensed dew fruit was fine. The fusion with the spirit recovery herb was also fine. The problem was that when you were finishing with the chi-gathering flower, you withdrew the fire too quickly. The fire phoenix lifted its head, and Qingdai's face was reflected in its dark golden pupils. When using the chi-gathering flower, you should only begin withdrawing the fire after the liquid has spun to the 3rd rotation. You started about half a rotation early. The heating stopped before the liquid had fully solidified, and the residual medicinal power inside underwent a secondary reaction in the remaining heat, triggering the explosion. The fire phoenix blinked. It understood. Qingdai placed the pill residue back on the furnace lid, stood up, and said once more. The fire phoenix was momentarily stunned. I've prepared 10 portions of the same ingredients. You can blow up as many as it takes tonight. Light once again blazed to life in the fire phoenix's pupils. It shook its feathers, knocking off the remaining ash, then flew onto the rack before the fire inlet, and resumed its battle-ready stance. Qingdai took down the second set of spirit recovery pill ingredients from the herb rack, and placed them in front of it. Begin. Lin Chen stood at the stairway entrance on the 1st floor of the alchemy room, listening to the 2nd explosion, the 3rd explosion, and the 4th explosion, coming from upstairs. With each explosion, the windows of the alchemy room rattled, and a plume of black smoke rose from the roof. The system counted in his spiritual sense. That's the 4th. I know. Does the host want to go up and take a look? No need. Qingdai is there. Aren't you afraid she'll blow up the alchemy room? If the alchemy room blows up, it can be rebuilt. What are a few furnace explosions compared to a phoenix that can refine pills? The 5th explosion rang out. Then came a cry from the fire phoenix. This cry was unlike the previous ones. It was not downcast, not weary, but a stubborn declaration, as if it were saying again. Lin Chen leaned against the wall at the stairway entrance, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. This little phoenix, which had lost its feathers, stolen spirit medicine seeds, and owed him 900 spirit stones, was growing up in its own way, just like a certain 5-year-old girl. The 6th explosion never happened. It wasn't that the fire phoenix had given up, it had finally succeeded. After the 5th explosion, the fire phoenix lay sprawled on the rack, its chest heaving violently, its golden red feathers bristled out like a hedgehog's spines. Its dark gold pupils glistened with weary moisture, yet its eyes remained fixed on the pill furnace without blinking. Qingdai stood nearby. Her hair had been blown loose 3 times by the blast waves, and she retied it with a straw cord pulled from a bundle of medicinal herbs. Her expression had not changed from beginning to end. Where's the problem? The fire phoenix let out a low cry. During the fusion stage of the spirit restoration, the temperature of the fire membrane fluctuated. When you were maintaining a constant temperature, your focus wavered for a moment. Why did it waver? The fire phoenix lowered its head and pointed at its belly with its beak. Qingdai glanced at its belly. It was flat. From morning until now, the fire phoenix had eaten nothing. Alchemy consumed not only spiritual power, but physical stamina. No matter how formidable phoenix fire was, it still needed fuel to burn. Qingdai fished a spirit restoration pill from her storage pouch. Not the kind the fire phoenix was refining, but a finished product she had made herself. Broke off half and held it to the fire phoenix's beak. The fire phoenix opened its mouth and swallowed. The instant the pill entered its belly, its feathers gave a faint shimmer like a dry riverbed suddenly fed by a clear spring. Rest for 1 incense stick. Then the 6th attempt. 1 incense stick later, the fire phoenix flew back onto the rack. This time its eyes were different. It was not exhaustion nor stubbornness, but a deep settled focus. It was as if all the experience from the previous 5 furnace explosions had been ground up, digested, and turned into part of itself. When Qingdai saw that look, the corner of her mouth curved slightly, the second expression that approached a smile. The 6th refinement from the dew-condensing fruit entering the furnace to the chi-gathering flower, finishing the process, flowed as smoothly as clouds and water. The fire phoenix's flame control no longer chased deliberate precision, it slipped into an almost instinctive rhythm. High flame, medium flame, low flame, gentle flame, residual heat. Every shift landed precisely on the point where the medicinal properties turned, as if some memory buried deep within its remnant soul had awakened. When the furnace gave off a crisp ding, the lid popped open, and a round pale blue pill flew out of the vent, landing steadily on the jade plate before the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix froze. It lowered its head to look at the pill. A pale blue glow reflected in its dark gold pupils. 3 faint lines ran across the pill's surface. They were not pill patterns, but the medicinal chi markings that naturally form when a spirit restoration pill is completed, showing that its quality had reached mid-grade. For a first successfully refined pill, mid-grade was already an astonishing achievement. The fire phoenix extended its wingtip. It had no hands, and carefully touched the pill. The pill rolled half a turn on the jade plate, and the reality of the touch traveled back through its wingtip. It was not a dream. It was real. Then it did something that surprised even Qingdai. It picked up the spirit restoration pill, flapped down from the 2nd floor of the alchemy hall, crossed the courtyard, crossed the corridor, and flew to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was sitting in the dining hall having lunch. Today's menu was pickled cabbage fish. The spirit fish raised in a spirit spring had been killed and cooked fresh. The pickled cabbage had been fermented from spirit vegetables by a spirit food generator. The soup base had been simmered to a milky white, with a thin layer of chili oil floating on top. He was lifting a slice of fish toward his mouth when a small golden-red phoenix descended from the sky and placed a pale blue pill beside his bowl. The pill rolled half a turn on the table and stopped beside the bowl of pickled cabbage fish. The fire phoenix stood on the table, chest puffed up high, its dark gold pupils fixed on Lin Chen. It did not speak. It could not. But its expression clearly said, "Look, I refined this." Lin Chen looked at the pill, then at the fire phoenix. The pill's surface still carried the residual heat of the furnace, and its pale blue luster shimmered faintly in the afternoon light. The fire phoenix's feathers were smudged with scorched ash from the furnace explosions, and a few feather tips were still curled, but the way it puffed out its chest was like a little general who had just won a battle. Lin Chen picked up the pill and brought it to his nose. The unique fragrance of a spirit restoration pill, the sweetness of the dew-condensing fruit, the bitterness of the spirit restoration herb, and the delicate aroma of the chi-gathering flower had been fused together by phoenix fire, harmonious as a tiny tune of 3 notes. Mid-grade. The fire phoenix puffed its chest out even higher. First successful refinement, mid-grade. Not bad. The fire phoenix's wingtip quivered. But the 900 spirit stones you owe me still have to be repaid. The fire phoenix's proud chest instantly caved in. It let out a short cry of protest. Use alchemy to pay off the debt. What is the market price of a mid-grade spirit restoration pill? The system surfaced in his divine sense. The market retail price of a mid-grade spirit restoration pill is about 80 spirit stones each. The fire phoenix's refining cost is about 15 spirit stones, leaving a net profit of 65 spirit stones. To clear the debt of 900 spirit stones, it needs to refine about 14 mid-grade spirit restoration pills. Hear that? 14. Until they're paid off, all your pills belong to the sect. The fire phoenix let out a longer cry, this time carrying obvious protest. Not convinced. Then pay me spirit stones. The fire phoenix fell silent. It had no spirit stones. It had never even seen what a spirit stone looked like. It lowered its head, nudged the spirit restoration pill on the table with its wingtip, and pushed it toward Lin Chen's hand. The meaning was plain: take it, offset the debt. Lin Chen put the pill into his storage ring, then took the largest piece of fish belly from the pickled cabbage fish bowl, set it on a small clean dish, and pushed it in front of the fire phoenix. Reward. The fire phoenix looked at the snow-white fish meat, then at Lin Chen. A gleam flashed through its dark gold pupils. Not the light of phoenix fire, but something else. It lowered its head, pecked up the fish, tilted its neck back, and swallowed it whole. The fresh flavor of the fish exploded in its mouth. It narrowed its eyes and let out a satisfied chirp. This was the first bite of pickled cabbage fish it had ever eaten in its life. Lin Chen watched it finish the fish, then picked out another piece for it. Then he picked up a slice of fish from his own bowl, dipped it in the soup, and put it into his mouth. The sourness of the pickled cabbage, the spiciness of the chili, and the freshness of the fish melted together on the tip of his tongue. System. Here. What is the Fire Phoenix's alchemy rating? Rating for first successful pill A grade. From the 5th furnace explosion to the 6th success, only an incense stick's rest separated them, showing that its ability to learn and correct itself is extremely strong. At this rate of progress, within 1 month, it can stably refine pills of 3rd grade and below, and within 3 months, it can attempt 5th grade. What does a 5th grade pill mean? The market price of a 5th grade pill is roughly between 3,000 and 10,000 spirit stones, depending on the specific type and quality. If the Fire Phoenix can stably refine 5th grade pills, the spirit stone income it creates for the sect each month will exceed 100,000. Then won't the 900 spirit stones it owes me be paid off pretty soon? Yes. So if the host wants it to stay in debt a little longer, it is recommended to add some other expenses for it, such as Phoenix Feather Care Solution, high-grade spirit herb seeds, a special alchemy furnace maintenance kit, Phoenix Clan exclusive techniques. This system mall has them all. You're a goddamn profiteer. You flatter me. The Fire Phoenix's first spirit restoration pill was put away by Lin Chen into his storage ring in a separate little compartment. He had not sold it or used it. He could not say why. Perhaps because it was the first pill refined since the establishment of the Qingshu sect's alchemy hall. Even though the alchemy hall currently consisted of 1 bird and an alchemist with D-grade social skills. In the afternoon, Su Qingxue came out of the alchemy room after finishing her medicinal bath, her hair damp, her whole body carrying the clean, bitter scent of medicinal herbs. In her arms was the 9 Revolutions body refining art. The waterproof spiritual power membrane on the book was nearly falling apart. She did not have enough spiritual power to sustain the formation, and halfway through the soak, the membrane began leaking, wetting a small corner of the book. She wiped it again and again with her sleeve, but once paper absorbed water, it would eventually leave marks. Staring at the water stain, she knit her brows tightly. Master, the book got wet. Lin Chen took it and flipped through it. The damp parts were the table of contents, and the first page, the characters were still legible, but the paper was wrinkled and would leave permanent watermarks after drying. To a child who had just learned to read and treasured every book as a treasure, this was probably a very serious matter. It's all right. It can still be read, but it's wrinkled. Even wrinkled, it's a book. Books are for reading, not for enshrining. Su Qingxue thought for a moment, seemingly partly convinced by the reasoning, but her brows still did not fully relax. She took the book back, hugged it to her chest, and murmured, "I'll maintain the formation better next time," then went back to her room to change clothes. Lin Chen watched her retreating back. 5 years old, Qi refinement level 1, swinging a sword 100 times with pure physical strength under double gravity, still reading a cultivation manual, while soaking in a medicinal bath, and blaming her own insufficient spiritual power when the book got wet. In his past life, what were 5-year-olds doing? Probably fighting with other kids over toys in kindergarten. But this little girl was wrestling with her own spiritual power. The system chimed in his divine sense. Host Su Qingxue's Chaos Sword Body Awakening progress has been updated. Current awakening 5%. That is an increase of 2% compared to 3 days ago. The effect of the medicinal bath. The medicinal bath combined with body tempering training works on both fronts. Yi Guhong's training volume plus Qingdai's medicinal bath formula is accelerating the awakening of her constitution. At this pace, she can reach 10% within a month. By then, the initial traits of the Chaos Sword Body will begin to manifest. What traits? External release of sword intent. Right now, her sword intent can only cling to the 9 Tribulations sword while she is wielding it, and it dissipates once it leaves the blade. After her awakening reaches 10%, her sword intent can briefly leave the sword and form sword chi. In simple terms, she can slash people from a distance. A 5-year-old slashing people from a distance. The cultivation world does not judge strength by age. Host, what were you doing when you were 5? Watching cartoons. When Su Qingxue was 5. Already practicing long-range killing. That's the gap. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with that remark. He walked out of the dining hall and found Xing Feng had returned. Xing Feng carried the 800-year-old ironwood trunk all the way from the mountain gate to the sect warehouse, then set it down. The ground trembled 3 times. His bare torso was covered in sawdust and sweat, and his shoulder bore a red mark chafed by the rough bark. His moon-white robe had been taken off and draped over the hilt of his saber. He found fine clothes too cumbersome for work. Sect Master, the tree is here. What about my cut? We'll split it after we sell it. When will that be? When we've gathered enough to sell in one batch. If you sell them one by one, you won't even cover the transport costs. Transport costs. The spiritual energy you'd burn carrying the trunk thousands of li by flight. Xing Feng thought it over, found it reasonable, and stopped asking. He walked to the pond, scooped a ladle of spirit spring water, and poured it over his head. Sawdust and sweat ran down his bronze back, forming a small stream on the bluestone floor by the pond. The five-colored spirit koi all sank to the bottom, refusing to drink his bathwater. At that moment, Bai Qianqian jumped down from the rockery, her 9 tails spreading into a fan behind her. In her mouth was a storage pouch, stuffed full of herbs that Qingdai had told her to gather from the outskirts of the forbidden area. She placed the pouch in front of the alchemy room door, called out inside, then turned to leave. Qingdai's voice came from the alchemy room. Qianqian, wait a moment. Bai Qianqian's ears pricked up and her 9 tails froze in midair. Qingdai walked out holding a small porcelain bottle. She crouched down in front of Bai Qianqian, opened the bottle, and tipped out a pale green pill. The pill had fine, dense patterns running across its surface and gave off a clear, sweet herbal fragrance. A foundation-nourishing pill. It's beneficial to a demon beast cultivation. You've gathered the herbs well these past few days. This is your reward. Bai Qianqian's pupils dilated slightly. Having cultivated for 800 years, she naturally knew what a foundation-nourishing pill was. A third-grade pill that for demon beasts equaled a realm-breaking pill for cultivators capable of helping one break through bottlenecks. It was an item in high demand, but unavailable on the market because too few alchemists knew how to refine pills for demon beasts. Most human alchemists only made pills for humans. The demon beast market was left unattended. And now a human alchemist at the peak of the Immortal Lord realm had made a whole batch of foundation-nourishing pills especially for her, and even called it payment. Bai Qianqian lowered her head, took the pill, and held it carefully in her mouth. The medicinal power dissolved from the root of her tongue, coursing through her meridians into every limb. She felt her demon core give a faint tremor. The bottleneck that had not shifted for 800 years now bore an extremely thin hairline crack. She dipped her head to Qingdai. It was not a fox humbling itself before a human, but a beast kind expressing gratitude. Then she turned and leaped back onto the rockery, tucking the pill under her tongue to savor it slowly. Her 9 tails wrapped around her into a white furry ball, and she squinted as she basked in the sun. The medicinal power drifted gently through her body, warm and comforting. At dusk, Lin Chen called Su Qingxue to the main hall. On the ceiling of the hall, the evening light through the glazed windows tinted the entire hall amber. The shadows of the 12 dragon-entwined jade pillars stretched long, slanting across the green jade floor. Su Qingxue had changed into clean training clothes and retied her hair. It was still crooked, but she insisted on tying it herself and wouldn't let Bai Qianqian help. She stood still before Lin Chen, her hands neatly at her sides and her back perfectly straight. This stance had been taught by Yi Guhong. A sword cultivator's stance. Weight on the toes, ready to draw at any moment. Do you still remember the characters you learned today? Yes. Mountain, water, heaven, earth, human, sword, chi, spirit, Tao, law. Sun, moon, star, constellation, wind, cloud, thunder, lightning, rain, snow. Plus the 20 from yesterday and the 10 from the day before. That's 40 in all. I remember them all. How far have you read in the 6 Realms Compendium? I've reached the 3rd chapter. The 3rd chapter covers the distribution of the 6 realms. The mortal realm is at the very center, the demon realm is to the east, the devil realm to the north, the netherworld beneath the earth, the immortal realm in the sky, and the divine realm at the highest place. As she spoke, she stood on her tiptoes and pointed at the ceiling. Even higher than that. What comes after the 3rd chapter? The 4th, the chapter on spirit herbs. It talks about the names and looks of many spirit herbs. There's dragon blood vine, spirit restoring grass, chi gathering flower, dew fruit. She counted on her fingers and paused at dew fruit. Master, is dew fruit the one Sister Fire Phoenix uses for alchemy? Elder Qingdai, let me smell it. Sister Fire Phoenix made pills today? Elder Qingdai said she's very skilled. You're very skilled too. Su Qingshue's eyes lit up, then immediately dimmed. She lowered her head and looked at her toes, and only after a long moment said in a low voice, I'm still far behind. Elder Yi says I can't release my sword intent yet. He says I need to be at 10% awakening. Right now I'm only at 5. Lin Chen was silent for a breath. A 5-year-old child contending with 10% awakening. Come here. Su Qingxue walked over to him. Lin Chen took out a new spatial ring from his storage ring. The ring was silver white, slightly larger than the one on Su Qingshue's finger, and carved with more complex patterns. He took Su Qingshue's left hand and slipped the ring onto her middle finger. Her right index finger already had one and couldn't fit another. There are 3 things in this ring. The first is a blank booklet for you to take notes. The second is a box of spirit ink and a spirit brush. No need to dip into ink, you can write directly. The third is a mid-grade spirit returning pill. Su Qingshue's eyes widened. A spirit returning pill. The one Sister Fire Phoenix made. She asked me to give it to you. She said you could use it when you're tired from sword practice. That was what Fire Phoenix conveyed after finishing its fish in the dining hall when it pushed the pill toward Lin Chen with the tip of its wing. It couldn't speak, but Lin Chen understood. It wanted to give the first pill it had ever refined in its life to that little girl who was also working so hard. Su Qingshuo looked down at the new ring on her left hand, then at the old one on her right. 2 silver-white rings sat side by side on her small fingers, glinting slightly in the evening light. She said nothing, but her lower lip was squeezed between her teeth, and something glistening was swirling in her eyes. She held it back. She didn't cry. Master. Can I get up a little earlier tomorrow to practice the sword? How early? Before the sun comes up. Suit yourself. Su Qingxue nodded firmly, turned, and ran out of the main hall. Her footsteps pattered away through the corridor across the courtyard and back to her own room. From afar, Lin Chen heard the sound of pages turning. She had probably already started reading the 4th chapter of the Six Realms Compendium. The system chimed softly in his divine sense. Host. With regard to Fire Phoenix's debt, this system has reduced it by 300 spirit stones. Why? That spirit returning pill. It did not use it to offset its debt, it gave it away. Since it was given away, it is not its income, and cannot be used to offset the debt. After recalculating, this system confirms that the spirit stones it owes you have been reduced from 900 to 600. Since when did you get so kind-hearted? This system has always been fair and impartial. Fire Phoenix chose to give away its first pill rather than use it to pay off the debt. That choice itself holds additional value. This system converted it into a debt reduction of 300 spirit stones. What's the conversion standard? This system's conscience. A conscience, my ass. A metaphor. That was a metaphor. Host, must you argue about everything every single time? Lin Chen laughed, rose from the sect master's seat, and headed for the dining hall. Passing the alchemy room, he noticed the lamp on the 2nd floor was still lit. Fire Phoenix sat on the windowsill, using its beak to preen several feathers that had curled during today's furnace explosion. It clamped the curled feather tip in its beak, straightened it, let go, and watched it curl up again. It straightened it again, let go, and repeated the process 7 or 8 times before the feather finally stayed flat. Qingdai sat at the preparation table writing today's alchemy records by lamplight. Her writing was neat and steady, every stroke pressed firmly into the page. When she came to Fire Phoenix's 6th successful pill, she wrote mid-grade in the pill quality column, then added 4 words under remarks marked improvement. Moonlight shone through the window, falling on the cover of the introduction to the Tao of Alchemy beside her hand. Fire Phoenix finally finished tidying its feathers, tucked its head beneath its wing, and let out a faint, contented purr. The night at Qingshu sect was quiet, and yet not quiet. The sound of Xing Feng's saber cutting through the air came from the back mountain. Yi Guhong sat cross-legged on the roof of the sword pavilion, moonlight, turning his gray robes silver-white. Bai Qianqian rested on the rockery, with the foundation-nourishing pill tucked in her mouth, her 9 tails gently swaying in her sleep. The lamp in Su Qingshue's room was still lit. She was reading the 4th chapter, the Spirit Herb section. Fire Phoenix had fallen asleep in Qingdai's alchemy room. It was probably still refining pills in its dreams. Its wing tips would twitch every so often, as if controlling a flame. Lin Chen walked into the dining hall and ordered a midnight snack from the spirit food menu, pot stickers, exotic flavor, with a material simulation fee of 20 spirit stones. The spirit food generator started working, and the sizzling sound of frying came from the kitchen. He sat in his usual seat waiting for the pot stickers to finish. 3 moons hung in the sky outside the window. It was the 11th night at Qingshu sect, quiet and yet not quiet, just like the 10 nights before it. When the pot stickers were brought over, Lin Chen picked one up and took a bite. The bottom was fried to a golden crispy brown, the top skin was soft, and the filling mixed spirit beast meat with spirit vegetables. He bit open a small gap and piping hot broth gushed out. System. Here. You said that after Su Qingshue's awakening reaches 10%, she can really cut people down at range. Yes. Her sword Qi can be released externally over a distance of about 3 zhang. Its power is equivalent to a full force strike from a foundation establishment sword cultivator. She's only 5 years old. In the cultivation world, strength is not measured by age. Host, what exactly are you worried about? Lin Chen chewed his pot sticker without answering. Outside the window, the light in Su Qingshue's room was still on. Su Qingxue did as she said. The next day before dawn, she actually got up. Lin Chen was awakened by the sounds coming from the training ground. It was not the whistle of a sword cutting the air. It was the muffled thud of a sword tip striking something one after another, steady as a heartbeat. He turned over and pulled the blanket over his head. The thudding went on. He turned over again and pressed the pillow over his ears, but the muffled thudding continued. He sat up in bed, hair a tangled bird's nest, eyes half open, and poked the system with his spiritual sense. What time is it? The 3rd quarter of the Yin hour. Equivalent to 4:30 m. In your previous life. When did she get up? At the beginning of the Yin hour. She has already been standing in the training ground for half a shirchen 1 hour. Lin Chen was silent for 3 breaths, then climbed out of bed, draped a robe over his shoulders, and walked out the door. Morning mist still hung over the corridor. Thin white vapor drifted on the surface of the spirit spring. The spirit crane had its head tucked beneath its wing. Even it was not awake. From the training ground came the steady muffled thuds. When he reached the edge of the training ground, he saw a small figure standing at the very center of the gravity formation. Su Qingshuo wore moon-white training robes. Her hair had been tied with unusual care today. Still crooked, but clearly she had put real effort into it. The hair tie was wound around several times, so tight that loose strands were pulled straight. With both hands on the 9 tribulation sword, she was thrusting at a target, a wooden training dummy that Yi Guhong had dug out of the sect's storehouse the day before. The dummy was covered with sword marks, every one left by Su Qingshuo, fresh scars layered over old ones, thick and dense. She was not swinging at random. She was striking the same point. Every time the tip of the Nine Tribulations sword landed precisely on the scar at the center of the dummy's chest, neither deviating nor faltering. The depth of each thrust was exactly the same. 3 fun. No more no less, exactly 3 fun. Lin Chen leaned against the spirit rune pillar at the edge of the training ground and watched for a while. Su Qingxue did not notice him. Her entire attention was on the wooden dummy on the instant of contact between the sword tip and that scar. Before every thrust, she closed her eyes, found the little moving figure in her sea of consciousness, reviewed its motion once, then opened her eyes and became that figure. Thrust. Withdraw. Thrust again. Withdraw again. Sweat slid down her forehead and dropped onto the bluestones, soaking in as small dark dots. Her breathing grew heavier, but the hand holding the sword remained steady. Lin Chen poked the system with his spiritual sense. What is her grip strength? At present approximately twice that of an adult mortal man. The standard grip strength of a 5-year-old child is about 1/3 that of an adult. The effects of body tempering and medicinal baths are beginning to show. How many times has she thrust? From the hour until now, about 600 times. 600 times. To be precise, 617 times. Of these, 593 struck the center of the target and 24 missed. All 24 misses occurred in the first 100 attempts. The nearly 500 after that did not miss once. Lin Chen watched a little longer, then turned and walked toward the dining hall. The spirit food generator had not yet started. Breakfast was preset for the Mao hour. Lin Chen started it manually and selected a few things: spirit rice congee, steamed egg custard, a plate of sliced spirit fruit, and a cup of warm spirit beast milk. When he carried the tray to the edge of the training ground, Su Qingxue had just finished no one knew how many thrusts and was withdrawing her sword to catch her breath. She turned, saw Lin Chen, and froze. Master, why are you up? Because you woke me. Su Qingxue's face instantly turned red. Sorry. Next time I'll be quieter. How can you be quiet when stabbing a piece of wood with a sword? Su Qingxue looked down at the Nine Tribulations sword in her hand, then at the wooden dummy, and thought hard. I can stab the air. What do you train by stabbing air? Train. My form. Lin Chen was momentarily speechless. A 5-year-old child had gotten up at 4:30 in the morning to practice the sword, and her first reaction to being called noisy was not hurt feelings, but a serious consideration of how to improve. He set the tray on the stone platform at the edge of the training ground and beckoned to Su Qingxue. Eat first. Su Qingxue returned the Nine Tribulations sword to its sword mark, trotted to the stone platform, picked up the spirit beast milk, and gulped down several mouthfuls. A smear of milk clung to her upper lip unnoticed. She picked up another slice of spirit fruit and stuffed it into her mouth, cheeks puffing out like a squirrel. On the third slice, she stopped and looked up at Lin Chen. Master, can I try releasing sword chi today? Elder Yi said your awakening level is still too low. I know, but I want to try. There was a light in her eyes. Not childish stubbornness, but a serious hunger to explore, the kind that said, I want to know where the boundary is. Lin Chen looked at her eyes bright with sweat and was silent for one breath. Try. It doesn't matter if you fail. Su Qingxue nodded firmly. After breakfast, Su Qingxue went back to the center of the training ground. This time she did not use the wooden dummy. She walked to the edge of the field, faced the empty bluestone platform, summoned the Nine Tribulations sword, gripped the hilt with both hands, and closed her eyes. In her sea of consciousness, the little moving figure appeared once again. This time, unlike before, the figure's movement had changed. No longer the basic sword moves of thrusting, slicing, and lifting. It was a movement she had never seen. The figure held the sword with both hands, the tip pointing forward, and then something left the blade and flew ahead. That was sword chi. Su Qingxue committed the movement to memory. She opened her eyes, gripped the sword with both hands, and pointed the tip forward. She began to channel the spiritual energy in her body. At the first level of chi, refining her spiritual energy was as faint as a silkworm thread. It started from her dantian, flowed along her meridians into her arm, from her arm to her wrist, from her wrist to the sword hilt, and from the hilt into the blade. When the spiritual energy reached the sword tip, she bit her lower lip and pushed it forward with all her might. Nothing happened. The spiritual energy scattered at the tip like a drop of water falling into the desert, leaving no trace. She tried again. With her eyes closed, the little figure in her sea of consciousness demonstrated once more, and she summoned her spiritual energy again. It reached the sword tip and scattered. A third time. A fourth. A fifth. By the 7th attempt, her arm was trembling, not from fatigue, but from overdrawing her spiritual energy. A chi-refining first-level cultivator had little spiritual energy to begin with. After 7 consecutive full-power pushes, her dantian was nearly empty. Su Qingxue's lips had gone pale and beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, but she did not stop. She closed her eyes and summoned her spiritual energy an 8th time. This time, there was almost nothing left to draw from her dantian. That wisp of spiritual energy was as thin as a cobweb about to break, traveling from her dantian to her arm in a shaky path. By the time it reached the sword tip, it was so weak it could barely be felt. And then, it did not scatter. The cobweb-thin spiritual energy lingered at the sword tip for one instant. Only one instant. then left the tip and transformed into a pale golden light, even thinner than a hair, flying about 3 cun forward. 3 cun. Less than the length of a palm. The light remained in the air for less than a breath before fading, as if it had never existed. But Su Qingxue saw it. Her eyes flew wide as she looked down at the tip of the 9 tribulations sword, then up at the spot where the light had vanished. 3 cun. Her sword chi had flown 3 cun. Master, did you see that? It flew out. It flew out. Holding the 9 tribulations sword, she ran toward Lin Chen. After 2 steps her legs gave way, and she pitched forward. Lin Chen took 1 step to reach her, and caught her before her face hit the ground. Su Qingxue lay across his arm, drenched in sweat, pale-faced, lips dry and cracked from the spiritual energy drain, but she was still smiling. Her smile showed the gaps of 2 missing baby teeth, and her eyes were full of light. Master, 3 cun. 3 cun. Tomorrow I'll fly 4 cun. First recover your spiritual energy before we talk about that. Lin Chen carried her back to her room and laid her on the bed. The moment Su Qingxue's head touched the pillow, her eyes closed. Exhaustion from overdrawing spiritual energy could not be cured by a single sleep, but a 5-year-old recovered quickly. After a few hours of sleep, she would be fine. He tucked her in and placed a cup of spirit spring water and a spirit return pill on the bedside table, the one Hua Feng had refined. As he walked out of the room, the system surfaced in his spiritual sense. Host. HM. After that sword strike, just now Su Qingxue's awakening level jumped from 5% to 6%. It rose only 1 point, but the meaning is significant. In the physical growth during the awakening period, the first voluntary release of sword chi is a milestone. She triggered this milestone early. By normal progress, sword chi release should appear at around 10% awakening. She did it at 6%. Why? 2 reasons. First, she thrust at the wooden dummy more than 600 times this morning, and the accuracy of her sword tip landings exceeded 95%. Such precision made her spiritual energy output path extremely efficient. Second, she insisted on an 8th attempt even after her spiritual energy had been exhausted. In a depleted spiritual energy state, the body instinctively seeks a more economical way to circulate spiritual energy. Without conscious awareness, she found a shorter meridian pathway. What does that mean? With less spiritual energy, she accomplished the same thing. This is an instinctive talent of a chaos sword body holder, self-optimization at the limits. Host, you've picked up a treasure. Lin Chen glanced back at Su Qingxue's room. Morning light slanted through the window and fell on the little girl in bed. Her right hand rested outside the blanket, and the black sword mark on her forearm glinted faintly in the light. She was sleeping deeply, her lips still curved upward. Maybe in her dream, she was still flying that 3 cun sword chi. In the afternoon, Lin Chen went to the pill room. On the 2nd floor, Hua Feng was perched on the rack before the furnace mouth, a row of medicinal herbs laid out before it. No longer the 3 basic ingredients of the spirit return pill. Now there were 5 spirit return grass, chi, gathering flower condensation, dew fruit, earth vein root, and jade marrow Ganoderma. Qing Dai stood beside it, holding her handwritten introduction to the Tao of Alchemy open to Chapter 3 second-rank pills. Today's target is the Qi accumulation pill. A second-rank pill, 1 rank higher than the spirit return pill. The difficulty lies mainly in 2 aspects. The ingredients increase from 3 to 5, and the complexity of balancing their medicinal natures doubles. The flame must simultaneously sustain the fusion of all 5 ingredients. A single error in the heat of any one ingredient will ruin the entire batch. Hua Feng's dark gold pupils stared at the row of herbs, sweeping from left to right, then from right to left again. Then it closed its eyes. It was not resting. It was retrieving memory fragments about the Qi accumulation pill from the remnant soul of an alchemy grandmaster in its sea of consciousness. Those fragments were scattered and disconnected, but it was piecing them together. After a while, it opened its eyes and let out a short cry. Have you memorized it? A nod. Begin. Hua Feng opened its beak, and the golden red phoenix fire shot precisely into the furnace mouth. The first ingredient into the furnace was earth vein root, the sovereign ingredient of a second-rank pill with a heavy and steady medicinal nature. It had to be added first and calcined with intense fire to force the medicinal power out of the root fibers. The earth vein root gradually softened in the flames, and yellowish-brown medicinal juice seeped from its surface. Under the high heat, the juice evaporated and purified until at last a fist-sized ball of dark yellow liquid remained. Hua Feng wrapped the liquid in flame, held it at a constant temperature, then lifted the second ingredient, jade marrow Ganoderma, in its beak and dropped it in. The jade marrow Ganoderma melted at the touch of heat, turning into milky white liquid. The instant it met the dark yellow earth vein root liquid, the 2 colors began to permeate each other. Hua Feng's pupils narrowed slightly. The 2 medicinal properties were beginning to fuse, a step it had done before the fusion stage of the spirit return pill. Then came the 3rd ingredient, spirit return grass. The 4th was Qi gathering flower. Every ingredient added meant the complexity of the medicinal properties inside the furnace doubled. Hua Feng had to control 5 flames at once. 1 to maintain the earth vein root's base temperature, 1 to manage the jade marrow Ganoderma's fusion, 1 to watch over the spirit return grass's purification, 1 to regulate the Qi gathering flower's release speed, and one to command the whole and adjust at any moment. Huafeng's feathers bristled slightly, not from fatigue, from absolute focus. Its dark gold pupils reflected the light within the furnace where 5 colors of medicinal liquid spun, fused, collided, and reacted in the furnace chamber. The last ingredient, condensation dew fruit, entered the furnace. Condensation dew fruit's role was to harmonize, to unite the medicinal natures of the first 4 ingredients into a stable whole. Huafeng's flames suddenly changed, merging from 5 independent flames into one. A uniform membrane of flames wrapped around the entire mass of medicinal liquid. The liquid began to shrink within the fire membrane. Fire Phoenix's chest rose and fell rapidly as the Phoenix fire continued to output steadily. The tips of its wings trembled slightly, not from loss of control, but from approaching the limits of its endurance. The refining time for nourishing chi pills was double that of spirit recovery pills, and the consumption of physical strength and spiritual energy increased exponentially. When the medicinal liquid had shrunk to the size of a thumb, pill lines began to appear on its surface. Fire Phoenix's pupils blazed with light. The appearance of pill lines meant the pill was taking shape. It clenched its beak tight, and the Phoenix fire transitioned from large flame to medium, from medium to small, from small to gentle flame. Then in the instant of transitioning to gentle flame, a soft hiss echoed from within the furnace, as if something had cracked. Not an explosion. A crack had appeared on the pill's surface. The crack spread from the top of the pill to the bottom, and then the entire pill shattered into 2 halves along the fissure. The 2 halves rolled half a circle in the furnace before being scorched black by the residual heat. Fire Phoenix's flames extinguished. It lowered its head, staring at the 2 scorched halves that rolled out from the exhaust vent, silent for a long while. Then it did something that surprised Qing Dai. It showed no frustration, no cries, no drooping of its head. It used its beak to pick up the 2 halves from the exhaust vent and placed them on the jade dish in front of it. Then it stared at the fragments for about 10 breaths, its dark golden pupils scanning across the fractured surfaces from left to right, reading information from the color, texture, and degree of scorching on the broken edges. It was reviewing its process. Qing Dai said nothing. She knew Fire Phoenix was doing something many human alchemists couldn't, extracting precise technical information from failure. The dark color of the fractured surface indicated that when the dew condensation fruit was added, the heat was slightly too high. The surface of the medicinal liquid solidified prematurely, trapping the internal medicinal power unable to release. It was torn apart by the residual heat during the gentle flame stage. Fire Phoenix finished examining. It raised its head and let out a short cry. Found it. A nod. What was the cause? Fire Phoenix used the tip of its wing to point at the dew condensation fruit, then gestured early with its beak against its own feathers. It had added the dew condensation fruit about half a breath earlier than optimal. Half a breath. For refining a second-rank pill, a half-breath as deviation determined the difference between successful formation and cracking. Qing Dai nodded. Again. The second time. Fire Phoenix began anew. This time it was especially focused on the timing of adding the dew condensation fruit. Earth vein root, calcine, jade marrow, ji, fused spirit recovery, herb, purified chi, gathering flower released. Every step landed precisely on the notes. When the moment came to add the dew condensation fruit, its pupils slightly contracted. Instead of adding it immediately, it waited half a breath. A barely perceptible change occurred in the color of the medicinal liquid within the furnace, from a mixture of 5 colors to the 5 colors beginning to merge. Right now, dew condensation fruit entered the furnace. Phoenix fire merged from 5 flames into 1. The fire membrane wrapped uniformly. The medicinal liquid shrank, pill lines appeared. Large flame to medium, medium to small, small to gentle flame. The alchemy furnace let out a clear, crisp ding. The furnace lid popped open, and a pale yellow pill flew out from the exhaust vent, landing steadily on the jade dish. The pill's surface bore 5 faint medicinal chi lines, 2 more than the spirit recovery pills, 3 indicating it was a second-rank pill. Quality mid-grade. First successful refinement of a second-rank pill, mid-grade. Fire Phoenix lowered its head to look at that pale yellow pill. Then it picked up the pill in its beak and fluttered down from the second floor of the alchemy room. Lin Chen was sitting in the dining hall eating lunch. Today's menu was braised pork rib noodles, exotic style, with a material simulation fee of 20 spirit stones. The noodles were hand-pulled from spirit wheat flour, the ribs braised until tender, and the broth was made from spirit beast bones, simmered for 4 hours. Just as he lifted a chopstick of noodles toward his mouth, a golden-red little phoenix descended from the sky and placed a pale yellow pill beside his noodle bowl. Fire Phoenix stood on the table, chest puffed up high. Its dark, golden pupils fixed on Lin Chen, its expression clearly saying, "Look second-rank." Lin Chen looked at the pill, then at Fire Phoenix. The pill still carried the warmth of the furnace fire, its pale yellow luster glinting softly in the afternoon light. Powder from the herbs clung to Fire Phoenix's feathers. The yellowish-brown of earth vein root, the creamy white of jade marrow ji, the pale blue-green of spirit recovery herbs scattered across its golden-red feathers like wearing a colorful work uniform. Second-rank nourishing chi pill. Fire Phoenix's puffed chest rose even higher. Mid-grade. Higher still. You still owe me 580 spirit stones. The chest instantly deflated. Fire Phoenix let out a protesting short cry. What's the market price of nourishing chi pills? The system materialized in his divine sense. Second rank nourishing chi pills market retail price is approximately 200 spirit stones per pill. Fire Phoenix's alchemy cost is approximately 40 spirit stones, net profit 160. To repay the debt of 580, it needs to refine about 4 second-rank pills. Hear that? 4. Fire Phoenix lowered its head to calculate. Its arithmetic was probably learned from the remnant soul of the Alchemy Dao Grandmaster, and it calculated quite quickly. 4 pills at today's success rate of 1 successful pill per 2 attempts would require about 8 refinement sessions. 8 sessions, 2 days of work. It raised its head and let out a short cry indicating, acceptable, then nudged the nourishing chi pill toward Lin Chen's hand with the tip of its wing. Lin Chen put the pill into his storage ring, then picked the largest piece of pork rib from his bowl and placed it on a small dish, pushing it toward Fire Phoenix. Reward. Fire Phoenix lowered its head to peck up the rib, tilted its neck back, and swallowed it whole. The salty aroma of the rib exploded in its mouth. It narrowed its eyes and let out a satisfied chirp. This was the first braised pork rib it had ever tasted in its life. Lin Chen watched it finish the rib, then picked another piece from his bowl. Host. My. Fire Phoenix's alchemy rating has been updated. First second rank, pill formation rating A. Its speed from failure to success in review is faster than when it was refining first-rank pills. Memory fragments from the Alchemy Dao Grandmaster's remnant soul are being accelerated in integration. At this pace, it can challenge third-rank pills within a week. What does third-rank pills mean? Third-rank pills are the dividing line between junior and intermediate alchemists. Being able to stably refine third-rank pills qualifies one as a competent alchemist. At the Alchemist Association of the Grand Universe World, third-rank alchemists can receive a bronze badge, enjoying the association's resources and treatment. It's a phoenix. What would it want with a human badge? It can exchange them for medicinal materials. The Alchemist Association's herb repository is the most comprehensive across the 6 realms, and many rare herbs can only be obtained through association channels. Qing Dai is an immortal sovereign realm alchemist, but she never registered with the association. She dislikes dealing with people. D-level social skills. Yes. So if Fire Phoenix can obtain association certification, it would be an important supplement to the sect's medicinal material supply chain. You're asking a bird to take a human qualification exam. It's a phoenix. Phoenixes have a much higher status across the 6 realms than most human cultivators. Those old codgers at the Alchemist Association would probably cry and shove the badge into its talons if they saw a phoenix coming to get certified. Lin Chen imagined that scene and found it rather amusing. Evening. Bai Qianqian crouched on top of an artificial rock, her 9 tails spread into a fan shape, absorbing the last rays of the setting sun. A foundation-building pill from Qing Dai still rested in her mouth. She had been holding it for 2 days now, and the pill had only shrunk by a third. The foundation-building pill released its medicinal power extremely slowly, precisely as Qing Dai had designed. Demon beasts' meridians were rougher than humans, with stronger tolerance for medicinal power, but lower absorption efficiency. Slow release allowed the medicinal power to be more fully absorbed by the demon core rather than rushing through like a flood and flowing away. Bai Qianqian could feel her demon core growing brighter by increments. The bottleneck that hadn't loosened in 800 years, that extremely thin hairline crack, was extending at an invisible speed. At this rate, after this foundation-building pill was fully absorbed, the crack would extend to about 1/3 of the bottleneck. 2 more, and she could break through. She opened her eyes, golden pupils gazing toward the alchemy room. The window of the alchemy room was open, and Qing Dai sat at the processing table writing today's alchemy records in the evening light. Fire Phoenix perched on her shoulder, using its beak to comb the hair that had been disordered by the waves of heat several times. Its movements were gentle, meticulously returning each scattered strand to its original place. Qing Dai paused her writing and stroked the top of Fire Phoenix's head. Fire Phoenix let out a soft, contented hum. Bai Qianqian watched this scene. Her 9 tails swayed gently, then she rested her head on her front paws and continued sunbathing. The foundation-building pill slowly released its medicinal power beneath her tongue, warm and comfortable. At this moment, a figure appeared on the stone steps outside the sect gate. A young boy in a tattered robe, about 12 or 13 years old, carrying a sword case taller than himself on his back, was climbing the sect steps 1 step at a time. Scrape marks covered his face, and a corner of his robe's hem had been torn away, exposing his thin, scrawny legs. But gritting his teeth, he climbed step by step the sword case on his back, making dull metallic clanking sounds with each movement. When he reached the 27th step, his legs gave out. He fell forward, his forehead striking the stone step, a trickle of blood seeping out. He lay there gasping for several breaths, then braced against the next step up and dragged himself up 1 more level. 20th step. The stone beasts flanking the sect gate opened their eyes. 2 pairs of stone pupils watched the boy struggling on the steps, then both turned simultaneously toward the sect's interior. Lin Chen was sitting in the dining hall eating post-dinner dessert. Spirit fruit ice, shavings, exotic style, 15 spirit stones. The system chimed in his divine sense. Host, a random quest has been triggered. Again, I just finished one last chapter. This one is different. It's a prerequisite trigger for the disciple recruitment quest. Quest name Crossroads of Destiny. Quest description: a boy is climbing the steps outside the sect gate. His name is Jiang Yunfan, 12 years old, with a 10,000-year alchemy constitution. 3 days ago his small alchemy sect was annihilated by enemies. His master on their deathbed sealed their lifetime of inheritance into a sword case and had him flee with it. He has been fleeing for 3 days and 3 nights. His spiritual energy exhausted, his physical strength depleted. Now he is using the last of his strength to climb the steps of Qingshu sect. He doesn't know what this place is. He simply crawled instinctively toward where there was light. Quest requirement: take him as your disciple. Quest rewards: 10,000-year alchemy classic 1, Shinong, Cauldron 1, Constitution, Awakening, Pill 1, Character Summon Card 1. Failure penalty none. This quest is not mandatory, but this system strongly recommends completing it. The 10,000-year alchemy constitution, like the chaotic sword constitution, is a top-tier divine physique. If he dies outside the sect gate, the grand universe will lose a future alchemy Tao Supreme. Didn't you just say the second disciple had to wait until Su Qingxue turns 12? Plans are no match for changes. He climbed here himself. This system certainly can't throw him out. Lin Chen put down his ice-shaving spoon, walked out of the dining hall through the courtyard toward the sect gate. Outside the sect gate, Jiang Yunfan lay sprawled on the 31st step, his vision already blurring. During 3 days and 3 nights of flight, he hadn't drunk a single drop of water. Before his master died, they had forced a life-sustaining pill into him. The pill's effects had carried him 3,000 li. Now that the effects had worn off, his body was like a wrung-out cloth, light and empty, without even the strength to lift his hand. He raised his head. In his blurred vision appeared a figure. That person stood inside the sect gate, their moon-white robes glowing softly in the evening light. He couldn't see the person's face clearly, only the cloud patterns embroidered on the hem of their robes. The same patterns on his master's robe. His master had said those were the symbols of an ancient alchemy sect. Master. Jiang Yunfan's lips moved, producing a faint thread-like voice. I found it. Then he closed his eyes. Before his consciousness fell into darkness, he felt himself being lifted. Not held, but lifted. A hand grabbed him by the back of his neck, picking him up like a chick from the steps. Then he heard a voice. That voice was languid, as if commenting on pleasant weather. System, are you sure this little beggar is a 10,000-year alchemy constitution? Looks more like he hasn't eaten for 3 days. What? He really hasn't eaten for 3 days. Fine. Let's carry him in first. When Jiang Yunfan woke, the first thing he saw was a fluffy chin. That chin was pointed, covered with fine golden red down, gleaming with a soft sheen in the candlelight. Above the chin was the face of a bird, dark gold pupils staring straight at him with a scrutinizing look, as if appraising a medicinal herb that had just been put into the furnace. He was stunned for 3 full breaths before realizing that he was lying on a bed, and beside the bed crouched a creature covered in gold and red, shaped like a small phoenix. Awake! The voice came from the other end of the room, lazy and relaxed, carrying the idle air of someone who had finished lunch and was digesting at leisure. Jiang Yunfan turned his head with difficulty and saw a young man in a moon-white robe leaning against the window, holding a cup of steaming tea. The man's posture was utterly relaxed, one leg crossed over the other, the back of his head resting against the window frame, radiating the aura of I can't be bothered to move even if the sky falls. Who are you? Jiang Yunfan's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping across wood. Where's this? Qingshu sect. I'm Lin Chen, the sect master here. Lin Chen took a sip of tea. You fainted on the steps of my mountain gate, so I carried you in. You slept for an entire day. Jiang Yunfan's memories came rushing back. His master's face before death, his senior brothers and sisters lying in pools of blood, the sinister laugh of that cultivator in black robes with crimson patterns as he shattered the mountain-protecting formation with a single palm. He clutched the sword case his master had pressed into his arms, crawled out through the secret passage at the back of the mountain, and ran for 3 days and 3 nights without looking back. He did not dare stop, did not dare turn around, did not dare think. Then he saw light. Deep inside the forbidden zone, a cluster of buildings glowed with warm lights in the night. With the last of his strength, he climbed the mountain gate steps, toward that light, step after step, until he could no longer see anything. The sword case. He sat up abruptly, pulling at his sore body and the wound on his forehead. Gritting his teeth in pain, he still thrashed around looking for it. The sword case my master gave me. Where is it? Lin Chen tilted his chin toward the foot of the bed. The sword case was propped there, taller than he was, badly battered. The copper wrapping on its corners had worn through, revealing the dark wooden core underneath. Jiang Yunfan lunged over and embraced the sword case, pressing his face against its cold surface. His shoulders shook violently. He did not cry aloud. He only buried his face in the sword case, trembling all over like a small beast soaked by rain. Lin Chen did not look at him. He turned his gaze to the window, pretending the spirit tree in the courtyard was worth studying in any particular way. The system appeared in his divine sense. This kid's mental state is even worse than Su Qingshue's was back then. She was starving. He watched his sect being wiped out with his own eyes. What does host intend to do? Let him cry it out first. Jiang Yunfan cried for a long time. It was not loud wailing but the silent kind of crying that seeps out through the cracks after being pressed down to the limit. Only the trembling of his shoulders and an occasional choked sob escaping. The old scratches on the sword case were dampened by his tears, a patch of color deepening. Fire Phoenix had been crouching by the bed watching him. It neither cried nor moved, simply fixing its dark gold pupils quietly on the trembling human youth. After a long time, Jiang Yunfan's trembling gradually came to a stop. He wiped his face with his sleeve and raised his head. His eyes were badly red and swollen into slits, but his gaze had already regained a certain clarity. He looked at Lin Chen, his voice hoarse, but no longer trembling. "Senior saved my life. I don't know how to repay you. I have nothing left." "Who said you have nothing?" Jiang Yunfan was stunned. Lin Chen stepped down from the windowsill, walked over to the bed, and looked down at him. "The eternal pill body. When your master took you in as a disciple, he should have told you about it." Jiang Yunfan's eyes flew open wide. Of course he knew. The moment his master discovered his constitution, the old man had wept with joy, saying it was a sacred body unseen in the path of alchemy for 1,000 years, and that he would one day become the strongest alchemist in the 6 realms. Then his master immediately placed a sealing curse on him, forbidding him to reveal his constitution to anyone. An innocent man is not guilty of a crime, but carrying a treasure is. "How do you know?" "I even know you haven't eaten for 3 days." Jiang Yunfan was silent for one breath, then did something that surprised Lin Chen. He rolled off the bed, knelt on both knees, and knocked his forehead heavily against the floor. "I beg Senior to accept me as a disciple. You want to take me as your master without even knowing what kind of person I am?" "No." "Then why still do it?" "Senior knew I hadn't eaten for 3 days." Jiang Yunfan raised his head, his swollen eyes holding a seriousness beyond his years. "You knew my master left me a sword case. You knew I have the eternal pill body. Senior knew all of that, yet you did not take the sword case while I was unconscious, nor did you seize the source of my pill body. Senior is not a bad person." Lin Chen looked at the youth kneeling on the ground. 12 years old at the 3rd level of chi refining. 3 days ago he had been an alchemy prodigy held dear in his master's palm. 3 days later his sect was annihilated, and he had fled alone for 3,000 li before losing consciousness and being saved by a stranger. Upon waking, the first thing he did was not worry about himself, but search for his master's keepsake. The second thing was not ask for refuge, but say that he didn't know how to repay the favor. The third thing, after confirming that the man was not a bad person, was to kowtow and ask to be accepted as a disciple. "Get up first." Jiang Yunfan did not move. "If you don't get up, I won't accept you." Jiang Yunfan shot to his feet. Lin Chen jabbed the system in his divine sense. "This kid is even harder to handle than Su Qingxue." Holders of the eternal pill body usually have a mental maturity 3 to 5 years older than their peers. His current psychological age is roughly that of a 15 or 16-year-old. And after just experiencing the fall of his sect, both his wariness and judgment have been pushed to the extreme. So he's barely holding himself together right now. Yes, post what he needs most right now is not comfort, but a goal that can help him rebuild his sense of security. Lin Chen crouched down in front of Jiang Yunfan to look him in the eye. "I can take you in. 3 conditions." Jiang Yunfan's back went straight as a rod. "First, from today on your name is Jiang Yunfan, and you are the 2nd disciple under me, Lin Chen. You may keep your former sect and your former master in your heart, but in the eyes of the outside world you may only call yourself a disciple of Qingxu sect." Jiang Yunfan's lips moved slightly, then he nodded firmly. "Second, your senior disciple sister is named Su Qingxue. She is 5 years old and possesses the chaos sword body. You are the junior, so you must call her senior sister." Jiang Yunfan was taken aback. A 5-year-old senior sister. But he did not voice the question, only nodded again. "Third," Lin Chen pointed to the fire phoenix by the bed. "This bird is called Fire Phoenix, and it is the head of the sect's alchemy hall. For now the alchemy hall has only it. Since you are an eternal pill body, learn everything about pill refinement from it first." Jiang Yunfan turned to look at Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix also looked at him. The boy and the bird stared at each other for 3 breaths. Fire Phoenix let out a short cry, its tone carrying its sunder a flavor that said, "Fine, I suppose I'll just barely take you as my apprentice." Jiang Yunfan's expression finally showed a crack. Not from collapse, but the bewildered look of where exactly have I ended up. His sect was wiped out, he fled for 3,000 li, he was picked up by a lazy sect master, his senior sister was 5 years old, and his alchemy teacher was a phoenix. "This disciple understands," he said. There was a faint helplessness in his voice that was hard to notice, but beneath that helplessness the thing that had been pressing down on him loosened just a little. That afternoon Lin Chen brought Jiang Yunfan to the alchemy room. Qingdai was sorting medicinal herbs at the processing table. She heard the footsteps, lifted her head, let her gaze rest on Jiang Yunfan for a moment, then resumed sorting. "Eternal pill body." She said only 4 words. "How could you tell?" "The way you walk." A bearer of the eternal pill body naturally has a higher concentration of fire spiritual energy in their meridians than ordinary people, as well as a slightly higher body temperature. When he walks, the bluestone slabs under his feet show extremely faint traces of drying from his body heat. Qingdai pointed at the floor beside Jiang Yunfan's feet. Jiang Yunfan looked down. The bluestone slab he was standing on did indeed have a little less surface moisture than the rest of the ground. He had never noticed it before. He only knew that his palms were always warm, and he never felt cold in winter. His master had said that this was the early sign of the pilled body manifesting. Did your former sect teach you alchemy? Qingdai asked. Yes. I can refine first-grade qi-returning pills with a 70% success rate. First-grade qi-returning pill 70%. Qingdai repeated in a flat tone. For a 12-year-old eternal pill body, that is not a good result. Your previous teacher's method was flawed. Zhang Yunfan's expression shifted slightly, and he lowered his head, saying nothing. Qingdai picked up a spirit-returning herb from the processing table and placed it in Zhang Yunfan's hand. Process this spirit-returning herb. Let me see your handwork. Zhang Yunfan took the herb, twirled it between his fingers, and began to process it. Stripping leaves, removing roots, separating the medicinal stem and leaves. His movements were practiced and not slow, but Qingdai's brow gave a slight frown. When he finished, he neatly laid the separated stem and leaves on a jade plate, then looked up at Qingdai with a trace of expectation in his eyes. Qingdai picked up a leaf, smelled it, then held the cut surface up to the light. The processing of the stem was too slow. From leaf stripping to completed separation, you took about 20 breaths. Once the stem of a spirit-returning herb leaves the root, the medicinal power begins to drain. 20 breaths means roughly 15% lost. The correct time is within 10 breaths. She picked up the stem and looked at the cut surface again. The separation angle was wrong. You cut down vertically, breaking the fibers of the stem. It should be cut diagonally, separating along the grain of the fibers. That way the potency channels at the cut surface remain open, and when it enters the furnace, the release of medicinal power is more even. She placed the leaf back on the jade plate and looked at Zhang Yunfan. Your previous teacher taught you only the technique, not the principle. Zhang Yunfan's eyes reddened again. Not because he was being criticized, but because every word Qingdai said was true. His master had indeed only taught him the technique. How to do it, when to do it, how many times to do it. He had never once explained why it had to be done that way, what would happen if it were too slow, or what would happen if the angle were wrong. He had asked, and his master had said, learn the doing first, the principle can wait. There was no later. Qingdai saw the red at the rims of his eyes, but she did not comfort him. She only placed another spirit-returning herb in his hand. Again, within 10 breaths. Diagonal cut. Zhang Yunfan took a deep breath, lowered his head, and started on the second herb. This time he was much faster, but he still could not control the diagonal angle well. The first cut was too slanted and shaved through the stem. His fingers trembled once. He looked up at Qingdai, expecting her to frown. Qingdai's expression showed no change. The angle was too slanted. Follow the direction of the fibers, not cut right against them. The fibers run like this. She traced a line along the surface of the stem with her finger. Keep the blade at an angle of about 30 degrees from this line. Try it. Zhang Yunfan picked up the third spirit-returning herb. Strip leaves, remove root, find the angle, cut diagonally. This time the blade slid along the direction of the fibers, and the stem silently split into two. The cut surface was smooth and even, and the fibers were intact. Time 8 breaths. Qingdai took the cut stem, looked at it, and nodded. Not bad. Keep going. Process all the herbs in this basket. Zhang Yunfan looked at the huge basket of spirit-returning herbs beside the processing table. At least 200 stalks. He did not complain. He only rolled up his sleeves and began processing them one by one. Strip leaves, remove roots, cut diagonally, next stalk. His movements became more and more practiced, and his pace more and more steady. By the 50th stalk he no longer needed. He had to deliberately find the right angle, the blade falling at exactly 30 degrees. Qingdai watched for a while, then returned to her own seat to continue sorting medicinal herbs. Fire Phoenix crouched on the shelf, its dark golden pupils fixed on Zhang Yunfan. It noticed that by the time he reached the 80th herb, his fingers were beginning to tremble. His stamina was giving out. He was a 12-year-old child who had not eaten for 3 days. Although Lin Chen had fed him spirit rice porridge and a rejuvenation pill, his strength had not recovered so quickly. Fire Phoenix flew down from the shelf and landed beside the work table. It picked up a spirit restoration herb and began processing it, coordinating its beak and wingtip with precision. Plucking leaves, trimming roots, cutting diagonally. Its movements were exactly the same as Zhang Yunfan's, even the angle at 30 degrees. But it processed the herbs far faster, one after another, its beak and wingtip working together like a pair of dexterous hands. Zhang Yunfan stopped and watched the small golden red phoenix process spirit restoration herbs 3 times faster than he could. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes. He bit his lip, lowered his head, and continued working on his share. One boy and one bird standing side by side at the work table, silently processing the large basket of spirit restoration herbs. At dusk, Su Qingxue emerged from the rear courtyard after her medicinal bath. She wore a moon-white training robe, her hair still damp, and held the 9 Revolutions body refining art in her arms. The book's waterproof spiritual energy film had held up well today, with only a small corner dampened. She noticed there was an extra person in the alchemy room, an unfamiliar youth standing at the work table processing medicinal herbs. On the shelf beside him crouched a golden red phoenix, also processing herbs. Su Qingxue walked to the work table, stood on her tiptoes to look at the spirit restoration herb in Zhang Yunfan's hand, then examined the cross-section he had cut. Your diagonal cut on the 37th herb was better than on the 36th. Jiang Yunfan looked down at her. A 5-year-old girl in a moon-white little robe, her hair tied askew, holding a cultivation manual larger than her face in her arms. On her right index finger, she wore a silver-white spatial ring, and on her left forearm was a faint black sword-shaped tattoo. Chaos, sword physique. Senior sister. How did you know how many I've processed? I counted. Every time you finish one, the basket has one fewer. There are 63 left now, so you've processed 137. Su Qingxue stated it, as if it were merely the weather today. Jiang Yunfan opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. At 12, he was the youngest disciple in the sect, always the one calling others senior brother or senior sister. Now a 5-year-old girl was calling him junior brother and speaking about his herb processing in a tone that said, "Let me grade your homework." "Thank you, senior sister," he said. His voice was a bit strained, but he got it out. Su Qingxue nodded, then turned to Fire Phoenix. "Sister Fire Phoenix, did you refine a chi-nourishing pill today?" Fire Phoenix let out a short cry. It succeeded. Amazing. Su Qingxue took a spirit fruit from her spatial ring, one she had secretly saved, and placed it in front of Fire Phoenix. "Here, a reward." Fire Phoenix lowered its head, picked up the spirit fruit, tilted its neck back, and swallowed it. Its dark, golden pupils narrowed into slits as it let out a satisfied purring sound. Then it cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yunfan. That glance said it all. "See that? Senior sister gave me a reward. Do you have one?" Jiang Yunfan lowered his head and silently continued processing spirit restoration herbs. That evening, Lin Chen summoned Jiang Yunfan to the main hall. High on the dome of the main hall, night pearls radiated a soft, clear glow, making the entire hall seem as if it were submerged in water. Jiang Yunfan stood at the center of the hall, the sword case that was taller than him still strapped to his back. Lin Chen sat on the sect master's throne and took out the disciple recruitment rewards that the system had just distributed from his storage ring. The first item, a palm-sized jade slip amber, throughout with faint golden patterns flowing within. The eternal ancient pill scripture. The second item, a fist-sized pill furnace, deep cyan in color, its surface carved with 9 tripod patterns. The furnace rotated on its own in Lin Chen's palm, each rotation emitting an extremely soft hum, as if something within the belly of the furnace was awakening. The divine farmer's cauldron. The third item, a small white jade bottle containing a physique awakening pill. It was exactly like the one given to Su Qingxue, soybean-sized luminous white all over with 3 golden patterns swirling on its surface. The fourth item, a character summoning card. Lin Chen laid the first 3 items on the low table before him. "Come here." Jiang Yunfan walked up to him. "These are for you. The eternal ancient pill scripture matched with your eternal ancient pill physique is a supreme cultivation method on the path of alchemy. The divine farmer's cauldron is a pinnacle treasure of ancient alchemy, a legacy item like the sword case your master left you. This is a physique awakening pill. Once you swallow it, your eternal ancient pill physique will begin its initial awakening." Jiang Yunfan stared at the glittering items on the table and said nothing. His gaze lingered on the eternal ancient pill scripture for a long time. It was the thing his master had spent an entire lifetime searching for. His master had said that the eternal ancient pill physique could only exert its true power when paired with the eternal ancient pill scripture. But the scripture had long been lost across the 6 realms. It existed only as rumor, with no one having ever seen the original. Now it lay right before him, within reach. "Sect Master," Jiang Yunfan's voice trembled slightly. "These things are far too precious. I'm only a mere chi refining level 3. You are my disciple." Jiang Yunfan's words stuck in his throat. "Take whatever is given to you. If you don't want them, throw them away." Jiang Yunfan did not throw them away. He pressed the eternal ancient pill scripture against his forehead, and amber light flowed out from the surface of the jade slip, like melted amber seeping in through his brow. Countless golden characters were reflected in his pupils. Pill formulas, pharmacology, fire control, herbs, pill arts, like a river of text pouring down from the heavens and flooding into his sea of consciousness. The entire process lasted about 20 breaths. After those 20 breaths, the radiance on the jade slip faded. It became an ordinary piece of amber stone with a thin crack now running across its surface. The eternal ancient pill scripture had completed its inheritance. Next came the divine farmer's cauldron. Jiang Yunfan reached out with his finger and gently touched the small rotating cauldron. The instant his fingertip made contact, the divine farmer's cauldron blazed to life. Not with deep cyan light, but with dazzling red gold radiance that illuminated the entire main hall as if it were midday. The 9 tripod patterns on its surface were activated simultaneously. They detached from the body of the cauldron, transformed into 9 streams of different colors, circled Jiang Yunfan 3 times, then abruptly retracted and vanished into his chest. The divine farmer's cauldron turned into a red-gold stream of light that spread up his arm, converged in the center of his right palm, shrank, and fixed into place, becoming a nail-sized cauldron tattoo. 9 thin colored lines coiled around the cauldron pattern, faintly flowing beneath the skin of his palm. Next came the physique awakening pill. Jiang Yunfan swallowed it. The moment the pill entered his stomach, something ignited within his body. It was not fire, it was pill essence. His eternal ancient pill physique was awakening. Not with the sharp edge of Su Qingshue's released sword intent, but with a deeper, more intrinsic transformation. His body temperature began to rise, from normal to feverish, and then to a heat so intense that it caused ripples in the air. The green jade floor beneath his feet let out an extremely faint sizzle, and a ring of scorch marks appeared on its surface. Then his temperature began to subside from scorching to warm to normal, and then dipping just a little below, settling at an exact temperature slightly higher than an ordinary person's hot, but not painful to the touch. The eternal ancient pill physique had completed its initial awakening. Zhang Yunfan opened his eyes. His pupils had changed slightly. Originally ordinary deep brown, they now bore an extremely faint ring of amber light barely visible in the candlelight. He lowered his head to look at the cauldron pattern on his right palm, touched his slightly warm chest, then looked up at Lin Chen. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but no words came out. Lin Chen waved a hand. All right, no need to say anything. Go back to sleep. Tomorrow you begin learning alchemy from Fire Phoenix. The spirit stones you owe the sect will be counted starting from the first pill you refine. Zhang Yunfan was stunned. I owe spirit stones. That awakening pill you ate cost 3,000 spirit stones. A level 3 Qi refining cultivator like you. How exactly do you plan to pay it back? Zhang Yunfan opened his mouth. The expression on his face shifted from being deeply moved to bewilderment, from bewilderment to helplessness, and finally settled into a complicated look that said, what kind of pirate ship have I boarded? But still he nodded seriously. I will pay it back. Lin Chen watched him walk out of the main hall clutching his sword case. Just as he reached the doorway, Zhang Yunfan paused, turned his head slightly, and said, Sect Master, thank you for not asking. He did not say what he meant. But Lin Chen knew. He had not asked what his master was called. He had not asked who wiped out his sect. He had not asked why he had escaped alone instead of dying alongside his senior brothers and sisters. Every one of those questions would have been a knife. Lin Chen had not asked a single one. Zhang Yunfan's figure disappeared into the depths of the corridor. The system let out a ding in Lin Chen's divine sense. Disciple Zhang Yunfan has been formally accepted. Eternal Ancient Pill Physique Awakening Degree 4%. 1 point higher than Su Qingshue's initial awakening because his previous sect had already laid a foundation for him. How does Fire Phoenix treat him? According to this system's behavioral monitoring, Fire Phoenix's attitude toward him is sharp words on the surface, but teaching with its hands. Today it helped Zhang Yunfan process 43 spirit restoration herbs, even more than he processed himself. It said nothing, but its actions have already made its stance clear. It is protecting its own. A phoenix protecting a human boy. Within Fire Phoenix dwells the remnant soul fragment of an alchemy grandmaster. Before that grandmaster fell, perhaps his greatest regret was never finding a successor to inherit his complete legacy. Now the eternal ancient pill physique comes knocking on the door. Fire Phoenix says nothing, but its body is honest. Lin Chen chuckled. He rose from the sect master's throne and walked toward the dining hall. It was time for a late-night snack. Tonight's menu was fresh shrimp wontons, exotic style 18 spirit stones. The spirit food generator began to operate, and the sound of water boiling echoed from the kitchen. He sat down in his usual seat, waiting for the wontons to finish cooking. The lamp on the second floor of the alchemy room was still lit. Zhang Yunfan had not gone back to his room to sleep. He sat at the work table with the handwritten introduction to alchemy by Qing Dai spread open in front of him. His right palm faced upward, the cauldron pattern faintly glowing in the candlelight. He was comparing the contents of the eternal ancient pill scripture with Qing Dai's notes, reading line by line. Whenever he encountered something he did not understand, he made a mark in the margins with spiritual ink, his handwriting neat and precise. Fire Phoenix crouched on the shelf beside him, eyes closed, pretending to be asleep. But its ears, if phoenixes even had ears, remained turned toward Zhang Yunfan. Every time he turned a page, its ear feathers twitched. Moonlight streamed in through the window, falling upon the boy and the bird. On the 13th day at Qingshu sect, there was now a debt-ridden youth and a phoenix with a harsh tongue but a soft heart. Lin Chen's wontons were done. He scooped one up, blew on it, and bit open a small corner. Piping hot broth rushed out. System. Here. You said Zhang Yunfan's former sect. Who destroyed it? The system paused for a breath. Forces from the demon realm. Black robes with red patterns. That is the insignia of one of the 3 great halls of the demon realm. Why would they destroy a minor alchemy sect? Because of Zhang Yunfan. News of the eternal ancient pill physique leaked out through some channel. The demon realm wanted him. And now he is in your sect. If the demon realm comes looking. Lin Chen scooped up another wonton, blew on it, and put it in his mouth. Then let them come. His tone was exactly the same as when he said the weather is nice today. The character summoning card, a reward for taking on disciples, had lain in Lin Chen's storage ring for a whole day. He hadn't forgotten about it. He had deliberately left it there. Every time he activated a summoning card, it was like opening a blind box. Xing Feng had given him a war god, Qing Dai an alchemist, Yi Guhong a sword fanatic. Each one more distinctive and harder to handle than the last. Going by the system's usual disposition, the person this card summoned would most likely be another freak with F-level social ability. System, what's the probability of getting a freak this time? This system does not know the host's definition of freak, the Yi Guhong kind, F-level social skills. Then the probability is 100%. Alchemy path summons generally had extremely low social ability. Those who spent all year dealing with medicinal herbs and furnaces usually had less patience for human beings than for herbs. Qing Dai is also an alchemist. At least she talks to Fire Phoenix. That's because Fire Phoenix isn't human. Lin Chen could not argue with that. He took the summoning card out of his storage ring and fused it with spiritual energy and tossed it into the courtyard. The card traced an arc in the air, hung still at its highest point, and burst into countless points of light. This time the light was deep brown. Not the warm, gentle cyan that had accompanied Qing Dai, but a somber brown close to that of aged medicinal herbs. The points of light converged, swirled, and condensed into a human form, turning from blurry to distinct. After they scattered, an old man stood in the courtyard. Calling him old was not quite accurate. His hair was indeed pure white, but there were few wrinkles on his face, and his skin had the pallor of someone who had spent years indoors away from sunlight. He was not tall, half a head shorter than Qing Dai, and as thin as a dried medicinal herb. He wore an alchemist's robe so old that its original color could no longer be told. The cuffs were scorched black and curled by furnace fire, and the hem was covered with herb scraps and furnace ash. His back was slightly stooped, not from age, but from years of bending over to watch the furnace flames. In his right hand, he carried a purple copper medicine furnace, its surface worn smooth as a mirror reflecting his own face. On the web of his left hand was a shockingly thick callus, not worn in from gripping a pestle, but burned in from years of testing the furnace temperature directly with his fingers. His cultivation base spread outward. Peak of the Immortal Lord realm, the same as Qing Dai, still 2 major realms away from Sovereign. He opened his eyes. His eyes were small, his irises deep brown, exactly the same color as the light of the summoning card. He looked at Lin Chen, then at the courtyard, let his gaze rest for a moment in the direction of the alchemy hall, and then withdrew it. Guhi, alchemist. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping across wood. After those 4 words, he closed his mouth. Lin Chen waited for him to continue. He did not continue. He just stood there holding the purple copper medicine furnace, watching Lin Chen, as if waiting for Lin Chen to assign him a task. Is that all? That's all. You're an alchemist. What grade? Divine grade. Lin Chen was stunned. A divine grade alchemist. In the Huanyu Great World, alchemist grades from low to high were beginner, intermediate, advanced, grandmaster, great grandmaster, saint grade, and divine grade. Divine grade was the highest rank. In the entire 6 realms, those who could be called divine grade alchemists could be counted on one hand. He had summoned one. And this divine grade alchemist introduction had been only 4 words. Guhi, alchemist. The system surfaced in Lin Chen's divine sense. Guhi is one of the 3 extant divine grade alchemists in the Huanyu Great World. 300 years ago, because he refused to refine pills for the 3 halls of the demon realm, he was hunted by the demon realm and fled into an ancient secret realm. There he sustained his life by refining pills, and stayed for 300 years. He is a legend in the alchemy world, and also its missing person. What is his social ability rating? F-. 1 rank lower than Yi Guhong. Yi Guhong at least can say acceptable, and I'll teach her. Guhi's frequency of using human language is roughly 1/10 of Fire Phoenix's. Fire Phoenix cannot speak at all, so Guhi basically never speaks. Lin Chen looked at the silent old man holding the medicine furnace in the courtyard, and suddenly felt that this summoning card had been opened very much in the system style. Give it a divine grade alchemist, and it hands you a mute. Elder Guhi, the alchemy hall is over there. Qing Dai and Fire Phoenix are inside. Go ahead. Guhi nodded, picked up his medicine furnace, and walked toward the alchemy hall. His way of walking was completely different from Yi Guhong's. Yi Guhong moved like a sword skimming across water, light and sharp. Guhi moved like an old tree root, slow, heavy, steady. Every step landed solidly, as if the blue flagstones beneath his feet were an extension of his furnace. The door of the alchemy hall was open. Qing Dai sat at the preparation table writing the day's pill refining record, while Fire Phoenix perched on her shoulder, using its beak to comb through her hair that had been scattered by a blast of air. Jiang Yunfan stood on the other side of the preparation table processing the day's share of spirit-returning herb. His technique was already much faster than yesterday. The diagonal cuts held steady at 30 degrees, and each one was completed within 8 breaths. When Guhi walked in, Qing Dai looked up. At her first sight of him, the spirit ink brush in her hand stopped. It was not surprise, it was recognition. Her gaze moved from Guhi's face to his hand, the left hand calloused by furnace fire, and then to his purple copper medicine furnace. Then she rose. Senior Guhi. For the first time, unmistakable respect colored her voice. Qing Dai had never used such a tone, even with Lin Chen. Guhi glanced at her and nodded. Then his gaze passed over Qing Dai and landed on Jiang Yunfan at the preparation table, or to be precise, on the hands with which Jiang Yunfan was processing the spirit-returning herb. He watched for about 10 breaths. Then he walked over, extended his left hand, and tapped Jiang Yunfan's right wrist with a calloused index finger. The angle is right. The force is too heavy. That was the longest sentence he had spoken since entering the Qingshu sect. 5 words. Jiang Yunfan lowered his head to look at his hand. Indeed, when he had processed the spirit-returning herb, just now his force had been slightly too heavy. There was an extremely faint crushed mark on the cut surface of the herb stem, one that would not be noticed without a careful look. Gui had seen it at a glance. How much too heavy? Gui held out his little finger, pinched its tip with his thumb, and measured an infinitesimal distance. Zhang Yunfan adjusted his force and processed the next herb. Gui watched for another 10 breaths, then nodded, picked up his furnace, and headed for the pill refining chamber on the second floor of the alchemy hall. Fire Phoenix had been watching Gu He from start to finish. Its dark gold pupils were full of wariness. The alchemy hall was its territory, Qing Dai was its partner, and Zhang Yunfan was the junior disciple under its protection. Now an old man had shown up carrying a purple copper medicine furnace, his hands covered in calluses, and he walked in and started instructing Zhang Yunfan. And Qing Dai even called him senior. Fire Phoenix let out a short, sharp cry, its tone dripping with displeasure. Gui stopped and looked back at Fire Phoenix. His gaze rested for a moment on Fire Phoenix's feathers, the feather tips curled by the furnace blast. Then he extended his left-hand palm upward. In his palm lay a pale gold pill with 3 pill patterns flowing across its surface. Phoenix Feather Gloss Pill. Divine Grade. It works marvels for repairing feathers. A gift for you. Fire Phoenix's dark gold pupils contracted sharply. The Phoenix Feather Gloss Pill was a pill reserved exclusively for the Phoenix clan. Human alchemists never bothered to learn it because the Phoenix race lived hidden from the world and had almost no contact with humans. Among human alchemists, no more than 3 in the entire 6 realms could refine such a pill. That tight-lipped old man was one of them, and he had casually given away a divine-grade pill with the same expression one would have when handing out a candy bean. Fire Phoenix looked at the pill, then at Gu He, and let out another short cry. Its tone had changed, no longer displeasure, but a haughty tsundere air of, well, at least you know what's good for you. Gu He placed the pill on the rack in front of Fire Phoenix, turned, and went up to the second floor. Qing Dai watched his retreating back, and an extremely faint smile curved the corner of her mouth. Zhang Yunfan, do you know who he is? No. Gu He, one of the 3 remaining divine-grade alchemists in the 6 realms. 300 years ago, because he refused to refine pills for the demon realm, he was hunted by the demon realm for 10 full years. In the end, he vanished into an ancient secret realm. Everyone thought he was dead. The most famous pill he ever refined was the 9 Revolutions soul-returning pill, Saint Grade. It could bring the dead back to life and regrow flesh from bones. That pill should now be in the hands of some great figure in the divine realm, enshrined as a clan's guardian treasure. Zhang Yunfan's mouth fell open. He looked down at the cauldron mark on his right palm, then looked toward the second floor. A divine-grade alchemist was now standing on the second floor of the Qingshu sect's alchemy hall, and just now he had used 5 words to guide Zhang Yunfan's herb processing. Fire Phoenix had already swallowed the Phoenix Feather Gloss Pill. The instant the pill entered its stomach, the feather tips that had been curled by the furnace blast unfolded at a speed visible to the eye, from curled to sleek, and from sleek to a faint soft luster. It lowered its head to inspect its feathers, gave a satisfied purr, and then resumed grooming Qing Dai's hair. Its dark gold pupils slanted a glance toward the second floor. The meaning of that glance was clear. This old man not bad. That afternoon at the training ground, Su Qingshue's sword Qi could already fly 1 foot. It had taken her 3 days to go from 3 inches to 1 foot. Every day, she rose at the hour of Yin, swung her sword 600 times inside the gravity formation, thrust into the same spot on a wooden dummy 300 times, and then when her spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, practiced releasing sword Qi. Qing Dai had upgraded the medicinal bath she prepared for her from Tier 2 to Tier 3, increasing the dragon blood vine by half. Every time Su Qingxue finished, soaking her skin would turn red and burning as if roasted over fire. She had never once complained. Today, Yi Guhong stood at the edge of the training ground holding the old sword, watching Su Qingxue practice releasing sword Qi. Su Qingxue gripped the sword with both hands, the tip pointing forward. Spiritual energy surged from her dantian and followed the shorter meridian path she had discovered on her own, flowing toward the sword tip. A pale golden sword Qi broke away from the blade and flew forward. 1 foot. 1 foot 1. 1 foot 2. The sword Qi dissipated at 1 foot 2 inches. Su Qingshue's lips were pale, and her arms trembled slightly. Her spiritual energy was almost dry again. But she did not stop. She closed her eyes and once again mustered the remaining spiritual energy in her dantian. This time the sword Qi was only an inch. The next time no sword Qi came forth at all. Her spiritual energy was completely depleted. Yi Guhong walked over from the edge of the field and placed a bottle of spirit-returning pills in her hand. That's enough for today. Su Qingxue took the spirit-returning pills, shook one out, and swallowed it. As the medicinal power dissolved, a warm current rose in her dantian again, but her body remained limp and weak. Spiritual energy could be replenished, either drain on her physical strength, and spirit could not. She returned the 9 tribulations sword to its sword mark and sat down on the steps of the training ground. Yi Guhong sat down beside her, the old sword lying across his knees, and was silent for a long while. When I was 5 years old, the first time I released sword Qi, it flew half a CUN. Su Qingxue turned her head to look at him. Yi Guhong never spoke of himself, but today he had suddenly broken his silence, and she was a little surprised. My master said half a CUN was still fine. Then he made me swing my sword 1,000 times a day. A full year of practice later my sword chi could barely reach a chi. A year. You only needed 3 days. Su Qingxue lowered her head looking at the sword pattern on her forearm. The small black sword gave a faint glint in the evening light, brightening and dimming in rhythm with her breathing. Elder Yi, how far can your sword chi fly now? Yi Guhong did not answer. He extended the index finger of his right hand and traced a light stroke through the air before him. A wisp of gray sword chi so faint that it was nearly invisible flew from his fingertip and swept soundlessly across the bluestone training ground. Where it passed, the bluestone split open in silence. Not struck apart, but sliced apart, the cross-section smooth as a mirror. The sword chi flew to the edge of the training ground and sank into the spirit-inscribed pillar carved with reinforcement arrays. The array light on the spirit pillar flickered once, then the entire pillar slid aslant along the path of the cut, and its upper half crashed onto the bluestone floor with a dull, thunderous boom. Su Qingshue's mouth formed a perfect round. That sword chi had flown at least 30 zhang, and Yi Guhong had only made a casual swipe. When you reach the Dominion realm, how far your sword chi can fly depends on how far your gaze can see. Yi Guhong withdrew his finger and cradled his old sword again. Do not think about such things for now. Tomorrow keep practicing to 1 chi 2 CUN. He rose and left. Su Qingxue sat on the stone steps looking at the spirit-inscribed pillar split in two, then down at the sword pattern on her forearm. Then she stood up, walked to the center of the training ground, and summoned the 9 Tribulations sword anew. She did not practice unleashing sword chi. Her spiritual power had not yet recovered. What she practiced was the thrust. The sword scar at the very center of the wooden dummy's chest was struck by her again and again. Thrust, withdraw, thrust, withdraw. Every time the tip landed with precise accuracy on the same point. At the edge of the training ground, Lin Chen stood there, no one knowing when he had come. He watched the small figure drenched in sweat, saying nothing. What is her awakening level? 8%. Up 1 point from yesterday. At this rate, she will reach 10% within 7 days. By then her sword chi projection distance should stabilize above 3 chi. 7 days. From 1 chi 2 CUN to 3 chi. The growth curve of the chaos sword physique is nonlinear. It is slow at first, but once the critical point is broken, there will be a burst of explosive growth. When can she break through to foundation establishment? With the current intensity of body tempering and medicinal bathing, roughly 3 months from now. 3 months. At 5.5 years old, foundation establishment. In the cultivation world, strength is not measured by age. Host, what exactly are you agonizing over? I'm not agonizing. I was just thinking about what gift I should prepare for her on the day she establishes her foundation. In the evening, Jiang Yunfan finished processing the entire large basket of spirit-returning herbs. All 200 stalks completely processed. He placed the last one with its cross-section upward on the jade plate, arranged them all neatly, and then flexed his aching fingers. Just as he was about to tidy up the processing table, the fire phoenix flew down from the rack and landed before him. In its beak it held a pale yellow pill which it set down beside Jiang Yunfan's hand. A chi-nurturing pill, 2nd grade, mid-quality. The best one from the batch it had refined that afternoon. Jiang Yunfan stared at the pill, stunned. For me. The fire phoenix gave a short, sharp cry, its tone dripping with the impatience of no duh. Then with the tip of its wing it nudged the pill closer to Jiang Yunfan's hand, turned around, and flew back onto the rack. It tucked its head beneath a wing, feigning sleep. Jiang Yunfan closed his palm around the chi-nurturing pill. The pill still carried the lingering warmth of the furnace, soft and pleasant. On the palm of his right hand the tattoo of the divine farmer's cauldron tingled with a slight heat, as if it had sensed something. He lowered his head, looking at the cauldron mark in his palm, and the pale yellow pill resting on it. His nose stung for a brief moment. He blinked hard, forcing the sting back. Thank you. His voice emerged a little hoarse. From beneath the fire phoenix's wing came an extremely faint, soft purr. Just then Guhi descended from the 2nd floor. A wisp of very faint herbal aroma drifted from his purple bronze medicine furnace. Not the fragrance of a finished pill, but the raw scent given off when processing herbs. He walked to the processing table and inspected the basket of spirit-returning herbs Jiang Yunfan had completed. Then he reached out with his left hand, picked 3 stalks at random from the basket, and held their cross-sections up to the light. After studying them, he put them down. Then he took up the first stalk Jiang Yunfan had processed, and the last one, placing them side by side. The first stalk's cross-section showed obvious compression marks. The last stalk's cross-section was smooth, and even the fibers intact, the angle precise. The improvement was visible to the naked eye. Gui gave a slight nod. Not bad. Jiang Yunfan's back straightened a little involuntarily. A not bad from a divine-grade alchemist. Gui put the herbs back into the basket, lifted his medicine furnace, and walked toward the door of the alchemy chamber. At the threshold, he paused, turned his head, and said, "Tomorrow I will teach you the 3rd grade." Then he was gone. Jiang Yunfan stood where he was, mouth hanging open. 3rd grade pills. In his former sect his master could only refine 4th grade ones. Now a divine-grade alchemist had offered to personally teach him 3rd grade alchemy. He was only 12 at the 3rd layer of chi refinement, and had only practiced herb processing for a day and a half. The fire phoenix poked its head out from beneath its wing, dark golden pupils fixed on the direction where Guhi had disappeared. It let out a short cry, its tone carrying a note of grievance. "Old man, you're stealing my disciple." But it was not truly upset. The effect of the phoenix feather smoothing pill was still active. Its feathers were now as sleek as satin. That evening, Lin Chen summoned Jiang Yunfan to the main hall and formally introduced to him the figures drawn from the summoning card. He had also fully outfitted Jiang Yunfan with a space ring, clothes, and basic reading materials, the same standard configuration as Su Qingshue's. The silver-white space ring was worn on his left index finger, sitting side by side with Su Qingshue's. A moon-white training robe perfectly fitted. As for a general survey of the 6 realms, he no longer needed the phonetic annotated edition. He could read the standard version directly. Jiang Yunfan put the items into the space ring one by one, his movements very slow. Not because he was unfamiliar with them, but because he was using his fingertips to feel the texture of each thing. The fabric of the new clothes, the fine lines on the ring's surface, the sound of pages turning. He said nothing, but Lin Chen could tell that he was engraving these sensations into memory bit by bit. After his former sect had been destroyed, his world had been left with only that sword casket. Now beside the casket there were other things. Having packed everything away, Jiang Yunfan stood up and saluted Lin Chen. It was not a kowtow, but the salute exchanged between alchemists of equal standing. Right palm facing upward, left hand resting over the right with a slight bow. This was what Guhi had taught him this afternoon. He had learned it after just one demonstration. Lin Chen waved a hand. "Go on." Jiang Yunfan walked out of the main hall. Moonlight stretched his shadow long across the ground, and the cauldron mark on his right palm shimmered faintly under the moon. The system surfaced within Lin Chen's spiritual sense. Guhi spoke 23 words in total today. You counted. This system maintains statistics on the verbal output of all personnel within the sect. Guhi 23 words, Yi Guhong 47 Xing, Feng 1200 by Qianqian 89, the Fire Phoenix's cries converted into semantics roughly 300 Su Qingxue, 450 Jiang Yunfan, 210. What about me? The host falls outside the scope of statistics. Why? Because half of what the host says is spent mocking this system. Lin Chen chuckled, rose from the sect master's seat, and walked toward the dining hall. It was time for a late-night snack. Tonight's menu: crab roast soup, dumplings exotic style, 25 spirit stones. Passing the alchemy pavilion, he saw the light on the second floor still on. Guhi had not rested. He sat in front of the pill furnace, the purple bronze medicine furnace, on his knee, wiping its body with a soft cloth. His movements were very slow, very gentle, like stroking the fur of a sleeping cat. The fire phoenix crouched on a rack beside him, its dark golden eyes fixed on the hand that was wiping the medicine furnace. One man, one bird, quiet and still. After Guhi finished wiping the furnace, he set it down at the center of the flame-gathering array. The medicine furnace gleamed a deep purple in the moonlight. Every scratch on its body had been polished into clear visibility, marks left by each pill refined over 300 years. He did not put it away, just left it there to absorb the moonlight. The fire phoenix let out an extremely soft cry. Guhi glanced at it, then reached out his left hand, and with that calloused index finger lightly brushed the most upturned feather on the fire phoenix's head. The fire phoenix did not dodge. Guhi's finger lingered atop its crown for a moment, then withdrew. Early the next morning, Jiang Yunfan pushed open the door of the alchemy pavilion. Guhi was already seated at the processing table. In front of him lay the materials for a 3rd-grade pill, a 5th-grade spiritual herb dragon blood vine, a 4th-grade jade marrow ganoderma, 4th-grade earth vein root, along with several auxiliary herbs. His purple bronze medicine furnace was at his side, its body still carrying the coolness of moonlight. Sit. Jiang Yunfan sat down across from him. Guhi did not begin teaching immediately. Instead, he placed the dragon blood vine in front of Jiang Yunfan. Touch it. Jiang Yunfan reached out and felt the surface of the dragon blood vine. Rough, warm, with a subtle pulse. The vine was alive, medicinal power flowing through it like blood. Listen. Jiang Yunfan pressed the vine to his ear. From below the vine's skin came a faint gurgling sound, like an extremely narrow stream flowing through the dark. Remembered. Jiang Yunfan nodded. Guhi took the vine back and placed it on the processing table. With a sweep of his left hand, the thick, calloused fingertip became an invisible blade, and the vine's skin parted without a sound. Dark red juice seeped from the cross-section like blood. He dipped his fingertip in the juice and tasted it on the tip of his tongue. The medicinal strength is insufficient. This dragon blood vine was harvested 10 years too early. He set the vine aside and took out another one from his storage pouch. This one was darker in color with a fine scale-like pattern on its surface. Held in the hand, one could feel its pulse beating far more strongly than the previous one. A true dragon blood vine should be like this. He placed the vine in Jiang Yunfan's hand. Feel it again. Listen again. Jiang Yunfan stroked the vine, feeling its powerful pulse carving its texture and sound into his fingertips and eardrums bit by bit. Guhi watched him, the firelight of the pill furnace reflected in his dark brown eyes. This taciturn old man was in his own way passing down 300 years of alchemical mastery bit by bit to a 12-year-old youth. He did not speak, he simply did. The fire phoenix crouched on the rack watching the scene. It let out an extremely soft cry. Its voice now without dissatisfaction, only a quiet gaze. Gui's method of teaching was completely different from Qingdai's. When Qingdai taught herb processing, she would tell you what to do, at every step point out mistakes when you erred and nod when you did it right. Gui did not. He placed the dragon blood vine in Zhang Yunfan's hand and said one word, touch. Zhang Yunfan touched it. Gui watched the trajectory of his finger moving across the vine's skin and said nothing. Then he took the vine back and demonstrated it once more with his own left hand. It wasn't handling herbs, it was touching. That calloused index finger moved slowly along the grain of the dragon blood vine from root to tip, from main stem to side branch, without skipping a single inch. Zhang Yunfan watched Gui's finger. It moved with an almost unbearable slowness, so slow that one might think it had stopped. But it hadn't stopped. With its fingertip it read every grain of the vine, every rise and fall of its pulse, every node where medicinal power had pooled. That wasn't processing herbs, it was conversing with them. After Gui finished one full pass, he placed the vine back in Zhang Yunfan's hand. Touch it again. Zhang Yunfan copied Gui's pace, moving his finger slowly along the vine's skin. Too fast. Even when he deliberately slowed down, it was still too fast. Gui's slowness wasn't deliberate, it was the instinctive rhythm of 300 years spent touching herbs countless times. The speed of his fingertip was the speed at which medicinal power flowed beneath the vine's skin. When your fingertip moves in sync with the medicinal power, you can feel where it flows quickly, where it moves slowly, and where it is blocked. That wasn't touch, it was auscultation. When Zhang Yunfan made his third pass, his fingertip suddenly felt an extremely faint resistance. At a point half a CUN below the fork of the side branch, the flow of medicinal power was slightly slower than everywhere else, like a stream meeting a stone buried beneath the water. He stopped and looked up at Gui. It's blocked, Zhang Yunfan said. A faint light flickered in Gui's deep brown eyes, so faint it was like the last spark in a pill furnace's dying embers. But it had indeed flickered. Gui said nothing. He took the vine from Zhang Yunfan's hand and lightly drew his left index finger across the exact spot where Zhang Yunfan had paused. The vine's skin parted without a sound. The medicinal juice seeping from the cut surface was a shade deeper than anywhere else, from dark red to nearly brown. Medicinal power had accumulated there. While this vine was growing, a demon beast had bitten the fork of the side branch, and after the wound healed, a tiny meridian nodule had formed. The nodule had blocked the medicinal power channel, making the potency of that section about 30% stronger than elsewhere. If treated by standard technique, the nodule would be ignored, and the medicinal power of the whole vine would be treated as uniform. When refining pills, that section would release its medicinal power more violently than the rest, unbalancing the medicine within the furnace. At best, the quality of the finished pill would drop, at worst the furnace would explode. Gui held the cut surface in front of Zhang Yunfan's eyes. See it? Zhang Yunfan stared at the darker cross-section and nodded. He carved the image into his mind. The nodule's location, the shift in color, and the degree of resistance his fingertip had felt. Once those three corresponded, next time he could find it even with his eyes closed. Process it. Zhang Yunfan picked up the small knife on the processing table, ready to continue splitting the vine's skin along the cut Gui had made. Gui pressed down on his hand, shook his head, and then gently pushed the vine's skin with his own left index finger. He didn't use a knife, just that calloused finger. The vine's skin split open along the grain by itself, the crack as neat as if it had been cut with a blade. At the cut surface, the darker nodule was fully exposed, a dark brown hard lump the size of a grain of rice embedded in the vine's fibers. Gui picked the nodule out with his finger and placed it in Zhang Yunfan's palm. Keep it. Zhang Yunfan looked down at the tiny nodule. It was hard and warm like a small stone. He didn't know what use it would serve, but he put it into his spatial ring. What followed was 2 hours of repeated practice. Gui brought out 7 dragon blood vines in total, each with its own problem. Some had unevenly distributed medicinal power, some had been eaten by insects, some were too young, and thus too mild in overall nature, and some had grown too old, making their nature excessively fierce. Zhang Yunfan worked through them one by one, reading the texture and pulse of each vine, with his fingertip finding its flaw, and then using the method Gui had taught him, not a knife, but a fingertip, to pick the flaw out. After all 7 were done, his left index finger had been rubbed raw and red. Gui's index finger was covered in calluses, his was not. But he never stopped. When the last vine was finished, the fire phoenix flew down from the shelf and landed before him. Its beak held a small jar of ointment, one Qingdai had made for treating external wounds. Zhang Yunfan, startled, took the ointment, scooped out a little, and spread it over his chafed red index finger. The ointment was cool, and the fiery sting faded. The fire phoenix watched him finish applying it, let out a short cry, and flew back to the shelf. Gui watched the scene, the corner of his mouth twitched. It wasn't a smile. It was a tiny expression close to approval. Then he stood up, took the purple copper medicine furnace from the flame-gathering array, and set it down in front of Zhang Yunfan. Tomorrow I'll teach you fire control. Then he went upstairs. Zhang Yunfan sat before the processing table, his left index finger coated with ointment, the cauldron pattern on his right palm gleaming faintly in the candlelight. He looked down at his left hand. The skin on his index finger was still red, but compared with yesterday, a faint roughness had already appeared on his fingertip. The system surfaced in Lin Chen's spiritual sense. Gu He's teaching method is cultivating Jiang Yunfan in the direction of a divine-grade alchemist. Touching herbs is only the first step. Next comes listening to the fire, reading the furnace, tasting the medicine, and testing poisons. If he goes through the whole course, Jiang Yunfan's left hand will end up like Gu He's, covered with calluses and burned scars. Qingdai doesn't teach this way. Qingdai is of the academic school, Gu He is of the practical school. Alchemists trained by the academic school have stable success rates in pill refining, but their ceiling is limited. An alchemist trained by the practical school either becomes a god or turns to ashes. Gu He has chosen the path to godhood. Can Jiang Yunfan endure it? He has the eternal alchemy body. Its most essential talent isn't pill refining. It's endurance on the path of alchemy. An ordinary person taught this way by Gu, he would have ruined fingers by now. His will be fine tomorrow. Lin Chen said no more. In the candlelight on the first floor of the pill room, Jiang Yunfan was still sitting at the processing table, right palm, facing upward, the cauldron pattern of the Shinnon cauldron flowing within the faint glow. He didn't rest. He took Qingdai's introduction to the Tao of alchemy, turned to the chapter on dragon blood vine, and comparing it with the 7 vines he had touched today, made notes one item at a time. His handwriting was neat and orderly, exactly as it had been back in his former sect. But the content of the notes was different, no longer how to do it, but why. Training ground. Su Qingshue's sword qi reached 1 qi and 8 cun today. From 1 qi and 2 cun to 1 qi and 8 cun it had taken her 2 days. Yi Guhong stood at the edge of the training ground, not looking at her. He was looking at the cross-section he had cut in the spirit pattern pillar and had been looking at it for an hour. Su Qingxue sheathed her sword, walked to his side, and looked at it too. The cut surface was smooth as a mirror reflecting her own face. What are you looking at? Su Qingxue asked. The path of the sword qi. Isn't sword qi straight? No. From the moment it leaves the fingertip to the moment it hits the target, there is a trajectory invisible to the naked eye. It is affected by the air, the spiritual energy field, and the target's own defensive field, producing an extremely subtle deflection. Find the rule of that deflection, and sword qi can go around obstacles. Su Qingxue stared at the cut surface for a long time. She couldn't see anything. A cut surface was just a cut surface, smooth, flat, like a mirror. I can't see it. Yi Guhong took a withered leaf from his robe and placed it 3 cun in front of the cut surface. The leaf was so light that a breath of wind could carry it away. With spiritual energy, he held it midair. Then he extended his index finger and lightly drew a line in front of the leaf. An extremely thin gray sword qi flew from his fingertip, shooting straight at the leaf. Just before the sword qi reached it, the leaf split open on its own. Not from the center. It split diagonally into 2 halves at a 0.3 fun in from the edge. The split angle was exactly the same as the cross-section on the spirit pattern pillar. The sword qi went around the leaf's front and cut in from its side. Su Qingshue's eyes widened. How much did it deflect? Half a cun. The distance from the front of the leaf to its side edge is half a cun. The sword qi deflected half a cun. How did you do it? Yi Guhong didn't answer. He gathered the fragments of the leaf and put them back in his robe. When your sword qi can fly, 3 qi I'll teach you. Then he left. Su Qingshuo stood where she was, looking at the cut surface on the spirit pattern pillar, then at her 9 tribulations sword. She closed her eyes and replayed in her sea of consciousness the sensation of striking the wooden training dummy today, not recalling the motion, but recalling the point at the moment the tip touched the dummy. 600 thrusts and every tip landed on the same spot. After that spot had been struck, who knew how many thousands of times the wood's grain had changed, from dense to loose, from tough to brittle. She opened her eyes and walked back to the wooden dummy. Without summoning the 9 tribulations sword, she used her right index finger as the tip and gently pressed on the sword mark at the center of its chest. The sensation under her fingertip was different from the wood around it. The center was dead. Its fibers pierced over and over had lost their resilience and become as loose as powder. The wood at the edges was still alive with intact, resilient fibers. Su Qingshue's pupils contracted slightly. She understood. It wasn't that sword qi deflected by itself. It was that sword qi sought out a target's weakness. The front of the withered leaf was intact, but its edge was fragile, so the sword qi bypassed the front and cut in from the edge. The center of the wooden dummy was dead, which was why her sword landed there precisely every time. Not because she was in control, but because the 9 tribulations sword was guiding her hand to that dead point. She looked down at the sword mark on her forearm. The small black sword lay quietly beneath her skin, brightening and dimming with each breath. Did you find it yourself? She asked the 9 tribulations sword. The mark gave no response. But she felt it. Not in words, but a faint pulse from the sword mark flowing into her palm like a heartbeat. In the evening, Lin Chen was having hot pot in the dining hall. It was a new item on the exotic flavors menu, old Beijing-style copper pot instant boiled meat. Thin slices of spirit beast meat swished 3 times in boiling spirit spring broth dipped in sesame paste and chive flowers. The material simulation fee for this hot pot was 48 spirit stones, the most expensive meal he had ordered since his transmigration. Worth it. He picked up a slice of meat, rolled it through sesame sauce, and was just about to put it in his mouth when the system rang in his spiritual sense. Host, you'd better have something important. Su Qingshua's awakening level just jumped. It jumped from 8% to 11%. Lin Chen's chopsticks stopped in midair. It jumped 3 points at once. Yes, this system checked 3 times, there is no mistake. Her awakening level began to grow abnormally after she returned from the training ground, and the jump completed about a stick of incense ago. Cause. This system retrieved all of her behavioral data at the training ground today. She did 2 things. First, she thrust at the same point on the wooden dummy 600 times with a tip landing consistency of 97%. Second, she touched the dummy's dead point with her finger and sensed the internal damage of the material. The second thing is the key. The core ability of the Chaos Sword body is not releasing sword intent. It is weakness perception. She can sense the dead point of all things, a material's point of fatigue, a break in spiritual energy, a flaw in a technique, a person's weakness. The 9 Tribulation Sword is guiding her to awaken this ability. What level can she sense now? At close range, she can sense a material's weakness. If the distance is slightly greater, she can't. At 20% awakening, she can perceive with her gaze, yet 50% with sword intent. At 100%, the system paused. She only needs one look at you to know where your weakness is, including you, host. I'm at the peak of the sovereign realm. Can she see my weakness? The final form of the Chaos Sword body is all things have flaws. Realm is not an obstacle, it only affects the clarity of perception. Of course, that's still a long way off. Lin Chen stuffed the boiled meat into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Su Qingxue was squatting by the pond feeding fish. She held a handful of spirit fruit scraps and tossed them into the water one by one. Colorful spirit carps swarmed in front of her, vying for each piece, splashing water with their tails. She giggled, her left hand unconsciously stroking the sword mark on her forearm. Lin Chen came out of the dining hall and crouched beside her. Qingxue, when you touched the wooden dummy with your finger at the training ground today, what did you feel? Su Qingxue tilted her head and thought. That place was dead. Other places are alive, but that place is dead. Little Black led my hand to it. Little Black. She raised her left hand, showing the mark on her forearm. It's called Little Black because it's black. Lin Chen looked at the dark sword mark lying quietly under her skin. The 9 Tribulation Sword, an ancient divine weapon, the lifebound sword of the Chaos Sword body, had been named Little Black by a 5-year-old girl. If the sword had a spirit, it was probably rolling its eyes. But the sword mark gave no reaction. It glowed quietly, rising and falling with her breath. Do you think you'll be able to find that dead place without touching it? Su Qingxue thought for a moment, closed her eyes, then opened them and shook her head. I can't find it. I have to touch. That's fine. Take it slowly. She nodded and went on feeding the fish. Lin Chen stood up and walked back into the dining hall where the hot pot was still bubbling and steaming. He sat down, picked up a slice of meat, and put it in the pot. She named the 9 Tribulations Sword Little Black. This system heard it. If the sword spirit of the 9 Tribulations Sword had feelings, it would probably be having a breakdown right now. Does it have a sword spirit? Not yet. The sword spirit will only awaken after all 9 seals of the 9 Tribulations Sword are unlocked. It's still early. Once the sword spirit wakes, will it remember being called Little Black? Probably. The first name given to a sword spirit upon awakening is engraved into its origin and can never be changed. Lin Chen imagined the scene. The spirit of an ancient divine weapon summoned, majestic and solemn, and then everyone calls it Little Black. The sword spirit would probably store away in its origin all the lopsided ponytails Su Qingxue had worn as a child, the spirit fruits. She had secretly hoarded the raw webbing between her thumb and forefinger from practice, and the name Little Black. Then one day it would carve across the bluestone floor of the training ground in sword chi the protest, my name is 9 Tribulations, not Little Black. No one would listen. He laughed softly, fished out the cooked meat, and dipped it in sauce. Second floor of the pill room. Gui sat before the pill furnace, the purple copper medicine furnace, resting on his knees, wiping the furnace body with a soft cloth. He wiped it every night. Moonlight came through the window and fell on his hands. The calluses on his left index finger gave off a waxy gleam under the moonlight, worn by 300 years of touching herbs, testing furnace heat, and picking out nodules uncountable times. Beneath each layer of callus lay the feel of a herb, a measure of fire, and the memory of a failure or success. The fire phoenix crouched on the shelf beside him, its dark golden eyes fixed on his hands. It gave a very soft cry. Gui glanced at it. You want to touch too? The fire phoenix nodded. Gui put the purple copper medicine furnace in front of it. The fire phoenix extended its wingtip and cautiously touched the furnace body. The copper surface was smooth as a mirror, carrying the lingering warmth of Gui's palm. Its wingtip lingered on the furnace for an instant, then withdrew. Gui took the furnace back and continued wiping it. One man and one bird, quiet and still. Moonlight cast their shadows on the wall, a hunched human shadow and a small phoenix shadow with its chest puffed out. The next day, when Jiang Yunfan pushed open the pill room door, he was already seated at the processing table. Before him lay not herbs, but a small copper furnace. Not Guhi's purple copper medicine furnace, but an old small copper furnace whose surface was full of dents and pits with a crack running through the furnace wall patched with a dark brown material. The repair was rough like a centipede sprawling on the wall of the furnace. What is this? The first pill furnace I used. Guhi placed the copper furnace in Jiang Yunfan's hands. Use it to learn fire control. Jiang Yunfan held the small copper furnace in his hands. It was very light, lighter than he had imagined. The wall was thin, and when tapped it gave a clear, crisp echo. The crack ran from the mouth of the furnace all the way to its bottom. Where it had been repaired, the wall was a layer thicker than elsewhere, and the surface was rough and uneven. How did it break? I didn't control the fire properly. My first batch of pills exploded. Jiang Yunfan looked down at the crack. A divine-grade alchemist's first batch had exploded too. He suddenly felt that the excessive force he had used to process the spirit-returning herb the day before yesterday wasn't so embarrassing after all. Guhi placed the purple copper medicine furnace on the flame-gathering array and lit the fire. It wasn't phoenix fire, but ordinary alchemical fire kindled with his own spiritual energy. The flame danced in the furnace chamber, its color shifting from dark red to orange red to bright yellow, changing continuously with his spiritual energy output. Watch. Jiang Yunfan stared at the flame. Guhi kept his left hand at the edge of the fire intake, using the warmth in his palm to sense the changes in heat within the chamber. He didn't look at the flame's color, his eyes were closed. He was seeing the fire with his hand. Your turn. Jiang Yunfan extended his left hand to the edge of the fire intake. The heat radiated from the furnace chamber, scorching hot enough that he nearly pulled his hand back. He held firm. The temperature felt by his palm never stopped changing. Sometimes an even heat, sometimes pulse after pulse, sometimes suddenly blazing hot, then cooling again. He closed his eyes, trying to read the state of the flame through the changes in temperature. What do you feel? Hot. What else? Burning. Guhi didn't laugh. He nodded. Day 1. Enough that you feel hot and burning. He took Jiang Yunfan's hand away from the fire intake, turned it over, and examined the palm. It was red, but blisters hadn't formed. The fire resistance of the eternal alchemy body truly was far beyond an ordinary person's. Tomorrow continue. Jiang Yunfan drew his hand back, and the heat in his palm took a long while to subside. He looked down at his left hand. The red on his index finger had already receded, leaving an extremely thin layer of hardened skin on his fingertip. That was his first layer of callus. The fire phoenix flew down from the shelf, landed beside his hand, bent its head to look at the red mark on his palm, then picked up the jar of ointment in its beak and set it before him. Jiang Yunfan scooped out a little ointment and spread it on his palm. A cool sensation seeped into his skin. Guhi watched the fire phoenix's actions and said nothing. He extinguished the purple copper medicine furnace's fire, and the glow inside the chamber faded. Morning light from the window streamed in and fell on the small copper furnace with its repaired crack. Jiang Yunfan held the small copper furnace in his hands, thumb tracing the rough patch. Senior, did this furnace explode later? Yes. 17 times. Did you fix it every time? Jiang Yunfan gently set the small copper furnace back on the table. It sat there, every dent and scar on its pockmarked wall marking one of those 17 failures. After 17 times it was still here. After 17 times its master had become a divine-grade alchemist. Tomorrow continue, Jiang Yunfan said. In Guhi's deep brown eyes that tiny spark of dying ember light flickered once. Jiang Yunfan sat before the processing table in the alchemy room for 3 full days. It wasn't because Guhi punished him to sit there, it was because he simply didn't want to get up. Ever since Guhi pointed out the existence of his alchemist's heart, that day he had been possessed by a sort of obsession. Every day aside from eating and sleeping, all his time was spent at the processing table. Processing herbs, feeling the pulse, listening to the sounds, cutting the cross-section, feeling again, listening again. He processed every type of herb in the alchemy hall's inventory, from the lowest grade first-rank wheeling grass to the 5th-rank dragon bloodvine that Guhi kept privately. Every cross-section of every herb he pressed to his ear to listen to, and every sound of spiritual essence flowing through each herb was carved into his memory. After 3 days he could distinguish 17 common herbs blindfolded solely by touch. Feeling the temperature and texture of the skin could tell him the herb's age and harvest timing. When Qing Dai discovered he could mix a 30-year gathering qi flower with a 50-year one and separate them blindfolded with perfect accuracy, she wrote 4 characters in that day's alchemy log. Remarkable progress. Those 4 characters from Qing Dai's pen carried the weight of roughly 800 characters of praise from another alchemist. Yet Jiang Yunfan still couldn't refine a complete 3rd-rank pill. It wasn't a technique problem. His herb processing had become flawless. Even Guhi, who barely socialized using the word acceptable, was the highest possible praise. It wasn't a fire control problem either. With the flame gathering array's assistance, his temperature transitions had become as precise as fire phoenixes. The problem lay in the total volume of spiritual energy. Qi refining 3rd stage. The spiritual energy in his dantian was merely a small puddle, barely sufficient for 2nd-rank pills, but attempting 3rd rank was like trying to bale dry a well with a tiny cup. Every time he reached the 5th ingredient entering the furnace, his spiritual energy would be depleted, the flames would become unstable, and the first crack would appear on the surface of the medicinal liquid. Then Guhi's hand would press down on the cauldron using that left hand scarred by hundreds of furnace fires to complete the final 30% for him. Once, twice, a third time, the same outcome each time. Jiang Yunfan didn't throw herbs, didn't sigh, didn't ask Guhi if I can refine third rank. He simply collected the remnants of each failed pill after every failure and placed them in a separate small porcelain bottle. First remnant, second remnant, third remnant. 3 charred remnants sat side by side in the corner of the processing table. Each day before processing herbs, he would glance at them, then begin processing that day's share. On the morning of the 4th day, he placed a new herb before him. Not dragon bloodvine, not a suiji, something Jiang Yunfan had never seen before. It was a root about the size of a small finger, its skin a dark gold, with fine scale-like patterns covering the surface. Held in the hand, one could sense a deep, heavy pulse. Not the gurgling rhythm of dragon bloodvine, but something slower, more substantial, like magma churning deep within the earth. What is this? Earth Marrow Golden Ginseng. 5th rank. Its function is meridian expansion. Guhi tapped his own wrist with his left index finger. Your spiritual energy is stuck at Qi refining 3rd stage, not because your dantian is small, but because your meridians are too narrow. The Wangu Dan body's spiritual energy pathway differs from ordinary cultivators. It doesn't rely on the dantian to store spiritual power, but on the meridians to transport it. Your alchemist's heart has already awakened, but the Dan Qi it produces cannot reach the furnace because the meridians are too constricted. Jiang Yunfan looked at the dark golden root in his hand. Can this earth marrow golden ginseng widen the meridians? One isn't enough. 7 ingredients need to be combined into a medicinal broth soaked in for 3 days. The formula for the broth. Guhi drew a neatly folded paper from his sleeve and placed it on the processing table. The handwriting wasn't Guhi's. Jiang Yunfan had seen Guhi's writing before, crooked and twisted like tangled roots. The handwriting on this paper was neat and precise, every stroke pressed firmly down. It was written by Qing Dai. She had spent the previous night searching through the appendix of the Wangu Dan Classic until she found the original formula for the meridian expansion broth created by ancient alchemists for Wangu Dan body inheritors. Then she adjusted the proportions of 5 auxiliary herbs based on her own understanding, softening the medicinal nature from overwhelming to gentle. The original meridian expansion broth was extremely potent, so harsh that soaking in it felt like holding one's meridians over an open fire. Even adult cultivators could barely endure it. Qing Dai swapped out 3 main ingredients, transforming the medicine's nature from raging fire to warm water, retaining the efficacy while having the agony. Jiang Yunfan stared at the formula for a long while. Then he folded it carefully and stored it in his spatial ring. Thank you, Elder Qing. Guhi gave a small nod, then turned toward the stairs leading to the alchemy room's 2nd floor. When he reached the stairwell, he didn't turn around, but his voice carried back. No need for thanks. When she wrote out the formula, Fire Phoenix was the one who helped grind the ink. A sharp chirp echoed from upstairs, its tone carrying a complex mix of smugness. It was nothing really, but you should know I helped. The meridian expansion broth was prepared. Qing Dai prepared it herself. 17 herbs were laid out in a row on her processing table, with the earth marrow golden ginseng as the sovereign ingredient, supplemented by dragon blood vine, is the earth vein root, and 5 other meridian expanding herbs, then bound by 5 gentle harmonizing agents to contain the medicinal nature. Fire Phoenix handled the purification. Its phoenix fire burned away every trace of impurity from the 17 herbs, refining each one to a purity suitable for alchemy. Guhi was responsible for fire control. The medicinal broth isn't a pill, so no pill formation is needed, but the fire nodes where 17 medicinal properties merge together are more intricate than refining 3rd-rank pills. His left palm rested against the medicinal furnace as the flames underwent 13 precise temperature shifts under his control, each adjustment landing precisely on the medicinal property fusion nodes. When the final herb's medicinal property merged into the broth, the entire cauldron transformed into a clear amber color, its surface shrouded in a thin layer of golden mist. Qing Dai scooped some up with a jade ladle to examine. Lustrous and transparent with medicinal mist that coalesced without dispersing. She nodded with satisfaction and poured the broth into the bathing pool. When Jiang Yunfan immersed himself, the first sensation was scalding heat. Not heat on the skin, but heat in the meridians. After the meridian expansion broth's power penetrated the skin, it didn't flow into the muscles. It dove directly into the meridians. He felt as if his meridians were being stretched open from within by a warm hand. Not the pain of tearing, but a numbness born from the most extreme soreness and distension, beginning at the wrists and spreading along the forearms, upper arms, shoulders, all the way to the chest. He looked down at his arm. Something was writhing beneath the skin, like an extremely fine, extremely slender snake passing through the gaps in the muscles. That was the medicine widening his meridians. The process lasted a full 2 shurchen. Throughout those 2 shurchen, he didn't cry out in pain once, but 10 finger impressions were gouged into the blue stone at the pool's edge. After soaking the first day's portion, when he emerged from the bathing pool, his arms felt noticeably lighter. They hadn't actually become lighter. What had changed was that after the meridians were widened, the resistance to spiritual energy flow had decreased. He tested his spiritual energy circulation. The speed from Dantian to palm was about 20% faster than before. Fire Phoenix perched on the stand by the bathing pool, its dark golden pupils fixed intently on him. After he dressed, it flew over and landed on his shoulder, tapping the back of his head with a wing tip. The force was neither too heavy nor too light, somewhere between not bad and don't get cocky. On the second day, the meridian expansion broth's concentration increased by 30%. After Jiang Yunfan finished soaking, 6 new finger impressions appeared on the blue stone at the pool's edge. Fire Phoenix tapped his head again, the force slightly lighter than yesterday. On the third day, the concentration increased another 30%. When Jiang Yunfan emerged from the bathing pool, no new finger impressions appeared on the blue stone. It wasn't that it didn't hurt. He had learned to distribute the pain throughout his body rather than concentrating it in his hands. Fire Phoenix landed on his shoulder, raised its wing tip, paused, then drew it back, without tapping. It let out an extremely short, extremely light chirp, its tone carrying a sense of recognition that amounted to, "I'll allow it." On the evening the meridian expansion was complete, Jiang Yunfan stood before the alchemy furnace once more. He arranged the third-rank pill materials in order, then stepped aside. This time he didn't stand beside the furnace. He retreated to the processing table position, leaving the entire furnace space for Jiang Yunfan. Jiang Yunfan took a deep breath, both hands pressing down on the flame-gathering array's control formation lines. Spiritual energy surged from his dantian, flowing along the meridians that had been widened by a third toward his palms. The speed was faster than 3 days ago, the volume was greater than 3 days ago. Dragon Blood Vine entered the furnace, fierce fire for intense refinement. Isuiji entered the furnace fusion. Earth Vein Root entered the furnace precipitation. Wheeling Grass entered the furnace purification. Gathering Chi Flower entered the furnace release. His spiritual energy output remained stable when the fifth ingredient entered the furnace, no trembling like before. The effect of meridian expansion was most evident at this moment. 3 days ago his spiritual energy had been completely depleted here, now roughly 30% remained. Ninglu Fruit entered the furnace. The 6-colored medicinal liquid inside the furnace began to merge, contract, and coalesce. Jiang Yunfan's spiritual energy also entered its final consumption phase. From 30% to 20, from 20 to 10. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and the flame-gathering array's flames began to tremble slightly, not from insufficient spiritual energy, but because physical strength and mental resolve had been pushed to their limits. The grueling 3-day meridian expansion had consumed substantial physical reserves, and he had come to the furnace without fully recovering. The flames trembled a second time. An extremely faint pattern appeared on the surface of the medicinal liquid inside the furnace. Not a crack, but a normal medicinal pattern during the contraction process. But Jiang Yunfan's pupils contracted sharply. 3 days ago all 3 of his failures had begun with just such a pattern. His hands unconsciously increased spiritual energy output, not because it was needed but from tension. Gui's left foot shifted, but he didn't step forward. The pattern on the medicinal liquid's surface stopped spreading the instant Jiang Yunfan increased his output. It wasn't because of the increased spiritual energy. It was because the medicinal properties had reached the end of their contraction phase. The pattern began to recede, the medicinal liquid transitioning from liquid to solid, and the pill's outline gradually taking shape within the furnace. High flame to medium to low to ember to residual warmth. Each note of transition was completed by Jiang Yunfan himself. The furnace emitted a clear, crisp ding. The lid popped open and a deep red pill flew out from the vent, landing steadily in Jiang Yunfan's palm. 6 medicinal property patterns adorned the pill's surface, quality medium grade. The entire pill from beginning to end was completely refined by himself. Jiang Yunfan lowered his head to gaze at the pill in his hand. The pill lay in his palm. A deep crimson luster flowed across his hand, 6 medicinal chi patterns, clear and complete with no trace of foreign spiritual energy. He turned the pill over. On the reverse side was an extremely subtle ripple in the pattern, a mark left behind when he had grown nervous mid-process and poured in more spiritual power. It was not a flaw. It was the imprint of his heartbeat, the first time he had independently refined a third-grade pill. The Fire Phoenix flew over from its perch, landed on his wrist, and lowered its head to inspect the pill. Its dark golden pupils swept from left to right, then from right to left once more. After a moment it let out a short, crisp cry. There was no disdain in its tone, no haughty pride. Only a dry matter-of-fact statement, not bad. Then it pulled a pill from beneath its own feathers and set it down beside Jiang Yunfan's hand. It was also a third-grade pill made with exactly the same formula as Jiang Yunfan's. The pill's surface was smooth as a mirror, its 6 medicinal chi patterns perfectly symmetrical with no trace of fluctuation. Grade superior. It was something the Fire Phoenix had refined on its own this very morning. After finishing it hadn't given it to Lin Chen, but had hidden it beneath its feathers. Jiang Yunfan looked at the medium-grade pill in his own palm marked by his heartbeat, then at the Fire Phoenix's flawless superior-grade pill. The Fire Phoenix used the tip of its wing to line up the 2 pills side by side, then let out a longer cry. Its tone carried a lofty condescension that said, "See that? You're still far off. But it didn't take back its superior-grade pill. It simply left it there resting beside Jiang Yunfan's hand. For me, eh? The fire phoenix did not answer. It turned its head toward the window, pretending to admire the view. Jiang Yunfan closed both pills gently within his palms. One was his own. One was the fire phoenix's. The cauldron mark on his right palm grew faintly warm, as if sensing the aura of both pills at once. He put his own pill into his spatial ring, and placed the fire phoenix's pill into the inner fold of his robe, close to his chest. Thank you. His voice was a little hoarse. The fire phoenix's ear feathers twitched. It was still looking out the window, but the tip of its tail curled upward ever so slightly. That evening Lin Chen sat in the dining hall. Tonight's menu was braised beef noodles, exotic flavor 28 spirit stones. The noodles were pulled from spirit wheat flour. The beef was spirit beast shank meat stewed for a full 4 shurchen. The broth was simmered from beef bones and 17 types of spirit vegetables. He was lifting a strand of noodles to his mouth when a golden red figure and a small slender figure appeared simultaneously at the entrance of the dining hall. The fire phoenix carried Jiang Yunfan's medium-grade third-grade pill and set it down beside Lin Chen's bowl. Jiang Yunfan stood at the doorway, not stepping inside. The palm of his right hand glowed faintly, not with the light of the cauldron mark, but with the gentle warmth naturally emitted by a rotating elixir heart. Lin Chen looked at the pill, then at the fire phoenix, and finally at Jiang Yunfan. You refined it yourself? Yes. Jiang Yunfan's voice was a little louder than usual. From start to finish. From start to finish. Lin Chen picked up the pill and examined it against the setting sunlight outside the window. 6 medicinal qi patterns, complete and clear. Grade medium. On the reverse side was an extremely subtle ripple in the pattern. He did not ask what that ripple was. He simply put the pill away into his storage ring, placed right beside the fire phoenix's first spirit returning pill. Your debt starts counting from today. What's the market price for a third-grade pill? The system chimed in his sea of consciousness. Third-grade pill market retail price about 500 spirit stones each. Jiang Yunfan's refining cost is about 80 spirit stones. Net profit 420. Host, how much will you charge him? 400. That's a higher net profit margin than the fire phoenix's. He's at Qi refinement layer 3. The fire phoenix is a phoenix. Lin Chen said to Jiang Yunfan, 1 third-grade pill offsets 400 spirit stones. The awakening pill you owe the sect is 30,000 spirit stones, so you need to refine 75 pills. Adding your daily medicinal herb consumption, lodging fees, and meal costs, you'll need to refine about 100 pills. Jiang Yunfan's mouth opened slightly. 100 pills. It had taken him 4 days just to refine his first complete one, and his current success rate was 1 in 4. But he said no haggling words, only nodded. Understood. Then he walked into the dining hall, sat down across from Lin Chen, and ordered a bowl of noodles from the spirit food generator. Not the braised beef noodles. The cheapest plain vegetable noodles, 15 spirit stones. When the noodles arrived, he lowered his head and ate. Very slowly. Every bite was chewed for a long time. Not because it wasn't delicious, but because he was savoring it. The soup base of the plain noodles was simmered from spirit vegetables, with spirit-returning grass and qi-gathering flower roots added in. These 2 herbs, he had processed no fewer than 200 stalks over the past 4 days. He could identify them by smell, even with his eyes closed. He distinguished the herbal flavors in the broth one by one, silently memorizing their proportions in his mind. The fire phoenix crouched on the table beside him. It looked at the plain vegetable noodles in his bowl, then at the braised beef noodles piled high with meat in Lin Chen's bowl. It let out a short cry, then snatched the largest piece of beef from Lin Chen's bowl and dropped it into Jiang Yunfan's plain noodles. Jiang Yunfan froze. The fire phoenix didn't look at him. It turned its head toward the window and used the tip of its wing to preen the brightest feather on its chest. Lin Chen looked at his own braised beef noodles, now missing their largest piece of beef, and then at Jiang Yunfan's plain noodles, which now had 1 extra piece of beef. Put that piece of beef on the fire phoenix's tab. Market price, forget it, it's on me. The tip of the fire phoenix's tail curled up a little higher. At that moment, Xing Feng strode into the dining hall from the direction of the war hall. Bare-chested, heat and steam rising off his body as sweat cloth draped over his shoulder. He had just finished his blade practice. The iron rings on the back of his greatsword were still humming. He glanced at the piece of beef in Jiang Yunfan's bowl, clearly flown over from Lin Chen's, and then at the fire phoenix, which was pretending to admire the view. Little phoenix stealing the sect master's meat again. The fire phoenix let out a short cry, its tone carrying the unruffled composure of none of your business. Xing Feng laughed heartily, sat down beside Jiang Yunfan, and ordered a bowl of braised beef noodles from the spirit food generator, adding 3 extra portions of beef. When the noodles arrived, he picked 2 pieces of beef from his own bowl and placed them into Jiang Yunfan's. Eat. Refining a third-grade pill at Qi refinement layer 3. You're already better than I was at 12. At 12 I was still fighting stray dogs over bones at the village entrance. Jiang Yunfan lowered his head, looking at the 3 extra pieces of beef in his bowl, 1 from the fire phoenix, 2 from Xing Feng. He said nothing and ate the beef 1 piece at a time. Outside the window, dusk deepened. On the training ground, Su Qingshue's sword Qi had already reached 1 Qi and 8 Cun. After finishing her medicinal bath, she passed by the dining hall and saw Jiang Yunfan eating noodles. The fire phoenix crouched beside him and Xing Feng sitting across from him. She walked and sat down next to Jiang Yunfan and took out a spirit fruit from her spatial ring, placing it beside his bowl. Junior brother for you. During the medicinal bath, Elder Qing said that meridian expansion consumes energy. Eat more. Jiang Yunfan stared at the spirit fruit by his bowl. He was 12 years old at Qi Refinement Layer 3. 4 days ago he had been a stray dog fleeing 3,000 li, nearly dying on the sect steps. Now he sat in the dining hall of a sect whose name he hadn't even fully memorized. Before him was a bowl of plain noodles piled with 3 pieces of beef. Beside the bowl lay a spirit fruit. To his left crouched a golden-red phoenix. To his right sat a 5-year-old senior sister. Across from him was a war god at the sovereign dominion realm. He picked up the spirit fruit and took a bite. It was very sweet. The juice of the spirit fruit slid down his throat, warm and soothing. Thank you, senior sister. Su Qingxue nodded, then turned to the fire phoenix. Fire phoenix sister, Elder Yi said I can try releasing my sword Qi at 2 Qi tomorrow. The fire phoenix let out a cry of affirmation. When I reach 2 Qi I'll treat you to a spirit fruit. The tip of the fire phoenix's tail was now fully sticking up. A soft chime sounded in Lin Chen's sea of consciousness. Host detected that Jiang Yunfan's elixir heart awakening has risen to 9%. The effect of the meridian expanding decoction has exceeded expectations. At the current pace, his elixir heart should take initial shape in about 20 days. From then on he will no longer depend on the flame-gathering array and can independently ignite elixir fire. Elixir fire ignited by the myriad ancient elixir body is second only to phoenix fire in quality. Second only to phoenix fire. Won't the fire phoenix's vinegar jar flip over? It already has. It secretly refined a superior grade 3rd grade pill this morning specifically to put it in front of Jiang Yunfan for comparison. This isn't teaching, it's rivalry. A phoenix competing with a human boy over who can refine pills better. Lin Chen glanced at the fire phoenix, which was still pretending to admire the view, but whose tail tip was clearly raised. Then he looked at Jiang Yunfan, who was lowering his head to eat noodles with a small bulge in the inner fold of his robe, the spot where the fire phoenix's superior grade pill was tucked away. One was competing in rivalry. The other was carrying the evidence of that rivalry close to his chest. Lin Chen finished his noodles, picked up the bowl, and drank the soup. Then he stood up and walked toward the entrance of the dining hall. Just as he reached the doorway, the system chimed again. Host, the people from the Demon Realm prison hall withdrew and haven't returned. But they scouted the terrain around the Forbidden Zone's perimeter and left behind some surveillance array patterns. Xing Feng stepped on and crushed one this afternoon while chopping wood in the back mountain. The array pattern was made of dark spirit crystal, unique to the Demon Realm and quite costly. They will come again. When uncertain. But the next ones to come will not be below the Void Refinement realm. What level is Void Refinement? 1 major realm above spirit transformation. Roughly equivalent to upgrading from an ant to a mouse. A mouse is still an ant. Yes, but a mouse bites harder than an ant. Lin Chen did not turn back. His footsteps did not pause as he walked out of the dining hall. The night wind blew in from the depths of the Forbidden Zone, carrying the moisture of the spirit spring and the fragrance of unknown spirit flowers in the distance. He stood in the corridor looking at the fruits hanging from the spirit tree in the courtyard, glowing with warm yellow light in the moonlight. The lamp in the pill room was still lit. Gui sat on the second floor, a purple bronze alchemy furnace resting on his knees, wiping it with a soft cloth. Jiang Yunfan had already returned to the processing table, working on the remaining medicinal herbs of the day. The fire phoenix crouched on a rack beside him, its dark golden pupils fixed on Jiang Yunfan's hands as he processed the herbs. Its tail was no longer raised. It had shifted into another posture, quiet, focused, as if it were watching over something. Lin Chen watched for a moment, then withdrew his gaze. System, what's for late night snack? This system recommends sour soup dumplings. Exotic flavor, 26 spirit stones. Alright. The spirit food generator began to hum, and from the kitchen came the bubbling sound of water boiling. 5 years later. Su Qingxue was 10 years old. 5 years was enough time for a spirit fruit tree to grow from a seedling into a canopy of dense shade, and enough for a 5-year-old girl to grow tall enough to hold the 9 calamities sword with steady hands. Her moon-white training robes had been replaced several times over. Spirit fruits in her storage ring had accumulated into a full compartment. Her literacy primer had advanced from the compendium of the 6 realms to an examination of the origins of the sword Tao. And the sword mark on her right arm had spread from the size of a thumbnail to her entire forearm. 9 colored patterns coiled around the small black sword, flowing faintly beneath her skin. Her cultivation was held at mid-foundation establishment. Not because she could not rise, but because Yi Guhong was holding her back. The foundation of the sword lies in foundation establishment. The more solid the foundation, the more stable the golden core. What's the hurry? And so she remained at mid-foundation establishment for 2 full years. During those 2 years, she dismantled the introductory sword forms of the chaos sword art from beginning to end 3 times over, breaking down every strike's force trajectory and sword intent shifts down to the finest muscle memory. The Nine Calamities sword was no longer a heavy weapon requiring both hands. One hand alone could thrust it with unwavering steadiness, the tips landing error no greater than the thickness of a leaf. But she had never truly fought. The spirit beasts on the periphery of the Forbidden Zone were her sparring partners. The nine-tailed spirit fox by Chanxian drilled her in footwork, the purple lightning thunder eagle drilled her in aerial pursuit, and the azure water mystic tortoise drilled her in defensive sword forms. But those were all sparring matches. Between sparring and life-and-death combat stood an invisible wall. She knew the wall existed, but she had never once slammed herself against it. Yi Guhong decided it was time she did. At the core of the Forbidden Zone lay an ancient battlefield. According to the system database, a relic left by the clash of two immortal Lord Realm powerhouses in ancient times. Spatial rifts were densely scattered across it, and remnant sword intent had lingered for a millennium without dispersing. At the heart of the core region coiled a Blackwater mystic python, late golden core stage, only one step away from transformation. It had lived in that ancient battlefield for 800 years, devouring countless cultivators and spirit beasts who had strayed into the Forbidden Zone. The baleful aura steeped into its scales was so dense it had nearly condensed into solid form. A month earlier, the water level of the spirit spring at the Forbidden Zone's edge had dropped inexplicably. Tracing the source revealed that this python had severed the water vein upstream to build its own nest. Qing Dai said that if the water vein was not reopened, irrigation for the spirit herb garden would run into trouble. Yi Guhong said, "Then let Su Qingxue go." Lin Chen did not object. He merely drew Yi Guhong aside and said one thing. "You may guard her path, but do not let her die. I care about nothing else." Yi Guhong nodded once. That was the entirety of their exchange on the matter. 3 days later, the core zone of the forbidden area. Su Qingxue crouched behind a weathered boulder, the Nine Calamities sword resting across her knees. The purple arcs on the blade had been suppressed to their faintest state. Arcs give off light, and light betrays one's position. She had crouched there for half an hour. Not because she dared not move, but because Yi Guhong had taught her the first lesson of a sword cultivator is not how to draw the sword, but how to wait. Wait for the instant when the prey reveals its opening. The Blackwater mystic python coiled at the very center of the ancient battlefield, its thick body piled into a small mountain. Each of its black scales was the size of an adult's palm, their edges shimmering with a spectral blue, baleful light. Its head was buried within the center of its coiled body. It was shedding its skin. The old skin had split open from the head, revealing newer scales of deeper black beneath. During shedding, a python's senses dulled temporarily. It was its most vulnerable state, and also its most dangerous. For once disturbed, it would attack anything that drew near with reckless abandon. Su Qingxue was waiting for precisely that moment. Not for its moment of weakness, but for the node where the old skin had split to its widest, and the new scales had not yet hardened. Yi Guhong's voice sounded in her sea of consciousness. The final words he had left her before departure. When the scales are hard, you cannot cut through. When the scales have yet to form, cutting is useless. You must wait until it has shed 70%. The split spread from the python's head to its neck, and from its neck to its torso. The old skin peeled away from its body like a cast-off robe, revealing the wet, newly formed scales beneath. 70%. Su Qingxue moved. The purple arcs on the Nine Calamities sword were released in full at the instant she rose. Crackling lightning burst around her body, mid-foundation establishment spiritual power, surging at full capacity, and the weathered rock beneath her foot was gouged into a pit by her kick. Her entire form became a streak of moon-white, sword light skimming low over the ground toward the python. Not flying. Yi Guhong had forbidden her from learning flight arts. Before the golden core stage, a sword cultivator's feet never leave the ground. Leaving the ground meant losing one's roots. A sword that had lost its roots was a drifting sword. 30 zhong. She covered the distance in 3 breaths. The python sensed danger the moment she broke into 10 zhong. Its colossal head snapped up from its coiled body, the dark yellow vertical pupils reflecting a streak of moon-white sword light and a leaping purple arc. Its jaws opened to nearly 180 degrees, revealing 4 hooked fangs, and a mass of ink-green venomous mist surged from the depths of its throat. Su Qingxue did not dodge. She charged headlong into the mist. The arcs on the Nine Calamities sword wove a dense net of lightning before her. The mist hissed and evaporated on contact with the searing heat. She held her breath, the sword tip aimed at the seam between old and new scales on the python's neck. 70%. The old skin had shed exactly there, exposing the new scales beneath, and the new scales had not yet fully hardened. It was a dark red gap about 2 fingers wide, standing out against the black scales like a wound slashed open by a blade. The Nine Calamities sword pierced in, not a thrust at the surface of the gap. It sliced in at an angle along the seam, the tip passing through the unhardened new scales and sinking into the muscle beneath them. The python let out a deafening hissing roar, its entire body rolling and thrashing violently. Su Qingxue gripped the sword with both hands, nailing herself to its neck. The python's thrashing flung her entire body through the air. Her palms split open in an instant, blood streaming down the hilt to mingle with the python's blood. She did not let go. Yi Guhong had taught her a sword cultivator's hands may break, but the sword must never be dropped. Lose the sword, and you are no longer a sword cultivator. The python's thrashing grew more ferocious, carrying her to slam against the crumbling walls of the ancient battlefield. The first impact crushed her back against a weathered stone pillar. She let out a muffled grunt, and a thread of blood seeped from the corner of her lips. The second impact caught her left shoulder on a protruding rock edge. A crack. Not a fracture of the bone, but her shoulder blade had split. Most of the strength in her left arm vanished in an instant. Only her right arm still clung to the hilt with everything it had. The third. The python whipped its head and hurled her from its neck. Su Qingxue twisted twice in midair before crashing heavily onto the gravel ground of the ancient battlefield. Her back skidded several zhang across the earth, her moon-white training robes shredded, exposing the bloody, mangled flesh of her back. The Nine Calamities sword was still embedded in the python's neck. She struggled to her feet. Her left hand hung limp at her side, already unable to lift. Her right hand was empty. The python's dark yellow vertical pupils fixed on her, and from the depths of its throat surged another wave of venomous mist, far denser than before, formed by forcing every drop of venom from its poison glands. The mist surged toward her like a flood, and she had no ground left to retreat. Then she stretched out her right hand. The Nine Calamities sword on the python's neck gave a violent shudder. That tremor was not caused by the python's movement. The sword had moved on its own. The connection between the sword mark and its bearer still existed after the sword had left her hand. A Foundation Establishment sword cultivator could not command a sword from a distance, but a chaos sword body could. No outward release of spiritual power, no sword-controlling art was needed. The sword mark itself was part of the sword, and the mark on her arm had already spread across her entire forearm. From a distance of several zhang, she gripped her own sword. The Nine Calamities sword pulled free of the python's wound, dragging a spray of dark red blood in its wake. The blade turned half a loop in the air, then streaked back into Su Qingxue's hand as a bolt of black light. Chaos sword body, awakening 37%. That number meant she could recall her lifebound sword from up to 3 zhang away. Fear appeared in the python's vertical pupils for the first time. It had lived 800 years and seen countless sword-wielding cultivators, but never once a small girl at Foundation Establishment who could summon her sword back after it had left her hand. Su Qingxue gripped the Nine Calamities sword that had returned to her palm and took a single step forward. That step struck deep, gravel burst beneath her heel. She used no footwork at all. She simply ran, a sprint pouring every remaining ounce of strength in her body into motion. The python's venomous mist surged toward her, and this time she did not raise her lightning net to block. She let the mist touch her skin. Wherever the mist touched her skin, searing pain bloomed at once, as if scalded by fire. But she ran through that mass of venom. And in her hand the Nine Calamities sword blazed with a radiance it had never known. Not the light of purple arcs, her own sword intent. The sword intent honed over 5 years of practice, tempered through being suppressed countless times by Yi Guhong's 2 words, not enough. The blade shifted from black to dark gold, the sword intent clinging to its edge and extending outward, transforming the 3-chi-2 Cun sword into a 5-chi long blade. She thrust out that sword, straight through the python's gaping jaws, through the upper palate, and into the skull. Sword intent burst from the tip, detonating inside the python's cranial cavity. The python's colossal body stiffened for an instant, then collapsed with a thunderous crash. Su Qingxue slammed into the ground together with the python's head still clutching her sword. The sword remained wedged in the python's jaws, and her hand still gripped the hilt. She had no strength left to pull it free. At the edge of the ancient battlefield in the shadow of a weathered stone pillar, Yi Guhong stood with his old sword cradled in his arms. He had watched the entire battle from beginning to end. When the venomous mist surged, he did not move. When the python flung Su Qingxue, he did not move. When her left shoulder blade cracked, his fingers tightened against the scabbard for an instant, then relaxed. Only when the python fell did he step out of the shadows. Su Qingxue lay sprawled on the ground, cheek against the gravel drenched in blood. She felt someone gather her up from the earth, the movements, so gentle, they seemed foreign to the cold sword pavilion elder she knew. Yi Guhong settled her upon his back. She had no strength to speak, so she pressed her face against his shoulder. The gray robes carried a faint scent of sword oil, a scent she had breathed for 5 years. Elder Yi. My sword. It's still in its mouth. Yi Guhong supported her with one hand, reached out with the other, took the hilt of the Nine Calamities sword in a gentle grip, and drew it out with a light pull. The blade slid free of the python's skull, the blood upon it evaporated clean by residual sword intent. He returned the sword to the sword mark. The black sword mark on Su Qingxue's forearm dimmed for a breath, then gleamed anew. The sword had come back. She closed her eyes and lost consciousness. Yi Guhong carried her out of the ancient battlefield. The spirit beasts of the Forbidden Zone's core all yielded the path, not because of his realm, but because the killing aura radiating from him had yet to fade. The gray-robed sword cultivator carried the blood-soaked girl through the twilight of the Forbidden Zone. In the distance, the lanterns of Qingshu's sect flickered faintly through clouds and mist. Su Qingxue lay unconscious for 3 days. When she woke, she was lying in her own bed, her left shoulder wrapped tightly in spirit medicine bandages. The scrapes on her back, coated with a cooling ointment Qing Dai had prepared. Bai Qianqian lay beside the bed, her 9 tails spread into a warm cushion, propping up her feet. The fire phoenix crouched on the windowsill. Seeing her eyes open, it let out a short cry and flew off to spread the news. The first to enter was Jiang Yunfan. He carried a bowl of medicinal soup, the bone-knitting decoction Qing Dai had brewed during her coma. The 12-year-old youth had grown considerably, but the hand holding the bowl was still steady, a steadiness forged by 5 years of handling herbs. He set the bowl by the head of the bed. He did not say things like, "You're awake, thank goodness." He simply pushed the bowl closer to her hand. Elder Qing said to drink it while it's warm. The effect is best that way. Su Qingxue lifted the bowl with her right hand and drained it in long gulps. The soup was intensely bitter, bitter enough to twist her brows into a tight knot. Jiang Yunfan drew a spirit fruit from his sleeve and placed it beside her hand. Not one from the sect, but one he had bought from the system marketplace with spirit stones saved through alchemy. She picked up the spirit fruit and took a bite. It was very sweet. Then came Xingfeng. The Warhol master strode in with long steps, and seeing her awake, he cracked a wide grin. "Little girl, I hear you cut down a late golden core Blackwater mystic python. Mid-foundation striking down late golden core. You skipped the whole major realm, and then some. Back when I was at Foundation Establishment, I didn't even dare provoke an early golden core beast. It really was late golden core. So Yi Guhong says." He said the python had lived 800 years one step from transformation. "And you cut it down." The sword intent that burst inside its skull even cracked its demon core. Su Qingxue lowered her head to look at the sword mark on her right arm. The small black sword lay quietly beneath her skin, 9 colored patterns revolving slowly. She thought of that final strike, sword intent gushing from the tip, detonating within the python's cranial cavity. It was not any move she had practiced. Her hand had thrust out on its own. She suddenly understood why Yi Guhong had kept her at Foundation Establishment for 2 years. Not to polish her sword forms, but to let sword intent sink into her muscles. Sink to a depth where no thought was needed. The last to enter was Lin Chen. He leaned against the doorframe, a cup of tea in hand, his posture exactly the same as it had been on any evening over the past 5 years. "Master, I heard you killed a snake. Was it tasty?" Su Qingxue was startled for a moment. "I didn't eat it. I blacked out right after I killed it." "What a pity. Late golden core python meat. Roasted over fire, it should be quite good." He took a sip of tea. "Next time you kill one, remember to bring a piece back." Bai Qianqian's ears twitched. "Next time. Not, if there is a next time. Next time." Just then Yi Guhong walked in. The gray-robed sword cultivator stood at the threshold, his old sword lying across his arm. He did not sit. He looked at Su Qingxue on the bed, fell silent for a moment, then said, "From today, you may learn flight arts." Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. A sword cultivator's feet never leaving the ground before golden core. That was a rule Yi Guhong had set. Now with his own hand he had loosened it. However, he paused. "When flying, don't lift your feet more than 3 qi from the ground. Within 3 qi you can return to the earth at any moment. Beyond 3 qi landing takes time. That interval of time is enough for an enemy to kill you once." Su Qingxue nodded firmly. Yi Guhong walked to the bedside and placed something beside her pillow. It was a small sword-shaped jade pendant, pure white throughout with a faint hairline crack across its surface. It was his sword heart jade. When sword cultivators of the Northern Wasteland Sword Tomb accepted their first disciple, they would split off a strand of their sword heart and seal it into the jade. The jade lives, and the person lives, the jade shatters, and the person dies. Su Qingxue did not know what this jade signified. Bai Qianqian did. All 9 of her tails snapped rigid at once, the little pendant reflected in her golden pupils. In 800 years of cultivation, she had heard the legend of the sword heart jade of the Northern Wasteland Sword Tomb, but it had always been only a legend. Now the legend lay at the pillow of a 10-year-old girl. The system chimed softly in Lin Chen's sea of consciousness. Yi Guhong has given the sword heart jade to Su Qingxue. A strand of his sword heart is sealed within this jade. From this moment on, no matter what danger Su Qingxue encounters, he will sense it in an instant. And, if she truly encounters mortal danger that he cannot reach in time, that jade will shield her once in his place. The price is that his sword heart will shatter. What happens if his sword heart shatters? His cultivation will be completely destroyed. To a sword cultivator, that is worse than death. Lin Chen watched the gray-robed figure withdraw from the room and remained silent for a long time. Outside the window, twilight closed in from all directions, and the lanterns of Qingshu's sect lit up one by one. From the direction of the Forbidden Zone came the faint howls of spirit beasts. Meanwhile, at the ancient battlefield in the Forbidden Zone, the python's corpse still lay upon the gravel ground. Dark red blood oozed from the sword wound in its skull, soaking into the earth beneath it. A dark shadow slipped silently out of a spatial rift. It was not human, it was a young python. Its body was only a tenth of the adult size, its scales pale gray, not yet darkened to black. It crawled out from the depths of the mother python's nest, and up to the mother python's skull. The young python gently nudged the mother python's still jaw with its head. The mother gave no response. The young python circled its mother's corpse once, then stopped, those dark yellow vertical pupils turning toward the direction of Qingshu sect. There were no tears in those eyes. Pythons do not weep. But from deep in its throat came a sound so low, so faint. A hiss that seemed squeezed from between the seams of its bones. It lingered there for a very long time. Then it turned and crawled back into the spatial rift. The rift slowly sealed behind it, and the ancient battlefield returned to deathly stillness. In the twilight, only the python's blood continued to flow in silence. Qingshu sect the dining hall. Lin Chen sat in his usual seat. Tonight's menu was roast lamb chops, exotic style, 32 spirit stones. The spirit food generator was running. From the kitchen came the sizzle of oil dripping onto charcoal. The system chimed in his sea of consciousness. Host inside the spatial rift at the Forbidden Zone's ancient battlefield, a young python has survived. The offspring of the Blackwater mystic python. After the mother's death, it will inherit the mother's territorial instincts and hatred. It has memorized the aura of Su Qingshue's sword intent. What realm is the young python at? Currently, early foundation establishment. But juvenile Blackwater mystic pythons have an extremely short growth period. About 3 years to reach Golden Core, 5 years to late Golden Core. There is a trace of ancient mutant power in its bloodline, and it grows far faster than an ordinary mystic python. If it survives 5 years from now, it will become the new Python King of the Forbidden Zone. And where will Su Qingshu be in 5 years? At her current pace of cultivation, mid-nascent soul at 15. Lin Chen picked up a piece of roast lamb chop and bit into it. The fat dissolved in his mouth, charred fragrance billowing. Then let it live. The system was silent for a single breath. Host, you are raising an opponent for Su Qingshu. Aren't you afraid she might not win? If she can't win, then she keeps training. Yi Guhong has already given away his sword heart jade. If she can't even defeat a mere snake, would she be worthy of that jade? Outside the window, the 3 moons drifted out from behind the clouds. On the 15th night of Qingshu sect, a 10-year-old girl lay in bed wrapped in bandages, a small sword heart jade resting by her pillow. Deep in the Forbidden Zone, a pale gray young python slipped into the deepest part of the spatial rift, coiled its body around a faded scale its mother had left behind, and closed its dark yellow vertical pupils. Another year had passed. Su Qingshu was 11. The changes of this year were not as great as those of the previous 5, at least on the surface. She had grown only half a head taller. Her moon-white training robe had been replaced with a new set. The sword markings of the 9 Tribulations sword had spread from her forearm to the crook of her elbow, and the awakening level of her chaos sword body had crept from 37% to 42%. Mid-foundation establishment was still mid-foundation establishment. Yi Guhong continued to hold her back, refusing to let her break through. Your foundation is still a little lacking, Yi Guhong said as he wiped the sheath of bumming with an old cotton cloth. Su Qingshu recognized that cotton cloth. It was the only object Yi Guhong had brought out of the Beihuang sword tomb that was not a sword. It had been used for who knows how many years, its edges worn frayed, yet he never used any other cloth. Su Qingshu once asked him why, and he answered in 3 words used to it. Su Qingshu did not ask again. She had learned not to ask. It was not because she was afraid. It was because she had noticed that whenever Yi Guhong answered a question that required more than 3 words, his brow would furrow slightly. Not from impatience, but because organizing language was for him a task that truly required extra energy. She did not want him to expend that extra energy. But her swordsmanship was changing. It was not that her moves had multiplied. She had long ago mastered the 12 stances of the introductory volume of the Chaos Sword art. After taking them apart 3 times, she recombined them into 4 stances. Yi Guhong had not taught it to her, she had figured it out herself. Yi Guhong noticed. He watched for a full 2 hours, then said 2 words, go on. So Su Qingshu continued. She split the 4 stances into 8 half stances, then combined the 8 half stances into 3 stances. When she had reached the point where they could no longer be taken apart, she made a discovery. When all sword moves were dismantled to their very core, there were only 2 actions, thrust and slash. A thrust was a point, a slash was a line. Combined points and lines could give birth to endless sword moves. She told Yi Guhong about this. Yi Guhong's hand wiping the sheath paused for an instant, then continued wiping. You understand. This time it was 2 words. Su Qingshu's 11th birthday was spent on the training ground. There was no celebration, no spirit fruit cake, no happy birthday. The Qingshu sect did not celebrate birthdays because Lin Chen found them troublesome. Bai Qianqian secretly tucked a spirit fruit under her pillow. Huafeng perched beside her sword markings for a while, patting her arm with the tip of its wing. Jiang Yinfan gave her a spirit recovery pill. He had refined himself. Not a 3rd grade one, but a 1st grade one, deliberately refined, because when her spiritual energy consumption was heavy, a 1st grade spirit recovery pill suited her best, without being too potent. Tina Yu split off a piece of spirit wood, carved it into the shape of a small sword, and gave it to her. The carving was so crude that one could not tell whether it was a sword or a ladle. Lung Yu gave nothing, but during sword practice that day, Su Qingshu noticed that the temperature on the training ground was a little lower than usual. Lung Yue in her own way had made it cooler for her senior sister under the blazing sun. Yi Wuhin gave her a small piece of void crystal, saying senior sister can use it to store things later. Lin Chen gave nothing. Su Qingxue did not think there was anything wrong with that. Her master never gave gifts, her master only sent death, whose death depended on who had provoked his disciple. 3 days after her birthday, Yi Guhong summoned her to the Sword Pavilion. The Sword Pavilion stood on the tallest spirit peak on the western side of the sect. It was a 3-story wooden tower built from a spirit wood known as iron sword wood. This kind of wood grew in places thick with sword qi. As the years passed, it absorbed the sharpness of sword energy. The iron sword wood of the Sword Pavilion had been transplanted by Yi Guhong from the Beiwang sword tomb. 300 years old, its trunk bore grain like sword scars. The first time Su Qingxue came to the Sword Pavilion, her hand touched the doorframe, and a shallow cut opened on her fingertip. Not because the doorframe had a splinter, but because of the sword qi inherent in iron sword wood. Later she learned to restrain her own sword intent, and when she touched it again, she was not cut. Yi Guhong sat on a meditation cushion on the first floor of the Sword Pavilion, with Bumming lying across his knees. His gray robe had been changed today, not to a new one, but to another old robe of the same style. Su Qingxue suspected that his storage ring contained nothing but identical gray robes. There is a thunder pattern leopard northeast of the Forbidden Zone, Yi Guhong said, without pleasantries. Peak Foundation establishment, only a hair's breadth from Golden Core. Recently, it has slaughtered a large number of spirit beasts on the fringes of the Forbidden Zone. 2 spirit foxes under by Qianqian's care were bitten to death by it. Su Qingxue said, nothing waiting for him to continue. You go. Alone. Su Qingxue nodded. She did not ask what a thunder pattern leopard was, nor did she ask how she was supposed to find it. 5 years ago she would have asked these questions. Now she would not. Since Yi Guhong had sent her, it meant she was expected to find the answers on her own. Ask what should be asked and do not ask what should not. This was something she had learned at 11. She turned and walked out of the Sword Pavilion. When she reached the door, Yi Guhong's voice came from behind her. It has an old wound on its left hind leg. It was left by my sword. Su Qingxue stopped in her tracks. 10 years ago I passed through the Forbidden Zone, and it charged at me heedless of life or death. I struck it once with my sword, and it fled. I did not pursue. At that time it was only at early Golden Core. After my one strike, its cultivation fell to early Foundation establishment, and it took 10 years to crawl back to the peak of Foundation establishment. Yi Guhong's finger tapped lightly on the sheath of Bumming. It remembers my sword intent. You bear my sword intent. Su Qingxue lowered her head and looked at the sword markings on her right arm. 9 colored patterns coiled around a small black sword, and among them was an extremely faint gray thread. That was Yi Guhong's sword intent. It had not been left deliberately. It had naturally soaked into her over 5 years of his teaching her swordplay by hand. She herself had never noticed. It will mistake you for me. It will fight desperately, Yi Guhong said. Su Qingxue was silent for one breath. Understood. She walked out of the Sword Pavilion. The twilight was just right, and the 3 moons had only just risen. She returned to her room, summoned the 9 tribulations sword from her sword markings, and wiped the blade from end to end with a soft cloth woven from spirit silkworm silk. Not the kind of old cotton cloth Yi Guhong used, but one Qingdai had given her. It was not that the sword was dirty. She needed her hand and the sword to maintain the same rhythm. She did not know how long she wiped it. When she was done, she returned the sword to her sword markings and went to the dining hall for a bowl of noodles. Xing Feng was there too, noisily wolfing down a large basin of braised pork over rice. Seeing her come in, he picked the largest piece of meat from the basin and put it into her bowl. I heard you're going to slay the thunder pattern leopard. Peak Foundation establishment, huh? You're only mid-foundation establishment. Xing Feng grinned, said nothing more, and went back to noisily devouring his meal. Before dawn the next day, Su Qingxue set out. She wore her moon-white training robe, and the sword markings on her right arm glimmered faintly in the morning mist. Bai Qianqian saw her off at the mountain gate, her 9 tails fanned out behind her, a very complicated emotion in her golden pupils. She seemed about to say something, but in the end only lightly touched the back of Su Qingxue's hand with the tip of, come back soon. Su Qingxue walked out of the mountain gate and into the morning mist. She did not look back. The terrain northeast of the Forbidden Zone was different from the core. The core zone was an ancient battlefield littered with weathered stone pillars and spatial rifts. To the northeast lay a primeval forest sea where spirit trees towered to the sky, their crowns blotting out the sun and sky. The ground, never touched by sunlight, was buried under fallen leaves accumulated over unknowable years. Su Qingxue walked through the fallen leaves for an entire morning. Her steps were very light, not deliberately softened, but from a habit Yi Guhong had cultivated in her over 5 years. A sword cultivator's feet should not make a sound when they touched the ground. Sound would give away one's position, and giving away one's position meant death. In the afternoon she found the first trace. On the trunk of an ancient tree as thick as a man's embrace were 4 deep claw marks, torn diagonally from top to bottom, about 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide. The wood along the edges of the claw marks was scorched black, not by fire but by the lightning, attribute spiritual energy inherent in the thunder pattern leopard's claws. Su Qingxue slipped her finger into the claw mark to measure its depth, 3 inches. A single claw strike from a peak foundation establishment thunder pattern leopard was roughly equal to a full-powered sword strike from a late foundation establishment sword cultivator. She kept going deeper. The second trace was a spirit beast's carcass. It was an adult crimson horned deer of early foundation establishment, its throat bitten, through its whole chest torn open, its entrails scooped out. The flesh around the wound likewise showed the scorched black of lightning attribute's spiritual energy. Su Qingxue crouched beside the remains and studied it for a while. The wound had not been torn open from the front, but from the side. The thunder pattern leopard had pounced from the rear flank, seized the throat in one bite, pinned the chest with its forepaws, and ripped it open. This was the standard hunting method of feline demon beasts. The crimson horned deer's antlers were completely intact, which meant it had never even had a chance to fight back. Su Qingxue stood up and looked around. There were drag marks in the fallen leaves stretching from where the deer had fallen to behind a clump of bushes. She followed the trail. Behind the bushes was a makeshift nest lined with branches and fallen leaves, and in the nest lay a faded scale. It was not from the thunder pattern leopard. The leopard was a mammal and did not grow scales. Su Qingxue picked up the scale. It was black with a dim blue sheen running along its edges. She recognized this kind of scale. A year ago in the ancient battlefield, she had slain a blackwater mystic python, and that python's scales had looked exactly like this one. This one, however, was smaller and lighter in color like the scale of a juvenile python. Her fingers tightened slightly. The juvenile python had been here. A juvenile python scale appearing in the thunder pattern leopard's territory meant two things: the juvenile python was still alive, and it had come into contact with the leopard. What had come of that contact she did not know. She put the scale away in her spatial ring and continued tracking the thunder pattern leopard. At dusk she found it. The thunder pattern leopard was crouched on a boulder in a forest clearing feeding. Its size was larger than Su Qingxue had imagined, roughly 20 feet from head to tail with a shoulder height of nearly 10 feet, and it stood on the boulder like a small hill. Its pelt was deep gray covered in dark purple thunder patterns. In the twilight those patterns gave off a faint glow as if liquid lightning were flowing beneath the skin. On its left hind leg there was an old wound, a scar stretching from thigh to calf. No fur had grown over the scar, revealing dark red muscle tissue below. That had been left by Yi Guhong's sword. Su Qingxue crouched in the crown of an ancient tree 100 yards away, watching it through the gaps between branches and leaves. She suppressed her aura to the utmost, slowing her heartbeat to fewer than 10 beats per minute. Yi Guhong had taught her that cultivators below Golden Core could extend their divine sense at most 100 yards. She was now right at the edge of that range. The thunder pattern leopard was eating a spirit sheep. It pressed the carcass down with a forepaw and lowered its head to tear at the soft flesh of the belly, completely unaware that someone was watching it. Su Qingxue observed it for a long while. Eating habit, after 3 bites it raised its head once and scanned its surroundings. Chewing time roughly 3 breaths per bite. Frequency of raising its head to look around regular, once every 9 breaths. Old wound on the left hind leg. When it landed, there was a very slight hesitation. It shifted its center of gravity toward the right hind leg. She summoned the 9 Tribulations sword from her sword markings. The instant the blade appeared, she covered its spine with her palms, stifling the purple arc lightning that came with the sword. Arc lightning would shine, and shining would reveal her position. The thunder pattern leopard finished the spirit sheep's belly and began gnawing on the ribs. When it lowered its head to gnaw bones, its left ear would twitch slightly. It was using hearing to compensate for the loss of sight caused by lowering its head. Su Qingxue was waiting for exactly this moment. She slid out of the tree canopy without a sound, and her feet landed on the fallen leaves without a single rustle. She took 20 breaths to cover the 100-yard distance, not walking but gliding close to the ground. Yi Guhong had taught her a footwork technique called treading leaves. By gathering an extremely thin layer of spiritual energy on the soles of her feet, she could step on fallen leaves without crushing their veins. She had practiced for 3 years before she could use it in actual combat. 20 breaths later, she reached a spot 100 feet to the side and rear of the leopard. At that distance, the sword chi of the 9 Tribulations sword could reach it. She did not strike immediately. She was waiting for the moment when the thunder pattern leopard's left hind leg bore its weight. The thunder pattern leopard finished gnawing one rib, shifted its posture, and kicked its left hind leg backward, planting it firmly on the ground. Su Qingxue moved. The purple arc lightning on the 9 Tribulations sword was unleashed the instant she attacked, crackling lightning bursting open in the twilight and wrapping her entire body in a streak of purple sword light. She covered the 100-foot distance in one breath, the sword tip aimed at the old wound on the leopard's left hind leg. The leopard's reaction was faster than she had expected. It did not turn its head, there was no time, but rolled directly toward its left rear, throwing its entire body weight at the direction of the sword light. This was a desperate life-staking move. It was willing to take a wound as long as it could crush its enemy beneath its body. Su Qingxue's sword pierced its left hind leg, but not at the old wound, off by about 3 inches. The sword tip pierced through fur and muscle and struck bone. The thunder pattern leopard let out a deafening roar and violently flung its entire body. Su Qingxue was hurled away. She flipped twice in midair to adjust her posture, landed her feet on a tree trunk, rebounded with borrowed force, and lunged once more at the Thunder Pattern Leopard. This time the Thunder Pattern Leopard met her head-on. Its speed was far greater than that of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Her sword had only thrust halfway when its right forepaw was already sweeping at her. Dark purple lightning coiled around the paw, carving 5 blinding arcs of electricity through the air. She had no time to withdraw her sword and block, so she had no choice but to take the strike with her left arm. The left sleeve of her moon-white training robe was torn open in an instant, leaving 4 claw marks on her forearm, so deep the bone was visible. Lightning attribute spiritual energy rushed into her meridians through the wound, and her entire left arm went numb as if struck by electricity. She did not retreat. Riding the force of the blow, she spun sideways and thrust the 9 Tribulations sword in her right hand at the leopard's right eye from a tricky angle. The Thunder Pattern Leopard turned its head aside, and the sword tip pierced its right ear. Half the ear was sliced off. Dark red blood ran down its. Blood trickled down its cheek, staining the deep gray for crimson. In its vertical pupils, an emotion other than fury finally surfaced: wariness. It realized that the sword in this human's hand carried a sword intent it knew all too well. It was the same sword intent with which the gray-robed human had shattered its realm with a single strike a decade ago. It began to back away. Su Qingxue gave it no chance to retreat. With her left arm crippled, she gripped the sword one-handed with her right hand, pushed the leaf-treading step to its limit, and chased after the beast, her entire body skimming close to the ground. The electric arcs on the 9 Tribulations sword no longer erupted in a full burst. Instead, she compressed them into an extremely thin thread of purple lightning coiled around the blade. A technique she had gleaned from Jiang Yunfan's diagonal cutting method when he processed medicinal herbs. An arc was not better for being fiercer, it was better for being more concentrated. A concentrated arc penetrated deeper. She thrust her 17th strike. The blade sank into the shoulder blade of the Thunder Rune Leopard's right foreleg. After the sword tip pierced through fur and muscle and met bone, she did not force it. Instead, she cut diagonally along the cleft of the bone. The same technique used to prepare dragon blood vine cut along the direction of the fibers, and the cross-section stays smooth. The blade slid along the bone cleft and severed the tendon connecting the shoulder blade to the torso. The Thunder Rune Leopard's right foreleg lost its strength. Its body tilted, its center of gravity shifting toward the right rear, the location of the old injury on its left hind leg. The old wound, compounded by the first sword Su Qingxue had just delivered, had pushed its left hind leg to the limit. The Thunder Rune Leopard collapsed onto its knees. But it did not give up. It opened its jaws, and from deep in its throat surged a blinding mass of thunder light. Not an arc, but a thunder orb. A Thunder Rune Leopard at the peak of Foundation establishment when fighting for its life would compress all of its thunder-attributed spiritual energy into a single orb and expel it, a strike equal in power to a full-force blow from an early-stage golden core cultivator. The thunder orb took shape in its mouth, its dark purple light illuminating the entire forest clearing. Su Qingxue's left arm was useless. The 9 Tribulations sword was still lodged in the cleft of the Thunder Rune Leopard's shoulder blade, not yet pulled free. The thunder orb flew toward her. She did not dodge. She could not dodge. The orb was faster than her footwork. She extended her right hand. The 9 Tribulations sword tore free from the leopard's wound and flew back into her palm, trailing a spray of blood. Chaos sword physique awakening 42%. Remote recall distance 5 zhong. She gripped the sword. Then she did something the Thunder Rune Leopard never could have expected. She did not use the sword to block the thunder orb. Instead, she whipped out the fine thread of purple lightning coiled around the 9 Tribulations sword. Not sword chi, the arc itself. She used the arc like a whip. The whip tip struck the exact center of the thunder orb. The orb exploded in midair, dark purple thunderlight, bursting in every direction, burning every fallen leaf within several zhong to ash. The shockwave of the explosion flung her away. Her back slammed into a tree trunk. She let out a muffled grunt, and a thread of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. But when she landed, she was on her feet. The Thunder Rune Leopard was still kneeling in place. Its thunder orb had been prematurely detonated, draining most of its thunder-attributed spiritual energy. It no longer had the strength even to stand. It propped itself on 3 legs, its vertical pupils reflecting the blood-soaked human girl. Su Qingxue walked toward it holding the 9 Tribulations sword. Her left arm hung limp at her side, blood seeping from 4 claw wounds and dripping from her fingertips onto the fallen leaves. The web of her right hand was split open, blood running down the sword hilt and mingling with the arcs on the 9 Tribulations sword. The moon-white training robe could no longer be recognized in its original color, mottled and ruined by blood, mud, and scorch marks from thunder-attributed spiritual energy. She walked up to the Thunder Rune Leopard. The leopard raised its head and looked at her. In its vertical pupils, there was no more fury, no more wariness. Only a very calm gaze. How long had it lived? Su Qingxue did not know. Yi Guhong had said that 10 years ago, it was at the early Golden Core stage, struck down by a single sword from its realm. It had taken 10 years to crawl back to the peak of Foundation establishment. 10 years was not a long time for a demon beast, but not a short one either. It had probably lived all that time in the Forbidden Zone, hunting, healing its wounds, and cultivating anew. And then today a human girl carrying that sword intent on her body had found it. Su Qingxue raised her sword. The tip pointed at the Thunder Rune Leopard's throat. Her hand paused for an instant. Not because she hesitated, but because the Thunder Rune Leopard did something she did not expect. It exposed the old wound on its left hind leg, the leg that had been cut by Yi Guhong and stabbed twice by her. It exposed its most vulnerable spot to her. Su Qingxue thrust downward. The Nine Tribulations sword pierced through the throat and into the heart. The Thunder Rune Leopard's body convulsed violently once, then lay still. The dark purple thunder runes on its fur slowly dimmed like the last gleam of sky at dusk. Su Qingxue pulled the sword out. She stood beside the Thunder Rune Leopard's corpse for a long time, then retracted the Nine Tribulations sword into her sword mark, crouched down, and closed the leopard's open eyes with her right hand. She did not know why she did it. Perhaps it was because of the old wound it had revealed at the end. That was when she heard a sound, extremely faint, coming from the direction of the leopard's den. It was not the roar of a demon beast, but the cry of cubs, weak, soft, with the milky voice of newborns. She walked over. The Thunder Rune Leopard's den was inside the hollow of an ancient tree. At the deepest part of the hollow, lined with spirit sheep's fur and soft fallen leaves, two cubs lay curled up. The two cubs' eyes were not yet open. Their fur was light gray, and the thunder runes had not yet grown, and only a few faint purple birthmarks marked their foreheads. Pressed together for warmth, they sensed something approaching and instinctively opened their mouths to make feeble cries. Su Qingxue froze. She looked down at her blood-stained hands, the blood of their mother. Then she looked at the two cubs whose eyes had not yet opened. She stood at the mouth of the tree hollow for a long time, so long that the dusk deepened fully into night, and 3 moons rose in the sky, their moonlight falling through gaps in the branches onto her and the two cubs. Then she stepped into the tree hollow and scooped the two cubs up from the pile of fur. They were very small, together no longer than her forearm. She tucked them into her chest and wrapped them with the still clean hem of her moon-white training robe. Feeling the warmth, the cubs stopped crying and nuzzled their heads into her chest. Su Qingxue carried the two cubs out of the tree hollow. Passing the Thunder Rune Leopard's corpse, she paused. "I'm sorry," she said softly. Then she walked into the moonlight holding the cubs. At the edge of the forbidden zone, in the shadow of a weathered rock pillar, Yi Guhong stood holding his old sword. He had watched the entire battle from beginning to end. It was the same as a year ago. What was different from a year ago was that this time he had no intention of stepping out. He watched Su Qingxue vanish into the depths of the forest, holding the two cubs, and was silent for a long time. Then he turned and walked toward Qingxu's sect. The moonlight dyed his gray robe silver white. Behind his back, the sword that had not left its sheath in 300 years gleamed with a cold, faint light under the moon. At the mountain gate of Qingxu's sect, Bai Qianqian crouched at the top of the white jade steps, 9 tails twisted anxiously behind her. She had been crouching there for an entire day. From the moment Su Qingxue had left the sect until now, when the moons had risen to their zenith, her ears swiveled, without cease, catching every faint sound that came from the direction of the forbidden zone. Then she heard footsteps, very light, carrying an obvious weariness. A figure walked out from the forest path, revealed after the morning mist dispersed. The moon-white training robe was tattered beyond recognition. The left sleeve was gone, and the forearm was wrapped in a makeshift bandage torn from the hem of the robe, already soaked through with blood. A deep gash split the web of her right hand, the dried blood stuck fast to the sword hilt. There were scrapes on her face, half of her hair had come loose, and the whole of her was in an indescribably bedraggled state. But in her arms, she carried 2 little creatures. Light gray fur, faint purple birthmarks on their foreheads, eyes not yet open. They were curled in her embrace, sleeping peacefully. Bai Qianqian leaped up from the steps and rushed over. All 9 tails flared at once, forming a fluffy protective circle around Su Qingxue. She wanted to touch Su Qingxue, but dared not because Su Qingxue was covered in wounds. She did not know where she could touch without hurting her. "You, Sister Qianqian, take these for me." Su Qingxue handed the 2 cubs over. "My hands are shaking a little. I'm afraid I'll drop them." Bai Qianqian curled 2 of her tails around the cubs and took them. The other 7 tails remained flared. "These are the Thunder Rune Leopards, mm. You killed the mother, mm." Bai Qianqian fell silent. She lowered her head to look at the 2 cubs in her arms, their eyes still unopened. Feeling the softness of her tails, they buried their faces in the fur and made tiny purring sounds. Having cultivated for 800 years, she naturally knew what this meant. A sword cultivator had killed their mother and then brought them back. Su Qingxue walked past her and into the mountain gate. Her silhouette was small, an 11-year-old girl, blood-soaked, limping with every step. But the way she walked through the mountain gate was utterly unlike the little beggar Lin Chen had carried back from a ruined temple 5 years ago. She was already a different person. The dining hall. Lin Chen sat in his usual seat. Tonight's menu was mutton palma and exotic flavor 30 spirit stones. Just as he soaked the broken pieces of spirit wheat flatbread into the lamb broth, the system appeared in his divine sense. Host Su Qingxue is back. She killed the Thunder Rune Leopard. Mid-Foundation Establishment killing Peak Foundation Establishment. She crossed 2 minor subrealms. She also brought back the Thunder Rune Leopard's 2 cubs. The hand Lin Chen was about to use to ladle soup paused. Two. Born not long ago, eyes not yet open. She carried them all the way back in her arms. Lin Chen was silent for a breath, then continued ladling the soup. Prepare 2 extra portions of beast milk. Put it on my tab. The system did not retort. It quietly placed the order. When Su Qingxue walked into the dining hall, Lin Chen was tearing up his second piece of flatbread. She sat down across from him and did not move, just sat. The makeshift bandage on her left arm was soaked through with blood, and the dried blood on her right hand gleamed dark red in the candlelight. The scrapes on her face had formed a thin layer of scabs. Half her hair hung loose, the rest was tied with a piece of straw rope she had picked up from who knew where. Lin Chen pushed the torn flatbread in front of her, then pushed his own bowl of freshly soaked lamb broth over as well. Eat. Su Qingxue picked up the spoon with her right hand and scooped a mouthful of broth. It was very hot. She blew on it, drank it. Then she scooped another spoonful. She did not speak, and Lin Chen did not ask. After finishing most of the bowl of soup, she set down the spoon. Master. In the mother leopard's den there were cubs. 2. Their eyes weren't open. I know. I killed her. Then I brought her cubs back. Su Qingxue lowered her head and looked at her bandaged left arm. On the bandage were her blood and the thunder rune leopard's blood. The 2 kinds of blood had mingled until they could no longer be told apart. I don't know if I did the right thing. Lin Chen finished tearing apart the remaining half of the flatbread in his hand and dropped it into the soup he had just filled. You killed it because it preyed on the spirit beasts at the edge of the forbidden zone and threatened the sect. You are a disciple of Qingxu sect, protecting the sect is your duty. He picked up the bowl and took a mouthful of soup. You brought its cubs back because they have done nothing wrong. You kill what deserves killing and protect what deserves protecting. What is there to set right or wrong? Su Qingxue raised her head and looked at Lin Chen. Her eyes reddened, but she did not cry. She was 11 now, no longer the little girl of 5 who would shed tears while drinking porridge. Then what will they eat from now on? Beast milk. The system store has it. I'll have Bai Qianqian feed them. Will they remember me? Remember that I killed their... I don't know. Lin Chen set down the bowl. But you will remember them. Remember that you killed their mother, and remember that you scooped them up from the tree hollow. Remember both. A sword cultivator's hands cannot avoid blood, but what you do with the ones who survive after the blood is shed is something you can choose yourself. Su Qingxue was silent for a long time. In the dining hall there was only the low hum of the spirit food generator, and outside the window the gentle cooing sounds Bai Qianqian made while soothing the cubs with her tails. Master, I want to keep them. Keep them. When they grow up they may hate me. Then let them hate. Lin Chen placed the last piece of lamb from his bowl into hers. You didn't bring them back to make them thank you. Su Qingxue stared at the piece of lamb in her bowl for a long time. Then she picked up the spoon, scooped it up, and ate it. She ate very slowly, chewing each mouthful for a long time. Outside the window the 3 moons had risen to their zenith. Bai Qianqian lay sprawled on the rockery, the 2 cubs curled in her tails, sucking on the nipples of spirit beast milk bottles, making faint sucking sounds. Their eyes had not opened yet. They did not know whose tails they lay in, nor did they know that the blood-soaked girl was the one who had killed their mother. They only knew that it was warm here, and the milk was good. The light in the alchemy room was still on. Jiang Yunfan was processing the medicinal herbs for tomorrow at the work table, his hands moving so fast they were hard to follow. The cauldron mark on his right hand glowed faintly in the candlelight. The fire phoenix perched on the rack beside him, its dark golden pupils half closed, its tail tip lightly tapping the edge of the rack 1 tap at a time. No light came from the direction of the sword pavilion. Yi Guhong sat by the 3rd-floor window, the moonlight dyeing his gray robe silver white. Bumming lay across his knees, the old dents on its scabbard gleaming faintly in the moonlight. His gaze settled on the direction of the dining hall, where 1 lamp was still lit. He did not walk over. He simply sat there until the dining hall's lamp went out. Then he lowered his head and looked at Bumming. For the first time in 300 years his fingers tapped lightly on the scabbard 3 times. It was not any meaningful rhythm. It was merely a sword cultivator after his disciple had fought her first true battle, tapping the scabbard 3 times in his own way. Su Qingxue's wounds took 7 days to heal. The 4 claw marks on her left arm had formed scabs under the effect of the tendon-knitting, flesh-regrowing ointment prepared by Qingdai. The dark red scars coiled along her forearm like 4 winding serpents. Qingdai said there would be no scars. Su Qingxue did not care whether there would be scars. What she cared about was the feel of gripping her sword. The skin over the scabs was harder than elsewhere, and it pressed against the hilt just a little. Because of that slight discomfort, she spent an entire morning on the training grounds adjusting her grip angle until the hilt of the 9 Tribulations sword fit against her palm exactly as it had before her injury. That's enough, Xingfeng said. He was crouching at the edge of the training field, his broadsword resting across his knees and a stalk of spirit herb dangling from his mouth. Back in my day, I took a blade straight through the chest. The scab was as big as a fist, and I still swung my saber. Su Qingxue glanced at him. What stage were you back then? Early nascent soul. I'm mid-stage foundation establishment. Xingfeng was momentarily choked, speechless. He took the spirit herb stalk from his mouth, pointed it at Su Qingxue, then put it back, and said nothing. Bai Qianqian had been so busy lately that her tails were nearly tying themselves in knots. The two young thunder pattern leopards had to be fed 6 times a day, once every 2 shirchen, an unchanging routine. Their eyes were not yet open, but their noses were keen. When feeding time came, they raised their small heads and let out thin, tender cries. Bai Qianqian curled 2 of her tails around a milk bottle and fed both cubs at once, while her other 7 tails fanned herself. Although the Forbidden Zone had no distinction of seasons, the noonday sun, beating down on the rockeries, was nevertheless quite hot. "The two of you are more exhausting than when I raised my own cubs," Bai Qianqian muttered while feeding. Her own cubs were from 300 years ago, when she had just entered the nascent soul stage and dug a den at the edge of the Forbidden Zone to give birth to 3 little foxes. Later 2 died young. The one that remained lived to the Golden Core stage before dying in a territorial battle among demon beasts. After that she never gave birth again. She had never told these words to anyone, and Su Qingxue had never asked. But every evening, when Su Qingxue returned from the training grounds, she would crouch beside the rockeries and watch Bai Qianqian feed the cubs. After watching for a while, she would reach out and gently touch the purple birthmark on a cub's forehead with her index finger. Feeling the warmth, the cub would nuzzle its head toward her finger. She would leave her finger there and let them nuzzle. "If you are the first thing they see when they open their eyes, they will treat you as their mother," Bai Qianqian said. Su Qingxue's finger paused. "Then I won't watch." "You're already watching." Su Qingxue pulled her hand back. But the next evening she came again. Recently Zhang Yunfan had been spending even more time in the pill room than usual. It was not something Gu He asked of him, it was his own choice. After the awakening of his primordial pill body broke past 15%, it entered a new phase. His pill heart began actively absorbing surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy. Without any deliberate cultivation effort, the pill heart breathed on its own. Gu He said this was a crucial juncture in the pill body's awakening period, meaning the pill heart had moved from passive activation to active growth. Zhang Yunfan asked how he should cooperate with this stage. Gu He said 2 words: refine more. And so Zhang Yunfan refined 2 batches of 3rd-grade pills every day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. He did not hand the finished pills over to the sect, but kept them himself. Gu He had said that an alchemist's first batch of pills should be kept not for selling, but for looking back on in the future. He stored every 3rd-grade pill he refined in a separate jade box arranged by date. The first pill bore the mark of that pulse, on the second the mark had faded by half, on the third it was nearly invisible. By the 7th pill the surface was as smooth as a mirror with 6 complete symmetrical patterns of medicinal aura, and the quality was consistently top grade. He placed the 7th pill at the front of the jade box, looked at it for a while, then closed the lid. The fire phoenix perched on the rack, watching his every move. When Zhang Yunfan put the jade box into his spatial ring, it flew over, landed on his shoulder, and tapped the back of his head with the tip of its wing. The force was much lighter than the last time, somewhere between not bad and pretty good. Tinyu's combat hall training had entered a new phase. Xingfeng switched his training method, no longer splitting wooden stakes, but splitting water. A spirit spring waterfall had been channeled into the training pool behind the combat hall. The water cascaded down from a height of 3 zhang, its impact equivalent to a full-force palm strike from an early foundation establishment cultivator. Tinyu stood beneath the waterfall, both hands gripping the heaven-splitting axe, chopping at the current with stroke after stroke. Xingfeng's requirement: every stroke had to split the water apart from the middle, and the split had to last no less than 1 breath. Tinyu chopped from morning to noon, from noon to dusk for 3 full days, before he finally produced the first qualified split in the water. Overjoyed, he carried his axe on his shoulder and ran 3 laps around the combat hall courtyard. Xingfeng crouched on the wall, watching him run, the spirit herb stalk in his mouth, saying nothing. When Tinyu finished his 4th lap, Xingfeng took the spirit herb stalk out of his mouth. Starting tomorrow, the waterfall's current will be increased to mid-stage foundation establishment. Tinyu stopped. By how much? Double. Tinyu thought for a moment, then carried his axe back beneath the waterfall. No complaints, no asking why. That was how the primordial war body worked. Tell him the goal, and he would find a way to endure it on his own. Lung Yu had lately been spending more and more time in the ice pavilion. After the awakening of her 9 nether cold glass body surpassed 20%, the icy spiritual energy within her began to leak out on its own. A thin layer of frost formed wherever she walked, and fine ice crystals condensed on the surface of anything she touched. Qingdai prepared a medicinal decoction to suppress the cold, and by soaking in it for half a shirchen every day, the leaking cold could be temporarily forced back. But Lung Yu did not like the medicinal soak. Not because it tasted bitter, but because after soaking, her body temperature would briefly rise back to something close to a normal person's. She had grown used to being cold, and suddenly becoming warm made her feel as if it were not her own body. She told Qingdai about it. Qingdai listened, fell silent for a while, then revised the decoction's formula, no longer suppressing the cold, but guiding it to form a stable circulation within the body. After soaking, her body temperature did not rise, and the cold no longer leaked uncontrollably. On the evening when Lung Yu finished her first soak in the new decoction, she sat for a long time on the bluestone ground before the ice pavilion. No frost had formed on the ground. She reached out, touched the dry, warm bluestone with her fingertip, and no ice crystals remained on it. She withdrew her hand, wrapped it around her knees, and stared blankly at the 3 moons all night long. Among the 5 disciples, Yi Wuhan was the one who gave Yi Guhong the biggest headache. Not because his talent was poor. The spatial affinity of his myriad Dao void body made his progress in movement arts even faster than Su Qingshue's had been at the same age. It was because he was too mischievous. He had used Void Shuttle to peek at Lung Yu's training and got frozen solid. He had stolen spirit fruits laid out to dry outside Jiang Yunfan's pill room and been chased and pecked by the Fire Phoenix. And when Tiniu was splitting water, he secretly used spatial displacement to shift the waterfall's current by an angle. Tiniu struck emptiness and nearly threw himself off balance. Xingfeng carried him to the back courtyard of the combat hall and made him stand under the waterfall in Tiniu's place. Yi Wuhan lasted less than 10 breaths before the current blasted him away. He climbed out of the pool, spat out a mouthful of water, then looked at the waterfall and said, "This water is more vicious than senior sister Lung Yu's cold energy." That night Lung Yu froze all the doors and windows of his residence solid. Yi Wuhan crouched outside the door all night. By the next morning his snot had frozen into 2 icicles. Yi Guhong watched all of this without saying a word. He only added a single remark while teaching Su Qingxue swordsmanship. "Your junior brother's movement arts. You can learn from them." Su Qingxue asked what she should learn. Yi Guhong said his movement is light. A sword cultivator does not need to be light, but one must know where the limits of lightness lie. Only by knowing those limits can one train heaviness to its utmost. Su Qingxue understood. The next day, she went to Yi Wuhan and asked him to use Void Shuttle to practice swordsmanship with her. Flattered and eager, Yi Wuhan threw himself into an acrobatic display, darting back and forth all over the training ground. Su Qingshue's sword chased after him for 300 thrusts, and none of them landed. She was not discouraged. She sheathed her sword, stood still, closed her eyes, and replayed every dodging trajectory Yi Wuhan had made in her mind. Again. This time her sword pierced the edge of Yi Wuhan's sleeve. Again. The third time the tip of her sword stopped 3 cun in front of Yi Wuhan's throat. Yi Wuhan looked down at the black sword, cold sweat sliding from his forehead along his nose. "Senior sister, were you actually being serious just now?" "No. If I were serious, you'd already be dead." Yi Wuhan decided he would never train swords with his senior sister again. That resolution lasted about half a day. That evening, when Su Qingxue brought him a bowl of spirit beast bone soup stewed by Jiang Yunfan, he happily agreed to continue the next day. On the 8th day, Su Qingshue's scabs began to fall off. The 4 dark red scabs on her left arm curled up at the edges, revealing the new pale pink skin beneath. She sat on the steps beside the training ground and peeled them off one by one. When she reached the 3rd, Xingfeng happened to pass by. He glanced at her and said not to peel them, letting them fall off on their own. Su Qingxue said they itched. Xingfeng said itching meant the flesh was growing and peeling them would leave marks. Su Qingxue lowered her hand. After a while her hand reached up again. Xingfeng sighed, crouched down, took the piece of scab from her hand, and looked at it. Then he took out a small jar of medicinal paste from his storage ring. It was not one of Qingdai's refined jade bottles, but a coarse earthenware jar with a wax-sealed mouth. "This is what I used back in the day. A military medic on the northern wasteland battlefield made it specifically for scabs that itch." He broke the wax seal, and a sharp, pungent smell wafted out. "Put it on, and it won't itch. But it will hurt." Su Qingxue extended her left arm. Xingfeng dipped his rough fingertip into the paste and spread it along the edge of her scabs. The moment the paste touched her skin, it felt like being scorched by fire. Su Qingshue's brows furrowed tightly, but she did not pull her arm back. After he finished applying it, the burning sensation gradually faded, replaced by a cool, numbing feeling. Indeed, it no longer itched. "Thank you, Hall Master Xing." Xingfeng pressed the earthenware jar into her hand. "Keep it. With this old man's thick skin now, I don't need the stuff anymore." He stood up, carried his broadsword, and walked away, his silhouette stretching long in the twilight. On the 9th day, a group of people arrived outside the Forbidden Zone. They had not wandered in by accident. They were here for Qingshu sect. By Qianqian's subordinate, a spirit sparrow at the early Foundation establishment stage, spotted them while patrolling the edge of the Forbidden Zone. There were 6 of them dressed in the mismatched robes of rogue cultivators, yet their pace and formation were well trained. All 6 were at the Golden Core stage. The leader was late Golden Core, and the other 5 were mid-Golden Core. They made camp at the edge of the Forbidden Zone without going deeper, as if waiting for something. When Bai Qianqian reported the news to Yi Guhong, he was on the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion, wiping bumming. After hearing it, he did not pause in wiping the sword. "Understood. Don't we need to send someone to scout them?" "No. They are waiting for someone." "Who are they waiting for?" Yi Guhong did not answer. He drew bumming from its sheath. For the first time in 300 years, not fully, but only by an inch. The moment an inch of the blade was revealed, the temperature on the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion plummeted. It was not the cold of Lung Yu's icy spiritual energy, it was the sharp, forbidding cold of sword intent coiling without being unleashed. Bai Qianqian's 9 tails flared out at once as she instinctively retreated 3 steps. Yi Guhong pushed the inch of blade back into the sheath, and the temperature returned. "Normal. The Demon Realm's people," he said. "They bear the mark of the prison hall." The surveillance array left by the last group was crushed under Xing Feng's foot, so this time, they sent Golden Core Stage scouts to reconnoiter. A scouting party won't be the only one. Bai Qianqian's pupils contracted. Should we report this to the sect master? No need. He's having a late-night snack. Lin Chen was indeed having a late-night snack. Tonight's menu was hot and sour vermicelli exotic style, 22 spirit stones. The spirit food generator had just poured the boiling chili oil broth over the spirit potato vermicelli, and he was adding vinegar to the bowl. The system let out a ding in his spiritual sense. Host, a team of Demon Realm scouts has arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Zone. 6 Golden Core Stage cultivators led by a man named Sun Dishing, the one you lent money to at usurious interest last time. Who? Sun Dishing. He was the leader of those wandering cultivators you had Xing Feng lure in with a sting operation last time. He later defected to the Demon Realm's prison hall, and this time, he led a team back to scout. Lin Chen put down the vinegar bottle and thought for a moment. The one who owes me 5,000 spirit stones. Yes. His IOU is still in your storage ring. 5% monthly interest, and it's been overdue for a long time. Then this time has he come to repay the money, or to case the place? To case the place. He thinks that once he joined the prison hall he wouldn't have to repay you. Lin Chen picked up his chopsticks and stirred the hot and sour vermicelli. The fragrance of chili oil and vinegar mingled and rose in the air. Let him case it. When he's done, remember to take out the IOU and show it to him. The system was silent for a breath. Host, you mean? The Demon Realm wants to probe the depths of Qingshu sect. Let them probe. When they're done they'll know this is a place they can't touch. As for Sun Dishing, a debt must be repaid. That is the way of heaven. It doesn't matter who he's thrown in with. Lin Chen picked up a strand of vermicelli blue on it, and put it in his mouth. The sour, spicy, and savory flavors exploded on his tongue. He narrowed his eyes, very pleased with tonight's late-night choice. At the edge of the Forbidden Zone, Sun Dishing crouched by the campfire of a temporary camp, turning a dark red token over in his hand. The front of the token was engraved with the character, prison. The back bore a demonic pattern he did not recognize. This was the identity badge he had received after joining the prison hall. A third-class scout of the outer hall, with a monthly salary of 300 spirit stones. 300 spirit stones was far better than what he had scraped together in the world of wandering cultivators. But he still felt uneasy. Not because the Demon Realm was dangerous, but because he owed the Qingshu sect master 5,000 spirit stones. 5% monthly interest compounded. He no longer dared to calculate how much he owed now. This time he had volunteered to lead the team into the Forbidden Zone with a clear purpose. If the prison hall could take down Qingshu sect, his debt would naturally be wiped clean. A dead man doesn't need to repay his debts. And if the prison hall failed, at least he could use the hall's influence to get his IOU back. No matter how he calculated it, he stood to lose nothing. Across the campfire, the early Golden Core girl who had come with him last time was wiping a short sword. Her name was Lure. At 16, being at the early Golden Core stage was considered fairly gifted among wandering cultivators. After returning from Qingshu sect last time, she had been silent for several days. When Sun Dishing asked what was wrong, she said, "The way that sect master looked at me, I felt he knew everything." Sun Dishing told her she was overthinking. What could a mortal without even a trace of spiritual power know? Lure did not argue, but every time the name Qingshu sect came up, her hand wiping the sword would pause for a moment. Chief Sun, a middle Golden Core scout, emerged from the woods. That cluster of buildings deep in the Forbidden Zone lights up at night. We counted at least a dozen sources of light. The scale of it has grown since last time. Sun Dishing stroked his chin. A sect built in the Forbidden Zone, and its numbers keep increasing. Either they're insane, or they genuinely have the strength to back it up. Then tomorrow. We keep scouting tomorrow. The prison hall's mission is to map out the outer perimeter. As for what's inside, we'll wait until the hall sends experts. The campfire crackled. Lure finished polishing her short sword, slid it back into the scabbard at her waist, and looked toward the depths of the Forbidden Zone. A cluster of lights shone there, warm and tranquil in the night. The same warmth as last time. The same stillness as last time. She suddenly remembered the sect master leaning back lazily in his chair drinking tea, and those words, 5,000 spirit stones per person. Unconsciously, her hand touched the storage pouch at her waist. Inside was a spiritual contract IOU bearing her name. The night had grown deep. The lights of Qingshu sect went out one by one until only the dining hall remained lit. After finishing the hot and sour vermicelli, Lin Chen ordered a serving of brown sugar glutinous rice cakes for dessert. Just as the spirit food generator was frying the second batch, Yi Guhong walked into the dining hall. The gray-robed sword cultivator sat down in his usual spot, bumming lying across his lap. He neither ordered food nor spoke. Lin Chen pushed the freshly fried glutinous rice cakes toward him. Yi Guhong glanced at them, but did not move. The Demon Realm's people are already at the edge of the Forbidden Zone. I know. You're not going to act, ni. 6 Golden Core cultivators. Are they worth my intervention? Lin Chen picked up a rice cake and rolled it in the brown sugar syrup. Besides, Su Qingxue and the others need sparring targets. The demonic beasts in the Forbidden Zone are sparring partners, and the Demon Realm scouts are sparring partners too. What's the difference? Yi Guhong was silent for a breath. A late Golden Core cultivator is not a sparring partner for someone at middle foundation establishment. It's a fight for life. That's why you'll go as their guardian. Same rule as always, don't intervene unless it's a life or death moment. Yi Guhong nodded once. He stood up and prepared to leave, but stopped at the door. Sect Master, Su Qingshue's sword intent has already touched the threshold of sword momentum. Lin Chen's chewing paused. When did this happen? When she killed the thunder-patterned leopard. She used her sword intent to summon the 9 Tribulations sword back, then whipped the electric arc out like a rope. That wasn't a sword technique, it was sword momentum. The chaos sword body automatically triggers the embryonic form of sword momentum in life or death moments. She probably hasn't realized it herself. Good or bad? The good part is that she has touched sword momentum at least 3 years earlier than expected. The bad part is that sword momentum grows through even more brutal battles. Sparring partners can't give her that kind of battle. Lin Chen finished the remaining half of the rice cake, picked up his teacup, and rinsed his mouth. Are those 6 golden core cultivators at the edge of the forbidden zone enough? Not enough. But the reinforcements the demon realm sends later should be enough. Then we'll wait for the later group. Yi Guhong walked out of the dining hall. Moonlight dyed his gray robe silver white. He walked along the flagstone path of Qingshu sect, his steps as light as ever. But his hand never left the scabbard of bumming. There was no light on the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion. Su Qingshu sat on the steps at the entrance to the sword pavilion, the 9 Tribulations sword across her lap. The newly grown pale pink skin on her left arm gave off a soft luster in the moonlight. She had been sitting here for a long time. She was not waiting for anyone, she was thinking about what Yi Guhong had said today. Your sword intent is no longer what it was a year ago. She had asked him where it was different. He did not answer, so she sat here thinking by herself. She remembered the electric arc she had lashed out while killing the thunder-patterned leopard. It was not any move she had practiced, her hand had done it on its own. In that instant she felt that the 9 Tribulations sword was not held in her hand. It had grown out of it. It was not a metaphor. She truly felt that the boundary between sword and hand had disappeared. She looked down at the sword marks on her right arm. 9 colored patterns coiled around a small black sword flowing slowly in the moonlight. With her left hand she touched that extremely faint gray, Yi Guhong's sword intent. 5 years ago when she touched it, she had felt nothing. Now when she touched it she could feel an extremely subtle pulse, as if something were sleeping deep within the sword marks, occasionally turning over. She pressed her finger against that gray line and closed her eyes. In her sea of consciousness, that moving little figure appeared once again. It was in exactly the same posture as 5 years ago, both hands on the sword, the tip pointing forward. But this time the little figure did not thrust. It only stood there holding the sword completely still. Su Qingshu watched it. It stood for a long time. So long that she thought it would never move. Then it moved. It was not a thrust, not a slash, not any sword move she had learned. It merely raised the sword's tip by a slight angle. A very slight angle, so small, it was almost invisible. But with that one angle, all the sword intent in her sea of consciousness changed. From stillness to flow, from water to a river. Su Qingshue's eyes flew open. Her finger was still on the sword marks, and the 9 Tribulations sword was still on her lap. Nothing had changed. Yet she knew something was different. She could not put it into words. The window on the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion was open. Yi Guhong sat by the window, moonlight turning his gray robe silver white. He watched the small figure sitting on the steps holding a sword and lost in thought for a long time. Then he drew bumming from its sheath. It was the 2nd time in 300 years. This time he drew it 3 inches. The instant those 3 inches of blade appeared, an extremely faint gray sword intent drifted from the blade, passed silently through the window, and settled on the sword marks on Su Qingshue's right arm. That extremely faint gray had become a trace more intense. Just a trace. Su Qingxue did not notice. She only felt the sword marks on her right arm suddenly warm up, as if something beneath her skin had let out a soft breath. Yi Guhong slid the sword back into its sheath and closed his eyes. Deep in the forbidden zone, within the spatial rift of the ancient battlefield, the young python coiled on that fated scale of its mother, its dark yellow vertical pupils half closed. Its body was a full size bigger than it had been a year ago. Its pale gray scales had darkened somewhat, and a faint deep blue glimmer was beginning to appear along their edges. Middle Foundation Establishment. From early to middle Foundation Establishment in a single year, the growth rate of a Blackwater Mystic Python hatchling was indeed much faster than that of ordinary demonic beasts. It had remembered that sword intent. For a year, every day, every moment, the sword intent that had split open its mother's head replayed endlessly in its perception. It waited. It waited for the day it grew strong enough to withstand that sword intent. Something in the depths of the rift was watching it. Not a person, not a demonic beast, an extremely ancient remnant of spiritual sense. Of the 2 ancient immortal lords who fell on the ancient battlefield, one had sealed a wisp of his lingering thought into the spatial rift before he died. That wisp had slept for 10,000 years. As the young python replayed that sword intent unceasingly day and night, the wisp was stirred awake by the embryonic sword momentum contained in the intent. The wisp had no consciousness, only instinct. Instinct for sword intent. It found the young python because the python was marked with the aura of that sword intent. The wisp mistook the young python for the owner of that sword intent. It began to feed the python the fragments of sword Tao understanding it still held. The young python did not know what was happening. It only felt that many things had suddenly appeared in its mind. Not images, not sounds, an inexplicable feeling. Just like when it first watched its mother shed her skin, it knew without being taught that one day it would have to do the same. Those sword Tao insights were the same. It knew they were true without having to learn them. The young python rested its head on its mother's scale, and its dark yellow vertical pupils slowly closed. Its breathing grew deep and prolonged. In the darkness, the scales over its body gave off a faint, deep blue glow. The glow was exactly the same as the luster on its mother's scale, except that it carried an extremely subtle sharpness, a keen aura that did not belong to the mystic python clan. On Su Qingshue's 12th birthday, a major incident occurred at Qingshu sect. The spirit food generator broke. Not completely. The exotic flavor module malfunctioned, so no matter what you ordered, it could only produce the same bowl of plain noodles. Lin Chen ordered red braised pork 3 times and got 3 bowls of plain noodles. He ordered lamb soup with shredded flatbread twice and got 2 bowls of plain noodles. Finally, refusing to give up, he ordered crab roast soup dumplings and still got plain noodles with the dumpling pleats stretched out into noodle strands. System explained. The exotic flavor module requires an upgrade. Estimated upgrade time, 3 days. During these 3 days, only basic spirit food will be available. Plain noodles, spirit rice congee, and steamed egg custard. 3 days. The core module's upgrade procedure cannot be interfered with by this system. Last time you docked my rewards, you also said it was a core module problem. That was a different matter. Either way, it's always you. Host, if you keep this up, this system will stop chatting with you. Good. I'll have some peace and quiet. Lin Chen looked down at the bowl of clear, watery plain noodles in front of him and was silent for a long time. Then he did something nobody expected. He stood up and walked into the kitchen. Not to use the spirit food generator. He walked over to the real stove. The wood-burning stove that he had never used since the day he founded the sect. Xing Feng was eating his 4th bowl of plain noodles in the dining hall. He wasn't picky. Battle hall training was heavy, and he could eat anything. When he saw Lin Chen walk into the kitchen, he set down his bowl. What is the sect master going to do? Cook. Xing Feng's chopsticks fell onto the table. The news spread faster than a Demon Realm scout could run. In less time than it takes to drink a cup of tea, the dining hall entrance was packed with people. Bai Qianqian crouched on the windowsill, 9 tails raised, perfectly straight golden pupils fixed unblinkingly on the direction of the kitchen. Hua Feng crouched beside her, dark gold pupils equally unblinking. Jiang Yunfan pretended to pass by, walking back and forth in front of the dining hall 3 times, glancing inside every time. Tiniu was far more direct. He stood at the door with his axe on his shoulder, openly watching. Lung Yu sat on the rockery across from the dining hall, a spot just high enough to see the kitchen through the window. Yi Wuhan used void shift, teleporting straight onto the dining hall beam and hanging upside down to watch. Even Gu He came down from the 2nd floor of the pill room, holding his purple copper medicine furnace and standing at the back of the crowd, dark brown eyes fixed on the direction of the kitchen. Yi Guhong did not come. But the 3rd floor window of the sword pavilion was open, and from that angle the dining hall's kitchen window was perfectly visible. He sat by the window, bumming, resting across his knees, his gaze resting on that window. Su Qingxue was the last to arrive. Not because she didn't want to come, but because she had been practicing swordplay in the training ground. When she heard the news, she drew the 9 Tribulations sword back into her sword mark and ran straight over from the training ground. At 12, Su Qingxue was a completely different person from 5 years ago. The moon-white training robe no longer hung loosely on her. She had shot up in height, standing straight and tall like a spirit bamboo, putting on new growth. Today her hair was finally tied properly, not by herself, but by Lung Yu. The sword mark on her right arm flickered faintly at the edge of her sleeve. 9 colored patterns had spread all the way to her wrist. She poked half her body through the dining hall entrance. Master, I heard you're going to cook. Lin Chen was studying the flame array beneath the stove. That array had come with the sect construction card. Its principle was similar to the flame gathering array in the pill room, only much simpler. He pressed his hand to the array lines and tested the flame. Too small. He tested it again. Too large. He tested it a 3rd time and nearly set the stove on fire. System, how do I adjust this flame array? Turn left 3 marks for gentle flame, turn right 5 marks for fierce flame. Host, you just turned it 7 marks. That is the violent flame used in alchemy. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Besides, this system assumed that as an immortal emperor you would understand the principles of the array at a glance. I'm a programmer, not a cook. You are not a programmer now either. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to retort. He adjusted the flame array to gentle, then bought spirit wheat flour, spirit eggs, spirit beast meat, and several spirit vegetables from the system mall. When the ingredient interface of the system mall appeared, he hesitated. There were too many choices. Spirit wheat flour alone had 12 types arranged in a row from mortal grade to saint grade. He swiped a few times and finally chose the most ordinary kind. Not because it was cheap, but because the interface said suitable for making home-style noodles, with a line of small text beside it. This product is recommended for use by the exotic flavor module of the spirit food generator. He stared at that small line for a moment. System, did you write this recommendation? This system does not make recommendations. It only provides data. Guess whether I believe you. This system does not care whether the host believes it. Lin Chen poured the spirit wheat flour into a basin, added water, and kneaded the dough. In his previous life when he was in university, he had rented a place and cooked for himself. He wasn't particularly skilled, but basic tasks like kneading dough he could handle. The problem was that spirit wheat flour felt different from ordinary flour. Its grains were finer, and it absorbed more water. With the same amount of water, ordinary flour would form a ball, but spirit wheat flour remained loose. He added water several times, then added more flour several times, and ended up with a ball of dough as big as his head. Su Qingxue had entered at some point without him noticing. She stood beside Lin Chen looking at the huge ball of dough on the cutting board. Master, isn't this dough a little big? It's not big. The sect has many people. Su Qingxue glanced back at the door. Xing Feng by Chanqian, Huafeng Jiang Yunfan Tini Lung, Yue Yu Wuhan Guhi. 8 people, and 1 phoenix, and 1 fox were crowded at the entrance staring eagerly. 8 people sharing a head-sized ball of dough was indeed not too much, provided the dough could actually become noodles. Lin Chen began rolling the dough. The rolling pin was an accessory that came with the spirit food generator. He had never used it. The first roll pressed the center of the dough in while the edges stayed still. The second roll made the edges thinner, but the center remained thick. The third roll stuck the dough to the cutting board. He added dry flour and kept rolling. By the 6th roll, the shape of the dough had changed from round to something unrecognizable, like a map, the kind with very casually drawn borders. Su Qingxue watched for a while. Master, let me try. Lin Chen glanced at her. You know how? No. But after watching you roll it so many times, I think I've learned. Lin Chen handed her the rolling pin. Su Qingxue took it, but did not start right away. She pressed her right hand onto the dough and closed her eyes for a moment. In her sea of consciousness, that little moving figure appeared again. This time it was not practicing the sword, it was rolling dough. Her chaos sword physique had an ability that even Yi Guhong did not know about. It did not imitate sword moves, it imitated movements. Any motion, once she watched it a few times, could be broken down into the most basic trajectories in her sea of consciousness. She had watched Lin Chen roll the dough 6 times, and had already broken the action into 7 fundamental trajectories. She opened her eyes and began rolling. The first roll spread the dough out evenly all around. The second roll made the thickness consistent from edge to center. The third roll turned the dough into a nearly perfect circle. Xing Feng's mouth fell open. By Chanqian's 9 tails, all fluffed out at once. Huafeng let out a short cry that clearly meant that's impossible. Jiang Yunfan had the most direct reaction. Senior sister, how do you know how to do that? I learned from Master. But Master was just rolling. Tiniu covered Jiang Yunfan's mouth. Su Qingxue folded the rolled dough and cut it into noodles. Her knife skills were even more absurd than her rolling. Every cut produced noodles of exactly the same width with an error no greater than the thickness of a single layer of spirit wheat dough. This had been honed by 5 years of handling medicinal herbs. Jiang Yunfan cut herbs every day in the pill room, while she cut at wooden training dummies in the training ground. Both were practicing the same thing, precision. She gave the cut noodles a shake, and they separated into distinct strands spread across the board in the shape of a fan. Master, the noodles are cut. What's the next step? Lin Chen looked at the noodles on the board as neat as if they had been measured with a ruler, and was silent for a moment. Stir-fry the meat sauce. Su Qingxue did not know how to stir-fry the meat sauce, because she had never watched Lin Chen do it. Lin Chen had never done it either. He had just finished cutting the meat. Spirit beast meat felt similar to the pork of his previous life, only tougher. When cutting the meat, he used spiritual power, not deliberately, but out of habit. Even in a suppressed state, the physical strength of an immortal emperor far surpassed that of mortals. The instant the blade touched the meat, he instinctively held back some strength, but he still left a shallow cut in the cutting board. Su Qingxue saw the cut. Master, the cutting board is cracked. I know. Should we get a new board? No need. It can still be used even cracked. He put the diced meat into the wok. The flame array was set to fierce flame. The wok was a spirit iron wok that came with the spirit food generator and conducted heat extremely fast. The meat went in with a sizzle and oil smoke rose. His previous life technique for stir-frying meat sauce was still there. First stir-fry the meat to render the oil, add sauce for color, then add diced spirit vegetables, and stir-fry, and finally add spirit spring water and simmer over low heat. His movements were not polished, but the rhythm was there. Su Qingxue stood nearby watching, recording every step in her sea of consciousness. By the time the meat sauce was simmering, the other pot of water had come to a boil. Su Qingxue dropped the noodles in and stirred gently with chopsticks. The noodles tumbled in the boiling water, and the distinctive fragrance of spirit wheat flour spread through the steam. It was a flavor the spirit food generator could not create. Not a matter of spiritual energy density, but that indescribable something that the warmth of a palm passed into the dough during hand kneading. The noodles were taken out and divided into 9 bowls. Su Qingxue poured meat sauce over each bowl one by one. The meat sauce had been simmered just right. The meat cubes were tender and fully flavored. The diced spirit vegetables had soaked up the broth, and the savory fragrance of the sauce blended with the clear sweetness of spirit spring water. Poured over the steaming noodles, every strand was coated with thick, glossy sauce. She carried the first bowl to Lin Chen. He took the chopsticks, picked up a mouthful of noodles, blew on them, and put them into his mouth. He chewed 3 times, then stopped. "How is it?" Su Qingxue asked. Lin Chen did not answer. He picked up another mouthful and chewed even more slowly. The dining hall was so quiet that the only sound was noodles being sucked into mouths. "Not bad," he said. The system rang in his spiritual consciousness. "Host, it has been detected that your gustatory nerve activity has reached this month's peak. Based on the assessment, you find it extremely delicious." "Shut up." "Okay." Su Qingxue laughed. It was not the cautious, afraid of being a bother smile from when she was 5. It was the laugh of a 12-year-old girl amused by her master's stubborn refusal to admit the truth. When she laughed, her eyes curved into crescent moons, revealing 2 new front teeth that had replaced her baby teeth. Much neater than her milk teeth, but still carrying an air of childhood that had not yet grown up. She carried the remaining bowls to the others one by one. Xing Feng took his bowl and immediately began eating with loud slurps. Halfway through, he looked up, his eyes slightly red. "I haven't eaten handmade noodles in 800 years. No one asked how he had calculated 800 years. Zhang Yunfan ate very slowly. Not because it wasn't delicious, but because he was savoring the seasoning ratios in the meat sauce. Soy sauce, spirit bean paste, spirit ginger, spirit scallion. He identified them one by one in his mind as seriously as when Gu He taught him to recognize medicinal herbs. Tina Yu finished one bowl and asked for another. Lung Yu sat on the rockery with her own bowl, the heat of the noodles softening the cold aura around her. She ate the noodles one strand at a time and even drank all the soup. Bai Qianqian used her tails to hold her chopsticks and ate more gracefully than anyone else, but faster than anyone. She was the first to finish. Hua Feng crouched before her small bowl, picked up a noodle with her beak, stretched her neck, and swallowed it. Her dark gold pupils suddenly brightened. Then she did something no one expected. She carried her empty bowl to Lin Chen in her beak, set it down, and let out a short cry. The tone carried a self-righteous, "I want more." "There's none left." Hua Feng cried out again, this time with a skeptical, "I don't believe you. There really isn't any. The dough was only that big." Hua Feng looked down at the empty bowl, then up at Lin Chen, and let out a long cry. The tone clearly said, "Next time, need a dough ball as big as 3 heads." Yi Guhong had come down from the sword pavilion at some unknown time. He stood at the entrance of the dining hall, bumming resting across his knee, without entering. Su Qingxue walked toward him carrying a bowl of noodles. "Elder Yi, this was saved for you." Yi Guhong looked at the bowl. The noodles were arranged neatly inside, the meat sauce was just the right amount, and steam rose with a homely fragrance. He took it, lowered his head, and ate a mouthful. "Acceptable." Su Qingxue smiled. She knew what Yi Guhong's acceptable meant. After the meal, Lin Chen gathered the bowls and chopsticks into the sink. Su Qingxue followed behind, helping to clean up. She stacked the bowls one by one and aligned the chopsticks one by one. The same careful, neat motions as when she placed her empty milk bottle on the bedside table 5 years ago. "Master." Today is my birthday." Lin Chen's hand paused. He turned to look at Su Qingxue. The 12-year-old girl stood in the evening light of the dining hall, flowers smudged on the cuffs of her moon-white training robe, traces of dried dough still on her fingers. She looked at him, eyes bright. "I know," Lin Chen said. He took a jade slip from his storage ring and placed it in her hand. The jade slip was only the size of a thumb, warm and smooth all over, with an extremely fine sword mark carved on its surface. "What is this?" "The middle volume of the Chaos Sword Art. You have already dismantled the introductory volume until it could not be dismantled further. The middle volume is not about sword moves. It is about momentum. When you killed the thunder pattern leopard, you touched the threshold, but you haven't realized it yourself. This jade slip will tell you what lies behind that threshold." Su Qingxue held the jade slip and said nothing. She pressed the jade slip to her forehead. Golden characters flowed into her sea of consciousness, fewer than in the introductory volume. The introductory volume had 12 moves, while the middle volume had only 3 characters. 3 characters she did not recognize. They were not in the common script of the 6 realms, but in the sword script used exclusively by ancient sword cultivators. Yet she understood one of them. Its meaning was roughly equal to the feeling of the instant she hurled the electric arc when she killed the thunder pattern leopard. The sword was no longer held in the hand. It grew from the hand. She opened her eyes. "Master these 3 characters. Comprehend them yourself. If you understand them, they are yours. If not, leave them aside. The sword path is not a race. There is no need to hurry." Su Qingxue put the jade slip into her spatial ring, placing it beside the sword heart jade from Yi Guhong. Then she did something Lin Chen had not expected. She stepped forward and hugged him. A very short hug, so short that she let go before he could react. "Thank you, master." With that, she turned and ran out. The moon-white figure crossed the courtyard toward the training ground, her footsteps going patter-patter exactly as they had when she first went to the washroom 5 years ago. Only her steps were far steadier than back then. Lin Chen stood at the entrance of the dining hall, watching the figure running into the distance. The system gave a soft ding in his spiritual consciousness. "Host, abnormal fluctuations in your heart rate have been detected. Would this system like to play a? If you dare play Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind, I will immediately." This system did not say it would play Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind. This system wanted to say that there is a song called Happy Birthday. Its copyright has expired so it can be played for free. Lin Chen was silent for one breath. Play it. A gentle melody sounded in the dining hall. It was not Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind. It was that simple song everyone can sing played only once a year. Xing Feng set down his bowl. Jiang Yunfan stopped halfway through tearing a spirit wheat flatbread. Lung Yu raised her head from the rockery. Bai Qianqian's nine tails stopped swaying. Hua Feng's wingtip rested lightly on the rim of her bowl. Yi Guhong stood outside the dining hall in the twilight. There was still one mouthful of noodles left in his bowl. He did not eat it. He just lowered his head and listened. Su Qingxue stopped at the edge of the training ground. She heard it. The melody drifting from the dining hall passed through the twilight, through the sound of the spirit spring, through the warm yellow glow of the fruit on the spirit trees, and landed in her 12-year-old ears. She did not turn back. She stood there and listened to the entire song. Then she walked into the training ground and summoned the 9 Tribulations sword. The 3 sword runes from the middle volume of the Chaos sword art floated quietly in her sea of consciousness. She did not recognize them, but she knew they were hers. Just like when she was 5 years old the year Lin Chen placed the moon-white training robe into her hands. She had not known this world, but she had known this place was hers. She raised her sword tip pointing forward. She did not thrust, she simply held it there. The first sword rune in her sea of consciousness gave a faint glow. Deep in the forbidden zone inside a spatial rift of the ancient battlefield, the young python suddenly opened its eyes. Its dark yellow vertical pupils contracted into thin lines in the darkness. It sensed that sword intent. It was not the one that had split its mother's skull a year ago. This was new. It came from the same source, but it was purer. The young python coiled tighter around its mother's scales beneath it. Its own scales had darkened another shade, and the dim blue luster at their edges was brighter than a month ago. Late Foundation Establishment. From early Foundation Establishment to late Foundation Establishment in 1 year, the growth rate of a Blackwater Mystic Python hatchling was already astonishing. And this one, under the constant infusion of sword path insights from the remnant will of an ancient immortal Lord Day and Night, had grown faster than any of its kind. It rested its head on its mother's scales and closed its eyes again. The extremely ancient remnant, while deep in its sea of consciousness, was still transmitting sword path insights. The young python could not understand, but it remembered. Just as Su Qingxue did not recognize the 3 sword runes, but knew they were hers, the young python did not know what those insights were, but it knew they were true. Qingshu's sect dining hall. The song ended. Lin Chen put the last bowl into the sink and wiped his hands. System. Here. After the exotic flavor module finishes upgrading, add longevity noodles as the first recipe. Longevity noodles do not belong to exotic flavors. They are a traditional noodle dish. The system mall has a standard recipe. The host can view it at any time. Why are you suddenly so proper? This system has always been proper. It is the host who holds prejudice against this system. Last time you wanted to turn my underwear pink. That was art. Bullshit. This system does not pass gas. This system is an existence beyond human cognition. Lin Chen walked out of the dining hall. Twilight closed in, and the lights of Qingshu's sect came on one by one. From the training ground came the sound of a blade cutting through the air. It was not any particular move. It was Su Qingxue reading those 3 sword runes in her own way. Strike after strike, the rhythm exactly the same as on her first day of sword practice at age 5. Back then she had thrust 617 times. How many times she had thrust now no one knew. On the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion, Yi Guhong set the empty bowl on the windowsill. A little meat sauce broth remained in the bottom. He did not wash it, he simply left it there. Bumming rested across his knees. His fingers tapped lightly on the scabbard 3 times. Once, twice, 3 times. The fragrance of the longevity noodles from Su Qingshue's 12th birthday had not yet faded from the dining hall when Qingshu's sect welcomed a restless morning. That morning the last monitoring formation rune on the outer edge of the forbidden zone shattered. It shattered without the slightest warning. The dark spirit crystal formation plate that Sun Dushing had personally buried beneath the ancient tree's roots split silently into 3 pieces before his very eyes. There was no residual spiritual energy on the fracture surfaces, no trace of external force, as if something had bursted open from within. In all his years in the demon realm, he had seen formation runes broken, corroded, and shattered by external force, but never this. The fractures were smooth, and even as if an invisible blade had cut through the inside of the formation plate. Boss Sun, all of the formation runes are shattered. A mid-golden core scout emerged from the depths of the forest, holding several dark spirit crystal fragments in his hands. The 7 outer points shattered at once, and the formation backlash wounded 2 brothers. Sun Dushing did not answer. He stared at the 3 fragments in his hand, trying to find even a trace of residual spiritual energy on the fracture surfaces. He had cultivated for 40 years, mastered the way of formations, and built a modest reputation in the trade. But he could not see it. His spiritual sense probed in like a clay ox sinking into the sea. He could not catch even a trace. There were only 2 possibilities: the other party's technique was so advanced that he could not comprehend it, or the other party had never made a move at all. Merely existing there was enough to make the formation runes collapse on their own. Pack up. We're pulling out. Pulling out. Boss Sun, what about the Hall Master? I said pull out. Sun Dushing tucked the fragments into his robe. His fingers touched another piece of paper. The spirit contract IU, bearing his signature folded neatly and pressed beneath the dark spirit crystal fragments. He now had 3 identities: a third-rank scout of the prison hall's outer hall, drawing a monthly salary of 300 spirit stones, the former head of a loose cultivator squad, leading a few desperados as cornered as he was, and a debtor of Lin Chen, the sect master of Qingshu sect. Principal 5,000 spirit stones, monthly interest 5% overdue for repayment, with interest compounding until he no longer dared to calculate the exact number. 3 identities pressed down on one pair of shoulders, and none of them was easy. Report back to the Hall Master. All formation runes on the outer edge of the Forbidden Zone have failed. He stood up and kicked the campfire apart. The formation wasn't broken, it collapsed on its own. That means we had already been discovered when it was set up. The other side never lifted a hand to break it, they simply let the runes die quietly. Someone who can do that is not someone we can scout. The scouts exchanged looks, and no one objected. In truth, from the very first day they had camped at the edge of the Forbidden Zone, every one of their spiritual senses had been sounding a low alarm. Walking through the woods on the outer edge of the Forbidden Zone, through the shadows of ancient trees over fallen leaves that had gathered for who knows how many years, you always felt that something in the darkness was watching you. The canopy was moving, but the wind was not blowing as shadows in the distance shifted, but nothing walked out. It was not the aura of a demonic beast. A demonic beast's aura was outward, filled with killing intent and territoriality. This gaze was neither cold nor hot. It was merely a quiet, omnipresent observation. The scouts swiftly dismantled the camp and wiped away the residual traces of spiritual energy. Lure, the young woman at the early Golden Core stage, crouched beside the extinguished campfire, her fingers stirring through the ashes, as if searching for something, or perhaps just lost in thought. Lure, let's go, Sun Dushing called. She did not move. After a moment, she stood up, clutching half a broken dark spirit crystal in her palm. Its fracture surface was smooth enough to reflect her face. He still remembers us, she said. Sun Dushing looked at her. Lure raised her head, and the emotion in her eyes was hard to call fear or anything else. Last time we came, I felt that he knew everything. This time the runes shattered. It wasn't that he never noticed us. He noticed from the very beginning. He simply couldn't be bothered. Sun Dushing said nothing. He tucked the IOU deeper into his robe and turned toward the edge of the Forbidden Zone. Meanwhile, at Qingshu sect, Lin Chen was crouching on the kitchen floor of the dining hall, facing a spirit garlic bulb. The garlic had been bought from the system mall the day before, a common grade spirit garlic, 15 spirit stones per bulb. When he bought it, the system said it could enhance the freshness of spiritual food, and he had believed it. Now the garlic lay on the cutting board, round and full, its skin gleaming white. It really did look like a fine garlic. The problem was inside. When he broke the garlic apart to slice the cloves, he found a pale green spot the size of a fingernail on the tip of one clove. System has this garlic sprouted. When a spirit garlic is stored in a spiritual energy environment for longer than a certain period, it will naturally begin to germinate. This is a normal phenomenon, not spoilage. Then what is this green thing? Garlic green pigment. A special substance produced in the early stage of spirit garlic germination. It is non-toxic and edible, but its taste is somewhat bitter. It is recommended that the host cut away the green part before use. Lin Chen turned the clove over and over. The green patch sat calmly on the tip, neither expanding nor shrinking, but it was simply an eyesore. He thought for a moment, cut off the green spot, and continued peeling the garlic. When he reached the third clove, he found another green spot at its base, even smaller than the last, no larger than a grain of rice. If he had not looked carefully, he would never have noticed it. System, exactly how long have you kept this garlic? All products in the system mall are generated on the spot. There is no such issue as kept for too long. Then why does every clove have a green spot? The germination speed of spirit garlic is determined by the surrounding spiritual energy concentration. Beneath Qingshu sect lie 3 immortal spirit veins, and the spiritual energy concentration is 100 times that of the outside world. In such an environment, spirit garlic germinates faster. From dormancy to sprouting takes only a single night. So it secretly sprouted in my storage ring last night. To be precise, it began to germinate at around 3:45 a.m. this morning. At that time the host was asleep. This system detected the spiritual energy fluctuations of the spirit garlic, but did not wake you. Why didn't you wake me? Because this system judged that the sprouting of one garlic bulb was not worth waking the host. The host needed sleep. Lin Chen was left speechless. This blasted system usually mocked him more fiercely than anyone, but every now and then it would say something that almost sounded caring, making it hard for him to respond. He checked all the remaining cloves. There were 8 in total, and 3 had green spots located in different places and varying in size. He cut away all the green parts, and the cloves were reduced by nearly half. The cut garlic was placed on the cutting board, a thin layer of juice seeping from the cut surfaces. Just as he was about to put the minced garlic into the wok, the system chimed in his spiritual sense. Host, all the monitoring formation runes on the edge of the Forbidden Zone have shattered. The Demon Realm scouts are retreating. Retreating. Lin Chen scraped the minced garlic into the oiled wok. With a sizzle, the fragrance of garlic rose with the cooking smoke. They're not going to keep scouting. The one in charge, a man named Sun Dishing, was probably frightened by the way the formation runes collapsed on their own. For him, a scout captain at the mid-spirit transformation stage, to retreat on his own initiative shows he has some discernment, even if his strength is nothing impressive. Has he repaid the spirit stones he owes? Not yet. His monthly salary at the prison hall is 300 spirit stones. At the current compounding interest, he would need decades of work without food or drink to pay off the principal. Then don't press him. Wait until he has saved enough. Lin Chen poured the sliced spirit beast meat into the wok and began stir-frying. This morning's breakfast was garlic sprout stir-fried meat with spirit rice, plus a bowl of egg drop soup. The garlic sprouts were from cloves he had casually planted the day before in a flower pot in the dining hall's backyard using cloves from the spirit garlic. In his previous life, he had grown garlic sprouts on the balcony of his rented room. Stick big garlic cloves in the soil, water them, and in a few days lush green sprouts would grow. This time he followed the same old trick, planting spirit garlic cloves in spirit soil from the system mall, watering them with spirit spring water, and placing the pot on the windowsill of the dining hall's backyard. In just one night, they grew as long as a finger, faster, sturdier, and greener than any garlic sprout he had ever grown in his previous life. Host Su Qingxue is here. The words had barely faded when half a figure appeared through the dining hall doorway. Su Qingxue wore moon-white training robes, and the sword mark on her right arm was faintly visible at her sleeve. At 12 she had shot up like a sapling, and today her hair was tied in a neat ponytail. She could now tie it perfectly straight, no longer the crooked mess it had been when she was 5. She stood in the doorway with her back very straight, and in her eyes was a mischievous smile. A smile grown bit by bit over the past 7 years after countless sweat-drenched sessions at the training ground, after killing demonic beasts in the Forbidden Zone, and after being called senior sister by the junior disciples. Master, it smells wonderful. What are you making? Garlic sprouts stir-fried meat. Garlic sprouts. The ones on the windowsill in the backyard. I pulled a few. Su Qingxue came and leaned over the stove and looked at the dish in the wok. The meat slices were golden from frying, and the garlic sprout pieces were a vivid green. The two colors together whetted one's appetite first thing in the morning. Then she looked at the discarded green remnants on the cutting board, then at the vivid green garlic sprouts in the wok. Master, are these green spots you cut off the same thing as the garlic sprouts you planted? Lin Chen's spatula paused for an instant. System explain. The garlic green pigment produced during spirit garlic germination shares a certain chemical similarity with the chlorophyll synthesized as garlic sprouts grow. The two are homologous, but they are not exactly the same. The green spots the host cut away were germinating tissue inside the garlic clove, while garlic sprouts are the result of that germinating tissue growing fully under light. In short, what the host cut off was garlic sprouts that had not yet grown up. So these things I cut off, in essence, baby garlic sprouts. That is one way to understand it. Lin Chen looked down at the small pile of green scraps he had cut off on the cutting board. Then he looked at the garlic sprout pieces in the wok. An extremely complicated expression appeared on his face, somewhere between "I can't believe I was this stupid" and "it's all the system's fault." Su Qingxue tilted her head and watched the changes in his expression, unable to hide the laughter in her eyes. She put her hands behind her back, walked to his side, stood on her toes to look into the wok, then looked at the garlic scraps on the cutting board and said very seriously, "Master, the green spots are actually edible too. Last time you said don't waste anything edible. That was about your spirit fruits. Not this. Aren't they both edible?" Lin Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say, "What would a little girl like you understand?" But then he thought twice. She was right. Weren't they both edible? The green spots were the infant form of garlic sprouts. The garlic sprouts were grown by him, and the meat was stir-fried by him. For the entire dish, from seed to finished product, the only step that should not have existed was him cutting away infant garlic sprouts as flaws. All right, let's eat. He scooped the garlic sprout stir-fried meat onto a plate. Su Qingxue helped set the bowls and chopsticks, moving as deftly as if she were practicing the sword. The bowls she placed on the table formed an evenly spaced arc, and each pair of chopsticks was set at the same position to the right of each bowl. This habit of hair-raising precision was learned from Jiang Yunfan. The precision he had developed while handling medicinal herbs had infected the entire sect. Jiang Yunfan himself had been forced into it by Gu He. With a left hand that had been scorched by furnace fire for centuries, Gu He corrected his technique bit by bit until he became a human vernier caliper. Now Su Qingxue could set bowls and chopsticks with an error range indistinguishable to the naked eye. Lin Chen felt that this sect would sooner or later become an OCD camp. During the meal, Su Qingxue sat across from Lin Chen. Her posture with the chopsticks was very proper, and her movements when picking up food were clean and crisp. No spills, no drops. This kind of control had been honed at the training ground. Under double gravity, she could strike the same point on a wooden training post 600 times. Picking up food with chopsticks was nothing at all. "Master, is something happening today?" She took a bite of garlic sprouts, chewed, and her eyes brightened a little. Then she picked up another piece. "How do you know? Elder, you didn't come to the sword pavilion this morning. Usually at the Mao hour he would be on the third floor polishing his sword. Today he wasn't. Lin Chen gave her a look. This 12-year-old girl had already learned to read abnormality from a person's habits. This power of observation was a world apart from the little girl in the ruined temple 7 years ago, who had not dared to get out of bed, not dared to wander, not dared to touch anything. Back then she observed people because she was frightened, afraid of being thrown out, afraid that these things would disappear. Now she observed people because she understood them. Precisely because she knew everyone's habits, she could detect that something was wrong when a habit was broken. People from the demon realm have come. Su Qingshue's chopsticks stopped for half a beat, then she picked up a slice of meat, put it into her mouth, chewed, and swallowed. How many? 7. All of them are demonic cultivators, not loose cultivator scouts. 6 are at the late golden core stage, and 1 is at the early nascent soul stage. Early nascent soul. Su Qingxue put down her chopsticks. The smile in her eyes did not fade, but beneath it lay an eager, glimmering light. That's more than one major realm above me. The gap from the mid-foundation establishment stage to the early golden core stage is one major realm. From the early golden core stage to the late golden core stage is 2 minor realms, and from the late golden core stage to the early nascent soul stage is another major realm. Between me and him lie mid-foundation establishment, late foundation establishment, foundation. Peak foundation establishment, perfection golden core, early stage golden core, mid-stage golden core, late stage golden core, peak golden core, perfection nascent soul, early stage. Too many layers. You counted quite clearly. Elder Yi taught me. He said before drawing the sword, count the gap in cultivation levels. Only then will you know which layer you'll die on. Then what did you calculate? I calculated that I can't defeat an early nascent soul. Su Qingxue took a sip of egg drop soup, and when she set the bowl down, a trace of egg clung to the corner of her mouth. But since Master let me know about this, it means I have people who can fight. Lin Chen chuckled. Not a loud laugh, just a faint quirk of the corner of his mouth. In 7 years, Su Qingxue had come to understand him more and more. He hadn't said a word, yet she had already read his plan. This tacit understanding was not something taught. It had formed naturally through shared meals one after another, through countless sword practice sessions, through silent confrontations late at night in the dining hall. 6 late golden core cultivators. How many can you take? Su Qingxue thought for a moment. Not the kind of thought that casually throws out a number, but a serious mental simulation. Her total spiritual power, the might of the 9 calamity, soared the range of her sword, intent the speed of her movement technique, and the enemy's possible formations. Only after about 10 breaths did she speak. 3. If 3 come at once I can hold them off. With 4 I'd have to fight while retreating. With 5 attacking together I'd lose. 6. Unless they come one by one. Then we'll make them come one by one. Lin Chen picked up the last piece of meat with his chopsticks and placed it into her bowl. Your task is to hold off the golden core cultivators and stop them from forming a formation. Demon realm cultivators excel at coordinated strike formations. 6 people occupying the formation's eyes can push their combat power to the nascent soul level. But positioning at the formation eyes takes time. Your mission, and Yi Wuhan's, is to make it impossible for them to stand there. Su Qingxue looked at the meat in her bowl, picked it up with her chopsticks, and ate it. After chewing, she stood up to clear the dishes, her movements still brisk. Bowl stacked, chopsticks aligned, carried to the sink, and put in place. Then she turned around to look at Lin Chen. Master, what about the early nascent soul one? Yi Guhong will go. But he can't. Protection of the Tao. He won't act unless it's a life and death moment. So don't put yourself in a life and death situation. Lin Chen picked up his teacup and rinsed his mouth. Yi Guhong being there doesn't mean you can throw your life away casually. Every time he acts, it's a step back. How many steps do you expect him to step back? Su Qingxue tilted her head, thought, then suddenly smiled. If Elder Yi heard you say that, he'd probably say 3 words. Which 3, eh? Unnecessary. She mimicked Yi Guhong's tone, pressing her voice low and flat, like a blade edge scraping against a whetstone. He would say she won't die? No need for me to act. Lin Chen glanced at her. She imitated him quite well. This girl's observational skills had surpassed pretty good. She could capture each person's traits, and with a single impersonation, make you feel as if that person was standing right before you. This ability wasn't cultivated through practice. For 7 years, she had been doing one thing, earnestly watching everyone around her. Observing their habits, listening to their tone, remembering their words. She treated every person as a book worth reading again and again. Don't imitate Yi Guhong's speech. Lin Chen stood up and placed the cup in the sink. If he hears you, he won't say anything, but he'll jot it down in his heart. He won't. Elder Yi would only say. She lowered her voice again. Not bad. This time Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh once. Su Qingxue laughed too, picked up the used dishes, and dashed out of the dining hall. As dusk fell, Lin Chen sat on the white jade steps before the mountain gate. This was the spot he habitually sat in whenever he needed to handle matters. Not a formal place like the sect master's seat, just the steps. He sat casually, crossed his legs, propped his hands on his knees, and watched the sun sinking into the depths of the forbidden zone. Su Qingxue stood beside him, the 9 calamity, sword already summoned from her sword market's tip, resting on the ground. She was regulating her breathing, not from nervousness, but to tune her condition to its peak. Yi Guhong had taught her that breathing before battle and breathing during battle were two different rhythms. The former was contraction, the latter was release. She was still in the contraction stage with her heart rate pressed to fewer than 40 beats per minute and her spiritual energy flow reduced to its minimum. The whole of her resembled a sword still in its sheath. Yi Guhong stood in the shadows beside the mountain gate. His gray robes merged with the dusk, obscuring his expression. Bumming lay across his lap, the old nyx on its scabbard glinting with a cold, faint light in the evening glow. He didn't speak, nor did he need to. His presence alone was enough. Xing Feng stood on the other side of the mountain gate, a large saber resting on his shoulder, the iron rings along the blade's spine clinking in the evening wind. He was nothing like Yi Guhong. Where Yi Guhong was cold to the extreme, he was hot to the extreme. The two stood on either side of the mountain gate like ice and fire casually planted by Lin Chen in the same base. Bai Qianqian crouched 3 steps behind Su Qingxue, her 9 tails spread in a fan-shaped golden pupils fixed on the direction of the forbidden zone. She hadn't transformed into human form. A beast's perception is diminished in human form, and on an occasion like today, she didn't want any diminishment. 2 young thunder-patterned leopards curled within her tails. They were half a year old now. The first thing they saw upon opening their eyes was Su Qingxue. They probably didn't know that this human girl was the one who had killed their mother. All they knew was that whenever she crouched down to stroke their foreheads, her palm was warm. Yi Wuhan stood beside the stone beast inside the mountain gate. He was only 11, the youngest of the 5 disciples. Usually as mischievous as a spirit monkey, he had been frozen while sneaking a peek at his senior sister's training, chased and pecked by the fire phoenix for stealing pills, and had once deflected Iron Ox's waterfall torrent, causing Iron Ox to miss his strike. But today he was unusually quiet, unlike himself. A silvery white blade mark on his right wrist glowed faintly. That was the void-breaking blade. He was waiting for his senior sister's order, and waiting itself was already the greatest challenge for him. His nature was even more restless than the water of the spirit spring. Having him stand still for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea was more agonizing than making him travel 30 li with void step. In his hand, Lin Chen held a teacup brought from the dining hall. It wasn't a farewell wine before battle, just ordinary spirit tea brewed a little too strong, its color deep as amber. He took a sip and frowned. Steep, too long, bitter. System, where are they now? 30 li from the forbidden zone's outer edge. All 7 are present formations scattered, advancing toward the sect. An early nascent soul leads with 6 late golden cores spread in a fan. At their current speed, they will reach the mountain gate in about 1 joss-stick's time. Confirm their cultivation levels once more. The leader is early nascent soul. The 6 followers are late golden core. 3 of them are at the peak of late golden core, only 1 step from nascent soul. These 3's coordinated formation harmony is high. If they occupy the formation eyes, they can exert early nascent soul combat power. Lin Chen nodded and said to Su Qingxue, the 3 at peak level are yours. Let Yi Wuhan stall the other 3. For how long? Until Yi Guhong decides he doesn't need to act. Su Qingxue smiled. Understood. Yi Wuhan. Here. Yi Wuhan leaped out from beside the stone beast. The void-breaking blade had fully manifested from his wrist, thin as a cicada's wing, almost transparent, and the hum it emitted in his hand was so faint it was nearly inaudible. You are to lure away those 3 between mid and late golden core. Don't fight them head-on. Use your movement technique to lead them in circles around the forest. Use void step to change positions every 10 breaths, and don't let them lock onto you. How long do I circle them? Until it's over on my side. Yi Wuhan nodded without asking, what if they catch up? He knew the answer. Void step was the innate talent of the myriad Tao void body. No one of the same realm could catch him. If he got caught, it meant he hadn't run well enough. If he hadn't run well, then he'd run better next time. Go. Yi Wuhan flickered and vanished from where he stood. A silvery white ripple of space spread through the dusk. The next moment he appeared on the branch of an ancient tree 30 zhang away, and the moment after that he vanished into the depths of the canopy. Su Qingxue lifted the 9 calamity sword and walked out of the mountain gate. Her footsteps were the same as when she first learned swordsmanship from Yi Guhong 7 years ago. The ball of the foot touches the ground first, then the heel. This way of walking made no sound. 7 years ago she had to consciously think about it, now she didn't. In the twilight the forest sea deep within the forbidden zone rustled. 7 streams of demonic aura were approaching. Not the ordinary demonic aura meant to conceal their tracks like last time, but pure unguarded orthodox demonic energy from the prison hall of the demon realm. They no longer intended to hide. Or perhaps they felt there was no need to hide before a small sect built in the forbidden zone. The leading early nascent soul demonic cultivator emerged first from the forest sea. He was slightly over 40 tall and thin with prominent cheekbones and deep-set eyes. On the left side of his face an old scar stretched from his brow bone to his jaw. This scar was different from Sun Dishing's. Sun Dishing had been a rogue cultivator who later defected to the prison hall. This man, however, was a native demon realm cultivator who had clawed his way up from the bottom of the prison hall since the chi refining stage, fighting step by step to nascent soul, with no telling how many lives stained his hands. He wore the standard battle robe of the prison hall, black with red patterns. A dark red token hung at his waist, the front was engraved with the character prison, and the back bore an intricate pattern. Dark red demonic aura coiled around him, scorching the fallen, leaves beneath his feet black and curled. He stopped 30 zhang before the mountain gate. This distance was deliberate. For an early nascent soul cultivator, 30 zhang was the absolute control range of divine sense, allowing both offense and defense. Standing at that distance, he surveyed the mountain gate, the stone beast, and the faintly visible cluster of buildings within, before finally fixing his gaze on Su Qingxue, a girl at mid-foundation establishment. She wore moon-white training robes, held a black sword in her right hand, and stood before the mountain gate with a steady stance. Qingxue sect. His voice was hoarse, as if his vocal cords had been worn down by something. Yes, Su Qingxue said. We're looking for someone. The eternal alchemy body. Hand him over, and we'll leave. No. The demonic cultivator leader looked at the little girl before him, trying to find traces of nervousness or fear on her. A mid-foundation establishment facing an early nascent soul. With so many thresholds between them, by all logic, she should barely manage to stand steadily. Yet her sword tip never wavered, its resting point remained level, exactly the same as when she stood on the training ground facing a wooden dummy. Do you know how many people are in your sect? Quite a few. Do you know how many of us came this time? 7. 6 late golden core, 1 early nascent soul. Su Qingxue tilted her head, her sword tip still steadily pointing at the ground. But I suggest you wait a little longer. Wait for what? You'll know in a moment. Yi Wuhan's void step flickered continuously through the forest sea. The void-breaking blades split open rift after rift in the void, shattering the coordinated formation of the 3 late golden core demonic cultivators into fragments. The 3 tried to occupy the formation eyes, but every time they managed to hold one corner, Yi Wuhan appeared at another corner and slashed, forcing them to scatter. He was far faster than them. Not because his movement technique was faster, but because the laws of space themselves made the concept of distance something that could be folded beneath his feet. He needed only one step to cover 10 zhang, while the demonic cultivators had to take a solid 10 strides to chase 10 zhang. This asymmetrical mobility allowed him alone to stall 3 late golden core cultivators. Though he couldn't defeat them at all, not even one, stalling them was more than enough. The 3 late golden core peak cultivators before Su Qingxue moved at the same time. They weren't coming for her, they were heading toward Yi Wuhan. Their goal was to first eliminate that little brat darting through the woods, then join together in a 3-man formation to deal with Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue moved before them. The purple arcs on the 9 Calamity sword fully discharged the moment she took her first step. Crackling lightning tore a gash through the twilight, and her sword tip stabbed toward the side rear of the rightmost golden core peak cultivator. Not at a vital point, but at a spot that forced him to turn and parry. The 3 were forced apart. One turned to parry, one sidestepped to create distance, and the last tried to continue forward, only for Su Qingxue to whip out a sword chi with a backhand flick, sealing his path. This sword chi was only at the mid-foundation establishment level and capable of dealing substantial damage to a golden core peak cultivator, but it forced the target to sidestep for half a breath. Half a breath was enough. Within that half breath, Yi Wuhan shifted position again, moving from the left side of the forest to the right. The distance the 3 had managed to close became the starting line of another chase. The demonic cultivator leader observed all of this. His gaze shifted from Su Qingxue to the shadows at the side of the mountain gate. A person stood there. Gray robes and old sword, silent, and without a trace. He could sense no spiritual power fluctuation from the man, not because it was concealed, but because the man's cultivation realm far exceeded the limits of his perception. He made a gesture signaling the remaining late golden core cultivators behind him to join the battle. Don't move. The gray-robed man spoke. Just 2 words, not loud, in a tone as casual as saying the weather today is not. There was no difference between retreat and death. The demon cultivator leader found that his feet could not move. It was not that he was immobilized. It was that his own instinct refused to execute the command to charge forward. He had cultivated for hundreds of years, clawing his way up from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. If his body told him he should not move, then he truly should not move. The gray-robed figure had not even drawn his sword from its sheath, had not even touched the hilt with a single finger. He merely stood in the shadows and glanced at him. The demon cultivator leader did not move again. He silently revised his plan in his mind. The original plan had been 7 against 1 sect, but now the plan was simply to see if he could make it back alive. On the other side, Su Qingxue had already thrust her sword 37 times. For a foundation establishment mid-stage sword cultivator to simultaneously hold back 3 golden core late-stage peak opponents was itself beyond all reason. None of her strikes were aimed at killing. She could not kill golden core late-stage cultivators. The gap in spiritual energy was far too great. Her sword chi could not break through their protective spiritual barriers. But she could make them uncomfortable. Strikes aimed at joints forced them to parry, slashes at their ankles compelled them to leap, and arcs of lightning toward their faces demanded they close their eyes. Her fighting style resembled a nimble sparrow circling 3 fierce tigers, not engaging in direct combat, but using each wing beat to make the tiger's lunges miss, and keeping their attention locked solely on her. The combined attack formation of the 3 golden core peak cultivators could not be completed. Each time they attempted to secure their positions, Su Qingshue's sword Qi would land precisely on the formation's core point, forcing them to scatter. Yet the depletion of spiritual energy was real and measurable. Every strike consumed spiritual energy, every arc of lightning released cost her more. By the time a quarter hour had passed, nearly half her spiritual reserves were gone. Her left arm caught a glancing blow from demonic energy, the fabric of her training robe splitting open as blood seeped through the wound. She did not glance down at the wound. Instead, she transferred the 9 Tribulations sword to her left hand. She could wield a blade equally well on either side, just not quite as swiftly, and then continued thrusting toward the nearest golden core peak cultivator. A heavy thud echoed from deep within the woods. Not the clash of steel against steel, but the sickening sound of flesh striking bark. Yi Wuhan had been caught by the residual force of a golden core demon cultivator's true Qi. His void-hopping ability had been anticipated. The opponent struck a split second before he materialized. Though the blow did not land directly, the shockwave sent him tumbling through the air, his back slamming against an ancient tree trunk, pain etching across his features. He did not stop. Through gritted teeth, he activated void-hopping, once more vanishing from his position only to reappear higher up in the canopy. Blood flecked the corner of his mouth, but he kept running. Su Qingshuo registered the sound of Yi Wuhan's collision with the tree. She did not turn around. Turning to check if her junior brother was injured was a senior sister's instinct, but looking away during combat meant exposing a weakness to her opponents. And that vulnerability would give them the opening to surge toward Yi Wuhan. She could not look back. She simply tightened her grip on the 9 Tribulation sword. The 3 golden core peak cultivators finally secured their positions. They did not arrive simultaneously. 2 held Su Qingshue's attention from the front, while the 3rd slipped into the core position. The moment her focus wavered, demonic energy sigils spread across the ground, dark crimson light flickering to life in the twilight as the 3 cultivators' auras began merging together. The foundation of their combined attack formation had taken shape. Though incomplete, their merged energy was already approaching the intensity of a nascent soul initial stage cultivator. Su Qingshuo understood she could not let the formation stabilize, but alone she could only block 2 positions. The 3rd remained unguarded. Sword light blazed brilliantly. It was not the 9 Tribulation sword's glow. The blade was black, but her sword intent shimmered pale gold. 2 lights wove together in the dusk. She poured every remaining trace of spiritual energy from her core into the blade, transforming herself into a moon-white arc of sword light that launched toward the golden core peak cultivator who had just stabilized the formation's position. This thrust aimed at his throat, not to kill but to force him to abandon his position and retreat. If he did not pull back, he would suffer injury not minor, but a genuine piercing wound. He retreated. Another gap opened in the formation's core. The synergistic effect began to fade. Su Qingshue's spiritual energy had finally reached its limit. Her sword planted in the earth to steady herself, the wound on her left arm had progressed from seeping to dripping, each drop striking the fallen leaves beneath her feet. The 3 golden core peak cultivators stood before her, battered and disheveled, yet none had fallen. The gap in cultivation was simply too vast. Her absolute limit was to delay, to inflict superficial wounds to force them back. But they had not yet reached their limits. 1 golden core peak cultivator seized the moment of her labored breathing, launching into the air as a streak of demonic light, hurtling toward Yi Wuhan. Yi Wuhan was caught in a chase with 3 others, completely unaware of the figure appearing behind him. Su Qingshuo saw. She released her sword hilt and extended her right hand. The 9 Tribulation sword tore free from the earth, trailing soil as it flew back to her grasp. The chaotic sword physique at 42% awakening. The void recalled distance 5 zhang. She pivoted to pursue the demonic light. The distance between them was closing imperceptibly, yet her speed simply could not match a golden core peak cultivator's. With spiritual energy depleted, her wind-walking speed plummeted dramatically. Through gritted teeth, she channeled her final traces of spiritual power into the leaf-treading movement art. Each step on the fallen leaves crushed them beneath her weight, no longer having the strength to move silently. She caught up. Not the demon cultivator himself, but the outer limit of her own reach. The purple lightning arcs on the 9 Tribulation sword compressed into a single filament. She did exactly as she had when slaying the thunderstripe leopard, wielding the lightning like a whip and lashing it forward. The lightning whip's tip carved an exquisitely thin, brilliant line of purple across the twilight, striking the golden core peak cultivator's back with precision. His protective spiritual barrier absorbed most of the lightning's force. His form wavered for only an instant. But that instant was all it took. Yi Wuhan sensed the demonic energy surge behind him and activated void hopping. The moment the lightning struck, vanishing from his position and reappearing 30 zhang away. The golden core peak cultivator's ambush had missed. Su Qingshuo sank to one knee. Her spiritual energy was utterly depleted. She braced herself against the 9 Tribulation sword, the sword marks on her right arm grown faint. Blood from her left arm traced down to the hilt, mingling with the sword's electric arcs in a faint crackling hiss. The 3 golden core peak cultivators had closed around her once more, the demonic energy at the formation's core pulsing again. Then a gray sword light sliced across before them. Not a drawn blade's light. The sheath itself. Yi Guhong emerged from the shadows beside the mountain gate, his pace unhurried, indistinguishable from someone walking to the dining hall at mealtime. He lifted Bu Ming from his knee, not drawing it, merely raising it, then swept it through the air with casual ease. The gray sword chi from the sheath's arc sliced silently across half the battlefield, leaving behind a hairline crack in the ground before the 3 golden core peak cultivators, a fissure with no visible bottom. The crack was narrow, no wider than a finger's breadth, but stretched the entire length of the battlefield. From the ancient locust before the mountain gate to the edge of the forbidden forest depths, it bisected the ground between Su Qingxue and the 3 golden core peak cultivators with surgical precision. As the sword chi sank into the earth, there was no sound. Not an explosion, not a roar, just a silent parting, the incision's surface smooth as a mirror. Cross this line and you die. 3 words. The 3 golden core peak cultivators' feet froze to the ground. Not paralyzed, but frozen in place by the residual sword intent emanating from that hairline crack. They had cultivated for centuries, witnessed countless sword cultivators, but never anything like this, sheathing, not even lifted a casual sweep, and a line formed on the earth that none dared cross. This was not a threat, it was a statement of fact. The demon cultivator leader watched from 30 zhang away, his pupils contracting to the size of needlepoints. He recognized the realm of that sword chi. Not because he had witnessed it himself, but because he had read about it in intelligence records from the prison hall. The way of the northern wasteland sword tomb, where swords cultivated within their sheaths grow more potent with time. And yet this sword chi was merely from a casual sweep of the sheath. Yi Guhong resheathed his blade, resting Bu Ming across his knee once more, then turned back toward the mountain gate. He paused beside Su Qingxue, looking down at her. She lifted her face from the sword's support. Sweat and blood and scattered leaf fragments mingled on her features, utterly disheveled. Can you walk? Yi Guhong asked. Yes. Take 2 steps. Su Qingxue rose through gritted teeth. Her legs trembled, blood still dripping from her left arm, but she took 2 steps. The steps were steady. Yi Guhong regarded her for a moment, then turned and departed. Su Qingxue thought she glimpsed the corner of his mouth twitch as he turned, or perhaps she imagined it. That was Yi Guhong's way of showing approval. The demon cultivator leader fell silent for a long while. He gazed at the fathomless crack in the earth, then at the warm glow of lanterns within the mountain gate, and finally at the Foundation establishment midstage girl kneeling on one knee, yet still clutching her sword. He made a decision. Retreat. The 6 golden core demon cultivators exchanged uncertain glances, but raised no objection. Supporting each other, they withdrew from the forbidden zone's edge, their pace far swifter than when they had arrived. Yi Wuhin tumbled back out of the forest, the place where his back had struck the tree, now swollen into a considerable bump, blood still flecking the corner of his mouth. Yet he was grinning, 2 little fangs visible. Senior sister, I led those 3 idiots on a chase for a full 40 li. 40 li. They never even touched the edge of my robe. Except for that last bit. That doesn't count. Su Qingxue rose, planting her sword for support, and reached down to ruffle his hair with her right hand. Yi Wuhin was 3 years younger than her and half a head shorter. When she ruffled his hair, he would crane his neck and squint his eyes like a cat being petted. Well done. Senior sister, your hand is bleeding. I know. Does it hurt? Just a little. Su Qingxue extended her pinky finger and pinched the tip with her thumb, demonstrating an infinitesimal distance. Just this much. Yi Wuhin knew that was not true. Every time senior sister said, just a little, blood was dripping from her wounds. 7 years ago, the first time she scraped her palm in the training yard, she had said the same thing. At the mountain gate, Lin Chen still sat on the steps. The tea in his cup had gone completely cold. He lifted it and took a sip, his brow furrowing. Cold spiritual tea was doubly bitter. Su Qingxue limped over and sat beside him. She said nothing, simply sitting there as twilight fully descended. Master, I held off 3 of them. Saw it. Yi Wuhin crashed into a tree. Saw that too. He ran 40 li after crashing. Su Qingxue glanced down at the wound on her left arm. The bleeding had gradually stopped. The ointment that Qing Dai had prepared was stocked in the room, and Bai Qianqian had already come darting over with a medical kit in her mouth. But she did not rush to bandage it. Instead, she fell silent for a moment. Is Elder Yez crossed the line and you die actually for real? Lin Chen drained the last of his cold tea, rose, and brushed the dust from his robes. What do you think? Su Qingxue looked up at him, the corner of her mouth curving upward. She understood. Lin Chen headed toward the dining hall. He was not sure if tonight's late-night snack was settled or whether the exotic flavor module had finished upgrading. But he decided to try the crab roast soup dumpling one more time. If it turned out to be plain noodles again, he would delete the system's entire playlist. At the entrance to the dining hall, Su Qingxue's voice reached him from behind. Master, Elder Yi said he will start teaching me about sure tomorrow. Master. What now? Today's garlic sprout stir-fry. The green spots are actually edible. Do not cut them out next time. Lin Chen's steps faltered. Be quiet. Su Qingshue's laughter echoed through the twilight of Qingshu sect, as clear and bright as wind skimming across a spirit spring. Bai Qianqian dashed over with a medicine box in her mouth, wrapping Su Qingxue in a fluffy cocoon of 9 tails, while muttering something about getting hurt every time, always making me worry. 2 young thunder-striped leopards popped out of the medicine box, nuzzling Su Qingshue's hand with their heads before being swept back by Qianqian's tail. Yi Wuhan sat on the steps, clutching his back and groaning. Jiang Yunfan emerged from the alchemy chamber and tossed him a bottle of freshly prepared bruise ointment. Tai Niu passed by, shouldering an axe, glanced at Yi Wuhan's swollen back, and offered, I will chop some bruise-healing herbs for you tomorrow. Long Yu drifted down from the rock garden and gently placed a chunk of ice against Yi Wuhan's back, not to freeze him, but to ice the injury. Yi Wuhan yelped and sprang up from the cold. Long Yu drifted away with an expressionless face, though the corner of her mouth seemed to twitch. Inside the dining hall, Lin Chen ordered a serving of crab roast soup dumplings, the spiritual food generator word for 3 breaths, and what emerged was not plain noodles. It was a steaming basket of crab roast soup dumplings, their skins thin as paper, the golden broth inside quivering faintly. Beside the dumplings, there was also a bowl of noodles. Not plain noodles. A bowl of longevity noodles with clear broth and delicate strands of poached egg resting on top. System: I did not order this. The exotic flavor module upgrade is complete. New menu item, longevity noodles. Complimentary for the host, no charge. As the sun risen from the west. This system has always been generous. The condition for this gift is that the host shall not threaten to delete this system's playlist again. Lin Chen picked up his chopsticks, lifted a dumpling, and bit a small hole in its skin. The broth rushed out scalding and savory. He set the longevity noodles aside untouched. He was waiting for Su Qingxue to finish bandaging her wounds and come eat. Outside the window, 3 moons emerged from behind the clouds. Another night at Qingshu sect, quiet yet not quite so. By the time Su Qingxue finished the bowl of longevity noodles, the 3 moons had just risen to their zenith. She sucked the last noodle from the bottom of the bowl, chewed and swallowed, then laid her chopsticks neatly across the rim. This was something she had learned from Jiang Yunfan. Every time he finished refining pills, he would wipe the medicine pestle and furnace clean and put them back in order. He said it was called finishing what you start. Lin Chen looked at the bowl and chopsticks arranged as if they had been measured with a ruler and thought to himself that this sect was beyond saving. Master, when do I go down the mountain? Tomorrow. Just me. Xing Feng will go with you. As your guardian. Su Qingxue nodded and asked no further questions. She had long been used to the rules of the Qingshu sect. When a disciple went out to train, a guardian followed and never intervened unless it was a matter of life and death. She had known this rule since she was 5, and in 7 years it had never been broken. The system let out a ding in Lin Chen's spiritual sense. Host for this training expedition, I recommend starting from the southern foothills of the Forbidden Zone, crossing the Blackwind Mountains, and passing through Songyun City. Songyun City is the largest cultivator city nearby, and it has a teleportation array that reaches directly to the eastern wastes. According to the quest description, this trip has 3 main goals. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then cut and let me hear them first. First, let Su Qingxue interact with outside cultivators and understand the cultivation ecosystem of the vast cosmos. Second, the Blackwind Mountains has several spirit herbs the sect lacks. Qing Dai has prepared a list. Third, the system paused. The people from the Demon Realm's prison hall should have returned to their main hall. They won't let this go, but they won't send more spies in the short term. On this trip down the mountain, Su Qingxue will most likely run into some fools who don't know better. Isn't that good? A perfect chance to practice. Host, isn't your definition of practice a little too broad? Not broad at all. As long as she isn't beaten to death, it counts as practice. Early the next morning, Su Qingxue stood at the mountain gate with a pack woven from spirit silkworm silk on her back. It wasn't that her storage ring couldn't hold it all. Xing Feng had said that on a training journey, one shouldn't rely on a storage ring for everything. Carrying a pack on your back teaches you what you need and what you don't. Inside the pack were 3 sets of spare training robes, a jar of healing ointment. Qing Dai had prepared a stack of various pills. Jiang Yunfan had stuffed in a pouch of dried spirit fruit, a flask of spirit spring water, a chunk of spirit beast jerky Bai Qianqian had insisted on adding, and a small pouch of void crystal fragments Yi Wuhan had secretly slipped in. He said, Senior sister, if you get lost, crush one, and I'll sense it. Lung Yu hadn't put anything in the pack, but before Su Qingxue left, she found an extra ice blue jade pendant in the outer pocket. It was cool to the touch but not bitingly cold, and when pressed against the skin it continuously lowered one's temperature. It would definitely be useful when traveling in summer. Tai Nyo stood at the mountain gate with an axe over his shoulder and said in a blunt, honest voice, Senior sister, if you run into a tough customer on the road, call me. My axe is already sharpened. Jiang Yunfan stood nearby, without saying anything, simply pressing a small jade box into Su Qingxue's hand. Inside was a batch of 3rd-grade spirit restoring pills. He had recently refined all of superior quality. Fire Phoenix crouched on Jiang Yunfan's shoulder, tapped Su Qingxue's arm with the tip of its wing, and let out a short cry, which roughly meant don't bring shame to the sect. Bai Qianqian lay sprawled on the mountain gate steps, and 2 little thunder-marked leopards tumbled about in her tail. One of them had already developed faint purple thunder markings. Seeing Su Qingxue shoulder her pack, it let out a yowl and ran over to nuzzle her calf with its head. Stop that. Su Qingxue crouched down and rubbed its head. I'll bring you something tasty when I get back. The little thunder-marked leopard yowled again and reluctantly retreated into Bai Qianqian's tail. Lin Chen stood at the mountain gate, holding a cup of freshly brewed spirit tea. He looked at the pack on Su Qingxue's back, larger than her entire upper body, and fell silent for a breath. Be careful on the road. Yes, master. If you meet troublemakers, don't be polite. Yes, master. If you can't beat them, run. If you can't outrun them, call Xingfeng. Yes, master, you already said all this yesterday. Lin Chen's hand holding the teacup paused. Su Qingxue tilted her head to look at him, the smile in her eyes impish and sly like a cat that had stolen a fish. This girl was growing less and less afraid of him. That wasn't a bad thing. When she was 5, she had been afraid of everything. Afraid he would disappear, afraid the sect would disappear, afraid it was all just a dream. Now she feared nothing and even dared to cut him off mid-sentence. That was the most successful thing he had done in 7 years. Xingfeng strode out from the mountain gate. Today he wasn't bare-chested, he wore a dark crimson battle robe, the one whose hem had been torn by a void beast and then mended. The patch had been sewn by Qianqian with crooked stitches and loose threads everywhere, but Xingfeng thought it was pretty good. His great saber rested on his shoulder, the iron rings along its spine clinking. He had completely suppressed the oppressive aura of the late Immortal Emperor stage, revealing only the aura of early integration, as Lin Chen had instructed. When you're outside the sect, don't scare people. But don't let people think you can be bullied either. Early integration is just right. Enough to earn courtesy, but not enough to scare them off. Sect master, I'm off. Xingfeng waved. Take good care of her. Relax. I've never lost a fight. Last time you sparred with Yi Guhong, you got smashed into the mountain 3 times. That was a spar. It doesn't count. The two left the mountain gate one after another and walked down the stone path along the southern foothills of the Forbidden Zone. The morning mist had not yet cleared and the forest was filled with vapor from the spirit spring and the fragrance of blooming spirit flowers. Su Qingxue walked ahead, her steps as light as if she were stepping on musical notes. Xingfeng followed 3 paces behind, close enough for him to react in any emergency. Though with his true strength at the late Immortal Emperor stage 300 zhang and 3 paces made no difference, he still kept exactly 3 paces. This was a guardian's rule. Halfway down the mountain, Su Qingxue suddenly looked back. Hall Master Xing. Can you sense Elder Ye's sword intent? Xingfeng let out a short laugh. That taciturn blockhead's sword intent. You can sense it from 3,000 li away. After he gave you the sword heart jade, his sword intent has radiated even more clearly than before. Probably because a thread of his sword heart was split off, it's become even harder to hide. Elder Yi said your saber intent can't be hidden either. What I cultivate is battle intent. It's not the same as sword intent. Xingfeng shifted the great saber from one shoulder to the other. Battle intent. The more you hide it, the easier it is to explode. Bold cutting and slashing is the true path. Su Qingxue thought for a moment, then said very seriously, sword intent is for thrusting. Saber intent is for cleaving. Thrusting and cleaving are not the same direction. Xingfeng was taken aback. A little girl at the mid-foundation establishment stage had in a few words made plain the essential difference between the way of the sword and the way of the saber. A thrust is vertical, a cleave is horizontal. A thrust is a point, a cleave is a line. Did you figure this out yourself? Elder Yi gave me some guidance. But he said, think for yourself. That taciturn blockhead is annoying for exactly that. He never says more than half of it. Xingfeng shook his head. If he said it all, it wouldn't be something I understood on my own. You're becoming more and more like him. Xingfeng strode past her to the front, waved without turning around, and said, hurry up. We need to leave the Forbidden Zone before dark. 300 li south of the Forbidden Zone is Zhangyan City. There's a tavern there whose soy-braised beef is the best in the whole city. Hall Master Xing, I thought you didn't need to eat. Just craving it. Su Qingxue quickened her pace to catch up the corners of her mouth, lifting in a silent smile. From the southern foothills of the Forbidden Zone to the edge of the Blackwind Mountains was about 200 li of mountain paths. Su Qingxue traveled the entire way using the leaf-treading movement technique, condensing a paper-thin layer of spiritual power on the soles of her feet, so that she left no trace on the fallen leaves. Xingfeng walked beside her, his feet crunching loudly over the fallen leaves, every step leaving a deep footprint in the ground. Did you learn your footwork from that taciturn blockhead? To step you must be soundless. Sword cultivators' footwork is too light. They walk like thieves. Then what is the Warhall's footwork like? Su Qingxue's interest was piqued. Xingfeng grinned. Simple. You just walk over. Even if the other side hears you coming, they still can't stop you. It made no sense at all, but at that moment, she felt Xingfeng was right. The Warhall's footwork should be exactly this. What was there to hide? The Blackwind Mountains were the natural barrier of Zhangyan City. The range stretched thousands of li from east to west and hundreds of li from north to south, with demonic beasts running rampant. Ordinary merchant caravans had to gather in groups and hire cultivator guards before daring to cross. But to the Qingshu sect, this place wasn't even worth comparing to the outer reaches of the Forbidden Zone. Su Qingxue had grown up in the Forbidden Zone. At 6, she drank water by the same stream as Foundation Establishment demonic beasts. At 8, a golden core stage purple lightning thunder eagle chased her halfway across a mountain. At 10, she killed a late golden core blackwater mystic python. At 11, she killed a peak Foundation Establishment thundermarked leopard. Demonic beasts were not enemies in her eyes. They were sparring partners. It was only a difference in level. Not long after entering the mountains, they met the first wave of clueless fools. 3 wind wolves burst out of the bushes and blocked the road, forming a triangle. The lead wolf was at mid-Foundation Establishment, while the other 2 were at early Foundation Establishment. Su Qingxue knew the habits of wind wolves all too well. The alpha would draw the prey from the front, while the other 2 closed in from the flanks. In the Forbidden Zone, she had played this game with wolf packs more times than she could count. Wolf meat doesn't taste good. Xing Feng leaned against a tree trunk, showing no intention of stepping in. I wasn't planning to eat them. Without even summoning the 9 tribulations sword, Su Qingxue flipped her right hand, and a sword chi shot out from her fingertip, striking the ground precisely 3 inches before the alpha wolf's front paw. The greenstone shattered, and flying debris struck the wolf's legs. The alpha wolf jumped back in alarm. When it landed, its vertical pupils were full of wariness. It lowered its head and sniffed the broken surface of the stone. The lingering sword chi carried an extremely sharp sword intent far beyond the mid-Foundation Establishment level. The alpha gave a low growl, then turned and fled with the 2 flanking wolves' tails tucked tightly. The 3 wind wolves vanished into the undergrowth many times faster than they had appeared. Xing Feng whistled. Scaring wolves with sword chi. Look how far you've come. Elder Yi said a sword isn't only for killing people. Releasing sword chi is itself a language. All right. Xing Feng nodded. That taciturn blockhead may say little, but what he teaches is solid stuff. It took half a day to cross the outer edge of the Blackwind Mountains. They encountered 3 waves of demonic beasts, and Su Qingxue scared off all of them with sword chi. One wave was a late Foundation Establishment stone-armored bear, thick-skinned and tough. The sword chi only left a white mark on its body. Su Qingxue changed tactics. Instead of trying to scare it, she used her movement technique to circle around it. By the 3rd circle, the stone-armored bear was so dizzy that it plopped down on its bottom. Taking the chance, she flicked it on the forehead. The stone-armored bear let out a yelp, clutched its forehead, scrambled back up, and ran off. Xing Feng pressed a hand to his brow. This girl's impish cleverness was becoming more and more like the sect masters. Songyun City came into view just after noon on the 2nd day. This cultivator city was far larger than Su Qingxue had imagined. The city wall was more than 10 zhang high, built from massive blocks of green steel rock, its surface carved with reinforcing array patterns and defensive restrictions. The city gates stood wide open and cultivators streamed in and out without end. Some flew on swords, some rode spirit beasts, and some walked in 2s and 3s. Su Qingxue stood at the city gate looking up at the array patterns on the wall. In her 12 years, this was the first time she had seen the world beyond the Forbidden Zone. Don't just gawk. Let's go in. Xing Feng strode through the gate. The cultivator guarding the city glanced at his cultivation level, early integration, and his attitude instantly shifted from inspection to let them pass. An integration stage cultivator was already a major figure in a place like Songyun City. The city lord was said to be only at late integration. As for that little Foundation Establishment girl, one glance was enough to see she was a junior following an elder to see the world, so no one paid her any mind. Inside Songyun City, it was even livelier than it looked from outside. Both sides of the main street were packed with shops. Pill stores, artifact stores, spirit herb stores, talisman shops, spirit beast dealers, formation halls. It had everything. For the first time, Su Qingxue saw so many cultivators gathered in one place, ranging from chi refining to spirit transformation, wearing all kinds of robes and speaking all kinds of tongues. A golden core stage vendor was hawking spirit fruits. A Foundation Establishment female cultivator was bargaining with the owner of an artifact shop. A middle-aged nascent soul cultivator rode a spirit horse slowly down the middle of the main street, and the people around automatically made way for him. This was completely different from the Forbidden Zone. There were only the breathing of fellow sect members, the hum of swords, the fragrance of medicinal herbs, and the warmth of the dining hall. Quiet, warm, and cut off from the world. But here it was noisy, crowded, and full of unfamiliar faces. Don't be nervous. You're the senior disciple of the Qingshu sect. What scene haven't you seen? Xing Feng noticed her breathing had grown slightly lighter. Su Qingxue tilted her head at him. I wasn't nervous. I was counting. Counting what? On this street alone, there are 47 cultivators above the Golden Core stage. Above the Nascent Soul stage 8. Above the Spirit Severing stage 3. That spirit fruit vendor is late stage Golden Core. He's hiding a short sword in his left sleeve. That female cultivator haggling over price is early stage Golden Core. There's a faint fluctuation of fire attribute spiritual energy at the mouth of her storage pouch. Probably a fire-type magic treasure. She lowered her voice. I think I could take that early-stage Golden Core cultivator. Whether I'd win is another matter, but I could definitely fight her. Xing Feng was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. the sound so loud it sent the spirit fruits of a nearby stall rolling across the ground. The city guard who said this girl was his junior really had no idea what he was talking about. By the time the two of them found the tavern, the aroma of braised beef was already wafting out from the entrance. Xing Feng walked in as if he owned the place, slapped the counter and shouted, "Old Joe, 2 portions of braised beef and a jar of spirit wine." The shopkeeper was an elderly man with white hair and beard, not particularly high in cultivation, but his eyes were uniquely sharp at judging people. The moment he saw Xing Feng's cultivation base, his attitude immediately shifted from greeting a customer to attending an elder. He then glanced at Su Qingxue, mid-stage foundation establishment. Yet the sword intent about her was condensed and restrained, and standing beside an early-stage unity cultivator, her presence was not in the least suppressed. "Senior, and this one is my sect niece. Brought her out to see the world." The shopkeeper took another look at Su Qingxue this time, with a shade more curiosity in his eyes, but asked nothing. When the braised beef arrived, it was still sizzling with oil, the fragrance of meat and spices enough to lure the soul out through one's nose. Su Qingxue picked up a thin slice of beef, chewed it once, and then her chopsticks never stopped moving. Xing Feng ate and drank 3 times faster than she did, mumbling through his chewing, "Old Joe's braised beef is the best in the whole city. If I'd known this place was here, I'd have come to Tsungyun City twice as often." "Hallmaster Xing, don't tell me that every time you go out on a trial you map out the local gourmet spots along the way. This is the professional integrity of a war hall master," said Xing Feng with utmost confidence. "Fight the fiercest fights, eat the most delicious meat." At that moment the light at the tavern's entrance dimmed. 3 people walked in. Leading them was a late-stage golden core cultivator clad in a ceremonial robe so ornate it crossed over into ostentatious, with a token hanging at his waist engraved with the 2 characters, Tsang. Behind him followed 2 early-stage golden core guards. The leader swept his gaze around the tavern, pausing briefly on Xing Feng. Early-stage unity, not someone to provoke. Then his gaze fell on Su Qingxue. Mid-stage foundation establishment, plainly dressed with a large travel pack on her back. Clearly a sect disciple, just setting out on her first trial. People like her were everywhere in Tsungyun City and the easiest to bully. "This spot's not bad." The man walked over to the empty table beside Su Qingxue and sat down, deliberately speaking loud enough for her to hear. "The juniors these days really have no sense of propriety. When you go out on a trial, you pay your respects to your elders. Instead, they just sit down and start eating as if it's their own home." Su Qingxue's chopsticks paused mid-reach for a slice of beef. Xing Feng was about to stand up, but she lightly kicked him under the table. She set her chopsticks across her bowl and turned around, her face wearing a perfectly proper smile, her tone as gentle as it could possibly be. "Greetings, senior. This junior is Su Qingxue, a disciple of Qingshu sect. May I ask how I should address you?" "Qingshu sect? Never heard of it." The man snorted. "An obscure little sect, who knows?" His words died in his throat. Not because Su Qingxue had cut him off, but because he himself had choked on his own voice. Because Xing Feng had set down his wine cup. The instant it touched the table, the pressure of an early-stage unity cultivator landed with surgical precision upon the man's shoulders. It was not an overwhelming sky-blanketing pressure, merely a whisper-thin strand. Only the man himself could feel it. But this one strand was enough to make a late-stage golden core cultivator feel as if he were standing at the edge of an endless abyss, peering into the darkness below. Xing Feng didn't even look at the man. He simply said to Su Qingxue, "Full yet?" "Not yet. Still half a plate of braised beef left." "Then keep eating." Su Qingxue turned back around and continued eating her braised beef. The man behind her remained frozen in place, not understanding what he had done to offend the Unity Stage senior, nor why the senior had not punished him outright. For with a Unity Stage cultivator's temperament, being spoken to in such a tone would normally warrant at least a slap. He sat there drenched in cold sweat for a while, then quietly rose and slipped out of the tavern with his 2 guards. From beginning to end, Xing Feng did not say another word. Su Qingxue picked up the last slice of beef, rolled it through the sauce, and tilted her head. He was insulting the Qingshu sect, not me personally. And he wasn't even using profanity, just a few sour remarks. "Elder Yi taught me a sword that's not worth unsheathing should stay sheathed. And then, for a sword that is worth unsheathing, one strike is more than enough." Xing Feng was silent for a moment, then suddenly grinned. If that fellow knew you could summon your sword back, he'd be even more terrified. Su Qingxue had already turned back and bent over her next dish, mumbling through a mouthful of food. He should count himself lucky he never saw me summon my sword. That afternoon, while purchasing spirit herbs, they ran into the man again. It was not a coincidence. He had brought several fellow disciples and was blocking the entrance of the spirit herb shop. Leading them was no longer that late-stage golden core cultivator, but a mid-stage nascent soul middle-aged cultivator wearing the same ornate ceremonial robe with the same Tsungyun token hung at his waist. The man from the tavern stood behind the nascent soul cultivator, pointing at Su Qingxue as she emerged from the herb shop. "Senior brother, it's her. And that uncle master of hers. Early-stage unity, he used his pressure on me at the tavern." The nascent soul cultivator sized Su Qingxue up. Mid-stage foundation establishment, plainly dressed with no sect token on her person to prove her identity. Although he had heard there was an early-stage Unity Uncle Master around, a Unity-stage cultivator was a strong figure in Sungyun City, but not someone they feared. The city lord of Sungyun was late-stage Unity, and their own one-sword sect had elders of the Unity stage as well. Young cultivator, there was a misunderstanding between you and my junior brother earlier. How about this? You offer an apology, and we'll let the matter rest. His tone was mild, yet the mildness carried an air of condescension. Su Qingxue stood at the entrance of the spirit herb shop, her travel pack still on her back, a wrapped bundle of spirit herbs in one hand. She looked at the group before her, neither nervous nor afraid. The spot on her right forearm where the sword mark lay grew faintly warm as the 9 Tribulation sword caught her emotional fluctuation and gave a faint tremor within the mark. She glanced at the nascent soul cultivator, then at the cowering late-stage golden core man behind him, and let out a small sigh. Hall Master Xing. Xing Feng walked out of the spirit herb shop, a large saber propped on his shoulder, and a spirit herb stem hanging from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the group before him, the highest among them mid-stage nascent soul, the lowest late-stage foundation establishment. He took the herb stem from his mouth and tilted his head toward the nascent soul cultivator. What did you just say? You want my sect niece to apologize to your junior brother. It seemed your sect niece had a misunderstanding with my junior. I wasn't finished. Xing Feng took the great saber from his shoulder and planted it on the ground. The iron rings on the back of the blade clinked loudly against the stone tiles. He did not even bother to release his pressure this time. The bare aura of an early-stage Unity cultivator tempered through years on the battlefield was enough to make the Wan Sword sect disciples instinctively retreat half a step. He looked down at the nascent soul cultivator, releasing no further pressure, merely letting the man understand the distance between them. Within reach of his blade, there was nowhere for him to run. I'll give you 2 options. 1. Your junior brother apologizes to my sect niece right now. 2. You can go back and summon everyone in your Wan Sword sect who dares to come. Spirit severing void refinement or unity, call them all. When they arrive, we'll spar a little. At last the nascent soul cultivator's expression changed. If the words go back and call the others had been mere bluster, they might have been dismissed. But spoken by a cultivator with an actual early-stage Unity cultivation base, their weight was radically different. What was more, the man hadn't even bothered to ask about their sect's name. He simply urged him to bring whoever he could. After a moment of silence, the nascent soul cultivator yanked his cowering junior brother out from behind him, forcibly pressed down on his neck, and forced him to bow. Apologize. I am sorry. Louder. I'm sorry. I was blind and foolish. Please, Taoist friend, don't take it to heart. Su Qingxue nodded. I won't. Then she looked up at the nascent soul cultivator. Senior, may I leave now? Her eyes carried the innocent look of a 12-year-old girl who had finished her lessons and was asking her tutor for a day off. Xing Feng nearly laughed again. This girl had studied under Lin Chen for 7 years, and she had mastered this act perfectly. The two turned and walked away, leaving the Wan Sword sect members standing there dumbfounded. The nascent soul cultivator's face shifted from green to pale, but he said no more. Halfway down the street, Xing Feng lowered his head and asked quietly, why didn't you let me just take them out right then and there? We came out for a trial, not to exterminate a sect. And besides, Su Qingxue switched the bundle of herbs to her left hand. Elder Yi said that one's sure grows through opponents. That nascent soul cultivator's sure, it's too weak. Not worth it. Xing Feng looked at her and laughed louder than he had at any point that day. This girl was becoming more and more like Yi Guhong's direct disciple with every passing day. Even her way of cutting someone down was indifferent, understated, yet stung harder than anyone else's. But before he could reply, another voice sounded from behind them. This time it was not from Wan Sword sect. It came from a window on the second floor of the tea house across from the spirit herb shop. It was an old man at the late-stage spirit severing realm with graying hair and a long flowing beard, wearing a blue robe. On the table before him lay a long sword in its sheath. This man was Wan Sword sect Elder Yuanhai, the master of Bai Chanqian, known for being fiercely protective of his disciples. He had been sitting quietly in the tea house, originally having no intention of showing himself. But when he heard the phrase, too weak, not worth it, he could no longer hold back and set down his teacup. Standing before the tea house railing, he pressed down upon the street with the spiritual pressure of a late-stage spirit severing cultivator spreading outward like a fan. Cultivators on both sides of the street scrambled to make way, some crying out in alarm. It's Elder Yu from Wan Sword sect. Yuanhai did not even look at Xing Feng. He stared directly at Su Qingxue. Little girl, you said just now that my disciple was not worthy of your sword. This old man would like to see for himself. How much weight does a sword at your mid-stage foundation establishment really carry? No need for your uncle master to stand in for you. If you can take one strike from this old man, that will suffice. Su Qingxue stopped in her tracks. Yuanhai's spiritual pressure sank over the street, forming faint gray ripples on the ground. Spirit fruits from the stalls tumbled loose and rolled everywhere, and several foundation establishment cultivators on the road retreated a great distance. But she stood exactly where she was, not a single step backward. She turned around and faced the pressure of a late-stage spirit-severing cultivator, standing straight and composed. The pack on her back pressed down until her shoulders ached, and she still held that bundle of spirit herbs in her hand. Yet her spine remained perfectly straight, and the sword mark on her sleeve gave a faint glow. The Nine Tribulations sword, sensing hostility 2 great realms above her own, was calling out for her to draw it. She pressed down on the sword mark to keep it still. Then Xingfeng moved. Not drawing his blade, not stepping forward. He only raised his eyelids. The pressure of an immortal emperor late stage had leaked out less than a tenth. Yuanhai didn't even have time to grasp his sword. His entire form buckled, as if a mountain had come crashing down upon him. The spiritual pressure of a spirit-severing cultivator met a cataclysm like a candle flame against an avalanche. Without so much as a struggle, there was a dull thud, and he was pressed body and sword alike into the bluestone slabs. His knees slammed into the brick, cracking a web-like pattern across its surface. His sheathed long sword rolled away to the side, and his hand couldn't even grip the hilt. No one had time to register what had happened. Even Yuanhai himself did not know how he had ended up kneeling. There was no duel, no shouting. He hadn't even managed to get out a single threat. Xingfeng stood in the middle of the street, saber propped on his shoulder, looking down at the old man, who could not even pick the sword back up. His voice was quiet, but every word cut through the silence and reached the ears of everyone present. My sect niece said you're sure is too weak. That was her being polite. If you ask me, you're not even fit to make her draw her sword. She is the head disciple of Qingshu sect, and I am the war hall master of Qingshu sect. The iron rings on the back of his blade clinked once in the silence. He looked down at Yuanhai with the indifferent gaze of a man staring at a severed log. Do you think one sword sect can intimidate Qingshu sect? I'll give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to lead the way. I'll go and pay a personal visit to your one sword sect. Yuanhai lay prostrate on the ground, fingers digging into the cracks between the blue stones, his entire body trembling like a sieve. When Xingfeng casually remarked that he would pay a visit to the 10,000 sword sect, Yuanhai lay sprawled on the ground, his fingers clawing at the crevices between the bluestone bricks, with only one thought left in his mind. It was over. Not might be over, but already over. With his late-stage spirit transformation cultivation, he had lorded over Songyun City for the better part of his life, and the banner of the 10,000 sword sect had always been his protective talisman. A moment ago, Xingfeng had crushed him to the ground with nothing more than a wisp of pressure, without even moving a finger. This man was definitely not in the early stage of soul fusion. How could someone at that level wield such overwhelming pressure? Having cultivated the sword path for centuries, he had witnessed the strikes of void refinement and soul fusion seniors before, but their pressure at least let you sense that the opponent is formidable. Xingfeng's pressure, however, was so immense that you couldn't even perceive formidable. You merely felt that 3 inches above your head hung a vast sky, and that sky could collapse at any moment. Senior. Yuanhai's voice squeezed out from the cracks between the floor tiles. The 10,000 sword sect is 30 li east of the city. Lead the way. Xingfeng took the great saber from his shoulder and casually planted it into the ground. The iron ring at the end of the pommel struck the blue stone brick, producing a crisp clang. Yuanhai scrambled to his feet, his legs still trembling. He wanted to pick up his sheathed longsword, but the moment his fingers touched the scabbard, he snatched them back. Xingfeng hadn't said he couldn't yet. He didn't dare. A sword cultivator who didn't even dare pick up his own sword. If word of this got out, Yuanhai could forget about surviving in the cultivation circles of Songyun City. Yet he knew all too well that if picking up the sword offended this lord, he wouldn't even have the chance to forget about surviving. Su Qingxue bent down, picked up the sword, and presented it to Yuanhai with both hands. Senior, your sword. Her tone was calm, and neither servile nor overbearing, as if nothing had happened at all. Yuanhai looked at her clear eyes, then at Xingfeng behind her. His hand trembled as he reached out to accept the sword, and when he sheathed it at his waist, it took him 2 attempts to slide it in properly. Thank you. You're welcome. Su Qingxue smiled. Senior, please lead the way. The 10,000 sword sect stood atop 10,000 sword mountain 30 li east of Songyun City. Yuanhai flew low in front on his sword, his back stiff the entire way, veering unsteadily. Xingfeng wrapped Su Qingxue in saber energy and followed at a leisurely pace, even taking time to comment on the scenery along the route. These mountains aren't bad, though the spiritual energy is a bit thin. Enveloped in saber energy in midair, Su Qingxue stood properly at first, then after flying for a stretch, she sat down cross-legged, resting her cheeks on her hands to enjoy the view below. Hall Master Xing. Does the 10,000 sword sect have a lot of swords? With a name like that, they probably have quite a few. Can I take a look? Sure. Look at anything you want. Hearing this exchange from ahead, Yuanhai nearly toppled off his flying sword. They were on their way to destroy his sect, yet the two behind him were casually discussing whether they could tour the sword pavilion. This mindset meant either they were madmen or they truly didn't take the 10,000 sword sect seriously. And he was growing more and more inclined toward the latter. A cup of tea later, they arrived at 10,000 sword mountain. The 10,000 sword sect was built on the main peak with 999 sword steps ascending from the base to the summit, swords used by disciples of past generations planted on both sides of every step. The mountain gate was a colossal sword-shaped stele inscribed with the words 10,000 swords returned to one, radiating a fierce sword aura. The Grand Protective Formation was perpetually active, its pale cyan sword energy dome enveloping the entire main peak. Centuries ago, the founding patriarch of the 10,000 Sword Sect, Sword Immortal Wan Jin, established the sect here at the peak of the Soul Fusion realm, leaving behind the 10,000 swords returned to one steel as the sect's supreme treasure. 200 years later, the 10,000 Sword Sect had grown from a small sword school of barely a dozen disciples into the largest sword cultivation sect in the Canyon City region, boasting several hundred disciples. By the standards of 1,000 li around Canyon City, that scale indeed counted as a major sect. But such a history was in Xing Feng's eyes little more than a skirmish at a village entrance. Hovering before the mountain gate of 10,000 Sword Mountain, his war robe's hem utterly still in the wind, he turned his head toward Yuan Hai and asked, "This is your sect?" "Why, yes. Yes. That dome of light is your Grand Protective Formation." "Yes, Senior. This is the 10,000 Swords Return to One Sword Energy Formation. It can withstand a Soul Fu. Withstand a single strike from a Soul Fusion cultivator." Xing Feng finished the sentence for him. "Then do you think it can withstand me?" He couldn't even be bothered to draw his blade. He merely tilted the saber hilt on his shoulder slightly forward. A wisp of aura from the late-stage Immortal Emperor realm seeped out from the end of the saber handle, drifting like a feather and landing gently upon the sword energy dome of the Grand Protective Formation. Then the entire dome shattered. It had not been broken by force. It had collapsed on its own. The sword energy that generations of 10,000 sword sect disciples had reinforced for centuries dispersed on its own the instant it sensed that aura, not a shred of will to resist remaining. Pale cyan fragments of sword energy drifted down from the sky, like snowflakes settling upon the rocks of the main peak, and into the crevices between the sword-lined steps. The entire 10,000 Sword Mountain fell into dead silence. Yuan Hai knelt. Along the way, he had already steeled himself for the possibility of annihilation, but he had imagined the worst case, as Xing Feng splitting the mountain gate, with one slash of his blade, with the formation managing to hold for at least a few breaths. Yet now the Grand Protective Formation had collapsed by itself. He dared not imagine what that meant any further. Su Qingxue stood beside Xing Feng, gazing at the fragments of sword energy drifting across the mountain. Hall Master Xing, the sword energy of this formation is rather intriguing. It strengthens its defense by layering sword energy upon sword energy. The deepest layer was left by Foundation Establishment disciples, then it stacks level upon level until the outermost layer carries the sword energy of successive sect masters. You could tell that. Elder Yi taught me. The core of sword array cultivation lies in intent. The deepest sword energy remains stable precisely because it willingly allows itself to be layered upon. But willingly has a precondition. It believes that being stacked on top of something protects something worthwhile. The more worthwhile it feels, the more stable it becomes. She pointed at the dissipating fragments of the dome. Right now it is fleeing. They feel it's no longer worth it. Xing Feng looked down at the young girl beside him. He suddenly felt that Yi Guhong had indeed taught her remarkably well. He, a war god at the late-stage Immortal Emperor realm, had only been able to discern that the formation possessed a layered structure. Yet Su Qingxue had seen at a single glance why the deepest sword energy remained stable and under what conditions it would collapse. This girl's comprehension of the sword path had evolved from astonishing to terrifying. "Come on, let's go inside and sit for a while." He lifted his foot and casually took a single step forward. That step was not a walk. It had directly spanned the entire sword staircase. The moment before, he was still in midair outside the mountain gate. The next moment, he was already standing upon the plaza before the main hall. Those 999 steps had been crossed in a single stride. Su Qingxue still drifted along upon the tray of condensed saber energy, curiously gazing left and right. The plaza of the 10,000 Sword Sect was already packed with people. The collapse of the Grand Protective Formation had made far too much noise. The entire sect had been roused. Elders, stewards, disciples, and menial servants flooded out from every direction, hundreds of them long swords in hand, standing in solemn readiness. At their head stood the current sect master of the 10,000 Sword Sect, Yuanren, a mid-stage soul fusion sword cultivator. He was Yuan Hai's senior brother, and with his cultivation on par with the city lord of Canyon City, he was the strongest sect master the 10,000 Sword Sect had seen in a century. Behind him stood 3 grand elders at the early stage of soul fusion, 5 intersect elders at void refinement, and dozens of core disciples at spirit transformation, a lineup that could easily be called the sect's greatest in 100 years. "Who might you be? Why have you destroyed my sect's Grand Protective Formation?" Yuanren gripped his sword hilt and bellowed, the blade already drawn 3 inches from its sheath. Xing Feng landed, and the iron ring on the great saber at his shoulder let out a clang. "Your junior brother invited me here." He pointed at Yuan Hai, who was still kneeling at the edge of the plaza, not daring to rise. "In Canyon City, he berated my junior disciple, a late-stage spirit transformation elder bullying someone of a lower cultivation realm. I asked his junior brother to apologize. He refused. So I came to sit for a while." The veins on Yuanren's sword hand bulged with rage. He knew his junior brother's temperament well. overprotective, long accustomed to throwing his weight around under the banner of the 10,000 Sword sect. This time he had finally kicked an iron plate. But saying that now was already too late. The man was standing in the plaza before the sect's main hall. The grand protective formation had collapsed within a few breaths, and the combined momentum of hundreds of people was being crushed down by his lone presence. Yu Wanren drew a deep breath to suppress his fury and clasped his fist toward Xingfeng. Sir, regardless of how this began, destroying my sect's grand protective formation still demands an explanation. But the 10,000 Sword sect has stood for 200 years, and it has its own rules. He drew his longsword, and the sword momentum of a mid-stage soul fusion cultivator surged toward Xingfeng like a tide. I ask you to enlighten me. Su Qingxue sat on a stone pillar at the edge of the plaza, her two legs dangling from the side, swinging back and forth. She had asked Xingfeng earlier if she could sit here and watch, and Xingfeng had said it was fine. So she sat. As for the mid-stage soul fusion sect master drawing his sword, she was busy analyzing whatever merits the 10,000 Sword sect's sword techniques had, and didn't even lift her eyelids. Xingfeng didn't even look at that sword light. He took the great saber off his shoulder and planted it on the ground, and the aura of a late-stage immortal emperor shifted like a slumbering giant beast turning over. That full-force sword light from the mid-stage soul fusion cultivator scattered of its own accord 3 zhang away from him, like a drop of water falling into a furnace, evaporating into nothing before it could even draw near. Yu Wanren remained frozen in his sword-drawing stance. He hadn't been locked in place by any technique. It was his own instinct that refused to let him move. Xingfeng looked down at him. He didn't draw his saber, didn't utter threats, didn't even show any expression. You spoke of rules. Fine, I'll speak rules with you. Your junior brother bullied my junior disciple by relying on a higher cultivation realm. She didn't bother arguing with him because she felt it wasn't worth her attention. But I do care, so I came to sit. As for you, you want to uphold your sect's rules. I'll give you your rules. You draw your sword, and I won't raise a hand against you. He took one step forward. A single step, and the longsword in Yu Wanren's hand shattered inch by inch, beginning from the tip, breaking apart piece by piece into iron filings, every fracture surface smooth as a mirror. In the blink of an eye, a heaven-grade top-quality Dharma sword was reduced to nothing but a bare hilt still clutched in his hand. He looked down at the empty sword hilt, unable to speak a single word. This strongest sect master in the recent century of the 10,000 Sword sect finally realized one thing. The man before him was not at the soul fusion stage. He wasn't even at the void refinement stage. The crushing pressure that had scattered his sword intent and his courage alike was simply not a power belonging to this realm. Never before had he so clearly perceived that before a true supreme being, the so-called sect rules were nothing but a sheet of thin paper that shattered at the slightest touch. The 3 grand elders at the early stage of soul fusion rose simultaneously. Having cultivated together for centuries, the 3 sword lights sealed off every avenue of evasion in a triangle formation, and the sword energy tore through the air with a piercing shriek. The blue stone slabs beneath the plaza were ripped up by the shockwaves of sword energy, rubble tumbling through the air. Xingfeng didn't even change his stance. He gave the great saber planted in the ground the slightest lift, and the pressure of the late-stage Immortal Emperor realm was released without any ornamentation. Not aimed at the 3 grand elders alone, but at the entire 10,000 sword mountain. The humming of the saber blade was not loud, yet it was as clear as though it had come from the very depths of the heavens. Wherever the pressure passed, sword lights were extinguished, sword momentum crumbled, and sword intent scattered. The 3 grand elders at the early soul fusion realm all spat out blood in midair and crashed to the ground, their long swords crumbling to fine dust as they scattered around them. The entire 10,000 sword mountain seemed to be held down by an invisible hand. From the hundreds of swords embedded along the sword steps at the mountain's base to the swords in the hands of the hundreds of disciples upon the plaza, every single sword began to tremble at the same instant. Then one after another they shattered inch by inch from the tip. That was not a strike aimed at any one person, but a crushing of the very sword path foundation upon which the entire sect was built. Xingfeng stood amid the flying iron filings, his long saber never once showing its edge. Su Qingxue still sat upon the stone pillar, reaching out to catch a fragment of a sword blade drifting down from the air. The fragment lay quietly in her palm, its cross-section so smooth it could reflect her face. Qingxue, Xingfeng said without turning his head. How do you think Yuanhai should be dealt with? Per sect rules, bullying the weaker, provoking unprovoked, and refusing to admit wrongdoing, the penalty is to face the wall in meditation. Su Qingxue looked down at the fragment in her palm, her tone as flat as if she were reciting a passage from a book. Then she shifted her tone. But that is our sect's rule. Per the rules of the cultivation world, humiliating a sect's eldest disciple is equal to humiliating the sect itself. Refusing to apologize is a declaration of war, and a declaration of war demands consequences. She tucked the fragment into her spatial ring, thought for a moment, and then said, Hall Master Xing, can we buy some of the 10,000 Sword sect's sword manuals? Elder Yi said that studying many schools of swordsmanship broadens the horizon. The hundreds of people in the plaza fell into dead silence. The disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect stared at this young girl at the foundation establishment stage, and only one thought echoed through their minds. A moment ago she had been analyzing the sword energy principles of their grand protective formation, and now she was casually asking the man about to destroy their sect if she could buy its sword manuals, speaking with the same air as a customer asking a street vendor how much a spirit fruit cost. Xing Feng burst into loud laughter. Did you all hear that? He looked at Yuanren. My junior disciple wants to buy your sword manuals. Yuanren was still clutching that bare sword hilt. After hearing the words, sword manuals, he fell silent for a long time. Slowly he released the sword hilt and took out a storage jade slip from his robes. All of the 10,000 Sword sect's sword manuals are inside here. Consider this humble one's apology for failing to recognize greatness. A gift to this young Taoist friend. I beg Senior to be magnanimous and spare the lives of the hundreds of people within my sect. Sect Master Yu. Su Qingxue hopped down from the stone pillar and walked before him. Instead of taking the jade slip, she retrieved a small cloth pouch from her own storage ring and placed it on the ground before him, filled with the spirit-restoring pills that Jiang Yunfan had refined for her. She stepped back, then performed a proper peer salute for sword cultivators. Sword manuals are not taken by force, they are exchanged. The Qingxue sect does not rob others. My master said that when you buy something you must pay for it. She straightened up after speaking, tilted her head, and smiled. Next time keep your junior brother on a tighter leash. Xing Feng hoisted the great saber back onto his shoulder and turned to stride out of the 10,000 Sword sect's plaza. Su Qingxue walked along beside him, taking the blade fragment from the 10,000 Sword sect out of her spatial ring and examining the gleam of its cross-section beneath the moonlight before tucking it away again. When she reached the sword steps, she stopped and glanced back at the enormous sword-shaped stele inscribed with 10,000 swords returned to one. Its sword energy had already dissipated, leaving only an ordinary stone tablet standing alone in the moonlight. Xing Feng didn't look back. What, want that stele? No. I was just wondering whether Elder Yi would like it, though he would probably just say passable. She mimicked Yi Guhong's tone. Then on the fourth day he'd start giving you lessons using that stele, and after the lesson he'd have you dismantle sword techniques. Su Qingxue thought it over and found this prediction entirely reasonable. Meanwhile, at the Qingxue sect, Lin Chen sat in the dining hall, a bowl of freshly cooked dumplings and sour soup placed before him. The system let out a ding within his spiritual sense. Host Xing Feng has destroyed the 10,000 Sword sect. Method of annihilation, releasing the pressure of the late-stage Immortal Emperor realm, causing all sword-type artifacts across the entire sect to shatter on their own, the grand protective formation to collapse by itself, the heaven-grade longsword of Sect Master Yuanren to crumble into powder, and the three Grand Elders at the early Soul Fusion realm to be severely wounded, yet not killed. Su Qingxue exchanged a bottle of spirit-restoring pills for all of the 10,000 Sword sect's sword manuals, and before leaving, she even performed a proper peer salute. Lin Chen's hand holding the dumpling stopped. One bottle of spirit-restoring pills for their entire collection of sword manuals. She really dares. A sect destroyed with 0 casualties and a few hundred years' worth of sword manuals bought out for a single bottle of pills. According to this system's calculations, more than half of the 10,000 Sword sect disciples present expressed a desire to join the Qingxue sect. Lin Chen shoved the dumpling into his mouth and chewed, then set down his chopsticks and fell silent for 2 breaths. Next time tell Xing Feng to show some restraint. If he's going to destroy a sect, fine, but don't make their disciples want to jump ship. It's too early for us to open the mountain and accept disciples. The threshold is too high and outsiders haven't even learned how to queue yet. The system was momentarily at a loss for words, clearly choked by the phrase, haven't even learned how to queue. Outside the dining hall window, Jiang Yunfan happened to be passing by with medicinal herbs just retrieved from the pill room, while Tainyo chopped at the waterfall again and again in the training grounds. Yi Wuhan was being chased by Lung Yu around the sect for 3 laps. It seemed he had secretly used void shifting to sneak into the ice pavilion again. The entire Qingxue sect was peaceful, and yet not peaceful at all. The news that the Wanjian sect had lost its mountain protection formation overnight spread faster than Xingfeng's saber. Early the next morning, when cultivators met in Sunyun City, the greeting was no longer "have you eaten?" but "have you heard? Every sword in the Wanjian sect is broken." The story tore through tea houses, taverns, and spirit medicine shops at a speed far exceeding flying sword message transmission. Some said an integration stage saber cultivator had done it. One glare, and the mountain protection formation had crumbled to dust. Some said the Wanjian sect had provoked a hidden sect in the Forbidden Zone, and the other side had sent a single person to flatten their entire mountain. Others swore that behind that saber cultivator there was a girl in a moon-white robe who had sat on a stone pillar the whole time, swinging her legs and watching the show. Before leaving, she even took out spirit stones and bought every sword manual in the Wanjian sect. "Not spirit stones," a foundation establishment loose cultivator in the corner said in a low voice. They were traded for a single bottle of pills. A bottle of pills for all their sword manuals. Then wouldn't the Wanjian sect? Exactly. Sect master, you couldn't even keep his grip on a sword hilt. A burst of laughter erupted in the tea house, but threaded through every laugh was a sliver of unease. The Wanjian sect's strength was acknowledged across the Tsangyun area. A mid-integration sect master, 3 early integration grand elders, 5 void refinement inner elders, and several dozen spirit severing core disciples. Such a lineup would rank as a top-tier force in any prefecture city. Then in a single night, it was flattened by one person. Not defeated, crushed. From the mountain protection formation to the sect master's personal sword, everything collapsed of its own accord. When scouts from the other sects around Tsangyun City carried the news back, the high-level leaders of almost every sect made the same decision at the same time. Strike the Wanjian sect from their alliance lists, and order their disciples to keep their eyes sharp and never provoke the ones who shouldn't be provoked. And at that moment, the one who shouldn't be provoked was taking Su Qingxue to breakfast in the eastern market of Tsangyun City. A lamb soup pot simmered at a roadside stall. The broth had been boiled all night with spirit sheep bones and 17 kinds of spirit herbs, creamy white as milk with a delicate layer of oil and bright green chopped spirit scallions floating on top. Xing Feng held a bowl in both hands and slurped down 3 bowls in a row, each with double lamb. Su Qingxue sat across from him, sipping the soup with a small spoon, blowing 3 times on every mouthful. The stall owner was a loose cultivator at mid-foundation establishment, roughly the same level as Su Qingxue. But facing this plainly dressed girl with a calm, neither humble nor arrogant smile, he could not shake an inexplicable sense of pressure. It was not the pressure of cultivation. It was sword intent, a keen edge carved into her bones by a top sword cultivator's hand-to-hand instruction. Hall Master Xing, where are we going today? To gather herbs. There are still a few herbs on Qingdai's list we haven't bought. Then what? Return to the sect. Su Qingxue put down her spoon. We haven't finished with the Haifeng mountain range. It says in the Wanjian sect's sword manuals that there's a natural sword grotto deep in the Haifeng mountain range left behind by ancient sword cultivators. I want to go see it. She tilted her head, her tone light, but the eager glint in her eyes shone through no matter how she tried to hide it. Xing Feng put down his bowl and looked at her for a while. You had this plan for a long time, didn't you? Buying the sword manuals was for clues. The Wanjian sect's manuals record the locations of every sword Dao ruin around Tsangyun City. What you traded for with a bottle of spirit returning pills wasn't just a few hundred ragged sword manuals. It was that distribution map of ruins. You've been looking for that sword grotto from the very beginning. Hall Master Xing is really clever. She smiled until her eyes curved into crescent moons, showing 2 neat front teeth. Xing Feng was silent for a moment, then shook his head with a laugh. This girl had more tricks in her heart than sword moves in her hands. At 5, she had been a starving little beggar in a ruined temple, curled up, too scared to speak. After being raised by Lin Chen for only 7 years, she had turned into a little fox bold enough to scheme against even a late-stage Immortal Emperor War God. All right, let's go to the Haifeng mountain range. But agreed. If there's danger in the sword grotto, I say retreat, and we retreat. Okay. After breakfast, the 2 crossed Tsangyun City's central square and headed for the south gate. The square was crowded with people coming and going. Vendors hawked spirit fruits, and a female cultivator haggled in front of an artifact shop. Everything looked exactly as it had yesterday. But Su Qingxue noticed one thing. Not a single cultivator in Wanjian sect clothes remained on the streets. Yesterday's sword cultivators had been everywhere in 3s and 5s. Today, they had all vanished as if the sect had never existed in Tsangyun City. Hall Master Xing, where did all the Wanjian sect people go? Probably cleaning up the mess. Without the mountain protection formation, and with all their swords shattered, they won't recover anytime soon. But I didn't hurt their foundation. Those 3 grand elders just coughed up blood from the shock. A few days of rest, and they'll be fine. Yu Wanren's sword is broken, but his cultivation won't drop much. What he lost is mainly face. So you didn't wipe out the sect. Your master said it's too early to take disciples. I need to leave some survivors for him to line up and sign up later. If he can't call out the full roster, he won't accept. Su Qingxue blinked, making sure Xing Feng wasn't joking. Her master even had to save up enrollment numbers before taking disciples. Only someone from the Qingxu sect would say something like that. Just as the 2 were about to walk out of the south gate, a figure landed before them at the city gate. The newcomer wore a blue brocade robe, his hair and beard already gray, and he stood as straight as a pine. It was Kongsheng City, Lord of Tsangyun City, and a distant clan uncle of Yuanhai. He let his late integration cultivation spread out, without the slightest concealment, stirring waves of spiritual power at the city gate. Kongsheng had held sway in this city for nearly 100 years. Rising step by step from the ranks of loose cultivators to his present position, he had relied not on how high his cultivation was. Late integration was only second-rate in the Huanyu Grand world, but on reading the times. He had waited all night long. When word came last night that the Wanjian sect had been flattened, his first thought was not revenge, but don't let this fire burn me. So when his subordinates reported this morning that Xing Feng and his companion were leaving through the south gate, he had come in person. Not to make trouble, but to make his stance clear. Senior, please wait. Kongsheng hurried forward and bowed deeply to Xing Feng, his posture extremely humble. I am Kongsheng City, Lord of Tsangyun City. I did not know a senior had arrived yesterday, so I failed to greet you properly. I have come specially to apologize. He offered a storage jade slip with both hands. A modest token. It is not worthy of your acceptance, but I hope you'll take it. Also, I have already learned of the Wanjian sect matter. Yuan Hai has acted tyrannically. As city lord, I failed to govern strictly, so I share the blame. Xing Feng glanced at the jade slip, but did not take it. His tone was as casual, as if he were commenting on the weather. It's nothing. I was only taking my sect junior out for training, not trying to alarm anyone. The Wanjian sect matter is over. Go tell Yuanren that the sword manuals were exchanged for pills by my sect junior, a fair transaction. If he wants to find a place to settle scores, he can come to the Qingshu sect in the Forbidden Zone whenever he likes. My name is Xing Feng. Kong Sheng's heart skipped a beat. Forbidden Zone. Qingshu sect. Those two words together sent a chill down his spine, even more than an integration stage saber cultivator flattened the Wanjian sect. What was the Forbidden Zone? It was a deadly place where even immortal kings and immortal sovereigns dared not tread lightly. A force that could establish a sect in the Forbidden Zone. He did not dare imagine further. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, but he quickly adjusted his expression and pushed the jade slip forward with both hands. Senior Xing, there is nothing valuable in this jade slip. It's just a detailed map of all the ruined secret realms and spirit medicine sources around Sangyan City. I heard you were buying spirit medicines. This map is somewhat more detailed than those on the market. Perhaps it will be of use. And there is another important matter I wish to discuss with you in person. As it happens, an honored guest arrived this morning bearing a commission that concerns the safety of Sangyan City. What honored guest? Kong Sheng stepped aside to reveal the person behind him. A handsome young cultivator in a moon-white brocade robe and a jade crown approached from outside the city gate. At his waist hung an immortal sword with its spiritual power held in check. When he came to a stop, a dragon's shadow flickered behind him and vanished. His manner was refined and genteel, yet when his gaze crossed Su Qingshue's shoulder and met Xing Feng's, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He couldn't see through this early integration cultivator who bore a great saber on his shoulder, and being unable to see through him was the greatest warning of all. I am Feng Han, a true disciple of the Taishu Immortal sect. My master is Taishu Jinren, the sect master of the Taishu Immortal sect. Today I called on City Lord Kong on my master's orders. To encounter a senior here is truly fortunate. He turned to Su Qingxue, a gleam of admiration flashing in his eyes, not because of her appearance, but because of the firm sword cultivator's aura she carried. A mid-foundation establishment cultivator who could act so naturally beside an integration stage senior could hardly be an ordinary person. His gaze paused for an instant on the faint sword mark on Su Qingshue's right arm, his pupils shrinking slightly. But he quickly looked away and clasped his hands toward Xing Feng. Senior strange signs have been frequent in the Haifeng mountain range lately. A demonic flood dragon is pushing against a seal in the depths of the mountains. According to investigation, that flood dragon was originally a tribulation transcendence demonic beast. Suppressed by an ancient seal, its power fell to peak nascent soul. But recently it devoured some heavenly treasure or other, and has recovered to mid-spirit severing. The seal is about to collapse at any moment. This vicious beast has destroyed several villages and towns before. My master hopes I can find reliable allies here. This junior humbly begs senior to help us slay this monster and return peace to the people. He spoke with deep sincerity, his earnest words landing with weight on the phrase rid the people of a scourge. But as he talked, his gaze kept shifting between Xing Feng and Su Qingxue. He was observing Xing Feng's reaction, observing Su Qingshue's reaction, observing the relationship between the two. Su Qingshuo tilted her head at this true disciple of the Taishu Immortal sect who had popped up out of nowhere. From his cultivation realm to his bearing, Feng Han was flawless. Early nascent soul, truly worthy of being called a prodigy among the younger generation, a true disciple of the Taishu Immortal sect with a status enough in a second-tier city like Songyun for the city lord to entertain him personally. Even the way he spoke was impeccably proper. But she still felt something strange about him. She couldn't say exactly what, only that when he looked over there was a light in his eyes that weighed matters and calculated advantage. Senior, rest assured. Your junior's cultivation is still shallow, and this trip will never put her in danger. It's just what? Xing Feng narrowed his eyes. It's just that my master does have important business in the Haifeng mountain range. Senior's combat power is unrivaled. If Senior stands guard behind us, we can be certain of success. When I return to the sect, there will be generous recompense besides. Feng Han kept a smile on his face, his words leaving no gaps. Xing Feng did not answer right away. He planted his great saber in the ground, crossed his arms, and looked at Su Qingshuo. What do you think? Su Qingshuo thought for a moment, then turned to Feng Han. Senior brother Feng, can a flood dragon be captured live? My master says demonic beasts should be captured alive whenever possible. If they die, they're not worth as much. Feng Han's smile froze for an instant. A peak nascent soul demonic flood dragon that could recover to spirit severing at any time. Ordinary people would flee at the mere thought. Any foundation establishment disciple from another sect would have turned pale at the words demonic flood dragon. But this mid-foundation establishment girl was not only unafraid. She was thinking about catching it and raising it. He had seen plenty of proud female cultivators, but there was a difference between pride and being quick-witted and mischievous. The person before him obviously belonged to the latter. A demonic flood dragon is violent by nature. Capturing it alive won't be easy. But if there's a chance, Fong will do his best. Fine then. Su Qingxue nodded. Let's go take a look. Xing Feng grinned. He knew what Su Qingxue was thinking. Catching demonic beasts alive was not something she and her people had done only once in the Forbidden Zone. 2 young lightning-patterned leopards were still being kept on the rockery. Then let's move. The thing you want to do is along the way, and the path I'm taking is the same one. But don't say afterward that I stole your credit. His look at Fong Han was mild, but the meaning in it was unmistakable. I see perfectly well what little schemes your Taishu Immortal sect is up to. The party was soon ready. Kong Sheng personally allocated the most elite escort with Yuan Hai among them, and around a dozen Taishu Immortal sect disciples came along. Fong Han rode at the very front, his bearing straight, and his conversation elegant, every bit the leading prodigy. Su Qingxue walked beside Xing Feng, the spirit medicines in her pack replaced by the new sword manuals from the Wanjian sect, and she leafed through them as she walked. Not long after leaving the city, she suddenly pushed a sword manual in front of Xing Feng. Look at this move. The Wanjian sect thinks this stance requiring half a breath of charging is a flaw, but I think charging itself is a kind of momentum. If we compress the charging time to a quarter of a breath, this move can go from profound tier sword art to earth tier. That's because you've been taught crooked by that silent gourd. For a normal person, half a breath is already fast. Then I'll force them to reprint it with the sect rules. Xing Feng burst into laughter, and the sound startled the birds in the woods into flight. Fong Han heard the laughter in front, turned around, and looked at the uncle and niece pair behind him. There was still a properly gentle smile on his face, but the smile did not reach his eyes. He quietly slowed his horse, and moved closer to Su Qingxue, lowering his voice. Junior sister Su, what exact cultivation level does your hall master Xing, this sect uncle of yours, have? The methods he used to flatten the Wanjian sect yesterday are not something an early integration cultivator should have. When I return to the sect, I will report this to my master, and ask him to pay a personal visit to the Qingxue sect to express his gratitude. Su Qingxue tilted her head to look at him, and suddenly smiled. That smile was unlike the coquettish smile she gave her master, the fond look she gave her junior brothers and sisters, or the closeness she showed Xing Feng. It was very polite as a transparent wall. Senior brother Fong, you asked 2 questions. The first should be asked of my sect uncle, not me. As for the second, the name of the Taishu Immortal sect has never been mentioned by my master, so there's no need. She put away the sword manual, and quickened her pace to catch up with Xing Feng. Fong Han reined in his horse, and stayed where he was unable to maintain his smile any longer. The Taishu Immortal sect was a top-ranked sect with a name that counted throughout Sunyan City, and even the whole western wilderness. With an immortal king presiding over it, even a city lord like Kong Sheng had to entertain its disciple personally. Yet she had actually said she'd never heard of it. From the very start, this girl's aura had made him ill at ease. Now, even the carefully offered words of goodwill had been cleanly rebuffed, leaving no room to maneuver. Deep in the Haifeng mountain range, demonic qi grew denser. The forest turned from green to dark purple, and an elusive, faintly sweet smell of blood hung in the air. Fong Han rode alongside Xing Feng, his prodigy's bearing set against the deep shadows of the forest, and when he spoke he remained humble and courteous. Senior, we are not far from the demonic flood dragon's lair. According to earlier scouting, the beast is absorbing baleful earth vein qi right now. This junior awaits senior's decision. When should we make our move? Make a move. Make what move? Xing Feng did not turn his head. Qingxue and I came to gather herbs. We're just taking a look while we're passing by. He glanced at Fong Han sideways. You go first. If you can't win, I'll go up after. That's the rule of a Dao Guardian. However, he paused. You're an early nascent soul cultivator, leading a dozen golden core and foundation establishment disciples against a spirit-severing flood dragon. I suggest you rethink that plan. Fong Han tightened his grip on the reins. He had brought his men here not merely to slay the flood dragon, but for that heavenly meteorite iron hidden deep in the lair. Something he hadn't even told Kong Sheng. He had thought Xing Feng would conveniently claim this merit, but the man refused to play by the rules. He was silent for a moment, then put on that polished smile again. Senior is right. I was too impetuous. Why don't we first find the flood dragon's lair, assess the situation, and then decide? Xing Feng did not reply, which was as good as consent. Ahead, the forest suddenly opened. In the middle of a huge marsh, dark purple demonic qi churned and surged like boiling water. The demonic flood dragon coiled in the blackwater pool at the marsh's center. Its body was more than 100 feet long, and the edges of its scales shone with a cold, eerie light. The mid-spirit, severing demonic qi pressed down for miles around, keeping other demonic beasts from daring to approach. Even the chirping of insects had died out, leaving the whole marsh as silent as an object sealed in amber. And directly above the blackwater pool hung a dark golden meteorite roughly the size of a millstone. That was Fong Han's true purpose in coming here. Fong Han's gaze lingered on the meteorite for a moment before quickly withdrawing. He clasped his hands toward Xing Feng. Senior, this beast's demonic qi is too overpowering. His words were interrupted by a crisp, clear sword cry. Su Qingxue stepped out from beside Xing Feng. The Nine Tribulations sword had already been summoned from the sword mark on her right arm, its tip slanting toward the ground, purple arcs of lightning dancing along the blade. Standing at the edge of the marsh, she faced the enormous demonic beast that loomed more than 10 great realms above her. With a flick of her wrist, she traced a sword flower, drawing a razor-thin arc through the air with the tip. Hall Master Xing, the position of the reverse scale on this flood dragon doesn't match what the ancient books drew. Is it possible someone deliberately modified its armor? Xing Feng crossed his arms. Then all the more reason to go try it. Go on, but don't show all your cards at once. I know, Elder Yi said when probing an opponent for the first time. Use at most half your strength. The moment the words left her mouth, she had already darted into the marsh with the treading leaves step. Compared with the 100-foot demonic flood dragon, that moon-white figure was as tiny as a fallen leaf that might be torn apart by a shockwave at any instant. Yet her steps toward the fountainhead of demonic chi did not hesitate in the slightest. The Nine Tribulations sword dropped low in her hand, its tip aimed at the flood dragon's throat, her left hand behind her back. The posture was exactly the same as when Yi Guhong had first taught her how to thrust a sword hand in hand. Fang Han was silenced by that fearless sword light. It suddenly occurred to him that he might have done something very stupid. Trying to play tricks in front of people from the Qingshu sect would probably be the most mistaken decision of his life. The instant Su Qingshu stepped into the swamp, the demon flood dragon sensed the sword intent. It lifted its head from the blackwater pool, its dull gold vertical pupils narrowing into two sharp slits as they locked onto the diminutive human at the swamp's edge. It had lived for millennia, cast down from the tribulation transcendent stage, and sealed at the peak of nascent soul, then battling through baleful chi to claw its way back to mid-spirit severing. In all those years it had seen countless cultivators. Some came to slay the dragon, some to plunder its treasures, and some simply to throw their lives away. But today's visitor was different. This girl, barely as tall as a single scale of its body, carried a sword intent that made the heart steeped in baleful chi for 1,000 years recoil with a sudden violent clench. Not fear. Memory. It knew this sword intent. Not Su Qingshu's own, but that extraordinarily faint gray lurking at the very depths of her sword's will. 7 years ago, a gray-robed swordsman had passed its place of sealing at the edge of the forbidden zone. With an idle slash, he cut the seal open to inspect it, then turned and walked away. That slash had not been meant to kill, only to satisfy a whim. Yet the sword intent it left behind had throbbed in its wound for 7 full years. Now that same intent had appeared again, not from the gray-robed man himself, but from the disciple he had forged with his own hands. The demon flood dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, hauling its body out of the blackwater pool. Its frame of a dozen-odd zhang saturated with mid-spirit, severing demonic chi, crashed down upon the moon-white sword light like a collapsing mountain. The speed of this lunge left the thunder-patterned leopard far behind. She could have sidestepped that beast's spring, but a demon flood dragon's strike allowed no thought of evasion at all. She trailed it by 7 full major realms. This was no longer a battle, it was a massacre. Su Qingshu did not dodge. A moment before the gale from the pounce scoured her face, she had already reached the judgment. There was no getting out of the way. Not courage, experience. In the 7 years she had spent honing her craft, her sparring partners had ranged from Foundation establishment demon beasts to the late Golden Core Blackwater mystic python to Xing Feng's occasional whimsical slow blade. She knew far too well which attacks could be evaded and which could only be deflected. Her body moved before her mind. Sinking into a slight crouch, sword tip angled upward, she surged forward instead of pulling back, sliding directly beneath the demon dragon's descending jaw. The Nine Tribulations sword struck half an inch below the third reverse scale under the demon dragon's jaw. Earlier she had asked Xing Feng, this dragon's reverse scales aren't where the old texts say they should be. Did someone alter its armor? And she had been entirely serious. A reverse scale should lie directly beneath the throat, yet this demon flood dragon scale was a full inch to the right. A subtle deviation enough to make any sword cultivator who struck according to the ancient texts miss on the very first blow. But she had noticed it in advance, so this stroke drove precisely into the razor-thin seam of soft scale left exposed by the displaced reverse scale. The tip punched through the soft scale and sank about half an inch into the flesh. The best a mid-foundation establishment cultivator could do with all her power was half an inch. That alone made clear the terrifying bodily resilience of a spirit-severing demon beast. Stung by the pain, the demon flood dragon snapped its head like a whip. Su Qingshu was sent flying, tumbling several times through the air before she landed. The treading leaves step beneath her feet bled off the residual momentum, letting her glide several zhang across the swamp mire before she steadied herself. The sword tip carved a thin furrow in the mud, sparks and muddy water splashing together. She looked up. There was no fear in her eyes, only radiance like 2 stars just drawn from a spirit spring. Hall Master Xing. Her voice cut through the swamp, through the demonic chi across a distance of a dozen-odd zhang to Xing Feng's ears, clear and crisp as when she hollered, "Master, lunch is ready." In the dining hall. Its third reverse scale is 3 fingers to the left. What the ancient texts say, that a flood dragon's reverse scale sits exactly 1 cun at the center, is wrong. This dragon had its scales dismantled. Its original reverse scale was carved out, and the current one grew later. Xing Feng stood at the swamp's edge, arms folded across his chest. His great blade stood planted in the ground beside him, the iron rings along its spine, clinking as demonic chi swept past. So what? So it isn't a natural-born demon flood dragon. It was originally a spiritual flood dragon. The reverse scale is the mark of the spiritual kind. A demonic flood dragon wouldn't grow one in this position. Its spiritual dragon reverse scale was dug out, and then baleful chi was used to nurture a new one. That new reverse scale is at least 3/10 softer than a natural one, and there's a seam where it interlocks with the surrounding scales. My sword just now went in through that seam. Xing Feng was silent for one breath. Facing a spirit-severing demon beast, she had shown not a wisp of fear. Instead, in a single exchange, she had spotted the flaw in its scaled armor and deduced its very origins. Such on-the-spot insight was no longer that of a 16-year-old sword prodigy. It was the eye of a species identification expert. At the center of the swamp, the demon flood dragon lowered its head to examine the insignificant wound on its jaw. Its vertical pupils shifted from dull gold to blood red. To have its scale pierced by an ant at mid-foundation establishment. This was its most humiliating moment since falling from the tribulation stage to spirit severing. It no longer roared, no longer probed. It opened its colossal maw, and from deep in its throat welled a sphere of dark violet, baleful chi. This was no ordinary baleful chi. It was the life-bound, baleful essence it had nurtured in the depths of the Blackwater pool for untold years. The baleful sphere hurtled towards Su Qingxue like a meteor so fast that the air shrieked in its wake. Su Qingxue held her sword across her body in a defensive guard. The violet arcs of lightning on the 9 tribulations sword wove into a net, setting up layer upon layer of sword-intent barriers before her. The instant the life-bound baleful sphere struck the net, heaven and earth dimmed. Arcs sizzled, baleful chi exploded, and swamp muck was hurled dozens of zhang into the air. Dead trees within a 10 radius snapped clean at their trunks. The defenses Su Qingxue had woven from sword-intent shattered inch by inch before the spirit, severing life-bound baleful chi. For the first time, the 9 tribulations sword let out an overwrought hum, its arcs crushed from violet into a deep, bruised purple. Unable to withstand the shockwave, she was blasted from her feet, smashing through several dead trees before she finally came to rest. A thread of blood leaked from the corner of her lips. She knelt on one knee, her left arm braced in the mire. The sword markings on her right arm were dimmer than usual. But when she lifted her head, her eyes were still bright, and that impish, mischievous arc still lingered at the corner of her lips. So this is what a full power strike from a spirit-severing expert feels like. Elder Yi was right. When an attack can't be deflected with 7/10 of your strength, you have to plant your own chi into the gaps of the opponent's chi at the moment of contact and make it destroy itself. She wiped the blood from her lips with her sleeve. Her left hand was split at the tiger's mouth, the web between thumb and forefinger. She rubbed the blood away, re-gripped the sword, and added, when he used his scabbard to smack Hall Master Xing that time, he probably used, well, whatever it was fiercer than this. At the swamp's edge, Xing Feng's mouth twitched. This girl, spitting blood, and still she can't resist comparing me to that taciturn fellow. Farther off, Feng Han watched the scene, his hand already tightening unconsciously around the sword at his waist. He had indeed come with ulterior motives. That celestial meteoric iron was recorded long ago in the archives of the Taishu Immortal sect, and his true aim was to hunt treasure under the banner of slaying demons. But now he had no room in his mind for meteoric iron. A girl at mid-foundation establishment struck head-on by the life-bound baleful chi of a spirit-severing demon flood dragon. Not only had she survived, she was calmly analyzing the principle of the attack. This had gone beyond the bounds of genius, and entered a realm he could not begin to understand. Having landed its strike, the demon flood dragon gave her no chance to breathe. It hauled its colossal body completely out of the swamp, flinging black water skyward like a torrential storm. It whipped its tail in a sweeping arc more than twice as fast as before. If that tail had connected a foundation establishment body, it would have been pulverized into blood mist. A sword light blazed, not from the 9 tribulations sword, but from Su Qingxue's own sword intent. The 3 ancient sword runes in the middle chapter of the Chaos Sword art, which she still hadn't fully deciphered, lit up simultaneously at that instant. She didn't know how to read them, nor what sword arts they corresponded to. But in the instant the demon flood dragon swept toward her, she chose the 3rd rune. Not by deliberation, but by instinct. That rune meant, in essence, surrender yourself. She surrendered herself. Not to the sword, but to the gray silhouette that had stood in her sea of consciousness for 7 years, the one that had taught her hand over hand how to deliver her first thrust. Yi Guhong had taught her the ultimate thrust is not about power or speed. It is knowing in the very instant you stab exactly why you are stabbing. She didn't know why she thrust with the 3rd rune, but she knew she believed in him. She believed in the jar of ointment he had left on the training ground steps 7 years ago. She believed in bumming, the sword that had not left its sheath for 300 years, yet had been drawn a single CUN for her sake. She believed in the sword heart jade he had placed beside her pillow. The 9 tribulations sword pierced the sweeping dragon tail. Not through a scale, but through the hairline gap between scales that was nearly invisible to the naked eye. The tip passed through the gap, and into muscle a sword in tint erupted from the tip and blasted inward along the meridian channels of the dragon's tail. The demon flood dragon let out an ear-splitting shriek. The overwhelming force of its sweeping tail was deflected by that one stroke. It grazed past the top of her head and slammed into the swamp mire beside her, sending black water cascading up into the sky. She meanwhile was flung away by the recoil, flipping once in the air before landing. Blood from the split at her tiger's mouth dripped onto the mud and mixed with the black water. Su Qingxue wiped the mud from her face and realized her dantian was burning. Not with the hollow heat of depleted spiritual power, but as if something inside her was being smelted at searing temperature, hammered solid again and again by an invisible hammer. For 7 years, every near-death battle had left something behind in her dantian. Killing the Blackwater mystic python had left the resolve to cast sword intent outward. Killing the thunder-patterned leopard had left the understanding that the sword is born from the hand. Now all of it was being melted down in that furnace, from scattered iron filings into the embryonic shape of a sword. Yi Guhong had held her back for 2 years, forbidding her to break through. At this moment, she finally understood he had not been suppressing her realm. He had been waiting for her dantian to grow thick and strong enough to bear this sword. From mid-foundation establishment to late foundation establishment, it took only one forging of the dantian. A fit of violent coughing sounded from the edge of the mire. Su Qingxue rose from the muddy water, leaning on her sword. Her moon-white training robe had lost all trace of its original color, mottled beyond recognition with blood, mud, and black water. But she was standing, and the violet arcs on the 9 tribulations sword flared back to life. At the swamp's edge, Fong Han finally made a decision. However astonishing this girl's sword talent might be, she was after all only at mid-foundation establishment. Those 2 strokes just now had already been the absolute limit of her strength. If the Taishu Immortal sect could take down the demon flood dragon and claim the celestial meteoric iron, his standing in the sect would leap from true disciple to the foremost candidate for core elder. The temptation was too great. He drew the immortal's sword from his waist. His moon-white brocade robe snapped in the demonic chi as the spiritual power of an early nascent soul cultivator flooded the blade as a blue-green sword aura. "Junior Sister Su, I'll help you," he shouted. His sword light cut across the swamp like an azure rainbow, driving at the demon dragon's flank. Xingfeng did not move from where he stood. He even planted his great blade into the ground, fished half a strip of dried braised beef from his robes, and started chewing. He had seen through it. In this young man's sword there was no slay demons and vanquish evil. Only 4 words seized the credit. Fong Han's sword struck the demon dragon's flank. The sword aura of an early nascent soul cultivator was indeed far more formidable than Su Qingxue's. The tip pierced through the scales and sank several ciyuan deep. Stung with pain, the dragon spun and batted him away with a single sweep of its tail. He twisted twice in the air and landed cleanly at the swamp's edge, his bearing still upright, his sword aura still dazzling. "Senior," he said, turning to clasp a fist toward Xingfeng, "this accursed beast's strength exceeds expectations. I humbly implore Senior to strike alongside me. I will hold its attention from the front, and Senior can attack from the flank. Spare me." Xingfeng finished chewing the dried beef, dusted the crumbs from his hands, and said in the same tone one might use to order a meal at the dining hall, "Aren't you after that block of meteoric iron? Go on then. I'll keep watch for you." Fong Han's face stiffened. "Senior, since leaving the city, you've been waving 'Rid the people of harm' as a banner, but your eyes kept drifting toward that stone. That's celestial meteoric iron, isn't it? The archives of the Taishu Immortal sect must have recorded it long ago. That's how you knew it was here. You borrowed people from Kongsheng and asked me, Xing, for help. None of it was ever about slaying the dragon. It was about getting the iron." Xingfeng chewed his dried beef as if discussing the fine weather. Craving a treasure isn't shameful. The Qingshu sect scours the forbidden zone every day too. But insisting on flying the banner of demon slaying just makes it look a little false. The color drained from Fong Han's face in an instant. Xingfeng was neither angry nor condemning. His tone was as casual as if he were chatting about what to eat at the dining hall. Yet every word he said lashed Fong Han's face like the flat of a blade. Not fatal, but searing with shame. He had cultivated bitterly for years, trading pleasantries with elders and sect masters, handling every matter with flawless watertight finesse. And now before a mere Dao guardian, he had been flayed to the bone in a few sentences. His hand around the sword hilt trembled slightly. His lips moved as if to explain something, but in the end he said nothing. At that same moment Su Qingxue moved. The smelting in her dantian had reached its final stage, and the newly cast sword within her was awakening for the first time. She did not stop to analyze scale seams, discrepancies in the old texts, or how to handle an attack that couldn't be deflected by 7/10 of one's strength. She simply held the 9 tribulations sword, feeling unprecedented spiritual power raging through her meridians. Late foundation establishment. Yi Guhong had held her back for 2 years, forbidding a breakthrough, because her foundation was still lacking. Now the foundation was no longer lacking. She thrust the 3rd stroke. Her whole body became a beam of moon-white, sword light more than twice as swift as before. The arcs on the Nine Tribulations sword also brightened by an entire measure. What had been conventional violet lightning now faintly shimmered with patches of pale gold. The awakening of the Chaos sword constitution broke past 50%, and the second seal of the Nine Tribulations sword subtly loosened. The spirit-severing demon flood dragon opened its jaws at full speed and spat out a thicker, fiercer column of life-bound, baleful chi. But this time her sword had no need to struggle to deflect 70% of it. 7 major realms apart, the residual baleful chi still jolted her internal organs and racked her arm with a bone-splitting ache. Yet for the first time her sword intent truly touched the vital point of the enemy. The Nine Tribulations sword pierced through the pillar of chi and drove into the demon dragon's lower jaw. Not through the seam of soft scale, but into the third reverse scale itself. With the more refined sword intent of a broken-through chaos sword constitution fortified by late Foundation establishment spiritual power, the sword tip punched through the edge of the acquired reverse scale and sank a full CUN into the flesh. The demon flood dragon let out an agonized heaven-shaking shriek. This was the first time in the battle that Su Qingxue had pierced its reverse scale head-on. Not by taking advantage, not by analysis, not by deflecting force, but a straight decisive hit. At the same time, 3 streaks of flying light raced in from the horizon. Their auras of the Unity realm were entirely undisguised. The 3 most powerful patron elders of Cunyan City, second only to Kong Sheng himself, were all rushing into the depths of the Blackwind mountain range. Clearly they had heard the commotion and come to help. Seeing those 3 streaks of light, a glimmer of hope reignited on Fong Han's ashen face. He raised his sword in a formal salute and cried toward the sky, 3 seniors, you have come at the perfect moment. This fiend is ferocious. We have been fighting it for a long time. Please lend us your strength. The 3 streaks of light halted abruptly above the swamp. The foremost elder, an old man with snow-white hair and beard, let his gaze rest on Su Qingxue's blood-stained training robe for a moment, then on Fong Han's face, then made a very pragmatic decision. He turned, clapped his hands toward the other 2 patron elders, and said, this old man just recalled that today is my wife's birthday. I must return home to cook. The 3 streaks of light had come swiftly and departed even faster, vanishing over the horizon in the blink of an eye. The entire swamp fell into a deathly silence. Fong Han's hands remained frozen in the posture of sword salute. His face cycled from red to white. Trembling, he withdrew his hands, not daring to say another word. He did not even dare look at Xing Feng's expression. Su Qingxue pulled her sword from the mire, tilted her head to glance toward where the streaks of light had vanished, and then looked at Fong Han. She said nothing. She simply flicked the mud from the Nine Tribulations sword, turned, and looked up at the battle-robed figure that had not moved a single inch at the swamp's edge. Hall Master Xing, was he just trying to steal my kill? Xing Feng swallowed the last of the dried beef. Pretty much. Su Qingxue thrust the Nine Tribulations sword into the mud, propped her hands on her hips, and looked up at the spirit-severing demon flood dragon, a body that dwarfed hers by 100-fold, and shouted with the particular Lin Chen indulged self-righteousness of the Qingshu sect's chief disciple. Hey dragon, listen carefully. Your 3rd reverse scale grew in later, and there's a seam where it interlocks with the 4th scale on the left. That stroke of mine just now used no more than 6/10 of my strength. If you're willing to come back to the sect with me, I'll ask Elder Qingdai to reattach that reverse scale for you. A spiritual flood dragon ought to have the dignity of one. And if you're not, she tilted her head with a smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. The voice was not loud, but the demon flood dragon caught every word. My martial uncle hasn't made a move yet. At that sentence, the air over the entire swamp suddenly congealed. The demon dragon's scarlet pupils swiveled to Su Qingxue and fixed on those crescent moon eyes. It had cultivated for several thousand years and met countless cultivators who came to slay dragons, but it had never seen a Foundation establishment cultivator so audacious. Yet it had just tasted her sword intent, and it had heard the words, my martial uncle hasn't made a move. Its spiritual sense was screaming. Not because its reverse scale had been pierced, but because of that war god at the swamp's edge who had never truly fought at all. It was silent for a long time. The baleful chi in its mouth slowly flowed back, its vertical pupils gradually faded from crimson to dull gold, and its enormous body coiled back to the center of the Blackwater pool. It neither nodded nor shook its head, but its posture was exactly the same as the one by Qianqian had adopted after Lin Chen warned her through voice transmission, crouching at the mountain gate and waiting through the entire night. Hall Master Xing, I think it agreed. Are you sure? Not really. But the roar it let out just now had a rising tail note. By Qianqian said a rising tail note means okay. She said animal tones are universal across all species. Xing Feng had no idea when Bai Qianqian had said such a thing, but he decided that once they returned he would ask that 9-tailed spirit fox whether she really had written a book called The Linguistics of Demon Beasts. Fong Han stood rooted, his knuckles white around the sword. He watched helplessly as Su Qingxue walked back with her sword in hand. From beginning to end, she had left behind the traces of only 3 strokes. The first stroke probed, the second grasped the meaning of tribulation, the third pierced the reverse scale and broke through to late Foundation establishment. With foundation establishment against spirit severing, she had subdued a demon flood dragon in 3 strokes. And in passing, she had also stripped every secret from his chest. She had every right to speak to anything in that tone. She was the chief disciple of the Qingshu sect, the Chaos Sword Constitution, a girl who at 12 had challenged a spirit-severing expert with her sword. He drew a long breath, unwilling to accept it. The celestial meteoric iron still hovered above the Blackwater pool. If he returned empty-handed, all his machinations within the Taishu Immortal sect would collapse completely. He quietly crushed a message jade slip in his sleeve. One of the life-saving means his master, the perfected Taishu, had left him before entering seclusion. As the jade slip shattered, an extremely faint wisp of divine sense laced with the pressure of an immortal king silently spread outward and shot straight toward the Taishu Immortal sect. Xing Feng's spiritual perception twitched at the very instant the jade slip broke. He did not even turn his head, he simply yawned. Qingxue, take the dragon. Coming right up. Fang Han shattered his message, jade talisman, with calculated artistry. He did not directly call out to his master. Instead, he used the emergency distress signal, reserved exclusively for true disciples of the Taishu Immortal sect. When the jade talisman broke, it released a wisp of immortal king-grade spiritual sense imprint. It named no name and reported no location. It conveyed only one message: a true disciple is in danger, come quickly. The advantage of this approach was that it would not make Xing Feng turn hostile on the spot. After all, he had not said outright, "Master, come save me." He had merely accidentally crushed his protective charm. The drawback was that whoever received the signal would not know exactly what had happened here and could only follow the residual fluctuations of the spiritual sense imprint all the way to this place. Fang Han was betting on that very not knowing. His master Taishu Jinren was a late-stage immortal king, one of the top-tier powerhouses counted among the foremost names in the entire Western wilderness. Even if Xing Feng's combat strength far surpassed the early integration stage, he could hardly remain unmoved before the pressure of a late-stage immortal king. As long as his master arrived, the situation would naturally fall under his master's control. As for how he would later explain his scheme to keep the meteorite iron all to himself, he would deal with that after surviving the crisis at hand. He slipped the hand that had crushed the jade talisman back into his sleeve, straightened up and restored that composed, decorous smile to his face. From a distance, he was still that gentle, refined, true disciple of the Taishu Immortal sect, as though the humiliation of having his cover stripped bare by Xing Feng's words moments ago had never happened. But Su Qingxue walked past him and tossed off a feather-light remark. "Senior brother Fang, when you crushed that jade talisman, just now the little finger of your left hand twitched. My master says a twitching little finger means something is weighing on your mind." Fang Han's smile did not change in the least. His ability to keep his composure was indeed first-rate. "Junior sister Su is joking." Su Qingxue did not press further. She walked over to Xing Feng and retracted the 9 calamities sword back into its sword mark. The gash on her left arm was still oozing blood. As she rummaged through her travel pack for the wound medicine Qing Dai had prepared, she tilted her head and said quietly, "The jade talisman he crushed just now has a different aura from City Lord Kong's message jade. It feels more like a spiritual sense imprint. It should mean he's called someone over." Xing Feng chewed dried beef, utterly unconcerned. "It should be at the Immortal King level, right? The strongest in the Taishu Immortal sect is Taishu Jinren, a late-stage Immortal King." Su Qingxue twisted open the medicine bottle, poured powder onto the wound at the base of her thumb, sucked in a sharp breath, then went on. "Late-stage Immortal King is the 15th realm, 10 realms above spirit transformation. Hall Master Xing, can your words actually fight?" Xing Feng thought about it, then answered seriously, "If I used a saber, it might take 1 slash." He paused. "But since he isn't here right now, I can manage without a saber." Su Qingxue tilted her head and thought for a moment, then nodded. "Then let him come. It just so happens I'd like to see what an Immortal King looks like." Elder Yi says every Immortal King has a unique momentum of his own. Taishu Jinren's momentum seems to be related to the void. The Wanjian sect's relic distribution map mentioned it in passing. If his momentum can cross-validate with junior brother Ye's myriad Dao void body, maybe when I return to the sect, I can bring an insight back as a gift for him. She thought for a moment, then added, "Junior brother Yi was locked down by my sword chi last time. I think his spatial translocation still has room for optimization." Xing Feng was silent for a moment. What this girl was thinking was not, will an Immortal King be dangerous, but an Immortal King's momentum can be used as cultivation reference for junior brother. He decided that when he returned to the sect, he would say to Lin Chen, "Your eldest disciple has grown completely crooked, and the direction of that crookedness was personally cultivated by you." Inside Heishui Pool, the massive body of the demonic flood dragon coiled beneath the dark gold meteorite iron. The reverse scale beneath its jaw, the one Su Qingxue had pierced, was still seeping faintly. Dark red blood dripped along the edge of the scale into the black water, stirring rings of gloomy light on the surface. From start to finish, it had not launched another attack. It only gathered its baleful aura, coiled in the pool, and fixed its vertical pupils tightly on Xing Feng. It was not that it didn't want to move, it didn't dare to. The man carrying that great saber had been standing there chewing dried beef for a long while. Occasionally he yawned, and after each yawn he readjusted the saber hilt on his shoulder. The entire process was more casual than sunbathing in his own backyard. And the spiritual intuition honed over thousands of years of dealing with countless dragon slayers told it the weight of this casualness was even heavier than Taishu Jinren's. Su Qingxue walked to the edge of the marsh, crouched down, and took out from her pack a piece of spirit beast jerky that Bai Qianqian had stuffed inside. The jerky was wrapped in oil paper. When she opened it, the fragrance drifted far into the distance, and the demonic flood dragon's vertical pupils flickered slightly. Hungry. She held the jerky out a little further. The demonic flood dragon did not move. Not hungry. Then I'll eat it myself. She tore off a small strip and put it into her mouth to chew. Bai Qianqian's handiwork was as solid as ever. Spirit lamb marinated in spirit sauce air-dried until it was salty, fragrant, and chewy. After she finished chewing, she took out a bottle of spirit replenishing pills refined by Jiang Yunfan, poured a few into her palm, and placed them on a stone by the marsh. These are spirit replenishing pills refined by my junior brother. Third-grade top quality. He may not be much good at anything else, but alchemy. He's truly steady. Eating one can restore 3/10 of spiritual power. You're a spirit transformation stage demonic beast, so it might not restore 3/10 for you, but even a mosquito's leg is meat. The demonic flood dragon still did not move, but its vertical pupils lingered for a moment on the round pills in her palm. This demonic beast had been imprisoned for thousands of years, and had seen cultivators throw poison bait, hidden weapons, and talismans in front of it. But someone tossing its spirit replenishing pills was a first. Su Qingxue clapped her hands and stood up. I'll leave them here. Take them whenever you want. If you want to come back to the sect with me, that's fine. The terms remain unchanged. Elder Qingdai will reattach your reverse scale for you. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. But, she pointed at Feng Han by the marsh. That man has had designs on that stone of yours ever since he entered the city. If you stay here, more people will come later. After she said this, the demonic flood dragon slowly lowered its head to look at the reverse scale beneath its jaw, the one that had been altered by outside hands. It had been imprisoned here for thousands of years, and had long grown accustomed to the greed and calculation of cultivators, but this girl's eyes were different from those of every dragon-slaying cultivator who had come before. The 3 sword strikes she had landed earlier were all open and above-board, aimed squarely at the reverse scale. Not one had been a sneak attack or laced with poison. Now she had set the medicine on the stone without taking the opportunity to draw her sword. Its tail swayed gently beneath the water, not a prelude to attack, but hesitation. At the same time, Feng Han's aura suddenly steadied. It was not the steadiness that comes from recuperation, but the settled certainty of having found something to rely on. He raised his head toward the western sky above the marsh. Their 2 flying lights were approaching at shocking speed. The leading streak, a cyan white sword light, was one he knew all too well, the unique flight art of Taishu Jinren, sect master of the Taishu Immortal sect, the Void Heaven Step. Even though the flying light tore across the sky with the pressure of a late-stage Immortal King, on closer inspection, the edge of its sword radiance carried a few wisps of extremely faint Immortal Emperor aura. Taishu Jinren had been in closed-door cultivation for 100 years, already striving to break through to the early Immortal Emperor stage. Now, for the sake of his disciple, he had deliberately come out of seclusion. Close behind came a slightly weaker flying light. His junior brother Da was Xuanqing, a mid-stage Immortal King and the law enforcement elder of the Taishu Immortal sect. Before the 2 Immortal King pressures had even landed, the demonic qi above the marsh began to tremble. Even the baleful aura of Heishui Pool was giving way. Kong Sheng, the city lord of Canyun, saw the 2 flying lights streak across the sky from his city gate tower. Startled, he then quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Taishu Jinren had come in person, that senior Shing, however mysterious, would not dare to be too reckless. Today's affair could finally be settled. He immediately rose into the air and sped toward the Haifeng mountain range. The 2 flying lights landed on the high ground north of the marsh. Taishu Jinren was an old man with white hair and beard. His moon-white robe was the same style as Feng Han's, but the material was far more expensive, with gold thread void array patterns stitched into the cuffs. The spiritual pressure of a late-stage Immortal King spread out without the least concealment. The dead trees at the marsh's edge were pressed down in unison, bowing their heads. Even the wind dared not blow. Daoist Xuanqing's features were very similar to his senior brother's, but far more sinister between the brows. After landing, his gaze fell on Su Qingxue first, and he frowned. Feng Han hurried forward, saluting with clasped fists. His manners flawless, disciple greets master and master uncle. Disciple met with danger and had no choice but to disturb master's seclusion. I am truly afraid. Taishu Jinren nodded slightly. His gaze moved from Feng Han to the demonic flood dragon coiled in the middle of the marsh, then to the dark gold celestial meteorite iron hanging above it, and finally landed on Su Qingxue. Feng Han chose the opportune moment to speak. Master, this demonic flood dragon was originally the target of my demon-slaying mission this time. Unexpectedly, this junior sister Su of the Qingxiu sect struck first. I had intended to assist her in subduing it, but her master uncle, he glanced at Xing Feng, seemed unwilling to let anyone else interfere. I was left with no choice but to request Master's presence to uphold justice. Daoist Xuanqing's brows shot up on the spot. He gave Su Qingxue a sweeping look. Late Foundation establishment ragged bloodstained training clothes holding the 9 calamities sword whose sword mark had not yet fully retracted. A late Foundation establishment girl dares to snatch the achievements of a true disciple of the Taishu Immortal sect. Qingshu sect. He let out a cold laugh, his voice low but every word like a blade scraping over flagstone. Grating and arrogant, what small nameless sect crawled out of nowhere, without even understanding basic rules. Have one of your elders come out and speak. This was not a question, it was an order. After years of enforcing sect law, he had long been accustomed to speaking to low-level cultivators in this tone. In his eyes, Foundation establishment cultivators were not much different from spirit herbs by the roadside, trampled, and there was an end to it. Xing Feng slammed the great saber from his shoulder into the ground. The pressure of his early-stage Immortal King realm was unleashed without the slightest reserve, crashing down on Daoist Xuanqing like collapsing mountains and a surging sea. Muddy water from the marsh sent a ring of huge waves surging outward, and dead trees at the far side of the marsh were snapped cleanly by the blast. Her elder. I am her elder. You call Qingshu sect a small obscure sect. Rules. Today I'll teach you a rule. Someone who uses high cultivation to bully juniors is not fit to be called a senior. Call him trash. His tone was steady without even a crack, as though he were stating a law of physics. Daoist Xuanqing's face changed drastically. The spiritual pressure of his mid-stage Immortal King realm erupted at full force in an attempt to resist. The two pressures collided in midair. The demonic qi above the marsh was ripped in two and fissures spread tens of zhang across the ground. When Immortal King level pressures clash head-on, the residual blast is enough to crush every Foundation establishment cultivator within 100 zhang. Yet Daoist Xuanqing discovered that his pressure was nothing but a thin sheet of paper before the other's saber momentum. His mid-stage Immortal King was actually being suppressed by an early-stage Immortal King until even his breathing was choked off. This meant the other party's true strength was far beyond early Immortal King, and an existence who could casually suppress a mid-stage Immortal King was at least at the level of. Taishu Jinren finally stepped in front of his junior brother. The spiritual pressure of a late-stage Immortal King laced with a trace of Immortal Emperor aura was forced open to its limit as he tried to block that vast saber momentum for his junior brother. Xing Feng remained unmoving, planting the saber with one hand, his shoulder as still as stone. Taishu Jinren was a seasoned Immortal King who had seen much. Beneath the saber momentum, he sensed the true, still unheld weight. He was not an Immortal King, not even an Immortal Emperor. There was no time to think further on his true realm, but instinct was already screaming a warning. This man could crush the mountain-protecting formation of the 10,000 Sword sect without a single word, and a spirit transformation stage demon flood dragon dared not move beneath his hand. In this fight he had already lost on principle, and in strength the balance was even more hopeless. He made a split-second decision, turned to face Xuanqing Daoist, and said, "Shut up." Then he solemnly clasped his hands toward Xing Feng and bent his waist very deeply. Feng Han still held the posture of a sword salute, but the ease on his face had finally shattered. That man was his master, the sect leader of the Taishu Immortal Gate, a supreme Immortal King at the late stage. The master he had believed invincible his whole life. And he was now offering a junior salute to a way guardian carrying a great saber on his shoulder. "I am Taishu Jinren. I have offended an elder by failing to know of your arrival." Taishu Jinren's voice was steady and his posture was extremely low. My junior brother spoke without choosing his words. "When I return, I will discipline him strictly. Would the elder be willing to grant this humble one a bit of face and allow me to take my disciple back?" "No." Taishu Jinren's words lodged in his throat. "Your disciple tried to seize my martial niece's flood dragon. Then he brought you here to muscle in on the scene. Your junior brother called my martial niece's sect a small and insignificant faction." Xing Feng pulled the great saber out of the ground and hoisted it back onto his shoulder, looking as if he were saying, "The canteen's food is pretty good today. You tell me to give you face. Then who gives the Qingshu sect face? Who will repay the face of the Qingshu sect's chief disciple?" Su Qingxue stood nearby. The wound on her left arm had just stopped bleeding while her right hand was still inside her traveling bag, searching for Bai Qianqian's spirit beast jerky. She watched Xing Feng render Taishu Jinren speechless, then suddenly cut in half. "Master Xing, just now he said, let this junior take his disciple back, meaning he only wants to take Feng Han. He didn't say anything about taking the others. That senior uncle who did the cursing, he probably doesn't want to save him." Taishu Jinren's fingers twitched almost imperceptibly. Xuanqing Daoist knelt on the ground, muddy water soaking the lower hem of his Daoist robe. In the look he gave his senior brother, fear appeared for the first time. Not fear of Xing Feng, but fear that my senior brother might really discard me. That girl had used a single featherlight sentence to turn master and disciple into enemies and drive a wedge between senior and junior brothers. These were not the words of an innocent, naive child. A 12-year-old chief disciple was telling everyone present Qingshu sect was not to be trifled with. Xing Feng laughed loudly. "Do you hear that? You want to take Xuanqing away? Have Feng Han kneel and apologize to my martial niece. Xuanqing will break one of his own arms. And that meteoric iron goes to the Qingshu sect. Our sect master has been missing a stone to press down his pickle jar. In the deathly silence, Feng Han suddenly spoke, "Master, your disciple is willing to suffer in his place. For my senior uncle's fault, this disciple is willing to break one of his own arms as punishment. Please do not make things difficult, master. What good person are you playing?" Su Qingshua's voice was not loud, but every word was clearly audible. She stood at the edge of the marsh, still clutching a piece of spirit beast jerky, tilting her head as she looked at him. Her tone was unhurried. "You have been scheming for that meteoric iron since you entered the city. When you left the city, you deliberately probed my senior uncle's cultivation realm to see whether he could clear the way for you. Only after your attempt to snatch the flood dragon failed did you crush the jade talisman and summon Taishu Junren and Xuanqing Daoist. From beginning to end, you used everyone. Now that your senior uncle is about to be crippled, you want to use taking the punishment in his place to gain one last scrap of fame. That is not loyalty. That is playing your abacus to the very last bead while still trying to save yourself face." Feng Han froze in place, his lips moving several times, but he could not force out a single word. The thing he had been best at his whole life was doing the most self-interested things in the most dignified manner. But this girl had peeled away every layer of his dignity, leaving only a shoddy scheme and a pile of broken scraps. He realized that he had made a fatal mistake from the very first meeting. He should never have judged anyone from Qingshu sect by the measure of ordinary sect disciples. Taishu Junren was silent for a long time. His moon-white robe stirred faintly in the mountain wind. The void immortal sword behind him let out a low hum, but he did not draw it. He knew that behind him stood the entire Taishu Immortal Gate. If things could not be settled today, the man who carried that great saber would personally pay a visit to Taishu Immortal Gate, just as he had paid a visit to the 10,000 Swords sect yesterday. He turned to look at Xuanqing Daoist. "Junior brother, the path of cultivation is not easy. Only by recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them can one walk the true path. What happened today was brought about by your own actions. Your senior brother cannot shield you." Xuanqing Daoist's face turned ashen. He understood that this was not his senior brother being heartless. His senior brother was saving the entire Taishu Immortal Gate. He slowly extended his left arm and gathered spiritual energy in his right palm, about to strike down. Once that palm landed, he would lose at least 3/10 of the cultivation he had built over half a lifetime, and the dignity of an immortal king would never again belong to him. "Wait!" Xing Feng's voice sounded. Xuanqing's hand stayed suspended in the air. Xing Feng took a single step forward, covering several dozen zhang in that one stride, and appeared from the edge of the marsh directly in front of Xuanqing. He looked down at the law enforcement elder of the mid-immortal king stage kneeling in the mud, but when he spoke it was not to him. "Qingxue, he was the one cursing you. What do you think should be done with him?" Su Qingxue swallowed the last bite of jerky and patted the crumbs from her hands. "My master said when you're out in the world, don't hold grudges. Holding grudges only exhausts you." Xuanqing Daoist could not believe his ears, and Feng Han turned sharply to stare at her. But Su Qingxue changed her tone. "My master also said, not holding grudges doesn't mean there is no punishment. Once the punishment is done, the grudge is cleared. Not holding a grudge doesn't mean having no temper. If you have a temper, you let it out on the spot, and once it is out, the page is turned. That is the rule of Qingshu sect." The more Xing Feng listened, the more certain he was that this girl had mastered every nuance of Lin Chen's philosophy of coasting without ever taking a loss. Su Qingxue walked over from the marsh and crouched down in front of Xuanqing Daoist. From her bag, she pulled out a small notebook, the one she used to record her insights on the sword path, flipped to a blank page, and produced a spirit ink brush. She placed the paper and brush in front of Xuanqing Daoist. "Senior, you called Qingshu sect a small, insignificant sect. Then please write an apology statement. Right on a certain year, month, and day before the marsh of the Haifeng mountain range, Xuanqing Daoist spoke rudely and offended the Qingshu sect. I hereby apologize sincerely and will take it upon myself to copy the Qingshu sect rules once. Only our sect has no official rules yet, so I will copy a beginner's guide to the sword path instead." She shoved the brush into Xuanqing's hand, her eyes sincere. "Just finish copying it. No need to break an arm. My master says cutting off hands and feet wastes too much gauze." Xuanqing's hand trembled badly as he gripped the spirit ink brush. He lowered his head to look at the still empty signature line on the paper, and his old face flushed red. After a moment, he picked up the brush with his left hand and wrote a line with unsteady strokes, then pressed his spiritual energy handprint beside the signature. When he finished, he returned the brush to Su Qingxue and collapsed into the muddy water. All the dignity of an immortal king was gone. Su Qingxue took the apology letter and studied it carefully, discovering that Xuanqing Daoist's handwriting was actually quite good, probably practiced from being made to copy texts as punishment by his sect over the years. She folded the letter and put it into her spatial ring. "All right. My master says once punishment is over, the page turns. You have apologized, so we are even." Feng Han watched this and suddenly realized that what hurt most was not being beaten. It was being treated like this. It was not forgiveness, and it was not revenge. It was a lightness so casual that the entire affair seemed unworthy of a second thought. There was no hatred in her eyes because an immortal king was only a minor interlude in her life, not even qualified to make her hold a grudge. Xing Feng watched her put away the apology letter, then watched her walk back to the edge of the Blackwater pool and crouch down again to discuss with the demon flood dragon whether it wanted to return to the sect with them. The flood dragon looked at Xing Feng, then at Su Qingxue. A very low, very soft whimper rose from its throat, and it slowly nodded. Hall Master Xing had agreed. Su Qingxue turned around happily and shouted to him. Fine. Bring the meteoric iron along too. As the pickle jar wait. Your master said last time he was missing one. I've remembered it. 2 streaks of flight light vanished into the western sky. Xuanqing Daoist was brought back to the sect by Taishu Zhenren to be confined and reflect on his misdeeds. Feng Han followed his master, his moon-white brocade robe still displaying its usual splendor, but his silhouette was like a fish whose bones had been pulled out. The reputation he had painstakingly built for years was completely destroyed. It had not been destroyed by losing to a stronger hand, but by having every bit of his shrewd calculations seen through. Before he left, he looked back at the marsh from a distance. Moonlight had already climbed up the night sky. The girl's silhouette was still crouched by the pool, one hand stretched out patiently waiting for the flood dragon to bring its snout closer. She was even humming a soothing spirit beast melody she had just learned the night before at a tea house in Songyun City. Xing Feng stood not far away with his arms crossed, then said abruptly, Qingxue. In that apology letter, when you had Xuanqing sign his name, did you deliberately set the date one day earlier? Su Qingxue turned back with a blink. Did I? Maybe it was a slip of the pen. The crumbs of jerky in her hand were blown away by the wind. Xing Feng shook his head and laughed. This girl had only been in Songyun City for 2 days, and between trading in sword manuals, taming the demon flood dragon, and making people write apology letters, she had done every one of those things more beautifully than he could have. Given time, once she could stand on her own, the old established sects of the 6 realms would probably have to take a number and queue up at the gate of Qingshu sect. Pack up. We return to the sect tomorrow. Okay. Meanwhile, at the Qingshu sect, Lin Chen sat in the dining hall with a plate of freshly cooked sweet and sour spare ribs in front of him. The system let out a ding in his divine sense. Host Xing Feng and his party are expected to return to the sect tomorrow. Did that demon flood dragon come back too? Yes. Additionally, there is a piece of heavenly meteoric iron, in Xing Feng's exact words, as a weight for the sect master's pickle jar. Lin Chen's chopsticks paused in midair halfway to the ribs. Pickle jar. On the other side, Kong Sheng, that Songyun City lord who had been casually dismissed by Xing Feng, was standing alone before the ruins of the 10,000 Sword sect. He had seen everything from Taishu Zhenren's departure to the flood dragon's nod. He suddenly felt that the map he had sent before was not generous enough. He should send another one, with local specialties added. Qingshu sect. What kind of sect is it exactly? He murmured to himself, gazing toward the Haifeng mountain range. The bright moon hung high, and the Haifeng mountain range had returned to silence. Moonlight spilled over the Blackwater pool in shimmering ripples. The demon flood dragon slowly sank back into the pool until only a pair of dark yellow vertical pupils remained above the water, watching the moon-white figure on the bank packing her belongings. Su Qingxue placed the last bottle of spirit-restoring pills on a stone by the shore. This bottle is for you to take along on the road. I'll call you when we set off tomorrow. She stood up, patted the mud from her knees, and headed towards Xing Feng's campfire. After 2 steps, she turned back. All right. What's your name? The flood dragon was silent for a moment, then let out a low whimper. That note echoed in the night wind. In the thousands of years it had been confined here, this was the first time anyone had asked its name. The campfire crackled once. Sparks flew up into the night sky and merged with the 3 moons. Returning from the Black Wind Mountains to Qingshu sect normally took half a month by flying sword. Xing Feng thought it was too slow and simply wrapped Su Qingxue in blade chi to fly. Su Qingxue sat on a tray formed from condensed blade chi, her 2 legs dangling and swinging in midair. On her knees lay a sword manual traded from the Wanjin sect. Her left hand held a piece of spirit beast jerky stuffed into it. Bai Qianqian, her right hand flipped pages, and another piece dangled from her mouth. She read extremely fast, taking in 10 lines at a glance. After every page turn, she paused and traced a few strokes in the air with her index finger. Those were sword diagrams left by some elder of the Wanjin sect. Under her fingertip, they were dismantled into fundamental trajectories, then cross-referenced against the sword intent of the Chaos Sword Scripture. Hall Master Xing, this sword technique from the Wanjin sect is actually not bad. The transition between thrust and slash is particularly smooth. It's just that the spiritual power circulation path is too roundabout. Look at this move. From the dantian to the wrist, it detours through 3 meridians, wasting at least 20% of spiritual power. But if we cut the path straight, she used her finger to redraw a line through the air. The 9 calamities sword's intent condensed into a faint golden glimmer at her fingertip, leaving a shallow trail in the void. Going this way, the same sword move gains 30% more power. Do I look like someone who practices sword arts? Xing Feng flew atop the blade chi without turning his head. No, but you can apply this move's principle to your great saber. Swap thrust and slash for chop and sweep. Saber techniques have the same spiritual power deter problem. Little girl, now you're teaching me. Xing Feng chuckled, but in his mind he had already stored away the straightened meridian path she had described. Mute Gord taught you into this state. When I get back, I need to have a talk with him about tuition. Elder Yi said the tuition has already been collected. What did he collect? Sword Heart Jade. Xing Feng was silent for a moment. Of course, he knew what Sword Heart Jade was. It was the source of Yi Guhong's sword heart. Jade exists, person lives, oh jade shatters, person dies. Yi Guhong had split half his life for this girl. Xing Feng said no more, and Su Qingxue didn't continue either. She lowered her head to turn to the next page of the sword manual, took a bite of jerky, and crunched it loudly. As they flew beyond the bounds of the black wind mountains, the clouds ahead suddenly changed color. It wasn't the gold red dyed by the setting sun, but an ink green so dense it could not be dispersed. Demonic aura. The demonic aura was as viscous as an overboiled pot of spiritual herb porridge, surging from every direction and sealing the entire sky airtight. Within the clouds, a colossal silhouette was faintly visible, swimming about, not a flood dragon. Its form was more slender than a flood dragon, and its aura more ancient. Xing Feng halted his flying light and took the great saber from his shoulder, planting it on the cloud surface. There were few in this world who could make him stop of his own accord. Lin Chen counted as one, Yi Guhong as half, and the demonic aura before him as one. Come out, he said. The clouds split apart, and an azure divine dragon extended its head from the ink-green demonic aura. Its horns were like jade, its whiskers like whips. Every dragon scale was the size of a millstone, ancient azure patterns flowing across its surface. Its body was hidden within the clouds, its full form unseen, but the dragon head alone was larger than an entire demon flood dragon. A pair of blue-gold vertical pupils lit up within the clouds, the images of Xing Feng and Su Qingxue reflected in their depths. Demon Emperor Realm. The cultivation realm of the demon realm's sovereign equivalent to the human immortal emperor. This azure dragon's cultivation stood at the peak of the demon emperor realm, only one step away from demon venerable. Across the entire universe world, it was a force to be reckoned with. It lowered its head, its gaze passing over Xing Feng and landing on Su Qingxue. Little girl, you carry the aura of the dragon race. No, it's that flood dragon you just subdued. Hand it over. Su Qingxue swallowed the jerky and closed the sword manual on her knees. Why, it is a member of this emperor's kin stranded beyond our lands. Though flood dragons are not pure-blooded dragon, kind dragon blood flows within them. To be subdued by a little Foundation establishment girl like you is an insult to the dragon race's dignity. Su Qingxue tilted her head and looked at the demon flood dragon beneath her feet. The mid-soul formation demon flood dragon had been shrinking in the Blackwater pool ever since the old azure dragon appeared, refusing to come out. At this moment, wrapped by Xing Feng's blade, chi in midair, the entire flood dragon was curled into a huge mass, its head buried within its coiled body, the very tip of its tail trembling. It remembered this old azure dragon. The ones who had carved out its reverse scale all those years ago were this old azure dragon's subordinates. The culprit behind its fall from a spirit flood dragon to a demon flood dragon, from the tribulation realm plummeting to nascent soul peak, was the dragon race. Now the old azure dragon had come in person, saying it wanted to bring it back. With an extremely low, almost inaudible, mournful whimper, it made its stance known. It did not want to return. Su Qingxue heard it. She looked up at the sky covering azure dragon, her eyes no longer carrying the leisurely air of when she read sword manuals, nor the playful mischief of when she bantered with Xing Feng. Those 12-year-old eyes were very calm as a sword that had yet to be drawn from its sheath. It doesn't want to go back. Whether it wants to or not isn't for you to decide. Nor is it for you to decide. Su Qingxue stood up. The 9 Calamities sword extended from the sword patterns on her right arm, its tip pointing diagonally at the cloud surface. Late Foundation establishment spiritual power and chaos sword intent were released simultaneously. A flicker of surprise passed through the azure dragon's vertical pupils, not because it was frightened, but because it was amused. A late Foundation establishment human girl dared draw a sword before a demon emperor. It had lived for tens of thousands of years and seen human cultivators as numerous as fish crossing a river. Foundation establishment cultivators who could stand before it without kneeling could be counted on one hand, and those who dared draw a sword, not a single one. Interesting. Little girl, what is your name? Su Qingxue, senior disciple of Qingshu sect. Qingshu sect. Never heard of it. But you have impressive courage. This emperor has changed his mind. Hand over the flood dragon, and you may leave with them. This emperor will not harm you. It glanced at Xing Feng, then glanced at Feng Han. It could naturally sense Xing Feng's early integration aura. But so what? Early or late integration made no difference before a demon emperor. Xing Feng rotated the great saber to a different angle. The late immortal emperor aura no longer wore the approachable guise of early integration as it did in daily life. Truly, it lifted a single corner, just the space of one blade's gap. That corner of blade intent crashed down upon the azure dragon's crown like a corner of the heavens collapsing. In that instant, every one of the demon emperor peak's 5 senses was screaming. It had lived tens of thousands of years, met human immortal kings, fought immortal emperors. Yet this blade intent brought not realm suppression, but something far more fundamental, the lingering resonance that belonged only to absolute power, standing at the very apex of the universe whirled a mere step from the ceiling. Did you just say? Qingshu's sect was unheard of? Xingfeng raised his head to lock eyes with the Azure Dragon. Now you've heard of it. The Demon Emperor's majesty, propped by 50,000 years of cultivation, was torn open with a gash before that corner of blade intent. But it was after all a peak Demon Emperor. After 3 breaths of silence, Azure Dragon, divine fire, erupted abruptly across its body. Blue-gold flames burned half the sky into an amber hue. The demonic aura clouds coiling behind it constricted sharply, resisting the blade intent's relentless crushing. It did not retreat, not because it was unwilling but because retreat was impossible. Locked by the blade intent at this moment, turning around would mean handing its back to Xingfeng. It could only bear it stiffly. Senior, who exactly are you? Xingfeng, Hall Master of the War Hall of Qingshu Sect. The peak Demon Emperor Azure Dragon fell silent. Su Qingxue stood in place holding up her sword, watching the scene, then tilted her head toward Xingfeng. He seems quite troubled. You can tell, eh? His whiskers are trembling on the left, but not the right. Bai Qianqian says whiskers trembling on only one side means he can't make up his mind. She put away the 9 calamities sword, sat back down on the blade chi tray, and flipped the sword manual back to the page she had been reading. Then I'll continue reading the sword manual. Call me when you've finished talking. Xingfeng nearly laughed out loud. He hoisted the great saber back onto his shoulder. Alright, stop toughing it out. At your realm, holding on this long is already a credit to the dragon race. Do you really want to fight? The Azure Dragon hesitated. A man who could press a peak Demon Emperor to gasp for breath with nothing more than blade intent. If such a man truly struck in earnest, the question wasn't whether it could win, but whether it would leave this place alive at all today. This emperor merely came to retrieve a member of his kin. If Senior is willing to part with it, the dragon race will surely repay the favor handsomely. Part with it. That flood dragon was earned by my sect niece through 3 sword strikes. You can't even call her name properly, yet you ask her to part with it. Is this how the dragon race conducts affairs? Xingfeng paused. How about this? You have a match with my sect niece. What? The Azure Dragon thought it had misheard. You peak Demon Emperor. Her late foundation establishment. Suppress yourself to mid-gold core and fight her. If you win, the flood dragon is yours. If you lose, Xingfeng grinned. You give her a reverse scale. The Azure Dragon was silent for a very long time. Mid-gold core against late foundation establishment. Theoretically still below the nascent soul realm, adjacent within the same major tier. Mid-gold core was only one full major realm above foundation establishment. After foundation establishment comes gold core. And Su Qingxue. At mid-foundation establishment, she had slain a late gold core Blackwater Mystic Python. At mid-foundation establishment, she had killed a peak foundation establishment Thunder Pattern Leopard. And when she ascended from mid-foundation establishment to late foundation establishment, she had pierced the reverse scale of a soul formation Demon Flood Dragon. In its peak Demon Emperor view, this arrangement was already the only possibility the other party was offering to preserve the dragon race's dignity. To refuse any further would be to discard even the last scrap of face. Fine. This emperor will suppress to mid-gold core. After a moment's thought, it added peak mid-gold core. Su Qingxue closed the sword manual and stood up. As she was about to walk forward, Xingfeng pressed her shoulder and shook his head. He turned to the Azure Dragon and said in a level tone, Qingxue, this is the Azure Dragon Emperor of the Demon Realm. Just call him Senior Qing. Senior Qing, this is my sect niece, Su Qingxue, senior disciple of Qingshu Sect, 12 years old, late foundation establishment. Just now in the swamp, she exchanged 3 sword strikes with a soul formation Demon Flood Dragon and pierced its reverse scale. Hold back a little. The Azure Dragon's whiskers twitched again. 3 strikes to pierce the reverse scale of a soul formation Flood Dragon. This girl's late foundation establishment was more terrifying than a gold core of her generation. Su Qingxue stepped onto the cloud surface, raised her sword, and offered the Azure Dragon a sword cultivator's salute. Senior Qing, please. The Azure Dragon's enormous claw extended from the clouds, its tips shining blue gold. It suppressed its cultivation to peak mid-gold core and shrank most of its physical form. The dragon race's natural size was simply far too unfair to a foundation establishment cultivator. Azure divine fire blazed on its scales, the air crackling and snapping with heat. This claw strike held no superfluous moves. It was simply a single claw brought straight down. At peak mid-gold core, the dragon race's physical power far surpassed ordinary magic artifacts, several times heavier than a same-realm cultivator's Dharma sword. Su Qingxue did not meet it head-on. Her treading leaf footwork left a ring of ripples beneath her feet on the cloud surface as she slid her entire body to the side. The dragon claw scraped past her right shoulder, its claw wind tearing a gash in the sleeve of her training robe, exposing the sword patterns that spread from her forearm all the way to her elbow. The 9 calamities sword thrust out in the exact instant she sidestepped. Pale gold sword intent condensed into a single thread at the blade's tip, aimed at the scale gap at the claw's second joint. Having gained experience from the demon flood dragon battle, her understanding of flood dragon scale armor had left her peers far behind. When she read the angle of scale gaps and their interlocking patterns, her margin of error was within half a CUN. The azure dragon withdrew its claw in defense. The sword tip grazed across its scales, leaving a shallow white mark. No breakthrough. At peak mid-gold core, the hardness of dragon scales had already touched the threshold of late gold core. No matter how sharp the late foundation establishment sword intent, it could not pierce defense of this level. Your sword intent is good, but your strength is insufficient, the azure dragon said in a deep voice. Its tail lashed out from the clouds several times faster than the claw strike moments before. Su Qingxue held her sword horizontally to block. The dragon tail slammed against the sword body, and the Nine Calamities sword let out a clear resonant hum. The impact hurled her entire body backward, skidding several zhang across the cloud surface. She steadied herself on one knee, her sword gripping right arm trembling slightly. This tail strike's mid-gold core force was heavier than the soul formation demon flood dragon's attack she had once taken head-on. But she didn't gasp for breath. Instead, she looked down at the azure divine fire remnants on the Nine Calamities sword. After the flames died out, a patch of extremely faint golden mottling had been burned into the blade. It wasn't damage, it was tempering. The scorch marks left by the azure dragon's divine fire on the Nine Calamities sword were in fact improving the blade's material quality. Senior Qing, can your fire be a little hotter? The azure dragon's vertical pupils contracted. After having her sword burned by its divine fire, this human girl's first reaction was not fear. It was asking if the fire could be hotter. In its 10,000 years of cultivation, it had never encountered a human who played so far outside the rulebook. Opening its jaws, it expelled a stream of azure dragon breath, even more refined than before. The breath spanned the cloud sea like an inverted heavenly river, shrouding Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue took a deep breath. The newly forged sword within her dantian began to hum. She raised the Nine Calamities sword, who under the illumination of the dragon breath, the golden mottling on the blade blazed dazzlingly bright. The second sword inscription of the middle volume of the Chaos Sword Scripture Wu, comprehension. She did not know how to read it, but the instant the dragon breath was upon her, she understood. This was the use of sure momentum. Condensed sword intent into a single thread, cloaked the blade with chaos sword intent, and rather than blocking the dragon breath, cut the dragon breath. Any sword intent sharp enough could slice through fire, because fire too was a form of momentum. She struck with one sword stroke. Pale gold sword intent condensed into an exceptionally fine thread, splitting the azure dragon breath down its center. The dragon breath surged past both sides of her body like a divided tide, burning a colossal hollow into the cloud sea behind her. She stood amid the parted flames. A small patch of her moon-white training robe's hem singed, yet she was smiling. Thank you, Senior Qing. This golden mottling. I could never temper it out no matter what. Elder Yi said it lacked a heavenly fire to quench the sword. It turned out to be dragon breath. Xing Feng tilted his head back for a mouthful of wine in the distance. This girl's cultivation method was to trade her life for others' signature arts, and she did it all with a grin. The azure dragon's whiskers trembled even harder. It had discovered an extremely frustrating truth. Suppressed to peak mid-gold core, not only could it not take down this late foundation establishment girl, every move it made was helping her cultivate. Divine fire burned her sword and helped temper it. Dragon breath sprayed her and helped her comprehend sword moves. If it kept fighting, who knew what other fortune would be fed to her? It halted its body, its massive dragon head extended through the air. Little girl, what sword technique is this? The middle volume of the Chaos Sword Scripture. It has 3 ancient sword inscriptions, and I only recognize 1.5. The one I just used to split your fire was the second. Woo. My master said that what one comprehends through one's own enlightenment is what truly becomes one's own. That's why I can't tell you what the third one is, because I haven't comprehended it yet. The azure dragon was silent for a long time, then suddenly let out a low rumbling laugh. It wasn't anger nor mockery, it was genuinely tickled into laughter. After living 50,000 years, it had been made to laugh by a human girl who had just reached late foundation establishment. No more fighting. This emperor concedes. The flood dragon is yours, and the reverse scale is yours as well. It brought its dragon claw beneath its own neck and plucked off an azure reverse scale the size of a millstone. The moment the scale left its body, dragon blood seeped from the wound, yet it did not even frown. In its palm, the reverse scale shrank to the size of a fingernail, then transformed into a beam of azure light that drifted before Su Qingxue. She caught it with both hands. The scale glowed faintly in her palm, warm like a spirit stone that had been warmed by the sun. This is this emperor's reverse scale. He who holds this scale, no demon within the demon realm will dare cause you trouble. This is a token of gratitude. The azure dragon lowered its head to look at her. In its blue-gold vertical pupils, the earlier disdain had vanished, replaced instead with a hint of admiration. Thank you for teaching this emperor something. That a human foundation establishment cultivator can in fact be this strong. Su Qingxue pressed the reverse scale against her forehead to sense it, then solemnly stored it into her spatial ring. She then took a small pouch of spirit beast jerky out of her pack and offered it over. Senior Qing, this is spirit beast jerky sun-dried by my junior sect sister by Qian. It's very delicious. You used divine fire to burn my sword, so I used jerky to repay you. A fair trade. She tilted her head with a smile. If you want to spar again, next time come find Qingshu sect in the Forbidden Zone. The Azure Dragon's whiskers trembled even more intensely. In its tens of thousands of years of cultivation, it had received filial tributes from younger dragon kin, accepted offerings presented by human emperors, but never spirit beast jerky sun-dried by a nine-tailed spirit fox. It lowered its head, used its whiskers to coil around that palm-sized cloth pouch, and carefully tucked it into the storage space within its whiskers. Su Qingshu, a senior disciple of Qingshu sect. This emperor has remembered you. Convey this emperor's regards to your master. The Azure Dragon gave Su Qingshu a one deep look. Its colossal figure slowly receded into the clouds, and the ink-green demonic aura dispersed along with it. The sun, obscured for so long, finally spilled across the cloud surface once more. Xingfeng tucked away his emptied wine flask. At the very moment the Azure Dragon was about to vanish completely, he suddenly spoke. Azure Emperor, wait a moment. The ink-green dragon head re-emerged from the clouds. There's something I didn't mention earlier. According to Qingshu sect's rules, an attempted robbery of the sect's senior disciple on the road calls for compensation. Xingfeng raised 3 fingers. 30,000 spirit stones, or equivalent heavenly treasures, and earthly jewels will do. Installments are supported with monthly interest. The Azure Dragon's whiskers all began trembling ferociously at once. It held back for a long while before squeezing out a sentence it had been restraining for ages. You and your disciple truly share the same black-hearted ruthless streak. Fine, 30,000 it is. Another ink-green dragon scale floated out from the clouds, its texture deeper and denser than the reverse scale. This is this emperor's storage scale. Inside is exactly 30,000 spirit stones. Mind this well. This is this emperor's gift for the girl, Su, not compensation. The dragon race does not sign compensation agreements. With that it turned and dove into a void rift, vanishing from sight. So fast it seemed afraid someone might chase after it, demanding interest. Su Qingshu caught the storage scale, lowered her head to look at the scale, then raised her head to look at the sky. Then she took out her little notebook and wrote a new line beneath. Wanjian sect, sword manual exchange, Azure Dragon Emperor. Sparred once, gained 1 reverse scale, 1 storage scale, 30,000 spirit stones traded for a pouch of spirit beast jerky. Notes the dragon race seems bad at math. 30,000 spirit stones plus a reverse scale are clearly worth more than jerky. Next time I should send it more jerky. Xingfeng leaned over and took a look at the notebook, then burst out laughing. This girl's ledger was getting more absurd by the day. Beneath the clouds the demon flood dragon slowly stretched out from its coiled defensive posture. Its dark yellow vertical pupils gazed toward the direction where the Azure Dragon had disappeared. It remembered the agony when that reverse scale had been gouged away. It remembered the long years of falling from a spirit flood dragon to a demon flood dragon. At this moment, looking at the storage scale the Azure Dragon Emperor had left behind before leaving, it suddenly felt that Su Qingshu's words, a spirit flood dragon should have the dignity befitting a spirit flood dragon, might be sincere. It let out a low rumble with a rising tone at the end, then loosened its tightly coiled tail tip and rested it gently on Su Qingshu's foot. See, Little Black also says it's a good deal. What it said is in the dragon tongue, roughly meaning this wave no loss. Xingfeng once again summoned Blade, Qi, wrapping Su Qingshu and the demon flood dragon together into the flying light. Let's go back to the sect. The dining hall's dinner is getting cold. Su Qingshu returned to Qingshu sect just in time for dinner. The aroma wafting out of the dining hall was at least 3 times as strong as usual. Sweet and sour ribs, braised pork belly fish, with pickled cabbage lamb stew, with flatbread, and a pot of freshly cooked spirit rice. Xingfeng set his saber on the rack beside the mountain gate, took a deep breath, and strode in long strides toward the dining hall. Su Qingshu followed behind him, her pack bulging. In addition to her original belongings, she now carried the Wanjian sect, sword manuals, the Azure Dragon's reverse scale, 30,000 spirit stones, and, trailing behind her, a demon flood dragon that had shrunk to about 10 feet in length. The demon flood dragon coiled itself into a serpentine shape and barely managed to follow Su Qingshu, its dark yellow slit pupils sweeping over the cluster of buildings nestled deep in the Forbidden Zone. Its spiritual sense exploded the moment it entered the mountain gate. A sword intent coiled in that 3-story wooden building, making its scales tighten and purer than the sword intent that had once split open its seal. A battle intent lurked in the stone hall, making its heart pound wildly, no weaker than the aura of the saber-carrying man beside the swamp. And a 9-tailed spirit fox lay sprawled on the rockery, not particularly high in cultivation, but curled within her 9 tails were 2 thunder-marked leopard cubs tumbling around. The auras of those 2 cubs made it instinctively want to retreat, because they were felines, and it was a flood dragon. Bai Qian was using 2 of her tails to feed Dumao and Xiaomao spirit beast milk, while her other 7 tails idly fanned the evening breeze. When she saw Su Qingshu return, all 9 of her tails shot up and wagged like 9 banners at once. But when she saw the demon flood dragon behind Su Qingxue, all 9 tails burst into 9 balls of fur. The 2 little thunder-marked leopards poked their heads out from her tails, their purple birthmarks glowing faintly in the dusk. At the sight of the flood dragon, they let out a soft, milky roar at the same time. The first time in their lives they had ever seen a flood dragon, and instinct was telling them this creature is not your species, but like you it was picked up from a place of despair by that human in the moon-white robe. The flood dragon lowered its head and looked at the 2 thunder-marked leopard cubs, each smaller than one of its scales, and let out an extremely low gurgle. Its final note neither rose nor fell, hovering between a polite greeting and should I be afraid or should I remain dignified. Bai Qianqian slowly drew her tails back and stared at the flood dragon for a long while. Qingxue, did you pick up another one again? This time I did not pick it up, I fought it. Su Qingxue set her pack on the steps in front of the dining hall, took out the Azure Dragon's reverse scale and the storage scale, and added, I also fought an Azure Dragon on the side. It fought me while suppressed to the peak of mid-golden core. I won, so it gave me a reverse scale and 30,000 spirit stones. Alright, it also took a bag of our dried meat. She flipped open her little notebook. Sister Qianqian, the Azure Dragon Emperor took your dried meat. It said it was delicious. Bai Qianqian was silent for a moment, and all 9 tails drooped at once. I only dried it for half a month. 30,000 spirit stones. Su Qingxue placed the storage scale in front of her. Bai Qianqian's tail stood up again. That is acceptable then. In the dining hall, Lin Chen was sitting in his usual seat with a plate of freshly cooked sweet and sour ribs before him. The system dinged in his divine sense. Host Su Qingxue has returned to the sect. Training summary broke through to late foundation establishment, chaos sword body, awakening exceeded 50%. The second seal of the 9 tribulations sword has loosened. Subdued 1 mid-spirit transformation demon, flood dragon, named Xiaohe. Subdued the Azure Dragon Emperor, obtained 1 Azure Dragon reverse scale, and 1 Dragon Clan storage scale containing 30,000 spirit stones. The complete set of Wanjian sect sword manuals has been recorded in the scripture pavilion. A piece of celestial meteoric iron has been placed in storage and can be used for quenching the sky-splitting axe. Fang Han, a former true disciple of Taishu Immortal sect, has been expelled from his sect, and Taishu Jinren owes our sect a favor. All the wandering cultivators of Tsunyan City and its 3 great protectors now honor Qingshu sect as the foremost sacred land of the western wilderness. The 3 great protectors of Tsunyan City. You mean those 3 who turned and ran from the swamp last time? Lin Chen did not even pause his chopsticks. Exactly. According to the latest rumor in Tsunyan City, they publicly claimed that they rushed back in time to deploy the city protection formation and made no mention of fleeing before battle. Fine. At least being fast enough to run is also a skill. Su Qingxue entered the dining hall and sat down across from Lin Chen. Xingfeng was already sitting nearby, noisily eating his 3rd bowl of rice. When he saw her come in, he pointed with his chopsticks toward the stove. We saved sweet and sour ribs for you. They are warming in the pot. Help yourself. Su Qingxue filled a bowl to the brim with rice, poured the sweet and sour rib sauce over it, carried it to a seat across from Lin Chen, and took a big bite. After chewing and swallowing, she took out the Azure Dragon's reverse scale from her pack and set it on the table. Master, this is for you. The Azure Dragon Emperor's reverse scale. With this scale, one can travel unhindered throughout the monster realm. Lin Chen picked it up and examined it. The cyan scale was thumbnail-sized, warm to the touch, with extremely faint dragon patterns flowing across its surface. The Azure Dragon Emperor. That old Azure Dragon of the monster realm. How did it come to give you its reverse scale? I fought it. Hall Master Xing made it suppress its cultivation to the peak of mid-golden core, and I won. She did win, but the old dragon left in a fairly good mood. Xingfeng put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and added, before leaving it, even told her to spar again next time. Sect Master, your disciple can now fight not only demon beasts, but also dragons. After the fight, she even gave it dried meat and turned the Azure Dragon Emperor into a long-term sparring partner. When it left, the old dragon looked at her the way a master would look at a personally accepted disciple. Lin Chen glanced at Su Qingxue. She was holding her rice bowl rib sauce at the corner of her mouth, laughing with her eyes curved into crescent moons, and was reaching with her chopsticks for a second rib. Lin Chen pushed the reverse scale back. Keep it. The Azure Dragon's reverse scale is more useful in your hands than in mine. I have no place to use it anyway. I cannot take it to the dining hall to pay for meals. Show it to Jiang Yunfan. The dragon patterns on the reverse scale may be helpful for alchemy. Su Qingxue put the reverse scale away, nodded, and continued eating. Halfway through her meal, she suddenly looked up. Master, may I dig a pond for Xiaohe on the back hill? It says the mud at Heishui pool stinks too much, and it wants a clean one. It also wants spirit spring water. The temperature must not be too hot or too cold, ideally just a little cooler than the main current of the spirit spring. Lin Chen's chopsticks paused. When did it say that? Just now at the mountain gate. You do not understand flood dragon speech, but I can. Lin Chen looked at Xingfeng. Xingfeng raised his chopsticks and shrugged. I certainly cannot understand it. But she chattered with that flood dragon the entire way. Sometimes it would roar, sometimes it would let out a low rumble, and she would nod and say that it made sense. I'm not sure if she truly understands it, but that flood dragon indeed obeys her. On the way back it even caught her pack when it fell from the clouds. Lin Chen was silent for a moment. System, does the Chaos Sword body have a flood dragon language translation function? No. But Su Qingshue's sword intent perception far surpasses her peers. Once the Chaos Sword body's awakening exceeds 50%, the bearer can sense the emotional changes of other living beings through sword intent fluctuations. She is not translating the flood dragon's language, as she determines its intent by integrating the vibrations of its voice, the fluctuations of its spiritual energy, and the changes in its emotions. This ability is more precise than language translation, because language can lie but sword intent instinct cannot. Simply put, she is not listening to what the flood dragon says, as she is reading what it thinks. Can she read people then? Theoretically yes. But you host conceal your aura so cleanly that she cannot read anything from you. In her eyes you may be even harder to read than a stone. Lin Chen did not know whether this assessment counted as praise. He looked back at Su Qingxue. Dig the pond on the back hill yourself. Lead a branch of spirit spring water over there, and as for the temperature, let her adjust it herself. He tilted his head toward Leng Yue, who was sorting medicinal herbs in the corner. Su Qingxue happily acknowledged and lowered her head to continue eating. That night another pond appeared on the back hill. It was not dug by Su Qingxue alone. When Tinyu heard that his senior sister was digging a pond for the newly acquired flood dragon, he grabbed his axe and went. His method of splitting rock was simple: one swing of the axe, and half the hillside was gone. Su Qingxue stood nearby directing. Junior brother Tinyu, a little shallower. Xiao Hei likes the deep water, but it also needs a shallow area. It occasionally wants to sunbathe. Tinyu nodded seriously and adjusted the angle of his axe to cut a bit shallower. Leng Yu was in charge of adjusting the water temperature. She stood at the edge of the pond, extended her index finger, and lightly touched the water's surface. An extremely thin stream of cold qi poured into the water. Instantly, a thin layer of ice flowers spread over the surface, then slowly melted into a temperature just slightly cooler than the main spirit spring current. Her control of cold qi had reached the level of cooling without freezing, which earned repeated nods from Su Qingxue. Yi Wuhan used void teleportation to move the rubble kicked up during the digging piece by piece to a distant place. Each time he teleported, he appeared somewhere else, caught a piece of rubble, and teleported back, so fast that it was dazzling. The rubble Tinyu had split out was enough to cover the entire foot of the mountain, yet he cleared it all away completely. Jiang Yunfan did not come to dig the pond. In the alchemy room, he was doing the pre-quenching preparation on the celestial meteoric iron, holding Gu He's handwritten 18 steps for quenching meteoric iron, as he read and used the Shinnon cauldron's fire to burn away impurities on the iron's surface. The fire phoenix crouched on his shoulder, occasionally spitting out a wisp of phoenix fire to help raise the temperature, its dark gold pupils fixed on the silver star orbit patterns gradually emerging on the meteoric iron. He was preparing for Tinyu's sky-splitting axe. Although the quenching plan still required Gu He's final approval, the pretreatment could be done in advance. Gu He sat in the corner of the alchemy room, a purple bronze medicine furnace resting on his knee. Throughout it all, he said only one word: approved. When the pond was finished, the demon flood dragon cautiously slid out from behind Su Qingxue and tested the water temperature with the tip of its tail. The temperature was just right, at least 10 times cooler than Heishui Pool, and so clear that every stone at the bottom could be seen. It submerged itself completely in the pond for a while, then rolled over joyfully. The sight of a demon flood dragon over 100 feet long frolicking in the pond startled the two that had just flown over to watch the commotion. The thunder-patterned leopards bristled at the same time. Da Mao and Xiao Mao arched their backs and let out 2 uneasy growls, but when they realized the creature showed no signs of aggression, their fear vanished. They crouched by the pool, curiously pawing at the water. The demonic flood dragon raised its head out of the water. Its dark yellow vertical pupils met 2 pairs of violet feline eyes for a moment. Then it blew 2 bubbles from its nostrils, sending them drifting gently down onto the small leopards' heads. Da Mao and Xiao Mao sneezed at once, shook the water off their heads, then resumed pawing at the water. Su Qingxue sat on a large boulder by the pool, swinging her legs. Sister Qianqian looked, they're getting along quite well. Bai Qianqian lay beside her, 9 tails spread out like a fan. The 2 thunder-patterned leopards and the demonic flood dragon were playing in the pool. Tainyo stood at the water's edge, an axe propped on his shoulder, watching the fun. Leng Yu sat quietly beneath a nearby tree, while Yu Wuhan hung from a branch the little leopards couldn't reach, chewing on jerky. Bai Qianqian rested her chin on her tails and sighed. This sect is becoming more and more like a zoo. She used to say it was more like a nursery. Tainyo corrected. A zoo is more fitting than a nursery. A nursery only raises human children. This place raises everything. Bai Qianqian counted on her tail tips. Humans, phoenixes, foxes, leopards, flood dragons. And dragons. Su Qingxue shook the azure dragon's reverse scale in her hand. That's a scale, not a dragon. Unless you count the azure dragon sovereign himself. Su Qingxue thought about it seriously. Senior Qing said he would come again to spar next time. That counts as half. Early the next morning, Su Qingxue was awakened by the trembling of the 9 tribulations sword. It wasn't a warning of danger. The blade itself felt warm inside the sword mark as if something were summoning it. She opened her eyes. On the sword mark of her right arm the 9 colored patterns were slowly flowing. Among them the second one, the crimson seal that had always been dim, was now pulsing weakly. The second seal of the 9 tribulations sword the fire tribulation. When she broke through to late foundation establishment in the Blackwind Mountain range the seal had already loosened. Later when the sword body was tempered by the azure dragon's divine flame the dragon's breath had scorched that loose seal and opened a crack in it. Now that crack was actively expanding. She rolled out of bed, threw on a robe, and raced to the sword pavilion. The twilight had not yet fully faded. When she woke she realized it wasn't morning at all, the 3 moons still hung outside the window. But she had no time to worry about that. Rushing to the foot of the sword pavilion, she craned her neck and shouted, "Elder Yi, the second seal of the 9 tribulations sword is about to unlock." The 3rd floor window of the sword pavilion slid open, and Yi Guhong glanced down at her. The gray-robed swordsman didn't ask, "Are you sure?" Nor did he say, "Go back to sleep, and we'll talk about it tomorrow." He simply dropped from the 3rd floor landing before her, as lightly as a gray feather. He reached out, and took Su Qingshue's right wrist, his fingertips resting on the sword mark for a moment, as he sensed it, then released it. It's the fire tribulation. The seal was burned open from within by dragon's breath. It can't be held back anymore. It's at least half a year earlier than expected. Just what did you fight on your trip down the mountain? A spirit transformation stage, demonic flood dragon, and a peak demon emperor azure dragon. Oh, the azure dragon suppressed himself to mid-golden core when he fought me. Yi Guhong paused for a breath. You certainly haven't been lazy. He had Su Qingxue sit on the stone platform in front of the sword pavilion, then stood facing her. His right hand remained around her right wrist while the fingers of his left hand formed a sword gesture, condensing a wisp of impossibly slender gray sword intent at his fingertip. Once the fire tribulation seal is completely released, the 9 tribulations sword will pull heaven and earth fire attributed spiritual energy into your body. This process is extremely painful. Not the pain of flesh, but the pain of meridians being scoured by fire-attributed spiritual energy. You need to use sword intent to guide the fire's spiritual energy along the path described in the middle volume of the Chaos Sword art. Do not let it run astray. If it goes astray, your meridians will be scorched by fire. Listen, no matter how much it hurts, don't let the sword intent stop running. Understand? Su Qingxue nodded. She closed her eyes, and the newly forged sword inside her dantian began to rotate slowly. Yi Guhong's sword intent pierced into her right wrist, slender, steady, and cold like a needle of ice, entering the meridians, settling precisely onto the crack of the fire tribulation seal. He didn't undo the seal for her. He only used sword intent to help her stabilize the expansion of the seal, letting the fire's spiritual energy be released bit by bit instead of bursting through all at once. As for the entire process of guiding the fire's spiritual energy through her body, she accomplished it with her own hands. At the instant the second seal of the 9 tribulations sword fully opened, a crimson pillar of fire shot skyward from Su Qingshue's right arm. The stone platform before the sword pavilion was illuminated like daylight by the flames. After soaring dozens of zhang into the sky, the pillar of fire transformed into a colossal flaming sword phantom hanging above the Qingshu sect. The pressure of that sword phantom made Xing Feng, who was practicing his saber in the courtyard, stop mid-motion. Standing at the entrance of the war hall, he craned his neck at the flaming sword phantom and gave a wide grin. It made the cauldron mark on Jiang Yunfan's right palm burn fiercely. He was mixing medicine in the alchemy chamber, resonating with the flaming sword phantom. It startled the demonic flood dragon, who had been dozing in the mountain pool behind the sect, into sudden alertness. The soaring firelight reflected in its dark yellow vertical eyes as it let out a low, reverent growl. 2 howls from the thunder-patterned leopards rose immediately, followed by Qianqian's voice, "Don't be afraid. That's your senior sister breaking through. She makes this much noise every time she breaks through. You'll get used to it." Crimson flames flooded into her body along the meridians of her right arm. Clenching her teeth, she spun the sword intent in her dantian at full speed, dragging the violent fire's spiritual energy back onto the proper course, strand by strand. Following Yi Guhong's guidance, she first shielded the inner walls of her meridians with chaos sword intent, then let the fire's spiritual energy pass through the hollow channel of the sword intent, from the arm to the dantian, and from the dantian to the rest of the body. The searing pain of meridians being burned by fire gnawed at her will with every passing breath. Yi Guhong's right hand remained on her right wrist throughout. That slender, steady, icy gray sword intent stayed at the very front of the fire's spiritual energy, correcting its path for her, from arm to dantian, never straying once. He stood ramrod straight, his breathing synchronized with the undulation of her sword intent. The entire process lasted the better part of half a shurchen. After that, the flaming sword phantom slowly withdrew back into Su Qingshue's right arm. The second colored pattern on the sword mark, the crimson one, flared to full brilliance, matching the violet lightning tribulation pattern in radiant interplay. The 9 tribulations sword extended from her right arm on its own. Along the blade, besides the original violet arcs of lightning, there was now an additional layer of faintly flowing crimson firelight. The second seal of the 9 Tribulations sword, the Fire Tribulation, was formally unlocked. The Chaos Sword body's awakening rate surpassed 55%. Her late Foundation establishment's spiritual energy tempered by the Fire Tribulation shot ahead by a huge margin, pressing directly against the threshold of peak Foundation establishment. Su Qingxue slumped back onto the stone platform, gasping for breath. Sweat soaked her clothes and strands of wet hair clung to her face. Crimson flames and violet lightning arcs intertwined on the sword, illuminating her sweat-washed face. She raised her right arm, looked at the newly lit crimson mark, and suddenly smiled. No wonder Elder Yi said my foundation was insufficient. At mid-foundation establishment, I could never have taken it. Without breaking through to late foundation establishment, I wouldn't have deserved to stand here. She looked at the jumping crimson flames on the blade. The taste is like the braised beef noodles from the dining hall, scorching your mouth numb, yet you still want another bite. Yi Guhong let go of her wrist. As his fingers left her skin, they paused for an extremely brief moment, then tucked back into his sleeve. In that span of nearly half a shurchen, he had used sword intent to shield her meridians. The consumption of sword intent was negligible, but the degree of mental focus required to maintain synchronized control was no less than going through a tribulation himself. 2 seals are open now. Lightning governs speed, fire governs power. The Fire Tribulation's sword intent is far more offense-oriented than the Lightning Tribulation's. You can't yet unleash its full force. Train with 30% strength for now. Su Qingxue arose, drawing the sword back into the sword mark. For a moment, crimson and dark purple light flickered alternately across the mark before easing back into stillness. She saluted Yi Guhong in the manner of a sword cultivator turned and ran toward the dining hall. 2 steps later, she looked back. Elder Yi, what do you think the third seal is? By the generating cycle of the 5 elements, lightning belongs to wood, fire to fire, so the next one should be the earth tribulation. Figure it out on your own. Su Qingxue tilted her head and smiled, then turned and ran off. The curve of that smile was exactly the same as when she was 5, when she had first touched a sword and brought out sword intent. At the same time, 10,000 li beyond the fringes of the Forbidden Zone, the Demon Realm. The Azure Dragon Sovereign coiled in his dragon nest, a scrap of spirit beast jerky still stuck to his whiskers. Across from him sat a middle-aged woman in a white feathered robe, her features cold and clear as frost and snow. Another Demon Emperor of the Demon Realm, the Ice Phoenix Sovereign. A peak demon emperor equal in rank to the Azure Dragon Sovereign, commanding all avian demon tribes of the Northern Domain. So that old dragon actually bowed his head to her. The Ice Phoenix Sovereign raised the 10,000-year cold jade teacup before her, took a light sip, and said in a tone as indifferent as if she were talking about the weather, not bowing his head. Sparring. Sparring, the Azure Dragon Sovereign corrected. Sparring. You suppressed yourself to the peak of mid-golden core and still lost to a child at Foundation establishment. The Ice Phoenix Sovereign set down her teacup. And you lost a reverse scale and 30,000 spirit stones and were forced by her junior uncle to sign a compensation agreement. It wasn't compensation, it was a greeting gift. The Azure Dragon Sovereign said indignantly, his whiskers trembling with anger. He was about to argue that he hadn't suffered a loss when he suddenly craned his head back and let out a low laugh. Ice Phoenix, you haven't met that girl. The way she uses a sword is unlike any human we know. She treats you as a practice partner, not an enemy. After finishing the fight, she even hands you jerky. The Ice Phoenix Sovereign was silent for a long time. This comment surprised her more than any battle record. She certainly knew the Azure Dragon Sovereign. That old monster had lorded over the demon realm for 50,000 years, recognizing only strength, not people. Humans who could make him willingly admit defeat and still gladly spar again could be counted on one hand. And this time it was a 12-year-old girl. She picked up the teacup, once more her gaze crossing the northern domain toward the Forbidden Zone in the human realm. Azure Dragon, take me to the Forbidden Zone when you're free in the next few days. What for? To see if the girl you mentioned really is that uncanny. She lowered her head to glance at her right hand, which had taken the form of slender fingers. There, unlike an ordinary woman, an invisible ice feather lay hidden, the manifestation of the Demon Emperor, proof of the Ice Phoenix clan. And to see, by the way, what kind of person her master truly is. The commotion of Su Qingxue's breakthrough to peak Foundation establishment was seen not only by the people of Qingxu sect. At the outer edge of the Forbidden Zone, scouts from the Nether Prison Hall of the Demon Realm were watching too. That crimson pillar of fire shooting into the sky and that sword-shaped flame shadow hanging dozens of zhang above Qingxu sect could be sensed from hundreds of li away. When the scout sent the message back to the Nether Prison Hall headquarters, he used the highest-grade demon message talisman. On the talisman were only 6 characters: Qingxu sect, unusual activity. The Nether Prison Hall headquarters stood in the northern reaches of the Demon Realm, built in the depths of the Blackrock Mountains, which had been steeped in demonic qi for untold tens of millennia. The entire main hall was forged from dark-veined demon steel. 9 demon dragon statues coiled atop the roof, their eyes living dark red demon crystals that constantly swept their gaze across every corner of the hall. Hall Master Li Ju sat in the main hall on a throne carved from demon dragon bone, his right hand propping up his chin and his left hand tapping lightly on the armrest. Every tap made the demonic chi in the hall tremble once. He was the youngest hall master among the Nether Prison Hall's 16 sub-halls, an early immortal sovereign. In the demon realm, an immortal sovereign was already a regional overlord out in the outside world that was enough to crush any medium-sized sect. He had originally not taken Qingshu's sect seriously, a small sect hiding in the depths of the Forbidden Zone with only a few integration realm elders at best. Its mountain-protecting formation was strange, but it was most likely borrowing the Forbidden Zone's natural prohibitions. But later the reports became more and more troubling. First, all of Sun Dishing's surveillance array patterns shattered on their own overnight, and after Sun Dishing returned, he refused to lead another team, no matter what. Then 10,000 Sword Gate was flattened by a single person. Grandmaster Taishu expelled his true disciple in front of everyone to apologize to Qingshu's sect, and even the 3 guest elders temporarily stationed in the swamp chose to turn around and flee. Now this sky-piercing pillar of fire had arrived. Li Ju's fingers stopped tapping on the armrest. Before him stood a row of the Nether Prison Hall's core combat strength. 3 Immortal King Realm Vice Hall Masters, 5 Immortal Lord Realm Executive Elders, and Chief Scout Sun Dishing, who had just been recalled from the outer hall. Sun Dishing kept his head low, his forehead covered in cold sweat. You say that Sect Master is immortal. Li Ju's voice was low and hoarse. This subordinate truly sensed no spiritual energy fluctuation at the time. Before Sun Dishing could finish, an invisible force pressed him to his knees. The pressure of an early immortal sovereign was directed at him alone. No spiritual energy fluctuation. Do you think Immortal could build a sect in the depths of the Forbidden Zone? No spiritual energy fluctuation. Do you think he is weak? Or is he at least 7 or 8 major realms above you, so far beyond your detection? Li Ju waved a hand. The Outer Hall's 3rd-class scout is demoted to a sin slave. Go to the punishment hall yourself to receive punishment. Turning to the 3 Vice Hall Masters beside him, he said, keep adding scouts, but do not set foot half a step into the Forbidden Zone. I want to know what that pillar of fire is, how many people Qingshu's sect has, and who their combat ceiling is. Hall Master, this subordinate is willing to personally lead a team of spirit transformation elites to capture the source of that pillar of fire. The speaker was Left Vice Hall Master Yen Tu, an early immortal king who specialized in the blood fiend demon art. He was violent, bloodthirsty, and eager to earn merit. It is only a secluded sect. Even if integration realm elders are sitting there, they are not worth a second thought before me. If there really is an immortal king, Li Ju glanced at him. If there really is one, you will die there. Do not carry the Nether Prison banner. Yen Tu grinned savagely, turned, and strode out of the hall. Hundreds of demonic chi streams rose from the Blackrock Mountains at the same time. Apart from Yen Tu and the 2 Immortal Lord Executive Elders, the remaining Spirit Transformation Demon Cultivators were mostly spare outer formation corners. Demonic cultivators needed no pre-battle rally before setting out. They followed Yen Tu for one reason only: the Hall Master had promised that spoils of war would belong to the individual and techniques to the sect. The Nether Prison Hall's demon cultivators were fierce and unafraid of death because the one who lived usually got the largest share. Meanwhile, at Qingshu sect, Lin Chen was squatting in front of a flower pot in the backyard of the dining hall, holding a yellowing garlic sprout leaf in his hand. The spirit garlic had been planted for nearly half a month and was growing splendidly. Only the 3rd leaf on the edgemost pot had turned yellow at the tip, a section about the size of a fingernail. He had noticed it yesterday and had the system scan it. The system said it was normal physiological metabolism and no need to worry. But today the yellow area had expanded from fingernail size to thumbnail sized. System, you said, no need to worry. This system said, no need to worry at that time. Now the situation has changed. The yellow area has expanded to thumbnail size. It is recommended that the host trim it promptly to avoid affecting the growth of the whole plant. What is the shelf life of your at that time? Only 1 day. A plant's physiological state is dynamic. This system is not a prophet. It cannot predict when a garlic sprout leaf will turn yellow. Lin Chen took a deep breath. He had been screwed over by the system many times, from the spirit garlic sprouting to the exotic flavor module upgrade to the approval process for the reward docking core module. Every time the system said there was no need to worry at that time, and every time something went wrong. He pinched off the yellowed leaf tip. Clear juice immediately seeped from the wound on the garlic sprout, and the garlic fragrance was twice as strong as usual. He tossed the severed yellow tip into the small saucer beside the flower pot, then suddenly frowned. The Immortal Emperor's divine sense caught something at the outer edge of the Forbidden Zone. Not hostility, but traces of space being torn open. He put down the flower pot, stood up, and walked toward the mountain gate. Halfway there, Yi Guhong walked out from the direction of the sword pavilion, carrying Bumming. The 2 exchanged a glance, said nothing, and walked side by side toward the mountain gate. Yi Guhong did not speak, but his right hand never left the sword sheath. At the outer edge of the Forbidden Zone, Yen Tu tore open space and stepped out of the void with hundreds of demon cultivators. His early immortal king demonic chi spread out without concealment, bending the spirit trees at the outer edge of the Forbidden Zone. Standing before the void rift, he surveyed the forbidden land. Towering spirit trees, dense mist, and a faint lingering sword intent in the air. The outside world had made this place sound miraculous, but in his eyes it was merely denser in spiritual qi and marked by a few ancient array remnants. Nothing special. That so-called Qingshu sect was probably just using these natural prohibitions to put on a ghostly show. He gave a cold snort and waved to the two Immortal Lord Executive Elders behind him. Search. Drag out the rats hiding behind the array patterns. The moment the words left his mouth, a blade light flashed from deep in the Forbidden Zone. That slash was so fast that before the two Immortal Lord Executive Elders could take half a step, the blade light was already above their heads. It was not Xing Feng's saber. Xing Feng was still in the battle hall's backyard. This blade light was Su Qingshue's 9 Tribulation sword. Dark purple thunder arcs and crimson fire were entwined around the blade at the same time. Thunder and fire stacked together drove the temperature of the entire sword to a terrifying height, and the surrounding air warped violently from the heat. She walked out from within the mountain gate, right hand gripping the 9 Tribulations sword, crimson flames and dark purple electric arcs hissing endlessly along the blade. Behind her stood Yi Wuhan and Lung Yu. The void breaker blade on Yi Wuhan's right wrist shimmered with flowing silver light, and the chill around Lung Yu had already frozen a thin layer of frost onto the blue stone slabs beneath her feet. Who goes there? Su Qingxue pointed her sword forward. Yin Tu looked down at her. When he saw that she was only at Peak Foundation establishment, he froze for a moment, then laughed. It was not an angry laugh, but an amused one. A little girl at Peak Foundation establishment actually dared to draw her sword and block an immortal king's path. Qingshu's sect truly had no one left. They had sent a few juniors out to die. He could not even be bothered to circulate his demon art. He casually waved a hand. His early immortal king pressure turned into a dark red wave that surged towards Su Qingxue. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator, even at the peak, could not withstand the force of one wave. Su Qingxue did not retreat. The Thunder Fire Sword intent on the 9 Tribulation sword erupted at once, weaving a purple and crimson defensive sword net before her. The sword intent, reinforced by the Fire Tribulation and Thunder Tribulation, was no longer that of an ordinary Peak Foundation establishment cultivator. It could pierce the reverse scale of a mid-spirit transformation demon flood dragon head-on. But an Immortal King's casual blow, however casual, was still an Immortal King's. When the dark red wave struck the sword net, it exploded in midair. The treading leaves footwork beneath her feet dispersed the impact, and her body slid back only half a step. The sword net shattered, thunder and fire splashing in all directions. The cuffs of her training robe were cut open in several places by the aftershock of demonic chi. She looked down at her cuffs, and when she looked up, her eyes burned brighter. So this is the force of an Immortal King's casual strike. The Punishment Hall Master was right. Only people who can't take a hit resort to sneak attacks. Yin Tu's smile froze. That wave just now had used less than 1/10 of his strength, but it was enough to blow any cultivator below nascent soul into a blood mist. Not only had this girl caught it, she even had time to analyze the force behind it. He looked over the 3 juniors again. The sword-holding girl, Peak Foundation establishment, the girl beside her radiating cold aura, late golden core, and the youth with silver light on his wrist, mid-golden core. In an ordinary mid-tier sect outside, such cultivation levels would barely qualify as core disciples. But at Qingshu's sect, they stood before an immortal king without a trace of fear. Lung Yu on the left said nothing. The cold aura around her suddenly exploded. The thin frost on the ground instantly expanded into a layer of ice several feet thick, spreading toward Yin Tu's feet. Yin Tu casually slapped and shattered the ice. Shards exploded in the demonic chi, and one piece grazed past his cheek. It did not break his defense, but for a dignified immortal king, to have his face touched by ice chips from a late golden core girl was an insult that burned hotter than any sword move. Looking for death, the immortal king's pressure was no longer held back. Dark red demonic chi swept across the entire mountain gate, like floodwater bursting through a dike, and the blue stone slabs beneath cracked inch by inch under the weight. The defenses of Su Qingxue, Lung Yue, and Yi Wuhan were crushed at the same moment. Their bodies were sent flying backward, and their backs slammed into the mountain gate's pillars with a dull, heavy impact. The 3 figures slid down at the same time, blood spilling from the corners of their lips. Yin Tu stepped forward, his right hand's fingers curling into a claw as dark red demonic chi condensed at his fingertips in a 5 razor-sharp phantom blood claws. He intended to crush the dantians of these 3 juniors with his own hands. Just then a cyan gold dragon scale floated out from Su Qingshue's bosom. The Azure Dragon's reverse scale sensed the killing intent directed at its bearer and activated on its own. A long, deep, resonant dragon roar pierced the void and resounded throughout the Forbidden Zone and beyond. Yin Tu's phantom blood claws shattered inch by inch under the dragon roar, and the remaining dark red light could not last even half a breath before the dragon's might. Yin Tu's pupils contracted sharply. The reverse scale of a peak demon monarch Azure Dragon. This little girl at Peak Foundation establishment carried the Azure Dragon Monarch's reverse scale. What exactly was her relationship with the Azure Dragon Monarch? Before he could digest his shock, a voice more chilling to his bones came from within the mountain gate. It was not a dragon roar, but the coarse grinding sound of a great saber dragging across stone slabs. Iron rings clanked against the floor tiles, the rhythm neither fast nor slow, like 3 taps on a sword sheath in the twilight. Xingfeng walked out from the battle hall's backyard, bare-chested with an old sweat towel draped over his shoulder, his whole body radiating heat and steam. He had just finished chopping 300 strikes under the waterfall, and his saber had not yet been wiped. The beads of water still clung to the blade. The pressure of a late immortal emperor no longer restrained itself in the slightest. With every step Xingfeng took, a great swath of Yen Tu's immortal king pressure collapsed. The dark red demonic chi writhed and trembled desperately on the blue stone slabs. Yen Tu finally saw it clearly. Integration stage. All the earlier intelligence was a joke. This man carrying a saber was no immortal king, no immortal sovereign, no immortal venerable. You just said Qingshu sect has no one left. I have been chopping water in the back, and you took me for a splash, didn't you? Xingfeng looked down at the stiff-bodied Yen Tu, hoisted the great saber onto his shoulder, and said, any last words? Say them quickly. Once you are done, I will send you on your way. He took one step forward, and the hundreds of spirit transformation elite demon cultivators behind Yen Tu, along with the 2 immortal lord executive elders. Every nether prison hall token on their body shattered at the same moment. Hundreds of crisp cracking sounds merged into one. Dark red demon crystal fragments scattered over the fallen leaves at the outer edge of the forbidden zone, as dense as a downpour of blood. The 2 immortal lord executive elders went limp to the ground at the same time. Their dantians were directly shattered by the residual saber intent leaking from that one step. Yen Tu had cultivated for over 10,000 years, crawling up out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Yet all the cultivation and trump cards he had amassed at early Immortal King could not even withstand one step from the other man in the end. He gritted his teeth and suddenly crushed an ancient pitch-black demon talisman. It was his ultimate life-saving trump card, an ancient spatial demon talisman that could teleport him 10,000 li in an instant, even when facing an immortal venerable. Spatial law took shape, and the void's tearing force wrapped around his body, then a flash of saber light. The spatial law of the ancient demon talisman was split cleanly in 2 before the saber light, like a piece of tofu being cut. Before the spatial tearing force could close, that slash had already cut from Yen Tu's left shoulder to his right ribs. The wound was not deep, but it precisely shredded all of his spiritual meridians while avoiding his vital spots. Yen Tu toppled into the leaf pile, like a demon puppet stripped of its bones, gasping for breath. Dark red, demonic chi poured frantically out of his severed spiritual meridians. Within a few breaths, his cultivation had fallen from early Immortal King to spirit transformation, and it was still dropping. Xingfeng looked down at Yen Tu in the leaf pile, his body with who knew how many broken bones. After sheathing his saber, he glanced outside the mountain gate, and saw that the hundreds of spirit transformation demon cultivators who had been at the outer formation corners too slow to flee had long since run away, without leaving a single shadow. The saber chi had been aimed solely at Yen Tu and the 2 immortal lord executive elders. The peripheral demon cultivators had not even suffered a light wound, yet no one dared stay. The sight of hundreds of spirit transformation elites turning and sprinting away in the very same second was truly spectacular. Lung Yu silently withdrew the cold aura she had not yet released, and Yi Wuhan retracted the void breaker blade into the silver markings on his wrist, muttering, they sure run fast. Su Qingxue tucked the azure dragon's reverse scale back into her robe and patted it. Gazing toward the forbidden zone, she said something that made an immortal king feel even more stifled. Punishment Hall Master. How did you make that saber chi turn just now? It clearly slashed straight, but it turned in midair and caught up with his talisman. Did you layer saber intent with spatial law? That is a saber intent lock. When it is released, it locks onto his vital chi. Even if he runs to the ends of the earth, the saber chi will chase him down. Want to learn? Ask your Elder Yi. Elder Yi is a sword cultivator. Sword intent and saber intent are connected in some ways. The Quiet One knows how. Su Qingxue nodded thoughtfully, pulled a little notebook from her robe, flipped to the skills to learn page, and under Elder Yi, Momentum, added a new line, saber intent lock. Ask Punishment Hall Master, spatial tracking. Ask Yi Wuhan, precise cold aura. Ask Lung Yue, flood dragon language interpretation. Ask Xiaohe. Then she drew parentheses beside it and wrote 3 words inside. Queue up to learn. Xingfeng nudged the half-dead Yen Tu in the leaf pile with the toe of his foot. Nether Prison Hall's left Vice Hall Master Yen Tu, early Immortal King, had come charging in with hundreds of elites, yet could not withstand even one step from a single Hall Master of the opposing side. His tokens were all shattered, and his cultivation had fallen to spirit transformation. Xingfeng bent down, lifted Yen Tu out of the leaf pile, and casually tossed him into the mountain gate, in the direction of the dungeon. Lock him up for now. The sect master will interrogate him later. Su Qingxue lowered her head and wrote another line in her notebook. Reserve. Live captive interrogate. She closed the notebook, put away the 9 Tribulations sword, and ran toward the dining hall. The sleeves of her moon-white training robe were torn in 3 places, and traces of blood from being shaken by Yen Tu still clung to her face, but her voice had already returned to the crisp tone she used to call everyone to meals. Master. What's for breakfast tomorrow? From inside the mountain gate came Lin Chen's lazy voice, stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat. Garlic sprouts with meat again. The garlic sprouts grow too fast, we can't finish them. Can you add a little chili? Just a tiny bit. There was a moment of silence. Then that voice sounded again. Fine. Grow it yourself. Lung Yu withdrew the cold aura around her, picked up the hair tie that had been shaken off the ground, and tied her hair up again. Yi Wuhan rubbed his back sore from being slammed into the stone pillar and grimaced. Xing Feng carried his great saber back to the battle hall backyard to keep chopping water, adding from a distance, that nether prison hall will send people again. The next wave will definitely be stronger than this one. Next time tell me in advance. His voice echoed among the mountain gates, soon covered by the smell of cooking smoke wafting out of the dining hall. Quiet, and yet not quiet like every ordinary evening. Meanwhile, at the nether prison hall headquarters, Yen Tu's soul jade life tablet shattered. It did not shatter completely, only half of it broke. His cultivation had fallen from Immortal King to spirit transformation, and the light on the life tablet had dimmed until it was nearly invisible. Li Ju sat on the hall master's throne staring at the half-split jade tablet in silence for a long time. Transmit my order. Qingshu sect is listed as the nether prison hall's highest level threat. From now on, no hall member may approach within 500 li of the forbidden zone without authorization. Report this to the Demon Emperor Palace. He gripped the armrest tightly, his knuckles cracking. Outside the hall, Sun Dushing knelt at the entrance of the punishment hall, clutching a debt note in his hand. Monthly interest was 5% compounding on itself. Now it had rolled into a number he did not even dare to imagine. He suddenly felt that the creditor in the forbidden zone frightened him more than the hall master's orders. The hall master could at most take his life, but that sect master would calculate interest. On the third day of Yen Tu's imprisonment in the Qingshu sect dungeon, Su Qingxue felt herself on the verge of a breakthrough. It was no ordinary breakthrough. The bottleneck at the peak of Foundation establishment had begun to loosen, and the newly forged sword in her dantian was humming as if something had roused it from slumber. She had entered Qi refining at 5 Foundation establishment at 11 and reached the peak of Foundation establishment at 12. Every step had been faster than ordinary cultivators, but every step was earned in real life and death battles. Now at 13, the barrier of the Foundation establishment peak had cracked open a first seam in her dantian. She discovered it in the training ground. At that moment, she was practicing movement arts with Yi Wuhan. The silver light of the Voidbreaker blade flickered constantly within 3 zhang of her. She kept her eyes shut, sensing spatial fluctuations through sword intent to predict where Yi Wuhan would land. She predicted him 10 times and struck 8. Yi Wuhan was knocked out of the void with a single sword stroke and stumbled to the ground, rubbing his wrist red from the ridge of the blade with a bitter expression. Senior sister, can't you be a little gentler? Su Qingxue ignored him. She had felt the sword in her dantian move on its own. Not the movement of circulating sword intent, but like a sleeping person suddenly turning over. She put away the 9 tribulation sword and sat down cross-legged at the center of the training ground. The spiritual energy around her began to revolve slowly around her, as it sent her first a gentle breeze, then a vortex, and finally the spiritual energy of the whole training ground was pouring into her. Yi Wuhan was pushed back several steps by the flow of spiritual energy and collided with Tai Nyo, who happened to be passing by. Tai Nyo put down his axe, glanced at the direction of the spiritual energy, and ran straight to the war hall, not to flee, but to fetch Xing Feng. Hall Master Xing, senior sister is about to break through. Tai Nyo's voice rang out like a struck bell, making the waterfall behind the war hall tremble. Xing Feng pulled the great blade out of the waterfall, slung it over his shoulder, without even shaking the water off, and strode out. Gu He leaned out of the alchemy room window, still cradling the purple bronze furnace, glanced at the sky, and said 2 words, golden core. Qing Dai set down the herb atlas in her hands, rose, and walked to the door of the alchemy room. Her gaze crossed the courtyard to the moon-white figure in the middle of the training ground, and she said softly, Fire Phoenix, draw your phoenix fire in. Don't disturb her. The fire phoenix let out a short cry, swallowed back the half-wisp of golden-red flame it had been holding in its beak, and flew to the highest ridge of the roof, looking down upon the entire training ground. Jiang Yunfan set down the quenching hammer. The cauldron mark on his right palm warmed slightly as he sensed the violent fluctuations of spiritual energy from afar, and he said to Gu He, senior sister is about to form her golden core. Should I prepare a furnace of golden core condensing pills? Gu He shook his head. A chaos sword body does not need outside help to form a golden core. Jiang Yunfan thought it over, then still took a bottle of the finest spirit calming pills from the medicine cabinet. Not golden core condensing pills, but spirit calming pills. Forming the golden core was mostly up to her, but once the core was complete, her heart-mind needed to be stabilized, and what he had prepared was more to the point than a condensing pill. Lung Yu drifted out of the ice pavilion. Her cold aura was especially well restrained today. Because she was afraid of interfering with senior sister's breakthrough, she had deliberately activated the cold sealing technique Qing Dai had taught her in advance. She halted at the edge of the training ground, compressing her cold aura until it formed an extremely thin layer of frost, only 3 CUN in front of her toes, not a trace of chill spread a single CUN beyond that. The demon flood dragon raised its head from the water pool in the back mountain, its dark yellow vertical pupils gazing from afar in the direction of the training ground. Two young thunder rune leopards crouched by the pool, their ears pricking up simultaneously. They were still too young to understand what forming a golden core meant, but they could feel the spiritual energy in the air, surging many times higher than usual. Bai Qianqian lay on the rockery and wrapped the two little ones in a fluffy circle with her 9 tails. "Don't be afraid," she whispered. "Your senior sister is about to break through." These two leopards had not even opened their eyes when they first arrived last year. Now the thunder runes on Da Mao and Xiao Mao had spread from their foreheads to their front legs, and they rampaged around the forbidden zone every day, chasing wind wolves. Yet at the words golden core tribulation, they obediently shrank into the circle of her tails. Yi Guhong descended from the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion, his gray robes motionless amid the vortex of spiritual energy. Bumming lay across his knees as he stood at the edge of the training ground, watching Su Qingxue at its center. He said nothing, but she knew he was there. From the moment he had taken his place, an extremely faint gray sword intent had barely perceptibly shrouded the outermost layer of her meridians. Breaking through from foundation establishment to golden core required passing a minor tribulation. He could not endure it for her, but if any outside evil tried to intrude, this sword intent would block it. Su Qingxue closed her eyes. In her sea of consciousness, the 3 ancient sword inscriptions of the middle volume of the Chaos Sword Scripture floated silently. The first inscription was momentum, which she had first touched when she killed the thunder rune leopard. The sword grows from the hand. The second inscription was comprehension, which she had realized when she split a dragon's breath in the Haifeng Mountains. Condensed sword intent into a single thread, and it can cut through anything. As for the third inscription, she still had no idea what it meant, but in the instant she closed her eyes and entered stillness, it lit up. It was not that she had understood it. The sword in her dantian was breaking out of its shell, and the violent impact struck the inscription, lighting it up. The golden core tribulation had come. This was not a thunder tribulation from the sky. To form a golden core from foundation establishment, one did not need to undergo heavenly thunder. What had to be crossed was the inner tribulation. The life-bound spiritual fluid in a foundation establishment cultivator's dantian had to condense from liquid into solid, forming a life-bound golden core. The process itself was a thunder tribulation. The dantian was like primordial chaos before heaven and earth were divided. Spiritual energy surged like a great flood, and the meridians were like ancient mountains and rivers. Condensing a golden core was like splitting heaven and earth open inside one's own dantian. With the slightest mistake, the dantian would shatter, the meridians would snap, and all cultivation would be lost. Inside Su Qingxue's dantian, waves were turning upside down. Liquid spiritual power spun at high speed in the center of her dantian, forming a vortex the size of a fist. At the center of the vortex, the sword of sword intent she had forged through 7 years of near-death battles was shattering inch by inch. Not collapsing, but undergoing nirvana. As the sword broke apart, it turned into countless fine pale gold fragments of sword intent, each one a foundational sword move she had personally broken down. 12 sword techniques had been broken into 4 moves, 4 into 8 half moves, 8 half moves combined into 3 moves, and 3 were broken back down into 2 actions, thrust and slash. Every dismantling, every near-death moment, and every release of sword intent over the past 7 years had left its mark in her dantian. Now an invisible force was smelting, compressing, and hammering those marks. The pain was excruciating. It was not physical pain, it was the pain of the dantian being pried open and reshaped from within. Sweat beads formed on Su Qingxue's forehead, and before they could slide down, they were vaporized into white mist by the vortex of spiritual energy. Her fingers pressed against her knees, knuckles whitening from strain, nails nearly digging into her flesh. But she did not cry out, and from beginning to end her breathing never once lost its rhythm. The third sword inscription of the Chaos Sword Scripture hummed ceaselessly and pulled her dantian back from the brink of collapse. The fragments of sword intent reassembled, with the third inscription as the core and 7 years of sword Tao comprehension as the shell, condensing into a fist-sized vortex at the center of her dantian. At the center of the vortex, a pale gold core pellet was slowly taking shape. It was not an ordinary golden core. The golden core, formed by a chaos sword body, bore an extremely faint sword inscription upon its surface, which was the true body of the third sword inscription from the middle volume of the Chaos Sword Scripture. She still did not know how to pronounce it or what it represented, but it had already been engraved on her golden core. The golden core was complete. A pale gold pillar of sword intent shot up from the training ground into the sky. It was not the blazing horror of the fire tribulation with flames roaring into heaven, but an extremely fine, pure, silent line, like dawn light piercing the clouds. Inside the pillar was sword intent condensed to the limit, and the pillar shot straight up through 3 layers of clouds. The mountain protecting formation above the Qingxu sect was pierced through by that pillar. The array patterns rippled outward but did not block it because the prohibition left by its creator recognized this aura. This was the will of the sect's founder himself. Only after reaching a height of 10,000 zhong, did it slowly spread open, dissolving into countless tiny sword shadows that wandered through the clouds. Each sword shadow reflected a thrust Su Qingxue had made over the past 7 years. From the crooked, unsteady thrust at age 5, when she first gripped a sword and struck a wooden training dummy, to the thrust at 12 in the Hafeng Mountains that pierced the reverse scale of the demon flood dragon. The sword shadows filled the sky like upside-down meteors, dyeing the entire heavens above the Qingxu sect pale gold. Outside the forbidden zone, the spies who had been sent by the prison hall to keep watch raised their heads simultaneously. An old spy at the spirit transformation stage stared at the pale gold sword shadows. The dark spirit crystal array plate in his hand slipped and shattered into 3 pieces on the ground. Recalling Sun Dushing's words, his voice came out dry. Last time it was a pillar of fire, this time it is a golden core omen. For a child of that sect to form a golden core, the commotion is even greater than an immortal king crossing tribulation. On the square before the Qingxu sect's mountain gate, in an unobtrusive corner, Sun Dushing squatted silently, tying his shoelaces. This time he had not come as team leader, he had been brought as a criminal slave by the newly appointed spy supervisor. The supervisor stood right beside him, staring up at the sword shadows filling the sky, his face cycling through red and white. Sun Dushing muttered under his breath, "I told you not to come. Nobody listens to me." The supervisor ignored him, gripping a brand new dark spirit crystal array plate tightly in his hand. Sun Dushing glanced at the array plate, recalled how the previous one had shattered on its own with a mirror-smooth cross-section, and silently moved half a step to the side. On the training ground, Yi Wuhan stared with his mouth open for a long time before finally managing to close his jaw. Senior sister formed a golden core and poked a hole straight through the sky. Tainyo stood beside him, axe over his shoulder, and corrected him with the utmost seriousness. The sky already had a hole. The two then launched into a fierce debate over whether the sky originally had a hole. Lung Yu listened nearby, sighed almost imperceptibly, and lightly tapped her cold aura with a finger. Yi Wuhan's and Tainyo's souls were frozen to the ground at the same moment. They both looked down at the ice beneath their feet, exchanged a glance, and fell silent in tacit agreement. The golden core was formed, the anomaly dispersed. Su Qingxue opened her eyes. The color of her pupils had deepened by a shade. They had been light brown, now they held an extremely faint ring of dark gold, visible only as a dim glint when light struck them. She lowered her head to look at her right arm. Of the 9 colored marks on the sword pattern, 3 had already lit up. The dark purple thunder tribulation mark, the crimson fire tribulation mark, and the pure white sword intent mark that had just fully awakened from grayness. She did not know what tribulation that was, she only felt that the newborn golden core and her sword intent had become one, and the awakening level of the chaos sword body had risen to 58%. Early golden core stage. She stood up and flexed her wrist, and the 9 tribulations sword extended automatically from the sword pattern. The 3 tribulation marks on the blade shone in resonance. Thunder governed speed, fire governed might, and the 3rd mark, whose name she still did not know, was glowing faintly, emanating a pure attribute-less pulse of sword intent. She could sense that this 3rd tribulation shared the same origin as the 3rd sword inscription in her dantian. The 3rd seal is not one of the 5 elements tribulations, Yi Guhong said, having appeared before her at some unknown moment. It is a sword tribulation forged from one's own comprehension of the sword. The depth of your sword comprehension over these 7 years determines how powerful the unsealing will be. No one else can temper it for you. A sword tribulation can only be crossed alone. The sword tribulation tests the foundation of your sword Tao. The deeper the foundation, the purer the sword intent after unsealing. What you have now is only a preliminary unsealing. Being able to use 3/10 of its strength without strain is already fine. Su Qingxue looked down at the 3rd seal. She withdrew the 9 tribulations sword into the sword pattern, offered Yi Guhong a sword cultivator's salute, then looked up and smiled. Elder Yi, the 3rd sword inscription has been engraved on my golden core. Yi Guhong's fingers tightened slightly around the sword scabbard. According to ancient records in the Beihuang sword tomb, if someone with a chaos sword body could inscribe a sword inscription upon the golden core when forming it, that was the mark of sword seed initiation. And this girl still could not even pronounce the 3rd sword inscription. He looked at her for a moment and spoke a sentence longer than he had ever used before. When your master gave you the middle volume of the chaos sword scripture back, then it was so that you would comprehend it yourself. Now you have comprehended it onto your golden core, more reliable than any commentary. He paused. The sword seed has only just entered your body. Do not rush. Practice with 3/10 first. Su Qingxue nodded and turned toward the dining hall. Halfway there, she suddenly stopped and looked back at Yi Guhong. Does junior brother Zhang's alchemy fire have enough strength? I was thinking of asking him to temper the sword inscription on my golden core a little more. Isn't he already quenching junior brother Tainyo's sky-splitting axe? Might as well do it in passing. Yi Guhong stood holding his sword for a while, and after a long pause finally managed. The same person cannot quench an axe and also temper a golden core. First come, first served. Su Qingxue laughed. The smile was radiant. The sword pavilion returned to silence. Wind passed through the branches of the iron swordwood trees, producing a soft, dense rustling. 10,000 li away in the main hall of the prison hall in the northern reaches of the demon realm, Li Ju stood before the hall master's seat, a shattered dark spirit crystal array plate floating in front of him. It was the highest tier surveillance array plate he had personally placed at the edge of the forbidden zone, and it had just shattered into powder. It was not broken by external force. The pressure it had recorded inside its formation had exceeded its tolerance limit. He sat back down on the hall master's seat, propped his forehead with his right hand, and tapped his temple lightly, with his fingers silent for a long time. Ever since offending the Qingshu sect, the one thing he was grateful for was that on that day, he had only sent Yin Tu to die instead of personally leading people to raise the forbidden zone. Raise the Qingshu sect's threat level another grade. From now on, all intelligence concerning the Qingshu sect must be reported directly to me. No one is to act on their own again. If another Vice Hall master dies, it will be my turn next. Also transfer Sun Dishing back. I want to see him. On the third day after Su Qingxue formed her golden core, Jiang Yunfan's quenching was ready. For this day, he had prepared a full 10 days. Gu He's handwritten manual 18 steps for quenching meteorite iron had been flipped through until the page corners curled, and beside every step were dense thorough notes. Some were his own understanding, some were key points dictated by Gu He and written down by Jiang Yunfan. For example, beside step 3, before the meteorite iron enters the furnace, it must be preheated with earth fire for 3/4 of an hour. It must not be forged directly with phoenix fire. There was a line of small script. Elder Gu said, if you use phoenix fire directly, it will explode. Sister Huafeng said she was not afraid of explosions. Elder Gu gave her one look, and she changed her words. Annotations like this covered the whole book, sometimes serious, sometimes rambling, and occasionally, Huafeng's sarcasm would pop up. Yi Wuhan had secretly flipped through it once, and commented it's like reading a crosstalk script from the alchemy world. 3 days ahead of time, Tiniu had carried the sky-splitting axe from the war hall to the forging room. This primordial chaos immortal weapon had followed him from foundation establishment all the way to late-stage golden core. Its blade edge was covered with fine nicks, and its handle had been worn to a glossy patina by his palms. During the handover, Yi Wuhan asked curiously, exactly how many things has this axe split? Tiniu counted on his fingers for a long time, and answered waterfalls, rocks, trees, demonic beasts, fragments of the Wanjian sect's mountain protecting formation. Anything that could be split I split. Jiang Yunfan had moved into the forging room 2 days early, keeping the Shinnong cauldron burning day and night. His cultivation was now mid-stage golden core, and his pill body's awakening had surpassed 30%. The pill flame produced by the cauldron marks on his palm was already not inferior to Huafeng's ordinary phoenix fire. Huafeng of course refused to admit this, so she spent the whole time perched on the highest shelf in the forging room, supervising and ready at any moment to point out flaws in Jiang Yunfan's heat control. But all the way until the furnace was formally opened, Jiang Yunfan never once got the heat wrong. Huafeng kept the tips of her wings tense the entire time and did not let out a single critical cry. Xingfeng had carried his long blade to the forging room door 1 day early. He was there to queue, not to rush the work, but simply to claim a good spot. He planted the great blade by the door, crossed his arms, and leaned against the doorframe. After Tiniu, it's my blade's turn. Qingdai happened to pass by, and overheard him, and said softly, there is still a batch of dragon blood vines waiting to be harvested in the medicine fields. If Hall Master Xing is not in a hurry, I'll attend to that first. Xingfeng immediately said, no rush, no rush. Please go ahead. On the day the work formally began, only 3 people were in the forging room, Jiang Yunfan, Tiniu, and Gu He, who had broken his usual rule and come to preside in person. Huafeng perched on the highest shelf, her dark golden pupils fixed unblinkingly on the flame inlet of the Shinnong cauldron. Yi Wuhan was assigned to perimeter support. His main duty was to act as a human fire extinguisher. If the furnace grew too hot and ignited the forging room, he would use void shifting at the first moment to move flammable materials away. Lung Yu was in charge of cooling. Her precise control over cold aura could cool the furnace wall at any moment without affecting the temperature inside. As for Su Qingxue, she sat upright on the steps outside the forging room, a Wanjian sect sword manual spread across her knees, guarding the door while turning pages. Senior sister, what are you doing out there? Yi Wuhan poked his head out of a void shift. Guarding the door. The quenching cannot be interrupted. If any outsider barges in, I'll stop them. Yi Wuhan glanced at the sword manual on her lap. The page happened to be the invisible sword chi art left by some elder of a past generation of the Wanjian sect. Aren't you just reading? Guarding the door and reading do not conflict. Elder Yi said a true sword cultivator can do 2 things at once. At Gu He's cue, Tiniu lifted the sky-splitting axe with both hands and solemnly placed it on the quenching platform. The axe body was broad and heavy. Every nick on its edge recorded the waterfalls, rocks, thunder-patterned leopards, and fragments of the Wanjian sect's mountain-protecting formation he had split over the years. The sky-splitting axe trembled faintly in his palm, as if it knew it was about to undergo a transformative bone-deep tempering. Tiniu retreated to a corner of the forging room with measured steps, his shoulders tenser than usual. The axe had followed him from foundation establishment to golden core, from splitting a stream to making a waterfall reverse, from smashing rocks to cracking the Wanjian sect's mountain-protecting formation. He wanted to watch with his own eyes as it met the finest fire of this furnace. Inside the Shinnon cauldron, the meteorite iron from beyond the heavens was forged by both phoenix fire and pill flame. On the surface of the dark golden iron blank silver star orbit patterns were activated by the high temperature and began to flow slowly, as if real star orbits had been sealed within the iron. Jiang Yunfan pressed his right hand against the flame inlet of the Shinnon cauldron. The pill flame produced by the cauldron marks on his palm was a pure amber color intertwining inside the cauldron with the gold-red phoenix fire breathed out by Huofeng. The two flames worked as one primary and one auxiliary. Pill fire chiefly controlling temperature, phoenix fire chiefly drawing out star power, and quietly licked the meteorite iron. Temperature's ready, Gui said. 2 words. Jiang Yunfan took a deep breath and sent the long-prepared sky-splitting axe into the cauldron. Tiniyu's eyes widened. For a man of his blunt temperament, he had learned to soften even his breathing during the quenching. The meteorite iron turned into a dark golden molten flow and wrapped around the axe body. The old nicks on the sky-splitting axe disappeared one after another in the molten flow, not ground away but recast by star power. Replacing them was a dense web of star orbit patterns spreading from the edge toward the handle. Each line corresponded to the force trajectory of every strike Tiniyu had made over the years. When he split water, the star orbit flowed like water. When he split rock, it stood like a mountain ridge. Jiang Yunfan kept his eyes closed, pill flame flowing in his palm. Through the inner wall of the Shinnon cauldron, he sensed every subtle change in the axe body. If the heat was off by a thread, he added a thread. If Tiniyu's force trajectory was slightly skewed, he straightened it with his pill flame. Gui sat nearby watching the crimson gold glow of the cauldron's mouth reflected in his dark brown eyes, silent for a long time. Then with his left hand, burned by furnace fire for centuries, he gently patted Jiang Yunfan on the shoulder. This was Gui's highest form of praise. At the instant quenching was complete, a dark gold axe light split the roof of the forging room and shot straight into the sky. The sky-splitting axe flew out of the Shinnon cauldron on its own star orbit patterns on its body flickering, with intertwined dark gold and silver-white radiance in the night sky. Tiniyu strode forward, seized the handle, and swung. One light swing, and the axe light silently sliced open half a cliff behind the forging room, the cut surface smooth as a mirror. Thanks, brother. Tiniyu clapped Jiang Yunfan on the shoulder with such force that Jiang Yunfan sank down a little. Huofeng let out a short cry, meaning pat lighter. He still has to quench Xingfeng's blade. Xingfeng had long been waiting outside. His long blade had been used for who knew how many years, accompanying him as he fought through the Shukong realm and slew void beasts, and on the Beihuang battlefield, it had hacked apart countless demonic cultivators. The nicks on the blade were no fewer than those on Tiniyu's axe. He placed the blade on the quenching platform, his voice uncharacteristically serious. Old friend, you have been with me most of my life. I leave you in your hands. Jiang Yunfan nodded and restarted the Shinnon cauldron. This time the difficulty was even greater than quenching the sky-splitting axe. Xingfeng's long blade was a life-bound weapon from the late Immortal Emperor stage, carrying its own battle intent. Ordinary flames could not enter its interior at all. But Jiang Yunfan had Gu He presiding, Huofeng assisting, and a pill heart that never accepted defeat. The furnace fire burned for 2 full days and 2 nights. When the blade re-emerged from the firelight, there was no sky-piercing pillar of light like the axe had. It was only a quiet blade, a quiet edge. All Nixgon star orbits turned inward like a mouth finally full. At the furnace mouth, it gave a soft tremor and let out an extremely low, deep hum. Xingfeng reached out, gripped the handle, weighted in his hand, and slashed toward the sky. No blade light, no blade, aura, no sound. At 10,000 zhang in the air, a cumulonimbus cloud that had just drifted over the forbidden zone silently parted down the middle. The 2 cloud walls had smooth symmetrical breaks, and star power flashed through the gap before vanishing. Xingfeng put the blade back on his back and gave the only comment he made during the entire quenching: it feels even better in hand than I expected. He paused, then added, I owe you a drink. For 4 days and 4 nights, Jiang Yunfan had not left the forging room even once. Gu He broke precedent and presided the entire time. Qing Dai delivered medicinal soup to replenish spiritual power 3 times a day. Huofeng stayed beside him throughout, swallowing one by one the spirit-restoring pills Jiang Yunfan had prepared in advance. After quenching the blade, Jiang Yunfan went straight to sleep and slept for a full day and night. When he woke, Su Qingxue stood by the bed holding a steaming bowl of long-life noodles. Junior brother, these are the dining hall's new spirit wheat noodles. Jiang Yunfan rubbed his eyes, took the bowl, and ate a mouthful. They were not long-life noodles. He knew his birthday was still far away, but he still finished every last strand. This was how life at Qingshu sect went: forging tools, quenching, eating, feeding leopards, repairing the pond being frozen in ice, and helping junior brothers break through. The outside world was full of killing, open schemes, and hidden plots, while the people of Qingshu sect were thinking, after Tiniyu's axe has been quenched, can it split something even harder? When will junior brother Zhang's pill flame surpass Phoenix fire? When will Damao and Xiao Mao learn to bathe themselves? When will Xiao He stop being afraid of thunder? Yes, the demonic flood dragon was afraid of thunder. Bai Qianqian had discovered this. That day the Forbidden Zone had a rare thunderstorm. The moment thunder rang, the demonic flood dragon buried its head in the mud at the bottom of the pool, leaving only the tip of its tail exposed, trembling. Bai Qianqian lay by the pool and poked that trembling tail tip with her own tail tip. You are a flood dragon. Flood dragons are close kin of the dragon clan. The dragon clan controls thunder. And you are afraid of thunder. The demonic flood dragon let out a muffled low growl from the mud. Bai Qianqian analyzed it to mean, in theory, yes. In practice, I am just afraid. After Su Qingxue heard about this, she made a special trip to the pool and gave the demonic flood dragon a serious talk. The gist was, look, my 9 tribulation sword also has a thunder tribulation seal. Being afraid of thunder means you are not giving me face. The demonic flood dragon was silent for a while, pulled its head out of the mud, and let out an aggrieved gurgle. Bai Qianqian translated in real time, it says, it is not refusing to give you face. It is refusing to give thunder face. Yi Wuhan, who was nearby, laughed so hard that he fell from a tree into the pool. When Lung Yu passed the pool, she froze the water splashed by Yi Wuhan and casually tossed a small piece of 10,000-year profound ice into the pool. Flood dragons belong to water. Ice can help it stabilize its emotions. That piece of profound ice made the pool's temperature drop sharply by several degrees. The demonic flood dragon, however, found it comfortable and sprawled onto the ice, but Mao and Xiao Mao sneezed several times in a row after drinking the icy water. Bai Qianqian began to suspect Lung Yu's true motive. She simply wanted an excuse to clear out her stockpile of profound ice. News that the demonic flood dragon was afraid of thunder soon reached Gu He's ears. He was silent for a moment. With his left hand, he dug a small jar of soothing, shock-quelling ointment from deep in the medicine cabinet and handed it to Qingdai. For the flood dragon. For external use, apply it to the scales behind its ears. Qingdai looked down at the year mark on the bottom of the jar, 300 years. She asked Gu He who the formula had originally been for. Gu He hugged his purple copper medicine furnace, turned, and left without saying a word. Based on the year on the jar, Qingdai reasoned that the one Gu he had remembered for 300 years was probably the green snake he had kept in his youth. She quietly passed the ointment to Su Qingxue, telling no one this guess. On the afternoon when the demonic flood dragon began accepting the ointment, Qingxue sect received a visiting card. It was not a surveillance ward from Mo realm spies nor a declaration of war from the prison hall. It was a formal visiting card written on gilded spirit paper. The card read as follows: the Ice Phoenix Emperor of the Yao realm, having heard of your fame, requests an audience with the sect master of Qingxue sect. In 3 days I shall come bearing gifts. The signature was an ice blue phoenix feather attached to the spirit paper and radiating a faint cold aura. When Su Qingxue ran into the dining hall holding the visiting card, Lin Chen was peeling a spirit garlic. The spirit garlic had sprouted again. He had just pinched off the green shoots last time, yet today new ones had appeared. He pinched off the green shoots, tossed them into a small saucer beside the flower pot, and turned to see Su Qingxue running in with the card held high. Master, the Ice Phoenix Emperor of the Yao realm is coming to visit us. Lin Chen took the card, glanced at it, set it down by the stove, and continued peeling garlic. Master, this is the Ice Phoenix Emperor of the Yao realm. The one who ranks alongside the Azure Dragon Emperor. Oh, Lin Chen put the peeled cloves into a bowl and picked up another garlic. If she comes, she comes. It is not as if she is coming for a free meal. He paused, looked up at Su Qingxue, and said, when she comes you will be in charge of entertaining her. You are the senior disciple. Me. You even fought an Azure Dragon. What is the problem with entertaining a phoenix? Su Qingxue thought it over, and felt that her master's words seemed to make some sense, and yet also seemed completely beside the point. She looked down at the sword patterns on her right arm. The 9 tribulation sword with 3 seals already lit trembled faintly within them, as if it were saying the golden core is complete, there is nothing to fear. She looked up, and the gleam that Xing Feng knew best reappeared in her eyes. Then can I take her to see Xiao He? As you wish. Can I offer her some spirit beast jerky? As you wish. Can I spar with her? Never mind, she is a minor realm higher than the Azure Dragon Emperor. I cannot beat her right now. Su Qingxue withdrew her words, tilted her head, and thought. Then I will treat her to jerky first, and spar once I can beat her. Lin Chen peeled the last garlic clove, picked up the full bowl, and set it on the stove. Watching Su Qingxue's eager figure dash out of the dining hall, he suddenly said, System, why do you think the Ice Phoenix came? Judging from the Azure Dragon Emperor's personality, he probably went back and praised her to the Ice Phoenix Emperor in glowing terms. The Ice Phoenix Emperor's curiosity was piqued. She wants to see with her own eyes the little girl who made the Azure Dragon lose willingly. That is all. Part of it is also that the Azure Dragon's concession stirred in her a desire to investigate Qingxue sect's strength. After all, the Azure Dragon has lived for 50,000 years and rarely acknowledges a human. A human cultivator acknowledged by him is to her worth a cross-domain investigation in itself. Lin Chen was silent for a moment. I somehow feel she is here for matchmaking. The system, rarely at a loss, froze for several breaths. Host, the Ice Phoenix Emperor is the sovereign of the Yao realm's northern domain. Her motives are most likely strategic. However, this system cannot rule out any possibility. Lin Chen said no more. He began mincing garlic, the cleaver striking the cutting board in a rhythm neither fast nor slow. Outside the window the dusk was just right. On the rockery by Qian was applying ointment to the demonic flood dragon. The demonic flood dragon rested its head on a stone by the pool, its dark yellow vertical pupils, half-closed tail tip, gently swaying in the water. Damao and Xiao Mao crouched nearby, watching curiously, occasionally reaching out with a paw to bat at the demonic flood dragon's tail. The fact that it feared thunder had become known to the whole sect, but it did not seem to care, because no one here would think there was anything wrong with a flood dragon afraid of thunder. Su Qingxue had already run back to the training ground and was flipping through her sword manual again. The 9 tribulation sword stood planted in the ground beside her, its 3 tribulation patterns quietly glowing in the twilight. She was waiting for the guest who would arrive in 3 days, but she was not anxious. People of Qingshu sect were never anxious. The day the Ice Phoenix Emperor came to call the weather at Qingshu sect was uncommonly fine. The 3 moons had not yet descended when morning light began to spill over the eastern ridgeline. The mist in the depths of the forbidden zone was dyed pale gold by the sun. A thin vapor drifted above the surface of the spirit spring, and the crane, as was its wont, stood on one leg at the water's edge, its head buried beneath its wing in a doze. Bai Qian had risen before daybreak. She commanded 2 young thunder-patterned leopards to sweep the stone steps before the mountain gate from top to bottom, then told the demon flood dragon to scrape the silt from the pond's edge. The demon flood dragon, as one might expect, knew nothing of shoveling silt. It clumsily curled the tip of its tail around the spirit bamboo broom Bai Qian had hastily lashed together, swept 3 times, and sent the broom hurtling across the yard. Bai Qian was left to do the job herself. As she swept she grumbled, the sect master should have hired a few more servant disciples a long time ago. Strictly speaking, Qingshu sect was not completely without servant disciples. Lin Chen had idly pinched out a few clay puppets to handle the daily sweeping and scrubbing. But they were silent, unsociable things incapable of gossip and useless at collecting herbs. Bai Qian had long grown accustomed to ignoring them as if they were air. But today was different. Today the Ice Phoenix Emperor of the Demon World was personally paying a visit, and she even polished the ears of the stone beasts by the mountain gate with her tail. When his ears were being wiped, one of the stone beasts turned his eyes. He had crouched there since the very first day the sect was established. This was the first time anyone had ever wiped his ears. Su Qingxue had been up since early dawn. She changed into the silver-white formal robes, the ceremonial edition Lin Chen had purchased when she was 5. Spirit silkworm silk adjusted its size on its own, so 7 years later they still fit her perfectly. The ring of spirit pearls at the collar twinkled faintly in the dawn light, and the gold cloud motifs on the cuffs shimmered with every motion of her arm. She combed her hair into a neat, severe ponytail and examined herself in the spirit mirror for a good long while. Still feeling something was missing, she fished the Azure Dragon Emperor's reverse scale out of her spatial ring, wove a cord of spirit silkworm silk, and hung it around her neck. Bai Qian glanced in from the doorway and muttered, "Are you going to a negotiation or a matchmaking?" Receiving a demon emperor is a formal occasion. Elder Yi said a sword cultivator must be strictly decorous on formal occasions. Su Qingxue replied, utterly unashamed. Elder Yi has been wearing the same gray robe for 300 years. His standard of decorous is simply that the garment has no holes. Bai Qian pointed the tip of her tail at the scale hanging on her neck. And what about that? It's proof of identity. The Ice Phoenix Emperor is the Azure Dragon Emperor's fellow sovereign. The moment she sees the reverse scale, she'll know I'm no random passerby. I'm the person who defeated the Azure Dragon. Su Qingxue lowered her gaze to straighten the reverse scale. I won Senior Azure with my own strength, so wearing his scale is only natural. Bai Qian fell silent for a while, then stopped trying to correct anything she said. The girl saw everything clearly. The Ice Phoenix Emperor had come to Qingshu sect to probe what kind of sect it was that had made the Azure Dragon concede, to probe what kind of master it was who had taught a 12-year-old to take on a spirit transformation flood dragon with the sword. To present herself immaculately wearing her trophy as a welcoming gesture. That was not ostentation. It was presence. Lin Chen was the last to rise. He had stayed up until the middle of the night studying the new menu on the spirit food generator, and in the morning the system had to prod him 3 times before he woke. When the system reported that the Ice Phoenix Emperor's Phoenix carriage had reached the edge of the forbidden zone, he said, "What's the hurry? Let her wait at the gate a moment." Then he turned over and went back to sleep. The system played 3 seconds of the Most Dazzling Ethnic style, and he sat straight up. Are you out of your mind, Doi? This system merely feels that keeping the sovereign of the demon world's northern domain waiting at the mountain gate is not quite in accordance with the etiquette of the cultivation world. Qingshu sect's etiquette is that the sect master gets up once he's fully rested. Having washed Lin Chen threw on a moon-white robe collar crooked, as always, and tied his hair up carelessly, leaving a few strands sticking out by his ears. Too lazy to go to the mountain gate, he headed straight to the dining hall's back kitchen, where he heated a wok and poured in oil. Last night the system mall had just released a new recipe. Silk-drawn spirit fruit, sliced coated with spirit wheat starch fried crisp, then glazed with spirit honey caramel. He had attempted it once and failed. The spirit fruit fried into shriveled chips in the oil, and the caramel cooked too long turned bitter, like goo. He's medicinal soup. Today was the second attempt. The spirit fruit was cut into neat, even pieces. The oil was brought to 7/10 of its full heat, and the spirit honey in the wok gradually melted into an amber syrup. When the Ice Phoenix Emperor's phoenix carriage set down before the mountain gate of Qingshu sect, the sun had just fully risen. For ice lawn birds drew the carriage, its body was wrought from 10,000-year cold jade, translucent and lustrous from end to end. The Ice Phoenix Emperor emerged from the carriage. She wore a flowing ice blue robe whose hem rippled with extremely faint frost flower patterns. Her features were cold and pristine as if sculpted from frost and snow, and her pupils were the very palest ice blue. A faint, elusive aura of chill surrounded her, yet it was not aggressive. It merely traced a thin line of frost along the edges of the bluestone tiles beneath her feet. The full pressure of a peak demon emperor was entirely drawn in. She took her place before the mountain gate, and her gaze swept past it to rest upon the cluster of buildings set deep within the forbidden zone. As her gaze swept over them, the stone beasts flanking the mountain gate turned their eyeballs in unison. The Ice Phoenix Emperor's eyebrows lifted barely a fraction. There were not many things that could surprise her, the sovereign of the demon world's northern domain. The two sentient stone beasts at the gate were one of them. Before she could step through the gate, two low, deep dragon roars resounded from the depths of the forbidden zone, one near and one far, as if confirming the identity of the visitor. The Ice Phoenix Emperor paused to listen, then turned her gaze toward the direction of the roars. A glimmer of astonishment crossed her eyes. The old neighbors in this forbidden zone are not often willing to acknowledge a visitor, she said quietly. Su Qingxue stood at the mountain gate straight-backed and composed with a smile of appropriate warmth on her face. She stepped forward and performed the standard sword cultivator's salute of equals. This junior is Su Qingxue, senior disciple of Qingshu sect. By my master's command, I welcome the Ice Phoenix Emperor senior. The Ice Phoenix Emperor looked the 13-year-old girl up and down carefully. Early golden core with foundations so steady they did not seem newly broken through. Sword patterns on her right arm flickered faintly. 3 sealing auras interwoven, one carrying a sword intent so acute that even she felt its edge. And around her neck hung the Azure Dragon Emperor's reverse scale, displayed unabashedly. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said something Su Qingxue had not expected. The Azure Dragon said you subdued a spirit transformation demon flood dragon in 3 moves. After he returned, he turned your sword forms over and over in his head. His conclusion: your sword foundation is no longer at the foundation establishment level. It's a golden core tier condensation of sword intent formed into a core. He lost, and he was convinced. Su Qingxue blinked. Senior Azure is too generous. He suppressed himself to the peak of mid-golden core when he fought me. Had he gone all out, I could not have taken a single move. An Azure Dragon who has lived 50,000 years was willing to suppress his realm to fight you. That itself is the highest recognition he could give you. The Ice Phoenix Emperor's gaze shifted from the reverse scale at her neck to her face. You hang that scale in the most conspicuous spot. Are you telling me the Azure Dragon is your defeated opponent, and I am a guest, not an examiner? Su Qingxue looked down at the scale, then up at the Ice Phoenix Emperor, smiling until her eyes turned into crescent moons. No, just that it looks nice. The Ice Phoenix Emperor was taken aback. She had met countless human cultivators. Those who groveled, those who trembled, those who nursed hidden enmity. But a 13-year-old girl standing in front of her telling her that the scale of her 50,000-year-old colleague was nice. In all her countless eons, she had never heard anything like it. She stared at Su Qingxue for a long moment, and then the corner of her mouth curved just slightly. It was not mockery. It was genuine, honest amusement. Lead the way. Su Qingxue turned and led the way, introducing the sect's layout as she walked. Her way of introducing things was very Qingshu sect. This is the mountain gate. The stone beasts move, but they don't bite. This is the spirit spring. The crane is standing on one leg because it's dozing, not because it's lost a leg. This is the rockery. Bai Qianqian lies on top of it every day feeding the leopards. This is the pond in the back mountain where Little Black lives. Little Black is the demon flood dragon we subdued. He is afraid of thunder. So if a thunderstorm comes, senior needn't wonder if he burrows into the mud. The Ice Phoenix Emperor paused at the pond's edge. The demon flood dragon coiled beneath the surface, revealing only a pair of dark amber vertical pupils as he examined the visitor. It recognized the Azure Dragon Emperor's aura, and this scale had not originally belonged to the Azure Dragon. Its true master had come from an earlier time. The Ice Phoenix Emperor said nothing, only watching the demon flood dragon in silence. The demon flood dragon watched her back. After a long while, the Ice Phoenix Emperor gave a slight nod, not to the flood dragon, but to Su Qingxue. Its reverse scale was torn out by the old faction of the dragon clan. The Azure Dragon blamed himself for it for 1,000 years. Now that it has found a home by your side, one of the weights on his mind is finally set down. Su Qingxue did not answer. She only crouched by the pond and gently patted the tail tip that rose from the water. Passing through the 9-bin corridor, they arrived at the dining hall. Just as Su Qingxue was about to push open the door, a blast of black smoke exploded from the back kitchen window, rolling outward in thick clouds, mixing the smell of burnt caramel with spitting oil. Lin Chen's voice followed from inside, pitched between annoyance and self-justification. It's not a failure. The fire was simply too high. The system's icy electronic voice came right after, perfectly clear to those outside. Host, the critical color point for the silk-drawn spirit fruit sugar glaze is amber. You have cooked it to dark brown. That is not a matter of the fire being too high. That is a matter of the host burning the sugar. Lin Chen's voice rose a notch more. If you're so good, you do it. This system has no physical body and cannot operate the stove. However, this system can provide heat monitoring. The syrup temperature has already exceeded the critical point. This system suggests the host immediately turn off the fire. Lin Chen, why didn't you say that earlier? This system has been saying it all along. It is only that the host refused to listen. The Ice Phoenix Emperor stood at the entrance of the dining hall and heard the entire exchange clear as a bell. She turned to Su Qingxue, the person inside. Is your teacher a? Su Qingxue's expression did not change. Yes. My teacher is developing a new recipe. Talking with whom? Himself. Su Qingxue pointed to her own head. My teacher sometimes talks to himself. One gets used to it. The Ice Phoenix Emperor was silent for a moment. Her divine sense at the peak of the Demon Emperor realm told her that there was only one presence inside the dining hall, but the contents of that monologue sounded very much like a quarrel with an unseen interlocutor. She did not press the matter, merely waiting outside with impeccable courtesy. In her heart, she added another layer to her assessment of this Qingxu sect master she had never met. Lin Chen walked out of the back kitchen, a dish in his hands. Unbecoming to the eye, but still faintly recognizable as silk-drawn spirit fruit. The cuff of his moon-white robe was stained with a hint of caramel, a wisp of cooking oil smoke still drifting through her hair. He spotted the Ice Phoenix Emperor at the entrance of the dining hall, but didn't pause his steps. Merely lifted his chin slightly to gesture her to set the plate on the table, and wiped his hands on his apron. Then he said something that made the Ice Phoenix Emperor's blood pressure spike. Demon Emperor, right. Have a seat. You're just in time for the candied spirit fruit fresh out of the wok. Though I burned the caramel, burnt still has a burnt kind of fragrance. The Ice Phoenix Emperor's gaze met Lin Chen's. In an instant she determined that he was absolutely not putting on an act. She couldn't read any fear, calculation, or deliberate rudeness from this man before her. The only explanation was that he simply didn't regard her as someone worth being tense around. She fell silent for a moment, then took the seat of honor at the table and faced Lin Chen directly. Sect Master Lin, the purpose of my visit this time is to establish a pact with the Qingxu sect. Oh. Lin Chen picked up a piece of candied spirit fruit, the sugar strand stretching long as he coiled it around a few times before stuffing it into his mouth. What kind of pact? Non-aggression. The northern domain of the demon realm and the Qingxu sect shall not interfere in each other's internal affairs, but if a third party invades either side, the other must send troops to assist. I can offer the northern domain's specialties, spirit ores, medicinal herbs, and the cold jade of the Ice Phoenix clan. The Qingxu sect only needs to agree to one condition: when the northern domain of the demon realm is invaded by the demon realm or other forces, send at least one Dao protector. Lin Chen finished chewing the spirit fruit and set down his chopsticks. What you're saying is I'll be your bodyguard and you'll pay me protection fees. Fine, the pact can be signed. But I won't take advantage of you. Besides the specialties, if the northern domain has any top-grade spirit herb seeds or ice attribute spirit ores, they must be supplied to the Qingxu sect's alchemy hall and frozen pavilion first. He paused, then added another line, plus an annual batch of Ice Phoenix fledgling molts. Not asking for your feathers, just the ones that fall off and nobody wants for the alchemy hall to use as medicinal ingredients. The Ice Phoenix Emperor stared at him for quite a few breaths. Her spiritual sense told her this man was not bargaining. He was stating facts. She suddenly understood what Azure Dragon had meant. In a certain sense, Sect Master Lin is fair. He always asks for less than you expect, but once he says it out loud, you feel that refusing him would be a waste. Agreed. Good. Discuss the pact details with Qing Dai, the alchemy hall master in charge of herbs and specialties. For the deployment of Dao protectors, talk to Xing Feng, the war hall master in charge of fighting. I don't involve myself in specific affairs. The Ice Phoenix Emperor's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly, she was far from calm. In the demon realm, or even the immortal realm, when any faction forged an alliance, the sect master would personally sit opposite her in a clash of wits. Only here did the sect master casually toss the pact to hall masters. She had heard that on the day the 10,000 sword sect was trampled flat, the other side had only sent a single hall master as well. This kind of nonchalance was not put on deliberately, it was a habit buried deep in their bones. Suddenly, a burst of milky growling roars came from outside the dining hall. Two thunder-pattern leopards had somehow run down from the rockery and were chasing Yi Wuhin all over the courtyard. Yi Wuhin dodged this way and that with void shift, while the thunder patterns of Damao and Xiaomao flashed in pursuit, crackling against the hem of Yi Wuhin's clothes with a sizzling hiss. Lung Yu sat atop the rockery, her chilling aura occasionally sending out a precise blade of ice that sealed off Yi Wuhin's escape routes, forcing him to veer. Iron Ox stood nearby, carrying his newly quenched sky-splitting axe, cheering on the two leopards. Bite him. Bite his pant legs. Xing Feng crouched at the entrance of the war hall, bowl in hand, eating while watching. The bowl held freshly cooked garlic sprout stir-fried pork. Through the dining hall window, the Ice Phoenix Emperor watched the scene in the courtyard and somehow recalled another line Azure Dragon had said. That sect is a place where even demon beasts act like they're at home. She lowered her head to look at the unappealing plate of candied spirit fruit on the table, then picked up a piece with her chopsticks. The caramel was indeed a bit bitter, but after the bitterness faded, the sweet and sour spirit fruit slowly dissolved on her tongue, mixed with an indescribable wok aroma. She set down her chopsticks and said to Lin Chen, "Good cooking." Lin Chen glanced at her for a moment. "It's average. Next time will be better." Those words weren't modesty. They were a plain statement of fact. The Ice Phoenix Emperor did not stay silent for long this time. She stood up, her ice blue pupils reflecting the warm yellow lamplight outside the dining hall window. "The pact will be arranged as you said. Spirit herb seeds from the northern domain, ice attribute spirit ores, and fledgling molts, supplied once a year. As for the deployment of Dao protectors, I will sign a separate contract with Hall Master Xing. Additionally, I wish to add a personal condition. Speak. I wish to spar with your disciple. I will suppress my cultivation to the early nascent soul stage." The Ice Phoenix Emperor's gaze passed through the window and landed on that moon-white figure. At this moment, Su Qingxue was squatting in the back courtyard, rubbing the heads of the two leopards, their thunder patterns crackling under her fingertips. A peak demon emperor suppressing herself to early nascent soul isn't bullying the weak. It becomes a battle between cultivators of the same nascent soul stage. I wish to see what is so special about the girl who made Azure Dragon concede defeat. Lin Chen also looked out the window, casually picked up a spirit fruit, and took a crunching bite. "Qingxue, there's a fight to be had." Su Qingxue poked half her body in from the back courtyard, still clutching the jerky she used to tease the leopards. The laziness in her eyes instantly switched to a bright gleam the moment she heard the words, "fight to be had." Coming, she ran into the dining hall and gave the Ice Phoenix Emperor a sword cultivator salute. "Please grant me your guidance, Senior." The Ice Phoenix Emperor stepped out of the dining hall, suppressing her cultivation all the way down to early nascent soul. Standing in the training grounds, the peak demon emperor Ice Phoenix Emperor's chilling aura was for the first time restrained to almost nothing. Not vanished, but compressed to the extreme, like the razor-thin ice blade already formed at her fingertip, so transparent, its shape was nearly invisible. Su Qingxue stood across from her, the 9 tribulations sword already drawn. 3 tribulation marks interwove across the blade, dark purple thunder arcs, crimson flames, and pure white sword intent. Her chaos sword body's awakening was at 58%. The spiritual energy of the Golden Core stage no longer demanded the meticulous budgeting of the Foundation Establishment stage, but she knew that this slight advantage meant nothing before a demon emperor. Even suppressed to early nascent soul, the Ice Phoenix Emperor's battle experience and precision of techniques far surpassed any cultivator of the same realm. "Ready, ready." The Ice Phoenix Emperor raised her hand, and the paper-thin ice blade at her fingertip finally became visible. About 3 feet long, thin as a cicada's wings, so transparent that only the refraction of light revealed its outline. She had no need for a true divine weapon. The moisture between heaven and earth was her sword. The ice blade tore through the air. There was no superfluous move, just a single simple thrust. Driven by early nascent soul's spiritual energy, the ice blade was faster than the demonic flood dragon's baleful energy blast. Su Qingxue shifted sideways, the 9 tribulations sword slashing diagonally upward. Thunder and flame sword intent erupted simultaneously, forming a palm-sized purple-red vortex at the sword tip that precisely struck the side of the ice blade. She did not dare to take it head-on, so she could only use her sword intent to deflect the ice blade's trajectory. The blade grazed past her right shoulder, and a thin layer of frost formed on her sleeve. With a flick of her right wrist, she shattered the frost. Her treading leaf footwork had already taken its second step. Rather than retreating, she advanced. The 9 tribulation sword shifted from an upward slash to a sweeping arc, and the power of the 3rd sword tribulation condensed into a film of pure white sword intent on the blade, cutting toward the Ice Phoenix Emperor's left knee. A flicker of surprise passed through the Ice Phoenix Emperor's eyes. It had been a long time since she had seen a young person take one of her strikes head-on at the early Golden Core stage, and even launch a counterattack in the same breath. She flicked her left sleeve, and chilling air condensed before her knee into a palm-sized ice shield. No larger was needed, just enough to precisely block the sword edge. The 9 tribulations sword struck the ice shield with sparks flying in all directions. The sword intent split the shield in two, but it only cut through the ice shield. It never touched her robes. Decent power. Speed is sufficient. But your finishing motion on this strike is too heavy. You'd already slowed by half a fraction before the blade reached the shield. Your sword intent is pure enough and sharp enough, yet between pure and sharp, one breath of something is still missing. The Ice Phoenix Emperor's tone was flat, less like criticism and more like reciting a long-established truth of the sword Dao. As her words fell, she spread the 5 fingers of her right hand, and 5 ice spikes shot towards Su Qingxue from different angles, sealing off all space for evasion. Su Qingxue did not dodge. The second fire tribulation seal on the 9 tribulations sword flared brightly, as crimson flames erupted outward with her at the center. 3 strands of sword intent bloomed simultaneously within the flames. The first shattered the frontal ice spike, the second deflected the 2 on the left, and the third was shattered midair by the final ice spike, its fragments carving 3 thin lines of blood along her left arm. 3. She could already unleash 3 strands of sword intent in different directions. So this is the triple sword intent you comprehended after stepping from Foundation Establishment Peak into Golden Core. The Ice Phoenix Emperor stopped. She withdrew the ice blade at her fingertip and the chill around her slowly dispersed. Enough. No need to continue. I concede. Su Qingxue gripped her sword, panting heavily, blood from her left arm dripping down her fingers onto the bluestone slab. But she ignored the wound, lifting her head urgently. I haven't finished. You have finished. You used 3 moves, but I used 2. If within 3 moves you could force me to use a second move while remaining essentially unharmed, this wound doesn't count. Then at merely the early Golden Core stage, that is already your victory. Su Qingxue was silent for a while, then she sheathed the 9 tribulations sword back into its sword mark. I still lost. She pulled out her little notebook, flipped to the skills to learn page, and added a new line under Blade Intent Lock. Ice Phoenix Emperor's Ice Blade Technique Control Precision, far better than mine, need to practice. Then beside it she drew a parenthesis and wrote a sentence inside. She said my sword intent is pure enough, but between pure and sharp one breath is missing. Next time I'll treat her to iced spiritual fruit juice. The Ice Phoenix Emperor watched her writing in the little notebook, saying nothing, merely looking a while longer. She turned and walked toward the dining hall, pausing at the threshold to say to Lin Chen, "Your people. Very well taught." Then she stepped inside and continued eating the plate of candied spirit fruit that had already gone cold. After the Ice Phoenix Emperor departed in her phoenix carriage, word of the alliance between the Northern Ice Phoenix Emperor and the Qingxu sect spread quickly across the northern domain of the Demon Realm. Within the Ice Phoenix clan, there was some muttering about the pact. A few elders privately felt that having an Imperial Realm Dao Protector on standby all year round was too heavy a price. The Ice Phoenix Emperor only sent the manifest along with the portions of spirit or seeds and feathers back to the Council of Elders and wrote 4 characters in approval, pay the full price. Su Qingxue wrote out today's gains and losses from the spar over a full 3 pages, then drew a simple phoenix sketch on the last page. Beside it she wrote in crooked handwriting, next time treat her to iced spiritual fruit juice. Using senior sister Lung, use profound ice. A few days after the Ice Phoenix Emperor left, Zhang Yunfan received a gift. It was the molted feathers of an Ice Phoenix fledgling sealed in a cold jade box and delivered through by Qianqian. The cold jade box was only the size of a palm, crystal clear throughout. When opened, inside were 12 ice blue down feathers arranged neatly. Not the Ice Phoenix Emperor's own feathers, but the naturally shed fluff of a fledgling's molting. They were as soft as a thin layer of frost and gave off a faint glow in the sunlight. The Ice Phoenix clan presents a tribute of fledgling molted feathers once a year. This is the first batch. Bai Qianqian set the cold jade box on the workbench in the alchemy room and relayed the Ice Phoenix Emperor's message. Sect Master Lin said half for the alchemy hall and half for the Hanbing Pavilion. Zhang Yunfan, who had been dealing with the leftover quenched scraps, looked up and rubbed his nose with the back of a charcoal-stained hand. When he took the cold jade box, his fingers paused briefly on its surface. It was cool to the touch, but not biting. Every feather inside was wrapped in the same cold aura as the Ice Phoenix Emperor's, yet far gentler than an adult Ice Phoenix's plumage. More suitable for medicine and more suitable for artifact refining. 6 feathers go to the Hanbing Pavilion. 6 stay here. He closed the lid, then opened it again. Sister Fire Phoenix, if we use these to refine ice heart pills, how much stronger would they be than ordinary ice-type spiritual medicines? Fire Phoenix flew down from the shelf and landed beside the cold jade box. Her dark gold pupils moved close to a feather, and she carefully touched it with her beak. Then she gave a short cry, meaning at least 30% stronger. 30% stronger. Zhang Yunfan stored that number in his heart, and a faint light showed in his eyes as he closed the lid. The Ice Heart pill was a tier 3 pill, but using Ice Phoenix down as an ingredient could push it to tier 4. And that was exactly the highest tier he could refine after his alchemy heart awakened. The gift had arrived not too early and not too late. Exactly on the 4th day after he had gone to Guhi for advice. Qingdai was leafing through the alchemy hall's herb inventory ledger beside him without lifting her head. Fledgling down is gentler than adult phoenix feathers and has a lower failure rate in alchemy. That girl works in tacit coordination with you. She sends the down and you refine ice heart pills for her. Not for her, Zhang Yunfan said, putting the cold jade box into his storage ring and standing up to pat the charcoal dust from his knees. It's for the entire Hanbing Pavilion. Senior sister Lingyue needs ice heart pills to control her cold aura. Lately, in order not to freeze anyone, she has been suppressing the cold chi in her body too harshly. He paused, then added, once the axe and blade are quenched, I'll have my hands free to sort out the cold chi problem. Sister Fire Phoenix, let's open a furnace with the newly arrived Ice Phoenix down and try refining ice heart pills. Fire Phoenix let out a short cry that Mint reluctantly agreed and flew into position before the fire intake. Meanwhile, at the core array eye of the Qingshu sect's mountain-protecting Grand Formation, Lin Chen stood before the formation base, holding a formation blueprint the system had just issued. The blueprint was in scroll form, its opening sealed with a golden formation rune seal. Once unrolled, pale golden formation lines flowed across the paper like living things. He studied it for a moment, and the system broadcast the upgrade details into his divine sense. Host, this is the upgrade blueprint for the mountain-protecting Grand Formation. After the upgrade, the formation will gain a long-range interception function. It can generate a spiritual energy barrier 30 li outside the mountain gate and actively intercept any uninvited guests. Interception is divided into 3 levels: alert. For visitors with no ill intent, it issues a friendly warning, trap. For those with hostile intent, but cultivation, not exceeding spirit transformation, it lays a temporary maze annihilation. For those carrying murderous intent and cultivation above spirit transformation, it directly activates annihilation mode. The trigger thresholds for each level are automatically determined by ancient standards, so the host does not need to operate manually. What is annihilation mode? A directional release of Immortal Emperor level pressure. One-time use. Once triggered, all hostile targets with murderous intent and cultivation above spirit transformation will be crushed in an instant. This mode uses ancient targeted pressure technology. Its lock-on is based on murderous intent rather than cultivation, so in theory, it will not injure bystanders. In theory. The system can only say in theory because so far in the myriad worlds of the universe, no passerby has ever lived to walk into the range where this mode would need to trigger. Last time alert mode was triggered, the target was sun-dashing a scout from the prison hall. After the surveillance runes he had placed on the edge of the forbidden zone shattered on their own, he withdrew voluntarily. Lin Chen remembered the man who owed him spirit stones. He still owes me interest. System, can this blueprint be upgraded? I think the welcoming light carpet is too flashy. Can we change it to something else? The formation's appearance can be customized by the host. Lin Chen thought for a moment. When the formation rises, light up an ice blue spiritual glow in the same style as the ice phoenix along both sides of the main path through the forbidden zone. Once the visitor's identity is confirmed, let it extend from the foot of the mountain all the way to the sect gate plaza. Since we are welcoming guests, let's do it with grace. Let those who come see it at a glance. The Qingshu sect does not seek war, but it is not afraid of one. The system fell silent for 2 breaths, likely processing that image. A few breaths later it replied, the system has recorded the host's request and is generating the Ice Phoenix-style light carpet plan. Please wait. In the days that followed, the Qingshu sect fell into a quiet, rhythmically ordered busyness. Qingdai received the first shipment of spirit ores and seeds from the northern domain according to the list. She sent the ores to the warehouse by type and marked the seeds by attribute before storing them in the constant temperature jade cabinets in the alchemy hall. She was the alchemy hall's hall master and the only one who could currently match Gu He in identifying medicinal materials. As for Gu He himself, he still crouched in the corner of the alchemy room every day polishing his purple copper medicine furnace. He only raised his eyelids when Qingdai mislabeled the age of a snow marrow herb and said 400 years, not 300. Then he lowered his head and continued polishing the furnace. Tiniu carried the newly quenched sky-splitting axe on his shoulder and split several mountain walls in the forbidden zone into mirror-smooth faces. Every day, he repeated the same motions, swinging the axe, splitting the mountain, resting the axe, carrying it to the dining hall to eat, wiping his mouth, then going back to split the mountain. The stone hewed off was transported by Yi Wuhan through void shuttling trip after trip to outside the mountain gate, where it was neatly piled into reserve building material stacks. After this unadorned silent devotion had continued for many days, Yi Wuhan leaned against the stone pile, wiped off sweat, and sighed, with genuine admiration. Senior brother Tini, he really has carved the forbidden zone into something with the atmosphere of a construction site canteen. Lin Yue received the 3 bottles of ice heart pills Jiang Yunfan sent. She merely nodded slightly after taking them, then turned and went to the mountain pool behind the mountain, spending the whole afternoon quietly calibrating the precision of her cold chi release. When she returned to the training ground in the evening, Yi Wuhan discovered that her cold chi control had become another level more exquisite. She could freeze the sole of his shoe precisely, without freezing the ant he had accidentally stepped on. The demonic flood dragon coiled in the deep part of the pool. The piece of dark ice hanging from the tip of its tail had been worn down another thin layer by its rubbing, but after Lin Yue checked the ice's thickness, she thought it could last about a month before needing replacement. Jiang Yunfan refined ice heart pills for 6 straight days. In the alchemy room, there was almost no sound except the hum of the Shinnon cauldron and Fire Phoenix's occasional short cries. Using fledgling down as medicine proved harder than he had imagined. On the 4th batch, the fire was slightly too gentle. The down did not fully dissolve, and what emerged from the cauldron was not the scent of medicine, but a scorched smell like singed feathers. Fire Phoenix sneezed twice in a row, then picked up a slightly singed feather with her beak and laid it in front of him. Zhang Yunfan stared at the furnace in silence for a while, opened Gu He's handwritten notebook, and found an extremely inconspicuous line of small text in the corner. When phoenix fire meets ice feathers, first use a low flame to dry bake them for 3 breaths. He rekindled the fire and refined another batch following that procedure. On the evening of the 6th day, the jade tray at last held 3 neatly arranged bottles of finished pills. He sent the first bottle to Lin Yue, kept the second in the alchemy hall as a reserve, and entrusted the third to Bai Qianqian to relay to the Ice Phoenix Emperor far away in the northern reaches of the Demon Beast realm. He said it was a return gift refined from the Ice Phoenix clan's own down. Bai Qianqian curled her tail around the pill bottle and looked toward the north. Her 9 tails swayed. The Qingshu sect never left a favor unpaid. Oh, she knew this better than anyone. She could not remember when the sect had last sent a return gift to the Demon Beast realm, but refining the Ice Phoenix's down into pills and sending it back. That bold gesture was surely the sect master's idea. Lin Chen had responded in the dining hall. This is called a virtuous cycle of turning waste into treasure. The system corrected him, saying that a fledgling's molting feathers were not waste. Lin Chen retorted, didn't you say yesterday that green spots on garlic sprouts were normal physiological metabolism? The system fell silent, a rare occurrence. The peaceful days were broken one ordinary evening. Yi Guhong walked down from the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion, holding a shattered dark spirit crystal formation plate. Not one he had set, but something captured by the early warning runes that had automatically triggered around the outer edge of the forbidden zone. He placed the fragments on Lin Chen's dining hall table. Lin Chen was having dinner. Tonight's menu was stir-fried meat with garlic sprouts. The sprouts had grown taller again, emerald green and tender, and the spirit beast meat was sliced extremely thin. The oil droplets that splattered in the spirit iron wok carried a fragrance of garlic. He picked up a mouthful with his chopsticks, chewed, swallowed, and only then looked down at the formation plate fragments. Again, the outer dark spirit crystal fragments were shattered from the inside by someone. The timing coincides with Sundishing's withdrawal last time. This time the fragments carry residual aura, immortal sovereign level. It is not from the prison hall, the aura comes from farther north. Demon Emperor Palace. Right. The Demon Emperor Palace was the supreme command center of the demon realm, standing above the 3 halls and 9 prisons. After losing an immortal king vice hall master last time, the prison hall's master Li Ju had ordered the matter reported to the Demon Emperor Palace. Lin Chen picked up another piece of the stir-fried meat. At least half a month slower than I expected. They do have some patience. He chewed and swallowed the slice, looked up at Yi Guhong, and asked who came. The aura on the fragments belongs to an envoy of the Demon Emperor Palace. He did not step into the edge of the forbidden zone. He simply crushed the plate and left a signal. Its meaning is, the Demon Emperor Palace acknowledges the Qingshu sect's territorial boundaries. They won't send anyone for the time being. Yi Guhong lightly tapped the spiderweb-like cracks on the fragment. The next time they come it won't be a probe. But it won't be now either. He needs time. Xing Feng walked over from the war hall with a saber on his shoulder, glanced at the fragments on the table, and said that immortal sovereign-level aura did not belong to the envoy himself. It was from a message formation plate. The envoy's cultivation was around the peak of Immortal Lord. He left the formation plate and departed without lingering. Lin Chen picked up the last slice of meat, mixed it into his rice, and ate until not a single grain was left. He set down his chopsticks. The tone of what he said shifted completely from the first half to the second. Since the Demon Emperor Palace sent a formation plate, first we should reciprocate. Advance the upgrade plan for the mountain protecting grand formation. Lay the light carpet as planned, attach the sword intent formation, and also mark the annihilation mode's trigger threshold for the unique aura of the Demon Emperor Palace. I'll handle the formation base, you guard the array eye. He looked at Yi Guhong. A sword cultivator guarding the array eye is more efficient than cutting down enemies one sword at a time. Yi Guhong did not answer. He simply tucked the fragment into his sleeve, turned, and went back to the sword pavilion. Xing Feng watched him leave and grinned. A taciturn fellow like him guarding the array eye is like moving an entire northern wasteland sword grave over to serve as a door god. Next time the Demon Emperor Palace comes, they probably won't even leave a speck of ash from their formation plate. At the same time, deep inside the Demon Emperor Palace, 10,000 li away, the other half of the shattered formation plate hovered in the void of the palace's secret chamber. The secret chamber had no lamps. The only dim light was the image endlessly replaying among the formation plate fragments. A barrier woven from dark purple thunder arcs and crimson flames, behind it formation runes condensed from pure white sword intent, and beyond that a sky split open by saber intent, with winding mountain roads covered by an ice blue light carpet in the same style as the ice phoenixes. At the end of the mountain path a young man in a moon-white robe was lowering his head to slice garlic. A slender pale hand pressed down on the fragments, and the image cut off abruptly. The owner of that hand was hidden in shadow, only the cuff of a sleeve embroidered with dark gold demonic runes exposed. The master of the Demon Emperor Palace watched for a long time. Then he placed the fragment with the garlic slicing image on the very top. His fingers lightly traced the edge of the fragment. After a long while the corner of his mouth curved slightly. The Forbidden Zone. Qingshu Sect. The fragment of the Demon Emperor Palace's formation plate had lain hidden in Yi Guhong's sleeve for 3 days. During those 3 days, everything at Qingshu's sect remained as calm as ever. Su Qingshu arose in the pre-dawn hours every morning to practice her sword, the 3 tribulation marks on the 9 tribulations sword flickering dim and bright in the morning mist. Zhang Yunfan opened another furnace of ice heart pills refined from ice phoenix down. This batch was stable at top grade, and a row of cold jade bottles was neatly arranged on the medicine shelf in the alchemy room. Tiniu finished splitting the last mountain wall in the forbidden zone that needed to be leveled. The Star Trek patterns on the sky-splitting axe flowed with dark, golden light under the sun. Lung Yu sat by the mountain pool behind the sect, calibrating the precision of her cold chi. The demon flood dragon coiled at the bottom of the pool, a new piece of profound ice at the tip of its tail. Yi Wuhan used Void Shuttle to carry all the stone Tiniu had split to outside the mountain gate and stack it neatly. Then Damao and Xiao Mao chased him around the sect for several laps. Bai Qianqian laid out a new batch of jerky. The spirit beast meat was sliced even thinner than last time, marinated in spirit honey, then hung to dry. Before it was fully dried, Xing Feng had already stolen several strips. Lin Chen's biggest daily task was still researching new recipes for the spirit food generator. The garlic sprouts had already been cut 3 times. The 4th harvest was just poking out of the soil, lush green and full of spirit. He crouched in front of the flower pot and pinched off a yellowing leaf tip. Then he suddenly stood up, set the garlic sprout leaf in his hand on the stove, and patted the dirt from his palms. System: locate the Demon Emperor Palace. Host: what do you intend to do? Wipe them out. The system's light screen appeared in his divine sense, displaying a map of the demon realm so detailed it was almost obscene. The Demon Emperor Palace was marked in piercing red with dense annotations crowded around it: the number of people in the palace, their cultivation realm distribution, the type and weak points of the palace protecting great formation, the succession lineage of past demon emperors, and even how many 10,000-year demon lotuses grew in the palace's rear garden. The Demon Emperor Palace is the supreme power hub of the demon realm, standing above the 3 halls and 9 hells. The current Demon Emperor is at early Immortal Venerable stage. On the surface, one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Huanyu Great World. Beneath him are 7 elders at the Immortal Sovereign Realm, over 30 protectors at the Immortal King Realm, and countless demon cultivators at the Immortal Lord Realm and below. The palace protecting Great Formation is the ancient 9 Heavens Demon Calamity Formation, powered by 99 demonic veins. At full output, it can block a peak Immortal Venerable's full force strike. Host: how do you plan to fight? 1 slap. The system was silent for quite a while. Host: the Demon Emperor is at early Immortal Venerable stage. Though that is nothing to you to kill an Immortal Venerable with 1 slap, plus 7 Immortal Sovereigns, over 30 Immortal Kings, and countless Immortal Lords. Are you certain you don't need a little more preparation? For example, first issue a war proclamation, formally declare war, and have Xing Feng and Yi Guhong each lead a team to encircle from the flanks. 1 slap. Host: as your system, I am obligated to remind you that although this simple, crude method of combat fully matches your power level for the later spreading of the sect's reputation and the integration of the 6 realms' powers, it may not be as effective as a stage display. Are you afraid that if I finish it in 1 slap, the plot will be too short for you to pad the word count? The system fell silent again. This silence lasted even longer than before. I am merely considering from which angle I can assist the host in maximizing the benefits of this battle. Demon Emperor Palace location locked. Teleportation formation pattern generated. The host may depart at any time. Lin Chen walked out of the dining hall. In the courtyard, Su Qingxue was crouching beside the rockery, combing Damao and Xiaomao's fur. The 2 thunder-patterned leopards rolled onto their backs and rumbled with contentment. Zhang Yunfan came out of the alchemy room, carrying the freshly made ice heart pills, about to deliver them to the cold ice pavilion. Tiniu came back from the back mountain with his axe over his shoulder, stone powder still clinging to the blade. Lung Yu sat beside the pool and touched the water's surface with 1 finger. A sheet of thin ice spread silently outward, stopping exactly an inch from the tip of the demon flood dragon's tail. Yi Wuhan hung upside down from the spirit tree beside the training ground, flipping through a remnant movement manual torn from a 10,000 Swords Gate sword manual. Master, where are you going? Su Qingxue looked up. Going out. To the demon realm. Need any help? No. I'll be back soon. Lin Chen waved a hand. Save me a portion of dinner. Garlic sprouts stir-fried with meat tonight. Garlic sprouts stir-fried with meat again. The garlic sprouts grow too fast. Su Qingxue made an O and lowered her head to continue combing Damao's fur. She did not ask what her master intended to do in the demon realm. 7 years ago she would have asked, now she would not. If master said he would be back soon, then he would be back soon. The atmosphere in the Demon Emperor Palace today was unlike other days. In the main hall, the reigning Demon Emperor sat upon his throne, the oppressive might of an early Immortal Venerable shrouding the entire hall. 7 Immortal Sovereign Elders stood in 2 rows while more than 30 Immortal King Protectors arrayed themselves on the square outside the hall. The palace protecting Great Formation was fully activated. 99 demonic veins ran simultaneously, and dark red baleful demonic chi formed an enormous vortex above the palace, blotting out the sky. For 10 whole days the Demon Emperor had held in his hand the formation plate fragment that showed Lin Chen cutting garlic sprouts. He had reached a judgment. Qingshu's sect was unfathomable, but the Demon Emperor Palace was no pushover either. 10 days of calculation led him to a conclusion: the true threat of Qingshu's sect had to be verified by his own hand. He gathered all the Demon Emperor Palace's top-tier combat strength and prepared to lead the force personally to the Forbidden Zone for formal negotiations. 7 immortal sovereigns, more than 30 immortal kings, and the Demon Emperor himself. A lineup like that was enough to destroy a top-tier sect anywhere in the 6 realms. By all reason, an assembly of this scale would make any opponent think thrice. But Qingshu's sect was not within the scope of any opponent. The Demon Emperor was about to announce their departure when he suddenly looked up at the sky. He sensed something passing through the outermost restriction of the 9 heavens demon calamity formation. It was not breaking through by force, it was passing through. The ancient demon baleful barrier enough to withstand a full-powered strike from a peak immortal venerable seemed not to exist in front of that thing. A hand. A palm condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, vast enough to cover the sky, slowly pressed down from above the clouds. The hand was so huge that it covered the entire Demon Emperor Palace and the surrounding 100 li of Demon Palace structures beneath its palm. The movement was not swift, it was almost slow, like someone reaching out across a dining table for a steamed bun. It was this slowness that sank the Demon Emperor's heart to the bottom. The other party was not striking. He was merely reaching out. The gap between the two was more despairing than any gap in cultivation realm. Who? The Demon Emperor let out a thunderous shout, and the full oppressive might of his early immortal venerable cultivation surged into the sky. 7 immortal sovereigns formed their battle formation at once. More than 30 immortal kings pushed in unison. 99 demonic veins spun wildly, and the light of the entire palace protecting formation changed from dark red to searing blood red. The demon dragon statue on the vaulted ceiling of the main hall let out a soundless roar, and baleful chi, like solidified matter, sprayed from its dragon eyes. On the square, countless immortal lords and immortal kings simultaneously unleashed their ultimate techniques. Demonic fire, baleful thunder, blood blades, bone spears, dense enough to fill the sky, like an inverted dark red rainstorm, hurling themselves at the palm. The palm did not pause. It neither accelerated nor slowed. With the same leisurely composure as one picking up a steamed bun, it passed through the strongest defense of the 9 heavens demon calamity formation, through the sky-filling dark red rainstorm, and through the world-destroying baleful chi jointly released by the 99 demonic veins. The instant the palm made contact, the palace-protecting formation was crumpled like paper, torn apart and ground to dust. The combined formation of the 7 immortal sovereigns was uprooted, and more than 30 immortal kings spat blood and were hurled backward. Every trace of demonic fire, baleful thunder, blood blade, and bone spear annihilated itself, while still 3 inches from the palm, leaving not even a wisp of spiritual energy behind. They were not defeated by force. They scattered on their own in terror. The Demon Emperor watched the palm drawing closer. He tried to teleport, but the laws of space had been crushed into dead stillness. He tried to flee into the earth, but the baleful chi of the ground veins refused his summons. He burned his essence blood to activate the strongest secret art passed down through generations of the Demon Emperor Palace, the ultimate mystery of the 9 heavens demon calamity art. A 10,000 zhang demonic avatar condensed from baleful chi rose abruptly from the ground and swung a giant axe toward the palm. This was his full power strike as an early immortal venerable and the foundation upon which the Demon Emperor Palace had stood in the demon realm. The palm closed and squeezed the 10,000 zhang demonic avatar axe and head alike into a wisp of green smoke. The Demon Emperor finally understood. The other party was not an immortal sovereign, not an immortal venerable, not any realm within his understanding. Suddenly he remembered an ancient legend. The Huanyu Great World had 18 realms. Mortals knew only the first 17, they did not know the 18th existed. The 18th realm was the immortal emperor, the absolute ceiling of this world. And the owner of the hand before him was not a newly ascended immortal emperor, nor a mid-stage immortal emperor. He was the existence standing at the very summit of every realm. Mortal M. Pair. He forced those 2 words out from his throat. Before the sound could leave the hall, the oppressive might of the palm crushed it back down his throat. Those were the last 2 words he ever spoke. The palm came down. There was no thunderous roar, no explosion, no collapsing of heaven and earth. When the palm landed above the main hall of the Demon Emperor Palace, the sound was like someone setting a thick book down on a table. Dull, short, clean, and final. The entire Demon Emperor Palace, along with its 99 demon halls, 81 demon towers, 36 demon formation cores, 7 immortal sovereigns, more than 30 immortal kings, countless immortal lord demon cultivators, and the dozens of demon lotuses in the rear garden that had grown for untold tens of thousands of years, was reduced to powder beneath that one palm. Dust surged upward and formed a giant mushroom cloud in the sky. After the mushroom cloud slowly dispersed, a clear, complete palm print was left on the ground. The 5 fingers were clearly defined, and the lines of the palm were faintly discernible. The edge of the print was as smooth as if it had been traced with a ruler, and the soil at the center had been compressed into the densest crystal, gleaming with a dim luster in the daylight. In the pond of the rear garden, an earthworm had been sliced precisely lengthwise into two halves. Both halves lay at the edge of the palm print, the cuts smooth as mirrors. It had been caught incidentally by Sword Chi. Lin Chen stood above the clouds, lowered his head, and looked at his own hand. The palm was clean without a speck of dust. He turned and stepped back into the teleportation formation pattern, then glanced down once more before he left. Within 100 li of the Demon Emperor Palace, not a single chicken or dog survived. That was not an exaggeration. Truly none remained. Even the pots of dark-patterned ornamental plants unique to the demon realm that decorated the square had been crushed into powder at the molecular level. The earthworm had been the last living thing beside the pond, and now it was gone as well. In the span of a man reaching for a steamed bun, the supreme power hub of the demon realm's 3 halls and 9 hells had become an empty field where only the wind sounded. System returned to the sect. Host: the Demon Emperor Palace has been confirmed destroyed. Method of extermination: 1 palm. Survivor count 0. Even the earthworm was sliced lengthwise. I also noticed that before leaving you casually reinforced the foundation at the edge of the palm print, allowing it to resist weathering for at least 10,000 years. Is this considered a landmark advertisement for Qingshu's sect in the demon realm? Yes. From now on, whenever people in the demon realm pass by that spot, they will know where Qingshu's sect is. Lin Chen paused as he stepped into the teleportation formation pattern. Oh, and make a note that palm print site will be developed into a tourist attraction in the future. The ticket revenue will go to the sect treasury. Host: are you serious? Half true, half false. I don't know what to say. Then shut up. At the Qingshu sect dining hall, the garlic sprout stir-fry with meat had just come out of the wok. The spirit beast meat was seared golden with a hint of char. The garlic sprouts were crisp and emerald green, and droplets of oil were still crackling. Lin Chen pushed the door open and walked in. Su Qingxue was setting bowls and chopsticks on the table. She looked up at him. Master, you're back. Oh, let's eat. Lin Chen carried the steaming garlic sprout stir-fry to the table. Su Qingxue filled 2 bowls of spirit rice, placing one in front of him and one in front of herself. She picked up a slice of meat, held it up to the light, and examined the crispness. Her verdict was that the heat had been just right this time, not like last time, when the caramel had been cooked too long and tasted as bitter as Elder Gua's herbal decoction. Yi Wuhan poked half his body through the doorway, intending to ask exactly what his master had done in the demon realm. Before he could open his mouth, a sword chi shot out from the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion and precisely struck the sole of his shoe, knocking his whole body back into the courtyard. Yi Guhong's voice drifted down from the 3rd floor window, still those 2 words passable. The dining hall fell so quiet that only the soft clatter of bowls and chopsticks remained. Outside the window, the twilight was perfect. On the rockery by Qianqian was feeding beast milk to Damao and Xiaomao. The purple thunder patterns on the 2 young thunder-patterned leopards shimmered in the dusk. In the mountain pool behind the sect, the demon flood dragon tested the new piece of profound ice lung you had installed with the tip of its tail. Finding the temperature just right, it let out a satisfied rumble. The light in the alchemy room was still on. Jiang Yunfan was organizing his refining notes for the new batch of ice heart pills, while the fire phoenix perched on his shoulder and occasionally plucked at the stray strands of hair sticking up near his ear with its beak. In the rear courtyard of the war hall, Xing Feng finished tonight's 500 slashes, planted his great blade in the ground by the waterfall, and took a bite of the spirit beast jerky by Qianqian had dried. Another day at Qingshu sect came to a close amid the aroma of garlic sprouts stir-fried with meat. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, news of the fall of the Demon Emperor Palace was spreading faster than an immortal venerable's escape technique. The various powers crushed their communication jade slips and confirmed the news again and again, unable to believe that the behemoth that had ruled the demon realm for untold tens of thousands of years could vanish completely in a single instant. The first to arrive at the ruins was Li Ju, the hall master of the prison hall. He stood at the edge of the distinct palm print and studied it inch by inch, from the spacing of the fingers to the depth of the palm lines, without saying a word. Several vice hall masters followed behind him. There should have been someone else in Yin Tu's position, but the prison hall could no longer muster 3 immortal king vice hall masters. Hall master, this is one slap. Li Ju's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping a throat. He looked down at the soil in the center of the palm print compressed into crystal. Just one slap. 7 immortal sovereigns, over 30 immortal kings, 99 demonic veins. One slap. He unfastened the dark red token at his waist that marked him as hall master of the prison hall, clenched it in his palm, and squeezed so hard that the edges bit into his flesh. Then he did something no one behind him had expected. He tucked the token into the deepest part of his storage ring, took a deep breath, and said, "Go to the mountain gate of Qingshu sect, queue up, and sign the waiting list for its open mountain disciple recruitment." Hall master. No longer hall master. Li Ju turned and walked toward the forbidden zone. The prison hall is dissolved from today. Those who want to come with me follow. Those who don't, find your own way out. He walked several paces, then stopped again. The setting sun pulled his shadow into an extremely thin line. He looked down at the ruins beneath his feet, where even the earthworm had been sliced lengthwise into two. Oh, and don't forget, before anything else, repay the spirit stone Sun Dishing owes the sect leader principal, and interest included. When he was demoted to criminal slave last time, he had the full account audited, with interest compounding until now it's no small amount. The vice hall masters behind him exchanged bewildered looks. One of them murmured, but we don't even know which mining area he was sent to. Li Ju did not look back, then used the remaining funds in the hall treasury to cover it. Keep the interest running. At the edge of the palm print, the cut surface of the earthworm that had been sliced lengthwise into two remained as smooth as a mirror. Even the wind of the demon realm knew enough to be tactful. When it blew through the center of the palm print, it made a detour. The news that the demon emperor's palace had been smashed to dust with a single slap spread faster than Xing Feng's blade. On the first day, it circulated only within the northern territories of the demon realm. The prison hall disbanded. The few surviving deputy hall masters gathered their belongings and fled, not even taking time to divide the spirit stones in the hall's treasury. Li Ju led more than a dozen of his old subordinates who were willing to follow him, walking step by step along the ancient road at the edge of the forbidden zone toward Qingshu sect. He walked slowly, not because of injury. He bore no wounds. Lin Chen's slap had been aimed solely at the demon emperor's palace. At the prison hall's main compound 1,000 li away, he had not even felt the shockwave. He walked slowly because every step carried the same thought. He remembered the first time he had seen the intelligence report on Qingshu sect. He had taken it for a minor sect barely clinging to life behind the forbidden zone's natural barriers. He remembered the words he had said when Yin Tu volunteered to capture the target. If there really is an immortal king realm cultivator there, you'll die on that spot. Yin Tu was not quite dead yet. Locked in Qingshu sect's dungeon, his cultivation had fallen from early immortal king to the spirit transformation stage. He was still alive, but being alive was worse than death. He also thought of Sun Deshing, the former chief investigator he had demoted to a criminal slave, in a fit of rage. Sun Deshing still owed Lin Chen spirit stones, and with interest compounding the debt, had become astronomical by now. Before leaving, he had someone use the remaining funds in the hall's treasury to settle the debt, the prison hall's last official business. The next day, the news crossed the demon realm's border and entered the demon beast realm. When the Azure Dragon Emperor received the message, he was in his dragon lair eating spirit beast jerky. The second batch Su Qingxue had asked by Qianqian to send had just arrived, cured with spirit honey. It tasted even better than the first. Chewing the jerky, he read every word on the jade slip, then turned it over and over on his dragon claw several times. One slap. Just one slap. The Azure Dragon Emperor tilted his head back and let out a low laugh. The sound shook the spirit stone dust from the dome of his dragon lair. That old demon emperor, cultivated for tens of thousands of years, reached early immortal venerable and thought he was in the top 10 of the 6 realms. Then one slap came down, and he did not even have a chance to fight back. He tossed the jade slip to the Ice Phoenix Emperor, who was sorting the spirit medicine stock beside him. The Ice Phoenix Emperor took the jade slip, read it, and fell silent for a while. She remembered Lin Chen chopping garlic in the dining hall, sleeves rolled to his elbows, collar crooked, and even after scorching the caramel, still insisting stubbornly burnt has a fragrance of its own. That man seemed to have nothing to do with the phrase destroying an entire sect. She suddenly felt that the covenant she had signed in Qingshu sect's dining hall that day might be the best bargain she had ever made. On the third day, the news spread through the immortal realm, the mortal realm, the netherworld, and the god realm. Taishu Jinren of the Taishu Immortal sect sat in his secluded meditation chamber. Before him, the jade tablet inscribed with the 3 characters Qingshu sect that he had carved himself. He stared at it for a long time, then stood and walked to the window. To the disciple waiting outside, he said, "Convey my decree from this day forward. Whenever any disciple of the Taishu Immortal sect encounters a member of Qingshu sect, he or she shall show the courtesy of a junior." Kong Sheng, the city lord of Tsunyun City, bought out all the spirit fruit wine in the city's tea houses and taverns, enough to supply 3 years, a congratulatory gift. He sent 3 trusted subordinates at full speed to the edge of the forbidden zone, accompanied by a personal letter of only 8 characters, a modest gift not worthy of respect. Yu Wanren of the Myriad Swords sect sat alone in his meditation chamber for an entire night. His sword, shattered by Xing Feng's strike last time, had yet to be reforged, and on his desk still lay the cloth pouch that Su Qingxue had left behind when she exchanged a spirit-restoring pill for the sword manual. He studied the sword manual for a long time, then ground ink and smoothed out paper. He wrote out a long list of young disciples gifted in the way of the sword, and sent it together with a letter to the forbidden zone. The rogue cultivator world was in an uproar. The communication array plates of every major and minor sect, rogue cultivator alliance, and mercenary group were nearly swamped with questions. In the tea houses, someone laid out Qingshu sect's deeds, and full Myriad Swords sect had been trampled, with only one hall master dispatched. Taishu Jinren had expelled his true disciple before everyone to apologize to Qingshu sect. The Azure Dragon Emperor of the Demon Beast realm suppressed his realm to spar with its senior disciple lost, and even gifted a reverse scale. The Ice Phoenix Emperor came personally to sign a covenant and paid every item on the bill upon her return, and the demon Emperor's palace had been completely annihilated, said to be one slap from the sect master himself. 7 achievements. Any one of them was enough to make a sect famous throughout a region. 7 together left the entire cosmos silent. Where exactly is Qingshu sect? Where exactly is Qingshu sect? A young rogue cultivator could not help asking. The Forbidden Zone. Where in the Forbidden Zone? The deepest part of the Forbidden Zone. Everyone in the tea house was silent for a moment, then burst into sighs mingling shock, longing, and helplessness. The deepest part of the Forbidden Zone. Those 3 words alone had already stopped the vast majority. But there were still a few who were not stopped. Fang Han of the Taishu Immortal sect had already shed his brocade robes for coarse hempen clothes, working his way through the crowd of rogue cultivators all the way to the edge of the Forbidden Zone. There he met Li Ju, the former prison hall master at the early Immortal Sovereign stage, who was resting with his old subordinates beneath an ancient tree on the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone. The two met each other's eyes and recognized each other. Li Ju did not know Fang Han, but Fang Han knew Li Ju, the master of the Demon Realm's prison hall, an early Immortal Sovereign. In the old days, Li Ju would not have even glanced at a former true disciple expelled from his sect like Fang Han. But now they sat beneath the same ancient tree, before them the same mountain path leading into the depths of the Forbidden Zone, the same packs on their backs, the same rations and water flasks resting on their knees. Fang Han handed over his water flask. Li Ju took it and drank. "You're here to queue as well." He returned the flask to him. "Yes." Fang Han looked at the cluster of buildings hidden in the clouds and mist in the depths of the Forbidden Zone, their lamps warm and tranquil. "And you?" "The same." Li Ju also looked toward those lights, his voice hoarse but composed. Queuing. Deep in the Forbidden Zone at Qingshu sect's dining hall, Lin Chen was squatting before a flower pot in the backyard, pinching off the yellowed tips of garlic sprouts. This time he looked carefully and pinched off only the truly yellowed part. The leaf next to it was merely a little paler, not green enough. He held himself back and left it alone. The system gave a ding in his spiritual sense. Post, the news of the Demon Emperor's palace's destruction has spread across the 6 realms. At least 3 forces have already declared allegiance to Qingshu sect, including the remnants of the Prison Hall 3 Rogue Cultivator Alliances and the Songyun City Merchant Guild. The Azure Dragon Emperor has sent a congratulatory letter and asked when the next batch of jerky will be sent. The Ice Phoenix Emperor placed an additional order for a batch of Ice Heart pills and added, "Should you have leisure, you are welcome to visit the Northern Territories for another exchange of pointers." Taishu Jinren sent word that the Taishu Immortal sect is willing to form a formal alliance with Qingshu sect. Yuanren of the Myriad Swords sect sent a list of disciples and asked whether there are still openings for this year's mountain opening recruitment. In addition, this system has detected cultivators forming a spontaneous queue outside the mountain gate. At present, the line has already reached 300 li into the outer reaches of the Forbidden Zone, and it is still growing. The highest cultivation among them is Early Immortal Sovereign, and the lowest is Early Foundation Establishment. They have brought their own rations. What about Kunlun Holy Land? It has not yet made a statement. But according to this system's surveillance, the Kunlun Sacred Lord has repeatedly summoned several elders to discuss the matter. Lin Chen threw the pinched-off yellow tips into the small dish, stood up, and brushed the dirt from his hands. Then let them deliberate for a while longer. The date for opening the mountain and recruiting disciples is unchanged, and the trial rules are unchanged. Those whose minds and character fail to meet the standard will not be accepted, no matter how high their cultivation. He paused. "Oh, and the people outside the mountain gate. Send them some food after dark. Let Tiniu go." One look at his face says Qingshu sect, he's honest. That night, Tiniu carried a huge basket of spirit wheat cakes out to the mountain gate. He set the basket down in front of the spontaneously queued cultivators and said in a voice as resonant as a temple bell, "The sect master says, you've all worked hard bringing your own rations. The sect's cakes are free." The cultivators stared at the basket of still steaming spirit wheat cakes, exchanged glances for a moment, then all reached out at once. Fang Han grabbed one and took a bite. His eyes reddened. He recognized the taste. It was the handiwork of the same sect as the bottle of spirit-restoring pills Su Qingxue had left for him at the marsh's edge. Li Ju also took one. He looked down at the cake in his hand for a long time, then took a bite and chewed slowly. Someone in the queue quietly asked Tiniu, "Senior brother, when will Qingshu sect open its mountain to accept disciples?" "Soon." The sect master said the trial rules are unchanged. Those whose character does not meet the standard will not be accepted. "What standard?" Tiniu thought for a moment and planted his axe on the ground. "When you enter the trial, you will naturally know." Meanwhile, at Kunlun Holy Land, the Kunlun Sacred Lord sat on the cold jade throne at the center of the assembly hall. Before him were 3 things: a detailed intelligence report on the destruction of the Demon Emperor's palace, a transcript of the covenant between the Ice Phoenix Emperor of the Northern Territories and Qingshu sect, and a small pouch of Ice Heart pills, bought at a high price on the black market and appraised by a sagehand alchemist as superior 4th-rank quality. He was a lean, refined-looking middle-aged man in a gray-white Taoist robe. Not a trace of aura leaked from him, but his eyes were too bright for someone who had lived thousands of years. Several elders sat to his left and right below the dais, and in the hall were several supreme elders who rarely emerged from seclusion. Matters that could bring them all out at once were few even across the 6 realms. One palm. A white-haired supreme elder broke the silence. The Demon Emperor's palace had 99 demonic veins, 7 immortal sovereigns, more than 30 immortal kings, and the Demon Emperor himself, at early immortal venerable. If this old man is not mistaken, that old devil also held the ultimate secret of the 9 heavens demon fiend, art handed down from ancient times. All that combined, and the other side used only 1 palm. The people from Kunlun's sacred land arrived one early morning. Su Qingxue had just finished her morning sword practice. The 3 tribulation marks on the 9 tribulation sword had yet to fully recede. Dark violet lightning arcs and crimson flames coiled around the blade, catching the sweat that still glistened at her temples. She thrust her sword into a stone platform beside the training grounds, and was about to head to the dining hall for breakfast, when Bai Qianqian came rushing over from the direction of the mountain gate. Her 9 tails were nervously twisted into a knot. A company of people had arrived outside the mountain gate, she said, wearing the robes of Kunlun's sacred land. At their head was a grand elder named Xian Yi, whose cultivation was so unfathomable that she could not sense his depth. Bai Qianqian had cultivated for 800 years. Though her realm was not top-tier, demon beasts were far more sensitive to powerful auras than human cultivators. If even she could not gauge his depth, he was at least an immortal king, perhaps even an immortal sovereign. Qingshu sect did not receive many visitors at its mountain gate, but over the years it had hosted the Azure Dragon Emperor, the Ice Phoenix Emperor scouts from the Demon Emperor Palace, and an immortal king from the Hell Prison. A grand elder of Kunlun's sacred land outranked even the Azure Dragon Emperor by a generation. Su Qingxue quickly tied her hair back again and tugged the wrinkles out of her training robe's cuffs. Her master had said that Qingshu sect would never bow its head to anyone, but the proper courtesies still had to be observed. When she reached the mountain gate, Yi Guhong was already standing in the shadows at its side, his gray robe blending into the morning mist. The sword bumming rested across his knees, his fingers were not on the hilt, but his presence alone was already a statement. 7 people stood outside the mountain gate. At the lead was a white-haired elder with a lean pine-like face. His gray-white Taoist robe was washed pale, and not a trace of spiritual power radiated from him. Standing in the morning light, he looked like an old tree that had taken root in the earth. He was Xian Yi, one of the grand elders of Kunlun's sacred land, at the peak of the immortal sovereign realm, only 1 step from immortal venerable. Behind him stood 6 Kunlun disciples, both elders and true disciples. Most wore solemn expressions, reined in their auras, and stared straight ahead. Only a young female cultivator at Xian Ye's side tilted her chin up slightly. Her gaze crossed the mountain gate toward the buildings hidden in the morning mist, then she pressed her lips together and looked away. She wore the Dharma robe of a true disciple of Kunlun's sacred land, silver thread formation patterns embroidered on her sleeves, and a long sword of tightly restrained spiritual power hung at her waist. She was one of the 7 sons of Kunlun Jiang Ruoxue, late nascent soul dual cultivation of sword arts and formations long renowned among the younger generation of Kunlun. Kunlun's sacred land was universally recognized as the foremost sacred land of the great universe, its status transcendent and detached, never casually interacting with outside powers. Sending a grand elder in person this time already represented Kunlun's highest-level diplomatic visit in 100 years. This junior is Su Qingxue, the senior disciple of Qingshu sect. By order of my master, I welcome this Kunlun elder. Su Qingxue performed a sword cultivator's salute, with neither humility nor arrogance, her posture as upright as a sword just drawn from its sheath. Xian Ye's gaze paused on the sword runes on her right arm, then on the Azure Dragon's reverse scale hanging from her neck, and he gave a slight nod. He did not ask where Lin Chen was, nor did he put on any airs. He simply waited quietly where he was. Someone who could teach a disciple to defeat a spirit transformation flood dragon with a sword at 12 and form a golden core seed at 13, and who could make the Azure Dragon Emperor willingly give away his reverse scale, naturally had a cultivation far beyond what he could sense. People who have no need to put on airs are usually the ones with the least need to prove anything. By Qingshu sect's rules, a visitor was a guest. Su Qingxue turned to lead the way and welcomed Xian Ye's party through the mountain gate. As they passed through the 9-bend corridor, Jiang Ruoxue's steps paused. Her gaze fell on 2 little thunder-marked leopards tussling by the rockery. Da Mao and Xiao Mao rolled into a tangled ball, purple thunder patterns crackling in the morning light. Bai Qianqian lay sprawled on the rockery, her 9 tails fanned out, sunbathing while watching the commotion. In the mountain pool behind, a demon flood dragon poked half its head out. Its dark yellow vertical pupils lazily swept over the visitors, then it sank back into the water to keep soaking in its mystic ice. A golden-red phoenix swept across the sky, the sparks trailing from its wings, falling onto the spirit spring and raising tiny ripples. Several self-moving clay golems were sweeping fallen leaves in the courtyard. They moved silently through the corridor, stiff but highly efficient. When they bumped into one another, they clumsily made way. Jiang Ruoxue stared at those clay golems for a while. As a dual practitioner of sword and formations, she recognized at a glance that these were no ordinary puppets. They bore extremely concise formation patterns. Every stroke was the work of a grandmaster, but the carver's attitude was extraordinarily casual, as if he had been doodling for fun. Xianyi took all of this in. His face did not change, but his heart was a tangle of mixed emotions. Kunlun's sacred land claimed to be the foremost sacred land of the great universe, with countless spirit birds and exotic beasts. But this was the first time he had seen a sect that used a nine-tailed celestial fox as a babysitter, a phoenix as an alchemy boy, and a spirit transformation demon flood dragon as a pet. Su Qingxue led them to the entrance of the main hall. The light of a night pearl from the vaulted ceiling streamed through colored glass windows onto the green jade floor, and 12 jade pillars carved with coiling dragons stood on either side. The hall's doors were open, no one was inside. Is the sect master not here? Su Qingxue replied, without changing expression, my master should be in the dining hall. Today is the day for trying the new recipe. Lin Chen was indeed in the dining hall. He stood before the stove, a newly unlocked recipe from the spirit food generator at his elbow, scallion braised sea cucumber. Of course it was not an ordinary sea cucumber, it was a spirit sea cucumber, newly listed on the system shop, produced in the deep sea of the northern domain. Its spiritual energy density was dozens of times that of a regular sea cucumber, and so was its price. He hesitated. The failure rate of his previous experimental dishes had been too high. The pulled sugar spirit fruit had scorched its caramel, the crab roe soup dumplings had leaked their broth, and the braised pork rib noodles had stewed the ribs into dry jerky. But this spirit sea cucumber had cost him a great deal of spirit stones. If he failed again, system, how long should this sea cucumber be stewed? Spirit sea cucumber is different from an ordinary one. It must be stir-fried in scallion oil until the surface is slightly charred, then simmered gently in stock for 1 incense stick's time. The stock must be made from spirit chicken bones and spirit pig bones in a 3-to-1 ratio, simmered for no less than half an hour. What about the stock I made yesterday? Host made pork rib soup yesterday, not stock. Pork rib soup is too greasy for braised sea cucumber. This system suggests the host make fresh stock. Lin Chen looked down at the leftover pork rib soup on the stove, then at the costly spirit sea cucumber in his hand. He was silent for a moment, poured out the pork rib soup, bought fresh spirit chicken bones and spirit pig bones from the system shop, and began making stock. After enough failures, he had slowly figured out a truth. It was not that he could not learn, or it was that he needed time. When Su Qingxue led Xianye's party past the dining hall door, Zhang Ruoxue heard the crisp clang of a spatula against a wok, and a young man complaining to himself, why won't this sea cucumber cut? What knife technique do you care? I'm using a kitchen knife, not a sword. Then came the dull thud of something hard hitting the cutting board, followed by the crackle of oil in the pan, punctuated by a few mumbling complaints. Zhang Ruoxue paused. She had assumed the Qingxu sect master was absent from the main hall, to preserve an air of mystery, or perhaps to cultivate some supreme technique in a hidden chamber. But by the sound of it, he really was cooking. She looked at Su Qingxue, trying to find a trace of embarrassment or awkwardness on the younger girl's face. Su Qingxue merely smiled softly, and kept walking without changing expression. The exact same expression she had worn when the Ice Phoenix Emperor once heard her master talking to himself. Xianyi stopped. He did not step into the dining hall, nor did he urge Su Qingxue to go in and announce them. He simply stood quietly under the eaves outside, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the ridgeline of the forbidden zone in the distance. From the dining hall window drifted a rich aroma of scallion oil and seafood. Unhurried, he waited until the clatter of the spatula inside had settled, then raised his hand and knocked lightly on the door. Lin Chen came out from the kitchen carrying a plate of freshly cooked scallion-braised sea cucumber. The cuff of his moon-white robe was stained with soy sauce, and his apron was still tied. He set the plate on the table and lifted his chin toward Xianyi at the door. From Kunlun. Sit. You've arrived just as the scallion-braised sea cucumber is coming out. Though the cuts are not pretty, the flavor is decent. Xianyi stepped into the dining hall and sat down across from Lin Chen. His posture was natural, neither submissive nor arrogant. But after sitting down, his heartbeat skipped a beat. Not from tension, but because the spiritual senses of a peak immortal sovereign issued their strongest warning, yet in front of this dining table. The man opposite still radiated no spiritual power at all, yet he could not find the slightest opening in him. He had seen countless powerhouses as numerous as stars, and he had met a few immortal venerables. But this young man in moon-white robes was not even a star among the immortal venerables. He was the heavens, the very void that supported the movement of all stars. He was silent for a few breaths, then abandoned those chaotic speculations. When facing power far beyond one's understanding, the simplest response was to speak plainly and openly. Sect Master Lin, this old Taoist, has come on behalf of Kunlun's sacred land to humbly request the establishment of an alliance with your sect. Oh, Lin Chen picked up a piece of sea cucumber, blew on it, and popped it into his mouth. What kind of alliance? Non-aggression and mutual exchange of what we have. Kunlun's sacred land has existed for tens of thousands of years. Its scripture pavilion holds the most complete collection of cultivation methods, formation diagrams, and secrets of the 6 realms in the great universe. But the sacred land has an ancient rule: only core Kunlun disciples may consult these texts. This old Taoist presumes to relax those restrictions toward your sect. If Sect Master Lin is willing, the disciples of your sect may enter our Kunlun Scripture Pavilion and consult all cultivation texts without restriction. In exchange, Kunlun asks only one thing. If the great universe ever faces a great catastrophe, we beg Sect Master Lin to act once. Lin Chen finished chewing the sea cucumber, set down his chopsticks, and leaned back in his chair without speaking. In the corner of the dining hall by Qian was scratching De Mao and Xiao Mao with her tails. At those words, the tips of all 9 tails stopped in unison. Kunlun's sacred land, the foremost sacred land of the 6 realms, was built in the Sea of Clouds at the summit of the sacred Kunlun Mountain. Disciples of other forces could not even get through Kunlun's mountain gate, let alone enter its scripture pavilion. Now the Grand Elder of Kunlun's sacred land had personally come offering this condition. Qingshu sect's disciples could freely enter their most core scripture pavilion and consult every text, and all it asked in exchange was that he act once. This condition could no longer be described as generous. This was Kunlun's sacred land trading tens of thousands of years of accumulated foundation for a promise. You are more straightforward than those clever colleagues of yours. Lin Chen picked up his chopsticks again and took a second piece of sea cucumber. Fine. Next time I make dumplings, I'll treat you. What he offered was not act once, but dumplings on me. Xianye's brow twitched slightly. He realized that the other party did not take the survival of Kunlun's sacred land seriously. Not because of arrogance, but because to this sect master the great catastrophe that Kunlun kept as its last resort was in this man's eyes probably just a small problem to be solved casually. He was silent for a moment, then took a warm, smooth jade slip from his sleeve and placed it on the table. The jade slip was the highest level pass token for the Kunlun Scripture Pavilion. Whoever held it could freely consult every text there without restriction. This had been prepared overnight before Xianyi set out. This is the Kunlun Scripture Token. Whoever holds it may freely consult every text in the Kunlun Scripture Pavilion without restriction. This old Taoist prepared it before departing. Regardless of whether the alliance is concluded, this token is a gift to the girl Su. He looked toward the moon-white figure outside the dining hall. Her foundation in the sword is solid. What she lacks is experience with the methods of the 6 realms. The Kunlun Scripture Pavilion does not dare claim to exhaust every sword technique under heaven, but it is enough for her to finish reading and know what else she still needs. Lin Chen nodded. He did not say thank you, nor did he make polite refusals. He only said, fine, let her arrange her own time to go and read. His tone was exactly like accepting a piece of spirit beast jerky. Since it was given, it was accepted, no extra words were needed. Su Qingxue put away the jade slip and gave Xian Yi a proper sword cultivator's salute. Zhang Ruoxue stood behind Xian Yi watching the entire scene. She had not spoken since Su Qingxue welcomed the guests at the mountain gate. Now she finally understood why her master had not let her speak first. He was building a platform for the senior disciple of Qingshu sect, so she could stand as an equal host within her own sect. A sect that could make the Azure Dragon Emperor willingly admit defeat, make the Ice Phoenix Emperor pay every bill in full, and silence the 6 realms. The weight of its senior disciple was far heavier than she had imagined. Xingfeng stepped in from outside, the water droplets on his great saber not yet shaken off. He happened to hear Zhang Ruoxue say a friendly spar between fellow cultivators. Grinning, he swung the great saber onto his shoulder. Perfect. Let Qingxue use the power of the sword tribulation while you set up the formation. Early golden core against late nascent soul, no more than a major realm apart. If we don't give the formation cultivator the first move, that would be Qingshu sect bullying you. I'll give you 1 incense sticks time to set up. Zhang Ruoxue froze. She, a late nascent soul formation master against an early golden core. This should have been a certain victory, yet the opponent gave her the first move. This was a directness more magnificent than any rumor she had ever heard. On the training ground, Zhang Ruoxue set up her strongest formation, the Kunlun Heavenly Firmament Sword Formation. 81 spirit swords flew out of her storage rings, sealing off every avenue of escape on the training ground. The formation core hovered above her head, golden formation patterns, and silver sword chi blazing like stars. Su Qingxue drew her sword. All 3 tribulation marks lit up at once. Dark violet lightning split through the first barrier of the sword formation. Crimson flames made the path of every spirit sword clear at a glance, and the 3rd layer of pure white sword intent struck straight for the formation core. 1 strike. With a single strike, the formation that none of Kunlun's younger generation could break shattered on the spot. All 81 spirit swords scattered, and the formation patterns burst into countless points of light. Zhang Ruoxue stood rooted in place. There was no disappointment on her face, only a dazed gaze as the fragments of her sword formation slowly drifted through the air. She heard Su Qingxue ask, the eye of this formation is dynamic, changing position every time it is set. If an enemy invaded, could the eye be temporarily transferred to the formation keeper? She snapped back to attention and answered seriously, yes, but the formation patterns would need to be inscribed on the keeper in advance. Su Qingxue thoughtfully circled her, then suddenly clapped her hands. Then let Yi Wuhan help you set up the formation. He can lay spatial lines between the formation eye and the keeper so outsiders won't be able to find the eye at all. Zhang Ruoxue's eyes brightened. The two then spoke at dizzying speed, jumping from temporary binding of the formation I to priority arrangement in stacked formation foundations, from interference in frost-low formation cores to weather sword intent condensed into a golden core could be dismantled into formation patterns. Sword arts and formations were never separate. In their respective sects, each had always been the one most obsessed with precisely this subject, waiting for someone who could understand what they were saying. When word of the formal alliance between Kunlun's sacred land and Qingshu sect reached the mountain gate, Lu Ju and Feng Han, who were chewing spirit wheat cakes, raised their heads at the same time. Everything about Qingshu sect was good, even its alliance was signed more naturally than anyone else's. For an entire month after the Demon Emperor Palace was destroyed, the queue outside Qingshu sect's mountain gate stretched from deep within the Forbidden Zone all the way to the gates of Tsunyan City. Cultivators of every stripe sat on the ground with dried provisions and water flasks. Some rested with their eyes closed, some murmured to one another, and some had even set up makeshift stalls along the roadside, selling spirit fruits, pills, and talismans. One fortune-telling stall claimed it could predict the questions on the Qingshu sect entrance examination, and business was surprisingly brisk. Li Ju and Feng Han stood in the middle of the queue. Every day they ate spirit wheat cakes and drank spirit spring water, occasionally chatting with the cultivators ahead of and behind them. It was far more comfortable than the scheming and infighting they had endured in the demon realm. Li Ju said this was the most leisurely stretch he had known in thousands of years. No official documents to approve, no ambushes to guard against, and no need to wonder whether some deputy hall master might turn traitor. Feng Han asked if he regretted it. He said he did. He regretted not coming sooner. Meanwhile, congratulatory gifts from all manner of powers poured in from morning to night. The Taishu Immortal sect sent a pair of 7th-grade spirit beasts, the Taishu twin cranes, said to cover 10,000 li in a day and more comfortable to ride than a flying sword. In the attached letter Taishu Junren wrote in his own hand, "These twin cranes were originally my mounts. I now present them to your honored sect as a small token of my regard." Lin Chen had by Chantian settle the twin cranes beside the spirit spring at the back mountain in the company of the Immortal crane. Seeing the Immortal crane dozing on one leg by the water, the two Taishu cranes imitated it and stood on one leg as well, only to lose their balance and tumble into the water together. The Immortal crane splashed all over, silently moved to a more distant rock. This time Tsunyan City's gift was even grander than the last. Kong Sheng, together with more than a dozen of the city's major merchant houses, pulled a full 10 carts of cultivation resources, spirit stones, pills, talismans, and magical artifacts, enough basic supplies to serve from the golden core stage to the spirit transformation stage. The wagon train waited in a long line beyond the Forbidden Zone, escorted by those very 3 protectors who had once turned and fled at the swamp. Bai Chantian took the gift list and strolled around. When she came back, she said the 3 protectors were unusually eager while unloading, even handling the carts themselves. The most unexpected gift came from the northern region of the Yao realm. The Ice Phoenix Emperor sent a storage ice crystal containing 3 things: a tail feather from an adult ice phoenix, not a molted one, but a true primary feather, a life-bound tail feather plucked only during the Ice Phoenix tribe's coming of age rite, a fist-sized piece of extreme north cold jade marrow, and a note that bore only 4 words, "Next time a match." Yi Wuhan could not put down the Ice Phoenix tail feather, turning it over and over as he said he could use it to carve an ice attribute short sword for senior sister Lung Yu. Lung Yu happened to pass by and said only one word: approved. Yi Wuhan felt that this was the highest praise he had received in his entire life. Lung Yu took another 2 steps, stopped, and added, "Do not carve any patterns on the short sword's hilt." Yi Wuhan immediately pulled out his little notebook and wrote it down with more care than he had ever given to any cultivation art. Amid all the bustle, the date for opening the mountain and accepting disciples was set for the end of the month. The examination was held on the outer edge of the Forbidden Zone, where Lin Chen had set aside a dedicated area as the trial ground. 5 trials stood in a row: the heart-questioning path, the illusory realm bridge, the demon beast trial, the enlightenment stele, and the final trial. Only those who passed all 5 trials could enter the sect. The cultivators who had queued for half a month finally saw the day arrive and surged into the trial ground in a mighty stream. The crowd contained every kind of person: wandering cultivators, outcasts from minor sects, fallen scions of aristocratic families, and even a few sword cultivators in old Wanjian sect robes. The lowest realm was early foundation establishment, the highest was early immortal sovereign. That early immortal sovereign was naturally Li Ju. As soon as the first trial, the heart-questioning path, began, 1/3 were eliminated. There were no demon beasts and no formations on this path. Only the heart-questioning array patterns carved into the blue stone underfoot. It would show you what you least wanted to face. Some saw themselves ambushing a fellow disciple to snatch a pill. Some saw that their Tao hearts had long strayed from the Great Way, leaving only the pursuit of fame and profit. Some saw that they did not want to cultivate at all. They merely wanted to get rich and marry a wife. Then why not become a rich merchant? Why come cultivate immortality? Those whose false Tao hearts had been exposed slunk out of the trial ground. The second trial, the illusory realm bridge, culled another batch. The bridge was not long, one end was visible from the other. But the illusion formation upon it wove a vivid false world from the most painful memories of the past. Some saw the innocent people they had once killed by mistake. Some saw the moment they had abandoned a close friend to survive. Others saw themselves slowly turning unrecognizable amid the endless infighting of the demon realm. Li Ju was silent for a long time after leaving the illusory bridge. He had seen himself, or rather he had seen Yin Tu. That day seated in the Hall Master's chair he had told Yin Tu, if there truly is an immortal king realm, then you will die there. In the vision Xing Feng had shattered Yin Tu's cultivation with one slash. In reality Li Ju had pushed Yin Tu to his death with a single careless command. Yin Tu remained alive in the dungeon, his cultivation fallen to the spirit transformation stage, but alive. Li Ju stepped down from the bridge with his usual pace, but he no longer considered himself the former prison hall master. Feng Han queued behind Li Ju came out even more slowly. In the illusion Feng Han had knelt and kowtowed 3 times to Taishu Jinren. When he rose his eyes were slightly red, but his gaze was clear. After emerging, he turned his head to look toward Qingshu's sect, and felt that the trees of this forbidden zone had become quieter than when he had arrived. The moment the third trial, the Demon Beast trial, was announced, the Demon Flood Dragon's vertical pupils gleamed at the edge of the trial ground. It had been assigned as the examiner tasked with suppressing the examinee's cultivation and releasing Demon Beast level pressure to see how they reacted. Yet no sooner had it spread its pressure than 2 thunder-patterned leopards emerged from some corner and crouched in front of it. Da Mao and Xiao Mao had grown to the size of half-grown leopards, purple thunder patterns crackling in the sunlight over the trial ground. The Demon Flood Dragon helplessly blew 2 bubbles from its nostrils. It was after all a dignified spirit transformation stage demon beast, yet 2 still suckling leopard cubs had taken away its examiner's duty. It prepared to let out a low roar that would shake the whole field and salvage its pride. Da Mao turned its head and gave in a whoa, as if to say, don't start making noise yet. The Demon Flood Dragon swallowed the roar back down. Su Qingxue stood at the edge of the trial ground watching this scene, and wrote a line in her little notebook. Xiaohei's family ranking in the sect was probably just behind the 2 leopards. At the 4th trial, the Enlightenment Steely examinees were required to observe within a short time the simplified chaotic sword intent carved on the stone. How much they could comprehend depended entirely on themselves. This trial did not test strength or temperament, only comprehension. Most sat cross-legged for a long time. Some for as little as a moment, some until an incense stick burned out, and finally had to rise and leave. Zhang Ruoxue sat before the steel for a long time before she walked away. Her foundation in cultivating both sword and formation arts was deep, and the chaotic sword intent stirred the barrier she had always maintained between sword and formation. She suddenly understood why Su Qingshue's sword had been able to break the Kunlun heavenly firmament sword formation she prided herself on. When sword intent was refined to the extreme, there was originally no boundary between sword and formation. Feng Han sat before the steel, even longer, so long that the trial ground was nearly closing. What he caught from the simplified chaotic sword intent was something he had avoided for years. The sword is honest. Whatever your heart holds, the sword will show. When he had drawn his sword at the edge of the swamp, his heart had held only worldly achievement, and his sword moves had been hollow and weak. Later, outside the forbidden zone, he slowly learned to make peace with himself. Only now did the sword intent in his palm stop running away. He did not know if his understanding was correct, but he took out paper and brush and recorded the feeling in dense lines across half a notebook. When Su Qingxue passed by and glanced at his notes, she was a little surprised. Half a year ago, this man had still been scheming and stealing credit in the Haifeng mountain range. Now what he wrote was genuinely solid. The moment she handed over that bottle of spirit-returning pills still felt like yesterday. This man was clumsy and cared too much about face, but at least he was still moving forward. The last trial was the final trial. It was not held inside the trial ground, but on the Bluestone Plaza before Qingshu Sect's mountain gate. All the candidates who had passed the previous 4 trials stood waiting on the plaza, but after a long time no examiner appeared. Xing Feng stood inside the mountain gate, with a saber resting on his shoulder. Yi Guhong leaned against a stone pillar and wiped his sword. Neither could be bothered to step forward and say anything. Then it was Li Ju's turn. This former prison hall master, a demon cultivator at early Immortal Sovereign, walked to the center of the Bluestone Plaza and came to a stop. He looked at Lin Chen, who was standing at the dining hall entrance with a cup of tea in hand and his collar askew, and was silent for a long time. Then he did something that left everyone stunned. He knelt on one knee, right palm facing upward, and extended it forward in the most solemn surrender salute of a defeated warrior of the demon realm. From the folds of his robe, he produced 3 things and placed them on the blue stone in front of him: the prison hall master's token, the remaining cultivation restoring medicines for Yin Tu, and an IOU written as a spirit contract. In it he promised that Qingshu Sect would open a redemption register for the old subordinates of the prison hall. All former demon cultivators would start as Foundation establishment disciples and would no longer act under the hall's old rules. Li Ju is willing to enter Qingshu Sect starting as an outer disciple and cultivating the Dao anew. Silence fell both inside and outside the mountain gate. Xing Feng raised an eyebrow, and Yi Guhong's hand wiping his sword paused almost imperceptibly. Su Qingxue was writing something in her little notebook, and her fingers stopped in midair. Lin Chen looked down at this man who had once occupied the seat of a regional overlord, and said, "Your demonic arts are rooted too deeply. To cultivate the Tao anew, you must begin from the very start. This is your own choice. I will allow you to enter, but your cultivation will be suppressed to early nascent soul. How high you can rise from here will depend on your own ability." A ding sounded in his divine sense from the system. Host, the hidden achievement derived from the prison hall's destruction quest abandoning darkness for light has been automatically completed. Detected that the host has for the first time accepted an Immortal Sovereign Stage Surrenderer as an outer disciple. Rare rewards triggered 4 Mind State Breakthrough cards and 1 Sect Prestige Amplification Talisman. Mind State Breakthrough cards can help low-realm disciples make 1 minor breakthrough once their comprehension has accumulated to the required level. The Sect Prestige Talisman can deliver a targeted announcement to restore the sect's name across the 6 realms, purifying the negative rumors left behind by remnant hostile forces. You have also obtained 1 Spirit Vein Seed. Once planted, it can generate a high-quality spirit vein beneath the sect. Lin Chen paused. A Spirit Vein Seed. Qingshu sect already had 3 immortal spirit veins underground, so this could be planted just about anywhere. But if it were planted in the dining hall's back courtyard, it would only be used as daily fertilizer for garlic sprouts. He realized his mind had wandered and brought his attention back to the 3 things on the blue stone. At that moment, Li Ju pushed the spirit medicines to Lin Chen's feet with both hands. "I no longer have the face-to-face Yin Tu. I entrust these medicines to the sect to pass on to him, not to seek his forgiveness, but because old debts must be repaid." He lowered his head again, fingers clenching on the blue stone. "I personally sent him to his death. Although the hall treasury had allotted funds for his cultivation, these spirit herbs are from my own lifetime collection. Whether I can repay it all is another matter." Lin Chen put down his teacup. He did not look at the medicines, nor at the neatly written redemption register. He looked at the man before him, who had cut himself from immortal sovereign down to nascent soul, bowed from hall master to outer disciple, and gone from settling old debts to personally handing the hall treasury's jade to the man who had once been his prisoner. Approved. Fang Han knelt on the ground, his eyes red, but he did not weep. Until this moment he had still thought he had come to seek a master, just as he had once joined the Taishu Immortal sect. Only now did he understand that this was not seeking a master, it was coming home. A clear breeze crossed the plaza. The bluestone slabs were hard, but those kneeling on them held their backs straight. After the mountain opening, recruitment ended. The mornings at Qingshu sect had become far livelier than before. Before dawn had fully broken, lights were already shining in the outer sect disciples' quarters. Li Ju shed the black prison hall lord robes he had worn for no one knew how many years, pulled on the moon-white outer sect disciple robes uniformly issued by Qingshu sect, and studied himself in the spirit mirror for quite a while. The robes were made of spirit silkworm silk, warm in winter, cool in summer, self-cleaning, and automatically adjusting to the wearer's figure. The robes he had worn in the prison hall had also been good material, but they had been demon silkworm silk steeped in baleful qi, heavy, airtight, stifling in summer, and icy in winter. This moon-white robe was as light as a layer of cloud. Once worn, it was almost impossible to feel. He adjusted the cuffs again and again, feeling that something was wrong, yet unable to say what. Only when Fang Han from the next room knocked on his door and called him to the dining hall did it suddenly dawn on him. It was not the robe that was wrong, he was simply too nervous. In the dining hall, Lin Chen had stayed up half the night going over accounts with the system before finalizing the reward lists for the mountain opening recruitment. Each outer sect disciple was issued 1 set of basic supplies, 2 spirit silkworm silk robes, 1 spatial ring, 1 foundation establishment cultivation method matched to their physique, and a monthly allowance of 100 spirit stones. Inner sect disciples, in addition to the above, received a dedicated supervising elder, borrowing access to the scripture pavilion, and a foundation establishment medicinal bath formula personally blended by Qingdai. As for the elders' personal disciples, each hall elder had to select and assess them on their own. There was no fixed candidate and no quota. The only standard was, the elder had to take a liking to them. No one's pushing you, yet you're more anxious than a rent collector, the system complained through his spiritual sense. These are basic provisions that have been owed for a long time. From another angle, even standard supplies were only just now handed out. This system deserves a perfect attendance award. Lin Chen poured himself a cup of spirit tea and took a hearty sip. For this system's perfect attendance award, what does host intend to give? The storage space is large, but host never puts anything valuable inside. During the last inventory, there was a chopped-off section of garlic sprout with green spots, a stack of handwritten recipes, all records of failures, and a small pouch of spirit stones used for betting. Which item does host plan to start with? Your perfect attendance award. Tomorrow at breakfast, I'll add an extra song for you, Lin Chen said, without changing expression. The system's silence was so unusual and lasted so long that Lin Chen thought it had shut itself away. Only then did the light screen coldly flash a line: host, your insult to this system's character has been recorded in this month's performance review. Lin Chen glanced at the light screen and continued drinking his spirit tea. When Li Ju and Fong Han entered the dining hall, Su Qingxue was carrying a tray and distributing the morning meal to each table. Spirit rice porridge, steamed egg custard, spirit wheat cakes, and a small dish of qi tonifying vegetables specially made by Qingdai. When she set the tray down in front of Li Ju, she tilted her head and gave him a look. "Junior brother, your collar is crooked." Li Ju looked down. The collar was indeed crooked. He had spent ages adjusting it in front of the spirit mirror, yet still had not got it right. Fong Han stifled a laugh beside him, coughed once, and buried his head in his food. Li Ju fixed his collar and was about to pick up his chopsticks when Su Qingxue added, "Eat the egg custard while it's hot. Once it's cold it turns fishy. When I first came here at 5, Master made me a bowl of steamed egg custard. I let it cool, because I could not bear to eat it, and Master said cold custard is fishy and not good, so he steamed another bowl for me." With that, she picked up the tray and moved on to the next table. Li Ju looked down at the bowl of steaming egg custard before him. He could no longer remember how long it had been since he had eaten egg custard. In the prison hall, after reaching the point where he no longer needed food, he had eaten only spirit fruits and pills. A bowl of egg custard, steam curling upward, its tender smooth surface reflecting his face. He picked up the spoon, took a scoop, and sent it into his mouth. It was hot, silky, and faintly salty. It was exactly the same as the bowl his mother had made for him thousands of years ago, when he was still a minor qi refining cultivator. He lowered his head and kept eating spoonful after spoonful until he had polished off the entire bowl. Fong Han said nothing. He had also eaten his own bowl clean. The morning lesson was scheduled at the outer sect training grounds. Xing Feng stood in the center of the training grounds, his newly quenched long saber resting on his shoulder, the star track patterns along its spine glinting faintly in the morning light. From today on, all basic body arts training for the outer sect will be handled by the War Hall. Among you there are early foundation establishment golden core nascent soul, and you early immortal sovereign. He pointed at Li Ju. But here you're all the same. I don't care what status or realm you had before. Anyone whose basic body arts is not up to standard starts from the beginning. First lesson, horse stance. Xing Feng's standard for horse stance was 1,000 gene of spirit ores pressing down on the legs. Zhang Yunfan made a special trip to the alchemy materials warehouse and hastily crafted dozens of pairs of weighted knee guards from the spirit ore produced by the new spiritual vein beneath Qingshu's sect. The ore was uniform in texture, each piece controlled at around 1,000 gene, just right, as entry-level horse stance weights for the outer sect disciples. Tiniu was in charge of distribution. Carrying a basket of knee guards, he handed them out one by one. When he reached Li Ju, he lowered his head to glance at him. Li Ju looked back at him. They exchanged a look for a moment. Tiniu placed the knee guards into his hands and said, "Pretty heavy." Li Ju weighed the spirit ore in his palm. What a Qi refining junior would consider an astronomical figure was nothing at all to a body that had once stepped into the immortal sovereign realm. But since he had severed his own cultivation, his meridians and foundation were entirely new. Heavy, it was truly heavy. He strapped the knee guards on and squatted down at Xing Feng's command. By the third breath, sweat slid from his temples, by the 10th his legs began to shake. Fong Han beside him was not much better. He had once trained in the elegant drifting style of sword arts at Taishu Immortal Sect. Basic skills like the horse stance were something he had not practiced for many years. The few foundation establishment rogue cultivators, by contrast, held their stances the steadiest. They had not yet learned to slack off. Xing Feng moved through the horse stance ranks with the saber on his shoulder. When he reached Li Ju, he stopped and tapped his shoulder lightly with the back of the blade. Former prison hall lord, your horse stance is worse than a foundation establishment disciples. Li Ju raised his head, his voice a little breathless, but his tone serious. I will learn. Xing Feng grinned. Good. With those words, you've passed 1/3 of my horse stance course. He put the saber back on his shoulder and strode forward. When he reached Fong Han, the kid had already squatted until his face was red and his lips bitten white. He was clearly about to give way, yet he was still stubbornly holding on. Xing Feng stood before him for a moment, then took out a piece of spirit beast jerky from his robes and pushed it into his mouth. Don't squat until you pass out. The sect master said training can be fierce, but it must not cripple people. If you can't hold on, say so, there's no shame in it. Fong Han chewed the jerky and his eyes reddened again. He didn't know if it was from exhaustion or gratitude. Probably both. At that very moment, several side peaks deep within Qingshu's sect were also stirring. While the outer sect disciples trained until sweat poured like rain, a figure embracing an old sword leaned against the 1,000-year-old iron swordwood tree beside the sword pavilion. Yi Guhong chose his personal disciple from among the newly recruited sword cultivators. He held no formal examination. He did not look at aptitude, cultivation, or swordsmanship, only at the reaction before the Enlightenment Monument. He screened out over a dozen sword cultivators from the new disciples and had them demonstrate the sword intent they had realized before the Enlightenment Monument, observing how they held their swords and what they did after striking. Some sought perfection in every sword move, heavy as Tiniu, splitting a mountain, while others imitated the sword intent with such forced care that they wished they could match it down to the smallest fraction. In the end, he kept an early foundation establishment rogue cultivator named Shen Rang. After the demonstration, Shen Rang asked nothing. He simply picked up his sword again, walked to the broken stones of the Enlightenment Monument, and comprehended that sword intent once more. This time his attempt at the sword intent was more relaxed and quieter than before. He no longer deliberately pursued sharpness. Yi Guhong said that the qi between the person and the sword was still. 7 parts is enough, do not seek perfection. Then called him into the sword pavilion and let him run his hand over the scabbard of bumming. After Shen Rang had finished touching it, he stood before the sword pavilion gate for a long time. Only when he went back did he realize that the master had spoken only one sentence from beginning to end. At the same time, he also accepted a medicine apprentice. That day, carrying a winnowing basket of freshly harvested dragon blood vine goo, he walked slowly back from the medicinal fields. A menial disciple had been kneeling outside the alchemy hall for a whole day and night, asking not for a title, but only to be allowed to sort medicinal herbs every day. He neither nodded nor shook his head. He simply placed the purple copper pill furnace before her and told her to wipe it. The menial disciple wiped it with complete seriousness, cleaning every trace of accumulated dust from the furnace's patterns. Where her fingers couldn't reach into a crack, she twisted a soft cloth into a thin strip and worked it in bit by bit. He watched for a moment before speaking. Approved. One word. Later, when Xing Dai was going through the inventory, she found that he had from then on placed the purple copper pill furnace in a more convenient position. Xing Dai herself had not taken a disciple. It was not that she didn't want to, but that she had yet to find an assistant more to her liking than Huofeng. Her exact words were, "Wait for the next batch. Someone has to teach them to recognize all the herbs first, or else once they get into the alchemy hall, they'll just blow up the furnace." Huofeng crouched on her shoulder and gave a short cry of wholehearted approval. Xing Feng's way of taking a disciple was most fitting for the war hall style. During the outer sect disciples' training, he observed them one by one and noticed a golden core early-stage body cultivator with a solid foundation. Even rarer, his predictive reactions were extremely sharp. He dodged the spirit ore Xing Feng threw at him 3 times in a row. Xing Feng was very satisfied and accepted him as the war hall's first personal disciple. In the afternoon, sunlight spilled across the windowsill of the dining hall. Lin Chen sat in his usual seat. Before him lay the quest reward list the system had just issued. 4 Mind Realm Breakthrough cards, 1 Sect Prestige Amplification Talisman, and 1 Spiritual Vein Seed. I'll plant the Spiritual Vein Seed in the backyard of the dining hall. The garlic sprouts have been lacking spiritual energy, so this will make it up. He tucked the softly glowing Spiritual Vein Seed into his sleeve and asked casually, "What do you suggest for the remaining breakthrough cards?" "I suggest allocating the Mind Realm Breakthrough cards to disciples whose accumulation is sufficient and who lack only that final push." Su Qingxue has already broken through to mid-golden core with her Chaos Sword physique awakened at 60%. She likely won't need further stimulation in the short term. Jiang Yunfan's alchemy physique has awakened at 36%, and his pill fire control still needs to settle. Tiniu is at late golden core and currently at a bottleneck. I recommend giving the first card to Tiniu. Lin Chen thought it over and nodded. He called Tiniu into the dining hall, pressed the boy down into a chair, and crushed the Mind Realm Breakthrough card. A pale golden light sank into Tiniu's dantian, awakening all the insights he had accumulated from years of splitting water beneath the waterfall. The bottleneck at late golden core was breached in an instant. The battle intent of the primordial war physique surged like a dormant volcano waking, and the spiritual power fluctuations at the peak of golden core rattled even the spatula on the dining hall stove. Tiniu opened his eyes, looked down at his own fist, then looked up at Lin Chen, and said, "Master, I want to split the source of the waterfall behind the mountain." Lin Chen waved his hand. Tiniu shouldered the sky-splitting axe and strode out of the dining hall. From outside the window came the thunderous sound of the rear mountain waterfall being split until it surged backward. The system sighed softly in his spiritual sense. "What about the second one? Hold it in reserve. Isn't Lung Yu only 1 breath away from peak golden core? Let her stay in the ice pavilion a little longer. When it comes naturally, give it to her." Lin Chen picked up his teacup. "The third card goes to the boy Xing Feng, just accepted. As for the rest, let's wait and see. Since we've taken in so many disciples, we must see them through to the end." At this moment, the system's light screen flickered and an unread message popped up. "Random quest, Legacy of the Cold Abyss, has been triggered. Quest description: at the bottom of the extremely cold abyss in the northern domain of the demon realm, the entrance to a secret realm left behind by the ancient Ice Phoenix clan has been detected. Sealed within the secret realm are the life-bound true feathers shed by the ancestors of the Ice Phoenix clan and the complete first volume of the 9 Heavens Mystic Ice Art. The 9 Heavens Mystic Ice Art is a Chaos Tier cultivation method highly compatible with Lung Yu's 9 Nether Cold Glass physique. Quest requirements: Lung Yu must personally enter the secret realm to receive the inheritance, and a summon character must guard her during the trial. The Ice Phoenix Emperor has received the ancestral call and is willing to help open the secret realm, but she has specified that the guardian must be stronger than the Azure Dragon Emperor. At present, the Ice Phoenix Emperor is still in the process of unilaterally debating with the Azure Dragon Emperor over the question of who is stronger. It is recommended that host directly assign Gu He to go before she reaches an even more absurd conclusion. Although Gu He is famous for his alchemy, his divine rank pill flame has a natural advantage against extreme cold environments, and his guardian efficiency is the highest in the entire sect. Lin Chen set down his teacup. Outside the window, Lung Yu happened to be passing from the direction of the ice pavilion. Her cold chi control had become even more precise than in recent days. The bluestone slabs beneath her feet only bore a paper-thin line of frost, and beyond that even the dew on the grass blades had not frozen. Tell Lung Yu to pack her things. As for the guardian, send Gu He. Tell him that the ancient pill furnace in the northern secret realm belongs to him, and the medicinal herbs go to the alchemy hall. He paused. Take a screenshot of the first volume of the 9 Heavens Mystic Ice art in the reward list, and send it to her. Tell her the second volume is inside her own golden core. The system was silent for a moment. It quietly archived the quest details, and under the Guardian notes added a supplementary annotation for Gu He while there collect ancient pill furnaces and extinct medicinal herbs. Outside the window, dusk deepened layer by layer. Toward the outer sect training grounds, Li Ju once again shouldered the spirit ore. His horse stance lasted 5 more breaths than in the morning. Shun Rang sat cross-legged on the stone slab before the sword pavilion, tracing the trajectory of sword intent against a broken shard of the Enlightenment monument. Neatly folded at his side lay his newly issued outer sect disciple robe. The medicine apprentice knelt in a corner of the alchemy hall, cleaning the accumulated dust from the cracks of the herb cabinet with a small brush. The herbal atlas rested by her knee, a corner lifted by the wind. Another day at Qingshu sect slowly folded into the dusk. Lung Yu had set out for the extreme cold abyss 7 days ago. During these 7 days, everyone throughout Qingshu sect had sensed an unmistakable change. In the absence of the frigid aura that Lung Yu intermittently emanated, the temperature of the rear mountain pond had actually climbed by several degrees. The demonic flood dragon voiced unequivocal displeasure at this. Coiled at the bottom of the water, it repeatedly slapped its tail tip against the dark ice, now melted to no more than a fist size, and let out a long drawn-out gurgle. Bai Qianqian, passing by the pond, happened to hear that gurgle and translated it for Su Qingxue, who was jotting notes at the edge of the training grounds. It says the ice is gone, the bath isn't cool anymore. Annoying. Su Qingxue, without raising her head, scribbled a line into her little notebook. Next time the Northern Domain sends local specialties, request an extra block of dark ice for Xiaohei's bath, at least the size of a millstone. Damao and Xiaomao, by contrast, were utterly delighted. They had never liked overly cold water. Previously, every trip to the pond for a drink meant blowing warm breath at the icy surface for ages. Now at last they could simply plunge their heads straight into the water and guzzle to their heart's content. After drinking their fill, the 2 thunder-patterned leopards went chasing after Yi Wuhan yet again. They had recently grown addicted to this pursuit, for Yi Wuhan's void traversal grew swifter by the day. Damao's thunder-pattern acceleration could just barely keep pace, while Xiaomao handled the flanking. Yi Wuhan was cornered atop the rockery by the 2 thunder-patterned leopards. Crouching on the stone with both hands raised in surrender, he declared, "Here, I am the exalted myriad Tao void body, reduced to being your daily jogging partner. Next time I'm charging a fee." Damao clamped its jaws around his pant leg, conveying through action its refusal to pay. Bai Qianqian beneath the rockery covered her eyes with her tails, yet the tips of all 9 tails were secretly trembling with laughter. The training of the outer sect disciples had already settled into a proper groove. Xing Feng's horse stance lessons had advanced from the initial stage of universal leg tremors to weighted spirit or runs around the mountain. Li Ju, who on the first day could barely shoulder 1,000 gene spirit stone through a scant half lap, could now complete the greater part of a lap by the 7th day. He no longer took to heart the appellation former hall master of the prison hall. Whoever in the sect called him Old Li, he would answer with hearty readiness. Huang Han was running, as well as progress, somewhat slower than Li Ju's. Yet now, after finishing his run, he no longer collapsed by the roadside. Instead, he took the initiative to ask Xing Feng how to regulate his breathing so as to run even longer. After breaking through the peak of the Golden Core, Tai Nyo split the rear mountain waterfall so thoroughly that it changed course. He cut down from the waterfall's source, followed the water vein all the way to the mountain foot, and replanned the entire waterway of the falls. When Xing Feng came to inspect his training results, he happened upon beside the newly cut channel in the rear mountain a vast grove of ironwood trees that had been steeped by the waterfall's abandoned course for untold years. The timber was of superb quality. After several days of cultivation under Yi Guhong, Shen Rang for the first time fully brought forth a sword intent. That sword intent was exceedingly steady, without a trace of superfluous sharpness exposed, precisely affirming Yi Guhong's assessment of him. Sword chi is stillness. Over in the elixir chamber, Gu He's medicine apprentice, while tidying the herb cabinet, uncovered a roll of handwritten old notes from beneath the cabinet. The pages had yellowed, and the script meandered crookedly like medicinal root tendrils. It was Gu He's own hand. She carefully deciphered every entry, deducing from the shifts in alchemical flame preference that these notes had been written roughly 300 years ago, when Gu He had just crossed the threshold of the divine grade. She set the notes upon the work table that Gu He habitually used. When Guhi returned and saw them, he said nothing, simply nudging his purple copper medicine furnace a little closer to the notebook. The first personal disciple to formally enter Xing Feng's tutelage in the war hall could already withstand 3/10 of the force of his one-handed strike. Xing Feng was so pleased that he drank an extra half jar of spirit wine. That evening he drank alone in the war hall's rear courtyard facing the moon. When the intoxication crept over him, he suddenly recalled that Yi Guhong had accepted a sword cultivator disciple Gu, he had gained a medicine apprentice Qing Dai, had the fire phoenix, and even Lung Yu might soon return from the secret realm. He set down the wine jar and sighed to the moon with deep feeling. This old man has a disciple too. Meanwhile, in the deepest reaches of the extreme cold abyss in the northern domain of the demon realm, Guhi's purple copper medicine furnace hung, suspended in midair, its mouth turned downward. Divine-grade alchemical fire cascaded down like a waterfall, firmly suppressing the 10,000-year chill of the entire abyssal floor to 3 zhang beyond Lung Yu's body. Lung Yu sat cross-legged before the skeletal remains of the Ice Phoenix clan's ancestor, both hands cradling an ice blue, true feather longer than her entire body, the natal true feather shed by the Ice Phoenix progenitor. The characters of the upper volume of the 9 Nether Heaven Frost art emerged from within the true feather as ice blue motes of light, sinking one by one into the center of her brow. The cold chi within her dantian gathered, churned, and compressed. The bottleneck of the golden core peak split open its first fissure at absolute zero. Lung Yu abruptly opened her eyes, and a wisp of profound enlightenment flickered through her ice-blue pupils. She lowered her head to examine the ice crystal condensing in her palm. That crystal was no longer the monotonous snowflake shape of before, but the form of a fledgling phoenix spreading its wings. She briefly closed her eyes. The ice crystal fledgling phoenix flapped its wings in silence, and for the first time the cold chi around her resonated in perfect synchrony with the entire extreme cold abyss. The left-hand Gu he pressed against the medicine furnace faltered by a hair's breadth. A divine-grade alchemist could not be more sensitive to the shifts of temperature between heaven and earth. He knew she had touched the threshold leading to nascent soul. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Qingshu sect, Lin Chen, in a rare occurrence, sat in the sect master's seat. He was not convening a meeting, but unpacking the task rewards the system had just issued. Host, the first phase of Lung Yu's secret realm trial has been completed. The secret realm triggered the ancient cache of the cold abyss for Lung Yue, granting her the natal true feather and the upper volume of the 9 heavens mystic ice art. The ancient pill furnace and the extinct medicinal herbs go to Gu He. On your end, the breakthrough card and the inner and outer sect rosters for the second batch of newly accepted disciples issued simultaneously have likewise been settled. The system's light screen unfurled in midair within the main hall. The task reward settlement is as follows: 1 upgraded sect construction card, which can expand the spirit medicine garden and the training grounds while adding exclusive cave mansions for the elders. 1 technique pavilion expansion card. After the scripture depository is upgraded, it can archive simplified versions automatically derived from chaos grade techniques for the disciples' perusal. 2 one-time directional summoning cards, with which the summoning direction may be specified. 1 heaven grade spirit vein, whose spiritual energy density lies between the existing immortal grade spirit vein and the mortal grade spirit veins, and 1 rare item, an invitation to the boundless market. The comprehensive evaluation this time is S grade, with an additional contribution from the reward pool. What is the boundless market? The boundless market is an independent void marketplace at the convergence of the 6 realms, falling under the jurisdiction of no realm whatsoever. Neither the human realm, the demon realm, nor the devil realm. It formed naturally from primordial void fragments, and opens once every 100 years. Only factions holding invitation letters may enter. The trading rules within are simplicity itself, barter only. Fragmentary ancient cultivation scriptures, lost pill formulas, extinct saint-grade spiritual medicines, shards of chaos, immortal artifacts, and even the natal essence blood of immortal emperors and immortal venerables. So long as one can pay the price, anything may be exchanged. The invitation itself cannot be duplicated or transferred, and each letter may bring only 3 companions. This letter is one of the final batch of passage permits issued before the current opening. The higher a faction's rank, the earlier it receives its invitation. What rank do we hold? Qingshu sect ranks first. The invitation was handwritten personally by the market master. Lin Chen lowered his gaze to the silver-white jade slip in his hand, thin as a cicada's wing. 3 characters were carved upon the reverse of the jade slip: Qingshu sect. The front bore the spatial coordinates of the market's entrance. He turned the slip over, and beneath the spatial coordinates on the front, an exceedingly small line of crooked handwriting was unexpectedly scrawled. Sect Master Lin, that palm strike of yours which destroyed the Demon Emperor Palace last time shook shut a void rift on the market's northern side that had never been able to close. The market master said this was the greatest unexpected boon prior to the current opening. Hence, this invitation was handwritten by the market master himself, with a 10-year tax exemption at the market appended as a further courtesy. A trifling gift hardly worthy of your esteem. I trust the sect master will accept it with a smile. P.S. The market holds a trove of ancient remnants from the Demon Emperor Palace. After your annihilation of the palace, their prices collapsed outright. The market master, weeping tears of blood, declares that all of it may be transferred to Qingshu sect at cost. If the sect master is interested, the market master shall deliver the goods personally to your door. The system simultaneously broadcast through his spiritual sense. The market master of the boundless market, the boundless elder, is at the early immortal venerable stage. He devotes himself exclusively to managing the market's affairs and takes no part in any factional disputes. According to reliable intelligence, his hands were trembling as he wrote that letter. Not from fear, but from excitement. The void rift had plagued the market for 3 full years, only to be shaken shut by the host from afar. He is presently in the market's main hall, burning incense before your portrait in gratitude. Furthermore, the Taishu Immortal sect ranked 2nd received a uniformly templated invitation this time, while the 10,000 Swords sect ranked 3rd received only an automatically generated text notification. Kunlun Sacred Ground, by virtue of its alliance relationship, enjoys priority trading rights and is excluded from the rankings. Lin Chen tucked the jade slip into his storage ring. He knew full well the weight of this invitation letter. The boundless market never actively curried favor with any faction. For the market master to personally handwrite an invitation and tack on a tax exemption could mean only one thing: his single palm strike had not merely annihilated the Demon Emperor Palace, but had also shaken shut the void rift at the far edge of the 6 realms. The lingering might of that slap was probably broader than the span of the system's light screen. There is only one invitation. I can bring at most 2 people. Xing Feng will remain to guard the sect. Yi Guhong's sword is suited for anchoring the formation. Give that slot to him. As for the 3rd slot, he turned his gaze toward the training grounds. We shall decide after seeing Su Qingshue's breakthrough results this time. The system promptly flashed up the latest monitoring data. Su Qingshu is currently at the mid-golden core stage with 60% awakening of her chaos sword body. Yesterday evening she sparred with Lung Yu, who had just broken through to nascent soul, for half an incense stick's time. In the final 3 strikes, she forced Lung Yu to retreat 2 steps. According to this system's playback, Lung Yu had a smile at the corners of her mouth as she gave ground. This constitutes an exceedingly rare anomaly in the behavioral records of a 9 Netherfrost crystal body possessor. In all likelihood, she poured every shred of cold chi control into those 3 strikes and savored the bout thoroughly. On a side note, the Warhall's first personal disciple, newly accepted by Xing Feng, also held out for close to half a shurchun in yesterday's routine sparring session against Tai Nyo, setting the record for the greatest progress among this batch of new disciples. This system believes that should Qingshu sect continue to maintain the present training intensity, the next 6 realms sect grand competition will be without a shred of suspense. It is recommended that the host begin preparing an acceptance speech in advance. Will he blush on that occasion? Xing Feng will not. He will simply drive his saber into the award podium and say it is only natural. Lin Chen laughed once, rose from the sect master's seat, and walked toward the dining hall. Just as he neared the entrance, the system dinged again. Host, the 6 realms faction ranking list has been updated. Qingshu sect's comprehensive strength has been rated the foremost sacred ground of the 6 realms. Real-time data shows that the boundless market has already assigned dedicated personnel to keep watch at the void observation wall for updates. The Ice Phoenix clan of the Northern Domain has just sent a rubbing of the Alliance Pact into the ancestral shrine for veneration. The Azure Dragon clan of the Demon Realm made haste overnight to procure spirit beast jerky marinating recipes. And Kunlun Sacred Ground has raised the access authority of its scripture depository open to Qingshu sect disciples to the highest tier. It must also be noted, all factions ranked 2nd through 10th have proactively designated this sect as an entity not to be provoked, codenamed the Ceiling. At present, the only faction yet to make a statement is the primordial aristocratic Jiang clan. They had long kept their mountain gate sealed under a decree of seclusion. Today, they have just announced the lifting of the seal and their return to the human realm. Lin Chen stopped in his tracks. The Jiang clan. The primordial Jiang clan. One of the most ancient great clans of the divine realm and the family background of Jiang Ruoxue. 12 years ago, it declared the sealing of its mountains due to internal upheaval within the clan. Now that the decree has been lifted, the younger generation of the Jiang clan has taken the lead in emerging. At the forefront is the eldest legitimate daughter of the clan's direct line, a sword Dao genius who rejected seclusion from first to last, Jiang Ruoxue. Lin Chen glanced back at the small formation disk silently revolving in the corner of the main hall. It was the spiritual energy residual shadow left behind when Jiang Ruoxue helped Su Qingshu calibrate her sword formation yesterday, still faintly shimmering upon the disk. He pushed open the door and stepped into the dining hall. The mist of the spirit spring mingled with the setting sun drifted in through the window, gilding everything with a warm, gentle rim of light. The Jiang family's visiting card arrived on a quiet morning. At that moment, Su Qingshu had just finished her morning sword practice. The 3 tribulation patterns on the 9 tribulation sword had not yet fully subsided, with a few last traces of dark purple lightning arcs leaping across the blade. She wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve and was about to head to the dining hall for breakfast when Bai Qianqian came running from the direction of the mountain gate. Her 9 tails streamed in the morning breeze like a row of banners. Ever since the Ice Phoenix Emperor's last visit, when she had been half a beat slow because her tails were tangled, she had spent every morning for the past half-month practicing coordinated tail movements. Now her 9 tails could perform 9 different actions simultaneously. Qingxue, the Jiang family is here. Leading them is the Jiang family's eldest young lady Jiang Ruoxue, the Kunlun true disciple who crossed swords with you at the training ground last time. There is also an ancestor at the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm with her name Jiang Xingji. He is dressed with exceptional formality. His manner is exceptionally respectful. Jiang Ruoxue, true disciple of Kunlun's sacred land, and Jiang Xingji at the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm. A figure at the level of supreme elder, one whom even the current patriarch of the Jiang family had to address as great uncle. The two had come together, yet their display was extremely low-key. No honor guard, no attendants, only the long sword hanging at Jiang Ruoxue's waist, its spiritual power held inward. Su Qingxue retracted the 9 tribulation sword into her sword mark, quickly straightened the cuffs of her training robe, and walked toward the mountain gate. While thinking the last time Jiang Ruoxue stayed at Qingshu sect for nearly half a month, she discussed the coordination of cold energy and sword formations with Lung Yue, studied the folding of spatial formation patterns with Yi Wuhan, and exchanged views with Jiang Yunfan on how to control heat, while refining pills without blowing up the furnace. In that half-month she had already come to treat Qingshu sect as half her home. But today was different. The person standing beside her was the Jiang family's anchor, the pillar that steadied their seas, which meant the Jiang family had not come for a casual visit. They had come to discuss grave matters. At the mountain gate, Jiang Xingji stood with his hands clasped behind his back. This Jiang family ancestor wore a deep cyan Taoist robe. His hair and beard were all white and his face was lean and austere as a pine. No pressure radiated from his body, but around the edge of the bluestone beneath his feet had condensed a very faint ring of cyan formation patterns. Not deliberately released, but the natural overflow of formation Tao mastery, so profound that it had reached the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm. Jiang Ruoxue stood at his side. When she saw Su Qingxue approaching in the distance, her eyes brightened, but she quickly collected herself and maintained the proper bearing of a great clan's eldest young lady. Su Qingxue stopped before the mountain gate and performed a standard equal-rank sword cultivator's salute. I am Su Qingxue, chief disciple of Qingshu sect. By my master's command, I welcome Senior Jiang. Jiang Xingji nodded slightly. His gaze paused on the faint sword mark on her right arm, then rested on the 2 stone beasts on either side of the mountain gate, which were in the middle of yawning. The stone beasts' yawns broke off as Su Qingxue gently nudged their bases with the tip of her foot. They immediately shut their mouths and resumed their majestic crouching posture. Jiang Xingji saw all this. His expression did not change, but inwardly he felt a chill of reverence. He had never visited Qingshu sect before, but the depth of an ancient aristocratic clan allowed him to recognize at a glance the sword intent flowing through the mountain gate. Sword intent at the level of a sword grandmaster, and yet in the mountain protecting formation, it was only the outermost link. What startled him even more was that the entire mountain gate, from the steps to the stone pillars to the plaque, showed no trace of deliberately displayed strength. The formation was restrained, the sword intent suppressed, the spiritual energy concealed. Yet this very state of restraint was more oppressive than any ostentatious display. It was like a peerless swordsman keeping his sword in its sheath. You become more nervous than if you had seen him draw it, because you do not know whether the sky will collapse the instant he does. Su Qingxue led them through the 9-bend corridor. When they passed the training grounds, it happened to be the outer disciples' morning practice time. Xing Feng, bare-chested and carrying a large saber, stood in front of the line shouting commands. His voice was so loud that the surface of the spirit spring trembled. The outer disciples ran laps while carrying spirit stones. At the very front were Li Ju and Feng Han. Both had already broken through to the nascent soul stage and become outer sect stewards. As he passed, Jiang Xingji gave Li Ju a second glance and recognized the former hall master of the prison hall. Then he saw Li Ju run up to Xing Feng, stop, and shout his report more loudly than anyone else. When they passed the alchemy hall, Gu, he was sitting at the door basking in the sun, a purple copper medicine furnace resting on his knees. His medicine boy was wiping Gu He's left hand with a soft cloth, a hand that had been scorched by furnace fire for centuries. The fire phoenix crouched on the eaves, its golden red feathers a shade brighter than when the Ice Phoenix Emperor had last visited. Its dark gold pupils narrowed slightly as they swept over Jiang Xingji, then it turned its head back to preen the down beneath its wings. When they passed the rear, mountain, Tinyu was returning from the newly cut irrigation channel with the fire-tempered, heaven-splitting axe on his shoulder. The Star Track patterns on the blade were still wet with vapor, and the fragments of spirit herbs by Qianqian had just picked. He greeted Su Qingxue and said, "Senior sister." After the waterfall was redirected, a new stream appeared below the mountain. Bai Qianqian said, "We can plant herbs by the stream, and Elder Qingdai has already gone to get the seeds." Jiang Xingji watched the star force flowing along the axe blade and said nothing. This axe would be worthy of being a clan-protecting treasure in the Jiang family, but at Qingshu sect, it was only a tool for splitting firewood. When they passed the sword pavilion, Shen Rang was comprehending the sword intent of the enlightenment steel beneath the iron sword tree. His sword lay across his knees, and sword intent flowed through his fingertips like a stream, not flaunting its sharpness, but quietly running on. Yi Guhong sat cross-legged beside the window on the third floor, eyes closed, the sword bumming resting across his knees. Jiang Xingji's steps paused. He looked up at the gray-robed figure on the third floor of the sword pavilion. At such a distance, he could not feel the slightest fluctuation of sword intent. But his formation Dao spiritual sense was screaming in alarm. The sword intent coiled within that wooden tower was not absent, it had been pressed to the extreme by the sword concealment Dao. A sword that had not left its sheath for 300 years, once drawn, would likely send its blade light across 3,000 li. And he realized with absolute clarity that the gray-robed sword cultivator, sitting on the third floor of the sword pavilion, had a higher cultivation base than his own. Not by 1 or 2 minor realms, so much higher that he could not tell how high. Yi Guhong did not open his eyes. He only tapped the sword sheath lightly with one finger. One tap. Just one. Crisp as an evening drum striking against every heart. Jiang Xingji withdrew his gaze and continued forward, his gait still steady, but the hands behind his back had unconsciously clenched slightly. They crossed the corridor and reached the main hall. Jiang Xingji was about to straighten his robes and cap when he saw Su Qingxue. Did not stop. She went straight past the main hall's entrance and headed for the dining hall. Zhang Ruoxue explained quietly, Sect Master Lin is usually not in the main hall. He is in the dining hall. Su Qingxue added with a smile, Master says the main hall is too large and uncomfortable to sit in. The dining hall chairs are low and have backrests. Jiang Xingji stood at the main hall entrance for a moment. He had lived several millennia in an ancient aristocratic clan and had seen countless sects, but never had he seen a sect master who treated the main hall as an ornament and the kitchen as a reception room. He took a deep breath and followed. The dining hall door was open. Lin Chen stood at the stove, a spirit garlic in his left hand and a small knife in his right, wrestling with the yellowed tip of a garlic sprout. The cuffs of his moon-white robe were stained with oil, his apron was tied crookedly, oil was heating in the wok, and a plate of freshly cut spirit beast meat strips lay on the cutting board. Jiang Xingji stood at the door and clearly heard Lin Chen's muttering to himself. System, this garlic sprout's tip was still green yesterday, but today it has turned yellow. Do you think it is because the spiritual vein seed was planted next to the garlic sprouts and raised the spiritual energy concentration too high? Host, the yellowing of the garlic sprout tip is indeed the result of accelerated physiological metabolism caused by excessive spiritual energy concentration. But this system must point out that planting a heaven-grade spiritual vein next to a garlic patch is not standard practice by itself. A heaven-grade spiritual vein is enough to support an upgraded spirit herb garden. Using it to fertilize garlic sprouts. The sprouts cannot absorb that much spiritual energy, so they can only consume it through accelerated growth. The yellowing leaf tips are the result of accumulated metabolic waste. Then I'll move it to the spirit herb garden. I suggest moving it immediately. If you wait 2 more days, the garlic sprouts may start talking. You're full of shit. This system does not fart. All of Jiang Xingji's formation Dao spiritual senses failed before this door. He could not perceive the other's cultivation realm, could not sense any spiritual power fluctuation, and could not detect any formation or restriction. But he did see the plate of spirit beast meat strips on the cutting board. Every strip was identical in thickness with an error no greater than the width of a single hair. That was not cookery, it was sword intent. Cutting meat with sword intent made the resulting strips a sword cultivator's measuring ruler. And this sect master was using that ruler to cook garlic sprout stir-fry for his disciples. Lin Chen pinched off the yellowed garlic sprout tips, tossed them into a small dish, turned to see Jiang Xingji at the door, and lifted his chin without changing expression. The Jiang family. Sit. You've arrived just in time for the garlic sprout stir-fry to leave the wok. The sprouts grew too fast, so it would be a waste not to eat them. Jiang Xingji sat down across from Lin Chen and quickly adjusted all the expectations he had brought with him. He had originally planned to exchange a few pleasantries in the main hall, before gradually easing into the matter of the Jiang family's decree and Jiang Ruoxue's cultivation. Now he decided to come straight to the point. He set down the visiting card with solemnity and stated his identity and purpose. Sect Master Lin, this old man has come with 2 requests. The first concerns Jiang Ruoxue. 12 years ago, the Jiang family was forced to seal its mountain because of an upheaval in the divine realm. Ruoxue was secretly sent to Kunlun and placed under the tutelage of real person Xuanya. Now that the decree has been lifted, Ruoxue is willing to return to the Jiang family, but she has set one condition. She needs Sect Master Lin's approval. What does Jiang Ruoxue, a Kunlun disciple, have to do with Qingshu sect? Jiang Xingji took a deep breath. She is willing to remain at Qingshu sect and serve as a guest elder. Lin Chen's spatula paused. He turned to look at Jiang Ruoxue, standing at the door. Jiang Ruoxue stepped forward and gave the standard sword cultivator salute of a Kunlun disciple. Her tone was earnest, almost solemn. Sect Master Lin, I stayed at Qingshu sect for nearly half a month. discussing with senior sister Lung Yu the coordination of cold energy and sword formations, studying with junior brother Yi the folding of spatial formation patterns, and exchanging views with junior brother Jiang on controlling fire and pill refining. I have never found in any single place people who could understand sword formations, cold energy, spatial formation patterns, and alchemical fire control all at once. Only in Qingshu sect did I find them. She raised her head and looked straight at Lin Chen. If the sect master is willing, I wish to register as a nominal guest elder at Qingshu sect. Not taking a disciple's quota, not drawing a monthly sect allowance only, so that I can always spar, discuss, and learn with the disciples of your sect. Lin Chen scooped the garlic sprout stir-fry onto a plate and tapped the edge of the wok twice with his spatula. Fine. But there is one condition. Since you are a Kunlun disciple and a member of the Jiang family, if you hold a nominal post at Qingshu sect, you must obey the rules of all three parties. If you can do it, stay. If not, there is no need to force it. Jiang Ruoxue nodded vigorously. As she stepped back behind Jiang Xingji, she secretly made a gesture to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue returned a glance, and the two exchanged a silent high-five. Jiang Xingji spoke of the second matter. He set down his teacup, placed his hands on his knees, and straightened his back with the upright bearing unique to the oldest generation of an ancient aristocratic clan. 12 years ago, the Jiang family sealed its mountain because of an incident within the clan. Now that the decree has been lifted, the rifts remain. This old man has come this time to ask for a spiritual vein seed for the Jiang family. The family has been sealed off for too long, and its spiritual vein is nearly exhausted. If we can obtain a spiritual vein seed, the Jiang family is willing to offer a rubbing of the clan's ancient formation patterns in exchange. The ancient formation patterns are the foundation of the Jiang family. There are no additional conditions, only sect master Lin's consent. Lin Chen did not answer immediately. He placed the garlic sprout stir-fry on the table, picked up a strip of meat with his chopsticks, chewed, then took a palm-sized jade box from his storage ring and pushed it in front of Jiang Xingji. Inside the jade box lay a seed glowing with a soft pale cyan light, the very spiritual vein seed rewarded by the system, the derivative product. The system had mentioned earlier that after the heaven-grade spiritual vein had been planted beside the garlic patch for a few days, the excessive spiritual energy concentration had made the garlic sprouts grow wildly, while also giving birth to this derived spiritual vein seed. For Lin Chen, planting this seed in the back courtyard would only make the garlic sprouts keep running wild. But for the Jiang family, this heaven-grade spiritual vein would not only revive the withered old vein, but also extend the possibilities of the family's future. This seed is a derivative of the spiritual vein seed. Its grade is not equal to the main seed, but it is enough for the Jiang family to recover its vitality. The rubbing of the ancient formation patterns is the foundation of the Jiang family. Lin Chen pushed the jade box forward. I won't take advantage of you. The rubbing stands as agreed. In addition, the Jiang family will send 2 core disciples to Qingshu sect every year to study formation Dao. Not as hostages, but as exchange students. Qingshu sect does not charge spirit stones for exchange students, it only accepts the old formation plates your Jiang family has phased out. Ruoxue has already dismantled most of the first batch of old formation plates for you. She said those discarded formation bases are to her eyes living teaching materials that have not yet spoken. Jiang Xingji tucked the jade box into his sleeve, rose, and solemnly bowed to Lin Chen. This ancestor of the Jiang family at the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm bent his waist in front of the stove in Qingshu sect's dining hall. Jiang Ruoxue's eyes reddened slightly as she saluted with her sword. The fragments of the old formation plate in her hand glimmered faintly in the morning light. Outside the window by Qianxian was using her 9 tails to scratch itches for Dumao Xiaomao and the demon flood dragon all at once. At the edge of the spirit herb garden's spirit-devouring vine seedlings swayed in the wind, swallowing every weed seed that floated over. Tiniu walked past the rear mountain with the axe on his shoulder, and the star track patterns on the axe blade caught the sunlight in a radiance that was the same as before yet steadier. The prestige feedback from the ancient Jiang family arrived quickly as well. The system announced that the Jiang family had planted the spiritual vein seed in their ancestral land, that the restoration progress of the ancient formation patterns had exceeded expectations, and that Qingshu sect's reputation in the divine realm had consequently risen by several levels. Lin Chen picked up a bite of garlic sprout stir-fry with his chopsticks, chewed, then relit the fire and poured another layer of hot oil into the wok. Outside the window, the morning bell of Qingshu sect rang out slow and unhurried. The invitation to Boundless Bazaar had lain on the table for half a month before Lin Chen finally decided to set out. During that half-month, everything at Qingshu sect proceeded as usual. Su Qingxue rose before dawn each day to practice her sword, the 3 tribulation marks on the 9 calamities, sword growing ever brighter. Zhang Yunfan opened several batches of ice heart pills in the alchemy chamber, consistently producing top-grade results enough to supply Lung Yu for years. Iron Ox inspected the newly dug irrigation channels 3 times, confirming that the sect's water vein network perfectly aligned with the new spiritual vein beneath the earth. Lung Yue, after returning from the extreme abyss, had her cultivation anchored at the peak of golden core, only a hair's breadth from nascent soul, a gap she insisted needed no haste. Gui did not press her, either merely saying the cold energy needed nurturing. Yi Wonhen, chased by Big Fur and Little Fur for half a month, had increased his void shuttle speed by nearly 20%. The outer sect stewards Lu Ju and Fong Han packed the new disciples' training schedule to the brim, alternating between fundamental body arts, spiritual energy control, and simple swordsmanship. That day the two led the new disciples on a training expedition to the periphery of the Forbidden Zone. A Foundation establishment youth at the very back of the line tripped over a tree root. Lu Ju pulled him up, casually brushed the mud off his knee, and said, "Keep walking." Watching from a few steps away, Fong Han was reminded of that moment in the Black Wind Mountains when he had almost tried to seize the credit for himself. He let out a chuckle. Not bitter, just a feeling of how quickly time had passed. Boundless Bazaar was located in an independent void at the crossroads of the Six Realms. Lin Chen, accompanied by Yi Guhong and Su Qingxue, stepped through the teleportation array and landed at the bazaar's entrance, looking up at a majestic archway suspended in the void. The archway was woven entirely from void crystal and ancient array inscriptions. As the inscriptions flowed, the interface language cycled every few breaths. The common tongue of the mortal realm, the dragon script of the demon realm, the baleful runes of the fiend realm, the soul script of the nether realm, the celestial seal script of the immortal realm, and the divine patterns of the god realm. At this moment, at the very center of the archway, a line of golden characters hung high on the void skywall, their font several times larger than ordinary announcements, as if afraid passers-by might miss them. "We respectfully welcome Sect Master Lin of Qingshu Sect. The north gate of the bazaar has been sealed. Sect Master Lin and the disciples of your esteemed sect are requested to enter through the exclusive VIP passage." To the left of the archway, a slightly smaller light screen scrolled through real-time updates from various powers. Representatives of the Taishu Immortal Sect had entered the grounds. The 10,000 Sword exhibition area of the 10,000 Sword Sect had finished its arrangement, and the Kunlun Sacred Lands branch exhibition of the Scripture Depository was now in place. Yet on the largest light screen of all, only 3 words were written: Qingshu Sect. Su Qingxue looked up at those 3 words, thinking of the ever-lengthening line of applicants outside the mountain gate, thinking of Fong Han and Lu Ju gnawing on spiritual wheat cakes while waiting to open the mountain and take in new disciples. A sudden realization settled over her. Qingshu Sect had truly become something different. Not different in strength. Their strength had always been formidable. It was the way they were recognized that had changed. Before, others feared them. Now others respected them. Within the bazaar lay a ring-shaped floating island suspended in the void. At its center sprawled an open trading plaza, and above the plaza hovered an inverted mountain, its peak facing downward, casting a gentle spiritual radiance over the grounds below. Around the plaza stretched exclusive zones for the various powers. The Taishu Immortal Sect had brought a batch of newly unearthed ancient talismans. The 10,000 Sword Sect had laid out their treasured old sword manuals, and the Kunlun Sacred Land had moved over a branch exhibition of their Scripture Depository, around which a crowd of young formation cultivators huddled, with jade slips earnestly transcribing inscriptions. The most conspicuous spot was an independent floating platform wreathed in drifting clouds, where a table and chairs carved from a single piece of spiritual jade had been set up with the sect emblem of Qingshu Sect carved into the tabletop. A light curtain on the right side of the platform played the Qingshu Sect promotional video on loop, automatically cast by the system before the bazaar's opening. In the imagery, a stone beast by the mountain gate yawned. 9-tailed white shallow fed a leopard on the rockery, and a phoenix flew past above the dining hall. A young disciple of the Taishu Immortal Sect looked up at the promotional display and rubbed his eyes. "Senior sister, they keep a phoenix in their sect?" The female cultivator he asked was still hunched over transcribing the Kunlun sword manual, and answered without raising her head. "That's a sect personally allied by Taishu True Immortal himself. Phoenix. Even the Azure Dragon has sent them a reverse scale." Just below the Qingshu Sect floating platform, several young cultivators who had just arrived from the Divine Realm craned their necks, taking in the dazzling exhibition stage above. The group numbered 7 or 8, all in identical attire with gold thread array patterns embroidered on their sleeves, clearly core disciples of a distinguished clan. Leading them was a young man who looked about 20, his cultivation at the late nascent soul stage, a remarkable height among his peers. Around his waist hung a shimmering array-patterned belt, the mark of the direct bloodline of the Ji family of the Divine Realm. The Ji family was one of the ancient clans of the Divine Realm, second only in standing to the Jiang family. The Jiang family excelled in formation deduction. The Ji family specialized in formation combat. The two clans had fought for over 10,000 years in the Divine Realm, each holding victories and defeats. The young master of the Ji family, Ji Wudao, was a late nascent soul cultivator, dual cultivating formations and swordsmanship, and was known among the younger generation of the Divine Realm as Little Heavenly Net. The moment he led his people into the trading plaza, the first thing he saw was the gleaming golden floating platform of Qingshu Sect. Following the light curtain imagery, his gaze traveled to the stone beast slowly yawning at the mountain gate, the leopard lolling on its back atop the rockery, and that golden red phoenix soaring above the dining hall. So this is that so-called Qingshu Sect. Ji Wudao pointed his folding fan at the floating platform. Quite the grand display. Taishu Immortal sect playing sycophant 10,000 sword sect playing backdrop, even Kunlun fawning over them. A sect that popped out of nowhere carrying on like it's the #1 power in the 6 realms. He snapped his fan shut with a sharp clap and tapped it against his palm. I'd like to see just how remarkable they really are. Another young man of the Ji family's direct line chimed in, the young master is right. Those old sticklers in the Jiang family have sealed their mountain for far too long. They've been out of touch with the world. They see some upstart and cling to it like a pillar. Ji Wudao walked straight to a spot directly beneath the Qingshu sect's floating platform. A cluster of wandering cultivators had gathered there chattering about Qingshu sect's battle achievements. He pushed through the crowd, looked up at the spirit fruits being idly toyed with on the platform above, and spoke in a voice just loud enough for the entire plaza to hear stumble into a few victories on a bit of luck. And you dare to park your platform above everyone's heads. Do you really take yourselves for the sovereign of the 6 realms? The wandering cultivators instinctively cleared a circle around him. The disciple transcribing sword manuals at the Taishu Immortal sect stall froze mid-stroke. Someone from the 10,000 sword sect closed their old manual. Even the formation cultivators clutching jade slips at the Kunlun branch exhibition raised their heads. No one dared to respond. Most of those present came from minor sects, and their understanding of a colossus like the Ji family of the divine realm was limited to the phrase, ancient clan. Ji Wudao grew bolder. A nobody sect called Qingshu. Who knows what tricks they pulled for even the Jiang family to grovel at their feet. I'd like to see whether this platform of theirs today can stand taller than the one my Ji family would raise. He drew his sword. A dazzling heaven-grade top-tier Dharma sword flew from the scabbard at his waist, its blade covered with the heavenly net array inscriptions the Ji family took such pride in. The spiritual power of his late nascent soul stage was poured unreservedly into the blade, and the heavenly net sword Qi transformed into a silver-white formation dragon hurtling toward the floating platform. He had poured every ounce of his cultivation into this strike. He refused to believe that so-called Qingshu sect could react in time. The silver-white formation dragon shot upward. Then it shattered. Not because something blocked it. It simply broke apart on its own. The floating platform had not raised a single defensive barrier, and there was not even a ripple of spiritual power responding. That seemingly invincible dragon of sword Qi, in the instant it came within 3 zhang of the platform, silently and soundlessly scattered, as if it had collided with an invisible wall. No, it was like an ant crawling up a mountain. The mountain did not even need to move, the ant simply fell off by itself. Silver-white fragments of sword Qi rustled down from midair, landing at Ji Wudao's feet before the wandering cultivators along the edge of the Taishu Immortal sect's exhibition booth. Ji Wudao froze for a moment, then gritted his teeth and activated his array patterns once more. This time he unleashed the strongest sword formation passed down through the Ji family's direct line. 36 heavenly net sword marks flew simultaneously from his sleeves, assembling in midair into a complete heavenly net killing formation. 36 sword shadows spread into a net that covered heaven and earth. This was what allowed him to look down on his peers at the nascent soul stage. At last the floating platform moved. Not to defend. Not to retaliate. The platform simply let a miniature formation disc the size of a fingernail drift down from its edge on its own. A discarded first draft prototype from the Qingshu sect's mountain-protecting grand formation eliminated during tests half a year ago because its reaction speed was a full 10% too slow. Thrown by Lin Chen carelessly into the scrap pile. The formation disc landed on the edge of the platform and gave a light flick in the direction of Ji Wudao's sword formation. A faint, gentle ripple of array markings spread from where it had flicked. All 36 heavenly net sword shadows shattered at once. The heaven-grade top-tier Dharma sword in Ji Wudao's hand began to disintegrate inch by inch from the tip, piece after piece clattering to the ground, each cross-section as smooth as a mirror. Exactly like the long sword the 10,000 sword sect's ancestor had shattered back then. Ji Wudao himself was knocked several steps backward, his array belt snapping with a crack, until he landed hard on the bazaar's bluestone tiles, no longer even able to hold the surviving sword hilt of what had once been a heaven-grade Dharma sword. The plaza fell into dead silence. The void light screen above the archway instantly refreshed with a new announcement. Detected an attack by a direct line disciple of the Ji family of the divine realm upon the Qingshu sect floating platform. Per the Boundless Bazaar security agreement, the Ji family's virtual stall has been automatically demoted to the lowest level of the bazaar. Repeat, the Ji family's virtual stall has been demoted to the lowest level. In a corner at the edge of the plaza, a dull gray Ji family exhibition sign clattered to the ground and was casually stepped on by a few wandering cultivators passing by. Ji Wudao sat on the ground, opening his mouth, searching for something to say to salvage his dignity. But before he could speak, someone on the floating platform finally broke the silence. The voice carried no anger, no accusation. It was not even directed at him at all. It was lazy casual, like someone chatting idly with a companion. All that racket outside sounds like popcorn popping. Who blew up their furnace out there? A young woman's voice answered, no idea. Taishu's talismans, or 10,000 swords manuals. Well, it wasn't our sect anyway. Junior brother Jiang nearly blew up his furnace yesterday though. The shockwave from you slapping it back down with your sword intent was louder than this. A murmured voice from the crowd of wandering cultivators asked, "What's popcorn?" The person beside him paused for a long moment, then answered in a deeply complicated tone, "Probably something that pops out when you don't use your alchemy furnace properly." No one argued, because the one who said it came from the very sect that flicked a heaven-grade Dharma sword away like scrap iron and treated a divine realm clan as air. Aboard the floating platform, Lin Chen drew his gaze back from the window. He had not even glanced in Ji Wudao's direction, not out of contempt, but because he genuinely had not noticed. He was busy studying a new batch of ancient alchemy furnace fragments listed on the bazaar's trading platform, each marked with the warning, "There is a chance of the furnace exploding upon ignition," yet priced outrageously high. The system relayed real-time reports through his spiritual consciousness. The remaining elders of the Ji family are urgently contacting the bazaar administration, attempting to pay a sky-high fine to buy back the demoted stall ahead of time. This system has automatically deposited the fine into the sect treasury, recorded under non-refundable deposit. Also, that prototype formation disc from earlier was the first version test product from the scrap pile. At the time, host's evaluation of it was reaction speed too slow, couldn't even startle the demon dragonstone statue in the Demon Emperor's palace. This system originally thought it would never have a chance to see combat, but today it unexpectedly generated income for the sect. Once they finish paying the fine, update the formation ranking on the void light screen as well. In terms of pure formation techniques, where does Qingshu sect currently stand? The system's reply came without a moment's hesitation. Qingshu sect ranks first. Databases. The remnant of that prototype formation disc from half a year ago has just completed real combat validation. On the latest grand formation ranking compiled by the Heavenly Net sect, it edged out the Jiang family by a single vote, moving them down to second. The current first place is Qingshu sect. Lin Chen flipped a page in the catalog of furnace fragments, his tone flat and matter-of-fact, then put it up. A few breaths later, the void light screen above the plaza refreshed and the formation strength rankings were reordered. Slowly, 3 gilded characters surfaced at the top of the list: Qingshu sect. Beneath them, a line of small print annotation, counting only the scrap pile of the mountain-protecting grand formation. The Jiang family, formerly ranked first, dropped to second with the annotation reading, "The clan's younger generation already capable of outperforming their own ancestor when the Heavenly Net sect sets the examination." Everyone in the plaza shifted their gaze from the light screen, and as if by unspoken agreement looked toward Ji Wudao, sitting dusty and defeated in the corner. A wandering cultivator quietly remarked that this ranking update was practically a finishing blow to the Ji family. Another shook his head and said that one first had to be worthy of such a finishing blow. Ji Wudao pulled himself up from the ground, looked at no one, and slipped away with his pale-faced clansmen into the teleportation array hidden in the corner of the bazaar. At the far edge of the plaza, an old man who had never revealed himself watched the entire scene from beginning to end. Raising his hand, he added another line of small characters to the back of the invitation lying in Qingshu sect's storage ring. "The bazaar shall permanently waive all transaction fees for Qingshu sect." When Lin Chen heard the system's broadcast, he was chewing on a piece of spirit beast jerky he had casually bought from the bazaar administration office. After a few bites, he had the system write it down. The jerky's curing recipe was not as good as white shallows, and he suggested she add half a scoop more spiritual honey next time she improved it. Outside the window, the light curtain on the floating platform continued its loop. On screen, Su Qingxue was crouched beside the stone beast at the mountain gate, earnestly wiping its ears. End of chapter 41. The news that Ji Wudao's lifebound Dharma sword had been shattered by a discarded formation plate at Wujia Market spread through the Ji clan of the Divine Realm like thunder, within half an hour reaching straight into the depths of the ancestral land. Inside the Ji clan's ancestral assembly hall, 7 clan elders sat on both sides of a long table carved from a single block of Tiangang stone. The stone table bore an ancient heavy texture, its surface densely engraved with intricate and exquisite formation runes. Every line a masterwork left behind by generations of Ji clan formation grandmasters at the cost of their heart's blood. At this moment, every formation rune glowed with dazzling spiritual light, shrouding the entire hall within a supreme grade sealed barrier. The Ji clan had not convened with such solemn protocols for tens of millennia, and the air was steeped in a suffocating, almost unbearable gravity. Seated in the place of honor at the head of the long table was the current patriarch of the Ji clan, Ji Wufa. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Immortal Monarch realm, a mere step away from the supreme, immortal venerable realm. He had devoted his entire life to the Tiangang killing formation, and was renowned throughout the divine realm, bearing the formidable title Unrivaled Killing Formation. His face appeared no older than 40-odd years, his gaze as sharp as a falcon's, yet the years had run so long that no one could tally his lifespan. At this moment, his icy eyes were locked onto the battle damage report spread across the long table. His fingertips lightly tapped the stone surface 3 times, each knock carrying a pressure that shook the soul, causing the air in the entire hall to tremble violently. Every line on the battle damage report was glaring to the eye. Ji Wudao, a direct line descendant, had his natal Tiangang Dharma sword shattered inch by inch, all 36 Tiangang sword runes on the blade destroyed. The Ji clan formation pattern belt he wore had snapped 7 core runes and was completely ruined. The Ji clan's exclusive virtual stall in Wujia Market had been permanently downgraded to the lowest tier, leaving them without the slightest voice, and the clan's ranking on the market's formation Dao power list had plummeted out of the top 5, utterly losing face. At the bottom of the report, after the words "responsible party," a line of glaring text was written. The waste pile of Qingshu sect's mountain protecting formation. Tell me. Ji Wufa's voice was low, and even yet every word struck the stone table like a forged steel seal, carrying unquestionable authority and towering rage. Where exactly is the Qingshu sect? In the Forbidden Zone. Ji Wudao had just fled back in disgrace from the market's teleportation formation, his face pale as paper and his body drenched in cold sweat. Kneeling at the threshold of the assembly hall, he trembled violently, lacking the courage even to raise his head and face the elders. It is deep within the Forbidden Zone. Their floating platform hangs at the very highest point directly above the market's trading plaza, and the market master himself wrote the invitation in his own hand, waiving their sect's permanent transaction fees. Father, at first, I merely wanted to probe their strength. I never imagined that a discarded formation plate could possess such power. Ji Wufa cut him off coldly, his tone filled with the disdain a man feels when his offspring proves unworthy. Hearing this, Ji Wudao prostrated himself completely, his forehead pressed against the ice-cold floor, not daring to make the slightest sound. A clan elder with a white beard reaching his chest frowned deeply and began analyzing the tactical pros and cons, bluntly stating that Ji Wudao had only late nascent soul cultivation, and that rashly striking at a power that had received the market master's courtesy in Wujia Market was far too reckless. Ji Wufa gave a cold laugh, slightly raising his hand and pressing downward to interrupt the elder. A chill glint flashed in his eyes. What he got wrong was never the gap in strength, it was the timing. If you strike at the Qingshu sect, you should never do it in Wujia Market, where market rules hold sway. If you want to make a move, you find a place with no constraints, no rules to bind you. With that, he turned his gaze back to the kneeling Ji Wudao and pressed in a low voice, "Did you see the sect master of that sect in person?" The harrowing moment in the market flashed through Ji Wudao's mind, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He had never fought the other party face to face. He only vaguely remembered a languid, unhurried voice drifting down from the floating platform, its tone as casual as a neighbor chatting over the fence. Why all that racket outside, like a pill furnace blowing up? Who tipped over another furnace? Immediately afterward, a crisp young female voice answered carelessly, "It's none of our sect's people anyway." From beginning to end, he had not even glimpsed the faces of those who spoke. Ji Wufa slowly closed his eyes. Relying on Ji Wudao's fragmentary description, he rapidly reconstructed the scene in his mind. His mastery of the formation Dao was far beyond Ji Wudao's. From a few scattered words alone, he perceived the mystery of the formation plate. It had been discarded not because its power was insufficient, but because its reaction speed was 1/10 slower than the designer demanded. In other words, the plate was not too strong. Rather, the caliber of its designer had reached an utterly inconceivable level. At this thought, Ji Wufa's peak Immortal Monarch aura erupted without warning, and the formation runes of the assembly hall blazed brilliantly at once. He rose abruptly and declared with finality, "The 4th generation Tiangang killing formation of the Ji clan was personally refined by me. I removed every redundant spiritual circuit and poured every trace of spirit stone power into maximum lethality. In sparring matches within the divine realm, no one below the immortal venerable realm can walk away unscathed. No matter how well sect master Lin of Qingshu sect can endure, he must still protect his disciples. This time I will go personally." He strode toward the exit of the assembly hall, formation runes beneath his feet unfolding and silently folding shut, with each step radiating authority. "Prepare the warboats. We head for the Forbidden Zone." Meanwhile, within the Qingshu sect, the scene was one of leisurely, everyday tranquility. Su Qingxue had noticed that the Mao had recently developed a new hobby. It was neither the daily ritual of chasing and tussling with Yi Wuhan, still gleefully pouncing him out of the void 3 times every afternoon, nor soaking in the pond to escape the heat. Since Lung Yu had replaced the profound ice, the pond's temperature had plunged, and although De Mao and Xiao Mao still splashed in it every day, its newest obsession was lying atop the tallest ancient tree outside the Qingshu sect's mountain gate, tail hanging down and swaying lazily off and staying there for the better part of a day. Seeing this, Bai Qianqian smiled and said De Mao was probably brooding over something. Su Qingxue was utterly puzzled and tilted her head. What kind of worry could a leopard have? Bai Qianqian raised all 9 fluffy tails at once and answered with a serious expression. A demon cultivator has far more worries than a human. Su Qingxue asked why. Bai Qianqian lifted her chin and declared with utter conviction, "Because I am a demon cultivator." This argument left Su Qingxue with no rebuttal, and she immediately decided to climb the tree herself to ask Demao what was on its mind. Moving with light grace, she leaped to the top of the tree and sat down beside Demao. The 9 tribulations sword at her waist was thrust diagonally into the trunk, its 3 tribulation runes flickering in and out among the shifting shadows of the canopy. Demao docilely nuzzled her arm with its head and let out a low, soft growl. In that moment, Su Qingxue did not use the fluctuations of sword intent to deliberately decipher its thoughts. Instead, relying on the bond built through long companionship, she understood at once from the trailing tone of its growl, the force of its nuzzle, and the rhythm of its tail. Demao wanted to see what lay beyond the forbidden zone. It did not want to leave the Qingxu sect. It had merely grown up listening to the idle talk of cultivators coming and going in line, hearing them speak of the vastness and splendor of the 6 realms. Its heart was filled with curiosity. It wanted to see where those people came from, and to behold what the legendary 6 realms beyond the forbidden zone truly looked like. Bai Qianqian had been right, a demon cultivator's thoughts are delicate and lingering. Su Qingxue reached out, gently rubbed Demao's head, and softly promised that she would take it along the next time she went on a long journey. Hearing this, Demao's drooping tail stopped swaying at once, its ears stood straight up, and its eyes brimmed with joy. But Su Qingxue immediately added, "Still, we have to ask Master's permission first." Demao's perked ears visibly drooped, its heart full of disappointment. That evening in the dining hall, Su Qingxue told Lin Chen about the matter. Lin Chen, holding a spatula and adding garlic sprouts into a steaming wok, did not even look up as he casually replied, "It's fine to take it out, just watch it, and don't let it eat random things." Last time it brought back a long-hidden shard of dark spirit crystal, and Bai Qianqian chased it around scrubbing its teeth for a full half-hour, making such a racket that the whole sect heard it. Su Qingxue picked up the last slice of meat from her bowl, mixed it with rice, and ate every last grain, then set down her chopsticks with a smile. "Not now. I'll take it along the next time we go out." Lin Chen flipped the spatula and gave a faint hum. At that moment, a system panel abruptly popped up, a quest notification in Su Qingxue's sea of consciousness. "Host, a random quest has been triggered. Guard the Forbidden Zone." Quest description: a wave of scouting vanguard warboats is crossing the boundary between the Divine Realm and the Mortal Realm, heading toward the skies above the Forbidden Zone. Detection indicates the warboats carry 30 people in total, all at the Golden Core to Nascent Soul stage. The formation runes aboard are of the same origin as those used by Ji Wudao at Wujia Market and belong to the Ji clan of the Divine Realm. Recommended dispatch: an outer sect steward leads the interception, using this chance to train the disciples' coordinated combat ability. Lin Chen acted as if he had not heard. His hands never paused. He only uttered 6 words flatly: "War Hall takes the outer sect." On the other side, the Ji clan's fleet of warboats was quietly crossing the realm wall through the darkest hours before dawn, speeding toward the Forbidden Zone. The fleet consisted of 1 main warboat and 3 escort boats, all shaped like sharp inverted triangles. Their hulls were engraved with silver flowing Tiangang formation runes that gleamed with a biting cold light in the night, exuding a heavy aura of slaughter. Ji Wufa stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the command cabin at the very bow of the main warboat, gazing through the spirit crystal porthole at the increasingly distinct outline of the Forbidden Zone, his eyes cold and fierce. The formation runes on the main warboat's bridge circulated far faster than those on the 3 escort boats. This was the preloaded circuit of the 4th-generation Tiangang killing formation, personally refined by Ji Wufa, already primed and ready to unleash devastating destructive power at any moment. His plan was meticulously laid: send scouts ahead to probe the outer defenses of the Forbidden Zone, with the main warboat holding the center. The moment an expert from the Qingxu sect appeared to block them, he would immediately seize control of the formation's core hub, extend the 4th-generation Tiangang killing formation directly to the Qingxu sect's mountain gate, and crush the enemy with absolute formation Dao power. He had already calculated the defensive ceiling of that discarded formation plate from the Qingxu sect. Though unfathomably profound, it was not entirely without flaw. He admitted that the Qingxu sect possessed remarkable formation Dao expertise, yet the Ji clan had studied the Tiangang killing formation for generations with a deep and profound heritage. He refused to believe that a head-on confrontation could end in defeat against an obscure sect tucked away in the Forbidden Zone. Patriarch, we have entered the outer perimeter of the Forbidden Zone. A spiritual energy barrier has been detected ahead. Its grade. The monitoring formation plate cannot determine it. Preliminary analysis suggests it may be Immortal Venerable level defense. The formation cultivator manning the boat, whose tone had been calm before, now trembled with disbelief and hesitation. Immortal Venerable level. How could a mere Forbidden Zone faction possess Immortal Venerable level defense? Ji Wufa frowned, but before he could finish, the formation cultivator's urgent voice cut him off. Patriarch, wait. The spiritual energy barrier is changing. It's glowing. Ice blue spiritual light is spreading along the main mountain path to both sides, shaped just like a welcoming light carpet. The Forbidden Zone is welcoming us. Ji Wufa's fingers clenched the edge of the command console, his knuckles turning white. A welcoming light carpet, greeting every visitor, even enemies. There could be only one explanation. The other side simply disdained to set up defenses. They deemed their strength so far superior that they needed none. Suppressing the shock and contempt in his heart, Ji Wufa's killing intent surged wildly, and he barked out the battle formation command. Tiangang killing formation. Operate at maximum power. Preload all offensive formation runes. Target, the Qingshu sect's mountain gate. In an instant, silver-white formation runes blazed wildly outward from the main warboat's bridge, while the 3 escort boats around it simultaneously lit their full-power killing formation circuits. For killing formations vaguely converged into an encirclement, and murderous aura surged skyward, blanketing the entire sky above the forbidden zone. But just as the killing formation was about to fully take shape, something suddenly stirred from the direction of the Qingshu sect's mountain gate. There was no overwhelming spiritual energy fluctuation, no massive barrier unfolding. Only a single blade of light, ethereal, and utterly casual, as if someone while getting up to breakfast had casually flicked a knife out the window. That blade of light appeared utterly unremarkable, yet it pierced straight through the Ji clan's killing formation array, through the warboat's spirit crystal portholes, through every formation hub still in operation, and finally in the void behind the warboats, silently split open a bottomless spatial rift, whose destination was unknown. The next moment, a horrifying scene unfolded. Every formation rune of the Ji clan's 4th generation Tiangang killing formation went dark all at once. They had not been shattered by the blade of light. Rather, the instant the runes sensed that blade intent, they collectively refused to execute their commands, actively shut down their spiritual energy circuits, and abandoned operation. When the formation grandmasters of the Ji clan inscribed those runes through the generations, they left an ancestral injunction: formation runes possess spirit. They do not fear powerful foes, only absolute power. When runes judge an opponent's strength to far exceed the limits of their understanding, they will refuse to fight in order to preserve themselves. And that blade intent from just now had resonated with the warning mark left by the clan ancestors when the 1st generation Tiangang killing formation was first created, a mark sealed within the Ji clan's formation pavilion, a resonance of identical origin. All the formation runes, the moment they recognized that blade intent, surrendered in perfect unison. Patriarch, all formation runes have shut down on their own. They are surrendering. The formation cultivator's voice trembled, full of despair. The main warboat instantly lost power and began plummeting. It had not been shot down by an enemy. Every formation rune on the hull had failed, unable even to sustain the most basic levitation force. Never had the Ji clan artificers who built the warboats imagined such an absurd scene. Every single formation rune going on strike together. In the Ji clan's tens of thousands of years of warboat history, it was utterly unheard of. The 4 warboats plummeted into the dense forest on the outskirts of the forbidden zone like kites with snapped strings. The thick canopy of spirit trees cushioned some of the impact, yet the crisp crack of shattering branches still rang harshly through the pre-dawn silence. Ji Wufa walked slowly out of the tilted, battered command cabin, his robes stained with broken leaves and snapped branches thoroughly disheveled. Behind him, 30 members of the Ji clan were covered in dust and grime. Some had scraped arms, some had faces scratched by branches, yet not one was seriously wounded. That blade of light had deliberately avoided every living being from beginning to end, destroying only the killing formation and taking no lives. Standing in the dense forest, he looked up at the Qingshu sect's buildings veiled in morning mist. The lights there were warmed the scene peaceful and serene, utterly different from the tense blade point confrontation he had imagined. As dawn gradually brightened, the Qingshu sect's mountain gate slowly opened. Through the thin mist, 2 figures walked out slowly. They were not the peerless expert who had delivered the blade, nor disciples sent to welcome visitors. They were Li Ju and Fang Han. Both wore the standard moon-white Taoist robes of Qingshu sect's outer sect stewards, their expressions calm and indifferent. Fang Han stepped forward holding a registration ledger and addressed the disheveled Ji clan members in a calm voice. I am an outer sect steward of Qingshu sect. I am here to register visitors trespassing into the forbidden zone, attacking the mountain gate, and damaging spirit trees. For each spirit tree over 100 years old, the compensation is 80 spirit stones. The person in charge is required to sign and pay. With that, he turned the ledger to a new page and handed it to Ji Wufa together with a spirit brush already dipped in ink. Ji Wufa gazed at the scene before him. The cold announcement of Wujia Market flashed through his mind, and he recalled the indifferent blade light that had split the void. The last shred of pride and unwillingness in his heart dissolved completely. He was not surrendering. He was genuinely convinced. That blade of light could have easily shattered the entire fleet and taken every life, yet it destroyed only the killing formation and spared them. It was not that they could not be killed, it was that they were beneath killing. He took the spirit brush and solemnly signed his name in the ledger. Looking up at Li Ju, he said with unconcealable respect, "This old man Ji Wufa humbly requests an audience with your sect master." Li Ju took the ledger and casually flipped through it. Beside him, Fong Han reminded him in a low voice, "Stewardly, the sect master should still be in the dining hall right now. The garlic sprouts have just grown to their 4th cutting. This morning's breakfast is still garlic sprouts stir-fried with meat." Li Ju nodded slightly, closed the ledger, and looked toward the mountain gate in the faint light of dawn. His tone was as casual as if he were inviting a friend to breakfast. "Come along, we'll just make it for the morning meal." Ji Wufa had signed many documents in his life: the Ji family decree, the improved diagrams of the Heavenly Gang killing formation, and the primeval covenant of the Divine Realm. But he had never signed a confirmation of compensation for damage to restricted area trees, nor had he ever after signing been led into a dining hall seated across from a stove and left to watch a young man in an apron stir-fry garlic sprouts. The garlic sprouts were from the 4th harvest, emerald green, and tender-cut fresh from a flower pot in the back courtyard. The spirit beast meat had been hunted back by Xing Feng from the Blackwind Mountain range the day before, streaked with fat and lean, sliced thin and sizzling in a spirit iron pan. Lin Chen stood before the stove, sleeves rolled to his elbows, apron stained with oil, spatula flipping through the pan with swift practiced turns. He tossed in a handful of sliced dried chilies. The spicy aroma mingled with garlic fragrance drifted from the stove. Ji Wufa, seated at the table, sniffed. He had lived for thousands of years and had practiced grain avoidance for more than a millennium. He had long forgotten what hunger felt like. But at that moment his stomach growled. Su Qingxue pushed open the door with a tray, set the bowls and chopsticks on the table, and smiled at Ji Wufa. "Senior Ji, you are lucky. A few days ago Master tried a new dish and burned it again, but today he did not fail." Ji Wufa did not know what to say, so he simply nodded. Lin Chen turned with the plate in hand, set the garlic sprout meat in the center of the table, and went back to scoop out several bowls of spirit rice. He sat down across from Ji Wufa, picked up his chopsticks, took a slice of meat, chewed, then looked up at him. "Your son used his sword to chop at my sect's exhibition stand in Wujia Market. You drove a war vessel into the Forbidden Zone and activated the killing formation." Ji Wufa's hands clenched on his knees. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks and leaned back in his chair. "But you are better than your son. You did it for your clan. Your son did it only for himself." Ji Wufa was silent for a long time, long enough that the pot on the stove went cold. Then he stood, pushed back his chair, and bowed to Lin Chen. A cultivator at the peak of the Immortal Sovereign Realm, master of the Ji clan of the Divine Realm, lowered his head before the stove in the Qingshu sect dining hall. "Sect Master Lin, the Ji clan is willing to form an alliance with Qingshu sect. The terms, Sect Master Lin will decide." Lin Chen picked up his chopsticks and continued eating. He picked up a slice of meat, placed it in his bowl, mixed it with rice, took a bite, and then said something Ji Wufa would never forget for the rest of his life. "An alliance is possible, but your son must first learn to compensate for things. Pay full value for what he broke. If he does not know how he can learn. You have already signed for the spirit wood damage today, and your son must also sign retroactively for the formation plate he blew up in the market. Only when he learns to pay for what he breaks will we talk about an alliance." "I will sign." Ji Wufa's voice was somewhat hoarse, but his bowed posture remained motionless. "Everything the Ji clan has broken we will compensate at full value. Wu Dao's formation plate today's spirit wood plus the Heavenly Gang formation chart downgraded in the market, whatever the amount Sect Master Lin will decide." Lin Chen picked up a morsel of garlic sprout meat with his chopsticks and placed it in Ji Wufa's bowl. "Eat first." Ji Wufa was stunned for a moment. Looking at the slice of spirit beast meat wrapped in garlic sprouts in his bowl, he vaguely remembered the last time someone had put food in his bowl. It was several thousand years ago, just after he had established his foundation, and his mother had done it. He picked up the slice of meat with his chopsticks, put it in his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Delicious. Su Qingxue watched the Ji clan patriarch eating with his head lowered, chin resting on her hand. She suddenly felt he was a little like Fong Han. Both were born into great noble families, both cared about face, and both had learned to lower their heads in the Qingshu sect dining hall. She took out her little notebook, flipped to the page recording Fong Han, and wrote 4 words beside it. The same reasoning applies. Meanwhile, at the Ji ancestral hall, a dim flame flickered silently beneath the ancestral tablets. Ji Lao, the shrine keeper, an old cultivator with white hair, white beard, and a stooped back, stood before the ancient stone stele in the deepest part of the ancestral hall, its surface stained dark brown by the passage of years. No name was carved on the stele. There was only an extremely simple sword mark, a warning mark left by the founding patriarch of the Ji family, called the wordless stele by generations of descendants. Its very existence had been endowed by the Ji clan's ancestral precepts with higher adjudicative authority than the clan leader's decree. Now the wordless stele, which had been silent for unknown tens of thousands of years, suddenly lit up. Pale cyan light patterns spread outward from the center of the sword mark, rippling ring after ring, casting flickering reflections across the spirit crystal formation surface of the ancestral hall's vaulted ceiling. The sword intent sealed within the sword mark was exactly of the same origin as the blade intent that had split apart the war vessel's killing formation outside the Forbidden Zone days ago. The wordless stele lit up without warning, and yet it lit up without hesitation. Ji Lao crushed a corner of the genealogy jade slip, clutched in his hand. He knelt before the stele, his aged fingers trembling as they pressed against the spreading light ripples on its surface. His voice was as dry as sandpaper scraping across stone. Ancestor, are you telling later generations that the status of that one at Qingshu sect is not limited to the 6 realms? The wordless stele did not answer, but it stayed lit for the whole night. That night, every member of the Ji clan, wherever they were, sensed the ancient sword intent coming from the direction of the ancestral hall. In the kitchen, Ji Wudao, who was signing a damage compensation confirmation, gave a violent start. The brush in his hand dragged a long ink streak across the paper. Qingshu sect dining hall. Lin Chen was clearing the dishes after dinner when the system chimed once in his divine sense. Host, the wordless stele in the Ji ancestral hall has been activated. The sword intent sealed in that sword mark happens to be of the same origin as Xing Feng's blade intent. According to intelligence urgently exchanged among the Ji clan elders, the wordless stele has been lit continuously for several hours and still has not gone out. This is the most direct acknowledgement of your power by the Ji clan's ancestors, and it has also turned outside probing into reverence for this sect. In addition, the damage compensation confirmation signed by Ji Wufa has been entered into the sect's storehouse records. The prototype formation plate that Ji Wudao damaged in the market has also been signed retroactively. The material cost plus formation pattern repair fee has altogether been converted into a certain number of spirit stones. The Ji clan also voluntarily added a payment for repairing the trees destroyed by the war vessel's crash and has applied to plant a row of spirit trees on the outer edge of the forbidden zone. The saplings to be provided by themselves. There is one more thing. The Jiang family has sent over the first batch of old formation plates. One of them split into 3 pieces during transport, and Jiang Ruoxua took it for her junior brother to practice on. She asked whether she could record the repair process of the fragments for use in the next sword formation assessment. Give it to her. Also tell her there are plenty of old formation plates, as long as she is willing to help take them apart. Lin Chen wiped his hands, untied his apron, and hung it by the stove. Outside the window, dust was thick. Wind from the forbidden zone carrying the moisture of the spirit spring threaded through the dining hall's window lattice. The Mao lay sprawled atop the ancient tree outside the mountain gate. Purple thunder markings flickered and faded in the twilight, while its tail hung down and swayed lazily. It was waiting for the next long journey. Divine Realm, the Jiang family's old formation plate warehouse. Jiang Ruoxua crouched among old formation plates piled high like mountains, holding half a cracked formation base in her left hand, and tracing the path of sword formation unity in the air with her right. Last time before the Enlightenment stele, she had gained insight from Su Qingshue's chaotic sword intent into the solution for separating sword and formation. When sword intent is refined to the utmost, there is fundamentally no boundary between sword and formation. In the days since returning to the Jiang family, she had been testing this idea, reassembling the split old formation plates and embedding sword intent into the formation base in a completely new way. Not as a formation cultivator controlling the formation's eye, but as a sword cultivator letting the formation itself respond to sword intent. Senior sister, can this one still be repaired after cracking like this? A foundation establishment disciple of the Jiang family held up an old formation plate broken into 3 pieces. Jiang Ruoxua took it and lightly flicked the cracks. Sword intent seeped naturally from her fingertips. Pale golden light rose from all 3 cracks at once, autonomously linking a brand new spiritual power circuit inside the formation plate. The fragments were not pieced together. Sword intent built a spirit bridge of void connection between them, a continuation through empty space. Yi Wuhan had taught her that. She handed the repaired formation plate to her junior brother and drew a Qingshu sect communication jade slip from her sleeve. On the other end of the jade slip, Yi Wuhan had just been chased for a 3rd lap by Mao and Xiao Mao and was squatting on a rockery, catching his breath. When he received the message he saw, Senior Sister Jiang asked if he could set up a few temporary spatial patterns for formation-based testing, and also asked whether Elder Yi could lend his Enlightenment steel sword intent for the next sword formation assessment. Yi Wuhan thought for a moment and replied the sword intent on Elder Ye's Enlightenment steel presses down too heavily. If a formation cultivator stands on it, the backlash could send them into a meditative state from which they would never wake. But there are a few broken steel surfaces that can be reused. Pieces split off when he retired it last time. The sword intent is still there, but it will not actively press down on people. Jiang Ruoxua looked at the reply on the jade slip and suddenly felt that the people of Qingshu sect had a completely different definition of waste from the outside world. A discarded formation plate could shatter the Ji clan's heaven-grade Dharma sword, and the split-off steel surfaces were perfectly suited as test boards for formation cultivators. They used things to their utmost, never showing off, never wasting. Divine Realm, the Ji Ancestral Hall. After returning from the Forbidden Zone, Ji Wufa's first act was not to return to the Council Hall, but to kneel directly before the wordless stele in the Ancestral Hall, performing the Ji clan's highest rite of reporting to the ancestors. Both knees on the ground, forehead pressed against the cold stone bricks, palms upturned and laid flat before the steel base. It was a rite used only at moments of life and death for the clan. Behind him knelt Ji Wudao. His head was bowed very low, his shoulders tense, not daring to look up at the wordless steel that blazed so brightly. I Ji Wufa, 7th generation patriarch of the Ji clan, together with my unworthy son Ji Wudao Kaodao, and report to the ancestors. The Ji clan has formed an alliance with Qingshu sect. The alliance was set by Qingshu sect master Lin Chen. First, everything the Ji clan has damaged must be compensated at full value with no credit allowed. Second, each year the Ji clan may send one young disciple to Qingshu sect for advanced study in formation arts. The quota will be jointly assessed by sect master Lin's disciple Su Qingxue and the Zhang family's exchange disciple Jiang Ruoxue. Third, the Ji clan shall open the original formation diagram of the Heavenly Gang killing formation for the Qingshu sect scripture archive. Sect master Lin gave as a return gift a waste remnant eliminated from the mountain protection formation, the very piece Wudao smashed in the market. The returned remnant has been recatalogued by the Qingshu sect scripture archive with the annotation, has passed practical verification by the Ji clan formation chart serial number pending. This alliance is the first time the Ji clan has signed as the defeated party since the wordless steel was erected. The veins on the backs of his hands pressed against the stone bricks bulged sharply, but his voice remained steady throughout. The pale cyan light patterns on the wordless steel flickered quietly during his rite of ancestor worship, then slowly dimmed by 1 degree. Ji Lao, watching from the side, only let out a soft sigh after the steel light had dimmed. The wordless steel had not gone out. It had merely dimmed by 1 degree. It meant the Ji clan had passed Qingshu sect's first examination, but only this once. If the clan came again, it would need even greater sincerity than this to make that sword mark shine once more. Ji Wudao knelt behind his father, his knees digging into the cracks between the stone bricks. It hurt, but he did not dare move. When he had hacked at the Qingshu sect exhibition stand in Wujia Market, all he had thought about was that the Ji clan's face must not be outshone by some nameless sect. Now kneeling in his own ancestral hall, and looking at the wordless steel that had lit up because of the other party, he slowly understood why his father had lowered his head in the dining hall and bowed his back to say whatever the compensation sect master Lin will decide. He said in a low voice to his father, "Father, I want to go plant trees on the outer edge of the forbidden zone." Ji Wufa did not turn around, but the shoulders that had been tense all day finally loosened by a thread. In the 8/9 year of the void calendar, the Ji clan of the divine realm formally placed Qingshu sect at the top of the family's do not provoke list, codename wordless steel. Ji Wufa wrote the codename in his own hand, and it was carved on the alliance steel beside the wordless steel in the Ji ancestral hall. The ink had not yet dried when the light of the wordless steel swept gently across the newly carved marks, and then returned to silence. Meanwhile, at the Qingshu sect alchemy chamber, Gui's medicine boy stood on tiptoe as he placed a newly arrived rubbing of the Ji clan's Heavenly Gang formation chart on the top shelf of the medicine cabinet. Fire Phoenix, perched on the shelf, watched the rubbing being tucked between 2 alchemy notebooks, and gave a short cry, meaning at least they know how to behave. Zhang Yunfan raised his head from the alchemy furnace, rubbed his nose with the back of his charcoal-smudged hand, and recalculated the ingredient list for the next batch of ice heart pills according to the new inventory. Outside the window, dusk deepened. Wind from the forbidden zone carrying the moisture of the spirit spring passed through the dining hall's window lattice. As quiet as every evening, and yet not quite quiet. The news of the Six Realms sect grand competition reached Qingshu sect on the most ordinary of mornings without a sound. At the time, Lin Chen was squatting in front of a flower pot in the courtyard behind the dining hall, pinching a tender garlic sprout leaf between his fingers, his brows slightly furrowed in deep thought. This was already the 4th harvest of garlic sprouts, far more vigorous than the previous 3. The leaves were broad, thick, and upright, a rich glossy green bathed in the soft morning light, radiating vitality. But the strange thing lay in what had happened the night before. He distinctly remembered watering them himself before bed, yet when he came to check this morning, the soil in the pot was abnormally wet and unevenly, so wet in patches here and dry in clumps there. It was obvious someone had secretly poured half a pot of spirit spring water into the flower pot. "Did you water it?" Lin Chen asked the system calmly through his divine sense. This system has no physical body and cannot perform watering actions. Though it possesses the ability to remotely control a tributary of the spirit spring, the host has not granted authorization. According to the system's monitoring logs, at the 3rd coup of the Cho hour last night, a thunder-patterned leopard sneaked into the backyard with a spirit spring water pot in its mouth, poured most of it into the garlic sprout pot, then scraped at the soil with its paw to try to cover its tracks. The system's voice was utterly flat as it precisely reconstructed the previous night's scene. Damao or Xiao Mao? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Judging by the paw print size, it was Damao. It has been unusually attentive to planting matters lately. Presumably because the host previously promised to take it out, it wanted to use this chance to show how capable it is. However, host Damao has no knowledge of gardening. The excessive spirit spring water has already caused the soil to compact. Look at the roots of the garlic sprout, the soil has clumped into lumps. Lin Chen lowered his head for a closer look. Just as the system had said, the soil around the roots had hardened into clumps. He reached out and gently crumbled the clods, carefully loosening the damp soil around the garlic sprout's roots. Only after confirming there were no signs of rot did he stand up, wipe his soil-stained hands on his apron, and walk toward the dining hall. Behind him, Damao had somehow poked half its head out from the corner of the wall, its thunder-patterned tail tucked guiltily between its legs. Seeing that Lin Chen did not look back, it crept over again and nudged the pot of garlic sprouts with its nose, as if to say, "I'll definitely water less next time." The moment he stepped over the threshold of the dining hall, the system's chime sounded again. "Host, the official invitation to the Six Realms Sect Grand Competition has arrived. This competition is co-hosted by the Six Realms Alliance. The participating sects span all 6 domains: the human realm, Yao realm, demon realm, nether realm, immortal realm, and divine realm. It is also the only grand competition in history to set no entry threshold whatsoever. The organizers have stated clearly that because Qingshu Sect's founding time did not meet the traditional eligibility requirements, all sect age restrictions have been waived. In simple terms, they changed the rules specifically to invite Qingshu Sect to participate." "Is our sect too young?" Lin Chen asked casually as he walked toward the stove. "Exactly. In previous competitions, participating sects were required to have at least 500 years of history. Qingshu Sect has not yet been founded for even 10 years. The Six Realms Alliance deliberated for a long time before ultimately voting to remove the age requirement. After the meeting, several Alliance elders admitted in private that without Qingshu Sect, this grand competition would attract no one's attention." Lin Chen lit the stove fire and heated the iron wok, his tone calm. "Explain the competition rules." "The grand competition is held in 3 stages. The first stage is the comprehensive sect assessment. Each sect sends disciple representatives to compete, and the assessment covers combat, confrontation, and secret realm exploration. This year adds 2 special tests: formation array combat and combat simulation. The second stage is the Six Realms Martial Gathering, a single elimination tournament. There are no restrictions on contestant identity. Inner disciples, outer disciples, menial servants, personal disciples, and elders' personal disciples may all register. Contestants are grouped only by cultivation realm, not by seniority. The third stage is... Wait. Lin Chen interrupted the system. "Can Elder Gu He's medicine apprentice also register?" "Theoretically, yes. But I must remind the host that medicine apprentice is only at the early foundation establishment stage. Her skills include wiping medicine furnaces and identifying herbs, and she has no combat record at all. If she registers, Hall Master Xingfeng will definitely drag her into personal special training. Let her go." Lin Chen poured spirit oil into the wok. The droplets instantly gleamed and burst into fine ripples of spiritual resonance at the bottom of the pot. Qingshu Sect has never stopped its disciples from chasing their dreams. If she wants to compete, sign her up. The system was silent for a moment, silently marking the medicine apprentice in the registration statistics column as awaiting special training. Hall Master Xingfeng's Hell Mode then continued. The third stage is the sect summit battle. Each sect sends its strongest representative regardless of identity, cultivation realm, or methods for a direct showdown in the Six Realms Void battlefield. This is the most anticipated finale of every grand competition, usually fought by sect masters or supreme elders. In previous competitions, the winning sect earned the right to host the next grand competition. This year, additional rewards have been added: 3 votes on the Secret Realm Management Council of the Six Realms Alliance, and priority claim to the ancient Chaos Immortal artifact fragment in the Void battlefield that no one has been able to activate in 10,000 years. A Chaos Immortal artifact fragment. Lin Chen's stirring motion paused slightly. Precisely. The fragment has hovered in the Void battlefield for tens of thousands of years. Countless immortal venerables poured their strength into activating it, all ending in failure. The Wujia Bazaar master once remarked that it does not belong to this era of the world. According to the system's data comparison, its forging craftsmanship matches the host's. "I understand." Lin Chen interrupted the system and continued stirring the dish in the wok. The fresh fragrance of garlic sprouts and the rich savor of spirit meat swirled and merged in the iron pot. "Continue with the rules. Participating disciples must be grouped by cultivation realm, Qi, refining foundation establishment, and golden core form the lower tier. Nascent soul spirit transformation and void refinement form the middle tier, integration and above form the upper tier. Each sect may send 3 disciples per group. The sects of the top 3 individual competitors will receive additional secret realm exploration rights and generous resources, including sacred grade spirit herb seeds, remnant volumes of ancient arts, and hatching rights for eggs of extinct spirit beasts. The sect with the highest total team score will be awarded the title of number 1 sect of the Six Realms Plus. You draft the registration list. Fill every realm group. Whether personal disciple, inner disciple, outer disciple, or menial servant, report all who wish to compete. Lin Chen's tone was resolute. If we do this, the number of participants will far exceed that of other sects, the system warned. When has Qingshu Sect ever been short of people? Lin Chen asked, in return, his tone calm, yet carrying an unshakable confidence. Before long, Su Qingshu stepped into the dining hall, just as Lin Chen set a plate of fragrant garlic sprout stir-fried meat onto the table. The rich aroma of meat mingled with the fresh scent of garlic sprouts rushed toward her. Su Qingxue hurried over to serve rice, listening as her master instructed the Six Realms Sect Grand Competition begins in 10 days. As the senior disciple, you will coordinate the registration list. Fill every group. Regardless of personal inner or outer status, anyone who wishes to compete may sign up. Should we register the War Hall disciple newly accepted by Hall Master Xing? Su Qingxue picked up her bowl and chopsticks and asked casually. Register him. Put him in the Foundation Establishment group. What about Li Ju and Feng Han? Li Ju is suppressing his cultivation to late nascent soul, so he enters the nascent soul group. Feng Han also registers for the nascent soul group. The two will partner in the paired combat event. Lin Chen picked up a bite of food with his chopsticks and said slowly, by the way, tell them to think up competition code names. Don't embarrass the sect. What about Elder Gu's medicine apprentice? While wiping the medicine furnace every day, she recites the herbal atlas from memory. Elder Qingdai says she identifies herbs faster than Zhang Ruoxue did back then. The grand competition has no restriction against menial servants. Let her choose for herself. If she wants to register, she may. Su Qingxue set down her bowl and chopsticks, took out the small notebook she carried with her, opened to a fresh page, and wrote Six Realms Grand Competition registration list before rapidly jotting down names. At the same time, the system synchronously updated the data in Lin Chen's Sea of Consciousness. When it reached the nascent soul group's paired combat entry, it suddenly paused. Host Li Ju and Feng Han have looked up their early sect records and come to ask whether they may change their competition code names. Li Ju was once the lord of the prison hall known as Yamablade. He has long since crossed that name out of the rosters, and hearing it now feels awkward. Feng Han finds his own name too plain and wants a more imposing code name. Let them decide for themselves as long as they don't pick something shameful like Big King or Little King. Lin Chen replied casually. A few quarters of an hour later, Su Qingxue handed the notebook to Lin Chen. Written on it were Li Ju, claypot rice, Feng Han, twice-cooked pork. Just then the lingering aroma of garlic sprout stir-fried meat drifted in from outside the window. Su Qingxue explained seriously, they said that after all these years as outer sect stewards, what they miss most is the sect's cooking. So I wrote them down on their behalf first. Lin Chen looked at the two code names full of the warmth of everyday life and was silent for a moment. Then he nodded lightly. By the stove, Damao had slipped in at some point and was pawing at garlic sprout leaves on the floor, eating with a look of utter contentment. While Qingshu sect was busily preparing for the competition in the northern reaches of the Yao realm, the Ice Phoenix Sovereign's Phoenix carriage had already crossed through the morning mist at the edge of the Forbidden Zone and slowly come to a stop before Qingshu sect's mountain gate. The stone beasts flanking the mountain gate seemed to sense her presence and slowly opened their eyes. Long accustomed to such high-ranking visits, they only half opened their eyes and let out a low rumble from their throats as a greeting. Su Qingxue hurried out to receive her. The Ice Phoenix Sovereign stepped slowly down from the carriage, her ice-blue robes trailing along the ground, tracing a cold, sharp arc in the morning light. This visit was neither to form an alliance nor to exchange pointers. She had come solely for Lung Yu. After Lung Yu found the first volume of the Heavenly Cold Art and her life-bound true feather, the characters of the lower volume formula quietly appeared on the inner surface of her golden core. Since the Ice Phoenix ancestor created the Nine Heavens mystic ice art, it has never actively sought an inheritor. She is the first, the successor personally chosen by the ancestor. The Ice Phoenix Sovereign opened her palm, revealing a feather as translucent as 10,000-year-old profound ice quietly resting there and refracting pale blue flecks of light in the sun. This was a fragment of the life-bound true feather left behind when the Ice Phoenix ancestor passed away, and also the final seal needed to unlock the lower volume of the Nine Heavens mystic ice art. She placed the feather fragment into Lung Yu's palm. In an instant, the fragment silently melted and turned into a wisp of pure ice force that surged into Lung Yu's body. Deep within her golden core, the incomplete incantation instantly became whole. The cold energy that had long been accumulating within Lung Yu surged toward her dantian like a flood. The bottleneck that had held her at the peak of golden core for so long quietly shattered under the extreme cold. A wisp of origin grade 9 nether cold chi seeped out through the crack and spiraled around her wrist. Nascent soul realm achieved. Lung Yu slowly opened her eyes. In her ice-blue pupils, the phantom image of a young phoenix spreading its wings flashed past. The cold energy around her body was now fully restrained, and her control was greater than ever. In the dining hall, the system let out a soft chime. Host Lung Yu has broken through to early nascent soul. Both volumes of the Nine Heavens mystic ice art are fully activated, and her cold chi precision has risen another level. During the breakthrough, the cold energy leaked out only about 3 zhang from her body, but it froze the lid of Elder Gu, his alchemy furnace, shut. Elder Gu had to knock it with iron tongs for quite a while before he could open it. Lin Chen threw a handful of dried chili peppers into the wok and said nothing at the news. Outside the window, Damao and Xiao Mao were chasing Yi Wuhan around for the 4th lap, their thunder patterns crackling in the morning light, full of vitality. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Six Realms Sect Grand Competition officially began. The Six Realms Void battlefield hovered at the point where the Six Realms converged. The ring-shaped arena resembled an inverted divine mountain, with soft spiritual light cascading from its summit and enveloping the entire field. The banners of 50 participating sects snapped in the wind. Qingshu sect's moon-white banner was planted atop the tallest flagpole in the arena, its Qing character gleaming brightly as it bathed in the light of the sun wheel. Interestingly, there had been no natural wind in the arena. It was all because Xing Feng had casually swung his blade while passing by yesterday. His blade intent split the air currents and became an unending wind swirling around the flagpole. Below the flagpole, Qingshu sect's disciple formation was the largest of all. All personal disciples were present, and the elites of the inner and outer disciples stood in neat rows with an awe-inspiring bearing. Li Ju and Fong Han stood in the nascent soul group, their backs labeled claypot rice and twice-cooked pork respectively, without the slightest sense of incongruity. The disciples of Taishu Immortal sect beside them stole several glances, wanting to laugh, but not daring to. Gui's medicine apprentice stood at the very back of the Foundation establishment group, a well-thumbed herbal atlas tucked in her sleeve, as she quietly recited from memory, Nodo Ginseng stops bleeding, Poria promotes diuresis. Xing Feng's newly accepted Warhol disciple stood at the very front of the Golden Core group, standing tall, with resolute eyes, a long blade that had never been blooded tucked at his waist, a gift made by Xing Feng's own hand. Jiang Ruoxue stood in the Formation Array exhibition area as a guest elder, followed by 2 exchange students from the Jiang family and 2 from the Ji family. Among the Ji family exchange students, the youngest was none other than Ji Wudao. Having just received his punishment at the ancestral shrine, he had taken the initiative to go to the edge of the Forbidden Zone to replant spirit trees. With the unique spirit soil of the Forbidden Zone still on his sleeves, he rushed over to compete. Sects from all realms entered one after another. Taishu Immortal sect, 10,000 Swords Gate, the Ice Phoenix clan of the Northern Domain, the Azure Dragon clan, the Jiang family, the Ji family. All the traditional powerhouses gathered on the field. With so many mighty forces assembled, the atmosphere grew ever more intense. Just as everyone assumed the opening ceremony would proceed smoothly, a jarring thunderous boom burst from the void rift of the nether realm. A gray-white pillar of light laden with dense death chi slammed down, striking the edge of the arena and smashing a deep pitch-black hole into the newly stabilized boundary of the domain. From within the hole, a group of cultivators shrouded in gray mist walked out slowly. Leading them was none other than Yin Jiuyo, the young lord of the Yin family, the strongest clan in the nether realm. The gray mist coiling around him was unlike that of ordinary nether cultivators. Beneath his feet, spatial fissures opened and closed repeatedly, exuding an eerie, sinister air. What was even more striking was that he had deliberately chosen the teleport point directly above Qingshu sect's formation. The gray mist poured down like a gigantic palm of death, chi slapping downward at the moon-white banner. The system immediately updated the information in Lin Chen's Sea of Consciousness. Yin Jiuyo has just emerged from seclusion after refining death chi. He deliberately set the Netherrealm team's teleport point directly above Qingshu sect's formation, intending to test whether the Mountain Protection Grand Formation would be disturbed by nether death chi. No sooner had the words fallen than 2 stone beast phantoms suddenly materialized above Qingshu sect's formation. These were the newly added greeting formation spirits of the Mountain Protection Grand Formation after its upgrade following the Wujie Bazaar incident. The stone beast phantoms lowered their gazes, glanced at Yin Jiuyo indifferently, then slowly closed their eyes. There was not the slightest hint of wariness in their eyes. Only complete disregard, as if saying with strength, at this level, is it worth even opening our eyes? Yin Jiuyo's face darkened instantly. He raised a hand and waved it, and the nether rift behind him suddenly expanded. Gray mist surged out, interwoven with skeletal phantoms and ghostly green death, runes radiating a menacing, murderous aura. The formation spirits of Qingshu sect truly live up to their reputation. But no matter how strong the formation spirits are, whether they can protect your disciples will be proven on the arena stage. He said coldly, a pitch-black bone blade sliding out from his sleeve, its body flowing with death runes and radiating a chilling, killing intent. Before his voice had even faded, a pitch-black sword shadow shot out from Qingshu sect's formation. Su Qingxue gripped the 9 tribulations sword with one hand, as the 3 tribulation patterns on its blade lit up simultaneously. Dark purple arcs of lightning split apart the gray mist filling the sky. Crimson flames burned the skeletal phantoms into wisps of smoke, and pure white sword intent pressed straight toward the bone blade in Yin Jiuyo's hand. She had struck only once. The chaos-ranked art was inherently restrictive against nether death chi, and the fire tribulation was especially the natural enemy of Yin attribute arts. The bone blade was grazed by the flames, and its runes dimmed in an instant. The death chi around Yin Jiuyo stuttered, and he was jolted back a half step again and again, his saws plowing 2 scorched black trails across the stone floor of the arena. If the Netherrealm's Yin family wants to test blades, there is no need to wait for the arena. We can do it now. Su Qingxue stood with sword in hand, her posture straight. She had not used her full sword intent, yet it happened to suppress Yin Jiuyo by half a move. Her tone was calm, yet carried a dignity that brooked no provocation. The wind brushed the hem of her robe, and the three characters Qingshu sect on her back stood out sharply in the morning light. Yin Jiuyo's expression turned grave. He immediately retreated into the Nether Realm formation and did not recklessly press the matter further. The shattered gray mist drew back into his palm. He lowered his head to look at a thin shallow wound on the back of his hand. Remnant sword intent lingered upon it, and nether chi simply could not heal it. Blood beads oozed and clotted, then clotted and oozed again. He looked up and reassessed the mid-golden core sword cultivator before him. The initial probing and contempt in his eyes were gone, replaced by wariness and scrutiny. The entire venue fell silent for a moment, then erupted in low murmurs. A mid-golden core cultivator forced back Yin Jiuyo with one sword strike. Are you kidding me? Is that Qingshu sect's senior disciple? Those tribulation patterns on her sword. Why do they carry a hint of heavenly Tao law? Haven't you heard? Qingshu sect was founded less than 10 years ago, and they've already had the Wujia Bazaar master personally come calling. In Qingshu sect's formation, Tai Nyo planted the heaven-splitting axe heavily into the ground. The star track patterns on the axe face trembled, nearly causing the Taishu Immortal sect disciples nearby to lose their footing. He looked at Fong Han and said in a booming voice audible throughout the venue, "This axe hasn't been properly tested since it was tempered. Just right for a try." In the front row of the formation, Lin Chen was lowering his head to peel a spirit garlic bulb, one he had casually tucked into his sleeve before leaving. Garlic skins flew between his fingers as if the clamor around him had nothing to do with him. Beside him, a Taishu Immortal sect disciple accidentally knocked over an Earth-grade sword manual. Lin Chen casually picked it up and flipped through 2 pages. When he returned it, he remarked flatly, "The spiritual power circulation route in the 3rd chapter is wrong, too inefficient. Tell the person who compiled the manual to revise it when you go back. Also in the 7th stance, lower the elbow by 2 cun when finishing the move, and the sword chi will be more condensed." The disciple took back the manual and stood rooted in place, unsure whether to thank him or immediately pick up a brush to revise it, completely at a loss. A fellow disciple beside him poked his arm. "What are you standing there for? Write it down. This is the personal guidance of the Qingshu sect master himself." Lin Chen had already finished peeling the garlic. He tucked the snow-white clove into his sleeve, raised his eyes, and looked toward the moon-white banner flapping loudly on the distant flagpole. Beneath the flagpole, the Qingshu sect disciples, those carrying down-to-earth code names, tucking herbal atlases into their robes, and hefting a giant axe, were already fully arrayed and ready to set out. The medicine apprentice closed the atlas, took a deep breath, stuffed the book into her robes, and patted dust off her sleeve that was not there. Li Ju and Fong Han exchanged a glance, then both reached out and struck their palms together with a dull sound. Tai Nyo hefted the heaven-splitting axe onto his shoulder. The star tracks on the axe blade slowly turned, reflecting his wide grin. The moon-white banner that had been planted outside Qingshu sect's mountain gate at its founding now flapped violently in the gale, yet did not move an inch. From the Forbidden Zone's mountain gate to the highest point of the void battlefield, what had changed was the height of the flagpole. What had remained unchanged was the spirit of the sect. Not far away, Mao had somehow managed to sneak into the arena as well. It was crouching at the very back of the formation, its thunder-patterned tail sweeping lazily back and forth, a piece of spirit fruit peel pilfered from somewhere, held in its mouth. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "Let's go," he said. His voice was not loud, yet it landed clearly in every Qingshu sect disciple's ears. Let them see what Qingshu sect truly is. The moment the first round drawing results of the 6 Realms Grand Competition were announced, the void skywall above Wujia Market refreshed all the matchup brackets in synchrony. Qingshu sect received a first-round bye and advanced directly. This result stirred no controversy whatsoever. The other participating sects even breathed a sigh of relief, since at least they would not have to face Qingshu sect in the first round. But what genuinely surprised everyone was the drawing for the individual competition. Xiao Emo, the wildcard contestant from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, was at late Immortal King stage and placed in the upper half of the bracket, in the same subdivision as Fong Han, the outer sect steward of Qingshu sect. Fong Han's current cultivation was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, with 3 great realms between them: spirit transformation, void refinement, and integration. The outer sect disciples crowded around the stone platform beside the martial training ground, analyzing the matchup situation in a flurry of voices. Mao was sprawled across Su Qingshue's knees, tilting his head to look at the bracket chart carved on the stone platform. He did not understand the competition rules very well, but he could feel Fong Han's sword-holding hand tighten the moment he heard the drawing result. Fong Han was now an outer sect steward, and his peak nascent soul cultivation was considered outstanding among Qingshu sect's outer sect disciples. This battle was not just about his personal ranking. It was also Qingshu sect's first formal appearance in this grand competition. Fong Han. Lin Chen picked up a chopstick full of garlic sprout stir-fried meat, chewed it, then set down his chopsticks. "You are the outer sect steward, so you will lead this battle. Win or lose doesn't matter. Just fight in the way Qingshu sect should. Go prepare." "Yes, sect master." Fong Han performed a sword cultivator salute, turned, and walked out of the dining hall. His steps were steady, but at the doorway he nearly hit the door frame. not from nervousness, but because he was already simulating Xiao Mo's sword techniques in his mind. A ding sounded in his divine sense. Host, a random quest has been triggered. First battle, establish dominance. This Six Realms Grand Competition marks the first time Qingshu sect is appearing as an officially participating sect. The first battle's performance will directly affect the sect's reputation and the morale of its disciples in the rounds to follow. Quest requirements: at least 2 outer sect disciples must compete in the individual event, and at least 1 victory must be secured in the first battle. Quest rewards include 3 Heart Realm breakthrough cards and 1 automatic Scripture Pavilion Technique archiving permission. Additionally, a rare item is included: 1 Ancient Sword Formation Resonance Stone, which can help the sword bearer resonate with high-tier sword formations in a short time and achieve a formation eye breakthrough in an emergency. Fong Han's outer sect phalanx exactly lacks this. Lin Chen scooped up a spoonful of egg custard. It was tender and smooth, its surface reflecting the morning light outside the window. Send it to him. At the same moment, in a private meditation room in the rogue cultivator contestants' rest area, Xiao Mo laid the freshly wiped longsword horizontally across his knees. On his registration form, he had filled in only his name and cultivation realm. The affiliation field was left blank. He had come to the Six Realms Grand Competition not for ranking, but for Su Qingshue's sword intent. During the wildcard trials, he saw Su Qingshue's sword intent for the first time through a void broadcast, and he immediately abandoned his original scheduled opponent and submitted his registration form on the spot. That sword intent was something he had searched for a long time, like the one sword stroke that his entire life had always been missing. Above the arena district, the void skywall of Wujia Market was scrolling through the betting odds. The odds list for the individual competition was placed alone in the most prominent position. Fong Han's odds were absurdly high, and almost everyone had bet on Xiao Mo. A rogue cultivator pointed at the skywall and said, "Peak nascent soul against late immortal king. How is that supposed to be fought?" Another rogue cultivator fell silent for quite a while, then withdrew his spirit stones from Xiao Mo's betting column and placed them on Fong Han. The first asked why. The second said the odds were too tempting, and more crucially, last time in the marketplace, he had watched with his own eyes as Ji Wudao slashed at Qingshu sect's exhibition booth with a heaven-grade Dharma sword, only to have his natal sword rebound shattered by a scrapped formation plate. Since then, he had learned one thing: the lower Qingshu sect's odds were the more worth betting on they were. The arena match rules were simple. Each side sent 3 contestants, and the winner was decided by the best of 3. Qingshu sect sent Fong Han, Li Ju, and Tai Niu. After the outer sect phalanx had taken their seats, Ji Wudao opened the pre-match analysis booklet and laid out all the residual afterimages of Xiao Mo's wildcard sword techniques along a timeline. Each sword strike was annotated with the release angle, the retraction rhythm, and the spread range of the sword chi's residual waves. Fong Han was responsible for recording the attack patterns. Li Ju analyzed the peaks of his spiritual power expenditure, and Tai Niu supplemented the data on opponents who had endured the attacks head-on. First individual match: Fong Han versus Xiao Mo. When Fong Han stepped onto the arena, the Taishu Immortal sect disciples in the stands suddenly fell quiet for a moment, then rose as one and performed a sword cultivator salute. He was a former true disciple of Taishu Immortal sect. He had once nearly been expelled for trying to seize credit for merit. Now, wearing the moon-white Taoist robe of Qingshu sect's outer sect steward, he stood on this arena, and behind him, the outer sect phalanx unfurled the Qingshu sect outer sect steward banner in perfect unison. Fong Han drew his sword. The sword light was heavy, condensed, and smooth as a stream of silk. Upon the arena stage shone a blade edge that he had honed anew through his years at Qingshu sect. He struck first. With a light turn of his sword formula, a plain, edgeless sword chi slashed toward Xiao Mo's face. Xiao Mo's late-stage Immortal King's sword intent stirred, almost imperceptibly shattering both the sword chi and its accompanying sword might in one motion. The aftershock of that intent drove Fong Han back several steps. "Your sword is too straight." That was Xiao Mo's only reply. Fong Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gripped his sword again. His sword techniques began to change, sidestepping, shifting his footing, cutting at oblique angles. His sword chi no longer sought power, it sought angle. Xiao Mo shattered the third sword stroke with a sword presence several realms above Fong Han's, yet he could see that this sword chi had taken half a spirit vein less detour than the previous 2. In the midst of battle, Fong Han had grasped the principle of cutting across the bend to take the straight line, the shortcut Su Qingxue had once mentioned while flipping through the Wanjian sect sword manual in the Heifeng Mountains. For Fong Han, however, it could only be fully integrated through a life-staking, desperate real battle. But the gap in cultivation realms was too vast. Fong Han was sent flying by the sword pressure of the fourth strike, his back slamming into the arena's protective wall with a dull, thunderous boom. He dropped to one knee, bracing his sword against the stage floor and gasping for breath. "Concede," Xiao Mo said. Fong Han rose to his feet and switched his sword to his left hand. His right arm trembled slightly from the impact just now, but he stood very straight. For a Qingshu sect disciple, the words "concede" do not exist. He struck again. This strike had no flourish whatsoever. It was simply the basic sword form he had repeated thousands upon thousands of times in the day-in day-out morning and evening training at Qingshu sect. But just as this sword thrust out an extremely faint feather lightsaber intent swept soundlessly down from the highest cloud terrace in the spectator area, cleaving apart the immortal king-level sword intent pressure that bore down upon him. Xing Feng lightly tapped the cloud surface with his great saber and grinned. Now this is my outer sect steward. The referee ruled Xiao Mo the winner and Feng Han the loser. But Xiao Mo lowered his head to look at the hand gripping his sword and felt a faint numbness in the web between his thumb and index finger. That saber strike just now had only pulled Feng Han out of a tight spot. It had not harmed Xiao Mo in the slightest. And yet his own unstoppable absolute suppression of cultivation realm had already been split apart once under the gaze of the outer sect phalanx. Second individual match, Li Ju went up. He did not attack, he simply unfolded a defensive posture. Although he had severed his demonic cultivation foundation himself, the combat instincts from his former early immortal sovereign days remained terrifyingly precise in defense. Xiao Mo sent out 3 consecutive sword strokes, and Li Ju intercepted all of them. Then Li Ju reversed his sword tip, signaling Xiao Mo that he could bypass him and advance into the next round. Xiao Mo withdrew his sword and turned away his sword intent, not yet fully retracted. Tai Nyo took the stage with the heaven-splitting axe on his shoulder. In the third bout he did not use the axe, he used only his fists. Xiao Mo's sword left only a white mark on Tai Nyo's body, while Tai Nyo's fist struck the spine of Xiao Mo's sword with muffled metallic clanks. The two exchanged head-on blows, strength against strength. After about a stick of incense's time, the referee called Tai Nyo to a halt, and both sides ended the bout in a draw. The outer sect phalanx fell silent for a moment. Then Feng Han returned his sword to its sheath, stepped forward, and saluted Xiao Mo with clasped fists. Thank you for the instruction. Behind him, all the outer sect disciples rose at once, and paid Xiao Mo the same sword cultivator salute. Across the arena, the rest area of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was dead silent. They had won the individual match, but watching that row after row of moon-white robes in the Qingshu sect outer sect phalanx salute their opponent, in perfect unison, they suddenly felt as though they had not won at all. The odds board on the void skywall refreshed. Feng Han's odds column still displayed a solitary number, but beneath his name a line of small golden text had appeared, post-match win rate adjusted upward. The trading operations behind Wujia Market began preparing the next round's prize pool. That night at the Qingshu sect contestants' lodgings, a new batch of inner and outer disciples in urgent need of breakthroughs collected the Heart Realm breakthrough cards issued by the system. Among the outer sect phalanx, several Golden Core stage disciples with deep accumulated foundations advanced to peak Golden Core at the same time with the aid of the breakthrough cards. Lung Yu and Tai Nyo also had their bottlenecks thoroughly opened under the card's impetus. At the top of the Scripture Pavilion in the Sword Pavilion, a technique archiving formation disk was filing, scanning, and pushing simplified sword formulas to each training group. Gu He's purple bronze medicine furnace rested in a corner of the alchemy chamber, and a medicine boy was sorting the newly delivered fragments of an ancient pill furnace. In the private meditation room of the Rogue Cultivator rest area, Xiao Mo lowered his head and wiped his longsword. A hair-thin crack left from the clash with Li Ju still remained on the blade. When he wiped over the crack, he stopped. His fingertip brushed gently along the crack's edge, and suddenly he remembered Feng Han's final sword strike. It was not the sword technique itself. It was that Feng Han had switched to his left hand before releasing that strike, because his right arm had been trembling too violently from the earlier impact. This instinct for calmly managing an injury at a life-and-death moment was not talented, had been forged through day after day of practice. He continued wiping the sword. Outside, the window lights still burned in the direction of the Qingshu sect's lodgings. The outcome of the individual competition did not affect Qingshu sect's overall advancement. Under the best-of-3 format, although Feng Han lost to Xiao Mo, Li Ju's defensive battle and Tinyu's draw earned enough points for Qingshu sect. The Loose Cultivators Alliance with Xiao Mo on its roster would still have to face Qingshu sect head-on in the team competition in the subsequent rounds. For the outer sect disciples of Qingshu sect, however, the true centerpiece was only just beginning. The rules of the team competition were simple. Each side sent 5 contestants to wage unrestricted combat in a simulated battlefield reshaped from ancient void fragments. Monstrous beast traps and ancient restrictions spawned randomly within the field. The side that first wiped out the opposing team or seized the formation I at the center of the battlefield would win. The 5 chosen by Qingshu sect were Feng Han, Li Ju, Tinyu, Jiang Ruoxue, and Yu Wuan. Lung Yu sat in the front row of the contestant area responsible for real-time cold chi monitoring. The team arena contained an ice field zone where fluctuations in cold chi could directly affect the stability of the formation I. Gui's medicine boy sat beside her, an emergency medical kit resting on his knees, ready to be passed into the arena at any moment. Dumao and Xiaomao crouched on either side of the kit, ears pricked straight up. The odds for the team competition refreshed on the void sky wall. The line for Qingshu sect against the Loose Cultivators Alliance was still that single golden bar. No one had placed a bet on Qingshu sect losing. Xiao Mo's individual odds were absurdly high, but in the overall assessment of the team competition, the Loose Cultivators Alliance's win rate had been crushed to less than 10%. A Loose Cultivator spectator murmured the team competition is not the individual competition. In individual bouts, one person can still rely on sheer strength to hold the line, but the team competition tests coordination, formations, logistics, and on-the-spot adaptability, and Qingshu sect is lacking in none of those four. His companion fell silent for a moment, then withdrew his spirit stones from the bet column of the Loose Cultivators Alliance, and put them on the first team competition victory option for Qingshu sect's outer sect formation. On the other side of the arena in the contestant area of the Loose Cultivators Alliance, Xiao Mo sat in a corner, wiping his longsword. The crack in the sword from the individual competition had been repaired until it was nearly invisible, but the numb shock that Li Ju had sent through his hand still lingered. His teammates were gathered around a tactical map discussing their assignments for the team competition. No one talked to him. The Loose Cultivators Alliance did not fully trust the wildcard entrant. His record was dazzling, but he never trained with his teammates. Whenever tactical discussions began, he simply sat alone in the corner polishing his sword. Xiao Mo did not explain himself. He slid the polished sword back into its sheath, rose, and walked toward the arena entrance. After 2 steps, he stopped, turned back, and said one complete sentence to his teammates: Qingshu sect's outer sect formation. The strongest thing is not individual ability, but coordination. At the other end of the arena, in Qingshu sect's preparation area for the team competition, the outer sect formation was conducting its final tactical review. Zhang Ruoxue was in charge of the defensive layout for the formation. Yi Wuhan refined that layout down to the coordinates of every spatial pattern step. Wu Fanghan was responsible for frontal containment and formation command. Tiniu held the front line, and Li Ju controlled flank defense and monitored the balance of the team's spiritual energy consumption. Lin Chen, the sect master leading the delegation, only asked about the specific formation arrangements for the first time on the night before the team competition. Guard the formation, however you want. Just don't shatter the arena. Zhang Ruoxue was taken aback for half a beat, then spread out the arena map and placed an old formation plate fragment on it. Qingshu sect's outer sect pioneering records of formation studies. The former site of the new spiritual vein in the Forbidden Zone. The formation eye is here. The instant the simulated battlefield activated, hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands held their breath at the same time. Led by Xiao Mo, the 5-member team of the Loose Cultivators Alliance charged in first. His late Immortal King's sword intent split the mist at the center of the battlefield like silver lightning, heading straight for Qingshu sect's formation eye. This strike was faster than any move in his wildcard match recordings. The fine cracks along the blade scraped out dense sparks at extreme speed, and the cold chi of the entire ice field region was scattered by the pressure of an Immortal King's sword. But the formation eye was empty. Qingshu sect had not defended it at all. Instead, they had layered formation pattern trap after trap around it. Each trap had been improvised by Zhang Ruoxue from fragments of old formation plates, costing nothing, yet extremely efficient. Xiao Mo's sword struck only emptiness, and he immediately knew he had fallen into a trap. His Immortal King-level spiritual sense caught the distribution of 5 auras in the mist, but every time he locked onto one, the other 4 shifted instantly to seal off his pursuit route. In front, Fang Han used basic sword moves to draw all attacks against him. In the gaps between sword flashes, Yi Wuhan lit up the spatial pattern links among the formation bases one by one. Tiniu used his sky-splitting axe to cleave the void meteor fragments and stabilize the formation eye. Zhang Ruoxue redecoded the formation eye originally laid out by Kunlun formation masters and redirected it for her own side's use. Li Ju intervened calmly, precisely, keeping every surge of residual energy from the Loose Cultivators Alliance's counterattacks below the safe threshold. When Xiao Mo's sword finally tore through the layers of traps and reached the core of the formation eye, he froze. Planted in the formation eye was a single sword. Su Qingshue's 9 Tribulations sword. The commentary booth fell silent for a moment, then burst into thunderous exclamations. The elders of Kunlun's sacred land, the tournament organizers, fell silent all at once. It was Su Qingshu who at Kunlun's sacred land all those years ago had used this very sword to break the Kunlun heavenly firmament sword formation that Zhang Ruoxue had laid down with everything she had. Now that very sword stood in the team competition's formation eye, its 3 tribulation marks quietly flickering, as if its owner had only stepped away for a moment. Beside the sword lay Dumao tail curled around the formation eye, stone yawning with crackling arcs of lightning at the charging Loose Cultivators. Separating the sword from the formation is not a new trick. Xiao Mo muttered to himself, sheathed his sword, turned around, and signaled to the referee that the Loose Cultivators Alliance conceded. On the void sky wall, Qingshu sect's flawless team competition record began to refresh. The contestant area of the Loose Cultivators Alliance was utterly quiet. They conceded not because they could not fight, but because the opponent had planted a sword there like an open sword manual set on the most prominent shelf. You are welcome to read it any time, but the owner of the book has not yet arrived. Beside Kunlun's satellite exhibition stand outside the arena, a Kunlun disciple slapped his sword heavily on his knee and said this was called respect. Qingshu sect respected every opponent, so they sent their strongest disciple to fight, and also sent a leopard that was still teething to guard the formation eye. Another disciple asked how that had escalated to the heights of philosophy. The first replied that it was not philosophy. It was something Su Qingxue had told them when she broke the Kunlun sword formation back. Then true unity of sword and formation means even a leopard can guard the formation eye for you. After the team competition, the arena entered a brief recess. Su Qingxue pulled the 9 Tribulations sword from the formation eye and slid it back into the sword pattern on her right arm. Damao jumped down from her shoulder, shook the electric arcs off his tail, and ambled back toward the outer sect formation. It no longer seemed as disoriented as when it had first arrived. Having gone through a complete team competition simulation with the outer sect senior brothers, and Li Ju and the others, it was now calculating with a leopard's logic whether it could bring a few extra outer sect junior brothers along on its next long journey. The system settled the rewards in his divine, since the flawless victory mission for the team competition has been settled. The rewards were as follows: 3 team cohesion amplification talismans. They can be bound to the outer sect formation to continuously raise coordination efficiency. With a hidden effect, teammates who have long trained together have a chance to trigger wordless tactical anticipation. Rare item: 1 battle formation resonance stone. Once used, it allows a formation of up to 30 people to share formation eye perception for a short period, suitable for large-scale battles and joint formation operations. There was also a brand new reward atlas, the Myriad Beast Spirit Communion Art. It applies to all of the sect's guardian spirit beasts. When cultivated to great achievement, it allows beasts and designated disciples to directly communicate tactical intentions within line of sight. The system appended a note: this atlas came from that tattered beasthide scroll you happened to win by auction at the market last time. The market owner sent word that the scroll's restoration had been fully completed and that it had been delivered just in time, right before the leopard stepped onto the field. Lin Chen was slicing garlic sprouts in the dining hall. The oil in the wok was already hot. Does Damao know how to read? The Myriad Beast Spirit Communion Art doesn't require literacy. It interacts directly with a beast's sea of consciousness through spiritual energy fluctuations. After the team competition earlier, the cold chi fluctuations in the arena and the formation eye energy analysis data were all collected by the Atlas's built-in spiritual energy fluctuation scan. With Damao's current Thundermark affinity, reaching the entry level would take only 3 training sessions. This afternoon, after crouching beside the formation eye and yawning, it had already begun synchronously sensing the spiritual energy pulses of the formation eye. Lin Chen tipped the garlic sprouts into the wok, and a sizzle sent oil smoke rising. Send the atlas to Bai Qianqian. Also tell Tina Yu, give the new resonance stone to the outer sect formation and paste all 3 team cohesion amplification talismans on the wall of the formation training area. A settlement note popped up on the system's light screen, recorded. Outside the window, Qingshu sect's dusk was as quiet and not quiet as every deep night. The 6 Realms Grand Tournament drew to a close, and the Qingshu sect delegation's record stood an undefeated run in the team competition, the highest combined score in the individual competition, and not a single elimination from the outer sect formation. The host Kunlun Sacred Land moved Qingshu sect's name overnight from the participating sects column to a permanent display in the Grand Tournament's Hall of Honor. Beside it, a special note was added: the only team in this tournament to return with all members safe, leopards included. On the Wujia Bazaar's Void Sky wall, the final statistics continued to loop, but the bazaar's betting system had utterly given up. For every Qingshu sect match, the odds were stuck at that same golden bar. Back-end data showed that throughout the entire tournament, no one had made money betting on Qingshu sect, because everyone had bet on Qingshu sect to win. This was Damao's first time at an event of this scale, yet from beginning to end it had not shown the slightest trace of stage fright. During the team competition, the Void Sky wall kept replaying in slow motion the image of Damao yawning by the formation eye. The Wujia Bazaar even released a limited edition Damao yawning void recording stone on its own initiative, and it was sold out on the very day it went on sale. Bai Qianqian asked the bazaar to buy 2 on her behalf. One she hung beside the rockery as a sect ornament. The other she tucked beneath her tails, saying she would keep it as a family heirloom. Xiaomao made its jealousy unmistakably clear, coiling its tail around Bai Qianqian's ankle and refusing to let go until she promised to bring it along to the next grand tournament. After the tournament, Qingshu sect took a day to rest and regroup. Both the inner and outer branches were handling the aftermath. Yi Wuhan recalibrated and neatly stacked the surplus void formation bases that had been sent back from the arena, while Zhang Ruoxiu led several outer sect formation cultivators in sorting and archiving the broken formation plate fragments beside the training grounds. Lung Yu used her cold energy to freeze several herbs that urgently needed low-temperature storage for Gu, his medicine apprentice, and in passing replaced the Devil Flood Dragon slab of profound ice in the mountain pool behind the hills. The Devil Flood Dragon poked its head out of the water and let out a satisfied gurgle. Now that it could get a new slab of ice every few days, its quality of life was far better than in the swamps of the Devil Realm. Tai Nyo finished his inventory and confirmed that the star trail mark on the heaven-rending axe made when it bumped against the reserve bench was a dent left over from quenching, not a scratch from the arena. After leading the outer sect disciples back to their lodgings, Feng Han and Li Ju examined every one of them. A few disciples had been caught at the edge of the arena by the residual sword intent of Xiao Mo enough to scrape their skin. The two crouched down to apply medicine to them, their movements far more practiced than when they had first become stewards. Lin Chen paid no attention to any of it. Post-match logistics were the steward's business. He only went to the dining hall to cook his own dinner. The team competition was the only matter he had cared to oversee, telling Zhang Ruoxua not to smash the arena to pieces. She had delivered, so he had no further instructions. The system settled the tournament rewards within his spiritual sense. All events of this Six Realms Grand Tournament have concluded. The final record of Qingshu Sect complete victory in the team competition, first in total individual points and 0 eliminations in the outer sect formation. Kunlun Sacred Land has permanently placed your sect's name in the Hall of Honor. Champion rewards are now being distributed. The Realm Lord token has been stored in the sect's treasury. With this token you may exercise one Realm Lord level decision right in any realm of the 6 realms. The Remnant Chaos Tier Cultivation Manual 9 Heaven's Sword Art First Volume has been stored in the Scripture Pavilion. It bears a complementary relationship with the Chaos Sword Art cultivated by Su Qingxue. 2 Saint-grade Spirit Vein Seeds have been placed into your storage ring. Additionally, a rare treasure, the Alchemy Resonance Furnace, has been placed into the Alchemy Hall. Lin Chen looked through his storage ring. The Realm Lord token was a palm-sized token of 6 colors, warm and smooth in the hand, with 6 realm seals slowly flowing across its surface. The Remnant Chaos Tier art was sealed within an ancient sword-shaped jade slip. The Saint-grade Spirit Vein Seed was deeper in color than the Heaven-grade seed planted beside the garlic sprout patch last time. The Alchemy Resonance Furnace was a fist-sized 3-legged cauldron covered with dense resonance inscriptions. As long as it was placed beside the main furnace, disciples assisting with alchemy could use the inscriptions to sense in real time the shifts in heat within the main furnace, greatly reducing the chance of a furnace explosion. For Qingdai and Gu He, this little furnace was more practical than 3 divine-grade alchemy furnaces. Give the furnace to Jiang Yunfan. Tell him it is an auxiliary furnace. If it explodes, he does not need to pay compensation. Lin Chen closed the storage ring. For the Spirit Vein Seeds, plant one in the Spirit Herb Garden and send the other to the Ice Phoenix Sovereign in the northern domain of the Demon Realm. During the last alliance, we promised priority supply of spirit mines and ice-type medicinal herbs to the northern domain. This new spirit vein can shorten the incubation period of her Ice Phoenix clan's chicks by several decades. The system promptly added a delivery order to the quest notes and displayed another unread message. Random quest triggered spirit vein delivery. After receiving the Saint-grade Spirit Vein Seed, the Ice Phoenix Sovereign sent along a batch of ancient cold jade that had vanished from the world for ages, delivered together with the Spirit Vein. At the same time, a new sect construction quest was triggered as the sect's disciple numbers grow. The dormitory quarter needs to be expanded. The supplementary booklet attached to this expansion also contained an extra page, the selection plan for direct disciples of the summoned figures. Yi Guhong's Sword Pavilion, Gu He's Alchemy Hall, and Xingfeng's War Hall each have 1 direct disciple slot. Lin Chen tipped the garlic sprouts on the stove into the cooking pot. With a sizzle, oil smoke rose. Send them the plan to read for themselves. I'm not dealing with it. Meanwhile, Bai Chanqian was crouched on the rockery flipping through the myriad beasts spirit connecting art Lin Chen had given her. This illustrated manual required no literacy. Spiritual energy fluctuations interacted directly with the spiritual seas of demon beasts. She tried tapping the first incantation onto Damao's forehead with the tip of her tail. Damao yawned, crackling with arcs of electricity, then suddenly pricked up its ears and let out a very short awoo towards Xiaomao beneath the rockery. Xiaomao looked back with an awoo of its own, and the 2 leopards traded calls back and forth, their tails wagging faster than ever. All 9 of Bai Chanqian's tails shot upright at once. The myriad beast spirit connecting art had achieved initial mastery. From this day forward, every mountain guarding demon beast of Qingshu sect could use this art to communicate tactical intentions directly with designated disciples within line of sight. In the next team competition, Damao would not need to crouch beside the formation I and yawn. It could simply tell Tai Nyo ambush on the left. In the alchemy hall, Gu He's medicine apprentice was sorting the newly arrived ancient cold jade. The young girl knelt before the herb cabinet in the corner of the alchemy hall, sorting each piece of cold jade by age, purity, and ice attribute spiritual energy content. With an ultra-fine spirit ink brush, she wrote the labels stroke by stroke in the classification script Gu He habitually used. Gu He sat nearby polishing the purple bronze medicine furnace. After watching her for a while, he said 2 words, "Not bad." The medicine apprentice's hand paused. She lowered her head and went on writing, yet her eyes slowly reddened. She knew that Elder Gu He weighed every word. From the mouth of a divine-grade alchemist, those 2 words, "not bad," carried more weight than 800 characters of praise from anyone else. In the direction of the sword pavilion, Yi Guhong's sword heart jade had grown faintly hot. He opened his eyes. Through the sword heart jade, his spiritual sense caught Su Qingshue's current state. She was sitting cross-legged in a meditation room at the contestants' lodgings, the sword intent of the chaos sword art resonating with the Nine Heavens sword art. The chaos sword art cultivated the source of sword intent. The Nine Heavens sword art cultivated the release of sword intent. They sprang from the same root, yet followed different paths. At that moment, the sword inscriptions that the two ancient arts had left on her golden core lit up together. Sword intent diffused soundlessly around her, leaving trails of pale golden sword marks on the walls of the meditation room. She realized the first volumes of the two sword arts could complete each other. Chaos sword intent condensed the core, Nine Heavens sword intent released it outward. The point of balance between gathering and releasing was exactly the direction of perfection she had been seeking. In her little notebook, she wrote, Nine Heavens sword art, first volume complements chaos sword art. Next step, fuse and master them. On the outer sect training field, several Golden Core disciples who had gained enough practical combat experience during the Six Realms Grand Tournament came forward one by one to collect their heart-mind breakthrough cards. Lung Yu's card was handed to her personally by Qing Dai, who only said, the profound ice cave behind the Ice Frost Pavilion is suitable for a quiet breakthrough. Lung Yu nodded, took the card, and walked into the profound ice cave behind the Ice Frost Pavilion, where she sat down cross-legged. The natal true feather of the Ice Phoenix ancestor floated before her, and the bottleneck at the peak of Golden Core began to loosen. Tai Nyo stood guard outside the cave with the heaven-rending axe on his shoulder, the star trail patterns on its blade glinting faintly in the night. Meanwhile, the aftershocks of the Six Realms Grand Tournament were still spreading. On the Void Sky Wall's individual competition rankings, Fong Han's post-tournament win rate was still climbing steadily. Xiao Mo sat in a corner of the rogue cultivator's rest area, sliding his polished longsword back into its sheath. His gaze drifted toward the direction of the Qingshu sect lodgings outside the window. The lights there were still burning. After the Six Realms Grand Tournament ended, the loose cultivator alliance's contestant area was more than half empty. Most independent cultivators had come for the prize money in the first place. Once they finished their matches and collected their spirit stones, they left without lingering. Xiao Mo did not linger either, but he did not go far. He stood all night on the mountain road outside the Qingshu sect encampment. Early the next morning, Li Ju spotted him while leading the morning drills. This late-stage Immortal King independent cultivator wore a deep gray war robe that had been washed pale. His longsword was planted in the ground at his side, and morning dew had soaked his shoulders and the tips of his hair. He had stood outside the Qingshu sect encampment for an entire night without knocking or calling out. He was simply waiting. When Li Ju asked what he wanted, he said he wished to see Su Qingxue. Li Ju stared at him for a moment, confirmed that he had not come to settle a grudge, then turned and went inside to report. When Su Qingxue came out, the Nine Tribulations sword was still resting in the sword mark on her right arm. She had just finished her morning sword practice, sweat still beading at her temples, and her training sleeves rolled up to her elbows. Seeing Xiao Mo standing in the dawn mist with dew all over his shoulders, she tilted her head slightly, then stepped aside from the doorway. Come in and sit. The spirit rice porridge in the dining hall is still warm. The moment Xiao Mo stepped through the main gate of the Qingshu sect encampment, his Immortal King-level spiritual perception began taking in every detail of his surroundings. On the training ground, outer disciples were doing morning practice. A peaked Golden Core body cultivator carrying a heaven-splitting axe was correcting the horse stance posture of a new disciple. Beside the rear mountain pool, a spirit transformation stage demon flood dragon had rested its head on a rock by the bank, its tail tip swaying lazily in the water. On the rockery, two half-grown thunder-pattern leopards were communicating through the spiritual power fluctuations used by demon beasts' mouths, going AO woo, tails wagging even more eagerly than dogs. A gold-red phoenix was perched on the pill hall roof. Its dark gold pupils narrowed slightly as they swept over him, then it turned back to preen the down feathers beneath its wings. None of that was what shocked him most. What shocked him most was seeing the sect master of Qingshu sect standing before a stove locked in a struggle with a plate of spirit garlic. Lin Chen held a garlic clove in one hand and a small knife in the other. The cuffs of his moon-white robe were stained with oil and his apron was tied crookedly. He nudged an extremely small pale green spot on the garlic clove with the knife tip in a tone caught between annoyance and self-justification system. This green spot is normal physiological metabolism, as you said last time. But today is the fourth day. The green area has neither expanded nor shrunk. Didn't you say it would show dynamic changes? Post, what this system said was that the physiological state of a plant is dynamic. But being dynamic does not mean it changes every day. This green spot happens to be in a period of metabolic stasis, neither expanding nor shrinking, which is exactly the spirit garlic's way of repairing itself. This system advises the host not to obsess over that green spot. Let the spirit garlic complete its own physiological rhythm. Also a reminder, there is a guest at the door. Lin Chen turned around and saw Xiao Mo standing in the doorway, still holding the garlic. He sized up the other man's late immortal king cultivation and washed pale deep gray war robe, then raised his chin loose cultivator alliance. Sit. The spirit rice porridge is still warm. Xiao Mo sat down across from Lin Chen. Su Qingxue brought over a bowl of spirit rice porridge, a plate of steamed egg custard, 2 spirit wheat cakes, and a small dish of chi-replenishing pickled vegetables made by Qing Dai. As she set the tray down in front of Xiao Mo, she said, out of habit, eat the egg custard while it's hot. It smells fishy once it cools. Xiao Mo lowered his eyes to the steaming bowl of custard. He had cultivated alone for thousands of years and had been in fasting cultivation for just as long. He could no longer remember when someone had last served him breakfast. He picked up the spoon, took a mouthful of the egg custard, and put it into his mouth, hot, tender, and faintly salty. It was exactly the same as the bowl his mother had steamed for him thousands of years ago before he had entered fasting cultivation. He kept his head down and ate spoonful after spoonful until the entire bowl was clean. Xiao Mo set the empty bowl on the table and asked only one question, his voice low and hoarse. Su Qingxue, there is a very faint gray in your sword intent. It cannot be said to be unrelated to Yi Guhong's concealed sword Dao, rather it comes from the same lineage. But within it there is another, even fainter trace. Whose sword intent is that? Su Qingxue put down her chopsticks. No one had ever asked her this question. Yi Guhong would not ask, because he was the one involved. Lin Chen would not ask, because he already knew everything. Her junior brothers and junior sisters would not ask, because they had not reached the level of perception needed to sense that sword intent. This independent cultivator before her shared no history with her, yet he had read from her sword intent a detail she herself had nearly overlooked. She was silent for a moment, then answered seriously, senior sister. At our first meeting you looked at me and said, you resemble her. That gray sword intent is Elder Ye's concealed sword Dao. The fainter trace you mentioned should be my own. I have never known her, but if she is still alive I would like to invite her to tea. Xiao Mo said nothing. He had cultivated alone for thousands of years, and had seen countless sword cultivators, yet no one had ever been able to touch the core of a sword intent inheritance as early as the golden core stage. He had been waiting all this time for a sword cultivator to whom he could willingly acknowledge that his legacy had a successor, and now he had found one. He stood up, unbound the long sword from his side, and laid it across the edge of the table in its scabbard, the most solemn apprenticeship salute among independent cultivators. There was no kneeling, no kowtow. He simply placed the sword on the table with the hilt facing Su Qingxue. Xiao Mo, late stage immortal king, independent cultivator, no sect, and no school. I wish to enter Qingshu sect and begin as an outer disciple. The dining hall fell silent for a brief moment. Lin Chen picked up a chopstick full of garlic sprout stir-fried meat, chewed, set down his chopsticks, and said, take him under Su Qingshue's tutelage. From today he would be an outer disciple of Qingshu sect, directly supervised by senior disciple Su Qingxue. From now on you do not have to cultivate a single path only. The blade arts of the war hall, the furnaces of the pill hall, the ancient texts of the sword pavilion, you may go anywhere you wish. Xiao Mo nodded in acceptance. Lin Chen then tapped the edge of the table with the tail end of his chopsticks, and said in a light tone, just now why did you think you would be driven away? Did you think Qingshu sect would refuse to let you in because you crossed hands with my disciple? Or did you think Qingshu sect's places were limited? Xiao Mo turned the sword that had accompanied him for millennia half a circle on the tabletop, watching the morning light outside the dining hall reflect along its blade, then spoke his worry honestly. He had cultivated alone for thousands of years, and had never joined any sect. No sect, no school, no teacher, no friend. He had assumed sects did not accept solitary cultivators, especially not a solitary cultivator who had fought a disciple of the sect on the tournament stage. The system interjected through his spiritual sense at the same moment, this man is even worse at reading the room than you. But his sword intent is exceptionally pure. If you take him in the war hall's formation drills, can save a set of high-rank sparring puppets. Also, a hidden quest has been triggered. Solitary cultivator returns to the sect. An independent cultivator with no sect or school after cultivating alone for thousands of years enters a sect for the first time. Quest rewards 1 immortal sword heart pill, which after consumption can help a sword cultivator reshape the foundation of his sword heart, perfectly fitting the upper limit of an outer disciple. 1 set of sword formation analysis modules for the alchemy resonance furnace, which can assist the sword elder in deciphering fragmentary ancient sword formations, and 1 sect prestige amplification talisman. Qingshu sect's 6-realm prestige has entered full list locking mode, and this talisman can directly raise an outer disciple's sense of belonging to maximum. All 3 items along with the furnace and the sword formation modules can be put into storage now. Lin Chen pushed Xiao Mo's sword half an inch back toward him, and told him that the only people Qingshu sect refused were those whose character was deficient. You have not let go of your sword in thousands of years. Your character has long been tempered through. Xiao Mo lowered his head and slowly turned the sword hilt half a circle. The morning dew on the tassel left an extremely fine wet trace against the table edge. The system quietly added another jab. Host, your chicken soup is even thicker than his sword intent. After breakfast, the system sent the immortal sword heart pill to the pill hall in a small jade bottle. Pale gold sword patterns flowed over the surface of the pill. Zhang Yunfan picked it up, looked at it against the light, and handed it to Gu He. Gu He tapped the bottle lightly with his fingernail, listened to the sound, and said 2 words: approved. Beside them, the medicine boy was adding age identification labels to the newly arrived batch of ancient cold jade. When he heard Gu He say approved, he looked up at the jade bottle, then lowered his head, and continued writing his record stroke by stroke. Qing Dai received the sword formation analysis module that came with the alchemy resonance furnace. Its surface was carved with dense formation patterns, and it fit seamlessly into the furnace's interface. She looked at it for a moment, then set the module beside the workbench and told Zhang Yunfan that from now on the pill hall could refine pills, and the sword pavilion could analyze ancient sword formation fragments at the same time without having to borrow it back and forth. Zhang Yunfan's eyes lit up. Tai Niu strode in carrying the heaven-splitting axe. The sword formation module had to be installed beside the pill hall's flame-gathering formation, and he was in charge of cutting the slot. He carefully examined the spiritual energy circuits between the module interface and the flame-gathering formation's base, confirmed the angle was correct, and brought the axe down, leaving a precise Star Trek positioning groove in the pill hall floor. The Fire Phoenix crouched on a rack supervising the entire process. Only after Zhang Yunfan had fitted the module smoothly into the groove did it let out a short cry, meaning barely acceptable. Gu He's medicine boy stood on tiptoe and placed the newly refined ice heart pills and the first batch of leopard paw print rubbings of the myriad beast spirit communication art on the top shelf of the medicine cabinet, then wrote the archive number neatly on the label with an extremely fine spirit ink brush. The Mao and Xiao Mao crouched at the door of the pill hall, discussing the quality of the leopard paw print rubbing with AO woo sounds. Xiao Mao felt he had stamped half a paw crooked, and De Mao patted his head with its tail. Bai Qianqian followed behind, and placed a scroll of draft illustrations on Lin Chen's desk, saying that this morning De Mao had taken the initiative to use the myriad beast spirit communication art to say 3 sentences to a spirit dove passing outside the mountain gate to the effect of, "This place is safe, you may rest here, but don't touch the jerky on the rockery." Lin Chen thought for a moment, and asked whether the spirit dove had touched the jerky. Bai Qianqian said it had not. It was sensible enough to peck up a few spirit wheat cake crumbs that had fallen on the ground and fly away. That same afternoon, Yi Guhong's sword heart jade grew faintly warm. He opened his eyes on the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion, and his spiritual sense crossed the sect's mountains and waters, coming to rest by the rear mountain pool. Su Qingxue and Xiao Mo were practicing swordplay against each other. It was not the all-out sword duel of a match. It was teaching. Su Qingxue's 9 tribulation sword stood in the stone platform by the pool, its 3 layers of tribulation markings quietly flickering. She traced in the air with her fingers, explaining to Xiao Mo one by one the complementary paths she had distilled from the Chaos Sword Art and the 9 Heavens Sword Art. Xiao Mo was a late-stage immortal king, far higher in cultivation than she was, but he held his sword and listened with utter seriousness. This man who had cultivated alone for thousands of years now sat cross-legged under the identity of a Qingshu sect outer disciple, his sword laid across his knees, completely humbling himself. On the 3rd day after Xiao Mo joined Qingshu sect, an urgent message from the netherworld shattered the tranquility of the Forbidden Zone. The message had not come through normal sect channels. It had torn open a rift in the void, and with a streak of yellow springs, baleful chi forcibly anchored itself to the guest welcome formation plate outside Qingshu sect's mountain gate. That formation plate was an obsolete one that Lin Chen had personally placed at the gate after the mountain protecting grand formation was upgraded. It had been put there purely for looks. He never expected anyone to actually use it to send a distress signal. The yellow springs baleful chi coalesced on the formation plate into a black soul crystal the size of a fingernail. Sealed within the crystal was an extremely faint wisp of remnant soul fluctuation. This soul crystal message art was a secret technique exclusive to the Netherworld royal family. The caster had to pay with a wisp of their own soul, carving the message into the soul crystal. If the soul crystal was not received within 7 days of leaving the body, the remnant soul would disperse on its own, and the caster would suffer permanent damage to their soul. The soul force of this crystal outside Qingshu sect's mountain gate had dimmed until it was almost invisible. The lingering spiritual energy imprint on it showed that more than 7 days had already passed. By the time Su Qingxue received Bai Qianqian's report and arrived at the mountain gate, Xingfeng was already using his blade intent to carefully hold the soul crystal aloft in midair. This war god at the late Immortal Emperor stage had for once set aside his usual boisterous manner. His blade intent was as gentle as if he were holding a withered leaf that could crumble at any moment. Netherworld royal family aura. Yi Guhong had somehow arrived as well. The gray-robed swordsman walked over from the direction of the sword pavilion, looked down at the soul crystal, and lightly tapped the sheath of bumming. A yellow springs Dao body. The owner of this soul crystal is an extremely rare yellow springs Dao body, naturally attuned to the laws of reincarnation, able to guide the dead and purify baleful chi. Even among the Netherworld royal family, such a constitution is seen only once in a millennium. The remnant soul fluctuation inside the crystal is already too faint to be distinguished. If we delay any longer, it will utterly dissipate. Su Qingxue reached out. The soul crystal grew faintly warm in her palm. She closed her eyes. The sword intent perception of her chaos sword body read a broken image from the soul crystal. Inside it, a tall man in black dragon robes smashed a coiling dragon pillar with a single palm strike, while a young woman in netherworld royal garments stood protectively in front of a 12 or 13-year-old girl. The girl was bound by chains at the edge of the reincarnation while telling the woman shielding her, "Don't worry about me." She could vaguely hear the girl declaring loudly that she was not afraid of having her soul scattered and that she still had not found the mountain gate of Qingshu sect. Su Qingshue's sword intent trembled slightly. That extremely faint wisp of gray within her sword intent, Yi Guhong's hidden sword Dao, resonated with the weak remnant soul in the crystal. Then she heard the name. She cupped the soul crystal in her palm, looked up at Li Ju guarding the mountain gate, and said, "Go to the dining hall and inform the master. There's news of the new disciple." In the dining hall, Lin Chen was cutting garlic sprouts. The fourth crop had grown wonderfully, sturdier than the first three, and each cut made a crisp rhythmic sound. On the stove were a batch of new rewards just issued by the system. A branch spirit marrow extending from the spiritual vein seed, a pill furnace residual heat recovery formation plate, specialized for purifying medicinal materials, and a jade slip inscribed with a simplified version of ancient formation patterns. According to the system, this last item could serve as supplementary teaching material for Jiang Ruoxue's sword formation class. Without looking up at Li Ju's report, he brought the back of the knife down on a garlic clove with a crisp crack. Where is she? The netherworld. A yellow springs Dao body imprisoned beneath the reincarnation well. Lin Chen swept the crushed garlic cloves into a bowl, washed his hands, and untied his apron, hanging it by the stove. As he pushed open the door and walked out of the dining hall, the soul crystal outside the mountain gate dissolved in Su Qingshue's palm into one last wisp of pale black residual smoke. The wisp of smoke coalesced in midair into an extremely faint image, chains of withered black clouds, and the blurred figure of a young girl. The image vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a faint ripple of spiritual power before dispersing. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze. He said he would personally go to the netherworld to bring her back, and that Su Qingxue would have full authority to arrange the accompanying party. Su Qingxue acknowledged the order, then turned to instruct junior brother Shenrang, a mid-golden core disciple personally taught by Elder Yi with steady sword intent. Since this was his first time training outside the Forbidden Zone, it would be a good chance for him to see the wider world. She also warned Damao not to eat random things. Things in the netherworld carried heavy yin energy. Last time Damao had fetched a shard of dark spirit crystal and had to brush his teeth for a full hour. Damao's ears drooped, then perked up again. A quest window popped up in Lin Chen's divine sense, triggered disciple recruitment, quest Yellow Springs conduction. Quest description: the Netherworld Emperor has used the soul-locking chains to imprison the new Yellow Springs Dao body in the 9th level of the reincarnation, while intending to use a forbidden formation to extract the source power of the Yellow Springs Dao body and extend the lifespan of the Netherworld royal family. The prisoner is a 13-year-old girl whose background is exactly like Su Qingshue's back then. Orphan, wandering the netherworld, and imprisoned after the Yellow Springs Dao body awakened and drew the Netherworld Emperor's attention. Her only wish is to find the mountain gate of Qingshu sect. Quest requirements: personally go to the reincarnation well in the netherworld, remove the soul-locking chains, and defeat the Netherworld Emperor and his guardians. Quest rewards: 1 Chaos Grade Cultivation Art, the Yellow Springs Reincarnation Scripture, 1 Chaos Immortal Artifact, the Yellow Springs Staff, a 1 Physique Awakening Pill, 1 Character Summoning Card, and 5 Heart-Mind Breakthrough Cards. Bonus rare items: 1 Saint Grade Spiritual Vein Seed, and 1 10,000-year Netherworld Reincarnation Purple Lotus. This lotus grows in the depths of the 9th level of the reincarnation well. It flowers once 1,000 years and bears seeds once 1,000 years. Its seeds can be used as the main ingredient for refining the 9-turn soul-reviving pill, its petals can purify demonic, baleful chi, and its roots can repair damaged souls. Only 3 such lotuses exist in all 6 realms. One has already withered in the Netherworld Emperor's treasury, and another sits in an auction display case in the boundless market with an astronomical price. It is recommended that the host also bring back the purple lotus while rescuing the target. It is right there at the bottom of the well, anyway. What cultivation stage is the Netherworld Emperor? Early Immortal Sovereign. He has 4 great guardians under his command, all at peak Immortal King. The Netherworld Emperor himself does not rank in the top 20 in combat across the 6 realms, but his soul-locking chains are a primordial relic specifically deadly to souls, and naturally suppress the Yellow Springs Dao body. To the host, though, those soul-locking chains are no different from a piece of hemp rope. That's all. Host, you are at the great perfection of the Immortal Emperor stage. The Netherworld Emperor, his 4 guardians, and the entire Netherworld royal family combined cannot withstand a single slap from you. That earthworm you left behind when you flattened the Demon Emperor Palace last time is still standing upright at the edge of the palm print. This system suggests that the host try a different style this time. The Netherworld is, after all, a place centered on souls and reincarnation. Why not first remove the soul-locking chains, let the Netherworld Emperor watch helplessly as his ace turns into a pile of scrap metal, and then decide whether to fight? Lin Chen did not answer. He reached out and tore open a spatial rift in the void. Beyond the rift stretched a gray plain devoid of sunlight. The breath of the Netherworld poured out from the rift, cold, damp, laced with faint, almost imperceptible wails of souls. Without looking back, he stepped into the rift. Su Qingxue Shen rang, and a Mao followed close behind. Netherworld 9th level of the reincarnation well. The feeling of the soul-locking chains wrapped around her body was like countless ice needles stabbing into her soul at once. Every chain was covered with dense, soul-devouring runes, ceaselessly drawing the source power of her yellow springs Dao body from her body and sending it to the altar above the well. Every day the man in black dragon robes by the well's edge came once, stood at the well, looked down at her for a moment, and said to the guardian beside him, almost there. She did not know how long she had been imprisoned. At the bottom of the well there was no sunrise or moonrise, only endless gray mist and the cold touch of the soul-locking chains. She only remembered that on the day she was thrown in, her sister had stood in front of her and was struck by the Netherworld Emperor's palm against the stone wall of the reincarnation well. Her sister was the youngest elder among the Netherworld royal family's branch line, an early immortal lord, and had turned against the Netherworld Emperor to protect her and adopted younger sister. She did not know whether her sister had survived that strike. She only remembered her sister turning back for one last glance and mouthing 3 words, Qingshu sect. She had heard of Qingshu sect. While wandering the Netherworld, she had heard scattered cultivators who fled back from the human realm say that deep within the Forbidden Zone there was a sect that could reduce even the Demon Emperor Palace to ashes with a single slap. She had also heard from traveling merchants of the demon realm that the sect's senior disciple was named Su Qingxue, a chaos sword body, who at 12 had challenged a spirit transformation flood dragon with her sword. She had wanted to go find that sect, but she was captured by the Netherworld Emperor's people before she could. The ice needles of the soul-locking chains stabbed another inch deeper. She clenched her teeth and swallowed the muffled groan back down her throat. Suddenly the soul-locking chains stopped. They had not loosened, they had simply stopped. The instant that bone-piercing, soul-devouring curse power touched her soul, it was gently brushed aside by an extremely faint and soft sword intent. That sword intent was not domineering. It merely swept quietly around her, and wherever it passed the runes on the chains dimmed all at once. She jerked her head up toward the well mouth. At the end of the gray mist a glimmer of light had appeared sometime without her noticing. A lazy voice drifted down from above the reincarnation well, as casual as if he were asking what was for dinner. Almost there. Do you mean the girl's yellow springs Dao body has not yet been drained dry, or that your life is almost about to be smacked out of existence by me? A warm hand pressed firmly on her shoulder. She opened her eyes. Through the mist and chains a young woman's face came into view. Moon-white Taoist robe, a sword pattern faintly visible on her right arm, and eyes so bright they seemed out of place in the dark well. In fact, her presence alone seemed to make the gray mist recede a little. It was Su Qingxue, the senior disciple of Qingshu sect who had challenged a spirit transformation flood dragon at 12. The legend she had heard countless times in the Netherworld. And now she was right in front of her, one hand on her shoulder, the other holding the legendary 9 Tribulations sword wrapped in 3 bands of tribulation patterns. Don't be afraid, Su Qingxue said. 2 words in exactly the same tone she used to comfort her junior brothers and sisters. Then she swept her sword, and the soul-locking chains snapped at the sound. Above the well the Netherworld Emperor's furious roar pierced through the gray mist. Who dares trespass in the reincarnation well? The pressure of an early immortal sovereign bore down like black clouds, sending the gray mist of the entire while churning violently. Then a blade light descended from even higher up. Extremely light, extremely faint, extremely casual, like someone idly swinging a knife out the window while eating breakfast. The blade light cut through the black clouds, through the immortal sovereign's pressure, through the 9-fold nether armor, shielding the Netherworld Emperor, and shattered the altar beneath his feet. The Netherworld Emperor fell from the sky and slammed heavily into the mud at the edge of the reincarnation well. This monarch, who had presided over the laws of reincarnation in the Netherworld for tens of thousands of years, landed face first in the thickest patch of mud by the well's edge, the residue left by wronged souls whose source power had been drained by the soul-locking chains over the years. A dignified early immortal sovereign, his altar smashed by a single strike, unable even to see his attacker's shadow, had slammed face down into the mud pit of wronged souls he himself had created. At the bottom of the well the girl, curled among the broken chains, stared blankly through the mist at the sky light filtering down from above. She remembered the words her sister had said that day, Qingshu sect, and suddenly smiled. Su Qingxue leaned down from amid the broken chains looking at her, and smiled too. What's your name? My name is Xiaocha. Xiaocha. I am Su Qingxue, a senior disciple of Qingshu sect. From today on you are my junior sister. At the edge of the reincarnation, well, Shun Rang sat cross-legged on the Netherworld Emperor's back. This personal disciple of the Sword Pavilion at Mid-Golden Core was on his first training trip outside the Forbidden Zone. Right now he was pressing down on an immortal sovereign's head, with a blank face, his sword case resting across his knees. The Netherworld Emperor's face was pressed into the mud, and every struggle only filled his mouth with more of it, producing gurgling bubbles. Shenrang looked down at him, and said in a tone as flat as reciting today's cafeteria menu, "Don't move. The sect master hasn't given the order yet." Lin Chen walked over from the edge of the reincarnation, while crouched down, and looked at the Netherworld Emperor's one eye exposed above the mud. His tone was as calm as if he were discussing with Li Ju in the dining hall why today's garlic sprouts had grown another inch. He said that not long ago the Ji family had stumbled in a similar way. They had brought several warships to ram the Forbidden Zone, and in the end they lost all their formation manuals and had to replant dozens of spirit trees. But at least Ji Wudao did not smash his face into the mud. He pressed on his knees and stood up, then casually told Shenrang to drag the Netherworld Emperor out and flatten him. The laws of reincarnation in the Netherworld would remain, but from today on someone else would sit on the Netherworld Emperor's throne. From now on the Yellow Springs Dao body belongs to Qingshu sect. Whoever wants to extend their lifespan should cultivate merit on their own. Whoever covets this girl's source power again can go be neighbors with the Demon Emperor Palace. As for this mess, the Punishment Hall's roster should be due for a change of dynasty as well. Deep in the mud of the 9th level of the reincarnation, while an extremely faint ray of light seeped through to the bottom. There the 10,000-year reincarnation Purple Lotus, one of only 3 in all 6 realms, sat quietly rooted beside the deepest fissure at the bottom of the well. Its petals shimmered with a soft purple-golden glow in the gray mist. Shenrang gently used his sword case to dig out the purple lotus roots and mud intact, and handed it to senior sister Su Qingxue. She in turn placed it in Xiaocha's palm. Xiaocha looked down at the purple lotus. She could no longer remember how many days and nights she had spent alone beneath the soul-locking chains, but now the lotus's roots were quietly curling around her fingertips. "Consider this your disciple-taking gift. Xiaocha, it's time to go home." When Xiaocha was carried out from the bottom of the reincarnation well by Su Qingxue, her whole body was as light as a bundle of withered firewood. The soul-locking chains had bound her for far too long, draining the origin of her Yellow Springs Dao body down to a thin, shallow layer. Her spiritual energy was so depleted that she did not even have the strength to cry. But she did not cry. From the bottom of the well to the ground, from the Netherworld to the Forbidden Zone, she kept her eyes fixed on the faintly visible sword mark on Su Qingxue's right arm. 3 colored patterns entwined around a small black sword, flickering on and off in the flowing light as they crossed the void. She remembered what her elder sister had once told her: the sword mark of Qingshu sect's senior disciple was alive. A triple seal of thunder tribulation, fire tribulation, and sword tribulation, each layer earned through genuine near-death battles. Now that sword mark was right before her eyes, less than a foot away. "Senior sister, your sword mark really is alive." Her voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping across a wooden board. Su Qingxue looked down at her and smiled. The smile was exactly the same one Lin Chen had worn when he carried her out of the ruined temple back then. Once you're well, I'll teach you how to use sword intent to sense it." The void rift from the Netherworld to the Forbidden Zone closed slowly behind Lin Chen. He was holding a small cloth pouch. Inside were several things scavenged from the Netherworld Emperor's treasury: 10,000-year-old reincarnation, purple lotus seeds from the Netherworld, and a stack of miscellaneous ancient scrolls the Netherworld Emperor had casually tossed into a corner of his vault. The news that the bearer of the Yellow Springs Dao body had been imprisoned had just begun to spread, and all the major powers of the Netherworld were watching from the sidelines. No one dared to block the return path of Qingshu sect. Yi Guhong stood in the shadows beside the sect gate, his gray robes melting into the twilight. Shenrang was the last to step out of the void rift, cradling the sword case in his arms. His footsteps were steady, and his sword intent was as quiet as ever. He walked over to his master and performed a sword cultivator's salute. Yi Guhong gave a slight nod, and bumming gave a soft tremor in its sheath. That was the highest form of praise Yi Guhong had. Shenrang understood the meaning and withdrew to stand behind his master, still holding the sword case. He remembered the thick, sticky mud he had felt when he sat on the Netherworld Emperor's back beside the reincarnation well, and decided that he would wash the sword case a few more times once they returned. Bai Qianqian had long been waiting inside the sect gate. Her medical expertise was second only to Qingdai's throughout Qingshu sect. Before Su Qingxue even brought Xiaocha back, she had already prepared the medicine chest, hot water, spirit spring water, and clean bandages. The soul-returning decoction personally prepared by Qingdai was kept warm on the medicine stove, and not a single spirit medicine for replenishing lost origin was missing. 2 small thunder-veined leopards crouched beside the medicine chest, their tail tips rising at the same time. They had caught the residual Yellow Springs' baleful aura on Xiaocha. Move. Don't block me while I change her dressings." Bai Qianqian used her tails to brush Demao and Xiaomao aside, all 9 tails working at once. 2 tails held the medicine chest, 2 tails unscrewed the medicine bottle caps, 2 tails held clean cloths soaked in spirit spring water, and the remaining 3 tails gently wiped the chain marks on Xiaocha's arms. Demao, who had been pushed aside, let out a dissatisfied wool. But after seeing Xiao Cha's face pale almost to the point of transparency, he quietly lay back down and rested his head on his front paws. Beside him, Xiao Mao gently brushed Xiao Cha's fingers with the tip of her tail. An extremely thin, extremely faint thunder mark jumped on her fingertip. It did not hurt, only tingled softly, as if saying, "Don't be afraid." Xiao Cha's elder sister rushed over from the netherworld. While her younger sister had been imprisoned, she had been running through every corner of the netherworld seeking any force that might be able to save Xiao Cha, until the news that the netherworld emperor had been struck into the mud by a single slash of Xingfeng's blade spread throughout the netherworld. When she arrived post-haste at the Forbidden Zone, she stood for an entire night in front of the welcome array plate outside Qingshu sect's gate, giving Li Ju a fright. The last person who had stood outside the sect gate all night was Xiao Mo. Xiao Cha saw her sister, her lips trembled, and she called out, "Sister." Only then did her eyes finally turn red. The tears she had held back through the whole journey finally burst out the moment she saw her sister safe and sound. She buried her face in her sister's arms, her shoulders shaking violently. Bai Qianqian quietly moved the medicine chest aside and used all 9 tails to block the watching leopards, flood dragons, and phoenixes outside the folding screen. For once, the fire phoenix did not complain about the racket. It simply perched on the eaves and tucked its head under its wing. The system settled the rewards for the disciple recruitment task, and a row of items appeared one by one on the light screen. Disciple recruitment task: Yellow Springs Crossing complete. Rewards: 1 Chaos Grade Cultivation Method, the Yellow Springs Reincarnation Art, 1 Chaos Immortal Artifact, the Yellow Springs Staff, a 1 Physique Awakening Pill, 1 Character Summoning Card, and 5 Mental Realm Breakthrough Cards. All have been deposited into the storage ring. Rare items: 1 Complete 10,000 Year Reincarnation Purple Lotus Plant, and 7 Lotus Seeds. All have been handed over to the Alchemy Chamber, and Gu He is already preparing to refine the 9 Revolving Soul Returning Pill. As an additional gift, a fragmentary set of ancient Yellow Springs array charts sorted from the miscellaneous pile in the Netherworld Emperor's treasury can be entered into the Scripture Pavilion for use in sword array lessons. Back in the dining hall, Lin Chen found the wok on the stove still warm. He tied on his apron, tossed the last handful of garlic sprouts into the wok, and as the oil smoke rose with a sizzle, crushed the newly acquired character summoning card between his fingers. The card turned into a very faint grayish-white light at his fingertips. Where the light landed, an old man with snow-white hair and beard appeared at the door of the dining hall. The old man wore the regulation Dharma robe of the Reincarnation Hall of the Netherworld, but the Netherworld emblem on the robe had been erased by his own hand, leaving only a blank circular imprint. Early Immortal Venerable Stage. Former Hall Master of the Netherworld's Reincarnation Hall, missing for over several thousand years, he had now returned to the world as a summoned character of Qingshu sect. This old man's surname is Meng. Just call me Old Meng. What work has the sect master arranged? Lin Chen told Old Meng to report to the punishment hall, saying that there was still a prison hall captive whose cultivation had fallen to the spirit transformation stage locked in the dungeon, plus the Netherworld Emperor, who had just been picked out of the mud, and a set of primordial array runes whose rules were even more overbearing than the heavens. Old Meng put down his teacup and thought for a moment, then asked whether the Netherworld Emperor was being held in the Netherworld or in Qingshu sect. Lin Chen replied that he was locked in Qingshu sect's dungeon with the same treatment as the prison hall captive, stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat. Old Meng pondered for a while what stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat was. Lin Chen said it was on the cafeteria menu, and anyone who had made mistakes could get a serving. Old Meng nodded and said that was better than the prison food of the Netherworld. The Netherworld dungeon was so damp that it did not even have hot soup. From outside the window came Li Ju's commands, leading the new disciples in their morning run, along with the sound of orderly footsteps. Old Meng listened for a moment, then asked how good the soundproofing was in the dungeon. Lin Chen said that once the dining hall stove was lit, nothing could be heard. Old Meng said that was fine, so he would go report to the dungeon. Before leaving, he did not forget to praise that the stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat smelled good, far better than the cold and gloomy meals of the Reincarnation Hall in the past. Early the next morning, Gu He's medicine attendant gathered all the ingredients for the 9 revolving soul-returning pill according to the prescription Qingdai had written. She took out the ancient pill furnace fragments that Gu He had brought back from the boundless market from the innermost medicine cabinet in the alchemy chamber and carefully placed each fragment back in order according to its age and material. Zhang Yunfan opened the supplementary Ancient Yellow Springs Array Chart fragment, copied out the spiritual circuits that connected to the fire-gathering array, and put them into the sword array analysis module of the alchemical resonance furnace. The dense array patterns on the module's surface soon began to resonate with the purple lotus seed. In the crystal dish, the seed grew slightly warm, and faint purple-gold light rippled outward in ring after ring like a tiny heart beginning to awaken. Gu He pressed his left hand on the purple copper pill furnace, and with 2 fingers of his right hand picked a single lotus seed from the seed pod and cast it into the furnace. A divine-grade alchemical flame held the seed steadily at a very low temperature, allowing the medicinal properties of the reincarnation purple lotus to unfold layer by layer in the furnace fire. A spiritual herb that bloomed once in 1,000 years and seeded once in 1,000 years did not need a violent blaze. What it lacked was a long enough wait. Gui's alchemical flame burned unhurriedly, and the old callus-like markings on the surface of the purple copper pill furnace flickered in the firelight. The entire alchemy chamber was so quiet that the only sound was the soft whispering of flames licking the furnace wall. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue sat beside the mountain pool in the back hills. The complementary routes she had sorted out from the Chaos Sword Scripture and the Nine Heavens Sword Scripture spread across her knees. Xiao Mo sat on the rock opposite her, his long sword laid across his knees, eyes closed as he listened to her explain the direction of sword intent. He needed to reorganize the sword intent foundation he had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years around the Yellow Springs reincarnation art, and Su Qingshua's notes happened to provide a concrete reference. As she incorporated the Yellow Springs Tao body into the training plan for the Yellow Springs reincarnation art, the awakening level of her own Chaos Sword body was also rising steadily. The Fire Phoenix crouched on the roof of the alchemy chamber, its dark golden eyes fixed on the mountain pool, its tail feathers trembling slightly in the shimmering waves. By Qianqian's message, Jade suddenly lit up. It was a reply from the Ice Phoenix Emperor of the Northern Domain. The Saint-grade Spirit Vein seed had been delivered to the Northern Domain, and with the reply came a batch of ancient cold jade that had been extinct for many years, among them a natal true feather shed by an ancestor of the Ice Phoenix clan. Lung Yu slowly opened her eyes in the profound ice cave in the back hills. The bottleneck at the peak of Golden Core was on the verge of loosening, and the natal true feather sent by the Ice Phoenix Emperor perfectly matched the cold foundation of the Ice Frost Pavilion. Tai Nyo stood guard at the cave entrance, the heaven-splitting axe on his shoulder, the star track patterns on its blade glowing faintly in the night. Lin Chen was watering the garlic sprouts in the backyard when the system suddenly flashed a line of text: host, the person sent by the Jiang family to negotiate the exchange of the old array plates has already arrived in Sungyan City. Jiang Ruoxua asked whether this batch of array plates had enough cracks. Her junior apprentice brothers and sisters were already impatient to begin repairing them. Lin Chen put the water ladle back into the bucket and said, tell Li Ju to go receive them. Have the outer sect dining hall add extra dishes. On the 7th day after the reincarnation violet lotus was placed into the furnace, the 9 revolutions soul-returning elixir was complete. Not 1 pill, but 7 in full. He refined all 7 lotus seeds taken from the seed pod. Not 1 more, not 1 less. Into 9 revolutions soul-returning elixirs. The divine-grade alchemist's hands were terrifyingly steady. The 7 elixirs took shape in succession within the purple bronze furnace, each cloaked in a faint violet gold halo, their pill patterns interlocking layer upon layer like the wheel of reincarnation. Qing Dai sealed the elixirs into jade vials, 1 for the secret treasury of the alchemy hall, 1 sent to the Kunlun Holy Land to honor Xian Ye's earlier request for the elixir, and 1 entrusted to Bai Qianqian to deliver to the Ice Phoenix Emperor in the northern domain of the demon realm. The remaining 4 elixirs were kept in the sect as reserves. The medicine boy compiled the alchemy record from beginning to end into a volume. Every change in furnace heat, the timing of each lotus seed's entry, and the subtle movements of Gu's left hand pressing against the furnace wall, all recorded in orderly compact spirit ink script. Jiang Yunfan later borrowed this record and copied it through the night. The next morning he returned it to the medicine boy with red eyes, saying that Elder Gu's control over alchemical fire was far too precise compared to his own. The Fire Phoenix perched on the rack and let out a short cry that seemed to say, you only just realized. That same day Lung Yu broke through. She sat cross-legged in the mystic ice cave behind the cold ice pavilion for 7 days and 7 nights. The ancestral life-bound true feather of the Ice Phoenix floated before her, and the characters of the upper volume of the 9 Nether Heaven cold art turned into ice blue motes from the feather seeping into her brow ring after ring. On the 7th night the bottleneck at the peak of the golden core shattered without a sound. The chill of the entire mystic ice cave converged into her dantian in the same instant, then in the next breath spread outward again with her at its center. A complete ice crystal phoenix condensed on the ice at the cave mouth, every feather clearly distinct. Tiniu, with the heaven-splitting axe on his shoulder, had kept guard at the entrance for 7 full days, the star track patterns on the axe blade flickering dimly and brightly in the night. When he heard the sound of ice cracking from within the cave, he tightened his grip on the axe handle. Then he watched Lung Yu walk out, the chill around her body withdrawn completely, leaving only a faint ring of ice blue light deep in her pupils. Tiniu asked, broke through. Lung Yu nodded. Tiniu asked again, nascent soul. Lung Yu nodded again. Tiniu grinned and said, come on, let's get extra dishes at the dining hall. When news of Lung Yu's nascent soul breakthrough reached the outer sect training ground, Li Ju was leading the new disciples in their morning drill. He stopped and looked toward the cold ice pavilion for a moment, then said to Fong Han beside him, that girl Lung Yu could freeze even Yi Wuhan's shoe soles with perfect accuracy back on the training ground. Now that she's nascent soul by the next team competition, her cold monitoring can probably pinpoint the landing spot of every snowflake. Fong Han had grown used to not responding to his musings. He just breathed a little harder to the rhythm of the drill. The day after Lung Yu's nascent soul breakthrough, dozens of lights simultaneously blazed to life on the greeting array outside the Forbidden Zone. Not one but dozens. Multicolored flying lights hovered outside the Forbidden Zone. Some riding swords, some riding spirit beasts, some treading on artifacts, and a few older ones simply sitting on lotus platforms. These people had one thing in common: every one of them held an invitation letter issued by Qingshu sect. After the grand competition at the Boundless Market ended, the market master formally submitted a request on behalf of the Six Realm joint organizers. The level of teamwork shown by Qingshu sect's outer sect formation in this competition had already far surpassed the training systems of any sect in the Six Realms. The market earnestly requested that Qingshu sect sell a set of entry-level basic teaching materials for the reference of all sects across the Six Realms. Lin Chen handed the task to the system. The system rummaged through the waste pile in the scripture library and found a set of items: the Outer Sect Basic Sword Arts Primer that Su Qingxue had sent back for the third revision, the Array Fundamentals Handbook that Jiang Ruoxue had compiled last year for the Outer Sect Formation Repair course, the Warhol Basic Body Arts Primer dictated by Xing Feng and recorded by Ting, and the Guardian Beast Care Manual written by Qianqian. All were bound together with a few crookedly scrawled words on the cover written in spirit ink. Qingshu Sect Outer Sect Introductory Basic Coursebook, 3rd, Revised Edition. Priced at 1 spirit stone. The system said the price could not even cover printing costs. Lin Chen said, 1 spirit stone, take it or leave it. Then the Six Realms went mad. The first batch of reprinted stock was snatched up clean. On the void skywall of the Boundless Market, purchase inquiries scrolled on loop. Kunlun personally sent people to queue. Taishu Immortal Sect ordered several hundred sets in one breath, saying they would give one to every outer disciple. Yu Wanren of 10,000 Swords Gate wrote a reading review with his own hand and pasted it on the market bulletin board. Even former teammates of Xiao Mo from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance secretly entrusted others to buy several sets for them. The Ice Phoenix Emperor even sent a personal envoy to queue at the entrance of the Forbidden Zone. The flying lights outside the mountain gate at this moment were the representatives of the first batch of sects to receive the introductory coursebook. After reading it, they all arrived at the same thought without exception. Could they send people to Qingshu sect to study on site? Li Ju and Fong Han stood at the mountain gate, facing a line even longer than the one at the sect's grand recruitment. The sects that came were a motley assortment. One representative pulled out a list of questions written densely from top to bottom, ranging from how to practice the body movements in the sword primer to what to do if the guardian beast refused to eat. Fong Han looked down at the list, flipped to the guardian beast care section pointed at by Qianqian's note, and told him, leopards are usually picky because the spiritual energy is too rich. Cut the spirit wheat cakes in half, and add half a scoop of spirit honey. If it still won't eat, come find me. Damao lay on top of the ancient tree behind the mountain gate. Seeing people asking questions about guardian beast care, it flicked its tail. It was now a leopard that had been written into the textbook. Lin Chen had no interest in the spectacle outside. He was crouching in front of a flower pot in the backyard of the dining hall, wrestling with a newly planted reincarnation violet lotus. This violet lotus had been dug up, roots and mud intact, by Shun Rang from the bottom of a well in the netherworld. The system said the lotus root could repair damaged souls, and the petals could purify baleful demonic energy. Gui had temporarily placed it in the dining hall's backyard because a branch of the heavenly grade spirit vein ran beneath, and its spiritual energy concentration was suitable for the lotus to recuperate. But Lin Chen noticed that the edge of the lotus leaf was ringed with a faint yellow, exactly the same symptom as the yellowing tips of garlic sprouts. System: the edge of this lotus leaf is yellow. The reincarnation violet lotus is a netherworld spirit plant and is sensitive to sunlight. The host placed it in the dining hall backyard, where the daily sunlight duration is at least several times longer than in the netherworld's gray mist zone. The yellowing at the leaf edge is mild light burn. Move it back to a shaded area for a few days, and it will recover on its own. However, the yellowing of the violet lotus leaf and the yellowing of garlic sprouts do share the same principle. Both are stress reactions to an unsuitable environment. Then I'll move it to the dungeon. The dungeon has no sunlight. The dungeon has residual blade intent from Xing Feng and the baleful aura of the netherworld emperor. The violet lotus can purify baleful energy, but soaking in it every day would be equivalent to forcing it to work overtime. I suggest the host take a middle path. Move the violet lotus to the top shelf of the medicine cabinet in the alchemy hall before sunrise every day. There the constant temperature formation set up by Gu He's medicine boy protects it, and there is no direct sunlight. Move it back to the backyard after sunset to let it breathe. Lin Chen was silent for a moment. So you're asking me to move the flower pot twice every day? Host, this is nurturing vitality. Lin Chen picked up the flower pot and headed for the alchemy hall. Passing by the sword pavilion, he saw Yi Guhong sitting cross-legged by the third-floor window, polishing, bumming. The old scuffs on the scabbard gleamed with a faint cold sheen in the morning light. Shen Rang sat by the iron swordwood tree downstairs, holding his sword case, sword intent flowing quietly at his fingertips. Lin Chen paused in passing and asked Yi Guhong, whether he could build a shade canopy in the dining hall's backyard, trimming a few iron swordwood branches with sword intent. It would not delay his sword polishing. Yi Guhong gave no answer, only tapping his scabbard lightly with a finger. One tap crisp as an evening drum. That afternoon Xing Feng carried back an ancient spirit tea tree roots and mud still attached. While delivering the supporting materials for the alchemy resonance furnace at the Boundless Market, he spotted this spirit tea tree in a corner of the market, casually planted in a flower pot as a decorative ornament, most of its leaves withered. He haggled with the stall owner on the spot for half a shurchen, and in the end traded a few pieces of spirit beast jerky he had on him plus half a jar of spirit wine for the tree. Qing Dai transplanted the spirit tea tree into the dining hall's backyard. The ancient cold jade, given by the Ice Phoenix Emperor, happened to be perfect for regulating the temperature and humidity around the tree's roots. Gu He used the residual warmth of the alchemy furnace to give the tea tree an initial warming of its roots, while Jiang Yunfan adjusted the branching direction of the new spirit vein beneath the roots. Old Meng came up from the dungeon to drink tea, glanced at the newly planted tea tree, and asked whether the soil had been mixed with netherworld silt. He had cultivated spirit plants of the same family in the Hall of Reincarnation, and relying purely on spirit spring water would easily rot the roots. Lin Chen glanced down, broke off a small piece of the spirit beast jerky dried by Qianqian, and handed it to Old Meng, saying, "The garlic sprout stir-fried meat for the dungeon will be delivered on time from now on. Just keep an eye on the tea tree." Old Meng walked away holding his teacup. A line of settlement popped up in Lin Chen's divine sense. Passive task triggered. Sect daily spirit plant care. Reward: the branch spirit marrow derived from the spirit vein seed has been successfully merged into the tea tree's roots. It is expected that the first batch of spirit tea leaves can be harvested next spring. Additional reward: by Qianqian's second batch of spirit honey has been brewed. Da Mao and Xiao Mao each contributed a thunder-patterned leopard paw print to serve as labels for the honey jars. The system has archived the labels. The honey jars are temporarily stored beside the dining hall stove. Lin Chen set the flower pot properly on the top shelf of the medicine cabinet in the alchemy hall, then returned to the dining hall to continue studying the garlic sprouts. Outside the window, dusk settled. The wind from the forbidden zone, carrying the moisture of the spirit spring, wove through the dining hall's lattice window. Quiet, and yet not quiet, just like every evening. Representatives from the sects of the six realms had queued outside Qingshu Sect's mountain gate for 3 full days. Bearing lists of questions, exchange applications, and the rarest treasures their sects kept in reserve, they packed the temporary camps at the edge of the forbidden zone to bursting. Every day, Li Ju moved through the crowd with a registration ledger in his arms, while Feng Han followed behind collecting spirit food. 3 days later, Lin Chen called Su Qingxue out of the dining hall. She had just finished exchanging sword moves with Xiao Mo by the mountain pool in the back hills. The 9 tribulations sword still rested in the stone platform, the threefold tribulation marks on its blades slowly fading. She said her master had asked her to organize an outer sect sword exchange, then proposed that outer sect disciples be divided into groups to spar with representatives from the various sects. After each match, the winning side would review the bout on the spot, and all such records would be turned over to the Cannon Pavilion for filing. That day, all 36 stone platforms beside the training ground were opened. Feng Han led a squad of Peak Foundation establishment disciples in practicing basic sword moves with sword cultivators from the Taishu Immortal sect. None of the strikes were fast, yet every trajectory was terrifyingly straight. Taishu's leading elder was silent for a long time after reading the review records. He said that Qingshu sect's disciples were not practicing swordsmanship, but using the sword to measure heaven and earth. Every single strike revealed precise control over power and angle. All of that day's review records were gathered in the Cannon Pavilion. Jiang Ruoshua worked through the night to compile them into a book and wrote a single line on the title page: "The outer sect may also serve as a teacher." The next day came the inner sect Dao lecture. Ever since Xiao Mo had entered Su Qingshue's tutelage as an outer sect disciple, the sword intent foundation he had cultivated for thousands of years had been integrating with Qingshu sect's sword Dao system. The complementary path Su Qingxue charted for him, the hidden sword Dao mantras Yi Guhong occasionally imparted outside the sword pavilion, the auxiliary pills Jiang Yunfan devised specially for him, and the merciless physical suppression Tinyu applied during sparring. Every one of these drove him to keep breaking through. When he took the inner sect Dao lecture platform again as a late-stage immortal king, he spoke about how millennia of solitary cultivation and his later entry into a sect had reshaped his understanding of the sword Dao. The outer sect disciples beneath the platform fell silent at once. Even Lao Ming, charged with keeping the audience within limits, came up from the dungeon and hastily brought out several extra chairs. In the days that followed, the alchemy hall and the war hall took their turns giving lectures. Standing before the alchemy resonance furnace at mid-golden core cultivation, Jiang Yunfan worked the new insights he had drawn from alchemy records compiled by Gu He the medicine boy and the hidden sword Dao mantras of Yi Guhong into his actual practice. Using the furnace's sword formation analysis module, he broke the precision of fire control down into extremely fine spiritual energy circuits, projecting every step onto the sky wall of the void. The alchemy elder from Taishu Immortal sect stared at the sky wall for a long, while then murmured to Guhi beside him, "The people of your honored sect teach pill formulas as if they were formation diagrams." Guhi held a purple copper medicine furnace in his left hand and said 2 words: tradition. Xingfeng's Warhol lecture, by contrast, took a completely different approach. He drove his great blade into the platform and had Tiniu and his newly accepted personal disciple demonstrate the standard forms and variations of outer sect body arts. Damao and Xiaomao crouched at the 2 sides of the platform, using their thunder patterns to keep time for all the disciples demonstrating footwork, letting out in a woo every time a beat was struck. The team leader of the Loose Cultivator Alliance silently reviewed by Qianxian's Mountain Protecting Spirit Beast manual once more at the foot of the platform. Last time that manual had been exactly what he needed to nurse a picky spirit steed on his team back to the racecourse. On the second day after the series of lectures ended, an unexpected message arrived from the Boundless Bazaar. The Bazaar Master sent an urgent notice personally. Deep within the Boundless Star domain, an ancient secret realm never before revealed was about to open. The initial spiritual energy signatures detected from the secret realm shared a common origin with the Chaos Sword art Su Qingxue cultivated. Another rune imprint deciphered at the same time corresponded perfectly to the netherworld Dao body that had only recently awakened within Xiao Cha. It was the complete Dao domain said to have been lost by the netherworld Heavenly Venerable. If they missed this opening, the next one would not come for 90,000 years. Lin Chen finished reading the Bazaar Master's original letter and gave only one word in reply: go. Su Qingxue would lead the expedition, Xiao Mo would serve as guardian, and Lao Meng would handle outside support. Tiniu Lung Yue and Jiang Yunfan accompanied them. Damao crouched on Su Qingxue's shoulder, and Xiao Cha left the sect for the first time as a training disciple under her senior sister. The netherworld Dao body within her had just absorbed the origin of the netherworld staff, and would only truly digest it inside the secret realm. On the day they set out, by Qianxian chased them to the mountain gate, filled the gourd at Xiao Cha's waist with soul-restoring decoction, then turned and used her tail to check Damao's personal travel pack thoroughly twice. Li Ju's expedition list was densely packed with names. Fang Han nodded and made notes beside him. The entrance to the secret realm was located at the heart of a nameless meteorite belt in the Boundless Star domain. By the time they arrived, the vanguard forces of the great powers of the 6 realms had squeezed the outer area to bursting, yet none of them could crack the Chaos Sword intent that locked the entrance. Su Qingxue stepped forward and drew the 9 Tribulation Sword. The threefold tribulation marks on the blade immediately resonated with the Chaos Sword intent on the seal. As soon as the seal opened, an ancient restriction shoved everyone into separate isolated trial grounds. A netherworld gate appeared before each person at the same time. Only those who passed their trials could advance into the depths of the secret realm. Above the trial grounds, real-time progress for each gate continuously refreshed. Lao Meng stationed himself at the outer edge of the secret realm and unfolded a netherworld spiritual energy barrier. Xiao Mo fought the ancient sword puppets alone and shattered them all with his immortal king's sword intent. Tiniu, heaven-splitting axe in hand, clashed head-on with the stone puppets and blasted hundreds of star trails through both the puppets and the arena. In the ice field trial, Long Yu turned an entire freezing pool into a mirror with nascent soul stage bitter cold sword chi. Jiang Yunfan stood before the 7-star furnace in the alchemy trial and successively identified and purified 12 ancient herbs. Xiao Cha stood before the netherworld gate, drew a deep breath, and pushed open the stone door that had lain sealed for unknown tens of millennia. Behind it, the netherworld Heavenly Venerable's Dao domain slowly unfolded. The complete lifebound staff there had grown from the same spirit tree as her netherworld staff. She gripped the staff with both hands and raised it high. The resonance between the netherworld Dao body and the staff's primal origin became a pure light above the secret realm, a radiance that cut across the cycle of reincarnation. At that moment, in the deepest part of the secret realm, Su Qingxue's Chaos Sword art and 9 Heaven Sword art were completing the final segment of their complementary path. Not far behind her, Damao gently lifted a void cub that had sneaked out of the meteorite belt by the scruff and tossed it onto his back. After serving as a leopard in Qingshu sect for years, he had long since learned to look after the youngest one. The fierce battle around the outer edge of the secret realm finally came to an end. When artifact light flared back at the entrance, Lao Meng carefully tallied the list. Every accompanying disciple was safe. The netherworld Heavenly Venerable's complete Dao domain inheritance and ancient pill formulas had all been recovered, with 2 self-formed void spirit ores and a void cub that refused to leave Damao's side thrown in as extras. Bai Qianxian had stayed behind at Qingshu sect, swaying Xiao Mao with her tail on the rockery. When the message of safety arrived, she smiled. Another line could now be added to her inventory, a pair of 9 Heavens Mystic Iron Cat food bowls to be claimed by Damao and Xiao Mao themselves. On the 7th day after the secret realm of the Huangquan Heavenly Venerates Daoist Sanctuary closed, the reception formation plate outside the Qingshu sect's mountain gate lit up again, not with 1 beam, but with 3. 3 beams of light landed simultaneously at the edge of the forbidden zone, each with a different hue. One was dusky gold, its patterns as fine and dense as scales. One was dark green, its edges faintly rippling with spatial folds. The last was deep purple, and the instant it struck the ground it seared a ring of scorch marks into the earth. Li Ju was sorting out today's outer sect training log at the mountain gate. He looked up at the landing points of those 3 beams and frowned slightly. A calling card that landed directly on the edge of the Forbidden Zone's core was either the boldness of a highly skilled master or a deliberate show of arrogance. When the 3 beams dispersed, the visitors were only 3. At the lead was an elder in a dark gold robe, an early stage, immortal venerable, with snow-white hair and beard. On his cuff was embroidered an ancient Ouroboros, its tail in its mouth so lifelike that it seemed to swim slowly across the fabric, the emblem of the ancient remnant clan alliance. Behind him stood a man and a woman. The man wore a dark green war robe and was at the mid-stage immortal sovereign level. The woman wore a violet flame cloak and was at the early stage immortal sovereign level. The auras of these 3 were unlike those of any force that had come before. The Demon Emperor Palace was overbearing, but its overbearance had order. The Ji clan was arrogant, but its arrogance had rules. In the auras of these 3 there was no order and no rules. Only an antiquity that had settled over countless tens of thousands of years. The Ancient Remnant Clan Alliance, a loose coalition formed by ancient clans that had been independent of the 6 realms system since the primeval era, rarely appeared openly on the power map of the Huanyu Great World. It surfaced only in an independent star region on the edge of the divine realm called the Yongye Star Domain. They had never involved themselves in the disputes of the 6 realms, and they rarely took the initiative to establish relations with outside forces. Their joint arrival this time meant that either the resonance of that chaos sword intent within the secret realm had stirred their ancestral artifact, or news of the shift in the 6 realms ranking had already reached the Yongye Star Domain. Li Ju sent Feng Han to report at the dining hall, then stepped forward himself and cupped his fist in accordance with protocol. This is the Qingshu Sect Mountain Gate. Visitors, please state your names. The elder in the dark gold robe glanced at him and said only one word, Gu. The man in the dark green war robe let his gaze pass over the mountain gate and said flatly, your sect's threshold is indeed not low. The woman in the violet flame cloak remained silent the entire time, her gaze resting on the 2 stone beasts that were yawning on either side of the mountain gate. The stone beasts rolled their eyes and shut their mouths in unison. In the dining hall, Lin Chen was pouring oil into a wok. This potted spirit tea tree had been bartered by Xing Feng at the Wujia market for spirit beast jerky and half a jar of spirit wine. Under the combined care of Lao Meng and Qing Dai, it had been nurtured for days and had finally put out its first tender buds at the branch tips. The leaves were longer and thinner than ordinary spirit tea, with faint silver fuzz on their undersides. He had just poured the freshly picked tea leaves into the wok when the system dinged in his spiritual sense. Host visitors have arrived outside the mountain gate. The Ancient Remnant Clan Alliance. At their head is Elder Gu Qinya of the Remnant Clan, an early stage, immortal venerable second only to the Alliance leader in status. The other 2, the one in the dark green war robe is Li Han, a mid-stage immortal sovereign. The one in the violet flame cloak is Yin Ji, an early stage immortal sovereign. Their stated reason for this trip is to visit the Qingshu sect. Then what? But their calling card is missing one thing. No congratulatory gifts, no local specialties, and no letter of intent to form an alliance. And every force in the 6 realms that had ever made a formal visit, from the Ice Phoenix Emperor to Kunlun Xuanyejinren to Ji Wufa, had arrived bearing official documents and a list of local specialties. The 3 arrived empty-handed, which showed that their purpose was not a visit. They claimed to be visiting, yet their landing beams slammed directly into the edge of the Forbidden Zone's core instead of stopping outside the reception formation plate as any realm's diplomatic protocol required. When Gu Qinya landed, he released an extremely faint wave of aura. He was here to probe. To be precise, the first 2 things were pretexts, the last was the true purpose. They wanted to personally confirm whether the Qingshu sect ranked first in the 6 realms was truly worth formal treatment from the Ancient Remnant Clan Alliance. Lin Chen turned the tea leaves over in the wok, their edges curling up slightly as the fragrance of tea mingled with the smoke of hot oil drifted out from the stove. Sensu Qingxue. All inner sect disciples and above are to be present. The outer sect formation is to assemble in the training field. If he wants to see, let him see. The moment Gu Qinya was led through the mountain gate by Li Ju, his immortal venerable level spiritual perception sensed that something was off about this cluster of buildings. It was not strength deliberately put on display, but an order that leaked out unintentionally in day-to-day operations. The confidence and focus that each person naturally radiated. The outer sect disciples on the training field were doing their morning drills. Xing Feng carried a large saber on his shoulder. His newly accepted personal disciple, a young body cultivator at the early golden core stage, stood beside him, correcting the horse stance posture of the outer sect disciples. As Gu Qinya passed, he gave the youth an extra glance. An early golden core body cultivator, whose foundation was so solid that he did not seem like a newly admitted disciple, but rather someone who had been personally guided hand in hand for years by a saber Dao master. He did not know the personal disciple's name. But Xing Feng grinned and clapped the youth on the shoulder. Well trained. Next time I'll sign you up for the War Hall's internal tournament, and let your master gain a bit of face too. From the direction of the sword pavilion, Yi Guhong sat cross-legged by the third-floor window, bumming resting across his knees. Shen Rang sat downstairs beside the iron swordwood tree holding a sword case, sword intent, flowing quietly at his fingertips. Gu Qianya stopped and looked up at the gray-robed figure. An early immortal venerable facing a late-stage immortal emperor. There was no possibility of sensing across such a gap. But Gu Qianya's spiritual perception received the fiercest warning from the remnant clan's ancestral artifact. The sword intent in that wooden building had been concealed to the utmost, and precisely because it was hidden so deeply it released its sharpest outline to the eyes of the truly perceptive. In the mountain pool behind the sect, a spirit transformation stage demonic flood dragon rested its head on a stone at the water's edge, its tail tip swaying back and forth in the water. Two half-grown thunder-marked leopards crouched by the pool. Da Mao was using the myriad beast spirit communication technique to tell Xiao Mao which outer sect disciple on the training field had just had the most standard horse stance. Gu Qianya withdrew his gaze and stepped toward the main hall. Su Qingxue stood waiting inside the hall, the 9 tribulations sword planted at her side. She activated all 3 tribulation marks at once. Dark violet arcs of lightning passed through the dome's water curtain, and reflected upon them crimson flames drove the spiritual pressure of the entire hall to searing heat. And the third mark, a pure white sword intent, hovered quietly directly in front of Gu Qianya. On both sides of the main hall, all intersect disciples and elders were in attendance. Xiao Mo leaned in the shadow of the side hall holding the newly tempered longsword. Zhang Ruoshu gently placed the first void formation foundation on the side hall's formation pivot. Lung Yue, her recovery period complete, drew her cold aura inward and transformed it into an ice phoenix phantom. Tai Nyo simply planted the heaven-splitting axe lightly against the floor tiles as Xiao Cha held the newly awakened Huang Quan lifebound staff in both hands and offered Huang Xuan's protection. Everyone's cultivation was steadily improving, and every aura was steady and confident. Gu Qianya crossed the main hall and was led to the dining hall. He saw Lin Chen carrying a plate of freshly stir-fried spirit tea buds to the table, the cuffs of his moon-white robe stained with oil, his apron still tied. The system had just simultaneously issued the display score rewards, several Heart Realm breakthrough cards reserved for the outer sect formations, urgent breakthroughs, a sect construction expansion card that could be used to expand the alchemy hall's cold storage, and further bonuses from the ancient spirit tea tree when combined with planting new tea. The fresh scent of the spirit tea tree still lingered around Li Han and Yin Ji of its own accord. Gu Qianya sat down. He had lived for over 100,000 years, witnessed the rise and fall of countless powers, and seen every change in the 6 realms ranking. But the remnant clan ancestral artifact behind him hummed low toward the expanse of green tiles and white walls like the testament left by the first generation of the remnant clan before their martyrdom, quietly warming in his sleeve. He picked up the teacup before him and took a sip. The freshly stir-fried spirit tea was slightly astringent on the tongue, with an extremely long, sweet aftertaste. Exactly the taste he had imagined for the tea stir-fried by the hand of the sect master of the #1 sect in the 6 realms. Then he set the teacup down and drew a formal document from his robe. A letter of intent to form an alliance, personally signed and issued by the leader of the ancient remnant clan alliance and stamped with the Ouroboros seal. Gu Qianya is willing to form an alliance with Qingshu sect. On the table lay the ancient remnant alliance's letter of intent, its ink still wet. Gu Qianya was a man of plain dealing. On the day he signed, he immediately drew up a list of the Eternal Night Star Domain's most closely guarded specialties. Primordial spirit vein fragments, the star radiance, or mother unique to the remnant races, a complete set of ancient formation rune rubbings, and 3 gloomlight herbs that had grown in the depths of the Eternal Night Star Domain for over 100,000 years. Qing Dai checked the list against the pill hall's inventory and told Lin Chen that this batch of spirit ores and gloomlight herbs would be enough for Jiang Yunfan to upgrade the alchemical resonance furnace twice. Gui's medicine apprentice silently cleared out an entire new shelf in the herb cabinet. But after signing, Gu Qianya had not left. He stood at the door of the dining hall, a hard-to-describe expression on that old immortal venerable level face. When others signed alliance letters in the main hall, they were all joy and delight, yet this elder of the remnant races, after putting down his brush, was instead heavy with worries. He said the treaty was already fixed, the remnant races were willing to remain on friendly terms with Qingshu sect for generations. But the alliance was not a solid block. The primordial compact had bound every remnant race in the Eternal Night Star Domain for years. Now Qingshu sect's rank had overturned the old balance. The peace faction believed they should seize the moment, and ally, the war faction, believed they should see for themselves before the pact took effect how much weight Qingshu sect truly carried. The leader of the war faction was Li Tu, an elder of the remnant race's war palace. He was at the middle stage of the immortal venerable realm, a minor realm above Gu Qianya. In his old battles against the demon race, he had pierced through the combined defense line of the demon realm's 3 halls with a single war spear. He was convinced that the so-called #1 holy land of the Six Realms had only borrowed force from Kunlun and the bazaars. He even made the declaration that he would set up a challenge arena outside Qingshu Sect's mountain gate. Lin Chen placed his teacup on the table. Fine then. If we're going to fight, let's do it properly. Li Tu arrived very quickly. 3 Eternal Night warships emerged from a rift in the void. Their hulls were a full size larger than the Ji clan's warboats, their surfaces covered in dark gold primordial war runes, and their bow rams were aimed directly at Qingshu Sect's mountain gate. The flagship had not even stopped when a dark golden figure crashed down from the foredeck. The butt end of his war spear shook the spirit trees on the outskirts of the forbidden area until they trembled. He made no effort to hide his middle stage, immortal venerable battle intent. His dark golden battle aura was like an abyss, like a prison frightening the rogue cultivators watching from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance into retreating dozens of Zhang, all at once. Li Tu raised his war spear with one hand pointing at Qingshu Sect's mountain gate. Who in Qingshu Sect dares to fight? His cultivation base was a minor step higher than Gu Qianya's, and his battle intent was pure with not the slightest flourish or trick. He seemed born to overturn every lofty existence that stood above all others. On the Qingshu Sect side, Xing Feng was just pulling his great saber out of the waterfall. He had just finished 300 slashes behind the mountain, and the water droplets on the blade had not yet been shaken dry. The moment Li Tu raised his spear, Xing Feng's saber intent automatically sensed the challenge of same-level battle aura, a battlefield resonance unique to middle-stage, immortal venerable war cultivators. The 2 battle-mad warriors had not yet even seen each other across the mountain gate. One was throwing down a challenge, and the other's saber was already shuddering. He grinned and said, "This one is mine. Don't anyone steal it." Lin Chen waved a hand and said, "Don't break the mountain gate." Carrying his great saber out, Xing Feng added, "And the spirit trees. Ji Wudao just replanted them. If they're shattered, he'll have to plant them all over again." The Void Arena was set up under the personal coordination of the Wujie Bazaar Master specially for this level of Immortal Venerable contest. When 2 powerhouses of the Immortal Venerable rank fought, their residual waves alone could shave off half a mountain. If it weren't suspended in the void, Qingshu Sect's mountain gate would probably need to be rebuilt. Li Tu did not waste a word. Dark gold war runes on his spear lit up layer by layer, and primordial battle aura roared like a dragon's chant and a tiger's howl. When he thrust out with the spear, every reinforcing rune in the void arena hummed in unison. This was the sole technique passed down through the generations of the remnant race's war palace. No changes, no false moves. Only the purity of pressing all of one's battle intent into a single line and crushing the opponent with overwhelming force. Xing Feng's great saber came down on the exact center of the spear point. That strike likewise had no variation. The 2 men's battle philosophies were remarkably consistent. No need for change, only absolute power meeting absolute power. Dark gold battle aura and Star Trail saber intent exploded in a blinding shockwave, breaking 7 of the void arena's reinforcement runes in a row. The Wujie Bazaar Master hurriedly patched the array foundations, sweat almost dripping. Li Tu stepped back 2 paces, Xing Feng stepped back 3. Dark gold battle aura and Star Trail saber intent collided in the void, generating hundreds of aftershocks, every single one of which precisely avoided the spirit trees beside the arena. Li Tu looked down at the notch on his spear blade. In all his years he had pierced countless powerful enemies with this spear, but no one had ever left a complete saber scar on the front of his battle intent. And now the master of Qingshu Sect's war hall had used a single saber scar to tell him the absolute power you speak of is only routine training here. Li Tu planted his war spear into the arena floor and saluted Xing Feng with a cupped fist. "You win. The War Palace of the Eternal Night Star Domain humbly requests an exchange of cultivation insights with your sect." Xing Feng set the great saber back on his back and said with a smile, "No problem." He also told Li Tu that the Outer Sect's horse stance class happened to need an Immortal Venerable level demonstrator and that he should report to the War Hall afterward. Li Tu was momentarily stunned. He had said similar things to others before, but he had never imagined Qingshu Sect truly would let him lead a horse stance class. On the viewing platform, envoys representing the various factions of the Eternal Night Star Domain were silent for a long moment. Some among them were attendants who had indeed received the War Palace's warning in advance, but no one uttered a single word of refusal now. Gu Qianya lowered his head and looked at the Ouroboros pattern on his cuff, slowly letting out a long breath. Not far away, Fang Han put away the registration ledger and carefully appended a note at the end: Eternal Night Star Domain War Spear 1 notch on the blade, recovered by the War Hall. After the Void Arena was dismantled, Su Qingxue invited the younger generation of the Eternal Night Star Domain to have a sparring session with Qingshu Sect's Outer Sect disciples. This was a proposal Gu Qianya had voluntarily added after signing the pact, meant to let the younger generation of the remnant races witness Qingshu Sect's sword inheritance firsthand. Tiniu shouldered the sky-splitting axe and fought against a golden core peak body cultivator from the Outer Sect phalanx. Star trail patterns and the sword tracks of the remnant race's young blade attendants wove over and over across each other. Xiao Mo leaned against the stone pillar beside the arena with his long sword in his arms, using Immortal King-level sword intent to adjust one by one the closing angles of the outer sect phalanx's moves. Li Tu stood at the edge of the field with his arms folded, watching the entire exchange. When he saw the War Palace's proudest blade attendant sent back 2 steps by a single axe blow, he suddenly laughed, turned to Xingfeng, and sighed, "Are you even standardizing battle intent into mass production?" Xingfeng stamped the great saber into the ground. Horse stance class first session, how to stand. Li Tu's face, perpetually taut, finally cracked open with a sliver of genuine smile. Damao crouched by the edge of the field and used the myriad beast spirit connecting art to send Xiao Mao the day's 30-second courtside commentary. That old man's battle intent looks much more pleasing now than when he lifted that spear just now. When Bai Qianqian received the relayed message, 9 tails rose at the same time. She covered her eyes with her tails, but all 9 tail tips still stood perfectly straight. After the Eternal Night warships departed, Li Tu truly remained at Qingshu sect. Wearing the War Palace battle uniform, he ran morning drills in formation with the outer sect disciples, his middle stage, immortal venerable battle intent restrained into the steady solid steps of foundation establishment. Lin Chen handed him a cup of newly brewed spirit tea and told him horse stance classes counted for class hours at war hall rates. Li Tu asked what class hours were. Xingfeng answered on his behalf. It meant that after finishing the horse stance practice, he could get an extra plate of garlic sprout stir-fried pork at the dining hall. Li Tu was silent for a moment, then said, "You should have said that earlier." The system broadcast the formal alliance of the Ancient Remnant Alliance, and its rewards were issued simultaneously. The sect prestige amplification talisman refreshed once more, and sword formation resonance stones were added to the array base dedicated to the outer sect phalanx in the scripture library. Lin Chen returned to the dining hall and broke off a clove of garlic. Outside, the dusk was heavy. On the outer sect training field, Li Tu, with the war spear on his shoulder, was bellowing horse stance commands. His resonant voice sent fine ripples spreading across the spirit spring's surface. The founding compact of the Ancient Remnant Alliance had just been filed away when fresh trouble broke out at the Boundless Market. The urgent notice personally sent by the market master was delicately worded. This was no enemy attack, no natural catastrophe, but rather a group of unidentified cultivators is gathering at the outskirts of the market, claiming they wish to challenge the younger generation of Qingshu sect. Lin Chen was in the dining hall arguing with the system over the yellowing tips of his garlic chives when the system projected the full notice onto a light screen and considerately attached live footage of the scene. Dozens of flying light streams hovered on a void platform at the outskirts of the Boundless Market. Their robes were of every conceivable style, and their cultivation ranged from early Immortal Lord to peak Immortal Sovereign. These people wore no unified sect insignia, but pinned to every robe was a badge polished from Starglint Matrix or from the Eternal Night Star Domain craftsmanship of the Ancient Remnants. Didn't Gu Qianya say the war faction had only one man, Li Tu? Lin Chen pinched off the yellowed garlic chive tips and tossed them into a small dish. Where did these dozens of people come from? According to this system's verification, they are not official members of the Ancient Remnant Alliance. They are rogue cultivators and minor sects around the Eternal Night Star Domain, long attached to the Ancient Remnants, but not directly governed by the Alliance. After the news reached the Eternal Night Star Domain that Xingfeng had shattered Li Tu's war spear with a single strike on the Void Arena, the remaining supporters of the war faction dared not challenge Qingshu sect head-on. Instead, they incited these peripheral forces to use an indirect tactic to challenge not the elders or protectors of Qingshu sect, but its young disciples. Under the conventions of the 6 realms, a challenge between peers counts as ordinary sparring, and protectors may not interfere. They were betting that Qingshu sect's young disciples were not as formidable as their warhall master. Lin Chen untied his apron and hung it beside the stove. Since they wanted to go by the conventions of the 6 realms, he would handle it accordingly. Peer-to-peer challenge with no protector interference. He tossed a message jade token to Su Qingxue, telling her to lead the team to the market. All inner disciples were to be present, and the outer disciple formation would accompany them to observe. Su Qingxue caught the token, turned to look at Xiao Mo, who was wiping his sword by the training ground, and Lung Yue, who had just emerged from seclusion in the Mystic Ice Cave. "Let's go. Someone wants to see whether we can fight." On the void platform of the Boundless Market, the challengers had already been waiting for nearly half an hour. At their head was a peak Immortal King rogue cultivator named Qiu Li. This man had indeed served as Li Tu's personal guard for several years before being expelled from the War Hall for his extreme temperament. Strictly speaking, he had old ties to the Ancient Remnant Alliance, but he was by no means the Alliance itself. Just as Li Ju, when he had been warden of the prison hall, could not control Yen Tu's unauthorized deployment of troops. Qiu Li's cultivation was among the very top of his generation. He had long held a place in the top 3 of the Eternal Night Star Domain's rogue cultivator ranking. His sword had defeated not a few immortal kings, and his pride was immense. Behind him stood dozens of cultivators wearing the same Starglint Matrix or badges, their cultivation ranging from early Immortal Lord to peak Immortal Sovereign. They had put on quite an imposing display. When Qingshu sect's party emerged from the teleportation formation, the rogue cultivators gathered in the market square automatically made way. Su Qingxue walked at the front, the 9 tribulations sword stored within the sword mark on her right arm. Her peak golden core cultivation seemed glaringly out of place before a group of challengers whose lowest realm was Immortal Lord. But the formation behind her silenced everyone. Xiao Mo, carrying a newly tempered longsword, walked on Su Qingshue's left. The sword intent of his late Immortal King cultivation was suppressed without a trace, yet the dark gold pattern on his scabbard, tempered by Gu He with the residual warmth of a medicine furnace, was faintly glowing. Lung Yu walked on Su Qingshue's right. The cold chi of her early nascent soul cultivation was compressed to 3 inches before her toes, and wherever she passed a trail of paper-thin ice crystal footprints condensed on the bluestone slabs. Tai Nyo followed behind with the heaven-splitting axe on his shoulder. The star trail patterns on the blade faintly resonated with the spiritual energy fluctuations of the market's void skywall. Jiang Yunfan brought up the rear, escorting Gu He's medicine apprentice, and the emergency medical kit Qing Dai had prepared on short notice. Even Demao had come. Perched on Su Qingshue's shoulder, he used the myriad beast spirit communication art to briefly converse with a passing spirit pigeon above the market, then flicked his tail and reported to Su Qingxue. The other side had 37 people, 3 of whom were hidden in the folded space of the void platform. Qiuli was taken aback at the sight of Su Qingxue. He had heard that Qingshu sect's senior disciple was young, but not this young. He turned to Xiao Mo, the rogue cultivator who had once been ranked alongside him at the Six Realms Grand Tournament, and now stood quietly at Su Qingshue's side, clearly regarding himself as her protector. Has Qingshu sect run out of people? They sent a girl at peak golden core to answer the challenge. Su Qingshuo did not draw her sword. She tilted her head and said, for a peer challenge the same realm goes first. Qiuli was at the peak of Immortal King, and she had not yet reached Immortal King. So today's challenge would be arranged by age, not by realm. How old was she, and how old was Qiuli? Qiuli said he had been cultivating for over 10,000 years. Then he was not her peer, but a senior. When a senior challenges a junior, the junior may refuse under the conventions of the 6 realms. But Qingshu sect did not refuse. She turned to Xiao Mo and said, my senior brother is your peer. Xiao Mo stepped forward and his long sword left its sheath. His sword intent was quieter than before. In his days of solitary cultivation, it had been all sharp edge. After joining Qingshu sect, that edge had been compressed bit by bit into a core of immense density under the twin refinement of Su Qingshue's complementary chaos sword scripture path and Yi Guhong's sword concealing maxim. At that moment he released the full seal on his cultivation, Peak Immortal King. 2 Peak Immortal King's sword intents collided on the void platform. Qiu Li's intent burst like harsh thunder, a Xiao Mo's resounded like an abyssal echo. They exchanged dozens of moves in the void's sword light, so swift that the cultivators below could not follow any trajectory. They could only see dark gold sparks bursting without cease. After dozens of exchanges, Xiao Mo knocked Qiu Li's sword away with one stroke, stopping his blade 3 inches from Qiu Li's throat. Qiu Li lowered his head to stare at the gash at the base of his thumb, deep enough to expose bone. Xiao Mo sheathed his sword and said, I accept your concession. Then an old rogue cultivator at early Immortal Sovereign stepped forward from the challenger camp and proposed a relay battle. What was beating one person worth? Could they keep fighting one after another? The moment the words fell, Tai Nyo vaulted onto the arena with the heaven-splitting axe on his shoulder. The star trail patterns on the axe rose in synchronization with the spiritual energy index of the boundless market's void skywall. Relying on his primordial war body, he withstood several consecutive rounds of attacks from the old sword cultivator. At the final moment, the axe blade split apart the residual sword chi of his opponent. Then he stepped back and said, I'm done. Who's next? Taking his place was Jiang Yunfan. At mid-golden core cultivation, he activated the alchemy resonance furnace and supplied Tai Nyo and Xiao Mo with a large batch of spirit-restoring pills, each carrying exactly enough medicinal power to fill the current spiritual power gap, no more no less. A formation cultivator with keen spiritual perception in the last row of the challenger camp lowered his voice to his companion. Their spiritual power recovery rate is climbing steadily. This kind of sustained combat reserve is on an entirely different scale from the Ji family's pre-war stockpile. His companion, a sword cultivator, was silent for a moment, recalling the pressure he felt when he once crossed swords with Gu Qianya at the edge of the star domain, and then comparing it to the increasingly dense coordination of these young people, he could not help muttering to himself. How exactly had Li Tu lasted so long on the void arena? An old sword cultivator at mid-immortal sovereign in the challenger camp finally dropped all pretense and locked his chi onto Xiao Cha. He had seen that the Yellow Springs Dao body behind Su Qingxue had only just awakened. Among all the Qingshu sect disciples present, this youngest girl was the weakest. Before his sword intent could solidify, an ice wall at the nascent soul level froze his sword momentum in midair at a distance precise to the inch. Lung Yu's cold chi held him firmly pinned in place. She turned to Su Qingxue and said calmly that the ice wall could hold for a while longer, and that this man's sneak attack on Xiao Cha had already been recorded in the sect's defense data. At the edge of the market, Lao Ming pressed Shen Rang and Xiao Mo, who had not yet made a move, back into their seats at the tea table. Today the protectors were only here to drink tea. Su Qingxue rose to her feet and drew the 9 tribulation sword. The 3 tribulation marks lit up at once. The awakening level of her chaos sword body broke past 62% in that instant, and the sword intent of her peak golden core cultivation was no longer suppressed. The complementary paths of the chaos sword scripture and the 9 heaven sword art hummed together within the sword inscriptions carved on her golden core. She used no sword technique, only a very quiet thrust. No thunderfire roared, no sword intent bellowed. Yet Qiuli collapsed to the ground, staring at the sword wound that ran from his collarbone to his ribs. It was not deep. It had barely grazed the edge of his protective spiritual power, and it was at exactly the same angle as when Xing Feng shattered Li Tu's war spear with a single strike. He asked Su Qingxue what that sword move was called. She sheathed her sword and said it was Qingxiu Sect's basic entry-level swordsmanship, a move she still practiced every morning. The dozens of challengers on the void platform fell utterly silent. The rogue cultivators in the market square exploded into an uproar. Basic entry-level swordsmanship. It was a move from the Qingxiu Sect beginner manual priced at 1 spirit stone. Someone immediately pulled out a jade slip and began replaying the trajectory of that strike, trying to extract the faintest traces of the chaos sword scripture from it. An old rogue cultivator beside him shook his head. Don't waste the effort. That is a daily exercise for Qingxiu Sect disciples. The boundless market master refreshed a notice on the void skywall in real time. In this challenge, the younger generation of Qingxiu Sect has emerged completely victorious. The market permanently waives all transaction fees for Qingxiu Sect disciples. The notice had barely been posted when the Azure Dragon Emperor's congratulatory letter arrived. The old Azure Dragon of the Demon Realm had somehow slipped into the market spectator seats and watched the entire show. Now he was chewing on spirit beast jerky sent by Qianqian, while curling his dragon whiskers around a communication jade slip and sending messages. He sent Su Qingxue a short one. First, that sword move. Did you comprehend it during our sparring last time? Then he sent Lin Chen a longer one. Can your sect print a few more batches of that entry-level manual for the northern territory of the Demon Realm? I'll offset the printing costs with my reverse scale. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was in the back kitchen of the dining hall. The system settled the mission rewards all at once. Several mind state breakthrough cards, refining access to Starglint Matrix, or exclusive to the Ancient Remnants, and the formal inclusion of the Gloomlight Herb Cultivation Atlas in the Scripture Pavilion. After leading the outer disciple formation back to the sect, Li Ju finished tallying the spiritual power consumption data and handed it to Fong Han for archiving. That batch of Starglint Matrix, or from the Eternal Night Star domain, was refined by Jiang Ruoxue, according to the refining atlas. Together with several formation cultivators, she embedded it into the formation foundations, adding an extra layer of dark gold starlight to the outer perimeter of Qingxiu Sect's mountain-protecting grand formation. Lin Chen hung his apron by the stove, scooped water, and poured it into the newly built garlic chive bed. A line popped up from the system asking whether he had again forgotten that today was Li Tu's turn to be on duty. The previous chapter had placed Li Tu in charge of the Outer Disciples Horse Stance class, and he was still standing on the training ground waiting to issue commands. Without looking up, Lin Chen told him to wait. He would go once the garlic chives were watered. Outside the window, dusk was heavy over Qingxiu Sect. The upheaval at the Void Arena had barely settled when the Wujia Market Master came calling again. Not in person. His void projection materialized directly on the guest welcoming formation plate outside the mountain gate of Qingxiu Sect, startling Li Ju, who was registering visitors. The market master said that the wandering cultivators who had been causing trouble on the market's outskirts had quieted down considerably after being taught a lesson by Qingxiu Sect. Yet deep within the Yongye Star domain, a new cluster of void rifts had emerged from which ancient fragments occasionally fell, grades ranging from saint rank to chaos rank. Once word spread, wandering cultivators from every direction swarmed in, fighting over fragments around the rifts. Skirmishes broke out every 3 days and full-scale battles every 5, severely disrupting the market's normal trade order. The market master's intent was clear. He hoped Qingxiu Sect would step in, not as the foremost sacred land of the 6 realms to suppress the chaos, but under the banner of a joint patrol, sending cultivators to help maintain order in the market. In exchange, the market would grant Qingxiu Sect priority mining rights to the void rifts in the Yongye Star domain. As soon as the news broke, the gathering of wandering cultivators on the market's outskirts erupted into an uproar. Some said that once Qingxiu Sect arrived, they would not even get a touch of the fragments. Others, more seasoned and prudent, argued that Qingxiu Sect's introductory primer was sold for a single spirit stone. Clearly they left broth for others, even while eating the meat, so the joint patrol might not be a bad thing. The major powers of the 6 realms voiced their support one after another. The Azure Dragon Sovereign was the first to respond, offering to send a patrol team from the northern domain of the Demon Realm. The Ice Phoenix Sovereign seconded the motion and added that the patrol would be uniformly equipped with specially crafted ice crystal talismans from that northern domain. Kunlun Xuanyezhenren offered to provide void formation bases free of charge. Ji Wufa said he would donate a batch of decommissioned Tiangang killing formation training models to the patrol as teaching aids. Lin Chen, peeling garlic as he listened to the system read out every reply, thought for a moment, and said he happened to need a reliable wandering cultivator captain to lead the team. When the system asked who, Lin Chen set down the garlic clove and said that after all those bouts with Xiao Mo he knew the backgrounds of wandering cultivators all too well. And so Li Ju was pulled from his post as an outer sect steward to serve as captain of the wandering cultivator patrol. The decommissioned Tiangang formation plate fragments sponsored by Ji Wufa were dismantled and reassembled by Jiang Ruoxua, using the primeval formation patterns she had recently learned, and were all installed into the patrol's standard equipment. Li Ju took Li Tu and Old Meng to screen the roster of wandering cultivators, while Feng Han stayed at the sect to continue leading the outer disciples in their morning drills. When Feng Han walked Li Ju to the mountain gate, he asked him to bring back midnight snacks on his return. Li Ju smiled and agreed, promising to bring the spirit-paste skewers from the shop in the west district of the market that he loved most. Damao crouched atop the rockery, and using the myriad beast spirit communion technique sent Xiao Mao his 37th field commentary. Li Ju's back looked far more spirited than it had in his prison hall days. No sooner had the joint patrol been arranged than the system popped up a new mission. It was not something Lin Chen had accepted on his own, rather Qingshu sect's reputation had crossed a hidden threshold, automatically unlocking eligibility for this sect promotion exclusive secret realm. The light screen displayed several dense pages of instructions. Qingshu sect had obtained the development rights to an independent void domain in the Yongye Star domain, which could be transformed into a sect-exclusive secret realm. This void domain lay deep within the Yongye Star domain. It had once been an abandoned trial ground of the ancient remnant clan with an extremely high concentration of spiritual energy. Inside, a complete primeval trial formation and vast deposits of unclaimed void spirit remained intact. The reward list appeared alongside several mind state breakthrough cards, 3rd level refining authority over the ancient remnant clan's exclusive Starlight Mother, or the complete cultivation atlas for Gloomlight, Grass, a full set of secret realm development formation plates, and a Yongye Star domain void core. In addition, the side quest, Secret Realm Survey, had unlocked simultaneously. Intersect disciples would lead the expedition through the secret realm, mapping the distribution of void spirit, or along the way, every new or vein discovered would grant an extra mind state breakthrough card. When Su Qingxue was summoned to the dining hall, she was still radiating heat from the training grounds. The 3 tribulation marks on her 9 tribulations sword had not yet faded, and sweat beads clung to her forehead. Lin Chen sent the secret realm's coordinates to her communication jade slip and told her to lead the survey. All inner sect disciples were to go, and a few outer sect disciples with formation cultivation experience were to be selected from the outer ranks to follow. Su Qingxue agreed and turned to select her team at the training grounds: Xiao Mo as guardian, Lung Yu on cold chi early warning, Tina Yu clearing the way at the front, Jiang Yunfan handling logistics, Shun Rang in charge of recording or vein distribution, Xiao Chai using her Huangquan Dao body to sense residual souls within the secret realm, and Damao sweeping the void entrance in advance with the myriad beast spirit communion technique to confirm whether any ambush was lying in wait. Li Tu, shouldering his war lance, wanted to join as well. Su Qingxue thought for a moment and assigned him as a team guardian. After all, this secret realm had originally been an abandoned trial ground of the ancient remnant clan, and in matters of formation familiarity, only Gu Qinya surpassed Li Tu within the entire sect. The void sky wall of the Wujia market broadcast the news simultaneously. The words Qingshu sect exclusive secret realm development plan hung in gilded characters at the very top of the sky wall, and on the market's trading platform, the futures price of void spirit skyrocketed at once. The instant the secret realm's entrance opened, the entire void plane was illuminated by pale gold sword intent. Su Qingxue was the first to draw the 9 tribulations sword. The light of its 3 tribulation marks pierced the eternal twilight of the Yongye Star domain like dawn, and with the complementary sword intent of the Chaos Sword Art and the 9 Heavens Sword Art, she split open the primeval seal that had remained closed for untold millennia. The interior of the secret realm was far vaster than she had imagined. The whole void had been divided by the primeval trial formation into 18 floating platforms, each corresponding to an ancient trial challenge. On some platforms, ancient sword puppets still slumbered, on others void beast packs had long since made the place their lair, and on still others spirit plants that had run wild for 10,000 years now covered everything. Tina Yu split the obstructing vines with a single axe stroke, exposing the primeval formation base beneath. Jiang Ruoxua crouched down and traced the formation patterns with her fingers. She judged that this formation's operating logic shared the same origin as the primeval formation patterns she had extracted from the old Jiang family formation plates. With enough Starlight Mother, or it could be reactivated. Xiao Mo and Lung Yu each led outer sect disciples along 2 separate routes, thoroughly probing every void spirit or vein and guardian beast pack along the way. Guarding the void spirit or were packs of void beasts that had bred within the secret realm for over 10,000 years, their cultivation levels ranging from nascent soul to void refinement. Xiao Mo at the Immortal King level suppressed the void beast packs the entire way with his sword intent, while Lung Yu's cold energy was so precise that every ice blade severed only the beast's escape routes without harming the ore veins themselves. Shen Rang followed behind his senior sister, his sword case slightly open, recording each ore veins coordinates the cultivation levels of the guardian beasts and the extent of formation damage one by one. On the third platform, Tiniu and several outer sect body cultivators encountered a guardian beast at the mid-void refinement stage. The heaven-splitting axe held firm against the beast's claws, the star track patterns on its blade gleaming in concert with the light of the void spirit ore. After a single axe stroke drove back the beast pack, he laughed heartily and said the beast's strength was far inferior to the Punishment Hall Master's blade. Li Tu, standing by with his war lance, twitched at the corner of his mouth when he heard that. He was the only immortal venerable who had taken a single strike from Xing Feng's blade on the void arena and remained standing. Xiao Cha crouched before the primeval altar on the sixth platform, gripping her life-bound Huangquan staff. An extremely faint resonance arose between the staff and the altar. The reincarnation mark unique to her Huangquan Dao body at her brow grew warm. She sensed that when these ancient sword puppets were activated by the primeval trial formation, the remnant souls of a group of trial takers had been sealed inside the puppets, unable to be released. She lightly tapped the edge of the altar with her staff, activating her Huangquan Dao body and the laws of reincarnation simultaneously. The sleeping remnant souls were peeled away from within the sword puppets and delivered into the slowly rotating pale gold halo of reincarnation above the secret realm. The Ore distribution map on the Void Sky wall updated in real time with the survey progress. On the Wujia Market's trading platform, the futures price of Void Spirit Ore shot straight to the ceiling the moment the Ore distribution map refreshed for the first time. The system distributed all survey stage rewards in the same moment, while Su Qingxue had already sheathed the 9 Tribulations sword and led the team onto the long passage leading to the secret realm's core. The last of the 18 floating platforms hung suspended in the deepest reaches of the secret realm. As Su Qingxue led her party onto it, the 3 tribulation marks on the 9 Tribulation sword trembled at once. Not a warning of danger, but a resonance. She lowered her gaze to the pure white sword intent running along the blade. It glowed faintly like a heart that had slumbered for too long, suddenly stirred awake by something. The supreme authority of the secret realm lay hidden within the core of this trial formation, sealed by primordial prohibitions for eons beyond counting. The sword patterns carved upon the prohibitions shared the same origin as the chaos sword art. Jiang Roashua crouched before the core formation base, her fingers tracing across the formation patterns. Her brow furrowed slightly. The operating logic of this formation was wholly identical in origin to the primordial formation patterns she had extracted from the old Jiang family formation discs. But the prohibition itself was a seal, and nested within the seal was a trigger-type sword formation. The core of the sword formation could only be activated by the sword intent of the chaos sword art. Su Qingxue plunged the 9 Tribulation sword into the formation, simultaneously pouring the complementary sword intents of the chaos sword art and the 9 Heaven sword art into the formation base. The instant the seal was undone, the entire secret realm blazed with light. The primordial trial formations upon all 18 floating platforms restarted at once. The slumbering sword puppets, the void beast hordes, and the spirit plants that had run rampant for 10,000 years were all awakened in concert by the formation. Deep within the secret realm's core, an ancient teleportation gate sealed for eons beyond counting slowly opened, and beyond it lay an untouched main vein of void spirit, or where starlight or mothers were clustered at a density dozens of times greater than that of the outer regions. This is the complete version of the primordial remnant race's trial grounds. Li Tu stood before the teleportation gate, war lance resting on his shoulder, and spoke with uncharacteristic gravity. Back then, when I paged through the surviving records in the war hall, the remnant race's most elite trial grounds comprised 18 levels, each one corresponding to a cultivation stage from foundation establishment all the way to immortal venerable. This teleportation gate is the central gateway to every trial level. Whoever gets their hands on the authority can reshape it into a training base exclusively for their own sect. The system settled the rewards within his divine, since its tone as calm as ever, but its wording let the excitement show. Host, the highest authority of the exclusive secret realm, has been unlocked. The reward list is as follows: a batch of Heart Realm breakthrough cards. Enough for all outer sect disciples at the peak of foundation establishment to make a breakthrough to Golden Core. 1 all-authority control key for the primordial trial formation, housed within the secret realm. The complete atlas of the remnant race's primordial trial formations, 3 Saint-grade spirit vein seeds, and 1 rare item, the primordial trial formation core module, which can be embedded into the mountain. Protecting Grand Formation, enabling Qingshu sect disciples to engage in simulated combat training from foundation establishment to immortal venerable levels without ever leaving the sect. In addition, the void spirit or main vein beyond the teleportation gate has been found to contain dense zones of starlight or mothers. Preliminary estimates suggest it can supply the or mother consumption of every formation cultivator in the Yongye star domain for 10,000 years. Is the primordial trial formation core module based on the same principle as Zhang Ruoshue's old formation disks? Lin Chen asked. The principle is of the same origin, but the level is far superior. The old Jiang family formation disks were simplified versions of the primordial formation patterns. This core module is the original. The original trial formation can simulate any known opponent's sword intent blade, intent formation arts frigid chi, or pill fire. Once anything is recorded, it can be reproduced an infinite number of times. There are no restrictions on how one records, real combat sparring, or standing by and observing all work. In other words, from today on, the inner disciples of Qingshu sect can repeatedly fight real battles against immortal venerable level opponents without any fear of being beaten to death. Has Li Tu been recorded? The battle at the Void Arena was automatically recorded. The part where the War Lance chipped is in there as well. Then let him be the first to try. Let him fight himself and only graduate after he wins. Lin Chen tossed the communication jade slip to Su Qingxue. You have full authority over the development of the secret realm. The authority lies in the key. Use that batch of starlight or mothers for the formation base. Give the outer sect priority in the trial formation and have everyone at inner sect level and above recorded. Xiao Mo's sword Lung use frigid Qi Li Tu's war lance, without missing a single one. Su Qingxue caught the jade slip, acknowledged with a murmur, and immediately turned to divide the work. Zhang Ruoxue led the formation cultivators in rewiring the spiritual circuits of the trial formation with starlight or mothers, every trace of formation patterns aligning one-to-one with the primordial atlas. She lay on the ground calibrating spiritual nodes, a sight utterly unlike the nervous girl who had once fussed over formation layouts outside the mountain gate of Qingshu sect. Now a casual pass of her hand would trace a textbook formation eye. Tai Nyo carried the heaven-splitting axe on his shoulder and led the outer sect body cultivators in clearing the rubble from the floating platform. A single axe stroke split half a mountain, and before the shattered stones touched the ground, Yuwaran had already used Void Shuttle to relocate them with precise accuracy onto the construction waste pile. The two complemented each other so smoothly that not even a glance was needed between them. Xiao Mo led a group of sword cultivators in recording the sword intent samples of outer sect disciples again and again inside the trial formation. As soon as one recording was done, the disciple was sent into the formation for a trial. The first round saw total defeat. By the second round, some could already hold out for half an incense stick. By the third round, several golden core disciples were able to stand firm without retreating under the suppression of a mortal king-level sword intent. Lung Yu sealed the void beast horde at the edge of the core zone, with frigid Qi, the ice wall's thickness measured with such precision that it contained the horde without hampering their daily routines. Tai Nyo remarked that this was far gentler than when she had frozen the soles of his boots back then. Xiao Cha brought several servant disciples to set up a temporary camp at the edge of the secret realm. The reincarnation law of the Yellow Springs Tao body spread through the secret realm with remarkable naturalness. She tapped her staff against the stone walls around the camp, and the walls spontaneously grew stone platforms, stone benches, and storage racks, offering a place for rest and resupply. Most of these servant disciples had failed the core assessments in the successive mountain opening recruitments of Qingshu sect, yet being of acceptable character, had been kept on as servants. Xiao Cha had once been pushed onto this very road by her elder sister from the underworld. Now she too was beginning to lead newcomers in sorting medicinal herbs, setting up formation bases, and carrying out daily maintenance on the spiritual circuits of the trial formation. She crouched beside the stone platform, teaching a newly initiated young servant how to use the Yellow Springs Tao body to sense residual soul remnants, her voice warm and unhurried. Senior sister, this batch of, or mothers, has a starlight concentration several times higher than in the outer zones. The primordial trial formation can open all 18 levels at the same time. Zhang Yunfan crouched by the teleportation gate, pointing Gu He's pill furnace residual heat detector at the ore vein beyond the gate and sweeping across at once. The data went directly to the pill hall. Qingdai received the data and responded, Level 3 or mother purification access has been unlocked. Gui says not to throw away the slag. It can serve as the culture medium for gloom-like grass. Gui's medicine boy silently cleared an entire new tier of shelves in the medicine cabinet, then rose on his toes to place the freshly refined 9-rotation soul-returning pills inside, arranged by batch number. That pot of reincarnation purple lotus now sat calmly on the top shelf of the medicine cabinet in the pill hall. The golden halo at the edges of its petals had grown far brighter than when it first arrived, and the symptom of yellowing leaves had never appeared again. The gloom-like grass was also thriving under her care. Extremely faint silver-white patterns floated over its dark green leaves, and every time Lin Chen came to move the flower pots, it would sway gently. At the same time, in an unnamed star region at the very edge of the Yongye star domain, over a dozen cultivators wrapped in dark gray cloaks sat in a circle before a hastily erected void formation. At the center of the formation floated a void crystal core the size of a fist. Primordial formation patterns identical in origin to those of the Qingshu sect's secret realm flowed over its surface, flickering at an extremely slow rhythm. They had never once stepped into the alert perimeter of the Qingshu sect's mountain-protecting grand formation. They had not even disturbed the outermost void reefs of this star region. Within the crystal core, the image looped again and again. Su Qingxue, drawing the 9 tribulation sword, the 3 tribulation marks blazing at once, and the twin sword intents of the chaos sword art, and the 9 heaven sword art resonating together to shatter the primordial seal. Li Tu's war lance was shattered by a single slash, and Xiao Li could not even take one sword strike. That girl's sword intent is still growing. One of them raised his head. The jawline exposed beneath the hood was as sharp as if cut by a knife, and his voice was low, hoarse, and scraping, grating through the exceedingly faint spiritual reverberations in the void. Another person lifted a hand and drew an extraordinarily fine void rift in front of him, and deep within the rift appeared another identical crystal core of primordial formation patterns. The 2 crystal cores resonated slowly across the distant star domain, and from them came an ancient voice rising as if from the bottom of water. Then, before she has fully matured, press her back into the scabbard. The secret realm of Qingshu sect has only just opened. Once they activate all 18 levels of the trial formation, making a move will become much harder. Deep within the Yongye star domain, the void rift that had slumbered for none could say how long began to rotate slowly, like an eye gradually opening. And at the very center of the rift, a scabbardless long sword that had been forgotten here was trembling faintly in the void. The sword body was densely carved with primordial sword patterns of the same origin as the ceiling of the Qingshu sect's secret realm, and at the crossguard was embedded a fragment of a long-shattered starlight or mother. Its sword intent had lain silent for eons beyond number, yet at this moment, as if sensing something, a sliver of dim light rose from deep within the crossguard. Deep within the Yongye star domain, the void rift spun for 7 full days. During those 7 days, the primordial trial formation in the Qingshu sect's secret realm was fully activated, and the main vein of the void spirit mine yielded the first batch of refined starglint mother or ingots. The Foundation establishment disciples of the outer sect formation were repeatedly suppressed by Immortal king-level sword intent inside the trial formation, from being unable to hold out for a single breath to enduring 1 full stick of incense, and finally, to several peak golden core cultivators joining forces to fight Xiao Mo's sword intent projection to a draw. Su Qingxue and never left the core of the secret realm during those 7 days. Under the trial formation's repeated tempering, the awakening level of her chaotic sword body quietly rose to 63%, and the ceiling of the 3rd sword tribulation on the 9 tribulation sword was on the edge of loosening. No one knew the names of those cloaked cultivators deep in the Yongye star domain. Then on the 8th day, the scabbardless longsword that had slept in the void rift for unknown tens of thousands of years suddenly pulled itself out of the rift. As the primordial sword runes on its blade lit up one after another, a deep and far-reaching sword cry pierced the entire Yongye star domain, sending the spiritual energy index on the void skywall of the market district shooting straight into the red. At the sword pavilion by the mountain gate of the Qingshu sect, Yi Guhong opened his eyes. He was sitting cross-legged beside the 3rd-floor window with bumming resting across his knees. The old dents on the scabbard cast a faint cold gleam in the morning light. His fingers pressed against the scabbard, the tips tightening slightly. When that sword cry pierced the void barrier of the Yongye star domain and reached the forbidden zone, it had already decayed to only the thinnest, faintest lingering resonance. Yet the moment that resonance touched his hidden sword Dao, it was as if 2 stars of the same origin flashed at the same time across the river of stars. Shin Rang pushed the door open with a sword case in his arms, sword intent leaping uneasily at his fingertips. "Master, this sword cry just now, the Yongye sword," Yi Guhong said as he rose, his gray robe motionless in the morning wind, the life-bound sword of the primordial sword emperor. When he fell, it was left behind in the Yongye star domain. This sword is named after Yongye. It is the source of all primordial sword intent in the Yongye star domain and the original engraver of the secret realm seal. He took, bumming in his hand, a sword he had held for 300 years. For 300 years it had not been drawn, and for 300 years it had been a sword kept in its sheath. Yet now it was trembling soundlessly in the depths of the scabbard. Yongye star domain, nameless star sector. The scabbardless long sword hung at the very center of the void. Every primordial sword rune engraved on the blade was now fully lit. Each rune shared the same root and origin as the 3 tribulation marks on Su Qingshue's 9 tribulation sword, yet each was older and deeper than any sword intent she had ever seen. Beneath the sword stood 13 cloaked cultivators. The leader's hood had been shattered by the residual sword intent, revealing a face sharp as though carved by knife and axe. An early stage, Immortal Venerable, the final heir of the Yongye Star domain's most ancient sword cultivation clan. He gripped the Yongye sword. The instant the hilt met his palm, his arm began to crack open inch by inch from his fingertips. Blood flowed backward along the primordial runes on the hilt, greedily devoured by the blade. The Yongye sword was drinking his blood, but he did not let go. He had spent several thousand years searching for this sword, and several hundred more awakening it. Even if he bled out here today, he would use this sword to smash the Qingshu sect's trial secret realm apart, and take back the Yongye Star domain. Li Tu was the first to sense something wrong. He was training the outer sect disciples in spear arts on the 18th layer of the trial formation. His war spear had just shattered a sword intent projection when the Yongye sword's cry pierced the secret realm's barrier and crashed against his spear. The cracked Xing Feng's blade had split into the spear shaft that day, warmed slightly. The star orbit blade intent left inside the crack, and the Yongye sword's intent collided across the void in an instant, needlepoint against on. He shouldered his war spear and headed out. At the Immortal Venerable level, battle instinct required no analysis. That sword had come to cut down the Qingshu sect's secret realm. Xing Feng's blade light was even faster. When the Yongye sword's first strike descended on the entrance of the secret realm, a streak of star orbit blade light came slicing across the void from the forbidden zone. Blade intent and sword intent collided head-on across 1,000 li. Spiritual energy fluctuations throughout the entire Yongye Star domain stopped at once for a single breath. The void sky wall exploded into a blinding white screen, and the meeting point of blade radiance and sword radiance ripped countless tiny cracks open in the void. Yi Guhong's sword arrived immediately after. Not a drawn sword, a sword still sheathed. He held, bumming, horizontally before the entrance to the secret realm, and the old dents on the scabbard lit up inch by inch under the Yongye sword's pressure. The sword intent of the hidden sword Dao spilled from the scabbard like 300 years of slumber waking at once. Every strand of sword intent refused to yield half a step. Not because it could not, but because it would not. The Yongye sword's primordial sword runes flickered madly, and the light on the blade was like the last flare of a dying man's final moments. The wielder's arm had split from fingertip to shoulder blade, but he was still driving the last primordial sword formula. Yi Guhong looked down at the scabbard. The rule of 300 years was being pried open inch by that sword cry. He suddenly pressed his left thumb against the guard, pushed, bumming half an inch out of the sheath, then released his thumb and pushed the sword back in. Only half an inch. An extremely thin gray sword light seeped from the mouth of the scabbard. So thin it was almost invisible, yet so fast it surpassed everyone's reactions. The sword light passed through the Yongye sword's primordial runes, entering through the tip and emerging through the hilt, pinning that divine sword, which had slept for unknown tens of thousands of years, at the center of the void. The Yongye sword trembled violently. The primordial sword runes on the blade began to peel away in large patches, and with every patch that fell, an extremely ancient strand of sword intent was released and scattered back into the Qingshu sect's secret realm. The wielder's arm at last split apart completely. The Yongye sword slipped from his hand and sank into the depths of the void, and with that mournful cry, the last remaining sword rune on the blade was extinguished completely. He was thrown back dozens of zhang by the backlash of sword intent. His subordinates caught him at the risk of their lives and dragged him into the void rift, and all 13 cloaked cultivators vanished before the rift closed. The system replayed the entire battle frame by frame in its spiritual sense and retrieved the Yongye sword's complete file. Ranked 7th on the ancient divine sword register, lifebound sword of the primordial sword emperor left behind in the Yongye Star domain after his fall, an original engraver of the secret realm seal. In the hands of the primordial sword emperor, it had once used the strength of one man to suppress the void rifts of the entire Yongye Star domain for 10,000 years. Even now its runes scattered, its sword bone remained. Divine sword master recognition prerequisites triggered. The awakening level of the chaotic sword body must exceed 60%. Yet that half-inch sword light Yi Guhong had unleashed had already completed the final sword washing before master recognition for Su Qingxue. After the hidden sword Dao stripped away the Yongye sword's primordial runes, the most original sword bone was revealed instead, like fine jade with all its stone skin removed. When Su Qingxue reached the edge of the void rift, the Yongye sword was floating above a stretch of shattered void reef. On the blade, which had shed all its primordial runes, only an extremely faint mark of chaotic sword intent remained. Exactly the same as the third sword tribulation on her 9 tribulations sword. She reached out, and the Yongye sword did not resist. The instant the hilt fell into her palm, the third layer of pure white sword intent among the sword runes on her right arm blazed up at the same time, and the awakening of her chaotic sword body quietly crossed the threshold of 65%. The scabbardless longsword that had slept alone in the darkness for unknown tens of thousands of years kindled the first faint ray of morning light in her hand. From now on, your name is Yongye. Su Qingxue looked down at the blade. The Yongye sword gave a very soft low hum. Not submission, but the sound of having finally waited for this moment. Damao poked its head out from behind her and gently touched the spine of the Yongye sword with its lightning pattern. A hair-thin glimmer instantly flickered across the blade. Damao swished its tail and wrote into today's observation log the sect had gained another new sword, and this one did not need to be stuck into a stone platform. It could float on its own. Xiaomao, who had been crouching on the ruined reef nearby, suddenly let out in a whool. Damao immediately corrected, "Find 2 swords. The 9 Tribulations sword counts as 1, and the Yongye sword counts as 1. Lin Chen sat on the white jade steps at the mountain gate. What he held in his hand was not a spatula, but a message jade slip receiving real-time data from the secret realm. The system was settling accounts for the Yongye sword recovery quest, and its tone was a few beats quicker than usual. The Yongye sword has been recovered. All prerequisite conditions for the divine sword to acknowledge a master are met. Reward 1 Chaos Grade Cultivation Manual, the Yongye Sword Codex, forming a set with the Chaos Sword Art, and collecting all the primordial sword intent of the Yongye Star Domain. The permission to upgrade the sword formation resonance stones has been unlocked, and the trial formation diagrams of the primordial remnant clan have been fully restored. Rare item, received blueprint of the Yongye sword scabbard. The design recommends using refined starglint mother or ingots and void spirit, or for composite forging of the scabbard body. The finished scabbard can nourish primordial sword intent. This random quest has also unlocked the coordinates of the primordial sword mound in the Yongye Star Domain. Sealed within the mound are the complete inheritance of the primordial sword emperor and the ancient sword puppets that have slumbered to this very day. Those cloaked cultivators hid in the Yongye Star Domain for so long precisely because of these coordinates. Is the wreckage of the Ji clan's war vessel still kept on the outer edge of the Forbidden Zone as a training base? Lin Chen suddenly asked. It is. Fan Han has just led the outer sect disciples in stripping a batch of still functional formation rune circuits from the wreckage and is preparing to fit them to the next set of trial formation models. Give the Yongye sword scabbard blueprint to Jiang Ruoxue. Let her take that batch of formation rune circuits together with the Starglint Mother or newly mined from the Yongye Star Domain and forge a scabbard for the Yongye sword. No deadline of precision first. Lin Chen rose and brushed non-existent dust from his robe. As for the sword mound, let Su Qingxue lead the team. The ancient sword puppets in the mound have been able to sleep for so many years, so they will not mind a few more days. Wait until her sword body stabilizes a little more. The system updated the quest progress accordingly, then sighed in an extremely soft and slow tone. Host, as of now you still have not entered the dining hall kitchen today. Lin Chen's step faltered. The spirit food generator in the dining hall kitchen was already making its familiar preheating hum, but the latest report on the void rift in the Yongye Star Domain in his hand had not yet been read through. Outside the window, dusk had already deepened. On the training ground, Su Qingxue was testing the first sword light of the Yongye sword, and the interweaving pale gold and dark blue light cast Damao's lightning pattern into flickering brightness and shadow. Damao crouched atop the rockery, sending Xiaomao the 59th arena commentary of the day through the myriad beast spirit communication art. The new sword's light is a bit softer than the 9 tribulation swords, but it should cut through void rifts very quickly. Xiaomao replied, but can it slice dried meat? Damao was silent for a moment, then seriously tapped the rockery wall with the tip of its tail and decided that it would ask the senior sister in person after she finished practicing her sword. The news that the Eternal Knight's sword had acknowledged its master swept across the 6 realms in less than a single day. Upon the void firmament wall of the boundaryless bazaar, a sword light woven of pale gold and dark azure played on endless loop. The image of Su Qingxue testing the blade at the edge of the secret realm had been automatically captured by the bazaar's monitoring arrays, and the peak of the real-time spiritual energy index on the wall was frozen precisely at that single frame when her 9 tribulations sword and the Eternal Knight's sword were drawn together. That stroke had not been aimed at anyone, it had merely cleaved a desolate void reef in the Eternal Night Star Domain. The reef parted in complete silence, the cross-section smooth as a mirror, while the remnants of chaotic sword intent and primordial sword runes intertwined along the cut, lingering for a full incense stick's burn before slowly fading away. Immediately afterward, someone on the bazaar's trading platform offered an astronomical price to purchase the split reef, claiming the residual sword intent alone was worth half a lifetime of enlightenment. But Bai Qianqian moved faster. The instant Su Qingxue sheathed her sword, she had already sent Damao to retrieve fragments of the reef, transmitting a message through the 10,000 Beast Communion art that they were teaching specimens of the Qingxu sect and not for sale. At the outer sect martial training ground of the Qingxu sect, Jiang Ruoxue was leading the formation array class in forging a scabbard for the Eternal Night sword. Under the guidance of primordial runes, the refined Star Mother or ingots slowly melted, and the dark golden or liquid flowed along the scabbard mold she had carved in advance. Every line precisely corresponding to the remnants of the primordial sword runes left on the blade of the Eternal Night sword. The way she leaned over the workbench calibrating the array nodes was utterly unlike her past self, when she had laid out the heavenly firmament sword formation at the Kunlun Holy Land. Back then she had arranged formations to trap enemies. Now every rune she carved was meant to let scabbard and blade fit as one perfect. The moment the scabbard was forged, Su Qingxue slid the Eternal Knight's sword into it, and a faint low hum rose from the blade. Not a wail, but the sound of having finally found its home. Chaos Sword Body awakening at 67%, Golden Core peaked sword intense solidity, surpassing the historical record of any Chaos Sword Body bearer at the same stage. The third sword, Tribulation Seal of the 9 Tribulation Sword, is already on the verge of loosening. Once fully unsealed, one may formally attempt Nascent Soul. This system has attached a set of primordial sword intent reference diagrams, and the complementary path for the Chaos Stage techniques already available in the Scripture Pavilion have been automatically updated. After Zhang Ruoxue mixed the discarded fragments of the Heavenly Firmament Array plate eliminated by the Ji family into the leftover scabbard material, the scabbard's new primordial runes became capable of withstanding sword pressure at the Immortal Venerable level. Additionally, Damao extracted a thread of extremely fine primordial sword intent afterglow from the Split Void Reef. Its attribute is identical to that of the Eternal Knight's sword, and its frequency perfectly matches the test records left by Li Tu in the Battle Hall arena of the Eternal Night Star domain back in his day. Before the system could finish speaking, Lin Chen interrupted that batch of cloaked cultivators. The system immediately projected a coordinate zone, an unnamed star region in the Eternal Night Star domain, 13 persons led by an early stage Immortal Venerable. After the Eternal Night sword left their hands last time, they did not withdraw from the domain. Instead, they took advantage of the loosening restrictions of the primordial sword tomb and laid a complete primordial killing formation on its periphery. The foundation of that killing formation uses the same Star Mother or as the Eternal Night sword scabbard, not refined ingots but raw or cores excavated directly from the deepest main vein of the void's spiritual mine. Post-speculation is correct. Among them are descendants of the swordsmiths who once forged the Eternal Night sword. Lin Chen's gaze narrowed slightly, and he answered with only 4 words, "Notify Li Tu." When Li Tu shouldered his war spear and pushed open the doors of the war hall, he happened to run into Xing Feng, personally demonstrating saber intent on the training grounds for his newly accepted personal disciple. That young man was already a body cultivator at mid-golden core, and his foundation was so firm that he did not seem at all like a newly inducted disciple. Xing Feng struck him 3 times with the back of the saber, and every time he took the blow without retreating. Each time he was knocked back a step, he pushed 1 step forward again, his 2 legs rooted into the bluestone slabs of the training ground and plowing deep furrows across them. Li Tu stood at the edge of the field watching for a while, then suddenly remembered the personal guards he had once led in the war hall. Among those guards, the one who resembled this young man the most was already dead. He had died in a frontal conflict that should never have happened, died in one of the countless internal struggles of the Eternal Night Star domain that Li Tu himself could no longer keep track of. Xing Feng planted his great saber at the edge of the training field and walked over to Li Tu. "That lot in cloaks. You know them. Descendants of the swordsmiths. The school that forged the Eternal Night sword in ancient times. Tens of thousands of years ago, they were the greatest sword-forging clan in the Eternal Night Star domain. Later, because they refused to forge weapons for the Relic Alliance, they were cast out of the War Hall's inner circle. That Immortal Venerable, who was recoiled upon by the Eternal Night sword. He should be the current clan head of their generation. The way he gripped the Eternal Night sword made it obvious at a glance that he came from a swordsmith lineage." Li Tu stamped his war spear into the ground. "I'll go." Xing Feng crossed his arms and studied him for a moment. "If you go alone, do you plan to drag that swordsmith descendant back here to question him, or do you intend to settle the old grudge once and for all?" "Both." "Then take that young man with you." Xing Feng pointed at his personal disciple who was wiping off sweat and breathing hard nearby. Mid-golden core, the steadiest horse stance among this batch in the war hall, and his ability to withstand blows exceeds his peers. This will also be your first field mission together. Let him stay by your side and watch. I'll be following the whole way as his protector, so you needn't divide your attention." Li Tu was silent for a moment, then nodded. He turned and walked toward the edge of the training ground. The young man had just finished wiping the sweat away and was bending down to adjust his leg wrappings. When he saw Li Tu's spear shadow fall across the ground, he immediately snapped to attention and called out, "Elderly." Li Tu looked at his young face and said, "Put on your war armor and follow the team on a mission. This time you're entering the outer reaches of the primordial sword tomb, a place that can shatter even the void itself." The young man answered with a clear, "Understood," and before his leg wrappings were even tied properly, he grabbed his war helm and chased after him. Perched atop a rockery, Damao watched the direction of the war hall and sent the 63rd field commentary of the day to Little Mao via the 10,000 Beasts communion. Art Li Tu teaching his disciple looked far more agreeable than when he had shouldered his spear long ago and rammed straight into the Forbidden Zone. Eternal Night, Star Domain, Unnamed Star Region. When Li Tu's war spear split open the first primordial killing formation, 13 cloaked cultivators were gathered around a void platform at the outer edge of the sword tomb, powering the formation with raw or cores. At the formation's core array, I floated a raw Star Mother, or of the same material as the Eternal Night sword scabbard. Sealed within the core was an extremely ancient swordsmithing chart. The ancestral heirloom passed down through the swordsmith lineage engraved with the original forging runes of the Eternal Night Sword. The leading Immortal Venerable stood at the very center of the array, his right arm wrapped in bandages beneath, which inch after inch of cracks left by the Eternal Night Sword's backlash ran along the skin. When Li Tu's spear hooked open the first restrictive layer of the killing formation, the man did not even turn his head. He merely lifted his chin slightly, signaling his subordinates to continue driving the array. Li Tu, you came after all. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping across a blade. Back then when the war hall struck our swordsmith lineage from the Council of Elders, you were standing right there. My grandfather knelt at the gates of the war hall and begged you to testify. You said, the war hall does not govern swordsmithing. And then he died. He died before the forge where he had been tempering the Eternal Night Sword's edge, still clutching in his hand the very sword forging chart the war hall had confiscated. Li Tu's grip around his war spear tightened slightly. A broken corner of that confiscated sword forging chart was still embedded deep within the notch of his spear. Long ago when Xing Feng's saber had shattered the spearhead and Star Mother, or was used to repair it, Li Tu had dug this fragment out from the deepest vaults of the war hall's old storehouse and forged it into the shaft. He lowered his eyes to the incomplete pattern that had long since fused with the rust of his spear, and his voice sank. It's not that I wouldn't stand for it. Back then the rules of the war hall were set by the Council of Elders. I had no authority to overturn the case. He slowly raised his war spear, the star track patterns on its tip flickering beneath the glow of the killing formation. But today the rules of the Qingshu sect's punishment hall are set by me. You brought men into the sect's private secret realm without permission and attempted to assassinate its chief disciple. By the law you are to report to the underground prison. The Immortal Venerable wrenched the bandages off his right arm in a single motion. Cracks inch by inch ran from his fingertips all the way to his shoulder blade. Every crack like a sword rune once carved by the Eternal Night Sword. He offered up his wounded arm as a sacrifice, driving the formation's most coarse sword intent band into full activation. The entire void platform began to collapse, and every last forging rune left by the swordsmith ancestors erupted with final sword pressure at the edge of self-destruction. Li Tu swept the young body cultivator behind him with a reverse motion, unleashing his mid-immortal venerable battle intent without the slightest restraint. At the chipped notch of his spear, the fragment of the sword forging chart blazed with a light as primal as the killing formation itself. One thrust of the spear, and the ancestral smithing relic at the core of the killing formation shattered in response. The sword forging chart trapped inside was finally freed, transforming into a blaze of sword light that flew deep into the Eternal Night Star domain, echoing from afar with the sleeping ancient sword puppet in the sword tomb. The moment the killing formation collapsed, Li Tu released his spear and seized the Immortal Venerable's arm, which was on the verge of shattering completely. This fragment of the sword forging chart from this day forward was returned to its rightful owner. His grip bore down on the other man like he was pressing shut an old debt he had owed for who knew how many years. Come with me to the underground prison. We'll settle the crimes one by one. Your unauthorized intrusion into the secret realm is one count, your deliberate laying of a killing formation is another. As for that old case from long ago, the testimony I owed your grandfather, I'll pay it back now. The Immortal Venerable lowered his head to look at the cracks on his arm, which were slowly closing. After the killing formation collapsed completely, a void rift hanging high at the outer edge of the sword tomb was exposed. Deep within the rift at some point a sword shadow had appeared. It was the lingering sword intent left behind when Su Qingxue split the void reef during the Eternal Night Sword's acknowledgement, now resonating from afar with the ancient sword puppet sleeping inside the tomb. He gazed at that sword shadow, his voice hoarse and weary. No need. That matter died long ago along with the forge's flame. But the fact that you dared to bring a disciple into this star region today means the sect behind you truly deserves for you to grip that spear steady once more. His gaze swept past Li Tu to the young body cultivator behind him, who was rooted in a half-squat over the void ruins with his waist rigid and both hands braced on his knees. He suddenly gave a low laugh. That horse stance of his, you taught him. Xing Feng taught it. I'm in charge of the final exam. His stance is better than mine back then. The shattered remnants of the killing formation slowly dissolved into the dust of the void, and Li Tu lifted his war spear back onto his shoulder. The sword forging chart, sealed away for untold millennia, hovered quietly at the entrance of the sword tomb, awaiting its next inheritor. Deep within the tomb, the first wisp of gloomy light kindled in the sleeping ancient sword puppet's hollow eyes. Su Qingshue's chaos sword physique awakening progress had been stuck at 68% for 3 whole days. It was not a bottleneck. Her sword intent flowed more smoothly than ever. Every morning during practice, the 3 tribulation marks on the 9 tribulations sword resonated of their own accord, while the Eternal Night Sword hovered quietly behind her, the primordial sword runes on its blade brightening and dimming in time with her breath. But she could sense that the threshold was still ahead. Not a threshold of spiritual power, but one of sword intent. She had already deduced the complementary paths of the Chaos Sword Art and the Nine Heavens Sword Art to the limit of the Golden Core Realm, and the primordial sword intent of the Eternal Night Sword Codex had been woven into her daily sword forms. Yet there was still something missing, just a hair. That difference was tiny, like an extremely thin film of ice sealed over her golden core. She could touch it and sense it, yet it refused to break. Yi Guhong stood by the third-floor window of the sword pavilion, gazing across the entire training grounds at that moon-white figure. Bumming lay across his knees, the old nix on its scabbard, giving off a bleak gleam in the morning light. 3 centuries of sword cultivation intuition let him notice earlier than anyone else that the cracks in the film of ice were widening, not splitting apart, but being slowly pushed open from within. She needs the complete inheritance of the primordial sword emperor, Yi Guhong said. It was not a suggestion, it was a judgment. Lin Chen was tucking a jade message talisman into his sleeve. The coordinates of the primordial sword tomb had been flickering on the talisman all night. He raised his eyes toward the sword pavilion and happened to meet Yi Guhong's downward gaze. Their eyes locked for an instant, and Lin Chen gave a slight nod. Time to go. On the square in front of Qingshu Sect's mountain gate, the morning mist had not fully dispersed. Su Qingxue carried the Eternal Night sword on her back, while the sword runes of the 9 tribulations sword flowed calmly along her right arm. Li Tu served as guardian for the entire Secret Realm expedition. The battle intent of a mid-stage Immortal Venerable was concealed with absolute restraint, but deep in the nick on his war spear, the one slashed out by Xing Feng. A remnant fragment of the sword forging diagram resonated from afar with the direction of the sword tomb. Old Ming came up from the underground prison and placed a soul-guiding incense burner, specially made in the netherworld, at the edge of the teleportation array. In the sword tomb slept ancient sword puppets that had lain for untold millennia. If any remnant souls lingered, this burner could lead them home. Tina Yulong, Yuejiang Ruoxue, and Xiaocha all came along. Demao crouched on Su Qingxue's shoulder, its tail hooked tightly around the tassel of the Eternal Night sword, purple thunder patterns flickering in and out of visibility in the morning light. Let's go. Su Qingxue was the first to step into the teleportation array. The void barrier of the primordial sword tomb parted on its own the moment she stepped in. The sword intent that had slumbered for 10,000 years sensed the aura of a chaos sword physique and let out an extremely deep, extremely slow sword cry from deep within the tomb path. That sword cry pierced the stone walls of the entire sword tomb, pierced the void barrier, pierced the endless darkness of the Eternal Night star domain, and then was softly caught by the Eternal Night sword. The interior of the sword tomb was not sinister. The ancient stone walls were covered with primordial sword runes sharing the same origin as the Eternal Night sword. Each rune lit up on its own as Su Qingxue drew near like a guide who had waited too long and finally seen the one who was meant to arrive. On the first level of the sword tomb, countless ancient sword puppets detached themselves from the stone walls, spectral light flickering in their eye sockets. Li Tu swept his war spear in a horizontal arc and split open the encirclement of the first wave, leaving the sword array passage where the puppets were thickest to the disciples following behind him. Tina Yu used the heaven-splitting axe to hold the ancient sword puppets at bay. The star track patterns on the axe blade resonated violently with the residual sword-forging diagram fragments inside the puppets. Every time he shattered one, a fragment flew into the deep nick of Li Tu's war spear and merged once more with the remaining shard on the spear shaft. Lung Yu's icy chi precisely sealed off the swarm of sword puppets surging from the flanks, freezing them into a narrow passage just wide enough for one person to pass sideways. As Su Qingxue moved through the passage behind her, Lung Yu said softly, "There's light at the end." Jiang Ruoxue crouched at a formation base at the end of the passage, swiftly repairing the broken primordial teleportation runes with Star Radiance Mother or shavings. The moment the spiritual power circuit reignited at her fingertips, the entrance to the second level of the sword tomb burst open before everyone. The second level held only one sword puppet. It was nearly twice as tall as the others, and the long sword in its hand was covered with the same primordial sword runes as the Eternal Night sword. The faint light in its eye sockets was so dense it seemed almost material. This was the primordial sword emperor's lifebound sword puppet. When the Eternal Night sword was forged, the sword emperor had used his own sword intent as the guide, and the Eternal Night sword embryo as the bone to create this puppet, commanding it to wait here in silence for the next chaos sword physique to arrive. The sword puppet raised its sword intent perfectly synchronized with the Eternal Night sword. Su Qingxue drew the 9 tribulations sword and held the Eternal Night sword horizontally before her. Both blades came out together. The 3 complementary sword intents of the Chaos Sword Art, the 9 Heavens Sword Art, and the Eternal Night Sword Codex condensed into a single thread at the sword tips. The sword puppet did not attack. It simply pressed its sword intent onto her blades section by section, each section a sword path insight personally engraved by the primordial sword emperor, so heavy that it could crush any sword cultivator whose foundation was not firm. Su Qingxue's twin swords were forced slightly downward. Fine cracks spread over the stone bricks beneath her feet. The webbing between her thumb and forefinger split open and blood ran down along the sword hilts. In the sword pavilion, Yi Guhong's sword heart jade glowed hot enough to burn. His left thumb, which had not moved in 300 years, rested steadily on the guard of bumming. The scabbard trembled slightly, not because the sword was about to leave its sheath, but because it was helping her bear the pressure from across the distance. Su Qingxue did not retreat. Under the vast sword pressure, her chaos sword physique awakening progress jumped from 68% to 69% and then to 70%. The third sword tribulation seal of the 9 tribulations sword broke apart inch by inch. She crossed her twin swords before her and withstood the final section of the sword puppet's sword intent with the origin sword intent of the chaos sword physique. Then both swords struck out together, cleaving apart the primordial sword intent that had been entangled with her for no one knew how many breaths. The sword puppet reversed its sword and sheathed its massive body, sinking slowly down, giving way to the stone door that had been sealed behind it for untold ages. The complete inheritance of the primordial sword emperor was carved on the stone wall behind the door. At the top of the stone wall, the complete text of the primordial sword emperor scripture was inscribed in primordial sword script. Below it floated a core of Star Radiant's mother, or holding the same material origin as the Eternal Night sword scabbard. The slot at the center of the door matched the tip of the Eternal Night sword exactly. Su Qingxue inserted the Eternal Night sword into the slot, and the stone door slowly opened before her. The words of the Sword Emperor scripture rose from the stone wall, turning into a pale gold stream of sword intent that poured into her brow. The awakening progress of her chaos sword physique finally settled at 71%. The ice film over her golden core shattered completely. The nascent soul tribulation was imminent. Tribulation clouds began to gather in the void. These were not the 6-fold tribulation clouds of an ordinary nascent soul tribulation. They were the unique 9-fold sword tribulation of a chaos sword physique breaking through. When the first thunder tribulation crashed down, she did not even raise her sword. She simply split it apart with the newborn sword intent of her nascent soul. The second fire tribulation was suppressed by the primordial sword intent of the Eternal Night sword. The third wind tribulation was absorbed directly by the thunderfire twin tribulation seal of the 9 tribulation sword. The fourth ice tribulation had not yet fallen when Lung Yu diverted it at the end of the passage with her icy chi. The 5th, 6th, and 7th tribulations she split apart with one sword stroke after another. Each stroke carved itself into the stone walls of the sword tomb, leaving behind new insights on the sword path. The 8th tribulation cloud condensed above the sword tomb into a primordial sword intent of the same origin as the sword puppet. She did not cut it apart. Instead, she drew that sword intent together with the final incantation of the Sword Emperor scripture into her nascent soul, making them the final push for the nascent soul to break free from its cocoon. The 9th tribulation cloud turned into a sky-filling rain of pale gold sword light and fell without a sound. Where the sword light landed on the stone walls, it carved the final chaos sword rune. The tribulation clouds scattered, and the nascent soul was formed. Su Qingxue lowered her head and looked at her right palm. A very faint chaos sword rune was slowly sinking into her skin. The system's settlement reward list began to appear line by line in her divine sense. Primordial Sword Emperor inheritance fully recovered. Reward complete chaos tier technique. The Primordial Sword Emperor scripture automatically added to the scripture library, and forming the chaos tier sword path tetralogy alongside the chaos sword art, the 9 heaven sword art, and the Eternal Night sword codex. Heart Realm breakthrough cards. Several. Control authority over the ancient sword puppets has been transferred to the sword pavilion. The sword intent attributes of the newly incorporated sword puppets are fully compatible with the sect's mountain protecting formation. The Star Radiance mother or core has been fused into the scabbard of the Eternal Night sword, doubling its nurturing efficiency. The Primordial Sword Tomb has officially joined the exclusive Secret Realm sequence of Qingshu sect ranked side by side with the Yellow Springs Heavenly Venerates Dao Field. The last has reached Nascent Soul. Lin Chen set down the Jade Message Talisman. From the direction of the Primordial Sword Tomb, de Mao was using the 10,000 Beast Spirit Communication art to send Xiao Mao today's 78th match commentary. It had carried back a chunk of the broken stone wall from Senior Sister's realm breaking and planned to place it on top of the rockery as a mountain suppressing stone. Yi Guhong withdrew his left hand, and the scabbard of bumming returned to stillness. He looked toward the sword tomb and gave an extremely light nod. She had finally reached this step. She used the sword of the hidden sword path he had taught her, the saber intent lock she had casually recorded when Xing Feng shattered Li Tu's war spear, and the sword rune she herself had carved in countless life or death battles to split open the door to the nascent soul realm. Outside the window, dusk lay heavy and the lights of Qingshu sect were coming on one by one. Su Qingshue's nascent soul tribulation clouds had not yet scattered. The lingering 9th layer sword tribulation remnants from the stone walls of the sword tomb still drifted slowly through the air like a silent shower of pale gold snow. She stood amid the ruins before the Sword Emperor's stone gate. The 3 tribulation marks on the sword pattern of her right arm were all glowing at once. Dark purple thunder tribulation, crimson fire tribulation, pure white sword tribulation. The 3-colored radiance wove around her into a slowly rotating vortex of sword intent. The eternal night sword floated behind her, the ancient sword patterns on its blade flickering in sync with her breathing. Her chaos sword body's awakening level remained at 71%. The spiritual energy of early nascent soul was nearly 3 times what it had been at Golden Core peak, but at this moment, she wasn't savoring the power gained through the breakthrough. She was feeling that after that layer of ice membrane shattered 3 sword scriptures engraved on her golden core, the Chaos Sword Art, the 9 Heavens Sword Art, and the Ancient Sword Emperor Sutra, awakened simultaneously and formed an extremely tiny pale gold sword intent vortex within her dantian. Nascent soul already. Li Tu stood at the end of the sword tomb passage with his war spear on his shoulder. The broken corner of the sword forging diagram at the chipped edge of the spear blade was faintly glowing. How does it feel? Su Qingxue extended her right hand, and the newborn chaos sword mark on her palm was slowly fading into the skin. Sword intent can now flow through 4 complete techniques at once. The Chaos Sword Art governs the inner, the 9 Heavens Sword Art governs the outer, the Eternal Night Sword Code governs ancient sword intent, and the Ancient Sword Emperor Sutra. She paused. The Eternal Night sword flew into her palm on its own, and every ancient sword pattern on its blade blazed to life the instant she gripped it. Governs inheritance. Old Ming walked over from the other end of the passage carrying his soul-guiding incense burner. The remnants of the ancient sword puppet souls in the sword tomb had all been liberated. The last wisp of soul-guiding incense smoke from the burner drifted slowly toward the depths of the stone gate. He glanced at the sword mark fading on Su Qingxue's palm. His netherworld spiritual perception at the immortal venerable level let him notice the mark's abnormality earlier than anyone else present. It was not an ordinary nascent soul mark. Within it was sealed an extremely ancient sword intent, so ancient that even he, the former hall master, who had spent who knew how many years in the reincarnation hall, found it unfamiliar. Your nascent soul tribulation didn't just split open your golden core, Old Ming said, setting the incense burner into a hollow in the stone wall. It also struck in the final sword intent the ancient sword emperor left in the sword tomb. Meanwhile, at the mountain gate of Qingshu sect, Lin Chen was sitting on the white jade steps holding a cup of cold spiritual tea. It wasn't that he didn't want hot tea. It was that the system had for the 3rd time today jammed his teapot's heating function. Host, this system is currently settling all reward entries from the ancient sword emperor's inheritance in the background and cannot simultaneously process the heating module of the spiritual food generator. Please try again later. What does settling rewards have to do with heating the teapot? A teapot is a teapot, or a quest is a quest. This system's calculation allocation follows a priority hierarchy. The ancient sword emperor's inheritance involves chaos rank techniques, immortal venerable level sword puppet access, and the complete records of the 9-layer sword tribulation. The sheer volume of data far exceeds what the host can imagine. However, the heating function of the spiritual food generator belongs to the daily maintenance module and has the lowest priority. This system is merely acting according to the rules. The system paused. Host, your disciple has just broken through to nascent soul. Congratulatory letters from major powers across the 6 realms have already filled the void mailboxes of the boundless market. The Azure Dragon Emperor asked whether the tassel of the Eternal Night Sword could be swapped for a strand of 10,000-year ice silkworm silk from the demon realm. The Ice Phoenix Empress asked whether she could be given one of the remaining reincarnation violet lotus seeds from the Yellow Spring Heavenly Venerable's Tao Arena. And here you are wrestling with a teapot. The teapot is mine. I want to drink hot tea. Host, you are an immortal emperor. You can heat it yourself with your spiritual energy. Lin Chen fell silent. It wasn't that he had forgotten. He simply couldn't be bothered to move. An immortal emperor's spiritual energy could shatter the demon emperor's palace with the flip of a hand, but he didn't want to use that level of power for a cup of tea. Rather like how you could tear steel rebar apart with your bare hands, yet you would never use that skill to unscrew a bottle cap. The system clearly guessed what he was thinking. Host, this system has restored the spiritual tea in your pot to a suitable temperature. Please enjoy. Lin Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip and happened to see Su Qingxue walk out of the teleportation array, followed by Li Tu carrying his war spear, Old Ming cradling the soul-guiding incense burner, and the inner disciples, all safe and sound. The Eternal Night Sword floated behind her, its ancient sword patterns quietly flickering in the morning light. Master, I've reached nascent soul. She stopped in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen set down his teacup and looked her over. All 9 layers of the sword tribulation struck through. All of them. I took the 8th layer with the ancient sword emperor sutra. The 9th layer was carved by the sword tomb wall itself. She extended her right hand where the chaos sword mark on her palm shimmered faintly in the sunlight. The sword intent vortex in my nascent soul. I also incorporated the final sword intent left behind by the ancient sword emperor. Elder Yi was right. What was lacking wasn't spiritual energy, but inheritance. Then fight around. Lin Chen stood up. First battle at nascent soul. Choose your opponent. Su Qingxue tilted her head, thinking with the same light in her eyes as when she split dragon breath in the Black Wind Mountains back then. Elderly too. Suppress your mid-immortal venerable cultivation down to early nascent soul and fight a match. Li Tu, who was tidying the sword-forging fragments on his war spear nearby, nearly dropped his spear when he heard that. You've just broken through to nascent soul, and you want to test your sword on me. Your war spear has remnants of ancient sword intent, and my eternal night sword is also ancient sword intent. Fair. Li Tu looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen said only same rule as before. Suppress to early nascent soul, don't use an ounce more strength. Li Tu took a deep breath, thrust the war spear into the ground, and said fine. Qingshu Sect's Void Arena was a permanent facility specially left by the boundless market owner after Li Tu's last fight with Xingfeng. The arena stood in an independent void behind the sect's back mountains, surrounded by layers of reinforced arrays sponsored by the boundless market, sturdy enough to withstand immortal venerable level collisions. Su Qingxue stood on the east side of the arena. The Eternal Night sword floated at her side, the 9 tribulations sword extended from the sword pattern on her right arm, and 3 tribulation marks intertwined around its blade. Li Tu stood on the west side, his mid-immortal venerable aura completely suppressed, leaving only the battle intent of early nascent soul. He gripped the war spear in exactly the same stance as when he faced Xingfeng in the Void Arena back then, straight fierce with no trickery whatsoever. Begin. Li Tu struck first. The war spear tore through the air, no variation at all. Only pure battle intent and power. Back in his nascent soul period, this one thrust could pierce through every opponent at the same realm. Su Qingxue didn't dodge. The 3 tribulation marks of the 9 tribulations sword erupted at once as she took Li Tu's frontal strike head-on. The moment spear tip met sword edge, sword chi and battle intent detonated together, and the shockwave caused the arena's reinforcing arrays to flare in unison. Su Qingxue retreated half a step. The pure white sword intent on the 9 tribulations sword steadily dispersed the remaining force from the spear tip. Then her left hand drew the Eternal Night sword. Both blades came out together. The Chaos Sword art governed inner defense, while the Eternal Night Sword code's ancient sword intent sliced across the side of Li Tu's war spear, forcing him back half a step. Li Tu looked down at the web between his thumb and index finger on the hand gripping his spear, where an extremely shallow sword mark had appeared. Dual sword style. Elder Yi taught me. Su Qingxue crossed both swords in exactly the same posture as when Yi Guhong had personally taught her to thrust a sword in front of the sword pavilion that year. He said a sword cultivator can use only one sword, but if you have 2 swords, don't waste them. Li Tu laughed. This girl's sword Dao talent. Every time he thought it was already high enough, she always managed to leap another notch higher. He stopped holding back. The sword forging diagram fragments on his war spear lit up one by one. The early nascent soul battle intent was augmented by ancient sword intent, and the spear tip gave off a low sword hum as it thrust out. Su Qingxue shot forth with both swords. The 9 tribulations sword guarded her front, while the Eternal Night sword thrust from the side toward Li Tu's right shoulder. Every strike landed precisely in the gaps of the spear tip's trajectory. The 2 swords in her hands seemed to be using 2 completely independent sword arts simultaneously, yet they complemented each other flawlessly. After dozens of exchanges, Li Tu withdrew his spear. Su Qingxue returned both swords to position, breathing a little hard, but the hands gripping the swords were steady as still water. Elderly, your spear tip drifted half an inch just now. Was that deliberate letting me off? It wasn't letting you off. When you used the Eternal Night sword to shave the ancient sword intent fragments on my spear tip on the 3rd cut, the fragment itself trembled. The fragment has a spirit. It acknowledged your sword intent, and it pulled my spear hand off course. Li Tu planted the war spear on the arena. You win. First battle at nascent soul, defeating an immortal venerable across realms. Even though I suppressed my realm, your dual sword style took shape faster than my spear. At the foot of the arena, Xiao Mo, who had been watching, looked down at the long sword in his arms. Back when he lost to Su Qingxue's Chaos Sword Art in the 6 Realms Grand Competition, she was still at peak foundation establishment. Now she was in nascent soul, her dual sword style complete, and the ancient sword emperor's inheritance upon her. He suddenly felt that the most correct decision of his life had been to stand outside Qingshu Sect's mountain gate for an entire night. Shen Rang sat beside him, sword case lying across his knees, and said expressionlessly, the few strikes senior sister made just now with the Eternal Night sword followed the same sword intent flow as when Elder Yi taught us the hidden sword Dao, but she had more ancient sword intent than we do. Xiao Mo turned to look at him. Shen Rang added that they should go back for extra practice, and tonight they would train downstairs in the sword pavilion. Lin Chen rose from the edge of the arena and waved at Su Qingxue. He took a small white jade bottle from his sleeve and handed it to her. Inside was a newly refined 9-cycle soul-returning pill by Gu He. Gu He had refined 7 pills in total using the reincarnation violet lotus seeds, and this one was reserved specially for her, with a faint layer of sword patterns floating on its pill halo. Gu He's medicine boy was grinding herbs and taking notes in the pill room, saying that Elder Gu had made an exception this time and personally added an extra quenching procedure for the sword patterns. Thank you, master. Go to the dining hall and eat. Lin Chen turned and walked back. The system settled accounts within his divine sense host. The first nascent soul battle quest has been completed. Rewards a batch of heart transcendence breakthrough cards. Permission to study nascent soul level ancient sword intent has been unlocked for the outer sect body cultivation class, and the rare item dual sword sheath nurturing diagram has been placed in the scripture library. Additionally, the chipped fragments of Li Tu's war spear were activated by the Eternal Night Sword during this battle, and Qingshu sect has gained a new growth-capable, immortal venerable level war spear. The sword forging diagram fragments on its shaft are now fully assembled. In the dining hall, Iron Ox was carrying a large plate of braised pork out and nearly collided with the doorframe. Lung Yu lightly tapped the cold air behind him, freezing the tilted plate back into his hand. Little T stood on tiptoe and hung her yellow spring staff on the new weapon rack at the dining hall entrance. Several weapons were already neatly arranged on the wooden rack. Damao had brought back a broken stone from the sword tomb today, placed beside the stone beast at the mountain gate to pair with the reef fragment from last time, while Xiao Mao was eagerly examining its quality with excited cries. Zhang Yunfan was serving rice for Su Qingxue. When the ladle scooped the spiritual rice, he unconsciously used the precise touch of the medicine pestle from the pill room, so every scoop was exactly the same amount. Lin Chen took the latest Eternal Night Starfield Patrol report that Li Ju had brought back from the market and flipped through 2 pages. Outside, Twilight pressed heavily on the training grounds. Shun Rang was heading toward the sword pavilion, with his sword case, sword intent quietly flowing at his fingertips. Qingshu sect's night was slowly spreading out. The lights of the sword tomb flickered in the distance brighter than usual. On the second day after Su Qingshue's nascent soul breakthrough, the welcome formation array outside Qingshu sect's mountain gate had not seen a moment's rest. Congratulatory letters from the great powers of the 6 realms piled up in the void mailbox of the boundless market. The Azure Dragon Emperor's gift was the most lavish. He had personally woven a sword tassel from 10,000-year-old ice silk of the demon realm, sending it via the Ice Phoenix Emperor's special envoy. He said it was to replace the tassel on the Eternal Night Sword and to gently urge, when would the advanced version of that introductory tutorial be released? The Ice Phoenix Emperor's congratulatory letter came with a box of extreme northern cold jade sealed within, which were a pair of complete down feathers freshly molted from young Ice Phoenix birds. Grandmaster Taishu descended in person, presenting the ancient sword cultivator's manual that Taishu Immortal sect had kept as their deepest treasure. He said the manual had lain in Taishu's scripture pavilion for ages with none able to decipher it, until today when it finally found its rightful owner. The Jiang family's congratulatory letter included a personal note from Jiang Ruoxue, saying that the sword intent sample from this nascent soul breakthrough had already been compiled into the standard textbook for the formation cultivation class. Ji Wufa personally placed a roughly carved spirit wood sword talisman at the mountain gate, inscribing his name and Qingshu sect's initials with the spiritual power of the wordless steel. He said it was a maintenance suggestion for the Eternal Night scabbard. He had searched through the Ji family's formation manuals and found the nurturing incantation for the ancient sword sheath. The system broadcast the congratulatory letter inventory one by one within his divine sense, then suddenly paused mid-sentence. Its tone shifted from mechanical recitation to that excitable chaos-loving glee. Host, a random quest has been triggered. The news of the ancient sword tomb's reopening has spread across the 6 realms. After Su Qingxue shattered the ancient sword puppet on the first floor of the sword tomb, the residual fragments of sword intent scattered across the outer reaches of the Eternal Night Starfield, forming 17 temporary void rifts. Each rift sealed within it a shred of ancient sword intent ranging in quality from saint rank to chaos rank. Once word spread, rogue cultivators, sword cultivator clans, demon realm wanderers, and netherworld sword ghosts from all 6 realms flooded into the Eternal Night Starfield, fighting over the sword intent fragments within the rifts. On the market trading platform, rogue cultivators had already posted bounties for fragment snatching, with prices bid higher than void spirit mines. The market master requested that Qingshu sect step in to maintain order. The ancient sword tomb is Qingshu sect's exclusive secret realm, Lin Chen said, setting down the now cold tea on the steps. The teapot's heating function had already been repaired, but he couldn't be bothered to drink right now. The sword intent fragments within that secret realm, their ownership belongs to Qingshu sect. Rogue cultivators snatching fragments are stealing Qingshu sect's property. Whoever steals must compensate, paying the full price. How many spirit stones did Ji Wudao pay back when he blew up a formation plate in the market? Have him send over the price list. We'll price it according to that standard. The formation plate Ji Wudao compensated for back then was heaven rank, so the market price can be referenced. But sword intent fragments range from saint rank to chaos rank, so the price span is too wide. I suggest the host authorize the boundless market to establish a dedicated appraisal team. Jiang Ruoxue handles identification, Li Ju handles registration, and Feng Han handles collecting spirit stones. Granted. Also have Li Tu lead battle hall disciples to set up checkpoints at the edge of the Eternal Night Starfield. Anyone who is not of Qingshu's sect and intrudes into the Sword Tomb's territory shall be stopped. Fragments already taken must be returned by the deadline. If overdue, the battle hall will come collect them in person. Lin Chen rose and walked toward the main hall. Sync the ancient sword puppet's control authority to the sword pavilion. Yi Guhong knows how to use it. The system immediately settled the quest, its speaking speed noticeably faster than usual. This random quest has triggered multiple rewards. The ancient sword intent fragment recovery quest is now active. A 100% recovery rate will grant the complete control authority over the sword puppet legion left behind by the ancient sword emperor. The Starlight Vein Mother Core, made of the same material as the Eternal Night Scabbard, has fused into the eye of the mountain protecting Grand Formation. The Resonance Stone upgrade permission for the sword formation is unlocked. A batch of Heart-Mind breakthrough cards and Sword Pavilion access has been synchronized to all intersect sword cultivating disciples. In the main hall of Qingshu sect, Lin Chen issued the ownership decree for the ancient sword intent fragments. The sword talisman from the Ji family for nurturing the Eternal Night Scabbard came together with a full set of ancient formation pattern nurturing incantations. Jiang Ruoxua leaned over her workbench, transcribing the incantations line by line into teaching material that the formation cultivation class could understand. Xiao Cha led the handyman disciples in setting up a temporary registration station at the entrance to the Eternal Night Starfield. The reincarnation law of the Yellow Spring Dao body spread a faint gray perception barrier around the station. Every intruder's spiritual power signature would be automatically recorded in the files. Iron Ox led the outer sect body cultivators on patrol along the boundary of the Eternal Night Starfield. His heaven-splitting axe drove back rogue cultivators who refused to follow the rules, and with a single chop, he shattered the flying sword of a rogue cultivator attempting to forcefully crash through the checkpoint. The fragments he neatly stacked by the roadside. Damao crouched beside the registration station, using the 10,000 Beast Spirit communication art to send every registering cultivator the temporary rules: first register, then appraise, then receive the permit. Anyone jumping the queue would be disqualified. Xiaomao crouched nearby, supervising whether Damao had missed anyone. At the registration office on the border of the Eternal Night Starfield, Li Ju was registering the rogue cultivators one by one. Feng Han collected spirit stones beside him. The price list of Ji Wudao's compensation for the Heaven Rank formation plate was pasted at the entrance of the registration office as a reference standard. Saint Rank Sword Intent Fragments. Referencing the Heaven Rank formation plate, price multiplied by 3. Chaos Rank Sword Intent Fragments are priceless treasures. Either return them or mortgage them with an item of equivalent rank. Those without money can pay in installments with monthly interest, the rate referencing the IOU Sundishing left back in the day. Qingshu sect even lends money now, as someone among the rogue cultivators muttered quietly. Feng Han raised his head to glance at the speaker, his tone as flat, as if reciting today's dining hall menu. No, we are a proper sect. But if you owe a debt and refuse to pay, the battle hall master will personally come to collect. At the same moment, Li Tu led the battle hall disciples to set up the final checkpoint in the most remote nameless star zone at the edge of the Eternal Night Starfield. This place was the farthest from the Sword Tomb's entrance, and also the last route for rogue cultivators to sneak in unnoticed. Li Tu thrust his war spear into the void. The fully reassembled sword forging diagram fragment at the spear's chipped edge lit up on its own, and the ripples of ancient sword intent radiated in all directions. Every rogue cultivator attempting to slip through this route was simultaneously locked onto by the spear's intent. Li Tu swept his gaze across the dark, crowded crowd before him. Back when I led troops in the war hall, deserters were executed on the spot. Now Qingshu sect's rule is, those who trespass into the secret realm pay double the fine. The new personal disciple Xing Feng had taken on was now at the peak of golden core, and at this moment stood behind Li Tu with a long saber in hand, the blade's tip angled toward the void. This mission was the first time he led a team to set up a checkpoint independently. Li Tu was only there to hold the line. The formation layout, personnel assignment, and contingency handling were all directed by the young man himself. Among the rogue cultivators blocked by Li Tu's spear intent was an old hand at the early Immortal King stage. Seeing that sneaking through was hopeless, he turned to slip away in another direction. The young man took a sideways step to block his retreat path. The long saber remained sheathed. He merely used the blade's spine to seal off the man's escape route. Senior, the rules for battle hall checkpoints are set by Qingshu sect. Either register or go back. The old hand's gaze swept over the young man's face, then over Li Tu's war spear, slowly glowing behind him. In the end, he raised his hands and retreated to obediently join the queue. Li Tu watched this from the side, and only after the rogue cultivators had dispersed did he walk over and pat the young man on the shoulder. That block just now was solid. Next time, don't use the blade's spine. Use saber chi. Immortal King level rogue cultivators have thick skins. A blade's spine won't scare them. At Qingshu sect's mountain gate, Yi Guhong sat cross-legged on the third floor of the sword pavilion. The control authority of the ancient sword puppets had been synchronized through the pavilion's formation foundation to the scabbard of Bumming. He could perceive the position of every ancient sword puppet. They no longer slumbered in the stone walls of the sword tomb, but were arrayed in sequence along the boundary of the eternal night starfield, forming an invisible defensive line encircling the entire secret realm. 300 years ago, he had stood alone guarding the northern wasteland sword tomb. 300 years later, the ancient sword puppets patrolled Qingshu sect's secret realm in his stead. The times had changed. The tomb's guardian had gone from a single man to an entire legion of sword puppets. Shen Rang entered carrying his sword case, sword intent, flowing quietly at his fingertips. Yi Guhong did not turn around, but lightly tapped the scabbard of bumming. He could bring him along to observe the flow of the ancient sword puppet's sword intent. Shen Rang understood and withdrew with the sword case. In the boundless market, the void sky wall was broadcasting the real-time progress of Qingshu sect's recovery of sword intent fragments. Sword intent fragments recovered, Saint rank, several. Chaos rank, several. The rate of voluntary return by rogue cultivators is higher than expected. Battle Hall door-to-door collection rate 0. No one is overdue. The market master added a line of remarks. The order maintained during this ancient sword intent fragment recovery quest has far exceeded expectations. Therefore, a 6-month exemption on trading fees in the boundless market is hereby granted. On the market trading platform, the Azure Dragon Emperor placed the single largest spirit stone wager across the entire platform in his personal name, betting that the voluntary return rate among rogue cultivators would exceed 70%. Damao crouched atop the registration station, flicking his tail, using the 10,000 Beast Spirit communication art to send Xiaomao today's post-match commentary. Those who voluntarily returned their sword intent fragments left happier than when they arrived, probably because Fang Han gave everyone who returned them on time a free exchange voucher for the introductory tutorial. Xiaomao replied, "Next time can you get 2 more vouchers? It wanted to learn too." The recovery of the ancient sword intent fragments proceeded with unruffled order. At the boundary registration station of the Eternal Night Star Domain, the flood of visitors gradually receded from its daily peak of several thousand to a few hundred. Jiang Ruoxue had handed the appraisal duties over to several prized disciples of the formation class. Li Ju's hands had grown so swift at collecting spirit stones that they outdid his old days of processing paperwork in the prison hall, and Fang Han had given out 2 entire crates of exchange vouchers for the introductory tutorials. After the system finished tallying the final batch of chaos-grade sword intent fragments entering storage within his divine, since its tone carried a trace of lingering relish, host, this round's recovery mission has brought a considerable number of saint-grade sword intent fragments and a considerable number of chaos-grade sword intent fragments into the warehouse. The voluntary return rate among wandering cultivators exceeded all expectations, and the War Hall's door-to-door collection rate stood at 0. The additional 6-month fee exemption granted by the Boundless Bazaar Master had already taken effect. Damao has distributed a considerable number of exchange vouchers from atop the registration station, and Xiaomao has successfully squirreled away quite a few private vouchers of his own. Get to the point. All the ancient sword intent fragments have been fully warehoused. The temporary rifts on the outskirts of the sword tomb have closed naturally, and the spiritual energy fluctuations of the Eternal Night Star Domain have returned to normal levels. All core objectives of this recovery mission have been achieved. Its tone shifted. As such, the next stage of the sect construction mission has been triggered: disciple training. Among the inner disciples of Qingshu sect, overall cultivation has universally reached golden core or above. The number of outer disciples at the foundation establishment stage continues to grow. However, practical combat experience remains concentrated among a handful of core disciples. It is recommended that the host arrange a comprehensive practical training exercise led by inner disciples, with all outer disciples participating in full. Lin Chen picked up the communication jade slip, his gaze sweeping across the outer disciple formation, practicing morning drills in the training ground beyond the window. Li Ju was leading the running exercises. Fang Han was correcting the sword stances of new disciples, and Li Tu stood at the rear of the formation, war lance resting on his shoulder, steadying the line. Lin Chen remembered what these people had been like when they first arrived, and what they looked like now. He tossed the jade slip to Su Qingxue, who happened to be walking in. "Pass the word. In 3 days, all inner disciples and above will lead squads, with the entire outer formation participating. The practical training site will be at the outer reaches of the ancient sword tomb. The objective is to thoroughly sweep away every ancient sword puppet remaining on the first level of the sword tomb. The guardians for this training will be Xing Feng, Yi Guhong, and Li Tu. They are not to act unless a life or death crisis arises." Su Qingxue acknowledged the order and took her leave. 3 days later, on the void platform outside the ancient sword tomb, several hundred inner and outer disciples of Qingshu sect stood arrayed in full formation. Su Qingxue stood at the very head of the immense host. The Eternal Night sword hovered at her side, while the 9 Tribulations sword extended from the sword patterns etched upon her right arm. The inner disciples lined up in a single rank behind her. The War Hall contingent at the fore, led by Xing Feng's personal disciples, and Tai Niu. The Alchemy Hall anchored by Jiang Yunfan. The Ice Pavilion overseen by Lung Yu. The Formation class commanded by Jiang Ruoxue, and the reincarnation hall's auxiliary duties entrusted to Xiao Cha. Xiao Mo stood on the flank, sword cradled in his arms, charged with overall coordination. On the stone walls of the sword tomb's first level, the eye sockets of the ancient sword puppets lit up with an eerie glow all at once. Not a mere handful, several hundred of them. Su Qingxue drew both swords at once, flooding the twin blades with the sword intent of the Chaos Sword Art and the ancient Sword Emperor Sutra. The Nine Tribulations sword tore through the sword formation of the first wave of ancient sword puppets, while the Eternal Night sword with even more ferocious momentum suppressed the core puppet where it stood. Tai Nyo led the War Hall formation to meet the densest cluster of sword puppets head-on. The star orbit patterns of the heaven-splitting axe clashed in fierce collision with the remnants of sword-forging diagrams within the ancient puppets' bodies. Lung Yu's frigid chi precisely sealed the flanks, her ice walls built thinner and more translucent than the last time. Jiang Ruoxue led the formation class in tracing reinforcing formation patterns in midair, while several formation disciples scribbled notes feverishly as they drew. Xiao Cha unfurled the yellow spring staff, and the laws of reincarnation spread a pale gray, soul-soothing domain across the ancient battlefield of the sword tomb, so that the shattered remnant souls of the ancient sword puppets no longer drifted without purpose. Xiao Mo paced slowly across the battlefield, his sword still cradled in his arms. Whenever one or two puppets slipped through the net and charged at the outer disciples, his sword intent would silently dissolve their assault a step ahead. The system broadcast the battle report in real time within Lin Chen's divine sense. The clearance progress of ancient sword puppets on the first level of the sword tomb has exceeded 70%. The outer formation has collectively advanced one minor realm, and over half of the Golden Core disciples achieved breakthroughs. After shattering several waves of sword puppets, Tai Nyo's warbody awakening broke to an unprecedented height. Throughout the engagement, Li Tu, while holding the rear, completely mended the residual cracks in the sword-forging diagram upon his war lance. All the ancient sword-forging fragments within the puppet bodies have been recovered and may be allocated to the War Hall and the Sword Pavilion. A residue of ancient sword intent also remains, recommended to be handed to Jiang Ruoxue's formation class for continued dismantling and classification. The total residual ancient sword intent this time is enough to keep the formation class supplied for quite a while. Within the main hall of the sword tomb, Su Qingxue's chaos sword body awakening had climbed to 73%, and her mid-nascent soul cultivation stood firmly consolidated after the successive grueling battles. The sword talisman jade pendant gifted by the Ji family grew faintly warm against her scabbard. She glanced down and discovered a message sealed within it, layer upon layer of ancient formation patterns. One that could be fully unsealed only once her chaos sword body broke through to the late nascent soul stage. At present, only a small fragment of coordinates surfaced, pointing to an uncharted independent star region deep within the Eternal Night star domain. At the end of the message was a line of small characters carved with sword intent. The ancient sword emperor once forged swords here. Su Qingxue handed the sword talisman to Jiang Ruoxue beside her. After magnifying the coordinates, Jiang Ruoxue recognized a blind zone that diverged entirely from the existing star charts. Yet its spatial folding structure corresponded with absolute precision to the location of the ancient sword-forging furnace, recorded in the Ji family's ancient tomes. The fully restored sword-forging diagram on Li Tu's war lance also radiated a faint warmth in the same direction, confirming the accuracy of the coordinates. Su Qingxue presented the sword talisman to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was in the main hall reviewing the secret realm patrol report Li Ju had just submitted. He accepted the sword talisman and studied it briefly. The ancient sword-forging furnace, a relic left by ancient sword cultivator clans for forging bloodline divine weapons. The core components of those ancient sword puppets in the sword tomb should have come from this very furnace. This relic's value surpasses even the sword tomb itself. Mark the coordinates and place them into the exclusive secret realm development queue. Once the sword intent fragments of the sword tomb are fully recovered and all 18 layers of the trial formation within the secret realm have been activated, we will assemble a team and head there. The system settled the rewards for this training exercise within Lin Chen's divine, since its tone rare in its solemnity. This disciple training mission has been accomplished with complete success. The rare item, Sword Heart Resonance Formation Plate, has been placed in the Sutra Pavilion. This formation plate allows sword cultivators within a certain range to share sword intent perception outside of combat. In simpler terms, all sword cultivators bearing a fragment of the plate can sense the flow of one another's sword intent while practicing their swordsmanship. Incidentally, a complete sword puppet repair diagram was detected among the ancient sword forging fragments recovered this time. Yi Guhong has already synchronized access to the diagram for all inner disciples of the sword arts. In other words, from this day forward, the ancient sword puppets of the Sword Pavilion are no longer mere tomb guardians. Driven by the sword intent of inner sword cultivators, they can serve as high-grade sword intent projections in combat training. Several days later, the Ji family dispatched a special envoy to escort the complete star chart sealed within the sword talisman jade pendant to Qingshu sect. Lin Chen stood alone before the main hall desk, spreading out the star chart. The coordinates clustered densely in the deepest reaches of the eternal night, star domain, and every sword intent engraving resonated faintly with Su Qingshue's chaos sword body. He stored the star chart into his storage ring and almost absently picked up the cup of spirit tea that had been reheated beside the stove. The ruins of the sword furnace deep within the eternal night, star domain, happened to lie not far from the nameless star region where that group of cloaked cultivators had once taken root. The complete star chart delivered by the Ji family had been resting in Lin Chen's storage ring for a full 3 days. It wasn't that he didn't want to go. The system had been running background calculations all this while. The coordinates of the primordial sword forging furnace lay in the deepest reaches of the eternal night star region, within an uncharted and isolated stellar zone, where spatial folds were dozens of times denser than the outside world, and the void rifts were laced with countless fragments of ancient sword intent. Ordinary teleportation formations could never anchor such a complex spatial coordinate. Even if one forcibly tore open a void rift to enter, an exceptionally powerful sword intent would be needed to serve as a navigational beacon. And within the entire Qingshu sect, only 2 sword intents could resonate at the same frequency as the remnants left by the primordial sword emperor, Su Qingshue's chaos sword intent, and Yi Guhong's hidden sword Dao. So this time Yi Guhong leads the expedition. Lin Chen retrieved the star chart from his storage ring. The archaic sword runes on the jade slip gleamed with a cold light in the morning glow. Qingxue is at mid-nascent soul, her sword physique awakened to 73%, all 3 seals of the 9 tribulations sword fully released, and her mastery of the Eternal Night sword's primordial sword intent is sufficient. She will be the main force. Yi Guhong protects the formation, Li Tu holds the rear. All inner sect disciples and above are to accompany the expedition. The ancient sword cultivator clan relic within the primordial sword forging furnace was the very first forge personally built by the primordial sword emperor. The core components of those ancient sword puppets in the sword tomb and the sword embryo of the Eternal Night sword were all forged in this furnace. The ancient sword intent fragments left inside would sustain the sword pavilion for a long time. This time the system did not argue. The primordial sword forging furnace is the first forge personally built by the primordial sword emperor and the birthplace of the Eternal Night sword. If this relic is fully activated, Qingshu sect's exclusive secret realm can be upgraded from a training ground to a sacred heritage site. From then on, any junior bearing the chaos sword physique who enters the secret realm can inherit the complete sword Dao of the primordial sword emperor. This system suggests the host set out as soon as possible. In addition, the forging diagram on Li Tu's war spear has been fully pieced together. Inside the forge, he can attempt to embed the diagram into the furnace fire and reforge the spear. If it succeeds, the war hall of Qingshu sect will gain a new chaos rank war spear. Lin Chen handed the star chart to Su Qingshu. Go, and don't blow up the furnace. At the deepest point of the Eternal Night Star region, the void barrier of the primordial sword forging furnace silently opened the moment Su Qingshue's chaos sword intent touched it. It was not split apart. Rather, it recognized her sword intent and parted on its own. The forge, having slumbered for countless epochs, sensed the aura of the Eternal Night sword and emitted from the depths of the star region a sword hum, immensely deep and immensely slow. That sword hum was more ancient than the sound of the sword tomb stone gate opening. It pierced through the chaotic void currents of the entire isolated stellar zone, causing the ancient sword intent fragments on the periphery to quiver in resonance. The interior of the primordial sword forging furnace was even more vast and grand than the sword tomb. The entire relic was embedded within the core of a long-dead primordial star. The remnants of the star had been forcibly compressed by the primordial sword emperor's supreme sword intent into an inverted volcano suspended in the void. The volcano's mouth was the furnace chamber, and deep within it the primordial furnace fire left over from forging the Eternal Night sword embryo was still sealed to this day. The interior of the relic was divided into 3 layers: the outer furnace, the inner furnace, and the sword embryo chamber, each layer sealed by dense archaic sword runes. The moment they stepped into the outer furnace, the archaic sword runes carved across the surrounding stone walls all blazed to life at once. Every sword rune was a sword forging incantation personally carved by the primordial sword emperor. From ore selection, smelting, embryo forging, and quenching, the complete forging process had been dismantled into tens of thousands of sword intent engravings that covered the stone walls of the entire outer furnace. Jiang Ruoxua tilted her head back, gazing at the sword runes on the stone walls, her hand already tracing patterns in the air. These sword forging incantations were perfectly aligned with her formation rune theories. Every sword rune was a channel of spiritual power, and tens of thousands of such channels were intricately interwoven into a complete sword forging formation. She led the formation cultivation class beneath the stone walls rapidly, transcribing the incantation diagrams as several disciples mumbled discussions, while recording remarking that the line work of these sword runes far surpassed the precision of the Jiang family's old formation plates, and that once they returned they could raise the spiritual efficiency of the trial formation by another tenth. At the entrance to the inner furnace, a slumbering, ancient flame beast lay sprawled directly at the center of the furnace gate. Its body was even larger than the largest ancient sword puppet in the sword tomb. It was composed of solidified primordial furnace fire which flowed slowly within its form, and the sparks that burst from its breath as it exhaled landed on the ground as burning sword intent. It was the guardian of the furnace's flame vein. The furnace beast forged by the primordial sword emperor himself with furnace fire as its bones and sword intent as its soul, entrusted with guarding the final barrier leading to the sword embryo chamber. Sensing the aura of the eternal night sword, the ancient flame beast opened its burning eyes. Its vertical pupils formed of furnace fire locked deathly onto the eternal night sword in Su Qingshue's hand, and it let out a low rumbling roar as the flame veins of the entire inner furnace were activated at once. Yi Guhong held, bumming horizontally before him, and split apart the first wave of furnace fire shock with the sheath blade. Li Tu's war spear swept in a wide arc, knocking back the flames lunging from the side. Iron Ox raised his sky-splitting axe to withstand the furnace fire from the front, while Lung Yu at the flank conjured walls of frigid ice, with her cold energy, to block the scattered sparks. Xiao Mo lingered at the perimeter, carving away the encroaching residual flames on behalf of the outer sect disciples. Su Qingxue struck with both swords drawn, her chaos sword physique's awakening rate climbing rapidly under the furnace fire's immense pressure. The Nine Tribulations sword absorbed the ancient flame beast's frontal charge, while the Eternal Night's sword pierced from the side into the heart of the flames. The archaic sword runes along the blade resonated at the same frequency as the furnace fire. The ancient flame beast lowered its head, gazing at the familiar sword embedded in its chest, and recognized it. The sword embryo forged from its own furnace fire which it had guarded for countless epochs. It ceased attacking, slowly retreated, and crouched beside the furnace gate, yielding passage to the sword embryo chamber. At the center of the sword embryo chamber, an unformed eternal night sword embryo hovered in midair. The embryo was pitch black, its surface flowing with archaic sword runes identical to those of the eternal night sword. Countless fragments of ancient sword intent revolved slowly around it, each fragment a lost sword technique of the ancient era. This embryo had been produced from the very same furnace as the Eternal Night sword. When the primordial sword emperor forged the Eternal Night sword all those years ago, two sword embryos were forged simultaneously in the furnace fire. One was forged into the Eternal Night sword, and the other had been left within the furnace to be nurtured ever since. Su Qingxue inserted the Eternal Night sword into a groove on the sword embryo, and the two merged seamlessly into one. Sensing the complete Eternal Night sword, the forge rekindled the primordial furnace fire that had been sealed deep within its chamber for countless millennia. The sword forging furnace began to revive. Li Tu laid his war spear flat into the furnace fire, and the long-assembled remnants of the forging diagram fused fully into the spear's body under the forging heat of the primordial fire. The furnace fire's searing heat painted his entire figure in a deep red glow. Sweat evaporated into white mist before it could even fall. Xing Feng's personal disciple stood nearby, staring with unblinking intensity, his long blade clenched tightly in his hand. Li Tu said in a low voice, "Watch closely. This single strike of the hammer must be honed with a lifetime's worth of grinding." The moment the Chaos Rank War Spear took shape, Li Tu gripped it with both hands. The blade bore no more notches or fragments. The forging diagram had transformed into a complete archaic sword rune embedded upon the spear's edge. The system settled the full rewards for the sword forging furnace development quest. The primordial sword forging furnace has been completely revived. Reward list: the Chaos Rank War Spear was successfully forged and Li Tu's equipment slot has been formally upgraded. A batch of heart realization breakthrough cards. The primordial sword forging furnace has officially been integrated into Qingshu Sect's exclusive secret realm, with the Yellow Springs Heavenly Venerables Dao ground and the isolated void of the Eternal Night Star region resonating in sync. The Eternal Night sword embryo has been brought back by Su Qingxue and can be entrusted to the Sword Pavilion, led by Yi Guhong, for nurturing and a rare item, a furnace fire seed, which can be embedded into the Sword Pavilion's formation foundation for the daily tempering of sword cultivators' blades. Lin Chen stepped out of the main hall and tucked away the message jade slip. Morning light was spilling over the mountain gate as Su Qingxue and her party crossed the teleportation formation and returned to the sect. The sword embryo floated quietly beside the Eternal Night sword sheath at her back, the lingering heat of the furnace fire still clinging to her, enveloping her, and the rows of iron sword trees in the sword pavilion in the faint glow of archaic sword runes. The flames of the primordial sword casting furnace had been nurtured within the formation base of the sword pavilion for 3 full days. The Eternal Night Sword embryo had been placed by Yi Guhong at the very center of the iron swordwood grove, where sword intent was densest, and the primordial sword patterns on the embryo's surface rustled in unison with the leaves of the iron swordwood trees filling the grove. Every morning, Su Qingxue sat cross-legged before the embryo for half an hour, letting her chaos sword intent resonate slowly with it. Over those 3 days, the sword body's awakening rate quietly climbed to 78, while the mid-nascent soul's spiritual power in her dantian grew ever more condensed. At dawn on the 4th day, the system projected a new quest into Lin Chen's divine sense. Host random quest triggered, Sword Heart Trial. Su Qingxue's chaos sword body awakening had already neared 80, and the sword intent foundation of her mid-nascent soul cultivation was stable. Yet within the primordial sword emperor's inheritance, one item, the imperishable sword heart, had still not been fully refined by her. This sword heart was the final inheritance that the primordial sword emperor had sealed away using his own sword intent as a key in an isolated trial ground at the deepest reaches of the eternal night star domain before his fall. Only a chaos sword body wielder who had broken through to the late nascent soul stage could enter. But now there was a problem. The energy fluctuations from the revived sword casting furnace had been amplified by the void currents beyond the eternal night star domain, prematurely activating the primordial prohibition that sealed the trial ground. A crack in the seal was widening. From the other side of the fissure came sword intent fluctuations of the same origin as the eternal night sword embryo, yet the aura was older, deeper, and laced with an extremely faint hostility. I suggest the host send Su Qingxue to lead a team to the trial ground immediately and complete the imperishable sword heart inheritance trial. Hostility. Lin Chen set his teacup down on the table. What else is behind the seal besides the inheritance? The sword intent fluctuations leaking from the fissure, according to this system's analysis, contain 2 completely distinct auras. The first is the imperishable sword heart inheritance left by the primordial sword emperor himself, sharing the same origin as the eternal night sword embryo. The second is an extremely ancient remnant of sword intent, baleful in nature. It is presumed to have been left by a certain sworn enemy of the primordial sword emperor who contended with the emperor over the eternal night sword embryo lost and was sealed at the lowest level of the trial ground. Now that the seal is loosening, that remnant sword intent has begun to awaken. In other words, there are currently 2 things inside the trial ground. One is the inheritance, and the other is the sworn enemy. If Su Qingxue wants the inheritance, she must first pass the sworn enemy. The system's tone was unusually grave. Lin Chen turned to look out the window. Sword intent was flowing quietly out of the iron swordwood grove, while the eternal night sword embryo floated among the tree trunks, its sword patterns flickering like stars. Yi Guhong and Li Tu will anchor the formation. All inner sect members and above will go along. When Su Qingxue was summoned into the main hall, the 9 Tribulation sword was still sheathed in the sword mark on her right arm. After hearing the mission briefing, she did not even ask who the sworn enemy was. Yi Guhong had taught her that some answers were better left unasked before departure and more useful to figure out on the road. She merely drew the eternal night sword from behind her back to confirm the resonance of sword intent, then said, "Let's go." At the deepest part of the eternal night star domain, the fissure in the trial ground seal was even larger than the system had predicted. The entire trial ground floated on a lifeless void platform. Around it stood dozens of broken primordial sword pillars, each carved with sword patterns sharing the same origin as the eternal night sword. At the center of the platform floated a fist-sized pale gold sword heart, radiating an aura completely identical to that of the eternal night sword embryo, the imperishable sword heart sealed by the primordial sword emperor before his fall. The sword insight contained within it was enough to allow any sword cultivator to break through their bottleneck. But before the sword heart hung a sheathless longsword. Its blade was black as ink, and set into the crossguard was a fragment of a long-shattered starbright or matrix. Its sword intent was rooted in the same source as the eternal night sword, but intermixed with thick, baleful qi. Sensing the eternal night sword's aura, the black blade blazed with crimson light, its sword intent entangled with a twisted obsession. Shatter the eternal night sword and reclaim the embryo. Yi Guhong's sword heart jade on the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion grew burning hot. Even from such a distance, he found that hostile sword intent oppressive. Tainyo tightened his grip on the heaven-splitting axe. The Star Trek markings on the blade's edge pulsed uneasily. Lung Yu was silent for a moment, then said that this sword intent was heavier than the Kunlun heavenly firmament sword formation had been at full power all those years ago. Su Qingxue drew the eternal night sword, and said that the eternal night sword was given by her master. The sword embryo had been nurtured by Elder Yi, and no one was going to snatch her sword from her hands. She stepped onto the void platform, and all the oppressive force of the enemy's sword intent crashed down upon her like a mountain. That hostile sword had no name and needed no techniques. It simply turned tens of thousands of years of obsession into pure sword pressure and crushed down. Su Qingxue drew both swords at once. The threefold tribulation patterns on the 9 tribulations sword lit up together, bearing the brunt of the enemy's sword pressure head-on, while the Eternal Knight sword struck sideways at the weakest point of the enemy's sword intent. The instant the sword tip struck the black blade, every broken sword pillar on the void platform vibrated in unison. She was sent flying. Dozens of zhong by the rebound force her back crashing against the sword pillar, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. But the enemy's sword intent slowed for a single instant. During that brief clash, the Eternal Knight sword's primordial sword pattern had forcibly embedded itself into the core of its sword intent. It's afraid of the Eternal Knight's sword. Xiaomo stood at the edge of the platform, his sword held against his chest. Not of its power, but of the primordial sword emperor's original sword intent within it. Your sword was personally forged by the primordial sword emperor. That sworn enemy was sealed away back then precisely because he tried to seize this sword. Su Qingxue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Under the immense sword pressure, the awakening of her chaos sword body rose passively. She did not retreat. Crossing both swords in front of her, she condensed the threefold sword intents of the chaos sword, art, the nine heaven sword art, and the primordial sword emperor classic into a single line at the sword tips. When the enemy's sword intent came crashing down again, she did not dodge. She met it head-on with both swords. The webbing of her hands split open and blood ran down the sword grips. With that half-breath bought by injury, she cut into the core of the enemy's sword intent. Under the grinding pressure of that sword intent, her chaos sword body awakening broke through 80, and her own sword intent began to erode the enemy's core in turn. The enemy's sword intent trembled madly. Tens of thousands of years of accumulated baleful chi were peeled away layer by layer by the Eternal Knight sword's primordial sword patterns. The pitch-black blade faded from deep black to dull gray, and the shattered starbright or matrix fragment in the crossguard began to glow faintly once more. She raised both swords. Her movements were exactly the same as the thrust Yi Guhong had taught her, hand over hand in front of the sword pavilion back then, and she split the enemy's sword intent and its final obsession down the middle. After a violent tremor, the enemy's sword intent's pitch-black body shattered inch by inch, revealing a slender, dazzlingly bright sword core within. That was its true form, the sword named Dawn, sealed personally by the primordial sword emperor tens of thousands of years ago. The enemy's obsession had wrapped layer after layer around the sword core over the long years, staining it black. Now that the obsession had been split apart, Dawn revealed its original appearance once more. The Dawn sword core fell into Su Qingxue's hand. The imperishable sword heart turned into a pale gold stream of light that vanished into her brow. Her chaos sword body awakening rate finally settled at 82. She casually handed the Dawn sword to Shun Rang, who had just sheathed his sword beside her. In Lin Chen's divine sense, the system unfolded. The imperishable sword heart inheritance records item by item. The sword heart trial has been completed. Su Qingxue's chaos sword body awakening has exceeded 80, and the imperishable sword heart has been integrated into her nascent soul. The compatibility between the Nine Tribulations sword and the Eternal Knight's sword has risen to its peak. The secret realm imperishable sword heart trial ground now officially belongs to Qingxu sect. A batch of heart realm breakthrough cards. The rare item Dawn sword has been transferred by Su Qingxue to Shun Rang. The blade is perfectly adapted to the sword intent flow of the sword pavilion. Also attached is a copy of the analysis report on the remnant enemy sword intent. The baleful chi stripping technique derived from the primordial sword intent can be applied to the sword pavilion's daily sword tempering. It paused. The compatibility analysis of Yi Guhong with the sword heart resonance array has also been completed. His evaluation was one word. Lin Chen waited a few breaths, but nothing followed. What word? Adequate. Lin Chen laughed softly. Outside, dusk lay heavy. Shun Rang walked toward the sword pavilion, holding the newly acquired Dawn sword intent flowing quietly through his fingertips. The Eternal Knight's sword embryo was still slowly turning in the iron swordwood grove, its sword patterns flickering exactly as before. Lin Chen set the message jade slip on the table and took a sip of the spirit tea that the system had reheated many times. Far toward the trial ground, the sword light of the Dawn sword was slowly blending with the aura of the imperishable sword heart. Another night settled quietly over Qingxu sect. A few days after the conclusion of the sword heart trial, trouble brewed once more at the Wujia market. It was neither an enemy attack nor a natural catastrophe. It was the rogue cultivators. After the Qingxu sect recovered all the sword intent fragments from the Yongye Star domain, the rogue cultivators, who made a living trading those fragments, suddenly found their source of income severed. The fragments belonged to the Qingxu sect, and the recovery was compensated at market price. So in principle, no one suffered a loss. But rogue cultivators followed an unwritten rule: goods could be sold, but the pipeline must never be severed. Now that the Qingxu sect had sealed the sword tomb and stored every fragment in its vaults, it had effectively blocked off this newly thriving channel. The rogue cultivators dared not storm the mountain gates of the Qingxu sect, but they certainly dared to raise a ruckus at Wujia market. Within just 2 days, several hundred rogue cultivators had gathered at the outskirts of the market, holding hastily scrawled placards bearing crooked slogans, such as "Qingxu sect monopolizes the primordial sword intent," and rogue cultivators need to eat too. No one dared to curse aloud, for the palm print left by the Demon Emperor Palace still loomed there. The void projection of the market master appeared before the main hall of the Qingshu sect, his tone even more urgent than during the last void arena incident. Sect Master Lin, those rogue cultivators dare not breach the restricted zone, but they have blocked the main gate of my market. Trading volume has dropped by 30%. If this continues, the market's quarterly report will show a deficit. Could you send someone to handle it? You don't need to come yourself. Just send anyone who can command the scene. Lin Chen was in the main hall flipping through the Yongye Star Domain Patrol report that Li Ju had just submitted without lifting his head. Xing Feng. Here. Xing Feng walked in from outside the hall, his great blade resting on his shoulder, the star track veins on its spine glinting faintly under the hall's light. He had been idle and restless for the past few days. Li Tu's war spear had been elevated to chaos rank in the sword forging furnace, and Li Tu trained with it every day in the backyard of the war hall, making Xing Feng itch with envy. Go to the market. The rogue cultivators are gathering to cause trouble. Handle it according to the law as you see fit. But don't drive them away. Aren't they asking for a means to eat? Let the Qingshu sect teach them how to eat. Xing Feng grinned. Understood. At Wujia Market in the rogue cultivator gathering area, by the time Xing Feng arrived, the market gate was already surrounded so tightly that not even water could pass. Several hundred rogue cultivators crowded the market square with their placards, their cultivation levels ranging from foundation establishment to void refinement. At the very front, several ringleaders were old acquaintances. Among the rogue cultivators who had challenged the Qingshu sect's younger generation in the void arena back then, a few had remained. These people dared not clash head-on with the Qingshu sect, but they knew exactly how to skirt the edges. No cursing, no fighting, no violation of the market's security protocols. They merely sat in silent protest, holding up their placards. The market's guard squad could do nothing against them because, according to market regulations, silent sitting was not a violation. When Xing Feng's blade light landed in the exact center of the square, all several hundred rogue cultivators fell silent at once. It was not from fear. That blade light was all too familiar. It was the same radiance that had once shattered the Ji family's heavenly gang killing formation in the void arena, chipped Li Tu's war spear, and hacked even immortal sovereigns and immortal venerables into submission. Xing Feng drove his great blade into the square's floor tiles, the iron rings on its spine clinking once. He did not release his pressure, nor did he project his blade intent. He merely stood there, sweeping his gaze across the entire crowd. So you think the Qingshu sect is monopolizing the primordial sword intent and cutting off your livelihood, oi? The leading rogue cultivator steeled himself and replied, Hall Master Xing, we know the fragments belong to your sect. But after the fragments were recovered, not a single profitable path remained in the Yongye Star domain. We rogue cultivators have no sect or clan to rely on. We survive solely by trading resources at the market. So you block the market's gate. Does the market owe you something? Xing Feng paused. The Qingshu sect monopolizes the primordial sword intent. Fine, then today the Qingshu sect will open a new path for you. Feng Han. Feng Han stepped out of the teleportation array carrying a stack of jade slips. They were not beginner tutorials, but the second edition of the Array Cultivation Basic Manual compiled overnight by Jiang Ruoxue, specifically addressing the spiritual energy circuit disorders common among rogue cultivators. He exchanged a few instructions with Feng Han, then turned to him and said, the spiritual energy circuit disorders of rogue cultivators are not due to poor talent. It's because no one taught them. Back when you were at the Taishu Immortal sect, you too had come from a rogue cultivator background. You are the most suitable person to distribute this manual. Feng Han nodded and took it. Jiang Ruoxue peeked out from behind him, holding a fragment of an old formation plate she had just dismantled. Among the rogue cultivators, if anyone has a solid foundation in array cultivation, they can come register. The array cultivation class opens next month with 30 spots. No tuition, but students must bring their own formation plate fragments as teaching materials. There are still leftover components from the Heavenly Gang killing formation donated by Ji Wufa, enough to equip each student with a basic kit. The leading rogue cultivator was stunned. He had expected Xing Feng to come and suppress them. According to Qingshu sect rules, gathering to cause trouble would at least warrant a beating with the flat of the blade. But Xing Feng did not make a move. Instead, Feng Han was handing out manuals, and Jiang Ruoxue was recruiting students. For a moment, he did not know whether to keep holding up his placard or put it away. Behind him, several rogue cultivators had already lowered their placards and crowded around Feng Han to collect the manuals. Jiang Ruoxue set up a temporary registration table nearby. The obsolete Heavenly Gang killing formation components donated by Ji Wufa were piled into a small mountain on the table, and a few sharp-eyed rogue array cultivators had already begun scrambling to line up. Xing Feng pulled his great blade from the floor tiles and hoisted it back onto his shoulder. Feng Han, you stay here and handle registrations. If you find anyone with real talent, ask whether they'd be willing to take the outer sect examination. The Qingshu sect does not accept trash, but neither does it block anyone's path to survival. He turned and walked toward the market's auction district. After 2 steps, he looked back, his tone more casual than before. By the way, who wrote the placards you were holding? Those characters are too ugly. Next time you hold up placards, practice your handwriting first. The rogue cultivators exchanged glances for a moment, and then someone burst out laughing. The atmosphere shifted from tension to ease. Placards were lowered one after another, and the line for manuals grew longer and longer. Jiang Ruoshue's registration table was already covered with 3 full pages of names. The array cultivation manuals Fong Han had brought proved insufficient, so the market's print shop was hastily commissioned to print a large additional batch. From the void heavenly wall, the market master saw the real-time notice that order had been restored and appended an announcement the Qingshu sect had authorized the Rogue Cultivator Alliance Preparatory Group to set up an office at the market's periphery starting that day, with the market waiving the venue fee. Meanwhile, Xingfeng strode into the deepest part of the market's auction district, entering the only room that bore the sign, Star Radiance or Mother. This was the top-tier material reserve room that the market's appraisers had reserved exclusively for the Qingshu sect. It housed unclaimed curiosities salvaged from various void rifts across the Yongye Star domain, ranging in grade from Saint rank to Chaos rank. He spent nearly half an hour personally selecting ores. He dismissed the Chaos rank Void Spirit or finding its spiritual energy circuits too intricate for sword intent. He weighed a Saint rank refined ingot of Star Radiance or Mother, then complained it was too light. Finally, from a corner, he fished out a fist-sized black tough stone covered with primitive sword intent scratch marks. He weighed it in his hand and said, "This one is heavy enough." The market's appraiser explained that this obsidian or core had been salvaged from a void rift on the verge of collapse at the edge of the Yongye Star domain. It had nothing to do with spiritual energy or chaos rank, but the physical density within the core was so immense that even an ordinary immortal venerable could not crush it. Xingfeng also found a piece of long-extinct ancient Yongye iron. Fragments of this iron could only be found among the most ancient stellar remnants in the Yongye Star domain, and its sole property was the ability to withstand immortal emperor-level sword intent without shattering. Finally, in a corner at the very end of the auction district, he spotted an ancient sword box half buried in a pile of miscellaneous items covered in dust. The sword box radiated no spiritual energy fluctuation whatsoever. Xingfeng, trusting his instincts, felt that this object was no ordinary thing and decided to take it back for Yi Guhong to examine. At the temporary registration table in the market's rogue cultivator gathering area, Fong Han was sorting through the final batch of names registered that day when he suddenly spotted a familiar name, Sundishing. This foremost debtor of the Qingshu sect had once owed Lin Chen a terrifying figure in spirit stones after interest compounded upon interest. Later, Li Ju had repaid the entire debt principal and interest using the surplus funds from the prison hall treasury. But after being banished to the mining district, Sundishing had vanished without a trace. Fong Han looked up and saw Sundishing standing before the registration table, his face grimy, and his clothes still stained with mineral slag, clutching a copy of the array cultivation manual he had just received from Fong Han. "I'm not here to borrow spirit stones," Sundishing said in a hoarse voice. "I've saved up enough principal in the mining district. I heard that Hall Master Xing was recruiting people at the market today, so I came to queue up." Fong Han looked down at the familiar name on the registration form. Without a word, he slid the brush over, had Sundishing sign his name, and told him to come to class on time next month. As Sundishing wrote his name on the Qingshu sect's outer sect registration ledger, his wrist trembled slightly. After signing, he turned and disappeared into the warm golden sunset at the market's exit. The sword case Xingfeng had found in a corner of the market's auction district was dull gray, its surface devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuation. The brass trim at the corners had worn through, exposing the dark wood core beneath. His intuition told him this thing was anything but simple. Having sat in the Wujia market's premium material repository for years without a single appraiser selling it off, it was either junk or something even the appraisers could not see through. He tucked the sword case under his arm, carried the obsidian or core in one hand, clutched the Eternal Night iron in the other, and strode into the teleportation array. Qingshu sect, third floor of the sword pavilion. Yi Guhong sat cross-legged by the window, bumming resting across his knees. Xingfeng placed the sword case before him. The gray-robed sword cultivator looked down at it in silence for a moment, then tapped the lid lightly with a finger, not a rap, but sword intent probing inward. The lid sprang open on its own. Inside lay a sword embryo still unformed. It was long and slender, dark silver all over its surface, rippling with primordial sword patterns of the same origin as the Eternal Night sword embryo, and at the crossguard was set a long shattered fragment of Star Radiance or Matrix. Unlike the Eternal Night sword embryo, this one's aura was lighter and swifter. The Eternal Night embryo had taken the deep, heavy road of primordial sword Tao, if this one followed a path of extreme speed and agile sword intent. Matching to perfection the sword intent flow described in the outward release chapter of the Nine Heavens sword art, within the Chaos sword art. Yi Guhong said only 3 words, Nine Heavens sword. He pushed the case back toward Xingfeng. "Give it to Qingxue." Su Qingxue was teaching Shun Rang how to wield the Dawn sword on the training grounds. She accepted the case and opened it. The 3 sword inscriptions in her dantian, the Chaos sword art, the Nine Heavens sword art, and the primordial sword emperor scripture, hummed in unison, and the sword embryo within the case resonated with her nine heavens sword intent in an unprecedented violent symphony. In the midst of the resonance, her chaos sword body's awakening rate climbed on its own to 83%, and the spiritual energy of her mid-nascent soul stage grew ever more condensed and solid within her dantian. She closed the lid and said the master had only just finished nurturing the eternal night sword embryo, and now a nine heavens sword embryo had arrived. The iron swordwood grove at the sword pavilion was going to run out of room. It sounded like a complaint, but Damao crouched on top of the rockery sent Xiaomao today's match commentary through the myriad beast communion. Art the way senior sister hugged that sword case was exactly how she had carried him back to the sect all those years ago. 2 days later someone came from the divine realm. Not the Jiang family, nor the Ji family. It was the Qi family, the oldest sword cultivation clan in the divine realm. The Qi family stood shoulder to shoulder with the Jiang and Ji families, but in sword Dao inheritance, it was the acknowledged first among all the divine realm. The Qi family's most prominent figure abroad in this generation was Qi Yi, the finest sword cultivator among the younger generation. At the peak of the Immortal King realm, he cultivated the family's ancestral divine firmament sword art, and a single stroke of his divine firmament sword intent could hew thunderbolts out of the void. He was proud by nature and had never bowed his head before any external force. He came to Qingshu sect because he had heard that the primordial sword emperor's legacy had fallen to the sect's senior disciple. He would not accept it. The primordial sword emperor was the ancestor revered by every sword cultivator in the divine realm, and the Qi family's founders had once ridden at the sword emperor's side. How could his legacy be hoarded by a mortal world sect alone? Qi Yi descended before the mountain gate of Qingshu sect, with several Qi family attendants happening upon Li Ju, who was registering visitors. He presented his visiting card according to protocol. The phrasing was polite, but the tone could not have been less so. The card read, Qi Yi of the Qi family of the divine realm seeking audience with your sect's senior disciple Su Qingxue to ask whether the primordial sword emperor's legacy is genuine. By the custom of the six realms, to ask meant to challenge. Li Ju accepted the card and was about to report it through the formal process when an attendant behind Qi Yi could not hold himself back. He thrust a strand of divine firmament sword intent across the void straight into the heart of the training grounds. Not to injure, but to force Su Qingxue out to answer the challenge. Before the sword intent could even reach the training grounds, a gray sword intent from the shadows flanking the mountain gate arrived first, though launched later. Yi Guhong did not even draw his blade. He simply lifted, bumming from his knee, and blocked lightly. That divine firmament sword intent was shattered on the stone steps, the break smooth as a polished mirror. The long sword in the attendant's hand snapped apart inch by inch, and the man himself was hurled backward by the recoil, crashing into the stone beast plinth at the mountain gate and sliding to the ground. Yi Guhong returned the sword to its sheath. From start to finish, he had never risen. The mountain gate of Qingshu sect is not a sword testing stone. Qi Ye's face changed abruptly. He recognized it as the sword intent of the hidden sword Dao, the unique sword path of the Beihuang sword tomb, found in none of the other six realms. He reigned in every trace of arrogance, bowed toward the sword pavilion, and said that his subordinates had been poorly disciplined, and he begged the elder's pardon. Then he turned to Li Ju and presented the visiting card anew in a considerably more respectful tone. By the time Li Ju delivered the card to the dining hall, Lin Chen was sampling the newly made spirit tea confections. Lin Chen flipped through the visiting card, the Qi family. The divine firmament sword art. The one that can split thunder. The system pulled up the Qi family's dossier at the speed of light and is divine, since the most ancient sword cultivation clan in the divine realm, its ancestors had followed the primordial sword emperor. The divine firmament sword art was a sword Dao inheritance personally guided by the primordial sword emperor. In terms of seniority, the divine firmament sword art and the eternal night sword scripture counted as disciplines from the same lineage. Qi Yi was the strongest sword cultivator of the Qi family's younger generation, undefeated since his debut, ranked third among the young generation of the divine realm. Lin Chen handed the visiting card to Su Qingxue beside him. They've come for the primordial sword emperor's legacy. You handle it. Su Qingxue took the card and considered it for a moment, then said that since they were of the same school, they should follow the school's rules. Not to decide victory or defeat, but to cross-verify the sword Dao. She had Li Ju send word to Qi Yi 3 days hence at the Void Arena. In those 3 days, she carried the Nine Heavens sword embryo to the sword pavilion and asked Yi Guhong for guidance. Yi Guhong laid the embryo beside the eternal night sword embryo. The two floated in the very center of the iron swordwood grove. One heavy, one light, one fast, one slow. He said, the chaos sword body can wield many swords at once, but each sword has its own path. The Nine Tribulations sword governs tribulation. The eternal night sword governs momentum. The dawn sword was given to Shun Rang. This Nine Heavens sword, what will you have it govern? Su Qingxue sat cross-legged in the grove and thought for 3 full days. On the morning of the 3rd day, she rose and took the Nine Heavens sword embryo in her hand. The instant she gripped it, every primordial sword pattern on its surface blazed alight. Speed. At the Void Arena, Qi Yi drew the Divine Firmament Sword. The Divine Firmament Sword patterns on its blade were the purest sword intent that thunder-attributed sword Dao in the Divine Realm could forge. Every pattern stroke fell with a deep heavy thunderclap. The sword pressure of a peak Immortal King spread with no attempt at concealment, and the reinforced array patterns of the Void Arena began to drone. Su Qingxue drew the Nine Tribulations Sword, the Eternal Night Sword floating at her side, and for the first time, held the Nine Heavens Sword embryo in her left hand in true combat posture. Mid-nascent soul against peak Immortal King. The gap spanned more than a full major realm. She struck first. The Nine Tribulation Sword erupted with threefold tribulation patterns to meet Qi Ye's frontal blow head-on, while the Nine Heavens Sword embryo, moving at extreme speed, stabbed from the flank at the wrist of Qi Ye's sword hand. The thrust was so fast that even a peak Immortal King's spiritual perception could not fully trace its arc. The embryo skimmed past his wrist, cutting away a sliver of his sleeve. Qi Yi sheathed his sword and retreated several zhang. He looked down at the immaculately clean cut on his cuff. An unsharpened embryo already had this degree of speed and precision. Once given an edge, what would it be capable of? He thrust the Divine Firmament Sword into the arena floor, discarding his realm advantage, and suppressed his cultivation to late nascent soul. Only a single minor realm above Su Qingxue. Winning at peak Immortal King against a mid-nascent soul would be a hollow victory. The Qi family did not bully the weak. With his cultivation suppressed, the Divine Firmament Sword intent became all the purer. The two traded dozens of blows on the Void Arena. The Nine Tribulations Sword collided head-on with the Divine Firmament Sword, the Eternal Night Sword harried from the flank, and the Nine Heavens Sword embryo, at utmost speed, kept stabbing into every gap in Qi Ye's sword forms. After dozens of exchanges, they both stilled at the same time. A paper-fine sword mark had split the fabric across Qi Ye's chest, shallow just deep enough to seep a thin red line. Su Qingxue's right sleeve had been slashed open by the Divine Firmament Sword, Qi blood beading in the cut as well. Qi looked down at the sword mark on his chest. He laughed suddenly, and said that the stroke she had just executed was a technique from the primordial Sword Emperor scripture, and channeled through the Nine Heavens Sword embryo, it had become faster still. He sheathed his sword, and offered Su Qingxue a standard sword cultivator's salute between equals, declaring that the Qi family acknowledged the primordial Sword Emperor's legacy as belonging to Qingxu sect. If anyone in the Divine Realm refused to accept it, the Qi family would shield Qingxu sect from their challenges. He turned and presented with both hands a complete rubbing copy of the Divine Firmament Sword art, and a piece of Nine Heavens meteoric iron passed down through the Qi family's ancestors, saying that the iron had been personally forged by the primordial Sword Emperor in ancient days, reserved for edging the Nine Heavens Sword embryo. Damao crouched in the spectator stands and sent Xiaomao today's match commentary via the Myriad Beast Communion art. This fellow is far more sensible than Li Tu was back then. Lin Chen finished reviewing Qi Ye's visiting card, then glanced at the settlement interface the system had brought up in sync. Arena Spar quest complete. Rewards the complete Chaos Grade Divine Firmament Sword art, and 1 Sync Grade, 9 Heavens Meteoric Iron. The rare item, the Qi family's ancestral 9 Heavens Meteoric Iron, has been transferred by Su Qingxue to Jiang Ruoxue, and the sharpening plan for the sword embryo has been drawn up in tandem. The Qi family voluntarily declared to the 6 realms that it recognized Qingxu sect as the orthodox successor to the primordial Sword Emperor's legacy. This sect's prestige in the Divine Realm now covered all 3 top clans, the Jiang, the Ji, and the Qi. He closed the interface and picked up a newly arrived message jade slip from the table. Another sword cultivation clan from the Divine Realm was asking when the Void Arena would next be open. Outside the window, dusk was deepening. Jiang Ruoxue had already clamped the 9 Heavens Meteoric Iron onto her workbench and begun drafting the sharpening blueprint. The 9 Heavens Sword embryo lying beside the scabbard in her hand was faintly warm. Lin Chen set the message jade slip back at the corner of the desk. There were still many matters in the Divine Realm to deal with. He would handle them tomorrow. The news that the Qi family had conceded defeat at the Void Arena reached the God Realm in less than half a day. The battle report Qi Yi had written himself was terrifyingly concise. Su Qingxue met every move of my Xunxiao sword art at the mid-nascent soul stage. Though the 9 Heavens Sword embryo remained unhoned, it could already break into the gaps between my sword techniques. The Qi family recognizes the legacy of the ancient Sword Emperor as belonging to Qingxu sect. Additionally, I suppressed my cultivation to late nascent soul, and she crossed 1 minor sub-realm to strike my chest. The wound is not deep, but it is precise enough. This battle report swept like wildfire through the great families of the God Realm. The Jiang and Ji families had already sided with Qingxu sect long ago. The Qi family was the third. The 3 oldest sword cultivation families of the God Realm had all recognized Qingxu sect's orthodox position. Yet the God Realm did not belong only to great families. There were also wandering cultivators, and among them sword zealots who yielded to no one. The wandering cultivators of the God Realm had a ranking of their own, the Xunxiao ranking. It ranked only wandering cultivators, never the scions of great families, and the minimum threshold to make the list was the peak of Immortal Lord. At its summit sat Xiao Wufeng, late Immortal Sovereign, a wandering cultivator with no sect or school, devoted solely to the sword, treading the rare dual path of thunder and sword. His fame was sealed in a battle during the Tribulation Transcendence stage, when he crossed a major realm to slay an Immortal Lord and became a legend overnight. He never left the ranking and never joined any sect. The wandering cultivators of the God Realm all called him Boss Xiao. When Shi Ye's report reached his hands, he was in a derelict star domain at the edge of the God Realm, using void rifts as his sword testing stones. He split one rift with a single slash, read the report without changing expression, and tossed the jade slip over his shoulder. The jade slip arced through the void and was caught by a young man in similar wandering cultivator robes behind him. Gu Changkong, third on the Xinxiao ranking at the peak of Immortal Emperor. He had fought Xiao Wufeng once, lost, but survived, and had followed him ever since. After reading the report, he frowned. She took all of Qi Ye's moves at the mid-nascent soul stage. Qi Yi is a peak Immortal King. Even with his cultivation suppressed to late nascent soul, the precision of his sword moves would not diminish much. Just what level is that girl's sword intent? Liu Bai, 7th on the Xinxiao ranking and a mid-stage Immortal King, also came over for a look. The Qi family has acknowledged it. The Jiang and Ji families acknowledged it long ago. Is Qingshu sect simply absorbing all the great families of the God Realm? Xiao Wufeng paused his sword and gazed into the depths of the star domain, lost in thought. Only after a long silence did he speak. Families are families, and wandering cultivators are wandering cultivators. Defeating the families does not mean she can make the wandering cultivators submit. He slid his long sword back into the worn scabbard on his back, its original color barely discernible. Such is the rule of the Xinxiao ranking. Those on the list who are unconvinced may challenge. I will not challenge a junior in the nascent soul stage. But the swordsman beside her, Xiao Mo, a peak Immortal King, once faced Qiu Li's sword at the Six Realms Grand Tournament. He was born a wandering cultivator. Before joining Qingshu sect, he too was a wandering cultivator. Challenging him is fair. Gu Changkong tossed the jade slip back into his storage pouch and said he would go scout the road first. He was an easygoing man, but his sword hand itched. Having heard that Qingshu sect's younger generation was crowded with sword cultivators, he had long wanted to test their mettle. At the same time, in Qingshu sect's main hall, Lin Chen was reading the Secret Realm Patrol report Li Ju had just submitted. All 18 levels of the trial formation in the sword grave of the Evernight Star domain had been activated. Outer disciples had steadily improved their practical combat ability while sparring with the ancient sword puppets of the Sword Pavilion. The Heart Realm breakthrough cards rewarded by the system had been issued batch after batch, each one automatically regenerated. And the temporary registration desk of the Wandering Cultivators Alliance welcomed new faces every day, all drawn by Xing Feng's words. Qingshu sect does not block anyone's path to survival. On the last page, he came across a note appended by Fong Han. Sun Dishing has passed the basic examination of the formation cultivation class. He now works as a handyman under senior sister Jiang, repairing old formation discs. He says it is easier than mining. The system let out a ding in his divine sense. Host, someone from the Xinxiao ranking of the God Realm is coming. It is Xiao Wufeng, the top of the ranking, late Immortal Sovereign, the foremost wandering cultivator of the God Realm. His legendary battle was crossing a major realm during Tribulation Transcendence to kill an Immortal Lord. The battle report is still posted in the God Realm's Mercenary Guild right beside the latest report of Qi Yi suppressing his realm and losing to Su Qingxue. This system has run a cross-analysis of both reports. Xiao Wufeng is proud, but he is honorable and never challenges an opponent whose realm is lower than his own. His target this time is not Su Qingxue, it is Xiao Mo. Lin Chen closed the monthly report. He certainly knows how to choose. Xiao Mo was also a wandering cultivator before joining the sect. Same origin, same sword cultivation, same peak Immortal King realm. Fair. When Xiao Mo was summoned into the main hall, he was still holding the newly quenched long sword in his arms. After hearing the briefing, he was silent for a while, then said that the name Xiao Wufeng had reached his ears in wandering cultivator circles, top of the Xinxiao ranking, a lone practitioner of the sword path, who bent to no sect. Back when he was with the Wandering Cultivators Alliance, he had once seen the man from afar at the void rifts on the edge of the Evernight Star domain. Xiao Wufeng had been practicing with rift fragments, slicing more than a dozen rifts apart in one stroke. He said that man was like him, sword intent filled with solitude. The difference was that Xiao Mo had later stood outside Qingshu sect's mountain gate for an entire night and found his home, while Xiao Wufeng was still searching. Su Qingxue drew the Nine Heavens sword embryo from its scabbard. Though it had not yet been honed, the ancient sword patterns were already gleaming faintly. She said to Xiao Mo, he came to you because he knows you understand him. Go. Gu Changkong arrived first outside Qingshu sect's mountain gate. He had intended to present a visiting card and go through the formal process, but the ones waiting at the gate were Li Ju and Fong Han. When he asked where Xiao Mo was, Shun Rang emerged from the shadows beside the mountain gate with a sword case in his arms, saying that senior brother Xiao had just been summoned to the main hall and that he would first show Gu Changkong around. As Gu Changkong followed Shen Rang through the nine-bend winding corridor, he happened upon Jiang Ruoxue, drawing the honing blueprint for the Nine Heavens sword embryo. Several disciples from the formation cultivation class surrounded her, each holding a discarded old component of the heavenly net kill formation that Ji Wufa had donated. He lowered his head to inspect the dense ancient formation rune annotations on the blueprint, then leafed through the disassembled and recombined components in the disciple's hands. After a pause, he said, "The precision required for this honing is extremely exacting. Do you usually practice on old components?" Jiang Ruoxue did not lift her head. "Those were discarded. The new ones are in the formation cultivation textbook. I can give you a copy if you want." Gu Changkong silently pulled out his storage pouch, shifted the incomplete formation manual Fong Han had brought back last time, and made some room. When they reached the edge of the training ground, Tinyu was walking out of the trial formation with the heaven-rending axe over his shoulder. The star orbit markings on the axe blade were still stained with splinters of the ancient sword puppet he had just smashed. In his hand was a training score report from the war hall, and his brow was deeply furrowed. When he saw Shen Rang with an unfamiliar face, his eyes lit up, and he directly blocked their path. "What cultivation are you?" "Peak Immortal Emperor." "Perfect. Hall Master Xing Feng is away today, so I am testing the defense limits of the war hall's new disciples in his place. Come chop me a few times, with everything you have. Just don't hit the face." He planted the axe in the ground and rolled his shoulders. Gu Changkong studied him for a moment, asked nothing, drew his long sword, and sent a slash at him with some of his strength held back. Tinyu caught it directly with the heaven-rending axe, skidding several steps backward. On the blade, the star orbit markings were cut with a faint white line. He looked down at the line, then raised his head seriously and asked, "How much of your strength did you just use?" Gu Changkong answered truthfully. Tinyu thought it over. "Then your defense limit should be slightly lower than that blow just now, but among those of the same realm it counts as top tier." Gu Changkong felt that the way Qingshu sect's body cultivators tested their own people was far more grounded than the ways of the wandering cultivator world. From the back mountain lung, you glanced once at the training ground, said only not bad, then went back to cooling the ice phoenix down feathers in the glacial ice cave. Damao crouched atop the rockery, sending today's arena commentary to Xiaomao through the myriad beast spirit communication art that wandering cultivator from the god realm strikes, with a pose a bit like Li Tu splitting the void arena back in the day, but he is more courteous than Li Tu. Xiaomao replied when Tinyu was testing his defense limit. Just now the spirit dove beside the axe got so scared it shed a tail feather. Damao immediately jumped down from the rockery, picked up the feather in its beak, and placed it into the small nest it kept specially for feathers of foreign spirit birds. Meanwhile, on the void arena, Xiao Mo and Xiao Wufeng stood facing each other. Both were peak immortal kings, both had come from wandering cultivator origins, and both pursued the sword path alone. The difference was that Xiao Mo's sword intent had been tempered by Qingshu sect's hidden sword way into something no longer lonely, while Xiao Wufeng's remained as sharp and solitary as a lone wolf. Xiao Wufeng struck first. His sword was fast, faster than any blow Xiao Mo had faced at the Six Realms Grand Tournament, faster than the sword formation of the ancient sword puppets in the primeval sword grave. The Shun Xiao thunder arcs entwined around his blade were the unique hallmark of dual thunder sword cultivation, and each arc carried the absolute confidence of the god realm's top-ranked wandering cultivator. Xiao Mo turned sideways and thrust his sword out. His sword intent was quiet as a deep pool. No edge exposed, only the density of supremely compressed intention. When the two long swords clashed in the void, thunder arcs burst into blinding radiance, and the reinforcing formation runes vibrated in chorus. They exchanged blows on the arena, their speed mounting with every pass. The sword light became so swift that Gu Changkong watching below could no longer fully trace their paths. He only saw bursts of dense dark gold sparks flaring open. Xiao Wufeng suddenly stopped his blade. He looked down at the web of his sword hand, where a razor-thin sword mark was beading with blood. "Your sword is quieter than it used to be. Back in the Wandering Cultivators Alliance, your sword intent was all sharpness. Now that sharpness has been compressed into a sword intent core. Did Qingshu sect teach you that?" Xiao Mo also sheathed his long sword. "It was Qingshu sect. And also myself." Xiao Wufeng was silent for a long time, then said something that astonished everyone. "The top spot on the Xinxiao ranking is yours from today on." "I lost. Not in sword technique, in sword heart." He unfastened his Xinxiao sword from his waist and placed it in the center of the arena. "This sword has followed me through most of my life in the God Realm's wandering cultivator world. It came with me from Qi refining all the way to Immortal Sovereign and has never left my hand. I lost to you today not because my sword is inferior to yours, but because you have found a place where you can compress your sharpness into a core." He raised his eyes to Xiao Mo. "You are stronger than me." Xiao Mo did not decline. He returned the sword to Xiao Wufeng with both hands, saying that this sword had accompanied him for most of his life and should not be left here. "I accept the top spot on the Xinxiao ranking, but this sword should continue to follow you." Then he made a gesture of invitation. "Now that you are here, why not observe Qingshu sect's custom? After two immortal kings of wandering cultivator origins have fought, let us have a drink together." Xiao Wufeng lowered his gaze to the long sword whose scabbard was covered with old scars and dents, and suddenly smiled. All right. In Lin Chen's divine, since the system settled the task, synchronously a rare trace of emotion in its voice hosts the summit of the Shunxiao ranking has changed hands. Xiao Mo has formally claimed the summit. Xiao Wufeng has yielded his place of his own accord. The most complete sword intent the God Realm's wandering cultivator circle has to offer, including the lingering traces of the sword art he used to shatter void rifts in his legendary battle, was fully displayed on the void arena moments ago. The Warhall's newly arrived obsidian or cores and Evernight iron have finished absorbing it in sync. During this collision of peak sword intent, the sword heart resonance formation disc absorbed enough samples of wandering cultivator sword intent. From today on, every Qingshu sect sword cultivator carrying a fragment of the formation disc will be able to sense the complete flow of top-tier wandering cultivator sword intent. In plain terms, every intersect sword cultivator can savor the sword moves of those two peak immortal kings at any moment. This is a real-time updated sword path textbook. Lin Chen set the message jade slip on the desk. Outside the window, dusk was deepening. Toward the void arena, Xiao Mo and Xiao Wufeng walked down the steps side by side. Their swords were sheathed and their strides were strangely identical. Damao sent Xiao Mao the final arena commentary of the day via the Myriad Beast Spirit Communication. Art Senior Sister once said that the best ending for a sword cultivator is not victory, but finding someone who can practice the sword with you. Xiao Mao replied, then did he find one? Damao lay on top of the rockery, gazing toward the arena and flicking its tail. He did. Xiao Wufeng stayed a night at Qingshu sect. Yet he did not sleep. It was not an unfamiliar bed that kept him awake, but the sword intent simmering on the training field. Not an oppressive pressure, but an atmosphere. At the first hint of dawn, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. The outer disciples were already at their morning drills, with Li Ju leading the running exercises, while Feng Han corrected the newcomers' sword postures. At the edge of the training field, Su Qingxue was sparring with Xiao Mo. The Nine Tribulations sword and the Eternal Night sword moved together, chaotic sword intent and primeval sword intent interweaving. Every stroke was so exact that Xiao Wufeng, the former top-ranked cultivator of the Shunxiao ranking, could not look away. Leaning against a cloister pillar, he watched the entire sparring session. After it ended, he was silent for a long while, then went to find Lin Chen. Xiao Wufeng said that among the wandering cultivators in the divine realm, there were still many who, like him, had cultivated alone for their entire lives. Not because they were unwilling to join a sect, but because they had yet to find one worth joining. He wanted to build in and outside the mountain gate of Qingshu sect. Not as sect property, but as a haven for wandering cultivators, a place where cultivators from the 6 realms could stay when they came to pay homage at Qingshu sect. He would pay for it himself. After hearing him out, Lin Chen said only this, you pay for the inn yourself. The land will be calculated as open ground on the edge of the forbidden zone, and rent is waived for 3 years. The construction plan must pass sect review. Go to Li Ju. The system cut in through his spiritual sense. Host, you're attracting outside investment. Nonsense. He said he'd pay for it himself. Lin Chen picked up the message jade slip to notify Li Ju of the task, and added, think of the inn's name yourself. Xiao Wufeng pondered for a long time. In all his years he had named countless sword moves, but never a place to stay. He gazed at the 3 faint pillars of chaotic sword intent rising above Qingshu sect, and recalled the mood he had felt the previous night, while leaning against the cloister pillar and watching that entire sparring session. He said the inn should be called Star Sea. A wandering cultivator's path leads to the stars and the sea, and those who grow weary on the journey deserve a place to rest. Gu Changkong, standing nearby, slid the long sword he had just wiped back into the worn scabbard slung across his back, and remarked that the name was too sentimental, but it genuinely suited. During the preparatory period, Xiao Wufeng handed the position of reigning No. 1 on the Shunxiao ranking to Gu Changkong. Gu Changkong crouched beside the just staked in foundation on the outer edge of the forbidden zone. Holding a twig he had picked up from somewhere, he sketched a structural plan on the ground. A sword cultivator knew nothing of architecture, so the drawing was crooked and cramped. Lu Bai leaned over, took one look, and said the load-bearing walls were proportioned wrong. Wandering cultivators' spiritual energy circuits could not be copied from sect standards. The two crouched there arguing for quite a while, and finally decided to consult the very person who was best qualified. Shortly afterward, Zhang Ruoxue was escorted to the foundation site. She was still holding the engraving knife used for sharpening the 9 heavens sword embryo. She crouched down, studied the drawing for a moment, and directly revised several spiritual circuit routes, with the knife integrating the load-bearing walls, the spirit-gathering formation, and the inn's own spatial layout, into a complete set of interlocking primeval formation patterns. While editing, she said that although an inn was not a sect, the place where wandering cultivators stayed should still have a basic spirit-gathering formation and a defensive formation. This interlocked formation was a simplified version stripped from the G family's discarded Heavenly Dipper array plates, and suited the scale of the inn perfectly. Gu Changkong looked at the drawing she had revised, and said a plain truth, you know better than us wandering cultivators how to save money. Ji Wufa learned the news through some unknown channel, and sent a batch of obsolete parts from old Heavenly Dipper array plates. Though labeled as old parts, they had actually been recovered and refurbished after being shattered by a waste array plate at the Boundless Market years ago. The quality was sound, and the precision was still sufficient. Li Ju mapped out the land. Fong Han collected the processing fees by his side, and in passing posted the check-in rules of Star Sea Inn on the bulletin board outside the mountain gate. The first rule read, private fights are forbidden inside the inn. Violators will be disciplined according to the outer sect rules of Qingshu sect. Damao crouched atop the ancient tree beside the bulletin board, and using the myriad beast spirit communication art, sent a summary of the check-in rules to every wandering cultivator who passed by. Xiao Mao crouched nearby, keeping watch to make sure Damao did not miss anyone. The two leopards had even drawn up a duty roster on their own, but Bai Qianqian covered their mouths with her tail and dragged them back to the rockery. The demon flood dragon poked its head out of the mountain pool behind the sect, and let out a low gurgle indicating that it could help guard the inn, provided the inn's backyard had a pool. Yi Wuhan happened to be passing by, and casually said, they can dig one in the backyard. The moment the words left his mouth, Lung Yu's cold aura shoved him cleanly back to the starting point of his void traversal. A few days later, on the day the inn's main structure was completed, Lin Chen remotely activated the Sword Heart Resonance Array Plate embedded in the main hall, using an array plate to sync the flow of the top-tier Wandering Cultivator sword intent absorbed during the duel between Xiao Mo and Xiao Wufeng into the main hall. Every Wandering Cultivator who checked in could sense in the hall the complete sword intent of two Xinxiao ranking top rankers. The Azure Dragon Emperor was the first to come for a trial stay. After sensing the hall for a while, he said the sword intent was even more distinct than what he had felt when sparring with Su Qingxue all those years ago. The Ice Phoenix Emperor sent a special envoy bearing a block of extreme North Cold Jade as a congratulatory gift, which Xiao Wufeng set into the eye of the spirit gathering formation in the main hall. Gu Changkong hung his own sword on the wall of the main hall, and said that this was the custom of wandering cultivators and inn as a home, and by hanging the sword here, he was telling every wandering cultivator that this place was theirs to call their own. Lu Bai also hung one of his old swords beside it. On the third day, another old sword appeared on the sword wall, sent by Yuan Ren from the 10,000 Sword sect. On the fourth day, a sword cultivator representative from the Taishu Immortal sect brought one. On the fifth day, Ji Wufa personally carried over an old companion sword from the Ji family's discarded Heavenly Dipper array plates, and hung it up. On the day the inn officially opened, Li Ju opened the register to its first page and wrote down the name Star Sea Inn. Standing at the entrance of the inn, Xiao Wufeng looked up at the plaque polished from a fragment of Void Spirit or from the Eternal Night, Star Domain. He suddenly remembered that he had spent the greater part of his life alone among the wandering cultivators of the Divine Realm, and had never dreamed that one day he would open an inn outside the mountain gate of Qingshu sect. Gu Changkong walked out from behind him and asked, top ranker, when this inn of ours fills up with wandering cultivators, will you still think of those days when you split Void Rifts apart in that abandoned Star Domain? Xiao Wufeng was silent for a moment. Then he said he would think of them, but he would no longer miss them. The system tallied the settlement in his spiritual sense. Host Star Sea and has been completed. The rewards for this passive quest are a batch of Star Radiance Mother or Fragments, one branch array of the Sword Heart Resonance Array Plate for the inn and reputation points in the Wandering Cultivator Alliance, which have been automatically synchronized to every listed cultivator on the Xinxiao ranking. An additional function was also unlocked. The sword wall in the main hall can record the sword intent signatures of every wandering cultivator who stays at the inn and share them with the sword intent database in the scripture pavilion of Qingshu sect. The sword intent samples of Lu Bai and Gu Changkong have already been entered. Since Xiao Wufeng's sword intent shares a resonant frequency with Xiao Mo's, it can be fully unlocked only with Xiao Mo's personal authorization. Lin Chen set the message jade slip on the desk. Outside the window, dusk was settling. The first batch of Star Sea Inn's guests, a group of young wandering cultivators who had traveled all the way from the Divine Realm, were gathered around the sword wall in the main hall, gazing at the array of swords hanging there. Xiao Wufeng sat behind the counter, and with the brush he had once used to write battle reports, he wrote the first guest's name into the register. Outside the window, Damao crouched on the inn's roof and swished his tail, sending today's in review to Xiao Mao through the myriad beast spirit communication art. This place is much livelier than the rockery. Xiao Mao replied, then all the jerky on the rockery is mine from now on. Damao immediately jumped off the inn's roof and bolted toward the rockery. A few days after the Shanghai Inn opened, a confidential letter arrived from the northern domain of the Demon Realm. It was written personally by the Ice Phoenix Empress and sealed with extreme North Cold Jade. When it was opened, the cold chi condensed into a palm-sized phantom of an ice phoenix that circled the main hall several times before slowly fading away. The letter's wording was extremely restrained. The gist of it was that a complete mausoleum of an ancient ice phoenix ancestor had been discovered in the deepest reaches of the Jihan Abyss. Sealed within it were the long-lost clan-guarding art of the Ice Phoenix clan, the second volume of the Nine Heavens profound ice art, along with the life-bound true feather shed by the Ice Phoenix ancestor. The secret realm's wards were decaying faster than expected. Once they fully dissolved, the primordial cold chi within the mausoleum would spread outward uncontrollably. If it fell into the hands of others, the ancestral homeland of the Ice Phoenix clan would be in grave danger. She was willing to offer the Ice Phoenix clan's permanent protection covenant and a batch of ancient cold jade that had vanished for ages in exchange, earnestly requesting the Qingshu sect to lend its aid. The system interpreted simultaneously in her divine sense, its tone unusually grave, the Ice Phoenix clan's permanent protection covenant. This is equivalent to a guarantee of independent sovereignty for the Ice Phoenix clan in the northern domain of the demon realm. If such an item fell into another's hands, it would be enough to ignite a medium-scale war of contention across the 6 realms. The system's preliminary scan of that batch of ancient cold jade found that 3 of the pieces were over 100,000 years old, with quality infinitely close to the chaos spirit plant level, capable of directly triggering a breakthrough in Lung Yu's 9 nether cold glass body. She certainly doesn't begrudge them. Lin Chen set the letter on the desk. Where is Lung Yu? She just came out of seclusion from the Xianbing cave. At the peak of the nascent soul stage, her cold chi control precision has already returned to its best state before the breakthrough. Bring her in. When Lung Yu was called into the main hall, the cold chi around her had not yet fully withdrawn. Beneath her feet, the bluestone slabs condensed a trail of wafer-thin ice crystal footprints. She quietly read through the Ice Phoenix Empress's confidential letter. A very faint flicker stirred in her ice-blue pupils. Qing Dai had once told her that a breakthrough for the 9 nether cold glass body required external guidance, and the Ice Phoenix ancestors' primordial cold chi was exactly the most suitable condition for such guidance. The Ice Phoenix Empress had entrusted the 2nd volume of the clan guarding art to the Qingshu sect. In Lung Yu's eyes, this trust was not a transaction, but a weighty charge. I'll go. Those 2 words carried exactly the same tone as back when she had used cold chi in the back mountain to adjust the water temperature for the demon flood dragon. Lin Chen nodded and assigned Gu He to act as protector. The absolute zero of the Jihan Abyss needed divine-grade alchemy fire to counterbalance, and told him to bring Old Meng and Xiao Cha along. Old Meng had once cultivated spirit plants of the same family in the reincarnation hall, and transplanting the ancient cold jade from the Ice Phoenix mausoleum would require his netherworld's spiritual power. Tiniyu also accompanied the team. The heaven-splitting axe was far more efficient at splitting ice in the Jihan Abyss than at cutting void rifts in the Yongye Star domain. Lung Yu acknowledged with a soft sound and lightly tapped her finger at her side. Cold chi resealed the letter paper sent by the Ice Phoenix Empress. The Ice Phoenix phantom recondensed on the envelope's surface, somewhat more substantial than when it had arrived. As Lung Yu led the team onto the teleportation array of the Jihan Abyss, Old Meng was just coming up from the dungeon, clutching the soul-guiding incense burner that had never left his side. Li Tu's war spear rested diagonally on Xing Feng's shoulder as the 2 stood side by side outside the teleportation array. On the spear blade, the fully reassembled sword-forging diagram was beginning to heat, faintly sensing the direction of the abyss. Li Ju flipped through the register and filled Lung Yu's name into the attendance column, his handwriting as sloppy as ever. The group passed through the teleportation array and came to a halt before an extremely ancient ice-sealed ruin. The entrance to the Ice Phoenix mausoleum was sealed shut by an extremely thick layer of 10,000-year profound ice. Deep within the ice, countless cold patterns unique to the Ice Phoenix clans swirled and flowed. Lung Yu stood before the mausoleum entrance and pressed her right hand against the surface of the 10,000-year profound ice. The 9 nether cold glass body shared the same origin as the Ice Phoenix ancestor. Sensing her body heat, the profound ice began to melt slowly outward from the point of contact with her palm. The moment she stepped inside, a very soft, low phoenix cry rose from the deepest burial chamber of the entire Ice Phoenix mausoleum. Not a lament, but the voice of something that had slept for too long, and at last found the one it had been waiting for. The cold chi inside the mausoleum was unimaginably denser than outside. Even Tiniyu's breath condensed into fine ice crystals in the air. Carrying the heaven-splitting axe, he cleared the way ahead, shattering the ice pillars blocking the path with a single strike. Before the ice shards even hit the ground, Old Meng swept them aside, using the netherworld's spiritual power of the soul-guiding incense burner. Old Meng crouched beside the shattered ice pillar and carefully examined its cross-section. He said that these ice layers sealed extremely ancient remnant soul fluctuations, followers of the Ice Phoenix ancestor who, after falling in battle, had voluntarily turned into ice crystals to guard the mausoleum. Their remnant souls had long since dispersed, leaving only a wisp of obsession still trapped deep within the ice. He unscrewed the lid of the soul-guiding incense burner. A thread of extremely faint netherworld spiritual power seeped slowly into the ice, helping those obsessions that had been trapped for untold tens of millennia find a direction in which to dissipate. Xiao Cha followed close behind, gripping the Huangquan lifebound staff. With her Huangquan Dao body and the reincarnation law activated at the same time, ring after ring of pale gray, soul-soothing ripples radiated outward from her as the center. Old Meng guided the remnant souls ahead, while she quietly unfolded her soul-soothing domain behind him, the old and the young working together in silent harmony. At the end of the tomb passage suspended in the main hall of the mausoleum was the complete and enormously massive skeleton of the Ice Phoenix ancestor. The ancestor's lifebound true feather was sealed at the very center of the skeleton, its entire surface inscribed with the complete incantation of the second volume of the Nine Heavens' profound ice art. Lung Yu approached the skeleton but did not immediately reach out for the true feather. Instead, she first performed an extremely formal Ice Phoenix sacrificial rite before the ancestor's remains. She had learned this gesture from the Ice Phoenix Empress's letter. Juniors of the Ice Phoenix clan must pay their respects when visiting an ancestor, otherwise they could never gain the ancestor's recognition. Two very faint ice blue ghost flames lit up in the skeleton's hollow eye sockets. They did not attack. They simply gazed at her quietly for a moment, then slowly faded away. The Ice Phoenix ancestor had accepted her. Lung Yu reached out and grasped the true feather. The second volume of the Nine Heavens' profound ice art, lost to the Ice Phoenix clan for untold millennia, turned into countless ice blue specks of light that surged into the center of her brow, like a flock of birds returning to their nest. In that same instant, the bottleneck at the peak of the nascent soul stage cracked open amid absolute zero. In her dantian, the ice crystal phoenix, condensed from cold chi, began to transform. Every single feather was regrowing, more slender, keener, and closer to the patterns on the ancestor's true feather than before. Tribulation clouds for the spirit transformation tribulation began to gather above the mausoleum. They were not the six-layered tribulation clouds of an ordinary spirit transformation tribulation, but the threefold cold ice tribulation, unique to the nine nether cold glass body. Each layer was absolute zero, each colder than the last. When the first layer of the cold ice tribulation crashed down, Lung Yu did not dodge. The nine nether cold glass body was inherently kin to extreme cold, so she drew the absolute cold chi within the tribulation thunder directly into her dantian. The feathers of the ice crystal phoenix fledgling were tempered to even greater translucence by the first layer of the cold ice tribulation. She split the second layer of the cold ice tribulation open with the sword intent of the newly gained second volume of the Nine Heavens' profound ice art. The perfect fusion of sword chi and cold chi cast flowing aurora across an entire ice wall near the entrance to the hall. When the third and final layer of the cold ice tribulation descended, she sheathed her sword and met it head-on with the newborn ice phoenix sword intent of early spirit transformation. The tribulation thunder was torn apart by that sword intent into a sky full of fine snow. Spirit transformation complete. On the deepest ice wall of the Ice Phoenix mausoleum, countless sword intents left by followers of the Ice Phoenix ancestor lit up on their own. The newly carved sword marks merged with the old ice scars with no distinction remaining between them. Gui had stood guard outside the mausoleum the entire time. Using divine-grade alchemy fire, he set up an extremely faint wall of fire in the tomb passage leading to the main hall. The temperature of the alchemy fire exactly offset the mausoleum's absolute zero, allowing Tiniu, who had been cleaving ice all the way alongside Lung Yu, and Old Ming, who was shuttling back and forth escorting the cold jade, to pass through smoothly. Tiniu carried out trip after trip the ancient cold jade that the Ice Phoenix Empress had specified as an extra gift from the funerary chamber, while Old Ming and Gu He together sealed the mother cold jade, or over 100,000 years old, safely into the storage space. When Lung Yu walked out of the main hall carrying the lifebound true feather, the people waiting outside quickly saw the answer in her eyes. Everything needed from this secret realm expedition had been accounted for, and the entire party had returned unscathed. In the alchemy room, Gu He's medicine apprentice was standing on tiptoe, sorting the newly arrived ancient cold jade piece by piece. Each label was marked in neat small spiritual ink characters with its age and purpose. The Xianbing cave of the Hanbing pavilion at Qingshu sect would be upgraded with this batch of cold jade. Damao crouched atop the rockery, carrying back in its mouth an ancient ice crystal that a wandering cultivator had dropped at the inn's entrance, and carefully placed it into the stone nest where it specially kept its collection of foreign spirit objects. On the day Lung Yu broke through to divine transformation, the Ice Phoenix Empress of the Demon Realm's northern domain burned incense in the ancestral hall all night long. It was no ordinary incense, but the extreme frost orchid, which bloomed only once every 100,000 years for the Ice Phoenix clan. Hidden in the deepest reaches of the extreme cold abyss, where the frost on its petals could freeze an immortal emperor's fingers to pieces. She had presented the 9 revolutions soul-returning pill before the ancestral tablets for 7 full days and nights before she burned incense and prayed. The lower volume of the Nine Heavens mystic ice art, lost to the Ice Phoenix clan for untold millennia, had finally returned to the ancestral hall. When Lung Yu personally carried the lifebound true feather of the Ice Phoenix ancestor back to the northern domain, every piece of cold jade in the entire ancestral hall hummed softly. The Ice Phoenix Empress did not say thank you. Those 2 words were too light. She stayed alone in the ancestral hall for an entire night, and early the next morning, she personally wrote a letter and sent it to the Qingshu sect. The letter's wording was as short and cold as her sword. The Ice Phoenix clan is willing to provide eternal protection to the Qingshu sect. Any Qingshu sect disciple who enters the northern domain of the demon realm shall be as if entering their own sect. Additionally, the ancient mystic ice essence treasured by the Ice Phoenix clan for more than 10 generations and the extreme cold jade marrow that has been lost for 10,000 years are sent together with this letter for your sect's Hanbing Pavilion to use in daily cultivation and sword intent nourishment. At the end of the letter was attached a densely written list of spirit minds. The system read every item out loud within his spiritual sense, and its tone carried a rare trace of emotion. This generation's Ice Phoenix Empress never owes anyone a favor, but this time, she owes a huge one. Lin Chen asked how long that batch of spirit minds would last Lung Yu. The system answered, enough for her to freeze Qingshu sect's back mountain into a northern branch of the demon realm. The Ice Phoenix Empress's letter was still en route, but the demon realm had already erupted. The Azure Dragon Emperor was the first to respond. This old Azure Dragon of the demon realm had eaten at the Qingshu sect's dining hall once before, and after returning, he had talked about it for quite a while, saying that the garlic sprout stir-fried pork was even more addictive than the Dragon Clan's 10,000-year spirit fruit. This time, hearing that the Ice Phoenix Empress had sent spirit minds, he refused to be outdone and directly sent a special envoy carrying a batch of 10,000-year dragon ambergris, a specialty of the Dragon Clan. The attached note had only one sentence, that sword intent I sensed in the inn's main hall last time. Could you also reserve a few comprehension slots for the young disciples of my Dragon Clan? The Ice Phoenix Empress replied, get in line. The Azure Dragon Emperor answered, already in line. By the way, I also brought specially made spirit beef snacks from the Dragon Clan for those two leopards. Demao crouched on the rockery, received the storage pouch delivered by the special envoy, and sent an urgent message to Xiao Mao through the myriad beast spirit communication art. The Dragon Clan snacks have arrived. Come quick and split the loot. Xiao Mao replied in an instant, save some for me. Bai Qianqian covered the tips of her 9 tails with her tail and sighed. These two leopards' diplomatic status had already surpassed hers. Immediately afterward, the great tribes of the demon realm began spontaneously organizing pilgrimage groups. Not because anyone had organized them, but because the demon cultivators who had been to the Qingshu sect went back and said, that sect feels more like home than the ancestral land of the demon realm. The 9-tailed fox clan arrived first. It was not because Bai Qianqian had summoned them, but because the little spirit fox she had saved on the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone back then, now grown into the strongest illusionist of the younger generation of the 9-tailed fox clan, had led the entire clan's young disciples over mountains and ridges to the Forbidden Zone. As soon as she entered the mountain gate, she saw Bai Qianqian lying on the rockery, all 9 tails shooting straight up and excitedly tying themselves into a knot. Ever since she had been taken from the Forbidden Zone by Lin Chen to be a nanny, she had never returned to the fox clan. At this moment, seeing the little spirit fox she had saved back, then bring the whole clan on a pilgrimage, she suddenly felt that this Forbidden Zone nanny role had somehow turned her into an elder of the fox clan. The little spirit fox looked up at her and said, Annie, where do we stay? Bai Qianqian pointed with her tail in the direction of the Xinghai, and outside the mountain gate, there is a pond in the inn's back courtyard. Ask Xiao Wufeng to arrange rooms for you. The little spirit fox thought for a moment and asked again, what about the leopards? Bai Qianqian lowered her head to look at Demao and Xiao Mao, who were dividing up Dragon Clan snacks under the rockery, and said, they are now the inn's security consultants with a monthly salary of 2 strips of jerky. After the 9-tailed foxes came the Thunder Pattern Leopard clan, Demao and Xiao Mao's parents, 2 enormous adult Thunder Pattern leopards whose thunder markings were so bright they dazzled the eyes, followed the scent of their cubs to the mountain gate of the Qingshu sect. The mother leopard pounced on Demao as soon as she saw him licking and nuzzling him. Demao's fur stood on end from the licking, and he sent an urgent distress call to Xiao Mao through the myriad beast spirit communication art. Mom is here. Xiao Mao was crouched on the inn's roof, keeping night watch. The instant he received the message, he shrank his neck and answered softly, your mom isn't going to lick me too, is she? Before the words faded, the mother leopard had already bounded over the roof, caught Xiao Mao by the scruff of his neck with her mouth, and lifted him off the roof. She earnestly licked him all over as well. Then the 2 adult Thunder Pattern leopards solemnly lowered their heads to Su Qingxue, who had once carried them out of a tree hollow. Su Qingxue was receiving such a grand salute in public on the training ground, and was about to take half a step back, when Demao shot between her and his parents, shielding her behind him with his head. Xiao Mao translated from the side. He says senior sister is under his protection. Even mom and dad have to get in line. The demon flood dragon's parents did not come. The Blackwater Mystic Python clan no longer had any survivors. But in that batch of mystic ice essence sent by the Ice Phoenix Empress's special envoy, there happened to be a fossilized snake scale shed by a Blackwater Mystic Python. A relic obtained by chance by the Ice Phoenix clan long ago in a great war in the demon realm, and kept in the ancestral hall ever since. This time they had deliberately brought it out as one of the gifts. The demon flood dragon placed the fossil on the stone platform at the deepest part of the pond. From then on, every time it changed the mystic ice, it would first press the new ice against the fossil before putting it into the water, as if telling the family member, who was long gone, I am here, and I am doing well. At the Shanghai and Xiao Wufeng was flipping through the registration ledger behind the counter and discovered that more demon cultivators had checked in this week than rogue cultivators. Gu Changkong crouched at the inn's entrance holding a twig and drawing a statistical chart of demon cultivator occupancy on the ground, saying that people from the demon realm were treating the place like a resort. Liu Bai was polishing his sword nearby and said, "Boss Xiao runs an inn, but the demon race is using it as an embassy. Doesn't that count as expanding the business scope?" With the brush he had once used for battle reports, Xiao Wufeng wrote another full page of demon cultivator check-in records in the registration ledger. He said that since they did not charge spirit stones anyway, he let them pay their room fees with local specialties. Last time the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had paid with a fragmentary manuscript on illusion cultivation insights, and he had hung it next to the sword wall. The rogue cultivators liked it a lot. Inside the mountain gate of the Qingshu sect, Tiniu stood on the outer sect training ground with the heaven-splitting axe on his shoulder, shouting drill commands at several newly arrived demon race outer disciples. This group of demon race disciples had been voluntarily sent by the various tribes of the demon realm, asking that since the Qingshu sect's outer sect accepted rogue cultivators and devil cultivators, could demon race cultivators also come and get in line. Lin Chen had them take a unified examination according to the outer sect rules. Those who passed would be accepted. Crouched before Tiniu were the little spirit fox, the little thunder pattern leopard, and the little ice phoenix, all demon cubs, with horse stances crooked and wobbly, but every one of them more earnest than the last. Tiniu bent down to correct the paw angle of a little thunder pattern leopard, his tone several degrees softer than when he trained War Hall disciples. "Move your paw half an inch forward." "Yes, just like that." Damao watched from atop the rockery and said that this batch of demon cubs was not as good at horse stance as he had been back then. Bai Qianqian undercut him from the side. "Back when you trained your horse stance, you crushed 3 of Xingfeng's spirit or stones. In the Hanbing Pavilion on the back mountain Lung, you was using the extreme cold jade marrow sent by the Ice Phoenix Empress to upgrade the Mystic Ice Cave. These pieces of jade marrow were even older than Mystic Ice essence. Their cold aura was restrained like jade, not icy to the touch, yet it sank extremely deep once it entered the body." The demon flood dragon poked its head out of the pond and gently touched one piece of jade marrow with the tip of its tail, letting out a contented rumble. This piece was more comfortable than any Mystic Ice it had used before. Several days later, the system tallied all the data from this demon realm pilgrimage in his spiritual sense. Its tone was steady but carried an almost imperceptible hint of emotion. The tribes of the demon realm have spontaneously formed a joint pilgrimage delegation. Demon race cultivators who had passed the sect entrance examination over the years have been formally incorporated into the outer sect formation, trained uniformly by Tiniu. The Nine-Tailed Fox, Thunder Pattern Leopard, and Ice Phoenix clans are the largest groups in this batch. The remaining scattered demon clans are being verified one by one according to the conventions of the 6 realms. The voluntary allegiance rate of the demon race has set yet another new high for non-human forces voluntarily joining this sect. Lin Chen set the jade message talisman on the desk. Outside the window, dusk was just right. Bai Qianqian neatly folded the pilgrimage roster submitted by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and placed it in the sect's archive room. The ink on the title page had not yet dried. She closed the wooden door of the archive room, and a faint wisp of ink fragrance drifted out through the crack. Yi Wuhan had been feeling rather dispirited lately. He had been stuck at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage for half a year. It wasn't for lack of effort in his cultivation. Every day, he rose at the hour of Ean to practice Void Shuttle even earlier than the outer disciples' morning drills. He had gritted his teeth and endured Lung Yu's cold resistance training, and now he could weave through her ice walls several times in a row without freezing stiff. Even when Big Mao and Little Mao chased him, he deliberately held back his full speed, forcing himself to find new applications of spatial law amidst extreme evasive maneuvers. Yet the bottleneck at Golden Core Pinnacle remained utterly immovable, like a transparent wall. He could touch it, could see what lay beyond it, but he simply couldn't pass through. His myriad Tao Void physique was naturally attuned to spatial law, making his Void Shuttle unrivaled at the same cultivation level and allowing him to retreat unscathed even from battles across realms. But spatial law wasn't limited to shuttling. Folding, compressing, stacking. These more advanced applications of spatial law, he could clearly sense, yet every attempt fell just short. What he lacked wasn't spiritual power, but comprehension of law. He needed a pivotal opportunity, a place where he could truly sink into the origin of the void. The system popped up a quest window in Lin Chen's divine, since its tone graver than usual. Host a disciple-exclusive quest has been triggered. Yi Wuhan, Golden Core Pinnacle Myriad Tao Void Physique. The conditions required to break through his bottleneck have been fully analyzed. What he lacks is the advanced application of spatial law, which requires entering an independent space composed entirely of void law for deep enlightenment. Only one secret realm matches the criteria. The void Tao field deep within the void realm left behind by the ancient void Heavenly Venerable. This Tao field is one of the very few independent planes in the cosmos great world constructed entirely from void law. Sealed within it is the lower volume of the void ancient scripture, personally left by the Void Heavenly Venerable, which shares the same origin and complements the upper volume that Yi Wuhan has already cultivated. The entrance to the Dao field is protected by an extremely strict bloodline restriction. Only those with the myriad Dao Void physique may enter. In other words, this Dao field was left specifically by the Void Heavenly Venerable for the successors of the Void physique. Void Heavenly Venerable. Lin Chen set down his teacup. Inside was spiritual tea freshly dried by Chanxian. The leaves were still floating on the surface, not yet fully steeped. A peak Immortal Venerable of the ancient era, who specialized in Void law. Before his fall he sealed all his lifelong learnings in the deepest part of the Void realm, and set a bloodline restriction to await a successor of the Void physique. Aside from the lower volume of the Void ancient scripture, the Dao field also holds vast ancient Void spirit mines, and a complete Void spirit vein. A Void spirit vein is the top-grade material for refining spatial artifacts. The total amount of Void spirit veins remaining in the 6 realms combined isn't enough for the Qingshu sect to refine one high-quality spatial ring, but the vein sealed in the Void Dao field is at the Chaos grade. The system paused for a moment. But there's a problem. The entrance is sealed by an extremely ancient Void barrier that can only be activated by pure Void physique bloodline. Yi Wuhan's bloodline purity isn't an issue, but his Void physique awakening isn't sufficient. The entrance requires at least 60% awakening, and he's currently stuck at 59%. Lin Chen picked up his teacup again, the tea's fragrance spilling from the rim. What's that last 0.1%? It's not spiritual power. It's the ultimate application of spatial law. He must first break through the step of Void folding on his own before he can awaken the bloodline resonance of the Dao field's entrance. Lin Chen summoned Li Tu and Old Meng into the main hall, and had them serve as protection. The Void law inside the Dao field was ancient and extremely unstable, requiring Immortal Venerable level spatial perception to warn and suppress any danger. He also had Yi Wuhan go to the alchemy hall to claim a Void crystal with the highest resonance with Void law. Moments later, Yi Wuhan walked out of the alchemy hall holding a fist-sized translucent crystal with faint silver spatial patterns flowing within it. The extreme north cold jade box sent by the Ice Phoenix Emperor grew slightly warm beside the crystal. Deep within the Void realm, the entrance of the Dao field was a silver light barrier formed entirely by Void law. Yi Wuhan stood before the light barrier clutching the Void crystal and poured all his comprehension of Void law into it, detonating the golden core pinnacle spiritual power inside the crystal. The Void crystal shattered with a bang. The compressed spatial law exploded outward, tearing a gap just wide enough for one person in the surface of the light barrier. The Dao field's bloodline restriction sensed the myriad Dao Void physique aura within him, and the crack extended from before him into an entire silver-white Void passage. Li Tu stood guard outside the passage with his war spear, while Old Meng crouched at the edge of the Dao field ruins, using the netherworld power of the spirit summoning incense furnace to calm the fluctuations of remnant souls that had been trapped by Void law for countless tens of thousands of years. Big Mao and Little Mao for once didn't bicker. They crouched on either side of the teleportation array, their thunder patterns flickering dimly in the void. Yi Wuhan stepped into the Dao field. The interior of the Dao field was grander than any description he had read in ancient texts. Countless shattered void platforms floated in the silver void, each bearing traces of the Void Heavenly Venerable's demonstrations of spatial law. He crouched at the edge of the first platform, studying the space fissures that had been split and folded upon it. To his eyes, those fissures weren't ruins. They were the handwritten annotations left by an ancient Heavenly Venerable. He began his deduction from the nearest broken walls. Gone was his usual playful demeanor at the sect. He quietly deduced, folded, and stacked using his void physique to sense every trace of spatial trajectory left throughout this Dao field. At the deepest point of the Dao field, he stopped before the skeletal remains of the Void Heavenly Venerable. The skeleton sat cross-legged at the very center, hands resting lightly on its knees, with a tiny silver point of light floating between its palms. The light point landed on his brow. It wasn't written words. It was the Void Heavenly Venerable's lifelong comprehension of spatial law compressed into a single supremely simple insight. He closed his eyes. In the instant his void physique's awakening broke past 60%, it resonated with the entire Dao field. The golden core pinnacle bottleneck shattered at that resonance. The nascent soul tribulation began to condense, but his nascent soul was different from ordinary ones. A faint ring of silver spatial law coiled around the newborn nascent soul, within him a unique trait of the myriad Dao void physique, a nascent soul that inherently bore spatial law. As the tribulation cloud struck down, Yi Wuhan faced the tribulation lightning head-on for the first time. He didn't dodge with his movement technique. He used the void law inherent to his nascent soul to shift the lightning's landing point several zhang away in space. The lightning struck the ruined platform. He stood right beside the landing point, completely unharmed. He lowered his head to look at the silver law coiling around his nascent soul and murmured, "Shifting it half an inch is enough. Exactly the same calculation senior sister uses every time she thrusts her sword at me." Li Tu withdrew with his war spear, the sword forging diagram on the spear blade flashing once in full. Old Meng retrieved the spirit-summoning incense furnace and muttered to the remnant souls absorbed by the Tao field along the way. The rules at Reincarnation Hall are far stricter than this. Big Mao crouched outside the teleportation array, swishing his tail, and sent today's match commentary to Little Mao via the Myriad Beast Spirit Communion art. Wu Hin laughed once when the lightning struck him. He must be imitating his senior sister. Little Mao replied, his nascent soul now carries inherent spatial law. It'll be even harder for you to catch him from now on. Big Mao fell silent. That was indeed a serious problem. The system settled the quest rewards and a list of items rolled down the light screen. Disciple-exclusive quest, Void Tao Field completed. The lower volume of the Void Ancient Scripture has been recorded in the Sutra Pavilion, forming a complete Chaos-grade cultivation art with the upper volume. The Void Tao Field has been incorporated into the Qingshu sect's exclusive Secret Realm series, and the mining rights to the Chaos-grade Void Spirit Vein within the Tao Field have been registered. Yi Wuhin's Void Physique Awakening has broken past 60%, and his nascent soul inherently bears spatial law. He is the only known cultivator in the cosmos' great world who can master spatial teleportation at the nascent soul stage. Lin Chen set the communication jade slip on the desk. Outside the window, dusk was deepening. Yi Wuhin had just walked out of the teleportation array when Lung Yu's cold aura landed precisely on his shoulder, not to freeze him, but to help stabilize his newly broken through void nascent soul. In the Secret Realm Patrol report, Li Ju added a single line: this Void Realm exploration had 0 casualties and 100% recovery of Void Spirit ores. Big Mao jumped down from atop the rockery, curled his tail around the largest fragment of void crystal, and carried it into his stone den, where he hoarded exotic spirit ores. The night grew deeper. The spatial law of the Void Tao field continued to revolve slowly within his body, while the lights of the Qingshu sect flickered on one by one. Yi Wuhin's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage had yet to fully settle when Old Meng's soul-guiding incense burner began acting up. It was not broken. Rather, an extremely faint remnant soul fluctuation within the burner suddenly began to oscillate on its own, rattling the lid with a low hum and scattering ashes across the table. Old Meng had been the master of the Hall of Reincarnation for several thousand years, and he had never seen the soul-guiding incense burner tremble by itself. He turned the burner over and over, studying it for quite a while. That wisp of remnant soul was neither the Netherworld Emperor's remnant spirit from the Qingshu sect's dungeon, nor the obsession of the ancient sword puppet that had been liberated in the sword grave. It was a distress signal from the deepest depths of the Netherworld, sealed by the law of reincarnation for countless tens of thousands of years. The signal's source pointed to an ancient Netherworld hall at the very bottom of the Sea of Reincarnation, one never recorded by any power in the 6 realms. The soul force signature of the distress signal shared the same origin as the Huangquan Dao body, and sealed within that hall was the complete inheritance of another Netherworld Heavenly Venerable from the same era as Huangquan Heavenly Venerable. A system quest window flashed in his divine sense. Host a disciple-exclusive quest has been triggered. Xiao Cha Peak Foundation Establishment, Huangquan Dao Body. Deep within the Sea of Reincarnation, that Netherworld ancient hall held the complete inheritance of Yu Ming Heavenly Venerable, the younger sister of Huangquan Heavenly Venerable. Before her fall, Yu Ming Heavenly Venerable sealed her lifelong attainments into the hall and placed a bloodline restriction through the law of reincarnation. None but a Huangquan Dao body could enter. The innate resonance between Dao bodies would naturally dissolve the seal, and anyone else who tried to force their way in would trigger the collapse of the restriction. This inheritance contains the Chaos-grade cultivation art, Netherworld reincarnation art, and Yu Ming Heavenly Venerable's lifebound treasure, the reincarnation disc. In addition, the ancient hall suppresses countless wronged spirits trapped by the disorder of the law of reincarnation. They have been imprisoned for far too long, and without a Huangquan Dao body to ferry them across, they will completely dissipate in a few hundred more years. Yu Ming Heavenly Venerable. Lin Chen was flipping through the monthly report that Li Ju had just submitted. The number of rogue cultivators hosted by Star Sea in last month had hit a new high again, and Gu Changkong had scribbled a line at the end of the report. Boss Xiao says that if this goes on, the inn will need to be expanded. He set the report aside. Huangquan Heavenly Venerable's sister. Yes, Yu Ming Heavenly Venerable and Huangquan Heavenly Venerable are the only pair of sibling Heavenly Venerables in Netherworld history to have attained the Tao at the same time. Yu Ming Heavenly Venerable commanded the law of reincarnation, while Huangquan Heavenly Venerable commanded the Huangquan Dao. Together they suppressed the greatest sea of reincarnation upheaval in the Netherworld during the ancient era. After Yu Ming Heavenly Venerable fell, her inheritance had never been found. Until today. The system's tone was graver than usual. Xiao Cha's Huangquan Dao body is the only key to Yu Ming Heavenly Venerable's inheritance, and the only ferryman for those trapped wrong spirits. When Xiao Cha was summoned into the main hall, she was still holding her Huangquan lifebound staff. She had just helped the menial disciples set up new array foundations at the edge of the secret realm, and fragments of Starlight Mother were still clung to her cuff. After listening to the mission briefing, she was silent for a moment. Ever since the last secret realm trial, she had felt something calling to her. a voice so faint that it seemed to come from a place very, very deep. She had not been sure whether it was an illusion, so she had told no one. But now she understood. That cry for help was the wronged spirits in the sea of reincarnation. After waiting for countless tens of thousands of years, they had finally found a Huangquan Dao body that could hear them. I'll go. Her voice was quiet, but very steady. The Huangquan lifebound staff gave off a faint glow, and the law of reincarnation along its shaft began to flow on its own. Lin Chen put Old Ming in full charge of protection. With the netherworld spiritual power of an early immortal venerable and the experience of a former master of the Hall of Reincarnation, no one understood the law of reincarnation inside the netherworld ancient hall better than he did. Su Qingxue brought Tiniyu Shenrang and Li Tu along. Su Qingxue shielded Xiao Cha with the Eternal Night Sword. Lung Yu used her cold aura on the flank to suppress the rampaging cold of the wrong spirits. Shenrang was responsible for recording Yuming Heavenly Venerable's complete inheritance, while Li Tu held the outer perimeter with his war spear, suppressing the residual soul beasts of the Sea of Reincarnation upheaval. Old Ming's soul-guiding incense burner was the only netherworld artifact capable of stabilizing the law of reincarnation around the ancient hall, and the wisp of remnant soul that had sent out the distress signal would serve as a guide, leading them all the way across the Sea of Reincarnation straight to the netherworld ancient hall. Xiao Cha was the first to step onto the teleportation array, and its light stretched her peak foundation establishment silhouette into a long shadow. Su Qingxue drew the Eternal Night Sword from its sheath. Under the illumination of the law of reincarnation, the ancient sword inscriptions on the blade gave off a faint light that shared the same origin as the netherworld's aura. The Sea of Reincarnation was not a sea. It was a gray void formed of pure law of reincarnation, where countless spirit bodies condensed from wronged souls drifted aimlessly. Xiao Cha's arrival was like a lamp being lit in the gray void. All the wronged spirits turned toward her at the same moment, a faint light kindling in their hollow eye sockets. The aura of the Huangquan Dao body, the ferryman they had awaited for countless tens of thousands of years. Xiao Cha drove her Huangquan lifebound staff into the void. With her as the center, the law of reincarnation unfolded in all directions, and a pale gray, soul-soothing domain gently gathered the wronged spirits together. Her voice was soft, but every word was steady. Don't be afraid. I've come to take you home. The wronged spirits did not attack. They simply closed in quietly like moths that had wandered the gray void for too long and finally found a lamp. Tiniyu, carrying the heaven-splitting axe, hacked a path through the soul beasts ahead. The soul beasts of the Sea of Reincarnation were different from the void beasts of the Eternal Night Star domain. Void beasts struck at the flesh, soul beasts struck at the soul. Each time the star orbit patterns of the heaven-splitting axe shattered one, the remaining soul fragments were absorbed by Old Ming's soul-guiding incense burner. Old Ming crouched at the edge of the Sea of Reincarnation, ferrying the shattered remnants of the soul beasts into the netherworld. He sighed, saying that these soul beasts had been ordinary cultivators of the netherworld in their past lives, twisted into their present forms by the law after the Sea of Reincarnation upheaval. He would ferry as many as he could. Li Tu stood guard at the perimeter of the ancient hall. Soul beasts drawn by Yuming Heavenly Venerable's residual sword intent surged ceaselessly from the Sea of Reincarnation, trying to assault the hall, but every sweep of his war spear sent them reeling. The complete sword-forging shard on the spearhead, instead of being suppressed by the law of reincarnation, blazed ever brighter with each clash. Lung Yu used her cold aura to precisely seal off the soul beast hordes surging from the flank, clearing a straight path for Xiao Cha. The gates of the netherworld ancient hall split open on their own the instant Xiao Cha pressed her hands against them. The law of reincarnation, sealed for countless tens of thousands of years, had finally seen the arrival of a Huangquan Dao body. The skeleton of Yuming Heavenly Venerable sat at the exact center of the hall, hands suspended above its knees. Between the palms hovered a reincarnation disc the size of a palm. The skeleton sensed her aura. The reincarnation disc flew into her hand on its own, and the netherworld reincarnation art poured from the disc into her sea of consciousness. The awakening level of her Huangquan Dao body rose passively, and the bottleneck of peak foundation establishment shattered under the infusion of netherworld law. When the first thunderbolt of the golden core tribulation crashed down, she did not dodge. Using the newly acquired netherworld law, she drew the soul power within the tribulation thunderbolt into her golden core. The second thunderbolt was absorbed on its own by the reincarnation disc, and the residual force of the third was knocked aside by a single spear stroke from Li Tu outside the ancient hall. As the bearer of the Huangquan Dao body, it was only natural for her to break through to the golden core inside the netherworld ancient hall. The tribulation clouds dispersed, and her golden core was complete. She gently tapped the Huangquan lifebound staff against the reincarnation disc. In the center of the netherworld ancient hall, the two chaos-grade immortal artifacts produced a sympathetic resonance with the law of reincarnation. At that resonance, all the wronged spirits and remnant souls in the hall stopped weeping at once, and wrapped in netherworld law were sent into the reincarnation disc. Standing at the center of the hall, she watched the last group of wronged spirits disappear into the disk and said softly, "Travel well." Old Ming took back his soul-guiding incense burner. The ashes no longer spilled, and the wisp of remnant soul that had sent the distress signal dissolved into the faintest wisp of smoke, slowly dispersing within the burner. Holding the burner, he stared at the empty hall, without speaking for a long time. Then he said, when Yuming Heavenly Venerable suppressed the sea of reincarnation upheaval back, then she sealed these wronged spirits inside the ancient hall to protect them. She used her own law of reincarnation to seal them here, waiting for someone who could ferry them across. After countless tens of thousands of years that someone had finally arrived. The system settled the quest rewards, and a list scrolled line by line across the light screen. Disciple exclusive quest, Netherworld Ancient Hall completed. The complete Netherworld reincarnation art has been entered into the scripture pavilion, forming a chaos gray dual Dao cultivation art with the Huangquan reincarnation art. The reincarnation disc has been bound to Xiao Cha as her lifebound treasure. The Netherworld Ancient Hall has been incorporated into the Qingshu sect's exclusive secret realm registry, standing alongside Huangquan Heavenly Venerable's Dao grounds as a sacred site of Netherworld inheritance. A batch of insight breakthrough cards. The mining rights to the ancient Netherworld spirit vein inside the hall have also been registered. Lin Chen set the communication jade slip on the desk. Outside the window, dusk was deepening. Xiao Cha walked out of the teleportation array, the Huangquan staff, and the reincarnation disc floating on either side of her, with Old Ming following behind, holding the soul-guiding incense burner. Li Ju added a line at the end of the monthly report. This secret realm expedition had 0 casualties. The reincarnation disc bound itself, and the stability of the Netherworld law reached 100%. Damao crouched atop the rockery and used the myriad beast spirit communication art to send Xiaomao today's arena commentary. The reincarnation disc is a little smaller than the Eternal Night Sword, but it suits Xiao Cha perfectly. Xiaomao replied, just now, when it touched the Huangquan staff in the ancient hall, all the spirit herbs on our rockery started glowing too. Damao looked down at the spirit herb in the crevice of the rockery, the one it had carefully tended with the tip of its tail, and its leaves were faintly glowing with pale gray light. Gui's 9 Revolutions resurrection pill had been stored in the alchemy chamber's secret vault for quite some time. The 7 pills were refined from reincarnation purple lotus seeds. A1 was given to Su Qingshu, a1 sent to the Kunlun sacred land, 1 entrusted to Bai Qianqian to deliver to the Ice Phoenix Emperor, and the remaining 4 were sealed in a cold jade bottle. Not that no one wanted them. Every letter from the Azure Dragon Emperor ended with a line asking, "Do you have any more of those pills?" And the Ice Phoenix Emperor's replies always inquired about the next ripening period of the reincarnation purple lotus seeds. Gui ignored them all, placing the purple copper alchemy furnace on the herb cabinet and refusing to give any to anyone. But today Lin Chen withdrew all 4 9 Revolutions resurrection pills. Not just the pills. The Saint-grade spiritual vein seeds, the mind breakthrough cards, and all the high-tier cultivation resources accumulated by the sect during this period were piled on the main hall's desk. Lin Chen's intention was simple. Resources were not meant to look good in the treasury. The disciples' cultivation levels could not rely solely on the core disciples to uphold the sect's reputation. All inner disciples were to attend, and the outer sect formation was to select representatives to sit in. Distribution would be based on need, precisely targeted at bottlenecks. Whatever each person lacked would be made up for, leaving none unused. The system simultaneously broadcasted the inventory list in a spiritual sense, its tone carrying a rare solemnity. 4 9 Revolutions resurrection pills, 2 Saint-grade spiritual vein seeds, several mind breakthrough cards, a batch of ancient cold jade marrow star embryo essence, refined ingots, and void spirit ore. This resource allocation plan has been generated based on each disciple's current cultivation bottleneck and physique needs, offering the optimal solution. It is recommended that the host execute the plan as proposed. No need for recommendations. Distribute them directly. In the main hall, all inner disciples were present. Su Qingshu stood at the forefront, the Eternal Night Sword floating beside her, the 9 Heavens Sword embryo growing warm within its sheath. Behind her stood Xiao Mo Lung, Yuetai Niujiang Yunfan Yi Wuxin, Shun Rang Xiao Cha, as well as summoned figures and guest elders like Li Tu Lao Ming and Jiang Ruoxue. Several dozen representatives were selected from the outer sect formation to attend, with Li Ju and Fong Han standing at the front. Damao and Xiao Mao crouched on either side of the hall entrance, using the 10,000 Beast communion art to broadcast the distribution scene in real time to all the sect's guardian spirit beasts. Tainyo. Lin Chen picked up the first Saint-grade spiritual vein seed and tossed it toward the front row. Tainyo caught it with both hands, the seed warmed in his palm, and the battle intent of the primordial war physique automatically resonated with the spiritual vein, loosening the bottleneck he had been painfully grinding away at for so long. Xingfeng, standing nearby with arms crossed, said that after breaking through he should come to the war hall for extra training. The young man nodded vigorously, and the Star Trek patterns on his sky-splitting axe jumped with excitement. Jiang Yunfan, how long has your constitution awakening been stuck at a bottleneck? A fair while, Jiang Yunfan replied honestly. The ancient cold jade marrow and star embryo essence refined ingot floated before him. Both were top-tier alchemy materials enough to upgrade his alchemy resonance furnace twice. The fire phoenix perched on his shoulder gently tapped the cold jade marrow with its beak, letting out a short chirp that meant this is acceptable. Shun Rang. How is the Dawnbreaker's sword treating you? Shun Rang stood up holding his sword case, and said that the flow of the Dawnbreaker's sword's primordial sword intent was increasingly aligning with his sword concealment Dao, but the nemesis baleful aura on the blade had not been fully purified, forcing him to divert part of his sword intent to suppress it each time he struck. Lin Chen flicked a 9 revolutions resurrection pill into his hand. This pill could repair the soul and also purify the sword's baleful aura. The sword heart resonance array was activated simultaneously, and the lingering obsession of the nemesis within the Dawnbreaker sword was absorbed into the sword pavilion's sword intent database for future reference by all inner sect sword cultivators. Li Ju Fong Han. You've done well as outer sect stewards. I read last month's report. 0 mistakes on secret realm patrols, 0 complaints from rogue cultivator registrations. These 2 mind breakthrough cards are for you personally, not for public use, but for your own breakthrough. Li Ju accepted the cards with both hands, and Fong Han stood straight beside him. The 2 breakthrough cards warmed in their hands, and the nascent soul stage bottlenecks simultaneously loosened. They exchanged a glance saying nothing, but both understood the other's thought. After breaking through the standards for outer sect morning training would need to be raised another notch. Damao Xiao Mao. Lin Chen's gaze swept toward the hall entrance. Damao's ears immediately perked up, and Xiao Mao's tail went rigid. Lin Chen picked up 2 10,000 spirit pills specially adapted for beast physiques from the desk. The recipe was a gift from the Azure Dragon Emperor when he sent dragon saliva last time, personally refined by Gu He with gentle but extremely effective breakthrough properties, perfect for the thunder pattern leopards. Meritorious service in guarding the mountain, our rewards and punishments are clear. Keep it up. Damao grabbed the 10,000 spirit pill with his mouth and used his tail to wrap around Xiao Mao's bottle, then broadcasted via the 10,000 beasts communion art to the entire sect. Breaking news: the sect master gave out pills personally refined by Elder Gu. Xiao Mao added a side note. Now patrolling the mountain will be even more energetic. Inside the hall, everyone was inspecting the resources they had just received when Su Qingxue suddenly stepped forward. As the senior disciple, she bowed to Lin Chen on behalf of all disciples, her tone as earnest as when she was taught sword techniques by Yi Guhong. Hand in hand on the training ground, master, the resources have been distributed. Let us arrange the sparring sessions. Inner and outer sect extra training rotating through the Sword Pavilion, War Hall, Alchemy Hall, and Cold Ice Pavilion. Appointments based on need, priority by bottleneck urgency. She produced a rotation schedule that had long been prepared. Xiao Mo was responsible for Immortal King-level sword intent, sparring Li Tu for Immortal Sovereign-level battle intent suppression, Lao Meng and Gu He shared soul and alchemy matters, and even Damao and Xiao Mao were scheduled for void shuttle pursuit training sessions. Gu Changkong and Liu Bai also came from the inn to sign up as sparring partners, stating that although rogue cultivators' body techniques and sword moves were rough, they were practical in battle, and the outer sect disciples should be exposed to more unorthodox styles. The system finally displayed the complete reward settlement interface. All mind breakthrough cards have been distributed. Saint-grade spiritual vein seeds, activated 9 revolutions resurrection pills, all accounted for. Overall sect cultivation efficiency is expected to increase by several tens of %, with outer sect breakthrough rates likely to reach new highs. The rare item Sword Heart Resonance Array has been synchronized with all inner sect sword cultivators' sword intent flows, and the nemesis baleful aura of the Dawnbreaker sword has been completely purified. The allocation plan for pill seeds and ores has 0 disputes, and disciple satisfaction is perfect. It paused, then added, host, your performance today was like a proper sect master. When have I not been proper? Last week you used the sect treasury's spirit stones to buy limited edition spirit tea pastries, and had Li Ju record it under the sect master's special approval account. That was work-related. What kind of work requires eating pastries? Tasting. How else would I know if the new recipes in the dining hall are up to standard? What would a system like you know? This system does not know about eating, but it does know about accounting. Your pastry expenses have been consistently high for months as a proportion of the sect treasury's non-essential expenditures. Lin Chen placed the communication jade slip back on the desk and took a sip of the spirit tea that the system had repeatedly reheated. The capable do more. You go prepare the next resource pre-allocation plan, and I'll go to the dining hall to inspect the new recipes. The capable do more. You go prepare the next resource pre-allocation plan, and I'll go to the dining hall to inspect the new recipes. Outside the window, dusk was deepening. On the training ground, Tiny Yo was pulling Xing Feng's personal disciple up from the ground. Li Ju and Fong Han were sparring in front of the sword pavilion. Yi Wuxin was leading the outer sect formation through void shuttles, and Damao and Xiao Mao were patrolling the mountain gate. Lin Chen's figure had already disappeared through the dining hall entrance, leaving behind a faint mutter. Today's new recipe is spirit tea smoked chicken. If I'm late, it'll be gone. On the third day after Su Qingxue finished arranging the duty roster, the cultivation routine of the Qingxu sect had been completely renewed. With the newly acquired mind state breakthrough cards, Li Ju and Fang Han both stepped into the mid-nascent soul stage. The outer sect morning training standard had been upgraded from weighted running to weighted sparring, and the two personally took the field to drill the new disciples in techniques, their fundamental sword movements more standard than any textbook. After Tiniu broke through to spirit transformation, the star orbit patterns on the heaven-rending axe grew ever deeper. One by one, he hauled the outer sect body cultivation class onto the trial formation and hammered them repeatedly. Yi Wuhan broke through to nascent soul, and the range and precision of his void traversal surged simultaneously. Da Mao and Xiao Mao chased him for several circuits, yet not even a single leopard hair so much as touched him. Lung Yu took command at the ice pavilion and used the lower scroll of the Nine Heavens mystic ice art to recalibrate the cold chi concentration of the mystic ice cave, specifically providing inner disciples with cold resistance training under extreme conditions. Using the 9 Revolutions soul-returning pill as a base goo, he reformulated the recipes for the pills in the pill hall stock. Each furnace batch precisely matched to the constitutional differences of the disciples. Old Ming even opened a foundational course on the laws of reincarnation right next to the dungeon, specifically explaining soul-related formation rune taboos to outer sect formation cultivators. After the system finished tallying the data within his divine, since its tone in a rare departure was free of its usual snark, host the sect's overall cultivation efficiency is indeed rising, and the outer sect disciple breakthrough rate has set a new high. The bottleneck loosening values for all inner sect members are within the expected ranges. It is anticipated that in the future they can focus their efforts on breaching the gateway between nascent soul and spirit transformation. Furthermore, the Sword Heart Resonance Array plate has synchronized the sword intent trends of all inner sect sword cultivators. The Scripture Depository has compiled all of this round's breakthrough insights and sword intent samples into a volume to serve as the first draft of the outer sect's advanced training material. Who reviews the first draft? Yi Guhong. He only changed one word. Which word? He changed the word release in sword intent release to guide. This systems analysis suggests that this single word change demands a profound depth of understanding in the sword path, requiring at least the threshold of the hidden sword Dao. It is recommended that Yi Guhong's revision note be archived separately for the reference of intersect sword cultivators. Lin Chen raised his teacup and took a sip. Outside the window on the training field, Li Ju was sparring with Fang Han, using the newly learned sword moves, while Tiniu walked out of the trial formation with his axe over his shoulder, steam rising from his sweat-soaked body. Da Mao crouched atop the rockery, swishing its tail, and used the myriad beast spirit communication art to send Xiao Mao today's arena commentary. Li Ju's sword strike just now was half a beat faster than yesterday's, but Fang Han still blocked it. Xiao Mao replied when Fang Han blocked, the sword his left heel lifted half an inch, which counts as a mistake by Warhol standards. Da Mao's tail paused for a moment, and it began to suspect that Xiao Mao had secretly been slipping into the Warhol's theory classes lately. With the sect's internal operations running smoothly, Su Qingxue turned her gaze toward more distant horizons. Deep in the eternal night star domain, the region marked as the sword-casting furnace auxiliary ruins cluster on the primordial sword emperor's star chart had been repeatedly simulated in the system's background. It was ultimately confirmed that several coordinates within it showed an extremely high degree of correspondence with the primordial sword rune fragments unearthed from the sword-casting furnace. The ruins themselves were an independent void opened by the primordial sword emperor to test the eternal night sword embryo. Each site might still hold remnants of unactivated chaos rank sword intent, more than enough to keep the inner disciples occupied for a long time. Lin Chen approved this exploration plan. Su Qingxue led the team with all inner disciples accompanying, while Li Tu and Old Ming held the rear as protectors. Lung Yu remained stationed at the mountain gate, responsible for the new disciples' cold resistance training. Zhang Ruoxue led the formation cultivation class in continuing to perfect the trial array foundations of the eternal night star domain, keeping guiding array plates ready to respond at any moment. Deep within the eternal night star domain at the entrance to the auxiliary ruins cluster, the density of this independent void was several times higher than the outside world. Ancient void laws and primordial sword intent interwove and coiled around each other, while fragments of ancient sword puppets and ruined remnants of primordial formation patterns drifted in the void, forming a natural sword path trial ground. Su Qingxue drew the eternal night sword. The primordial sword runes on the blade automatically resonated with the nearest ruin core, sending the entire team precisely into the trial area. Within a few days, the auxiliary ruins were activated one after another, each sealing a trial sword formation personally inscribed by the primordial sword emperor. Tiniu hacked at the flank of the sword formation with his heaven-rending axe. The newly added star orbit patterns on the axe edge left faint golden trails in the void. Xiao Cha used the reincarnation disc to send the lingering ancient obsessions in the ruins into the cycle of reincarnation, and her staff and the reincarnation disc resonated at the same frequency. Shen Rang, holding the Dawn sword, dismantled the sword intent trajectories within the remains of the ancient sword puppets on the periphery. After every dismantling, he would take out his little notebook and jot down the sword intent's characteristics. At the core of the final ruin, Su Qingxue thrust the Eternal Night sword into the array eye. Amid the resonance of the ruins, the awakening level of her chaos sword body quietly climbed to 85%, and the bottleneck of the late nascent soul stage shattered under the impact of sword intent. Li Tu, securing the periphery, watched this scene and suddenly remembered how this girl back, when she had first entered Nascent Soul, had exchanged blows with him on the Void Arena. At that time, her dual sword style was still somewhat unpolished. Now she could split the trial sword formation left by the primordial sword emperor with a single sword. After the exploration of the auxiliary ruins cluster ended, Su Qingxue submitted a new proposal to Lin Chen. With the inner disciples' cultivation levels having improved broadly and the combat data from the auxiliary ruins having been fully archived, it was time to take the new disciples out for a real expedition. She suggested organizing an outer sect field exercise in the near future. The site chosen was the low-rank sword puppet zone on the outskirts of the primordial sword tomb. Inner disciples would lead separate teams, and Xiao Mo would be responsible for sword intent suppression throughout. Li Tu and Old Ming would accompany the teams as protectors, and Damao and Xiao Mao would serve as scouts and early warning sentinels. Lin Chen approved this new plan. Damao crouched atop the rockery and sent an urgent notice to Xiao Mao using the myriad beast spirit communication art for the next batch of outward assignment slots. The two of us have been automatically selected. The post is Chief Reconnaissance Officer. Xiao Mao shot backhand over the last strip of jerky you secretly hid last night, and I'll watch a few more sword puppets for you. Damao was silent for a moment, then pushed the jerky to the edge of the rockery with the tip of its tail. Bai Qianqian intercepted it in midair and ran off with it in her mouth. Bai Qianqian walked toward the dining hall with the jerky in her mouth, her tail swaying lazily behind her. After all, the two little ones were about to go out on a field mission, and when that time came, they would inevitably have to bring her local specialties back as rent. Su Qingxue had always been a woman of decisive action. No sooner had the exploration reports on the subsidiary ruin cluster of the Taigu Sword Tomb been archived than the proposal for the outer sect combat training exercise had already been placed on Lin Chen's desk. The plan was densely written. The location was set in the low-rank sword puppet zone on the outskirts of the Taigu Sword Tomb. Inner sect disciples would split up to lead the teams, with an inner sect sword cultivator anchoring each team. Xiao Mo would handle Immortal King-level sword intent suppression for the entire event, while Li Tu and Old Ming would accompany the teams as protectors, and Damao and Xiao Mao would serve as scouts and provide early warning. Long Yu would hold the line at the mountain gate, and Zhang Ruoxue would lead the formation cultivation squad to set up a temporary teleportation formation at the Sword Tomb entrance, ensuring that any team triggering an emergency rescue signal during the training could be sent back to the sect in a short time. Fang Han was responsible for tallying the battle achievements of each team, and Li Ju was responsible for logistics and supplies. Is this a training exercise or an extermination campaign against the sword puppet lair? Lin Chen asked as he flipped through the plan. Training. But by Qingxue sect standards, training is combat. Su Qingxue stood before the desk, the Eternal Night sword floating at her side. Lin Chen closed the plan and tossed it back to her. Approved. Just don't drive the sword puppets to extinction. Leave a few for the next batch of new disciples. At the same time, a system mission window popped up in his divine sense. Host sect construction mission triggered. Outer sect combat training. The location for this training is the low-rank sword puppet zone on the outskirts of the Taiga Sword Tomb. Participants include several inner sect disciples, several new outer sect disciples, reconnaissance group Damao and Xiao Mao, and protection group Li Tu and Old Ming. Mission objective: complete the combat assessment of each team while ensuring 0 casualties. Rewards will be settled based on each team's battle achievements, including Heart Realm breakthrough cards, Sword Heart Resonance Formation disc fragments, and access permission to study Taiga's sword intent, among others. On the day of the training exercise, the atmosphere outside the Taiga's Sword Tomb was more solemn than usual. Dozens of new outer sect disciples were divided into several groups, each led by an inner sect sword cultivator. Most of these new disciples had joined the sect only a few months earlier, with cultivation levels ranging from foundation establishment to golden core. Many of them were facing real sword puppets for the first time. Previously within the sect, they had only fought sword intent projections and trial formations, and the gap between a projection and the real thing could only be understood by standing before a sword puppet. Damao and Xiao Mao had taken their positions early. The two thunder-marked leopards crouched on the ancient trees flanking the sword tomb entrance, one on each side, their purple thunder markings flickering in the morning light. Damao used the myriad beast spirit communication art to send each team leader a real-time heat map of sword puppet distribution, while Xiao Mao was responsible for monitoring void fluctuations on the periphery, preventing any ancient sword intent fragments that had not been cleaned up from suddenly activating. First team advance. Su Qingshue's order was crisp. Leading the first team herself, she drew the Eternal Night sword, and the 9 tribulations soared together, and their sword light split a straight passage through the sword puppet ranks. Her Chaos Sword body's awakening level climbed steadily to 85% through the successive battles, and the sword intense suppression of her late nascent soul cultivation slowed the low-rank sword puppets by more than half. The new disciples followed behind her. Facing real sword puppets for the first time, they were still a little tense, but the senior sister's sword light remained firmly in front, shaving the puppets' attacks down to a level they could just barely handle. Tinyu led the second team. His leadership style was completely different from Su Qingshue's. No sword light clearing the way, he simply carried the heaven-splitting axe and charged head-on. His Taigu war body at the early spirit transformation stage rampaged through the sword puppet crowd, while the star orbit patterns on the axe blade shattered the sword formation impacts of the puppets one after another. The new disciples behind him felt far less pressure than the first team, but Tinyu's voice was even louder than the sword puppets, and he shouted the whole way, "Don't be afraid. The axe is here. What are you scared of? Go." A few Foundation Establishment Demon Clan youths had their ears trembling from his roars, but their sword strokes grew steadier with every cut. Yi Wuhan led the third team. His leadership style could only be called uncanny. His form flickered continuously among the sword puppets, and every void shift landed precisely at their flank and rear. The new disciples could not see his trajectory at all. They could only watch as each sword puppet attack grazed the edge of his robe, and missed, after which he would strike the puppet's core joint with a backhanded sword. He even found time to adjust the sword strike angles of the new disciples beside him, and casually pulled back a junior brother who had almost stumbled into a void rift. From the treetop, Damao watched this, and sent Xiaomao, a running commentary. Wuhan's way of leading new people looks more and more like senior sister. Xiaomao replied, but he talks more than senior sister. Xiaomo stood at the highest point of the sword tomb, cradling a newly quenched longsword. His peak Immortal King's sword intent enveloped the entire low-rank sword puppet zone. Whenever pressure built up too much in one place, an extremely quiet sword intent would descend to deflect a lethal blow for a new disciple. Li Tu guarded the perimeter of the training area with his war spear on his shoulder. Occasionally a high-rank sword puppet slipped through and tried to attack from the flank, only to be sent flying by a casual spear thrust. Old Meng's soul-guiding incense burner burned quietly. The remnant souls of the sword puppets chopped apart by the new disciples turned into the faintest green smoke inside the burner. Fong Han scribbled furiously at the temporary registration desk as battle records from all teams streamed in. Which team had shattered how many sword puppets, which new disciple had broken through a minor rank on their own during battle, and which sword puppet's core components had been captured intact. Halfway through his notes, his pen tip suddenly stopped. Two familiar names had appeared on the records, Sun Deshing and Luer. Sun Deshing in this batch of new disciples was none other than that #1 debtor from back then. After returning from the mining district, he had served as a handyman in the formation repair squad, and his skill at repairing old formation discs had grown better and better. This training exercise had him assigned to Zhang Ruoshue's formation logistics group. Luer, meanwhile, was the early Golden Core minor rogue cultivator who had once followed behind Sun Deshing. When Qingshu sect opened its gates to recruit disciples, she had passed the entrance assessment along with him. Now she had cultivated to late Golden Core and had been placed as deputy in the fourth group, led by Shen Rang. The two were assigned to the same logistics group. Sun Deshing crouched beside the formation base, rapidly repairing the formation discs that the new disciples had damaged during combat, his technique far more skilled than when he had been digging in the mines. Luer was not far away, inventorying the captured sword intent fragments, sorting them by grade, and packing them into boxes. Occasionally the two would look at each other across the ground strewn with broken sword puppet parts, but neither said anything. As the training exercise neared its end, an abnormal tremor suddenly came from deep within the sword tomb. It was not a sword puppet. The spiritual energy fluctuations of sword puppets were completely different from this tremor. Damao's ears were the first to perk up. Using the myriad beast spirit communication art, he sent an urgent message to the entire training ground. Anomalous energy fluctuations from the direction of the sword tomb's main hall. Intensity is climbing. The nature is similar to the residual sword intent of the Taigu Sword Emperor, but the frequency is faster and sharper. Xiaomao immediately added the coordinates. Su Qingxue withdrew her sword and looked back. The Taigu sword patterns on the Eternal Night sword lit up of their own accord. The sword could sense that the source of the fluctuation shared the same origin as the Eternal Night sword embryo, yet was smaller, more broken, and more unstable, like fragments rebounding after being forcibly suppressed by something. Li Tu reacted even faster. He pointed his war spear toward the depths of the sword tomb, and the complete sword forging diagram on the spear blade lit up in full. Old Meng lifted the lid of the soul-guiding incense burner, and a visible sheet of pale gray soul force spread out rapidly. The burner had just finished guiding the remnant souls of the sword puppets, yet now it had once again caught the fluctuation of an extremely ancient obsession. Su Qingxue decisively ordered the training exercise to end early. Zhang Ruoshue activated the temporary teleportation formation and safely sent all the new disciples back to the sect. Tinyu and Yi Wuhan covered the retreat, while Xiao Mo's sword intent enveloped the entire low-rank sword puppet zone to prevent the abnormal fluctuation from triggering more sword puppets. She hurried toward the sword tomb's main hall with Shun Rang Li Tu and Old Meng. The tremor subsided very quickly. Inside the main hall, an ancient sword intent that had just leaked from a long-sealed slumber filled the air. On the ground lay a number of glowing fragments, extremely fine in grain, each etched with Taigu sword patterns sharing the same origin as the Eternal Night sword embryo. Remnants of Taigu sword intent scattered when the seal of the sword casting furnace was completely broken open. The frequency of the sword patterns on the remnants matched exactly the void rift traces left by that group of cloaked cultivators last time. Li Tu crouched down and scooped up a pinch of the remnants with his war spear. The sword forging diagram fragments on the spear blade resonated faintly with them. They are the ones who set up the killing formation in the Yongya Star domain last time. Their stronghold is nearby in the direction of the sword-casting furnace. Old Meng brought the soul-guiding incense burner close to the remnants, and the remnant souls inside the burner shook violently. The obsession of the sword-casting furnace's guardian is sealed inside these remnants. That group of cloaked cultivators tore open every restriction the Taigu Sword Emperor left around the furnace. The remnant soul of the sword attendant guarding the restriction was shattered and flew out together with these remnants. The last image it saw before death. He paused and gently closed the lid of the incense burner. Was the innermost chamber of the sword-casting furnace. Sealed inside was an auxiliary sword forged in the same furnace as the Eternal Night sword embryo. It had never been sharpened, yet its Taigu sword intent concentration was even higher than that of the Eternal Night sword embryo. Those people want that sword. Breaking the final seal requires a massive amount of sword intent resonance, so they are using their own people as formation eyes, forcing the resonance regardless of the backlash. Su Qingxue thrust the Eternal Night sword into the ground. The Taigu sword patterns on the blade and the remnants on the floor lit up at the same time. The Eternal Night sword was tracking that auxiliary sword. Forged from the same furnace, the two could sense each other even when separated by a seal. A moment later she pulled the sword out and rose to her feet, her tone calm and certain direction locked. Although the abnormal tremor deep within the primeval sword tomb had subsided, the hum of the Eternal Night sword in Su Qingxue's hand grew increasingly urgent. The primeval sword runes on the blade lit up on their own, the tip tilting slightly to point deeper into the Eternal Night star domain, the chamber that the system had marked as the core restricted area of the primeval sword forge. When the sword forge had awakened last time, this chamber was still wrapped in layers of seals with primeval sword intent so dense that even Li Tu's war spear could not pierce through. Now, however, a rift had been torn open from within. The primeval sword runes on the debris perfectly matched the traces of the void rift left by the cloaked cultivators last time. The final image seen by the guardian remnant soul of the sword forge before it collapsed was the auxiliary sword sealed in the deepest part of the chamber. The auxiliary sword and the Eternal Night sword were forged in the same furnace. It has not been sharpened, yet its concentration of primeval sword intent is even higher than that of the Eternal Night sword embryo. Su Qingxue thrust the Eternal Night sword into the ground, and the primeval sword runes on the blade lit up together with the debris on the floor. The Eternal Night sword was tracking the auxiliary sword. Both had come from the same furnace, so even when separated by seals they could sense each other. After a moment, she pulled the sword from the ground and rose the direction locked. Li Tu's war spear was radiating a faint heat. The complete sword forging diagram fragment on the spearhead was resonating faintly with the primeval sword runes in the debris. The sword forge's guardian restrictions were personally set by the primeval sword emperor. Being able to bypass the outer restrictions and tear open the chamber seal directly meant that the other side possessed a sword intent primer originating from the same source as the sword emperor. Could it be that auxiliary sword? No, it had never been sharpened and could not have torn open the seal by itself. That meant someone was forcibly resonating with sword intent of the same origin as the Eternal Night sword, the descendants of the sword forgers who had set up the killing formation in the Eternal Night star domain last time. They still held a deeper trump card. Meanwhile, at the main hall of Qingshu sect, Lin Chen had just finished flipping through the training summary report newly submitted by Li Ju when the system's quest window popped out. Host pursuit quest triggered. The seal of the secret chamber in the primeval sword forge has been torn open and the auxiliary sword's whereabouts are unknown. The direction tracked by the Eternal Night sword completely overlaps with the coordinates of the cloaked cultivator's base from last time. Their base is right below the sword forge's secret chamber, concealed by the residual primeval sword intent from the chamber's seal. This quest is recommended to be led by Su Qingxue with Li Tu as guardian. Rewards include the right to reclaim the Chaos Tier Auxiliary Sword, full access to the Sword Forge secret chamber, the secret sword forging scroll, sealed by the primeval sword emperor, and several heart-mind breakthrough cards. Rare item, Dual Sword Resonance Diagram. This diagram is a dual sword combined scroll personally drawn by the primeval sword emperor, perfectly matching the twin-forged nature of the Eternal Night sword and the auxiliary sword. Lin Chen set the training report down on the desk. Approved. Tell Su Qingxue the auxiliary sword and the Eternal Knight's sword were forged in the same furnace. Bring it back. The primeval sword forged restricted area of the secret chamber. The cloaked cultivator's base was hidden extremely deep, right in the void interlayer directly below the secret chamber, shielded by the residual primeval sword intent from the chamber's seal. Had it not been for the twin bond between the Eternal Knight's sword and the auxiliary sword, no one flying past from the outside would have noticed that there were people in this void interlayer. By the time Su Qingxue led her team to the scene, the sword forger's descendants had already set up a complete primeval resonance array, and at the center of the formation's core floated the very auxiliary sword that had yet to be sharpened. Its blade was almost identical to the Eternal Knight's sword, except that the star glint or mother fragment at the guard was intact, not yet eroded by time. A dozen cloaked cultivators sat cross-legged at the edge of the formation base, forcibly pouring their sword intent into the formation core, using their fellow disciples' lives as sacrifices to forcibly resonate the auxiliary sword, the primeval sword runes on the blade being activated inch by inch. Sensing the Eternal Knight's sword's presence, the auxiliary sword shook violently, autonomously severed its connection with the resonance array, and broke free from the center of the formation core. It had never been sharpened, yet every primeval sword rune on its blade began to burn toward Su Qingxue's direction, courting death. The leading Immortal sovereign-level cultivator pulled a broken sword covered in primeval sword rune fragments from the formation core, his sword intent wild and brutal, lunging straight at Su Qingxue. Li Tu swept his war spear sideways, unleashing his mid-stage Immortal sovereign battle intent, without reservation splitting that wild sword intent apart with a single spear strike. The complete sword forging diagram on the spearhead burst with blinding light. Last time on the Void Arena, his war spear had been chipped by Xing Feng's blade, but now the diagram on the spearhead had been fully restored, and a full-force strike from the Chaos Tier war spear shook the entire resonance array until it tottered. Yi Wuhan's void teleportation flickered continuously among the formation bases, each landing precisely on the crumbling nodes of the formation core, dismantling one by one the sword intent circuits left by the sword forger's descendants' forced resonance. Damao and Xiaomao blocked the entrance of the secret chamber on both sides, their thunder patterns fully unleashed, forcing every cultivator trying to flee in the chaos back into the formation. Damao's tail whipped away a gold core cultivator attempting to slip away from the flank, and Xiaomao followed up with a thunder mark, electrocuting him until his hair stood on end. Su Qingxue stood directly before the formation core with a mad Immortal sovereign and a collapsing resonance array between the Eternal Knight sword and the auxiliary sword. Under the stimulation of the auxiliary sword's resonance, the awakening level of her chaos sword body passively surged from 85 to nearly 88, and the bottleneck of the late nascent soul stage shattered inch by inch under the collision of sword intent. The nine-layered tribulation clouds of the chaos nascent soul tribulation began to condense their oppressive might so heavy that the entire sword forge trembled, while the leading Immortal sovereign, the last trump card of the sword forger's descendants, was still trying to use his broken sword to pry open the landing point of the ninth tribulation thunder. Su Qingxue gave him no chance. With the Eternal Knight's sword and the auxiliary sword together, the four sword intents of the Chaos Sword, Art 9 Heaven Sword, Art Primeval, Sword Emperor Scripture, and Eternal Knight sword cannon converged into a single line at the sword tips. In her left palm, the auxiliary sword let out its very first sword cry. Not the struggle of being forcibly resonated, but a joyful cry of finally meeting the right person. The tribulation thunder struck down, and she split it open from the middle with that sword strike. The residual force blasted away the sword forger's descendants along with the broken sword in his hand. The residual sword light of the ninth tribulation thunder slowly dissipated on the stone walls of the secret chamber. The chaos nascent soul tribulation passed, and she reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. The awakening level of her chaos sword body finally settled at 90, and the seal of the fourth level of the nine tribulations sword tribulation loosened accordingly. Li Tu withdrew his war spear, and Old Meng's soul-guiding incense burner collected the last remnant thought of the sword forger's descendants. Su Qingxue inserted the auxiliary sword beside the Eternal Knight sword. The two ancient sword embryos born from the same furnace gently touched in the secret chamber, and at the deepest part of the primeval sword forged the long-sealed, complete secret sword forging scroll, finally unfurled on its own. The system began settling the rewards for the pursuit quest, and the Chaos Tier martial art, dual sword resonance diagram, was automatically placed into the Sutra Pavilion. In the main hall, Lin Chen received Su Qingxue's message. The sword had been returned to its place, and the enemies had been captured. He replied with 3 words, "Got it." Outside the window, dusk was heavy. Yi Guhong walked out of the sword pavilion, holding a sword, the sword heart, jade, faintly warming. He could sense the aura of the auxiliary sword, forged in the same furnace as the Eternal Knight sword, stemming from the same origin as the Nine Heavens sword embryo. The iron swordwood forest of the sword pavilion would need to be expanded again. On the third day after the pursuit mission ended, Su Qingxue stuck the auxiliary sword into the ground beside the Eternal Night sword. The two sword embryos, twin-born from the same furnace, gently touched in the iron swordwood forest. The ancient sword patterns on their bodies lit up at the same time, and the leaves of the entire forest rustled. Yi Guhong sat cross-legged by the window on the third floor of the sword pavilion, the sword bumming resting across his knees, while the sword heart jade on the desk grew faintly warm. He could sense the resonance between those two swords. Not hostility, not rivalry, but twin sword embryos finally reuniting after 10,000 years apart. Their sword intents interwove on their own, pushing the sword intent density of the entire iron sword would forest up a level. Shen Rang sat downstairs, cradling the dawnbreak sword intent flowing quietly at his fingertips. The lingering baleful aura of a nemesis on the dawnbreak sword had been thoroughly purified by the sword heart resonance array plate, and now it was faintly resonating with the primordial sword intent of the auxiliary sword. The system flashed the reward settlement into his divine, since its tone slightly quicker than usual. The pursuit mission, Sword Furnace Secret Chamber, has been completed. The auxiliary sword has been recovered, and the twin sword resonance with the Eternal Night sword has been successfully activated. All the secret sword forging scrolls have been archived, and the core authority of the primordial sword forge has been fully unlocked. Heart state breakthrough cards have been distributed according to each disciple's current bottleneck, and the chaos tier technique, Twin Sword Resonance Atlas, has been recorded in the scripture library. There is also a passive reward. The afterwave of primordial sword intent produced when the auxiliary sword acknowledged its master has been fully recorded by the sword heart resonance array plate. Every Qingshu sect sword cultivator wearing a fragment of the array plate can now comprehend the initial sword intent flow of the twin sword resonance. Speak plainly. From today onward, intersect sword cultivators can comprehend the sword intents of both the Eternal Night sword and the auxiliary sword at the same time. The two sword intents are complementary. The Eternal Night sword is profound and heavy, while the auxiliary sword is agile and light. Together they form a complete textbook on the twin sword style. Before Lin Chen could respond, another system message popped up. Host a sect construction mission has been triggered. The secret chamber of the primordial sword forge has been unlocked. The twin sword resonance between the auxiliary sword and the Eternal Night sword has stabilized, and all conditions for expanding the sword pavilion have been met. It is recommended to build a branch sword furnace on the western side of the iron swordwood forest for the daily nourishment and sword intent tempering of the primordial sword embryos. Also set up a permanent primordial twin sword resonance array on the plaza just inside the mountain gate for intersect sword cultivators and outer sect disciples to contemplate in their daily practice. The required materials list has been synchronized to Zhang Ruoxue's formation cultivation class. Lin Chen put down his teacup. Approved. Tell Li Ju that this expansion spirit stones are to be paid from the sect treasury in the normal way. Don't imitate Xing Feng by using jerky to offset wages. The jerky Xing Feng used last time was overtime pay for the war hall, which was a personal act. This system has recorded it. The system paused. In addition, the core array plate of the primordial twin sword resonance array needs a complete shard of primordial sword intent as the array eye. It is recommended to use the fully reassembled sword forging diagram on Li Tu's war spear. It shares the same origin as the Eternal Night sword and the auxiliary sword, and will have the highest resonance efficiency. Will Li Tu be willing to give it? He has already submitted an application voluntarily. His exact words were, "This diagram was originally part of the sword forge, embedded in the array. It will serve its purpose better than embedded in the spear." Lin Chen laughed. This immortal venerable, who had once carried a war spear to ram the mountain gate, now voluntarily donated the sword forging diagram as the array eye. In the iron swordwood forest outside the window, Su Qingxue was taking the auxiliary sword out from between the tree trunks and handing it to Shen Rang, beside her, asking him to use the dawnbreak sword and the auxiliary sword for a cross-resonance test. Shen Rang did as instructed and lightly touched the two swords together. The auxiliary sword was agile and light, while the dawnbreak sword was dense and steady. Their completely different sword intent trajectories happened to complement each other perfectly. De Mao crouched on top of the rockery and sent today's arena commentary to Xiao Mao through the myriad beast spiritual communication. Art, the auxiliary sword is like senior sister's Eternal Night sword, but with a better temper. When it touched the dawnbreak sword, it didn't zap it. Xiao Mao replied, "That's because the dawnbreak sword hasn't woken up yet." A few days later, the sword pavilion expansion officially broke ground on the western side of the iron swordwood forest. Zhang Ruoxue led the formation cultivation class in setting up a workbench at the edge of the worksite. Spread out beside her was the simplified branch furnace array diagram she had derived from the ancient Sword Emperor's secret scrolls. The core architecture was identical to the original primordial sword forge, except that she had made subtractions to the ancient array patterns around the outer furnace chamber, streamlining the chaos tier complex circuits to a level that intersect sword cultivators could maintain on a daily basis. The simplified branch furnace could still nourish the primordial sword embryos and could also provide daily tempering for the swords of the sword pavilion disciples. Tai Nyo led the outer sect body cultivation class in hauling or splitting stone and embedding array foundations at the worksite. Whenever the heaven-splitting axe split open a piece of raw Starlight Mother, or Yi Wuhan would use Void Shuttle to transfer the ore material precisely to the designated array foundation node, while Lung Yu used cold energy to cool and set the spirit ore that had just been embedded. Li Tu planted his war spear at the entrance of the worksite as a temporary array core. Jiang Ruoxue carefully copied the fully reassembled sword forging diagram from the spear blade using ancient array patterns. Once the copying was complete, the diagram turned into a complete pale golden sword in tint and vanished into the array eye of the plaza. At that same moment, every sword cultivator wearing a fragment of the sword heart resonance array plate sensed the initial sword intent of the twin sword resonance. Xiao Cha led the menial disciples in setting up a temporary rest area at the edge of the worksite. As soon as she planted the netherworld staff into the ground, stone platforms and benches grew out of the surrounding cliffs for everyone to rest on. Sun Dishing squatted in a corner of the rest area repairing an old array plate that had been damaged during the training exercise, his technique far more skilled than when he used to mine. Luer sat beside him counting sword intent fragments and packing them into boxes by grade. Occasionally the two would glance at each other across the floor covered with sword intent fragments, but neither said anything. Bai Qianqian curled her tail around more than a dozen cups of iced spirit fruit juice and handed them out one by one. Damao took his cup and hid behind the rockery, secretly adding a serving of Dragon Clan snacks. There were still many snacks left from the Azure Dragon Emperor's last delivery, and he had been saving them carefully. Xiao Mao sent a sect-wide warning about the consumable stockpile through the myriad beast spiritual communication art. Damao's tail paused for a moment, then he silently pushed the snack jar back into the crack in the rockery. On the day the primordial twin sword resonance array was officially activated, Su Qingxue inserted both the Eternal Night Sword and the auxiliary sword into the array eye. The primordial sword intent released by the twin sword resonance swept across the entire plaza like a tide. Every inner sect and outer sect disciple practicing swordsmanship felt their sword intent involuntarily follow the rhythm of the resonance and move through several moves. Yi Guhong opened his eyes on the third floor of the sword pavilion and lightly tapped the scabbard of bumming with his finger. The primordial twin sword resonance array had pushed the sword intent density in the iron sword would forced up another level. Downstairs, Shun Rang sat cross-legged with the Dawnbreak sword in his arms, sword intent flowing quietly at his fingertips. He could feel the auxiliary sword's sword intent helping to nourish the ancient sword patterns on the Dawnbreak sword. The system settled the construction mission in his divine, since the primordial twin sword resonance array has been activated and the branch sword furnace has been completed. The sword intent density in the sword pavilion's iron swordwood forest has doubled, and the daily sword tempering efficiency of intersect sword cultivators has increased by several tenths. A rubbing of the rare item auxiliary sword secret scroll has been entered into the scripture library, forming a complete sword path curriculum together with the Eternal Night Sword Canon, the Nine Heavens Sword Art, and the Chaos Sword Art. It is recommended to synchronize this round's expansion experience to the Star Sea Inn. Xiao Wufeng has already reserved a branch array position in the inn's backyard exclusively for rogue cultivators to comprehend. Lin Chen placed the message jade slip on the desk, and heavy twilight filled the scene outside the window. Su Qingxue stood up from beside the array, the lingering resonance of the twin sword resonance still faintly glowing within her sword patterns. Damao sent the last arena commentary of the day to Xiao Mao through the myriad beast spiritual communication art. The auxiliary sword now officially counts as someone from our sect. Xiao Mao replied, then, when will its scabbard be forged? Damao was silent for a moment, then decided to leave that problem for Jiang Ruoxue to worry about. The primordial twin sword's resonance array had only been active for a few days when the urgent summons from the Kunlun Holy Land arrived. The message had not come through ordinary diplomatic channels. Xian Yizhenren had personally torn open the void, and with a streak of pure Kunlun immortal light anchored the letter requesting aid onto the welcoming array plate outside Qingshu Sect's mountain gate. The letter's wording was exceedingly restrained, but the spiritual energy fluctuations still clinging to the paper revealed that the writer's hand had been trembling. The Kunlun ancestral vein is stirring, the ancient seal is loosening, demonic creatures are about to emerge. We humbly beseech your honored sect for aid. Within her spiritual sense, the system simultaneously brought up the complete records of the Kunlun ancestral vein, its tone unusually grave. The Kunlun ancestral vein is the core forbidden ground where the Kunlun Holy Land suppresses the ancient demon located in the deepest reaches of Kunlun Divine Mountain. Sealed within the ancestral vein was the ancient demon personally suppressed by Kunlun's founding ancestor, the soul-devouring demon emperor Apik, Immortal Venerable. The seal had 9 layers and 3 had already shattered. The Kunlun Holy Land, straining with the full strength of the sect, could barely keep the remaining layers from collapsing further and had no power to repair what was broken. Xian Yizhenren had sought help because the soul-devouring demon emperor possessed an extremely troublesome innate ability, soul-devouring. It could devour the living souls of all who approached the seal. Those below the Immortal Venerable realm died on approach. Even those at or above the Immortal Venerable realm would have their spiritual intellect severely eroded. Only sword cultivators trained in the Chaos Sword body were immune because their souls were fused with their sword hearts. As long as the sword heart endured, the soul would not scatter. 3 of the 9 seals have shattered, 6 remain. If the remaining 6 all shattered, what would happen to the soul-devouring demon emperor? He would break free of the seal. The Kunlun Holy Land would be swallowed by demonic chi, and the aftershocks of the ancestral veins collapse would sweep across the entire divine realm. It would not be a full-blown 6 realms catastrophe, but it would be enough to gravely wound the divine realm. When Xian Yizhenren came to sign the alliance treaty last time, he had said nothing about the ancestral vein, likely because Kunlun's ancestral precepts forbade outsiders from knowing the seal existed. Now that he had come seeking help on his own initiative, it meant Kunlun could no longer hold on. Lin Chen placed the letter of request on the desk and ordered toward the hall, summon Qingxue. When Su Qingxue was called into the main hall, the Eternal Knight's sword and the auxiliary sword were floating behind her, one to each side. The auxiliary sword's scabbard had not yet been forged, so it was wrapped in a temporary sheath condensed from primordial sword intent. After hearing the mission briefing, she said something that silenced even the system. Can the soul-devouring demon emperor's soul-devouring ability be used in reverse? In reverse how? It devours souls. I can use the Eternal Knight sword's primordial sword intent to peel away the souls it has swallowed. Last time when I shattered a hated enemy's sword intent in the Undying Sword Heart Trial Grounds, the Eternal Knight sword was able to separate baleful chi. Souls are also a kind of obsession. Old Meng taught me that. The system was silent for a moment, recalculated the feasibility at a rapid-fire pace, and then gave its conclusion theoretically feasible. The Chaos Sword body was immune to soul devouring. The Eternal Knight sword's primordial sword runes could strip away devoured souls, and the auxiliary sword's resonance could accelerate the stripping. With Old Meng's soul-guiding incense burner working in tandem to liberate the souls, the demon emperor's innate ability could be turned from a threat into a tool of purification. Lin Chen approved the mission. Su Qingxue led the team with all inner disciples accompanying her. Li Tu and Old Meng served as protectors. Xing Feng stayed behind to guard the sect, and Gu, he carried the 9-turn soul-returning pill for emergencies. The Kunlun ancestral vein lay in the deepest part of Kunlun Divine Mountain. Its entrance was an ancient stone stairway sealed by layer upon layer of restrictions, with long-lost ancient demon sealing array patterns carved densely along both sides. Xian Yizhenren personally welcomed them at the mountain gate. This supreme elder at the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm now looked gaunt, clearly drained of heart and strength by the seal. When he saw the Eternal Knight's sword and the auxiliary sword behind Su Qingxue, a glimmer of light finally kindled in his exhausted eyes. A Chaos Sword body, the primordial twin swords, an immortal venerable guardian, a lord of the Hall of Reincarnation. This lineup was even stronger than the full might of the Kunlun Holy Land. 3 layers of the ancestral vein seal have shattered, and Kunlun can no longer turn the tide. Kunlun will remember this kindness. Xian Yizhenren did not say thank you. He only bowed deeply to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue stepped aside to avoid the bow. Senior, there is no need for this. Kunlun and Qingxu sect are allies, and allies should support one another. She said this in exactly the same tone she used when serving rice to her junior fellow disciples in the dining hall, as if it were only natural with no need for thanks. The stone steps of the Kunlun ancestral vein hummed very faintly beneath her feet. The Chaos Sword runes on the 9 Tribulations sword resonated with the broken remnants of the seal, automatically repairing a small part of the first seal's breach. Xian Yizhenren following behind saw this, but said nothing. He only silently committed the frequency of the Chaos Sword art to memory. At the heart of the ancestral vein, the sealing altar, 3 of the 9 seals had already shattered. The soul-devouring demon emperor's true body had not yet fully awakened, but its remnant soul had seeped through the cracks in the seal and coalesced above the altar into a twisted mass of dark purple soul mist. The soul-devouring ability unfolded of its own accord. All Kunlun disciples below the Immortal Venerable realm had long since been ordered by Xian Yizhenren to evacuate completely. Yet even for a battle cultivator at the mid-Immortal Venerable stage like Li Tu, the moment he stepped onto the altar, the sword-forging patterns on his war spear dimmed uncontrollably for an instant. Old Meng's soul-guiding incense burner shook violently. He glanced down at the surging remnant soul fluctuations inside the furnace and said in a low voice that the demon had devoured far more souls than he had estimated. Su Qingxue drew the Eternal Night sword. The primordial sword runes on its blade instead grew brighter within the soul-devouring domain. Pushing the Chaos Sword body's immunity to soul-devouring to its limit, she stood directly before the rift in the seal and made herself the core line of defense guarding it. Sensing the aura of the Chaos Sword body, the soul-devouring demon emperor's remnant soul instinctively lunged at her. Countless fine dark purple soul threads poured out from the rift, trying to bore into her sea of consciousness. The Eternal Night sword slashed down. The primordial sword runes shredded the invading soul threads into the most primitive soul fragments, and the auxiliary sword followed, immediately peeling the shattered fragments away from the Demon Emperor's true body piece by piece through twin sword resonance. Old Ming flung open the lid of the soul-guiding incense burner, drawing all the peeled-away soul fragments into the furnace and purifying them one by one through the laws of reincarnation. Li Tu stood guard at the edge of the altar. Every sweeping strike of his war spear blasted the soul beasts surging from the rift back into the depths of the seal. Xiao Mo led Shun Rang and Tiniu in suppressing the leaking demonic qi outside the altar. Shen Rang, with the dawn sword in his left hand and an auxiliary sword in his right, split the demonic qi apart in a twin sword stance. Tiniu braced against the collapsing stones of the altar with his sky-splitting axe, while Yi Wuhan, behind him, repeatedly used void traversal to reinforce the spatial laws at each point of collapse. Directly above the altar, Lung Yu used the lower volume of the Nine Heavens mystic ice art to shroud the entire altar in an extremely thin ice crystal barrier. The frigid qi suppressed the spread of demonic qi. Xiao Cha stood directly beneath the rift in the seal. With the netherworld staff and the wheel of reincarnation turning in unison, she guided the soul-devouring Demon Emperor's remnant souls seeping from the rift into reincarnation thread by thread. Gu He channeled the medicinal mist of the nine-turn soul-returning pill into the soul-guiding incense burner. The reincarnation purple lotus essence within the pill doubled Old Ming's purification efficiency. Su Qingxue thrust the Eternal Knight's sword and the auxiliary sword simultaneously into the very center of the rift in the seal. The primordial sword, intent born of twin sword resonance, forcibly pressed the soul-devouring Demon Emperor's true body back into the depths of the seal. The Nine Tribulations sword flew from her hand. Under the extreme suppression of the soul-devouring domain, the fourth sword tribulation seal automatically unlocked. At that instant, the chaos sword body's awakening rate broke through 92%. With sword intent at the early spirit transformation stage, she rekindled the three shattered seals. All 9 seals blazed to life at once, and the ancient demon sealing array patterns once again flowed in full above the altar. Deep within the seal, the soul-devouring Demon Emperor's true body let out an unwilling roar before being swallowed once more by the ninefold seal. The moment Xian Yizhenren saw the 9 seals rekindle outside the altar, he was silent for a long time. Then he did something. He placed the Kunlun Holy Land's sect protecting treasure, the Kunlun Array, Dao True Scripture, together with a cache of high-grade spirit ores from the depths of the ancestral vein and fragments of demon sealing array plates into a storage jade slip and offered it with both hands. These were the last resort treasures of the Kunlun Holy Land, and also the greatest sincerity Kunlun could show an ally. Su Qingxue accepted the jade slip and made a sword cultivator's salute. She understood the weight of these things, and she understood why Xian Yizhenren had given them. Not out of gratitude, but out of trust. Trust that Qingxu sect would send people again the next time Kunlun was in need. Within her spiritual sense, the system settled the mission in tandem and said with a rare trace of respect in its voice, "Host, the Kunlun ancestral vein mission has been completed. The soul-devouring Demon Emperor has been sealed anew." The reward list is as follows: 1 chaos-grade cultivation art, the Kunlun Array Dao True Scripture, a number of high-grade spirit ores and demon sealing array plate fragments, several Mind Realm breakthrough cards, and a Sword Heart Resonance array plate fragment, now synchronized with the demon sealing array patterns of the Kunlun ancestral vein. Additionally, Old Ming's soul-guiding incense burner purified a vast number of ancient souls during this mission, and it has upgraded itself. Under the suppression of the soul-devouring domain, Li Tu's war spear tempered its sword-forging patterns to an even purer level. The compatibility between the medicinal mist of Gu He's 9-turn soul-returning pill and the laws of reincarnation has been verified as highly viable, and he has already synced the formula into the pill hall's training curriculum. In the formation cultivation class, Jiang Ruoxue connected the demon sealing array plate fragments with the existing primordial array foundations and quickly reached a preliminary conclusion: these fragments were highly compatible with the discarded components of the celestial star slaughter array sent by the G family. Once combined, they could form a primordial demon sealing array covering the outer perimeter of the forbidden ground. Lin Chen flipped through the diagrams she had sent and gave only one instruction: have Li Ju mark the embedding points for the array foundations and have Fang Han register the maintenance cycle for each array eye. Outside the window, dusk lay heavy. Su Qingxue and her group were just passing through the teleportation array back to the sect. The spirit ores gifted by Xian Yizhenren had been entrusted to Tiniu and carried to the branch furnace of the sword-casting forge, while the array plate fragments had been archived by Jiang Ruoxue. On her right arm, the 4th sword tribulation seal of the 9 tribulations sword was quietly radiating a newborn pale gold sword light. Jiang Yunfan had been stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage for a long time. It was not from a lack of spiritual energy. He steeped himself in the alchemy chamber every day, and the pill fire of the Shinnon cauldron had tempered the spiritual energy in his dantian until it was purer than anyone else's. Nor was it a shortage of pill formulas. He had transcribed Gu He's handwritten notes countless times, and the flaws that Fire Phoenix perched upon its rack identified, while supervising his alchemy, had become increasingly trifling. The problem lay with his eternal ancient pill body. Its awakening level had frozen at a certain bottleneck. His pill heart could perceive the flow of medicinal properties in every spiritual herb between heaven and earth, yet it remained unable to convert that perception into an opportunity for breakthrough. He could refine divine-grade pills, and with the pill Tao resonance furnace, he could control the heat with precision down to the path of every strand of spiritual energy circuit. But his pill heart was still one measure short of perfect clarity. Gu He set the purple copper medicine furnace at the edge of the workbench. The callus on his left hand, scorched by furnace fire for years beyond counting, was faintly red. He did not answer directly. With the residual warmth of the medicine furnace, he simply traced a stark minimalist diagram of pill fire flow in the air before Jiang Yunfan. Jiang Yunfan stared at that trail of pill fire for a long while. He suddenly realized that every heat deviation he had ever made while refining corresponded to a single pattern. The pill fire would drift slightly at a certain specific node. The deviation was minuscule, but once accumulated it reduced the efficiency of medicinal fusion. That node coincided precisely with the course of a never-activated pill meridian in his eternal ancient pill body. Tracing that meridian backward, he finally found the true source of his pill body's inability to break through. This meridian had never actually been opened by his pill fire. Gu He offered no explanation. He merely placed the purple copper medicine furnace back near the workbench and said 3 words: "Figure it out yourself." Jiang Yunfan knew this was Gu He's supreme method of teaching. Give you the clue, never the answer. The answer had to be grasped on his own. He spent the entire night deducing the course of that never-activated pill meridian in his mind. No one else was in the alchemy chamber. Fire Phoenix crouched on the rack, its head tucked beneath its wing, occasionally letting out an extremely faint, extremely low purr. Early the next morning, he presented Gu He with a pill formula filled with cramped, dense handwriting. Every medicinal node in it had been deliberately placed at the point where deviation could most easily be sparked. He meant to use the most ordinary spirit restoration pill to test his mastery of the pill heart. Gu He read it once and said only worth a try. The system simultaneously popped up a quest window in his spiritual sense. Disciple exclusive quest triggered. Jiang Yunfan Peak of the Nascent Soul Stage, Eternal Ancient Pill Body. The Ancient Pill Tower is located at the edge of the Yongye Star Domain. It was built by the hand of the first holder of the Eternal Ancient Pill Body, and sealed within the tower is the complete inheritance of the Eternal Ancient Pill Heart scripture. The Pill Tower has 3 levels in total, with a trial of the Ancient Pill Tao sealed on each floor, and at the very top the core furnace fire of an Ancient Pill furnace is suppressed as well. Moreover, the tower is encircled by an extremely strict bloodline restriction. None may enter without the Eternal Ancient Pill Body. The first holder had set this restriction all those years ago precisely to await a descendant of the same constitution, so that this person might inherit his complete pill Tao. Jiang Yunfan was summoned into the main hall. The draft of the pill formula he had written for Gu He still clutched in his hand. Su Qingxue sheathed both the Eternal Knight's sword and its companion blade. Iron Ox stood outside the hall ready with the sky-splitting axe on his shoulder. Li Tu stamped his war spear into the ground, and the sword-forging diagram on the spearhead radiated a faint warmth in the hall's light. Old Ming brought up the rear at a leisurely pace, holding the soul-guiding incense burner, and said that if no one was going to claim the ancient furnace fire atop the tower, he could simply catch some residual warmth in his burner. The ancient pill tower hovered above a derelict void platform on the edge of the Yongye Star Domain. The entire tower was interwoven from solidified pill fire and primordial formation patterns. The instant Jiang Yunfan's first step entered the pill tower, the bloodline of the eternal ancient pill body automatically activated the seal. To anyone else, the ancient pill Tao trials inside the tower were life and death barriers, where a careless moment would detonate the furnace. In his eyes, though, they were like an herb chart that had already been dismantled into perfect clarity. For the first level's herb identification, his pill heart sensed the flow of medicinal properties in every ancient spiritual herb, with an accuracy rate of 100%. For the second level's pill fire control, he shuttled between dozens of ancient pill fire formations, correcting the heat deviation of every single formation in an astonishingly short time. The third level, the topmost floor of the pill tower, held the suppressed core furnace fire of an ancient pill furnace, along with the final trial left personally by the first holder of the eternal ancient pill body. Used this ancient pill furnace to refine a pill that even the first holder himself had been unable to produce. Jiang Yunfan ignited that ancient furnace fire, and the remnant will of the first pill body within the fire resonated with the newcomer. He activated simultaneously the pill fire flow diagram Gu He had drawn for him in the course of the eternal ancient pill body's never-activated meridian. The pill fire of the Shinnon cauldron and the furnace fire of the ancient pill furnace intertwined inside his body, and the awakening level of his pill body climbed on its own. The bottleneck at the peak of the nascent soul stage shattered inch by inch amid the resonance of the two fires. When the first wave of pill fire tribulation thunder of the spirit transformation tribulation crashed down, he did not dodge. With his newly comprehended eternal ancient pill heart, he drew the pill fire power from the tribulation thunder into his dantian. The second and third waves of tribulation thunder came down one after another. He corrected every trace of pill fire deviation, within them his technique exactly the same as when He had taught him to handle medicinal herbs. The tribulation clouds dispersed, and spirit transformation was complete. The pill that even the first holder of the eternal ancient pill body had failed to refine slowly took shape beneath the twin furnace fires of the Shinnon cauldron and the ancient pill furnace. It was not some world-shaking divine-grade elixir, but a perfectly ordinary spirit restoration pill. Yet its medicinal fusion reached an unprecedented level. The potency of every single herb had been brought to the extreme with not a shred wasted. The first holder had failed to refine it not because his cultivation was lacking, but because he had been too fixated on producing sensational pills and had neglected the most fundamental fusion of medicinal properties. The reason Zhang Yunfan could grasp this amid the spirit transformation tribulation was that He had never taught him to refine any earth-shattering, heaven-startling pill, only how to carry the medicinal properties of every ingredient to their utmost. The ancient furnace fire beside the pill furnace flew into his palm on its own, and he tucked it into the flame seed compartment of the pill Tao resonance furnace. The complete inheritance of the first eternal ancient pill body holder, the eternal ancient pill heart scripture, surfaced from the stone wall of the pill tower, dissolving into countless pale golden pill Tao characters that poured into his sea of consciousness. He stood at the topmost floor of the pill tower, the pill fire in his right palm, glowing faintly. That ancient furnace fire burned quietly in his palm, merged together with his own pill fire. Outside the pill tower, Li Tu withdrew his war spear. The spirit transformation tribulation thunder inside the tower had only just settled, and when he planted the spear into the ground, the sword-forging diagram on the spearhead blazed up in its entirety. Old Meng moved the soul-guiding incense burner away from the entrance of the pill tower. The residual warmth of the ancient furnace fire he had caught in the burner would be enough to light incense for quite a while. Iron Ox with the sky-splitting axe on his shoulder cleared away the void rubble shattered by the pill tribulation outside the tower. Damao and Xiaomao stood guard outside the teleportation formation, sending a battle report to the sect through the myriad beast spirit communion. Art senior brother Jiang has achieved spirit transformation and brought back a furnace full of fire. Xiaomao added that Elder Gu had looked at the pill formula draft and said it'll do. Damao's tail paused for a beat, then he rapidly forwarded that it'll do to every mountain guarding spirit beast in the entire sect. The system settled the quest in his spiritual sense at the same moment, its tone steady and certain. The disciple-exclusive quest, Pill Heart Seeking the Tao, is complete. Reward list: the complete text of the eternal ancient Pill Heart scripture has been recorded into the scripture pavilion. The core furnace fire of the ancient pill furnace has been embedded into the pill Tao resonance furnace, coexisting with the Shinnon cauldron as twin furnaces. A batch of mental realm breakthrough cards. The rare item, first holder's personal notes on the pill body, has been synchronized into the Alchemy Hall training curriculum. Gui's verdict on those notes was solid foundations. It'll do. Lin Chen set down the communication jade slip. Outside the window in the direction of the training grounds, Zhang Yunfan was being dragged all the way to the dining hall by Iron Ox, who declared that reaching spirit transformation called for extra dishes. Damao and Xiaomao had long since been crouched atop the rockery waiting. Tonight the dining hall was adding extra dishes, and the two leopards were more eager than anyone. Bai Qianqian passed by with the formation disc repair list that Sun Dishing had just delivered clamped between her teeth. She swept a glance at the top of the rockery, then a glance toward the dining hall, her nine tails swaying lazily. It seemed she would have to set aside another extra portion of dried meat for the two little ones tonight. On the second day after Zhang Yunfan broke through to the spirit transformation stage, Qingxiu Sect's dining hall was nearly packed to bursting. Tiniu led the clamor, declaring that since the Alchemy Hall had produced a spirit transformation cultivator, extra dishes had to be added. Fang Han scoured the menu of the spirit food generator, pulling out every exotic flavor tucked away at the very bottom. The long table was soon laden with braised pork belly, sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts, spirit tea, smoked chicken crab roast soup, dumplings, lamb palma, and a huge basin of iced spirit herb jelly hastily made by Gui's medicine boy. Li Ju set up a temporary registration desk at the entrance of the dining hall. Every disciple who walked in had to sign a clean plate pledge first. No one was allowed to leave without finishing their food. Damao and Xiaomao crouched on either side of the registration desk, using the myriad beast spirit communication art to broadcast the feast's progress to the whole sect. They reported in real time how many plates of braised pork were left and announced the exact breath count at which the crab roast soup dumplings had been snatched clean. Bai Qianqian used all 9 tails to curl around more than a dozen cups of iced spirit fruit juice and deliver them table by table, so busy that her tails became tied in knots. Lin Chen sat in his usual spot, a plate of freshly cooked garlic sprouts stir-fried pork before him. Inside his divine, since the system spoke at breakneck speed as it settled the rewards for several sect daily tasks at once. The amplification data from the outer disciples' collective breakthrough the progress of the training ground Teniu had led a team to carve out at the edge of the Forbidden Zone the day before the number of sword intents gathered in the in-sword wall from wandering cultivators of the 6 realms and the output of the second batch of spirit honey submitted by Bai Chanqian. He listened while eating his chopsticks, darting from dish to dish faster than Xingfeng's blade. Eat slower. Su Qingxue sat down across from him with her own tray. The Eternal Knight's sword and her companion sword hovered one on each side behind her. The companion sword's temporary scabbard had been condensed by Jiang Ruoxue from primordial array patterns, and it shimmered faintly in the dining hall's smoky warmth. Mind your own business, Lin Chen said without lifting his head. Elder Yi says sword cultivators should practice restraint. Yi Guhong hasn't drawn his sword in 300 years. Of course he is restrained. Su Qingxue thought it over, and felt that her master's words seemed to make some sense, and yet also seemed completely beside the point. She dropped the topic, only sliding a plate of crab roast soup dumplings toward Lin Chen. The last portion she had managed to grab moments earlier by teaming up with Damao. At the dining hall entrance, Damao used the myriad beast spirit communication art to send an urgent bulletin to Xiaomao senior sister, has passed soup dumplings to the sect master. The sect master didn't look up, but his chopsticks are already reaching over. Xiaomao replied, does that count as filial piety? Damao was silent for a while, then decided not to answer that question. Teniu walked in from outside, the heaven-splitting axe on his shoulder. The star orbit patterns on the axe blade were still flecked with stone chips from the training ground he had just split open. He had just led the outer sect's body cultivation class through the last undeveloped stretch at the edge of the Forbidden Zone. The newly opened training ground was large enough for the outer sect's phalanxes to conduct loaded cross-country runs, live sparring, and battle formation drills simultaneously. Yi Wuhan followed behind him, carrying a newly drawn spatial array foundation map. Since the new training ground needed a matching void-shifting obstacle zone, he had marked every fold of space with absolute clarity. Lung Yu set down her chopsticks, took the map, and lightly pressed a fingertip of cold energy onto the paper, marking several low-temperature zones that needed special reinforcement. Li Tu sat in a corner with his war spear propped on his shoulder, using a chopstick dipped in sauce to sketch on the table as he discussed the next tempering direction for the Chaos Rank war spear with Xingfeng. Gui sat in a corner, his purple copper medicine furnace set beside the table. The callus on his left hand, scorched by furnace fire for untold years, glowed faintly red in the warm light of the dining hall. His medicine boy brought a bowl of freshly simmered medicinal broth from the back kitchen and placed it before him, then silently retreated to continue sorting the new batch of ancient cold jade. Jiang Yunfan sat beside Gu, he picking a bite of spirit herb jelly into his bowl. Using the flow of his alchemical flame as a lead-in, he discussed several doubtful points in the Myriad Ages pill hard art with Gu He. The fire phoenix crouched on his shoulder with a piece of braised pork rib in its beak, occasionally letting out a short chirp that meant grudging agreement. Lao Meng came up from the dungeon carrying the soul-summoning incense burner, the residual warmth of the ancient furnace flame he had just taken from the alchemy tower, still rising from it. At the dining hall entrance, he shoved through the crowd, muttering that today's spectacle was livelier than the Netherworld Reincarnation Hall's annual banquet. He squeezed past Li Ju's registration desk, and in passing carried off the last remaining plate of iced spirit fruit juice on the table. Sun Dishing and Luer sat in a corner, several formation plate repair lists from the array repair team spread before them. Sun Dishing traced the flow of the formation patterns on the table with a chopstick, while Luer checked the grade classifications one by one beside him. Damao squeezed over from the dining hall entrance, pressed between the two, and studied the blueprint. Using the Myriad Beast spirit communication art, it offered a suggestion about formation plate dimensions. During the last sword tomb exercise, it had found an array I in the low-grade sword puppet zone too small for a leopard's paw to reach in. Sun Dishing paused, turned the blueprint around, and remarked the array I's dimensions. Lin Chen picked the last slice of garlic sprout stir-fried pork into his bowl, looked up, and swept his gaze across the dining hall packed with disciples. Outside the window, stones split by Teniu were still piled at the edge of the newly opened training ground. Jiang Ruoxue was leading the array repair team in embedding the last fragments of the primordial demon ceiling formation into its foundations. The new glow of the mountain-protecting grand formation lit up layer by layer in the twilight. From the direction of the star sea came the faint ringing of swords as wandering cultivators sparred. Host today's sect activity index has broken another record. Dining hall supplementary dish consumption, training ground expansion progress and occupancy, and the number of sword intents collected in the sword wall. All 4 metrics have reached all-time highs. Congratulations, host. Qingshu sect is developing in a very healthy direction. Can the next settlement wait until I finish eating? No. This system's data statistics module does not accept scheduling around meal times. Then can you at least wait until I finish this plate of garlic sprout stir-fried pork before popping up the task window? Yes. But you have been eating this plate of garlic sprout stir-fried pork for quite a long time now. At your usual speed, you should have cleaned the plate long ago. This system has detected that your chewing frequency is considerably slower than normal and infers that you are deliberately stalling to avoid reviewing the expansion blueprints for the auxiliary sword forging furnace. Lin Chen put down his chopsticks. Jiang Ruoxue had indeed left the branch furnace expansion blueprints on his desk several days ago. Outside the window the dusk was heavy and the lights of Qingshu sect came on one after another. He picked up his teacup and was about to return to the main hall to study the blueprints when the system flashed another line. Also, there is something this system feels it should remind the host of. Last night the spirit tea smoked chicken you tried making in the dining hall had an extra handful of spirit tea leaves in the recipe. Those tea leaves are still on the stove, and Damao has been staring at them for quite a while. This system suggests the host dispose of them as soon as possible lest Damao sneak a bite and suffer spiritual energy overload. After all, you should still remember the consequences of the last time it stole medicine pills. Lin Chen's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. Then he quickened his pace toward the main hall. The mountain gate of Qingshu sect had not seen such a crowd in a long time. None came to challenge, none came to beg for aid. They came on pilgrimage. The revival of the primordial sword-casting furnace, the repair of the seal on the Kunlun ancestral vein, and the return of the ancient alchemy pagoda's heritage, 3 events that shook the 6 realms, had all taken place within a few short months, and every one of them bore the shadow of the same sect. When word spread, even the reclusive powers that never involved themselves in the struggles of the 6 realms could no longer sit idle. The first to arrive was the Qi clan of the Divine Realm. Qi led the delegation in person, carrying the sword intent insights he had transcribed after sparring with Su Qingxue at the Void Arena, along with a set of primordial sword Dao fragments passed down through the Qi clan. He said that after finishing the fight with Su Qingxue, he had returned home and thought about it for a long time before finally understanding how the primordial sword intent in her twin sword style circulated. That was Qi through and through. A loss was a loss, and he never made excuses, but he always had to understand exactly where he had lost. Hot on their heels, the delegation from Taishu Immortal sect also arrived. Taishu Jinren descended personally in his Dao incarnation, bringing out the sect's most treasured complete manuals of ancient sword cultivators and a cache of high-grade spirit ores. His attached message was only one line: the favor owed last time is repaid this time. Yuanren of the 10,000 Sword sect carried a newly forged sect-guarding sword on his own shoulder. He said it had been reforged with the quenching method from Qingshu sect's beginner's guide, and that it was more than a grade stronger than the previous sword. This blade was both a token of gratitude and proof. The Yao realm made an even grander showing. The Azure Dragon Emperor and the Ice Phoenix Emperor arrived together. The Azure Dragon Emperor brought the strongest young sword cultivators of the Dragon Clan, saying they would audit the basic sword arts classes as outer sect listeners. The Ice Phoenix Emperor directly entrusted the next holy maiden of the Ice Phoenix clan, a little ice phoenix that had only recently taken human form and whose icy aura was still unstable, to Lung Yu as an apprentice disciple, saying that leaving her in Qingshu sect was the arrangement she trusted most. The Thunder Pattern Leopard clan and the Nine-Tailed Fox clan also sent representatives. The parents of Damao and Xiao Mao brought several litters of newborn Thunder Pattern Leopard cubs. Several little spirit foxes that Bai Qianqian had saved on the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone had grown up by now, and they led the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's youngest illusion arts geniuses, trailing behind their elders in an orderly queue waiting to register. Li Ju and Fong Han led the outer sect stewards in setting up an entire row of registration tables outside the mountain gate. At Fong Han's side, visiting cards were piled high, and the arrival registration forms were bound into separate volumes for the human realm, the Yao realm, and the divine realm. Biting the end of his brush, he fished out the backup array disk sun dishing had just repaired, barely preventing the registration station from being crushed by the endless flow of arrivals. Damao and Xiao Mao crouched on either side of the registration tables, acting as real-time interpreters and broadcasting queue progress to the entire sect through the myriad beast spirit communication art. Xiao woofing of the Star Sea and opened the visitor registry to its flyleaf, and with the same brush he had once used to write battle reports added 4 words: all rooms full. Jiang Ruoxue led the formation cultivation class in setting up a temporary sword formation in the plaza just inside the mountain gate. Ji Wufa stood beside her, and together they pieced together fragments of old Jiang family array discs and discarded components from the Ji family's heavenly star-killing array. Somehow they managed to assemble a sword formation exhibition area that could hold over 1,000 observers at once. Disciples from the formation cultivation class set up a table at the exhibition entrance to distribute Jiang Ruoxue's self-compiled primer on deciphering primordial formation patterns. Several pages even cited the discarded components Ji Wufa had donated as explanatory examples. Ji Wufa himself squatted in a corner of the exhibition area, flipping through the newly released edition. Inside his sleeve, the sword talisman jade pendant and the sheath of the Eternal Night sword gave a faint resonance. Su Qingxue, accompanied by Shun Rang and Iron Ox, received the younger generations from the various powers on the training field. The young sword cultivators of the Qi clan crowded around her, vying to learn about the resonance of the twin primordial swords. Dragon Clan sword cultivators asked Iron Ox to strike their swords with his heaven-splitting axe to see how many blows they could endure. The little ice phoenix followed Lung Yue, her eyes full of reverence for the Nine Heavens' profound ice art. Yi Wuhin darted swiftly through the crowd, pressing a void teleportation experience voucher into every visiting young disciple's hand. It was a simple spatial talisman of his own, making Yu once crushed it allowed a short-distance void teleportation experience within a limited area. Deng Mao crouched atop the rockery and sent Xiao Mao today's field commentary through the myriad beast spirit communication art. Wuhan is running a promotion. Xiao Mao replied, the sales tactic is a bit too obvious, but the vouchers are being handed out at lightning speed. Lin Chen did not go to the mountain gate. He sat in his usual seat in the dining hall with a plate of freshly cooked garlic sprout stir-fried pork before him. The system settled each item one by one within his divine sense. Its tone was so composed that it seemed utterly unrelated to the roaring spectacle outside the window. Host the Six Realms pilgrimage task has been triggered passively. All forces have arrived, including the Qi clan of the Divine Realm, Taishu Immortal sect, 10,000 Swords sect, and the Dragon and Ice Phoenix clans of the Yao realm. The Primordial Sword Dao fragments, Ancient Sword Cultivator's Manual, Spirit, Ores of every grade, and Beast Cub gifts have all been placed in storage. The Azure Dragon Emperor's auditing placements are fully scheduled through next month. The Ice Phoenix clan's apprentice disciple has been arranged by Lung Yu. The Thunder Pattern Leopard clan and the Nine-Tailed Fox clan have submitted alliance writs. An urgent bulletin has arrived from the Boundless Market. The Azure Dragon Emperor, in his own name, purchased the final batch of basic teaching implements for the Primordial Sword formation at the market with the note gifted to the auditing seats of Qingshu sect's outer sect. The Ice Phoenix Emperor has additionally contributed the extreme north cold jade marrow, stating Lung Yu's profound ice cave still needs to be expanded. Who has not yet come. More than 90% of the top 100 powers in the Six Realms have already gathered. The remaining few are hidden families from the marginal star regions of the Divine Realm. The journey is long, and they are expected to arrive tomorrow. In addition, Xiao Wufeng has cleared out the inn's attic to serve as a temporary reception hall. Gu Changkong hung a sign at the attic entrance that read, "Independent Cultivator Representatives line up here." Lu Bai added a line of small text beside it, "Sword Cultivators first." According to this system's preliminary calculations, the sect's prestige score will reach another new high after this pilgrimage event concludes. The system paused, then said, additionally, this system has detected that Deng Mao's transmission frequency of the myriad beast spirit communication art has exceeded the daily threshold. Xiao Mao is cooling him down with the tip of her tail. It is recommended that the host remind by Qianqian to pay attention to the spiritual energy consumption of the two leopards. Lin Chen picked up the last slice of garlic sprout pork and placed it into his bowl. Outside the window, dusk was heavy. The long queue at the registration tables still stretched from the mountain gate to the outer edge of the forbidden zone. The formation cultivation manuals Jiang Ruoxue had hastily reprinted were all claimed in less than half a day, and several formation class disciples were carrying a fresh batch of textbooks through the crowd, their foreheads covered in sweat. At the distant mountain gate, Li Ju's registration brush was nearly worn down to a stub, and Feng Han was still entering supplementary arrival registrations for the newly arrived hidden clan representatives. Deng Mao crouched atop the rockery and sent Xiao Mao the final field commentary of the day. There are too many people, even more overwhelming than when the sect first opened its mountain to take in disciples. Xiao Mao replied, the jerky stashed on the rockery is almost completely stolen by the visiting little spirit foxes. Deng Mao's tail gave a jerk, then he leaped down from the hilltop and dashed straight toward the secret stone crevice in the rockery where he hid his snacks. Not long after the grand pilgrimage of the Six Realms had faded, another group arrived outside the mountain gate. They were not from the noble clans of the Divine Realm, nor from the tribes of the Demon Realm, nor rogue cultivators from the Wujie Bazaar. They were a band of hermit cultivators who had never appeared in any register of the Six Realms. Their robes were cut in an extremely ancient style, with long-lost primordial array patterns woven into the fabric. At their head was an old man with snow-white hair and beard at the peak of the immortal sovereign realm, who called himself an envoy of the Hidden World Alliance, and went by the name Yun Ke. Li Ju took the visiting card and turned to the second page. Just like Gu Qinya last time, it carried no congratulatory gift or letter of intent for an alliance. But unlike Gu Qinya, Venerable Yun Ke's opening words were not a probe, but a request. The Hidden World Alliance has been in seclusion for too long. It should not have set foot in the disputes of the Six Realms. Yet with the recent successive awakenings of primordial relics in the Yongye Star Domain, the sword-casting furnace, the alchemy tower, the sword tomb, each time one awakened, the primordial restrictions deep within the Hidden World Alliance's ancestral land trembled once. The latest tremor cracked an ancestral instruction stele that had been enshrined in the ancestral shrine for countless ages. On the stele was engraved the prophecy left by the founding alliance master: the day all primordial relics fully awaken is the day the order of the Six Realms is rewritten. He sighed. The Hidden World Alliance does not wish to participate in any dispute, but now that the ancestral instruction has cracked, we had to come out and see. Lin Chen walked out of the dining hall, his cuffs still smudged with the dirt from pinching garlic sprouts moments ago. He took the visiting card and read it through, saying that the Hidden World Alliance wanted to confirm whether the awakening of the primordial relics would affect their ancestral land. The answer was no. Those relics were exclusive secret realms of the Qingshu sect, each one sealed by complete primordial restrictions, so no energy fluctuations could leak outward. Venerable Yun Kei's tense shoulders eased a fraction, but Lin Chen shifted tack and said that the Qingshu sect did not lack allies, nor did it refuse friendly neighbors. If the Hidden World Alliance wished to be neighbors with the Qingshu sect, it would follow the rules of the Six Realms, exchange what each has with the other and refrain from encroaching on one another. The Qingshu sect would not interfere in the Hidden World Alliance's internal affairs, and young disciples of the Hidden World Alliance could audit basic courses at the Qingshu sect's outer sect. Places were limited and first come first served. Venerable Yun Kei was stunned for quite a while. He had lived for untold eons and seen the rise and fall of countless powers. At the negotiating table, the Hidden World Alliance had always held the advantage, because they held complete inheritances left from the primordial age. Yet this young man in moon-white robes still stained with dirt took that advantage away in a few sentences, and even made him feel the terms were completely reasonable. He was silent for a moment, then said he agreed, but he had one presumptuous request. The Hidden World Alliance had been in seclusion for too long, and its younger disciples had never crossed hands with outsiders. He wished to invite the Qingshu sect's younger generation to a friendly spar, with both sides stopping at the first touch. Su Qingxue walked over from the direction of the training grounds, the Evernight sword, and its companion sword floating behind her, one on each side. She happened to hear this, and after a moment's thought called out to Shun Rang behind her. Shun Rang came over from the sword pavilion, carrying the Dawnbreak sword intent quietly flowing at his fingertips. Ever since the boy obtained the Dawnbreak sword, he had spent every day either contemplating the sword beneath the sword pavilion or resonating with the companion sword in the primordial twin sword resonance array. The trajectory of his sword intent already faintly bore the shadow of Yi Guhong's concealed sword Dao. A sword cultivator at the early Immortal King realm stepped out from among the young disciples behind Venerable Yun Kei. Su Qingxue turned to Shun Rang and said, "This is a rank-defying challenge. Compare only sword intent, not cultivation realm. Fight well." The spar took place on the open ground beside the primordial twin sword resonance array. The Hidden World sword cultivator's swordsmanship was profoundly ancient. Every move carried the lingering aura of ancient sword Dao, and the flow of his sword intent shared a single origin with the Evernight sword scripture, yet was more primitive. Shun Rang's Dawnbreak sword was quiet and restrained the sword intent of the concealed sword Dao compressed extremely deep within him. Every time he struck, his sword was only an inch faster than his opponent's. And that inch was exactly the thrusting line Yi Guhong had taught him countless times. After dozens of exchanges, they both withdrew their swords at the same time. Shun Rang's sword tip stopped an inch before the other's throat, while the other's sword tip stopped an inch outside his left shoulder. Venerable Yun Kei was silent for a long time, then said exactly what Qi Yi had said back then. The Hidden World Alliance recognized that the primordial sword emperor's legacy belonged to the Qingshu sect. Then with both hands he presented the ancient pill formula fragments treasured by the Hidden World Alliance for generations, a batch of Saint-grade spirit ores, and a primordial void crystal core that had been enshrined in the ancestral shrine for countless eons. The system settled the rewards in sync within his divine sense, its tone level, but its wording more solemn than usual. The primordial void crystal core is a product of the same era as the void heavenly venerable. It can be used to upgrade Yi Wuhan's void Dao field, or as the core array eye of the sect's teleportation formation. Among the ancient pill formula fragments, a formula of the same grade as the 9-turn soul-returning pill was detected, and he has marked it as a priority for study. With this visit from the Hidden World Alliance, our sect has gained one new primordial ally. Lin Chen handed the void crystal core to Yi Wuhan. The lad had already formed his nascent soul, and the void Dao field happened to be missing a core array eye. Yi Wuhan's fingers were faintly burning as he took the core. Suppressing his excitement, he said, "Thank you, master," then turned and ran straight toward the void Dao field. From the top of the rockery, Dumao watched his sprinting figure and sent today's race commentary to Xiao Mao. Through the myriad beast-spirit connection, Art Wuhan runs faster now than when I used to chase him back then. Xiao Mao replied, "That is because he can teleport now. If he is running with his legs, that is genuine happiness." Venerable Yun Kei led the Hidden World Alliance disciples into lodging at the Xinghai Inn, where Gu Changkong filled yet another full page in the register with the check-in records of Hidden World sword cultivators. Over by the sword wall, several elders of the Hidden World Alliance stood silently before Xiao Mo's sword intent projection for a long time. Damao saw this from the inn rooftop and said, "Those old men have been staring at Xiao Mo's sword intent for quite a while. They probably cannot understand how someone from a rogue cultivator background could reach such a level." Xiao Mao replied, "Then did you explain it?" Damao said, "No, and let it speak for itself." As Yi Wuhan ran toward the void Dao field holding the primeval void crystal core, Damao said he was running faster than when Damao had chased him back in the day. He was at the nascent soul stage and could teleport through the void, but he insisted on running on foot, because true joy was running on foot. The void Dao field had remained half-activated since the last exploration. The spatial laws left behind by the primeval void heavenly venerables still lingered, but the core of the Tao field had always lacked a void crystal core powerful enough to drive it. This primeval void crystal core gifted by Master Yunk was a relic from the same era as the void heavenly venerable. Sealed within it was an entire complete primeval void spirit vein, more than enough to activate all the core functions of the Tao field. He pushed open the Tao field's great door and embedded the crystal core into the central formation eye. In an instant the entire Tao field blazed to life. The shattered void platforms rejoined into a complete trial ground, the sundered spatial fissures healed by themselves, and the law projection of the void heavenly venerable manifested once more above the Tao field. This is the true complete void Tao field. Yi Wuhan sat cross-legged before the core formation eye and closed his eyes, letting his void body resonate with the Tao field. Lung Yu stood at the entrance of the Tao field, the frost condensing into wafer-thin ice crystals at the tips of her toes. She did not speak, only quietly sealed off all the spatial fluctuations around the perimeter for him. Damao crouched on the newly transplanted spirit tea tree outside the Tao field and sent today's arena commentary to Xiao Mao through the myriad beasts. Spirit communion art Wuchen has repaired the void Tao field. From now on, while he practices void shifting inside, you wait outside and block him. Let's see who steps on whose tail first. Xiao Mao replied, he has spatial laws inherent in his nascent soul. I bet a pack of dried meat that you won't catch him. Damao did not answer, but his tail had already begun quietly calculating an ambush route. Zhang Ruoxue was leading the formation cultivation squad in arranging the Star Radiance Pavilion. The Star Radiance Pavilion was a newly built exhibition hall located on the eastern side of the inner square of the mountain gate, right beside the primeval twin swords resonance formation. A few days earlier, Xing Feng had proposed organizing the sect's war trophies and gifts from the 6 realms into an exhibition so that new disciples could understand the depth of Qingshu sect's heritage and visitors could see at a glance that this place never owed anyone a favor. Lin Chen agreed. Fang Han took inventory of everything in the storehouse. Li Ju handled classification and cataloging, while Zhang Ruoxue led the formation cultivation squad to build a primeval exhibition formation at the pavilion entrance using obsolete parts of the Heavenly Stars killing formation donated by Ji Wufa. Exhibits would float automatically to their designated positions, each accompanied by a label written in Zhang Ruoxue's neat small characters. Inside the Star Radiance Pavilion, the exhibition areas were arranged along a timeline. The earliest exhibition area displayed fragments of the Heaven-tier Dharma sword that Ji Wu Dao had shattered with a scrap formation plate in Wujia Market back, then the damage compensation confirmation signed by Ji Wufa, and a replica of the spirit contract IU, carved by Sun Dishing. The original still lay at the bottom of Lin Chen's storage ring. The middle exhibition area displayed alliance documents from various powers. The Ice Phoenix Emperor's First Covenant Scroll, the Monster Realm Alliance letter tied with the Azure Dragon Emperor's Dragon Whisker, the Ouroboros seal of the Primeval Remnant Race Alliance, brought by Gu Qianya, and the original fragment from Li Tu's War Spear that had been chipped by a strike on the Void Arena. The most recent exhibition area was filled with spoils that Su Qingxue and her disciples had brought back from the secret realm. A rubbing of the remnant Sword Emperor scripture from the Primeval Sword Emperor's inheritance, a replica of the reincarnation disc from the Nether Ancient Hall, a sample of the core furnace flame of the ancient Pill Tower, and the raw stone of the secret sword casting scroll awakened by the resonance of the Eternal Knight's sword and its companion sword. The latest addition to the exhibition was the residual battle intent fragments left on the arena after Li Tu and Li Hun's sparring session. When Gu Qianya last visited Li Hun, the strongest blade servant of the younger generation in the Remnant Race War Hall, fought Li Tu on the Void Arena. Both were battle cultivators at the Immortal Venerable level. The aftershocks of their clashing battle intent were fully recorded by the Sword Heart Resonance Formation Plate, and the residual battle intent fragments were sealed by Zhang Ruoxue with primeval formation runes. Li Hun himself had no objection to the fragment being exhibited. He only asked whether a note could be added beside it reading, "I'll get it back next time." Zhang Ruoxue did exactly as he asked and considerately added a simple crossed war spear symbol after the note. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan sent an illusion spirit mirror that could replay the flow of sword intent in a designated scene. The mirror was hung in a corner of the exhibition area with a label pressed by a little spirit fox's paw placed beside it. The Thundermark Leopard clan sent an ancestral thunder pattern primal stone. Damao personally carried it into the exhibition pavilion in his mouth and placed it beside the broken pieces of the void reef that Su Qingxue had split open back then. The little Ice Phoenix of the Ice Phoenix clan placed the first down feather she had shed into a cold jade box and sent it over. Lung Yu wrote on the label for her trainee disciple assignment temporarily stored. When the little Ice Phoenix saw the label, she blushed for quite a while. Outside the Star Radiance Pavilion, Damao crouched beside the stone beast on the left side of the pavilion gate, using the tip of his tail to count how many visitors entered and left the exhibition pavilion today. Xiao Mao crouched on the right side, responsible for broadcasting exhibit update notices to the entire sect through the myriad beast spirit communion art. Damao said the Star Radiance Pavilion was far livelier than the sword wall at the inn. Xiao Mao replied the sword wall was hung by rogue cultivators themselves. The Star Radiance Pavilion belongs to our sect. How can they be the same? Damao thought about it, found that answer quite reasonable, and decided to change today's final arena commentary to the sect's exhibits are worth more than rogue cultivators' swords, but the feelings behind the swords they hung are just as weighty. Bai Qianqian used all 9 tails to retrieve the proofread versions of several exhibition area labels around the pavilion, checked each one, and finally planted a new signpost beside the teleportation formation straight ahead the Star Radiance Pavilion, upward the inn sword wall. Further ahead the Qingshu sect mountain gate. The system settled the sect's prestige values one by one within his divine, since its tone calm, and assured host now that the Star Radiance Pavilion has been completed. This sect's prestige has thoroughly covered the 6 realms. The Hidden World Alliance sent dozens of complete ancient formation patterns and pill formulas. Gui's medicine boy spent a full 3 days classifying the medicinal herbs before finishing. In the latest issue of Wujia Market's 6 Realms Power Ranking, Qingshu sect continued to hold the top position. The attached note was only one phrase: this ranking has been locked and will no longer be updated. Lin Chen put the message Jade Talisman down on the desk, and outside the window the dusk was heavy. Damao jumped down from the top of the rockery and took away the last piece of dried meat of the night. Xiao Mao followed behind him, the tip of his tail sweeping lightly past the direction of both the inn and the Star Radiance Pavilion. The night of Qingshu sect was quietly spreading out, while on the distant void sky wall of Wujia Market, that golden ranking, which had not been updated for a long time, still hung steadily at the very top of all the leaderboards. The mountain gate of Qingshu sect had remained open for a long time. Not because no one was guarding it. Li Ju and Feng Han took turns leading the outer sect duty team on watch, filling over a dozen registration books, with visitor categories ranging from Divine Realm aristocratic families, to Demon Realm tribes, to Hidden World Alliance, to rogue cultivators and wanderers. But the mountain gate had indeed never been shut, because shutting it would have been useless. Too many people were coming. Lin Chen sat in the main hall flipping through the sect population statistics Li Ju had just handed in. The number of outer sect disciples had expanded from the initial dozens to several hundred, and the count of miscellaneous servant disciples had multiplied several times. Many of them were not even there to cultivate the Tao, but rogue cultivators applying for logistics positions. The spirit food generator in the dining hall ran day and night without pause. Bai Qianqian said that the speed at which she dried spirit beast jerky could no longer keep up with the rate Xingfeng stole it. Xiao Wufeng of the Star Sea and had written, under expansion, in large letters on the cover of the registration book, while Gu Changkong hastily set up several bamboo huts in the inn's backyard as dormitories for rogue cultivators. Jiang Ruoshue's array cultivation class was overcrowded. Even the discarded components of the celestial gang killing array donated by Ji Wufa had been dismantled down to just the frames. Sun Dishing crouched in a corner of the array cultivation class every day repairing old array discs, his hands moving faster than when he had mined in the ore fields years ago. Luer handed him tools, and in the process, she also learned to carve the most basic array pattern circuits. The total number of active disciples in the sect has already exceeded several hundred, and the numbers of outer sect and miscellaneous servant disciples continue to grow. The occupancy rate of the Star Sea Inn is nearing saturation, and the array cultivation class faces a severe shortage of workstations. It is recommended that the host initiate a new round of sect construction projects. The scope of this expansion includes a new dormitory district for outer sect disciples, a dedicated training ground for the War Hall, the extreme cold trial zone of the Ice Pavilion, the expansion of the Alchemy Hall's herb storage, and the second exhibition area of the Star Radiance Pavilion. All required construction materials have been fully covered by Tinyu's stone reserves from the back mountain and Yi Wuhin's void spirit mine stockpile. Li Ju has drafted the construction sequence. Feng Han has prepared the logistics supply list. Jiang Ruoshua has submitted the expanded primordial array foundation blueprints to the main hall, and Gui's herb apprentices have completed the preliminary classification plan for the Alchemy Hall's herb storage expansion. Lin Chen placed the population statistics on the desk and approved 2 words: approved. Don't exceed the timeline. The system did not respond to this sentence, because it knew that Tinyu would surely finish ahead of schedule. Recently, when Tinyu led the outer sect body cultivation class to split stone materials, it was no longer construction, it was demolition. Yi Wuhin's efficiency in transporting stone materials via void shuttle had more than doubled, because De Mao and Xiao Mao chased him every day on the construction site as training. He teleported while tossing stone materials into the teleportation array, and the 2 leopards chased after him with their tails tangled. Not a single stone was lost, but several spirit tea trees nearby had their leaves trampled. Bai Qianqian felt sorry for the tea trees, so she used her 9 tails to encircle a temporary leopard forbidden zone near the construction site. De Mao stood outside the forbidden zone pointing his tail tip at Yi Wuhin and sent a protest to Xiao Mao via the myriad beast telepathy art. Wuhin is cheating. His teleportation doesn't count as running. Xiao Mao replied the rules were set by the senior sister, whatever she says goes. Bai Qianqian extended a tail tip from the forbidden zone and dragged both leopards away, saying that the construction site was restricted to leopards. Xing Feng's request to expand the War Hall training ground was something he personally brought up to Lin Chen. Not through a formal report, but one morning when he walked straight into the dining hall carrying his blade, and said that the War Hall now had more disciples and the queue under the waterfall was too long. He had discovered a new mountain in the back hills, and after splitting it open it would be perfect for creating a dedicated training area. Lin Chen didn't even put down his chopsticks. He only said one sentence: "Don't cut through the spirit vein." Xing Feng bared his teeth in a grin, and said that Old Meng had already checked the feng shui. Old Meng, carrying the soul-guiding incense burner, followed behind Tinyu's stone transport team, walking and observing. He circled the site of the new training ground in the back hills, used the residual souls in the incense burner to sense for a moment, and said that there was no main spirit vein beneath this area. It was safe to split. Xing Feng split the mountain wall with a single slash, and the outline of the new training ground took shape in the blade light. Lung Yu's extreme cold trial zone was built behind the ice pavilion adjacent to the demon flood dragon's pool and separated from the profound ice cave by only a single ice wall. She personally used the lower volume of the Nine Heavens profound ice art to seal the entire area within an extreme low-temperature barrier. The ancient cold jade essence, gifted by the Ice Phoenix Emperor, covered the entire floor of the trial zone, with each piece of jade precisely calibrated to a different temperature gradient. Enough for disciples from foundation establishment to nascent soul stages to find a cold resistance training intensity suitable for their level. The little Ice Phoenix, as an intern disciple, was responsible for daily maintenance, recording the temperature of the trial zone with cold energy every day, and the handwriting in the logbook grew increasingly neat. The second exhibition area of the Star Radiance Pavilion was expanded to the east of the original hall. Zhang Ruoxue led the array cultivation class to redisplay the ancient array pattern rough stones donated by the Hidden World Alliance and the Alliance documents of various major powers in chronological order. Xiao Chai used the Yellow Spring staff to erect a reincarnation sensing stele at the entrance of the exhibition area. If a visitor harbored benevolent intentions, a faint gray light would glow on the stele. Demao crouched beside the stele, observing the visitor's reactions, and said that this stele was even more straightforward than the hard inquiry path. Xiao Mao replied that it didn't block people though, it just lit up. Demao said that was precisely why it was straightforward, it showed you but didn't block you. Sun Dishing had recently been promoted from a miscellaneous worker in the array cultivation class to a team leader. Not because Zhang Ruoxue appointed him, but because while he was repairing old array discs, he unconsciously began teaching new miscellaneous disciples to recognize basic array pattern circuits. Luer handed him tools, and in the process, she also learned to carve the simplest array pattern circuits. Demao crouched on the windowsill of the array cultivation class watching this scene, and said that the method of inheritance in the array cultivation class had already shifted from teaching to infection. Xiao Mao replied, infection is more efficient than teaching. Suggest implementing it widely. The system filed these daily records one by one and finally added in an extremely steady tone, post the current prosperity of Qingshu sect has reached its historical peak. All expansion projects are progressing ahead of the scheduled timeline. Tinyu's stone output has set a new record. Lin Chen placed the communication jade token on the desk, and the twilight outside the window was deepening. Beside the newly split War Hall training ground in the back hills, Xing Feng leaned against the waterfall wiping his blade. Water droplets splashed onto the blade and were reflected by the star track patterns into a spray of fine light. In the distance toward the stone transport team, Demao and Xiao Mao chased Yu Wuhan one after another, their leopard claws and spatial laws brushing against the edge of the leopard forbidden zone, creating a faint silvery ripple. Bai Qianqian leaned against the spirit tea tree, simultaneously curling several construction site acceptance check forms with her 9 tails and stamping them one by one. The expansion project of Qingshu sect continued, and outside the mountain gate the line of visitors was slowly moving forward under the twilight. On the day the second exhibition hall of Star Radiance Pavilion opened, Su Qingxue stood at its entrance for a long time. The new hall was laid out more quietly than the first. Zhang Ruoxue did not use too many primordial formation runes. She only embedded a few minimalist illumination formation discs along the edges of the display stands, and the pale golden formation light fell over the exhibits like morning sunlight through the leaves of an iron swordwood grove. The exhibits were not some world-shaking divine artifacts. Fang Han had turned the sect's repository upside down, and most of the things he picked out were old objects discarded by disciples in their daily cultivation. Su Qingshue's gaze swept over those old objects one by one, then came to rest on a wooden sword with a broken edge. That was the first sword she had used when she joined the sect at the age of 5. Yi Guhong had carved it from leftover pieces of iron sword wood. The hilt was worn to a shine, the blade was dense with nicks, and the tip was broken off half an inch. She remembered this sword, not because it was remarkable, but because when Yi Guhong first taught her to thrust, she had used it to knock the wooden training dummy in the practice yard askew. Every nick on the blade had been left there by her crooked, clumsy sword forms. Later she obtained the 9 Tribulation sword, and this wooden sword was put away in the repository. She had thought it was lost long ago. Unexpectedly, Li Ju had dug it out from the deepest corner of the repository. Fang Han spent an entire afternoon brushing the wood dust off it with a small brush, and Zhang Ruoxua wrote on the exhibit label Su Qingxue, a senior disciple of Qingxu sect, first sword upon entering the sect. Su Qingxue looked at those words and remembered the night when at the age of 5, she had nearly starved to death in a ruined temple. She did not know why she thought of that night at such a moment. It had already been many years. She now had the Eternal Night Sword, and the auxiliary sword. Her Chaos Sword body had awakened to more than 90%, and her early spirit transformation cultivation base was enough to split open void rifts. Any force in the 6 realms upon hearing the name Qingxu sect would first think twice about whether it could withstand a single saber stroke from Xingfeng. But standing in front of her first wooden sword, she suddenly felt she was still the little girl her master had carried out of the ruined temple. She had nothing then, only a pair of hands that did not know where to put themselves. She took a deep breath and continued forward. On the next display stand lay the chipped fragments of Li Tu's war spear. The spear he had used when he first came to Qingxu sect to challenge it, shattered by a single saber stroke from Xingfeng. Beside the fragments were the iron rings from the back of Xingfeng's great saber, which he had voluntarily handed over. When he had removed the rings, he said these iron rings had followed him for most of his life, and rang every time he swung the saber. Now that they were placed here, everyone who entered the mountain gate from now on would hear how the sabers of Qingxu sect's war hall rang. What Xiao Mo handed over was a sword intent crystal. Before entering the sect, he had cultivated alone in the Loose Cultivators Alliance for several thousand years, and his sword intent was full of loneliness. Later he found a place to belong in Qingxu sect. He had voluntarily separated that lonely sword intent from himself, and sealed it inside a sword heart resonance formation disc for all loose cultivators to contemplate. Beside the crystal, Gu Changkong hung one of his old swords with a note: the swords of Qingxu sect are not of one kind alone. What Tainyo placed in the exhibition hall was a whetstone. It was not an ordinary whetstone. It was a scrap of Star Radiant's mother, or used to sharpen the heaven-splitting axe. His axe edge had worn 2 intersecting star track patterns into it, one left by his own sharpening, and the other added when he helped Xingfeng's personal disciple sharpen a blade. The Mao spoke highly of this whetstone, saying it had witnessed the growth of 2 generations in the war hall. Xiao Mao pressed a leopard paw print beside the display stand with her paw. De Mao asked what that was for, and Xiao Mao said it was a mark so future disciples would know they had been here. What Lung Yu placed in the exhibition hall was a seed of ice crystal. Holders of the 9 nether cold glass body rarely left personal belongings. This ice crystal seed was the first complete ice crystal phoenix embryo. She had condensed with the lower volume of the 9 heavens mystic ice art, sealed inside a piece of extreme northern cold jade marrow. It was so transparent that every feather vein that had not yet fully grown on the ice crystal's surface could be seen. The label on the display stand read in neat small handwriting: senior disciple of the Ice Pavilion. First lesson in Mystic Ice. Little Ice Phoenix was responsible for temperature maintenance in this section. Every day, she carefully calibrated the temperature in the display case with her cold chi, afraid the ice crystal seed would melt. But in truth, it would not melt even under the scorching sun. What Jiang Yunfan handed over was a fragment of a pill furnace that had exploded. It was the furnace that had blown up the first time he independently refined a 3rd-grade pill. He had kept the pieces in a corner of the pill room for many years, never expecting Li Ju to dig even this out. Gu Yi's medicine attendant placed a prescription beside the fragment, the very one from Jiang Yunfan's furnace explosion that year. On it, Gu Yi had marked the fire control checkpoints in extremely faint handwriting. Gu Yi did not come in person, but before the exhibition opened he had entered the hall alone. With the callus on his left hand burned by furnace fire for who knows how many years, he tapped gently on the fragment. After tapping, he moved the purple copper medicine furnace half an inch to the side. The medicine attendant later told Jiang Yunfan that his master's meaning was probably that this fragment had been placed in the right place. What Yi Wuhan handed over was a fragment of a void crystal core. It was the first void crystal core shattered by tribulation lightning when he broke through to the nascent soul realm at the Void Heavenly Venerables dojo. Sealed inside the fragment were the traces of spatial law from the first time he had successfully performed void displacement. De Mao's comment was that Yi Wuhan's exhibit was too abstract, not as intuitive as the whetstone or the pill furnace fragment. Xiao Mao said that anyone who understood spatial law would know at a glance how valuable it was. De Mao thought about it and decided to trust Xiao Mao. What Xiao Cha placed in the exhibition hall was a bit of ash from a soul-guiding incense burner. Not Old Ming's large burner, but a tiny burner she had condensed with her yellow spring Dao body, just enough to ferry a single lingering soul. She had used it while liberating the wrong souls trapped in the nether ancient hall for hundreds of thousands of years. Sealed in the ash was the last obsession of a wronged soul she had personally sent into reincarnation, sealed so lightly that only those who cultivated the same laws of reincarnation could sense that obsession's final sigh before it dispersed. Old Ming's soul-guiding incense burner was placed not far away. He had been pulled over by Qianqian to help arrange the exhibits. Seeing Xiao Cha's tiny burner, he was silent for a long time. Then he unscrewed the lid and poured a thin wisp of incense ash beside the small burner, saying it would count as the first contribution to her graduation gift. Xiao Cha said nothing, only moved the reincarnation, while half an inch closer to the burner. What Bai Qianqian placed in the exhibition hall was a pouch of spirit beast jerky. It was not ordinary jerky. It was from the first batch she had dried when she first came to Qingshu sect. With no experience, she had overdone the heat, and the jerky became so hard that even Xing Feng could not bite through it. At the time, Xing Feng had to pound it open with the back of his saber for a long while. He took a bite and said not bad. He had kept that pouch of jerky for many years, and Bai Qianqian herself had forgotten about it, until Xing Feng dug it out from the deepest storage cabinet in the war hall, and handed it to her, saying this ought to be put in the exhibition hall. The craft of Qingshu sect's first generation of mountain guarding spirit beasts was worthy of Star Radiance Pavilion. When Bai Qianqian took the pouch of jerky hard enough to crack walnuts, she said nothing. She simply used her 9 tails to push Xing Feng all the way from the exhibition hall and trance back to the war hall. What Li Ju and Feng Han jointly submitted was a registration ledger, the very one used on the day the mountain was opened and disciples were accepted. Its cover was worn pale. On the first page were signed 3 names: Li Ju, Feng Han, and Ji Wudao. The ink had long since dried. Li Ju's handwriting was still as careless as ever, while Feng Han's script had become far more regular than it had been back then. The page to which the ledger opened happened to be beside the stroke where Li Ju had accidentally smudged the ink after signing his name. At that time he had not known that he would later stand here for such a long time. What Sun Dushing and Luer jointly submitted was the first old formation disc repaired by the formation repair class. On the day it was labeled repaired and put into the formation foundation repository, Luer's wrist was still trembling slightly as she signed her name on the registration form. Damao crouched beside the formation disc and touched it gently with the tip of his tail, saying the disc had been repaired far better than that dark spirit crystal fragment from back then. Su Qingxue walked to the end of the exhibition hall. The last display stand was empty. Zhang Ruoxue said this place was reserved for new disciples. From now on, no matter who joined the sect, as long as they cultivated seriously in Qingshu sect, they would be qualified to place something of their own there. Su Qingxue thought for a moment, then took off the auxiliary sword's temporary scabbard and set it on the empty display stand. This scabbard had been condensed from primordial sword intent. Every time she used the auxiliary sword, she would place it in the primordial twin sword's resonance formation to nourish it, and it still carried the lingering warmth of her chaos sword body's sword intent. The auxiliary sword no longer needed the temporary scabbard. It now floated quietly beside the eternal night sword, resonating day and night with the primordial sword intent in the twin sword's resonance formation. The forging cycle for a new scabbard had already been marked on Zhang Ruoxue's blade honing blueprint. The glow of the primordial twin sword's resonance formation was quietly enveloping the entire plaza, and sword intent flowed like tidewater through the swords of every disciple practicing sword work. Damao crouched atop the rockery and sent Xiao Mao the last field report of the day through the 10,000 beast spirit, communicating, "Art, the last slot in the exhibition hall is empty. Senior sister left the temporary scabbard there." Xiao Mao replied, "Then what will she use from now on?" Damao said the auxiliary sword no longer needed a temporary scabbard. Xiao Mao was silent for a moment, then said the act itself was probably a form of inheritance. Bai Qianqian heard this below the rockery and made no sound. She simply used her tail to draw the 2 leopards closer to her side. Lin Chen stood at the entrance to the main hall, gazing into the distance at the pale golden formation light in the direction of Star Radiance Pavilion. His moon-white robe still had soil on it from picking garlic sprouts moments ago, but he did not brush it off. Su Qingxue walked out of the exhibition hall and stopped before him. "Master, I left the auxiliary sword scabbard in the last slot of the exhibition hall." "I know." Su Qingxue lowered her head and looked at the chaos sword mark on her right palm. The sword intent of her early spirit transformation was flowing quietly in her dantian. She suddenly said out of nowhere, "Master, back then, when you made garlic sprout stir-fried meat, you forgot the salt. I knew it from the first bite, but I think garlic sprout stir-fry without salt tastes best." Lin Chen did not answer. He simply reached out and gently patted the top of her head, just as he had when he first picked her up in the ruined temple many years ago. Then he turned and walked toward the dining hall. Soup was still simmering in the pot. Damao and Xiao Mao would have an extra dish tonight, and Bai Qianqian's pre-orders for spirit beast jerky were already booked through next month. Life in Qingshu sect went on. The formation lights of Star Radiance Pavilion were coming on one by one in the twilight, and the empty last slot in the exhibition hall was waiting for the next newcomer to place something of their own there. The masters of the major powers across the 6 realms arrived at Qingshu sect on an ordinary morning all at once. It was not prearranged. Truly no one had arranged it at all. The Azure Dragon Emperor's dragon carriage and the Ice Phoenix Emperor's phoenix carriage ran head-on into each other outside the mountain gate. The 2 demon emperors exchanged a glance through the air. Neither asked, "What are you doing here too?" Instead, they silently moved their carriages aside to make room for Taishu Junren and Xuanye Jinren coming up behind them. Taishu Jinren arrived in person in his Dao body, while Xuanye Jinren brought a newly developed demon sealing array disc from Kunlun as a gift. The head of the Qi clan Ji Wufa, Gu Qinya Yuanren of the Wanjian sect, and Yang Shinren of the Inshur alliance were all there. Even the Wujia market master had squeezed into the crowd, with a brazen smile, clutching a box of the market's newly released limited edition spirit tea pastries. At the mountain gate, Fong Han was leafing through the registration ledger. When he reached the market master's signature, his brush paused. He looked up at that face grinning like a Methraya, then lowered his head and added a small note in the remarks column. This person came uninvited, but he brought pastries. Damao crouched atop the ancient tree by the registration desk and sent an urgent transmission to Xiaomao using the myriad beast spirit connecting art. Everyone who came today is sect master grade. Jerky alert. Xiaomao replied. The jerky was already wolfed down by Xingfeng. Your alert is too late. The real cause was actually very simple. After the second exhibition zone of Xinghui Pavilion opened, Qingshu Sect's prestige had locked itself permanently at the top of the Wujia market rating system. That golden ranking no longer refreshed because no power could pose any competition to it. What truly made these sect masters unable to sit still, however, was not the ranking. It was the exhibits in Xinghui Pavilion. Li Tu's chipped spear fragments, Xiao Mo's sword intent crystals, Jiang Yunfan's furnace blast remnants, and Lung Yu's ice crystal seeds. These were not trophies, they were traces of cultivation left by Qingshu Sect's own people over the years. The assembled sect masters made a circuit of the exhibition zone, and after seeing everything, one thought arose in all of them at once: how exactly was Qingshu Sect's disciple cultivation system structured? Could it be replicated? Lin Chen received them in the dining hall. It was no deliberate slight. The main hall simply did not have enough chairs. Li Ju counted heads and found that the visiting sect masters and attendants numbered more than several dozen. Among the dragon-carved jade pillars of the main hall, at most a dozen chairs could be set out. The rest would have to stand. The long tables in the dining hall could seat several dozen at a time, which was just enough. And so the most preeminent group of sect masters in the Six Realms crammed themselves along both sides of Qingshu Sect's dining hall long table. Before them sat plates of garlic sprout stir-fried pork and spirit tea smoked chicken just out of the spirit food generator, and on the table rested half a basin of spirit beast jerky that Bai Qianqian had sun-dried that very morning. Taishu Jinren sat beside Ji Wufa. Ji Wufa's sword talisman jade pendant and Taishu Jinren's Dao body spiritual power gave a gentle collision under the table, and both men shifted half an inch away at the same time. Teacup in hand, Gu Qinya surveyed the room and said this place had far more human warmth than the council hall of the Izu Alliance. Lin Chen came out from the back kitchen, his apron only just untied and his sleeves still rolled up to his elbows. He set the last plate of spirit tea smoked chicken on the table and took the host's seat. No opening remarks, no pleasantries. He picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of garlic sprout pork. The sect masters looked at one another. Xuanye Jinren broke the silence, first conveying the regret of everyone at Kunlun for not having been able to thank him in person after the repair of the ancestral vein seal. Lin Chen picked up a piece of chicken, put it in Xuanye's bowl, and said that between allies there was no need for thanks. Jiang Ruoxue had already repaired those demon sealing array disc fragments. He would have them sent back later. The Azure Dragon Emperor, whose mouth was burning from the garlic sprout pork, downed most of a pot of cold tea. In passing, he mentioned that a primeval dragon race ruin had recently been discovered in the northern part of the demon realm, and he wanted to ask Qingshu Sect to send people to assist in exploring it. Lin Chen said Qingshu Sect charged no exploration fee, but any dragon race treasures recovered from the ruin would belong to the sect's storehouse, with shares for all present. The Ice Phoenix Emperor asked whether Lung Yu had recently made any new breakthroughs in cold energy control, and whether the extreme north cold jade marrow was sufficient. Lin Chen said it was sufficient, adding that the little Ice Phoenix's internship report was very neatly written. Ji Wufa held his teacup and hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Since the wordless steel in the Ji family's ancestral hall had lit up last time, the sword intent within its sword marks had become noticeably more active. Still, it was missing a final trigger to fully awaken. That primeval array pattern nurturing formula for maintaining sword scabbards from last time. Is there a second half to it? Lin Chen glanced at him and said the sword intent sealed in the wordless steel is the exact opposite of the mindset your son had when he used his sword to chop at an exhibition stand in the market back then. One is willing to lower his head for the family, while the other fights for his own face. Move the wordless steel outside Qingshu Sect's mountain gate, and let the wandering cultivators of the Six Realms contemplate it. Once the sword intent is seen by more people, it will naturally awaken completely. Ji Wufa was silent for a moment. He set his teacup on the table and said that moving it outside the mountain gate would not do, but moving it beside Xinghui Pavilion could. Open to wandering cultivators of the Six Realms, with the Ji family, charging no contemplation fee. Gu Qinya nearly sprayed out his tea. The Ouroboros emblem on his cuff slithered slowly along his sleeve. He told Lin Chen that the Elders' Council of the Inshur Alliance had approved a long-term exchange agreement. The young blade attendants of the Izu War Hall wished to audit the basic body arts classes in Qingshu's sect's outer sect. He wondered whether Elder Li Tu still had time to take them on. Just then Li Tu happened to pass by the entrance of the dining hall, a war spear resting on his shoulder. "Have Li Hun come too," he said. "We didn't get our fill on the Void Arena last time." The Wujia market master was the last to speak. He pushed the box of limited edition spirit tea pastries in front of Lin Chen and said he wanted to open a dedicated section on the market's trading platform for Qingshu sect, so that surplus secret realm fragments, sword intent crystals, and furnace blast remnants could be offered in barter to wandering cultivators across the 6 realms. Lin Chen opened the pastry box, shared the contents with the sect masters around him, and said it was fine. The service fee would remain as usual with Qingshu sect exempt. The system settled the task synchronously in his divine, since its tone calm and assured, post the sect master summit has been passively triggered. The sect masters of all major powers in the 6 realms have all arrived. The demon ceiling array disc fragments sent by Kunlun have been transferred to Zhang Ruoshue's formation cultivation class, with repair progress synced to Xuanye Jinren. The Azure Dragon Emperor's exploration task for the primeval dragon race ruin has been entered into the secret realm development queue, and a reward pre-allocation plan has been generated. The Ice Phoenix Emperor's supplementary agreement for the extreme North Cold Jade Marrow has been filed at the Hanbing Pavilion. Ji Wufa's wordless steel contemplation plan has been granted a system recommendation slot. Gu Qinya's auditing quotas for the Izu War Hall have been scheduled into the outer sect training cycle, and Feng Han is re-registering the roster. The dedicated page for Wujia Market has entered the construction process. The pastry box was finished off, and the market master was very pleased, saying he would bring more next time. The sect masters in the dining hall continued eating the dishes on the table, the clatter of chopsticks and bowls blending into a single sound. Dusk spilled through the windows and across the long table, casting a gleam over the signed agreements. Gu Qinya noticed that Ji Wufa had secretly slipped a piece of smoked chicken into his bowl, and the two traded several silent moves under the table with spiritual power and formation patterns. In the end, Li Ju happened to pass by and casually split the last half plate of garlic sprout pork between them, averting a trivial diplomatic incident between the Izu and the Divine Realm. Qingshu sect. Qingshu sect. Lin Chen put a piece of spirit tea smoked chicken into his own bowl. Outside the window, dusk was sinking. From the top of the rockery, Damao sent Xiaomao the day's final on-site commentary. None of the sect masters who came today have left. They're all crammed into the dining hall mooching a meal. Xiaomao replied, "The jerky alert has not been lifted yet." Damao's tail twitched, and he immediately jumped down from the rockery and raced toward the dining hall kitchen. Bai Qianqian extended 9 tails from the kitchen window and precisely intercepted in midair 2 leopards that were trying to sneak through. "Tonight's extra dishes are for the guests," she said. "Your share is in the cracks of the rockery." Damao hung in midair, the tip of his tail, swaying with discontent. The night of Qingshu sect was quietly unfurling while the lights in the dining hall still burned, and the aroma of spirit tea, smoked chicken, drifted slowly in the direction of the mountain gate. A few days after the summit of sect leaders concluded, a long queue once again formed outside the mountain gate of Qingshu sect. They were not here to pay pilgrimage nor to sign alliances, but to register for entry into the sect. After having a meal in the dining hall, the leaders of the major powers across the 6 realms returned, and their first order of business was to notify the young disciples under their command those who wished to go to Qingshu sect may now line up. The Azure Dragon Emperor was the most eager, sending directly the strongest sword cultivators among the younger generation of the Dragon Clan, with only one message: the number of auditing spots last time was too small, this time formal registration. The Ice Phoenix Emperor said nothing, but Lung Yu discovered an extra application form tucked inside Little Ice Phoenix's internship report, the handwriting as neat as a temperature record sheet. Ji Wufa sent all the strongest formation cultivators of the younger generation of the Ji family, claiming they would audit the basic formation cultivation course. However, Zhang Ruoxue found several copies of her own formation cultivation textbooks in their luggage. Li Ju stood at the mountain gate, holding the registration ledger, facing a queue even longer than the one at the sect's first disciple recruitment. Feng Han had set up a temporary registration table nearby, with a row of brushes, ink paper, and inkstones laid out. Feng Han opened the first page of the registration ledger. The list was automatically generated by the ranking of forces in the 6 realms, and the first name was Li Han, the strongest blade attendant among the younger generation of the Remnant Clan War Hall, who, after a fierce bout with Li Tu on the Void Arena, returned to train his body cultivation rigorously. This time he came to audit the basic body cultivation course in the outer sect. The second name was Little Spirit Fox, the strongest illusionist of the younger generation of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. She was the little fox Bai Qianqian had rescued at the edge of the Forbidden Zone years ago, and had since grown into an illusion genius able to stand on her own. Bai Qianqian said she had seen senior sister Lung Yu's ice crystal seed in the Star Radiance Pavilion, and hoped that one day her own illusion spirit mirror could be placed on that empty display stand. The third name was Little Thundermark Leopard, the younger brother of Damao and Xiaomao. He had just been weaned, was only half the Mao's size, and his thunder marks had not fully grown, but he could already use the myriad beast's spiritual communication art to exchange up-to-date intelligence with the Mao across the mountain gate about the hiding spots of dried meat. The fourth name was a young sword cultivator from the Qi family. After his last sparring session with Shen Rang, he had been training hard in the simplified version of the hidden sword Dao. The flow of sword intent at his fingertips had grown far more tranquil than when they last met. The fifth name was the closed-door disciple of true person Yun Ke from the Hidden World Alliance, specializing in ancient formation Dao. After Zhang Ruoxue reviewed his enrollment application, she quietly instructed the formation training class to lower the difficulty of the deconstruction teaching materials from primordial formation patterns back to basic formation foundations so that he wouldn't dismantle the discarded teaching tools donated by Ji Wufa as soon as he started. Lin Chen stood at the entrance of the main hall gazing at the long queue beyond the mountain gate. His moon-white robe still bore traces of mud from pinching garlic sprouts that morning. In his hand, he held the cup of spiritual tea that the system had repeatedly reheated with fine spiritual tea leaves floating on its surface. Su Qingxue stood beside him, the eternal night sword and her auxiliary sword hovering one on each side behind her. She watched the young faces before the registration table and recalled how Li Ju and Fong Han had first stood outside the mountain gate many years ago. One had just severed his own cultivation, and the other had just been expelled from the Taishu Immortal sect. Now they had become outer sect stewards. More than a dozen registration ledgers had been used up. Fong Han's handwriting had grown far more neat than in those days, while Li Ju's remained as sloppy as ever. Another batch of new faces was about to step through the mountain gate. Among them, some would like Fong Han back, then see clearly their Dao heart on the illusion bridge. Some would like Li Ju enjoy a steaming bowl of egg custard in the dining hall. And some would like Shen Rang let their sword intent flow quietly at their fingertips beside the iron sword tree beneath the sword pavilion. These newcomers came from different powers and different races, but once they stood on the training ground they would have only one identity: disciples of Qingshu sect. The number of registrations for the new batch of disciples has broken all previous records. This system has automatically generated the class allocation plan with Li Ju and Fong Han in charge of basic outer sect training. Iron Ox's body cultivation class, Shen Rang's sword cultivation class, Zhang Ruoxue's formation cultivation class, and Xiao Cha's basic course on reincarnation law have all been scheduled simultaneously. Lung Yu's extreme cold trial zone has opened for reservations. This system has detected an application form tucked inside Little Ice Phoenix's internship report, and after verification it constitutes a formal registration with full validity. De Mao's younger brother has also been formally registered as a reserve guardian beast of the mountain nicknamed San Mao. He is currently crouching atop the rockery undergoing pre-job training. Training includes the confidentiality levels of dried meat hiding spot strategies for securing a seat when extra dishes are served in the dining hall, and how to smuggle spirit beast snacks right under by Qianqian's nose. Lin Chen placed the teacup on the windowsill and turned toward the dining hall. Soup was still simmering in the pot. De Mao's younger brother crouched atop the rockery, using the myriad beast's spiritual communication art to broadcast to the entire sect the first formal match commentary of his life. Today's registration queue was even longer than the day the Star Radiance Pavilion opened, and the dried meat reserve was running critically low. Bai Qianqian extended 9 tails out from the kitchen window, precisely intercepting the little leopard attempting to smuggle in midair, and said that his internship would start tomorrow with tonight's dried meat ration going to his older brother. De Mao crouched beneath the rockery, covering his mouth with the tip of his tail, his thunder marks trembling with laughter. Xiao Mao added from the side. You also had your dried meat confiscated back then, and now you're laughing at others. De Mao's tail stopped trembling. Outside the mountain gate of Qingshu sect, the queue of people was still moving slowly forward. Morning light cascaded layer by layer from the depths of the forbidden zone, gilding the glazed tiles of the Star Radiance Pavilion in pale gold, and illuminating the bluestone slabs of the training ground ever more brightly.